Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Apocalypse. In the vast expanse of the desert, a group of individuals gazed at a figure lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, their lips curling into triumphant smiles. Shen Qingtang, don't blame us if you must assign blame. Let it be upon your ill fate. With those final words, a gaunt man cast an object into the air without hesitation. A resounding bang echoed as a mushroom cloud blossomed in the sky. Amidst the swirling yellow sands of the desert, a small spike emerged from the ground, trembling in the wind. Days later, the spike transformed into a yellow flower. When Shen Qingtang regained consciousness, she was greeted by the sight of endless yellow sand, which struck her as peculiar. It was not arrogance that led her to doubt her survival. The sheer force of a landmine had left her convinced of her demise. Yet, here she was alive against all odds. Struggling to rise and assess her condition, she soon realized something was amiss. Why could she not move? Why did it feel as though she were buried beneath the sand? Recognizing the danger of being trapped below the desert, she summoned all her strength and managed to shift her position slightly. However, it dawned upon her that she might no longer be human. She felt disconnected from her limbs and body, leaving her uncertain of how to express her emotions in that moment. With only the endless yellow sand before her, she was left bewildered by her current state. After a prolonged moment of calm reflection, she resolved to set aside her confusion and continue her previous training regimen. She understood clearly that her current predicament was a consequence of her insufficient strength. Yet, after toiling for half a day, she found her efforts futile. The seventh-level ability she had painstakingly cultivated had been rendered useless. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. When she next awakened, clarity washed over her regarding her present condition. Recalling the events from her dream, a chill ran down her spine. The narrative from her dream was straightforward. She, Shen Qingtang, was a golden finger, a protagonist with seventh-level abilities in a post-apocalyptic world, betrayed to her death, and transformed into a sunflower whose sole purpose was to provide energy to other ability users. Her existence allowed the protagonist to ascend to greatness. Initially, the demand for her energy was not overwhelming, however. As the world succumbed to darkness and only night remained, the ability users became frenzied. As the sole provider of energy, she was fought over and plundered until she was left with not a single petal. Contemplating her dream's grim conclusion, Shen Qingtang felt as if all the flowers had withered. Heaven's wrath, while others transmigrated as protagonists, or at the very least as supporting characters plotting against the main heroine, she found herself reduced to a mere golden finger. She surmised that she was caught in a narrative of transmigration intertwined with rebirth. After silently cursing the heavens, Shen Qingtang quickly regained her resolve. Now that she was aware of the dream's events, she would not passively await the protagonist to claim her. She began to exert herself, inching her way forward day by day, and, after a month, had managed to move 10 meters from her previous position. Surveying her current surroundings and then her former location, a torrent of expletives bubbled within her, yet she stifled them. Persistence is victory, she reassured herself internally and resumed her laborious movements. With a month remaining before the protagonist would seek her out, she believed that as long as she did not give up, she could evade capture. Suddenly, she heard the rustling of footsteps. Instinctively, she halted her movements and remained still, pretending to be an ordinary plant. Before long, a group of individuals appeared. Observing their weary appearance, Shen Qingtang contemplated closing her eyes to feign ignorance. However, she was drawn to the figure at the center. The man bore a familiar countenance, yet she had never encountered him before. As she racked her brain to identify the source of this familiarity, his piercing gaze fell upon her, nearly shattering her disguise. Steady, steady. Brother Bai. What is it? Sun inquired as he noticed Jiang Yubai's furrowed brow. Nothing. Having grown accustomed to Jiang Yubai's taciturn nature, Sun accepted the dismissal and refrained from further curiosity. The group moved forward. Upon hearing the address Brother Bai, Shen Qingtang finally understood the source of her familiarity. In reality, she had never met this man, but she had seen him in her dreams. Jiang Yubai, the principal antagonist in her dream, intent on creating chaos for the protagonists, though the reasons remained unspoken. Yet, she distinctly recalled that he had never harmed her. Even after learning of her extraordinary abilities, he had scorned the idea of seizing her. In that moment, Shen Qingtang made a decision. She would cling to this golden thigh. After all, this character had survived until the very end in her dreams. With determination, she silently trailed behind them, pondering how to nonchalantly present herself without provoking an attack. The apocalypse had persisted for a decade, and many plants had mutated, exhibiting considerable aggression. Thus, any moving flora was met with immediate hostility. Hesitation could spell death. "Brother Bai, what is it?" This prompted an unsettling feeling within him from the moment he sensed the gaze upon him to the realization of being followed. After some contemplation, he resolved to halt their advance, instructing his companions to prepare for battle. Rest in place. Remain vigilant. Though his teammates were puzzled by the abrupt change, they were obedient, quickly preparing food and maintaining a state of readiness. As Jiang Yubai began to question whether his instincts had betrayed him, the desert erupted in chaos. Before long, desert lizards emerged from the sand. Without waiting for Jiang Yubai's command, Sun sprang into action, erecting a shield wall, encircling their group for safety. Xinyang also joined the fray, unleashing a barrage of projectiles. Relentlessly, Peas launched one by one at the desert lizards. The sole female member of the team, Su Lingrua, refused to lag behind, tossing grenades with reckless abandon. The air was filled with the deafening sounds of explosions. The trio forced the terrifying desert lizards into a panicked retreat. Chapter 2. An opportunity arises. Watching this scene unfold from the shadows, Shen Qingtang gently touched her feeble flower, silently marveling at the prowess of this team. It was fortunate that she had not recklessly revealed herself, otherwise her life could very well be forfeit. Having faced death once, Shen Qingtang cherished her life all the more. She became increasingly cautious, hiding herself and contemplating how she might make her entrance. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Having painstakingly moved even a short distance earlier, she realized that upon seeing Jiang Yubai, she had regained her ability to move freely. Unbeknownst to her, she had already covered considerable ground. This solidified her conviction that she had indeed latched onto the right golden thigh even before making contact. She had regained her mobility. Could it be that she would eventually reclaim her humanity? Shen Qingtang was perplexed as to why such thoughts suddenly surfaced in her mind. She discreetly shifted her position again, maintaining a safe distance from Jiang Yubai and the others, before earnestly contemplating her next move. "Brother Bai, you're truly remarkable. If it weren't for your reminder, we would surely have fallen into their trap." After clearing the battlefield, Sun hurried over to Jiang Yubai's side, beginning to lavish praise upon him. However, it was not mere flattery, for Jiang Yubai was indeed impressive. Had it not been for his timely warnings along the way, their journey would have been far more arduous. Jiang Yubai merely nodded in acknowledgement of the compliment before withdrawing to a solitary space. Sun understood Jiang Yubai's temperament and took no offense. Though he appeared cold and aloof, Jiang Yubai was exceptionally kind to those within his circle. Had it not been for them, he would not have been reduced to his current state while remaining at the base. As he momentarily lost himself in thought while observing Jiang Yubai, the other two approached. They comprehended Su An's musings. Xinyang patted Suan on the shoulder, smiling brightly as he spoke. "Suan, are you lost in thought again? Let bygones be bygones. Aren't we doing well now? Doing well? Just look at this endless sea of yellow sand. Aside from the unending desert lizards, what else is there?" Responding to Su An's retort, Shenyang maintained his good-natured demeanor. "But there are no zombies here. Aren't desert lizards far easier to deal with than zombies? Besides, they're edible." "Indeed, Shenyang makes a valid point. Suan, you should stop overthinking it." Yulingra joined in, offering comfort to Suan. Ultimately, Suan finally set aside his concerns, acknowledging that his teammates were right. He should look ahead rather than dwell on the past. Yet, Jiang Yubai still felt that something was amiss. Though they had eradicated the desert lizards, that unsettling feeling of being shadowed persisted. He sensed that something was following them. Despite his prolonged efforts, even utilizing his celestial sight, he could discern nothing, casting doubt upon his instincts. Shen Qingtang had completely shrunk her presence. That was close. She had nearly been discovered. The more she reflected on Jiang Yubai's prowess, the more she was convinced of it. She had minimized her presence to the utmost, as evidenced by the desert lizards that had walked past her, completely disregarding her. Yet, Jiang Yubai had almost spotted her just moments ago. This realization made her increasingly cautious that it seemed that the current distance was still too close. She would need to reposition herself further away. Not now, though Jiang Yubai was still observing this area. Thus, she carefully and gradually maneuvered her body, maintaining a growing distance. Soon as Shen Qingtang made her move, Jiang Yubai sensed the shift in the air. Noticing that the presence was retreating, he chose not to act further. His restraint was not born from kindness, rather. In the apocalypse, conserving energy and stamina was paramount. One could never predict what might ensue when taking action. Since the entity had not launched an attack, he decided to remain oblivious. The following day, the team, well-rested, appeared rejuvenated. Concealed in the shadows, Shen Qingtang observed their refreshed demeanor and could not help but exclaim. This was more like it. How could formidable antagonists appear like refugees, as they had the day before? She leisurely trailed behind Jiang Yubai and the others, pondering when would be the opportune moment for her to reveal herself. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she witnessed Jiang Yubai and his team come under attack once more. However, this assault was markedly different from the previous one. They had handled the desert lizards with relative ease. Now, they were confronted by an onslaught of level 6 zombies. Seeing Jiang Yubai and his companions seemingly at a disadvantage, Shen Qingtang felt her moment had arrived. With unwavering focus, she watched Jiang Yubai, eagerly awaiting the right opportunity to emerge and rescue the hero. Yet, after a prolonged vigil, her eyes began to strain as his teammates were effectively shielding him, leaving no chance of injury. Her hope began to wane, realizing she might have to seek another opportunity. Be careful, Jiang Yubai exclaimed, yanking Su Lingrao behind him just as a zombie's claw was about to grasp his arm. Brother Bai, 3 voices echoed in unison. They all witnessed the zombie's outstretched hand nearing Jiang Yubai. Su Lingrao, overwhelmed with emotion, began to weep, feeling utterly powerless. Shen Yang repeatedly discharged projectiles at the zombie, hoping to thwart its advance. Yet level 6 zombies were not easily deterred. Just as despair settled over them, a voice broke through. Brother Bai, are you all right? Su Lingrao rushed over, grasping Jiang Yubai's arm and meticulously checking for wounds. Once she confirmed he was unscathed, she finally relaxed. The other 2 joined her, and only after ensuring Jiang Yubai was safe did they turn their gazes forward. Before them stood an enormous sunflower. It had to be a sunflower, though they were all bewildered by its sheer size, taller than several buildings. Unbeknownst to Shen Qingtang, those behind her were filled with questions. She was currently engaged in a fierce battle with the zombie, a revelation having struck her moments ago. To her astonishment, she discovered that she could unleash blades from her body, each imbued with electric power. Chapter 3, I want to follow you with a series of crackling sounds. The zombies that had previously held the upper hand were swiftly diminished by Shen Qingtang's flower. After waiting in vain for reinforcements, Shen Qingtang's frustration boiled over. Just as she was about to unleash her anger, Jiang Yubai's clear voice rang out, urging, I'm fine. Don't just stand there. Let us fight the zombies together. At that moment, Shen Qingtang felt reassured. While combating the zombies, she discreetly observed Jiang Yubai and his companions. Those around her, feeling slightly embarrassed, quickly rejoined the fray, some wielding shields, others hurling peas or tossing grenades. The battleground erupted with the cacophony of explosions and the various growls of the undead. With their collective efforts, Shen Qingtang became even more invigorated in her onslaught. The lightning blades flew forth without restraint, decapitating any zombie that dared to come near. The sight left Su In and the others utterly astonished. Was the sunflower truly that formidable? In no time, through their unwavering collaboration, they managed to eradicate all the zombies. This encounter marked one of their easiest battles since the apocalypse began. Glancing at the sunflower still standing nearby, Su-in cautiously approached Jiang Yubai and inquired, Brother Bai, what do you think about this? He recalled having read numerous novels where treasures would often gain sentience. It seemed plausible that if zombies existed, then spiritual entities could as well. Jiang Yubai cast a glance at Su-in, instantly grasping his thoughts. He remained silent, gradually approaching the sunflower while keeping a watchful eye on it. Had the sunflower just saved him? Can you understand what I'm saying? He asked, but then reconsidered. This sunflower was rather large. Would it even hear him if he spoke to its stem? As he pondered this, the sunflower unexpectedly shrank before his eyes, transforming into an ordinary plant that reached only his waist. The others gaped at this astonishing display. The sunflower was indeed remarkable, capable of changing size. Jiang Yubai, too, was taken aback by this development. He cautiously tried again. Can you understand me? There was no need for him to question his politeness. He had witnessed the sunflower's prowess firsthand. He doubted that he and his companions could contend with this peculiar sunflower unless he resorted to that desperate move, but it hardly seemed worth it. Shen Qingtang nodded in acknowledgement. After Shen Qingtang nodded, she was anticipating the other party to continue speaking, only to find them standing there in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. Shen Qingtang. Never mind, never mind. Considering this person's good looks, perhaps I should not be overly critical. Shen Qingtang has only just realized that this formidable antagonist does not resemble a villain in the slightest. He appears more like a spirited young man, brimming with vitality under the clear and bright moonlight. His face embodies the very type that she finds most appealing, an elegant rogue. She is compelled to speak up herself. As you can see, I'm not only capable of comprehending your words, but I can also articulate them. Are you surprised? Is it unexpected? Yes, I was right. My earlier conjecture was correct. This must be the sunflower that has cultivated a spiritual form. Su Thin's voice rang particularly loud, as if he feared that speaking softly would render him unheard. Shenyang, Suringruo, restrain yourself. This fool is your teammate. We must unite with love and refrain from violence. Noticing that his two companions were ignoring him, Suin felt a pang of unhappiness. He was experiencing a slight emotional turmoil. However, before he could voice his thoughts, the displeased voice of Shen Qingtang pierced the air. Are you a fool? How could I possibly resemble a sunflower? I'm a sunflower. The others. It appears that everyone is rather dim-witted. Oh, my apologies. I misunderstood. Suin scratched his head and approached Shen Qingtang's side. They all understood Jiang Yubai's temperament. It often took him a while to express himself. I almost forgot to thank you for saving our brother by earlier. What reward do you desire? Although Suin was somewhat simple-minded, he did not believe that anyone would assist them without reason. This was no longer an era of peace. In this post-apocalyptic world, they had witnessed various dark realities, and human nature could often be more terrifying than the undead. Otherwise, how could they have been forced into this situation? Shen Qingtang gazed at the simpleton before her, pondering for a moment before tentatively speaking. All right, I shall be blunt. I wish to accompany you. The individuals present, including Jiang Yubai, were momentarily taken aback. They were all aware of the formidable nature of the sunflower. Its pledge as a mere plant would go entirely unnoticed. It was only upon witnessing the diminutive sunflower moments ago that they recalled having seen it a few days prior, initially perceiving it as an ordinary plant, not worthy of their attention. And yet, Brother Bai, do you see? Suin entrusted the decision to Jiang Yubai, for within their small group, he was their intellect. Jiang Yubai could not fathom why he sensed an air of expectation emanating from the sunflower. After considerable contemplation, he finally spoke. It is unsafe. Shen Qingtang, what is this nonsense? Who is not safe? Why not elaborate a bit more? Fortunately, there is someone who understands him, Suin, beside him. Brother Bai means to say that you are too formidable, making it unsafe for us. Am I right, Brother Bai? Indeed. Shen Qingtang was rendered speechless. Indeed. One should never judge a book by its cover. Merely observing appearances could not reveal how taciturn the other party was. Fortunately, she had a translator at her side. Reflecting upon her current capabilities, she realized they were quite formidable. It was understandable that the other person might feel intimidated. In truth, she had been unaware of her own prowess until she witnessed Jiang Yubai nearly getting hurt, an incident that inexplicably sparked her latent abilities. Shall I shrink a little more? As Shen Qingtang spoke, she transformed herself into an ordinary sunflower, one that could easily be held in hand. Observing the petite flower at her feet, Suin and the others were momentarily struck into silence. However, apart from his initial astonishment, Jiang Yubai no longer found himself surprised by Shen Qingtang's actions. Chapter 4. Becoming smaller ultimately, it was Suin who broke the silence. This doesn't seem impossible, does it? What do you all think? He glanced towards his other two teammates for their opinions. The teammates, disinterested, shifted their gaze to Jiang Yubai, awaiting his response. All right. Shen Qingtang has come to understand that Jiang Yubai is the type of person who can resolve matters with a single word, never opting for two. So, who among you holds me? Shen Qingtang felt that her current diminutive stature rendered her ill-suited for walking. In truth, it was mere laziness. Upon hearing her lament, the group exchanged glances, and as Suen stepped forward to retrieve the flower, Jiang Yubai preemptively took hold of it. Suen understood, then, that Jiang Yubai was apprehensive for their safety, thus keeping the hazardous object close to himself. Jiang Yubai had always been this way, sparing with words, yet profoundly attentive to their well-being, shouldering any perilous matters himself. Brother Bai, allow me to take it, Su Lingru said, approaching Jiang Yubai and extending her hand to claim the flower. Upon witnessing the outstretched hand, Shen Qingtang deftly twisted her body to evade capture, leaving her assailant grasping at emptiness. Su Lingru was left bewildered. It's nothing, Jiang Yubai succinctly interjected, effectively quelling the other two's curiosity. All right, Brother Bai, you rest for a moment while I check for crystal cores. In the realm of those novels, crystal cores were as ubiquitous as cabbages, seemingly possessed by every zombie. Yet, in their case, it was entirely a matter of luck. With good fortune, even a level 1 zombie might harbor a crystal core, while ill fortune could result in a level 10 zombie's head being utterly devoid of them. As Suen rummaged through a zombie's skull, he muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, the other two busied themselves with boiling water, preparing to cook some instant noodles, observing the dwindling supplies in their backpacks. Shen Yang and Su Lingru felt a profound emptiness within. They had never endured such hardships at the base. Soon, however, they cast aside their disjointed thoughts and focused intently on preparing their noodles. Fortune smiled upon them this time, as they uncovered 5 crystal cores. Su's voice brimmed with exhilaration. This revelation even drew Jiang Yubai's attention. He was well aware of the rarity of crystal cores, making the discovery of 5 all the more astonishing. And as if that were not enough, Suen unveiled another explosive piece of news. They were of the 7th level. Shenyang's chopsticks, prepared for the noodles, fell in excitement. A 7th level crystal core. In the past, it would take years at the base for a single person to discover one. Yet they now possessed 5 at once. What are you doing, Shenyang? Suen grimaced in pain. I was just afraid I might be dreaming. Then pinch yourself. Why pinch me? Suen felt that Shenyang was bullying him. All right, enough of the antics. Let us eat first, Su Lingru remarked, sensing that if she didn't intervene, the two might end up in a scuffle. Just then, Jiang Yubai approached. Instantly, the group quieted down and obediently began to eat. As the familiar aroma of instant noodles wafted through the air, Shen Qingtang realized she was also feeling hungry. By the way, have you all forgotten about me? Shen Qingtang leaned delicately beside Jiang Yubai and softly inquired, Aren't you a flower? Su Lingru asked with curiosity. Indeed, she added, but you don't possess a mouth. How do you consume anything? Suen also pressed on, unwilling to be left behind. Shen Qingtang, after decades of living as a person, I find it rather bewildering to suddenly transform into a sunflower. Haha, immediately gestin. Please, do enjoy your meal. Shen Qingtang could only force a laugh to let the matter pass, but deep inside, she felt an overwhelming sadness. Would she have to endure this in the future? Merely watching others enjoy their meals? Although the food available in the apocalypse could not compare to that of peaceful times, having something to eat was certainly better than having nothing at all. Jiang Yubai seemed to sense Shen Qingtang's despondent mood. He glanced at the sunflowers nearby, which looked as wilted as frostbitten eggplants, his expression inscrutable. Soon, the group finished their instant noodles, though they could not claim to be fully satisfied. It was still a considerable improvement over their previous hunger. Brother Bai, should we distribute the crystal cores, 1 per person, and save the rest? Suen asked, presenting the dark object he had extracted from a zombie's brain. If it weren't for the fact that this item could enhance their abilities, he would have had no desire to consume it at all. Initially, no one knew that crystal cores could augment one's powers. It was merely a desperate child, unable to bear the hunger, who had randomly probed a zombie's brain and discovered this object, which led to the revelation. Thinking back, that child was quite remarkable for even considering to explore a zombie's brain. He recalled how the child had reasoned, if pig brains are edible, then surely zombie brains must be too. This statement had astonished everyone at the base. However, seeing the child so emaciated and alone, they refrained from commenting further. After so many years in the apocalypse, the edible and inedible had been discovered through trial and error. As was customary, Suen eagerly began distributing the crystal cores, casting aside his previous reflections. One for you, one for me, one for you. The remainder goes to Brother Bai. Su Lingruo and Shen Yang observed the crystal cores in their hands, then glanced at Su An's jubilant demeanor. They couldn't comprehend why he always insisted on such a declaration during the distribution. Yet, this was not a significant issue. They resolved to let him be happy, after all. He was their teammate, and a little tolerance was warranted. This was the unspoken sentiment of the two. Shen Qingtang observed the harmonious dynamics among the group, feeling quite pleased within herself. She had indeed made a commendable choice in aligning with such a promising team. Had it not been for the captain's amiable nature, the camaraderie among the team members would surely not have flourished to this extent. Shen Qingtang held a unilateral belief, convinced of her own reasoning. Jiang Yubai collected the remaining crystal cores and began to guard over the three of them. The trio closed their eyes, despairing as they swallowed the dark, ominous substance in their hands, immediately commencing their cultivation. Despite having undergone this process numerous times, they could never manage to consume it without a grimace. The higher the grade of the crystal core, the darker its hue, and the taste remained utterly unpredictable. Jiang Yubai observed their agonized expressions with bewilderment, as did Shen Qingtang. She recalled that although the taste of the crystal core she had consumed previously was hardly delightful, it did not inflict the same level of suffering upon her as it did on them. She believed that were it not for the crystal core's ability to enhance their abilities, these individuals would rather perish than ingest such a substance. Chapter 5. Resources at the heart of the desert before long. The group had fully absorbed the energy from the crystal cores. Upon opening their eyes, they beheld Jiang Yubai standing nearby like a guardian angel. Exchanging glances, they hastily urged Jiang Yubai to absorb a crystal core as well. Jiang Yubai cast a glance at the sunflowers beside her, hesitating slightly. Hey, why are you looking at me when I tell you to absorb the crystal core? I'm not a crystal core. As Shen Qingtang met his scrutinizing gaze, she spoke with a tone that was far from amiable. Suen quickly interjected, Brother Bai, you can rest assured. We are here. The others immediately turned their attention to Suen. Why are you all looking at me like that? I haven't said anything wrong, Suen said, scratching his head in displeasure, feeling that his teammates were utterly unreliable and lacked faith in him. Fine, since he has said so, the rest of us shall refrain from further comment. However, Shen Qingtang, observing Jiang Yubai's demeanor, couldn't help but feel a mix of joy and concern for her future days. This person speaks so little, she thought to herself for what felt like the umpteenth time. Reflecting on the memories that had surfaced after her awakening, she decided to let it go, realizing that it was merely a matter of his reticence. Nothing of great import. What mattered most now was to gain their trust and become an inseparable member of their team. Despite their apparent disdain for Suen, she knew that when genuine trouble arose, they would unite. For instance, the incident that had led them to the desert was also etched in her memory. Their team had once been one of the most formidable in Base A, but during a mission, Suen and the others had been ensnared by the higher-ups. The base had proposed that if Jiang Yubai abandoned his seemingly useless teammates to form a new team, his standing at the base would remain unchanged, or even improve. Without hesitation, Jiang Yubai had departed the base with his teammates, leaving no room for doubt, reportedly incensing the base's administrators to the point of illness. Reflecting on this, Shen Qingtang felt increasingly appreciative of Jiang Yubai's character, though she remained perplexed as to why he ultimately became the antagonist. She rummaged through her memories for an explanation, but found none. Ultimately, she chose to relinquish her quest for understanding, believing that things would unfold naturally in due time, as she had always maintained an optimistic outlook. Suddenly, a thought struck her. if her memories were accurate. There existed a location in the center of the desert abundant with resources. In this post-apocalyptic era, no one had considered that the desert might harbor supplies. Consequently, everyone had unanimously abandoned the idea of searching for resources there. However, Shen Qingtang was different. She recalled that the protagonist had discovered numerous treasures in the desert. Energized by this revelation, she disregarded whether Jiang Yubai and the others would believe her. Jiang Yubai, I have something to tell you. Jiang Yubai turned to the suddenly animated sunflower. I know where resources are located. No more instant noodles for you. I will take you there. We are now a team, and I shall lead you on the path to prosperity. The rest of the group, aside from Jiang Yubai, responded with incredulity. Really? Sun exclaimed, Brother Bai, do you genuinely believe a flower? He felt as though Brother Bai's intellect had diminished. Shen Qingtang bristled at the remark. Hey, how can you speak like that? What do you mean, a flower? I have a name, you know. Shen Qingtang's thoughts were abruptly derailed by Sun, causing her to forget what she originally intended to say. She harbored a deep disdain for being looked down upon. Were it not for their status as teammates, she would not have uttered these words. Truly, good intentions can often be misunderstood. Jiang Yubai cast another glance at Shen Qingtang. The way she spoke felt akin to issuing a command, stirring a slight irritation within her. After waiting in silence for what seemed an eternity without hearing a response from Shen Qingtang, Jiang Yubai contemplated departing. However, panic quickly set in for Shen Qingtang. This was her golden ticket. She could not afford to offend him. Thus, she decided to acquiesce if it meant preserving her own well-being. One must learn to recognize the tides of circumstance. In the heart of the desert lay an abundance of resources. Without hesitation, Shen Qingtang disclosed the location. Upon hearing her words, Sun and the others exchanged skeptical glances, collectively conveying disbelief. How could there possibly be resources in the desert? Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. Jiang Yubai scrutinized Shen Qingtang with newfound seriousness, realizing she was not speaking falsely, which left him momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that her claim might hold truth. Nonetheless, now that he was aware of the potential resources, he was resolute in his pursuit. Let us go, he declared. Brother Bai, do you truly believe in her words? I have already told you, I have a name. I am Shen Qingtang. Shen Qingtang transformed her flower plate into a gaping maw directed at Sun, who, startled, retreated several steps before barely regaining his composure. Goodness, you nearly frightened me to death. Why is your flower so terrifying? Aren't flowers supposed to be delicate? Sun gazed at Shen Qingtang, his tone laden with grievance. He had indeed been genuinely frightened, and his heart still raced with unease. Shen Qingtang was indifferent to the other person's psychological state. She resolutely spoke again. My name is Shen Qingtang. All right, then may I call you Qingtang from now on? Su Lingru, noticing the unhappy demeanor of the sunflower, hastily interjected. She did not intend to offend. Rather, she was also afraid. Afraid that one day she might truly perceive herself as merely a flower. She needed her name to remind herself that she was indeed human. She recalled the memories where she ultimately lost her humanity, believing herself to be a flower. Certainly, let us head to the heart of the desert now. I assure you, there's an abundance of treasures there, including meat. The mere thought of it made Shen Qingtang salivate. It had been quite some time since she had savored meat. Su Lingru looked at Jiang Yubai in astonishment, silently inquiring if Shen Qingtang was speaking the truth. Although Jiang Yubai was not particularly talkative, he was willing to clarify his teammates' doubts. Let's go see. All right, I understand, Su Lingru replied, sensing the likelihood of their fortune. The group was instantly filled with joy. The instant noodles they had consumed in the past few days had felt like a luxury, and if this continued, they would soon contemplate whether desert lizards were edible. Now, receiving such delightful news was enough to excite them. The group immediately set off with enthusiasm towards the center of the desert. Chapter 6. Gather supplies as they walked along the path. Shen Qingtang could not help but ask Jiang Yubai, do you truly believe what I have said? Are you not afraid of being deceived? Shen Qingtang pondered whether her allure was truly so profound that her words were beyond reproach. Jiang Yubai cast a sidelong glance at her, remaining silent. Shen Qingtang's voice, tinged with uncertainty, was sufficiently audible for Su-en and his companions to overhear. Su-en promptly approached her. "Ah, you've just arrived and are unaware. Our Baigu is quite formidable." However, Su-en did not elaborate on the specifics of his prowess. In response, a sharp retort flew towards Su-en. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, evading the attack with a deft twist. Jiang Yubai seized Shen Qingtang's blade, inspecting it closely, only to discover it was merely an ordinary knife, which instantly diminished his interest. "Oh, how cruel you are with your flower. I came with the intent to assist you with your inquiries, and this is how you repay my kindness?" Thankfully, I am quick on my feet. Su-en felt a strong urge to pluck away Shen Qingtang's petals, yet he recognized that he was no match for her, thus resorting to a more aggressive verbal stance. Nevertheless, Shen Qingtang remained unfazed. "What a joke. The only one here capable of standing against me is Jiang Yubai. Everyone else is utterly insignificant." Su-en felt a sting of disdain directed at him. He had proof of his worth, yet he could not contend with her. "We have arrived." Jiang Yubai's voice resonated calmly. The pair, one person and one flower, immediately turned their eager gazes forward. "This flower of yours is quite lacking. What resources could possibly be found in such a dilapidated hut?" Su-en observed the scene before him, feeling despondent, and did not miss the opportunity to take a jab at Shen Qingtang. Shen Qingtang was equally astonished. She was aware that Xiao and Mo possessed an abundance of supplies, yet the specifics eluded her. Could it be that she had truly misspoken? That seemed improbable. Just as the group began to harbor doubts, Jiang Yubai took the initiative and approached the dilapidated straw hut. Upon entering and surveying the interior, he forcefully stamped his foot on a particular spot of the ground. With a resounding crash, the entire floor collapsed beneath them. Fortunately, the individuals present were no ordinary folk. This minor collapse posed no threat to them whatsoever. As the dust settled, the group, taken aback, beheld the scene before them in utter disbelief. "Am I truly not dreaming? Shenyang, beach me," Su-en stammered in excitement, gazing at the bountiful array of food laid out before them. Shenyang and Su Lingruo were equally astonished, yet they reacted far more swiftly than Su-en, hastening to inspect the supplies. Jiang Yubai, though maintaining an air of calmness, concealed the depth of his astonishment within. He had previously employed his celestial sight and confirmed that Shen Qingtang had spoken the truth. However, he had not anticipated the sheer abundance of resources present. Consequently, his gaze towards Shen Qingtang shifted subtly. After his initial shock, Su-en immediately rushed towards the provisions. Ham, rice, canned goods, chocolate, an instant hot pot, milk. Su-en mumbled the items he clutched while salivating. Goodness, their fortune this time was truly remarkable. Jiang Yubai, overhearing Su-en's words, reflected on the events of the past few days. Indeed, the previous crystal core situation was one matter, while the current supplies presented an entirely different scenario. All these transformations had only commenced following Shen Qingtang's arrival. Recalling the string of misfortunes that had plagued their team, he pondered that perhaps retaining Shen Qingtang was a prudent decision after all. Shen Qingtang suddenly felt a jolt of unease, as if she were being scrutinized. She twirled her flower-patterned plate and glanced around, her gaze landing on Su-en and his companions, who were exuberantly packing their belongings. She couldn't help but shake her head, dismissing her apprehensions as mere overthinking. As for her reluctance to look at Jiang Yubai, she couldn't quite articulate the reason. Perhaps it was simply that he bore an uncanny resemblance to the archetype of a good person. "Brother Bai, what shall we do if our backpack cannot accommodate all these items?" Just moments ago, their excitement had led them to forget that they lacked spatial abilities. It was indeed peculiar. After years of surviving in this post-apocalyptic world, they had yet to encounter anyone with abilities akin to theirs. Most individuals possessed rather mundane powers: wind manipulation, wood control, healing, or spatial abilities, which were commonly depicted in novels. Their powers, however, felt reminiscent of the game Plants vs. Zombies. For instance, Su Lingru could conjure grenades at will. Despite their extensive research, they could not unravel the mechanics behind it, ultimately attributing it to the zombies' peculiarities. which seemed rather ordinary in their context. Shen Yang is even more like the pea shooter, constantly spitting peas from his mouth, though these are no ordinary peas. For common ones certainly couldn't kill zombies. As for Suin, with a single move, he conjures a shield wall. Initially, they had hoped to find answers, but eventually grew accustomed to being different. Perhaps they were destined to be saviors. Heroes, after all, are never quite like ordinary people. I might have a solution, Shen Qingtang remarked calmly. She had just discovered yet another ability, one absent from her memories. But now was not the time to dwell on it. So she set the matter aside for later. Her words immediately drew the attention of the others. Could plants awaken spatial abilities? That was their most immediate thought. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Shen Qingtang remained unruffled. I can enlarge myself and store things inside my stem. This idea had suddenly surfaced in her mind, and she had secretly tested it, confirming it worked before daring to speak. Otherwise, making a claim she couldn't fulfill would have been mortifying. After hearing her out, the group exchanged glances before Sue and finally spoke. Then, give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll figure something else out. His words were sincere, meant to spare her potential embarrassment. Yet Shen Qingtang took it as disdain. How could she tolerate that? Absolutely not. In the blink of an eye, the once overflowing stockpile of supplies vanished without a trace. Where did the supplies go? Suin wailed in despair at the empty space. The other two couldn't bear the spectacle. Su Lingrua stepped forward and clamped a hand over his mouth. So embarrassing. Truly, utterly embarrassing. That was Xinyang and Su Lingrua's shared thought. Chapter 7. A staggering quantity. Shen Qingtang quietly observed them frolicking for a while before leisurely speaking. Well, they are all within my body. Seeing his foolish expression, Shen Qingtang couldn't help but chuckle softly. Su Anhao seemed to realize his own silliness, scratching his head with a bashful smile. Qingtang, please don't tease me. Just tell me. Did I not mention? They're inside my body, specifically within the stalk. Rest assured, my stalk is quite clean, and there is ample space. Whatever you desire, just let me know, and I can retrieve it for you. The others exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with delight. This could certainly be considered a spatial ability. Although a decade had passed since the apocalypse, space manipulators remained a rare breed, typically found within large teams or military bases. It was almost unheard of for such individuals to wander alone. How extraordinarily fortunate they were, seeing that they remained silent. Shen Qingtang presumed they did not believe her, so she produced several more supplies to demonstrate her sincerity and prove she was not deceiving them. Observing her earnest efforts to validate herself, Jiang Yubai finally spoke up, inquiring about the total quantity. After pondering for a moment, Shen Qingtang finally grasped his intent, likely inquiring about the supplies. Uncertain, she ventured to ask, "Are you curious about the total amount of supplies I have received?" Jiang Yubai, maintaining his composure, nodded slightly. Instantly, Shen Qingtang's face lit up with delight, marveling at her own cleverness. In such a short span of time, she had managed to decipher his meaning from just a few words. Please wait a moment, I shall tally them up right away. Upon uttering these words, Shen Qingtang stood still, as if frozen in place. Suin, observing her demeanor, felt an irresistible urge to reach out and see if she would react. However, just as his hand extended, Jiang Yubai swiftly intervened, deftly swatting it away. Suin glanced at Jiang Yubai, unperturbed, merely grumbling inwardly. If you don't want to touch her, then just say so. No need to be aggressive. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts aloud. After a considerable pause, Shen Qingtang appeared to awaken from a reverie. Noticing the eager gazes of her companions, she cleared her throat before speaking. Ahem. I have calculated the supplies. There are 300 boxes of ham, 200 boxes of bread, 800 boxes of instant noodles, 900 pounds of rice, 100 cans of food, 600 boxes of chocolate, and a modest 100 boxes of milk, along with a small amount of jerky. Wow, that's an astonishing quantity. We can go quite some time without needing to forage for food, Suin exclaimed excitedly. Xinyang and Su Lingru exchanged a glance, both wearing expressions of disbelief. Although they had seen a considerable amount upon their arrival, it was only after Shen Qingtang revealed the specific quantity that they realized it was far beyond mere abundance. The sheer volume was sufficient to sustain them for an entire year without stepping outside. Truly, after so many years in this desolate world, it was their first encounter with such an extensive cache of supplies in such a barren locale. Their joy was so overwhelming that they struggled to articulate their feelings. Ultimately, it was Jiang Yubai, the most composed among them, who broke the silence. Accurate? Rest assured, it is absolutely precise. I stake my integrity on it. His declaration successfully captured the attention of the others. Observing the sunflower's boastful demeanor, they were tempted to remark, "You are but a flower. What integrity do you possess?" However, considering that all their possessions rested with Shen Qingtang, they shared a silent understanding and refrained from speaking. Jiang Yubai, rarely utilizing his clairvoyance, confirmed that Shen Qingtang had indeed spoken the truth and nodded in affirmation. The group understood this as Jiang Yubai's endorsement. Ah, am I truly not dreaming? I have resolved that from this day forth, I shall luxuriate here, waking to eat and sleeping after. Oh, it has been so long since I lived such a life. With Jiang Yubai's validation, Suan began to envision the splendid future that awaited him. After all, with such abundant resources, the few of them could endure for quite some time. However, no sooner had he voiced his thoughts than Shen Yang and Su Lingru delivered a sharp reprimand. You are as unambitious as ever. With so little, you wish to simply lie back? What if we encounter unforeseen troubles? You must learn to remain vigilant even in safety. Moreover, do you not remember why we came here? Shen Yang and Su Lingru simultaneously interrupted Su An's reverie, glancing at Jiang Yubai, who appeared despondent due to their actions. Suan felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. I apologize. I was simply overwhelmed with joy, he murmured. Let us take a few days to rest, Jiang Yubai suggested calmly. The group pondered the abundance of food they possessed and the desolate surroundings, concluding that a brief respite was indeed warranted. They began to praise Jiang Yubai, with Suan exclaiming, "Brother Bai remains as composed as ever," while Shen Yang, ever practical, nodded in agreement. Very well, let us rest properly. Finally, Su Lingru added quietly, I shall follow Brother Bai's lead. After reaching a consensus, they set about cleaning the underground chamber, desiring to make their temporary abode as tidy as possible. Jiang Yubai had inadvertently damaged the floor earlier, leaving it covered in dust and debris. The trio worked harmoniously, swiftly restoring order to their surroundings. Upon surveying the refreshed underground space, smiles of contentment illuminated their faces. They had long forgotten the comfort of such cleanliness and stability. Since departing from the base, they had endured the hardships of life on the move, ever vigilant against zombies and unsavory individuals, which had left them utterly exhausted. Indeed, Brother Bai spoke the truth. The desert, despite its scarcity of resources, offered a reprieve from the threats of the living dead and unsavory characters. Just the thought of their recent bounty made the desert seem like paradise. Tonight, we shall indulge in a hot pot feast to celebrate our fortunes and harvest, Suan declared, invigorated after a brief rest. Shen Yang and Su Lingru both turned their gazes towards Jiang Yubai. Excitedly, Suan dashed to Jiang Yubai's side, eagerly watching the sunflowers that always surrounded him. Qingtang, did you hear that? Brother Bai mentioned we would have hot pot tonight. Shen Qingtang felt that Suan was becoming increasingly shameless. It was he who had originally made the statement, yet he insisted it was Jiang Yubai who had said it. Chapter 8. A sense of misjudgment once again, however, since Jiang Yubai himself bore no ill will, she naturally refrained from being overly outspoken. Well then, what ingredients do you require? I'm quite curious to see how you intend to prepare a hot pot with such items. Ham, instant noodles, canned goods, and milk. Suan listed the ingredients he desired, and Shen Qingtang, not one to dawdle, promptly gathered what he requested. Though it was not their first encounter, Suan still felt a thrill of excitement. After all, they were to become spatial ability users as well. Just the thought filled him with joy. Picking up the ingredients from the ground, he retrieved a small pot from his backpack and began his preparations. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the basement. Tantalizing and delectable. Shen Qingtang twisted her body and shifted closer to Suan, gazing at the food simmering in the pot. She let out a sound of admiration. To her surprise, despite his incessant chatter, The dishes he prepared were indeed quite delectable. Of course, he replied, unable to suppress his pride. You should consider who it is. Suin was the sort of person who, with the slightest compliment, would puff up with self-importance, especially since he perceived Shen Qingtang's remark as praise. Thus, in a surge of excitement, he filled a plate to the brim with food and eagerly extended it towards her. Remained silent, sensing that Suin was being deliberately provocative, seemingly in retaliation for her earlier remark about his verbosity. Just as the atmosphere threatened to become tense, Jiang Yubai approached with an air of calm, gracefully taking the bowl from Suin's hands. At that moment, Suin's fevered thoughts began to settle. Oh dear, he realized. He had been overly zealous and had momentarily forgotten that Shen Qingtang was not one to indulge in extravagant delicacies. Embarrassed, he rubbed the back of his head and, with utmost sincerity, addressed Shen Qingtang. I must apologize. My earlier behavior was unintentional. I simply became too excited, for it has been quite some time since I have received such compliments. Shen Qingtang, feeling a twinge of remorse for previously suspecting the other party of seeking revenge, reflected on her own foolishness. With such a simple-minded demeanor, it was unlikely that they could orchestrate any ill intentions. It's all right, I understand, she murmured before gradually moving closer to Jiang Yubai. Compared to the naive Suin, she preferred to remain in the company of Jiang Yubai, who was undeniably a golden support. She feared that prolonged interaction with Suin might diminish her own intellect. Suin, puzzled by Shen Qingtang's sudden departure, wondered why their conversation had been so enjoyable only moments before. Eventually, it was Su Lingruo who couldn't stand the ambiguity and gathered with Shenyang, and the three of them cheerfully indulged in instant noodle hot pot. Ah, this was truly life. Indeed, only delicious food could heal all wounds. Listening to Suin's musings, the others remained silent. Suin had always been carefree, devoid of cunning, easily finding joy in the simplest of matters. Meanwhile, Shen Qingtang observed Jiang Yubai, unable to suppress her contemplation. Looking at their present state, they appeared to be a contented group, yet she wondered why the memory she had seen depicted them as villains. This remained an unsolved mystery. Nevertheless, now that she was intertwined with them, she would eventually uncover the truth. Having resolved these thoughts, Shen Qingtang cast the matter aside. Once the group had satisfied their hunger, they prepared to rest. Suddenly, Jiang Yubai stood up, sensing something amiss. However, as he rose, that strange feeling dissipated. The others, initially ready to relax, instantly grew alert at Jiang Yubai's abrupt action, instinctively gravitating towards him. Brother Bai, is something wrong? Shenyang swiftly approached Jiang Yubai's side, and with a resounding clatter, several shield walls were hurled forth, encircling the group within. This had become their instinctive strategy over the years, regardless of the presence of danger. They would first deploy the shield walls to secure a safer position. Su Lingruo and Suin also assumed their attacking stances. He naturally understood the underlying reason. His sudden rise and contemplative demeanor invariably signaled trouble. They had cultivated this habit. However, this time, an unexpected turn of events did indeed arise. It's nothing. I sensed a mistake, Suin translated, recalling Bai Ji's reassurance that all was well. Both Shenyang and Su Lingru revealed expressions of astonishment. This seemed to be the first instance where Jiang Yubai admitted to feeling mistaken. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. However, prior to encountering the radiant Shen Qingtang, Jiang Yubai had also exhibited unusual behavior, albeit it went unnoticed in the end. Could it be that another individual akin to Shen Qingtang had emerged? Jiang Yubai appeared to contemplate this notion, sensing a striking similarity between this feeling and the previous one. He distinctly perceived something amiss, yet upon closer scrutiny, he found no clarity, a most peculiar situation. Consequently, he directed his gaze toward Shen Qingtang, who was taken aback by the collective attention of those around her. Hey, why are you all looking at me like that? I haven't committed any wrongdoing. No, please do not misunderstand. We merely find this strange. Brother Bai has never been wrong in his feelings before, yet he was mistaken upon meeting you, and now again. Suin felt that Shen Qingtang was akin to their benefactor, prompting him to speak without a second thought. Shenyang and Sulingru cast him a sharp glance. This individual truly lacked discretion, voicing every thought that crossed his mind. Bai Ji's abilities were not to be trifled with. They quickly turned their attention back to Jiang Yubai, and upon observing his perpetually expressionless demeanor, they finally exhaled a sigh of relief. From now on, they must certainly advise Su to refrain from uttering every thought aloud, lest he encounter those repugnant individuals. Upon hearing the words, Shen Qingtang was momentarily taken aback, but soon she spoke up. "Why do you look at me like that? Honestly, you mentioned that once there was a misperception. Isn't it entirely reasonable for there to be a second occasion?" Surprisingly, her statement seemed to resonate with the others. Fortunately, it was Su Lingrua who regained her composure first. "Qingtang, we merely wish to inquire if there are others like you. Previously, because of you, we wondered if this time it could be that your kind has appeared, which is why Brother Bai feels nothing." Su Lingrua's words were evidently met with agreement from the other two. They had been contemplating the same notion, though they had not voiced it until now. Shen Qingtang has always held a favorable impression of those who are willing to converse with her earnestly. Thus, she promptly adjusted her demeanor, taking a moment to genuinely feel the atmosphere around her. To avoid any misjudgment, she took the precaution of immersing herself in the experience several times. Ultimately, she felt assured enough to speak. Chapter 9. The scene before us. Rest assured, there are no kindred spirits of mine here. Upon hearing her words, the group felt even more uneasy. If there were indeed like-minded individuals, they could have simply allowed her to proceed. Given that they all belonged to the same kind, it was possible that they could have even gained an additional ally. Shen Qingtang gazed at the expressions of disappointment on the faces of a few individuals after they heeded her words, feeling quite perplexed. "Why do you wear such expressions? Do you truly yearn to encounter someone my kind?" Shen Qingtang inquired with a sense of vigilance, pondering whether her status would be jeopardized if that were indeed the case. No, juve misunderstood, su lingru hurriedly interjected. Having discerned the subtle emotions Shen Qingtang struggled to conceal within her words. After glancing at Su Lingru, Shen Qingtang felt reassured that the other would not deceive her, which brought her joy. Just as she prepared to articulate further thoughts, an unexpected rigidity overtook her entire being. "What is wrong? Hey, are you all right?" Suan reached out, intending to shake Shen Qingtang, but was swiftly thwarted by Jiang Yubai, who deftly intervened. The group stood in astonishment, gazing at the suddenly stiffened sunflower, unable to comprehend the sudden transformation of Shen Qingtang from animated conversation to a state reminiscent of a corpse. Jiang Yubai scrutinized the flower in his hand, even resorting to activating his celestial vision, yet found nothing amiss. This was perplexing. There should be nothing beyond the scope of his celestial sight, except for Shen Qingtang, who had always been an anomaly. Perceiving Jiang Yubai's perplexity, Su Lingru quickly spoke up. "Brother Bai, what's wrong? Is it dead? What will happen to our supplies? I should have had it retrieve the supplies earlier." She playfully punched Su Un for his earlier comment. Feeling the weight of Su Lingru's reproach, Su Un's face flushed crimson. His initial concern for the supplies stemmed from his hunger-induced panic. Though he initially saw nothing wrong in his thought process, he felt somewhat embarrassed after Su Lingru's remarks. "Yes, I apologize. You know I often speak without thinking." Su Lingru shot him an exasperated glance before turning to Jiang Yubai. "Brother Bai, is Qingtang all right? Did you discern anything?" Jiang Yubai shook his head in confusion, indicating he had seen nothing unusual. Su Lingru contemplated this, realizing it wasn't entirely surprising, as Jiang Yubai had been unable to perceive Shen Qingtang's situation from the outset. Thus, it seemed rather normal this time as well. After a moment's reflection, she suggested, "Brother Bai, perhaps you should refrain from using that ability too often." She noted Jiang Yubai's noticeably pale complexion. They were well aware that his power, while formidable, exacted a toll on his health. Yet, Jiang Yubai had always been reluctant to heed their concerns, leaving them feeling powerless. Understood. Acknowledging the care of his teammates, Jiang Yubai reluctantly forced out those two words, affirming that he had indeed taken their words to heart. Hearing those familiar words, Su Lingru fell silent. Every time they spoke of Jiang Yubai, he would utter those same two words. Yet, in practice, he continued to utilize his abilities as he pleased. Seeing her persuasion yield no effect, She shifted her focus back to the still rigid sunflower. Just as the group was engulfed in perplexity, unsure of how to proceed, the sunflower stirred. Though it was merely a subtle movement, all eyes were fixated upon it. After what felt like an eternity, as their eyes began to ache from staring, the sunflower gradually began to move, slowly regaining its former lively demeanor. Shen Qingtang swayed her body and opened her eyes, only to find several individuals gazing at her with predatory intent. Instantly, she felt a surge of anxiety and spoke up. "Why are you looking at me like that? As if you intend to devour me? You nearly terrified us to death. Do you realize? We were genuinely worried about you." Suin's voice was filled with palpable urgency. However, Shen Qingtang discerned an underlying meaning in his words. "Are you truly concerned for my well-being? Or is it that you fear my demise would deprive you of your sustenance?" Suin's face turned crimson in an instant. It was indeed quite embarrassing to have one's falsehood exposed. Ultimately, it was Su Lingruo who intervened, rescuing Suin from the awkwardness. "Qingtang, what has transpired? Speak freely, and let us see if we can assist you." Shen Qingtang held a favorable impression of Su Lingruo, regarding her as quite dependable. However, upon recalling the individual she had encountered earlier, she found herself in a quandary, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Should she confess that she was once a person in life, only to die and transform into a sunflower, becoming the protagonist's golden finger, destined to be sought after by all? Surely, they would deem her a deceiver. Shaking her head, she dismissed this notion. Su Lingruo observed as the sunflower, after absorbing her words, remained silent for a moment before vehemently shaking its head. She feared that the fervent motion might dislodge its petals. Just as she prepared to intervene and halt Shen Qingtang's self-destructive behavior, Shen Qingtang finally came to a halt and spoke. "Let us depart from this place at once. Do not inquire as to why. After all, we are all in this together. I assure you, I will not bring you any harm." Shen Qingtang's words were indeed imbued with sincerity. However, one must provide a reason. As you have observed over these past few days, we have endured numerous trials to arrive at this place. Even if we are to depart, it is essential that we rest for several days. Leaving without proper recuperation could lead to unforeseen circumstances, and should we be in a weakened state? Su Lingru refrained from voicing her thoughts. Yet Shen Qingtang understood the sentiment she wished to convey. Su Lingru's reasoning held merit. Despite their outward composure, they had indeed been fatigued and required a period of rest. Nevertheless, recalling the scene she had witnessed earlier, Shen Qingtang felt that resting here was not a prudent decision. After all, if her memories served her correctly, the so-called protagonist was now approaching this very location. In truth, she remained perplexed about her current situation. Initially, she believed it to be a mere dream, yet upon awakening, fragments of memories began to resurface intermittently. Wasn't the notion of a protagonist something that existed solely within the confines of a novel? She felt utterly disoriented. Chapter 10. An ominous presence suddenly. Jiang Yubai sensed a surge of chaotic and violent energy. He looked down quizzically at the sunflower in his hand. The force emanated from it. Although he was uncertain of the cause, he recognized that this flower represented their current source of sustenance. Thus he spoke, awakened. The cool, succinct words penetrated Shen Qingtang's consciousness, pulling her from her previous state of confusion and disarray. She glanced at Jiang Yubai and smiled, deciding that overthinking was futile. They would navigate challenges as they arose. She acknowledged her earlier unease, and thus resolved to let go of her overthinking. Jiang Yubai regarded Shen Qingtang, who had distorted the flower's petals into a gaping maw adorned with an eerie grin, and remained silent. The others, however, did not share such a tranquil disposition. First among them was the boisterous Suin, who exclaimed, "Shen Qingtang, you have gone too far, even if we did not heed your advice. There was no need to frighten us so. Are you not aware of how terrifying this is?" Shen Qingtang felt utterly innocent. All she wished was to express her gratitude through a simple smile. How peculiar these individuals were, as not a single one seemed capable of comprehending her intentions. Although Su Lingru did not voice her thoughts, it was evident that she agreed with Suin's remarks, as did another named Shenyang. Consequently, The three of them discreetly distanced themselves from Shen Qingtang. Shen Qingtang was feeling a bit emotional. However, she believed herself to be a kind-hearted individual, so she spoke again to offer her counsel. I speak the truth. You should heed my words. Let's leave this place at once, or else unfortunate events may unfold. Shen Qingtang was genuinely anxious. She held a fondness for these individuals and did not wish for their demise in this place. The formidable antagonist, Jin Daitue, was not as invincible as she had envisioned in her dreams, and she feared they might not be able to contend with the heroine. What do you think, Brother Bai? Su Lingrua discerned the urgency in Shen Qingtang's tone, sensing that she might indeed possess some knowledge. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Yubai observed the sunflower in his hand, reflecting the urgency within him, and then felt the strength coursing through his body. Finally, he spoke softly, "Let us go." With Jiang Yubai's words, the others had no further objections. They hastily gathered their belongings, casting a reluctant glance at the place they had just tidied, a sense of longing evident in their eyes. Shen Qingtang could hardly bear to witness their current state. Why are you all so lacking in ambition? If only you were capable, there would be ample places for you to reside in the future. Truly, you exhibit no semblance of aspiration. Her words rendered Su-en and the others momentarily speechless. It was evident that they were not of this world, utterly oblivious to the hardships of their present existence. Remarkably, Su-en refrained from retorting, which caught Shen Qingtang's attention, prompting her to observe him more closely. Before long, they departed from the heart of the desert, halting only when Shen Qingtang deemed the location suitable. As they gazed upon the endless expanse of golden sand, a pang of discomfort tightened within Su-en's chest, yet he chose not to reveal his feelings. Instead, he approached Jiang Yubai with a cheerful demeanor, eyeing the sunflower in Zhang's grasp. Is this a land of fortune? Surely it must be abundant in resources. If Shen Qingtang were human now, she would undoubtedly shoot him a disdainful glance. However, she is not, and lacks eyes to perform such a challenging gesture. Thus, she could only respond with a fierce tone, stating, "Indeed, this is a land of fortune, where everything you desire exists. Only that which you cannot conceive is absent." Su-en replied, "You are rather stingy. I was merely jesting. You truly cannot take a joke." Shen Qingtang was so enraged that smoke seemed to emanate from her very being. This was no mere expression of anger. It was as if smoke truly billowed forth from her body. Su-en, witnessing this phenomenon, was even more exhilarated. "Wow, Shen Qingtang, you are truly remarkable. How is it that you can produce smoke? Do it again." Shen Qingtang could no longer contain herself. Damn it, how foolish. She then hurled a flower pot towards Jiang Yubai. It was better to focus on Jiang Yubai. Otherwise, she would inevitably be driven to her wit's end. Noticing that Shen Qingtang was ignoring him, Su-en could only sulkily make his way over to Su Lingrua and the others, muttering under his breath about how Shen Qingtang was truly not one to be trifled with. Fortunately, Shen Qingtang was not watching in that direction. Otherwise, she would have surely fumed once more. She gazed at Jiang Yubai and couldn't help but inquire, "What made you believe my words and choose to leave?" In truth, when she had asked them to depart, it would have been perfectly reasonable if they had refused, considering she had said nothing prior and had suddenly demanded their departure. Confidence, such a simple word, yet entirely unrelated to her question. Shen Qingtang found herself at a loss for words. What kind of temperament did Jiang Yubai possess? Would he eventually transform into a villain merely due to his inability to articulate himself and inadvertently offend others? Shen Qingtang truly felt this way. However, after Jiang Yubai uttered those two words, he began to gaze into the distance, entirely unconcerned whether Shen Qingtang could comprehend his meaning. Shen Qingtang was truly tormented, for it was hardly appropriate to summon Su-en to translate for her. Thus, she began to ponder the intricate connection between these two characters and their willingness to depart. After much contemplation, she finally arrived at a somewhat plausible interpretation. "What you mean is that you have confidence I would not deceive you. Indeed, your thoughts in this regard are also valid." Shen Qingtang inexplicably discerned a few words from his gaze. "You are overthinking." Fell silent once more, resolute in her belief that if the simple-minded Su-en could comprehend the intentions of Jiang Yubai, then surely she could as well. Thus, she became even more determined to confront these two words. After a considerable pause, she spoke again. I understand now. Do you think highly of yourself, believing that you have nothing to fear, even if I were to deceive you? Shen Qingtang felt a sense of pride, convinced that her intuition was undoubtedly correct this time. After all, the essence of confidence can be encapsulated in this very sentiment. At this moment, Jiang Yubai surprisingly nodded, affirming that her conjecture was indeed accurate. Shen Qingtang felt a surge of joy, realizing her own cleverness. However, she was taken aback by Jiang Yubai's unexpected confidence. Was there something she was unaware of? Perhaps Jiang Yubai possessed abilities far beyond his outward demeanor. After all, it was unlikely that a villain could be an ordinary individual. Just as she was about to inquire further, an ominous aura enveloped her, rendering her entire being rigid. Chapter 11. The protagonist appears before long. She understood the source of her foreboding. Hey, hand over the flower beside you. A crisp voice rang out, and Shen Qingtang turned toward the sound. Ah, this was indeed the protagonist she had encountered in her dreams. How could she be here? Hadn't she distanced herself from the place where her identity was discovered? Songyu, noticing her words went unacknowledged, quickly grew displeased, feeling that her luck had taken a turn for the worse. First, her flower had been stolen, and now her supplies were gone, inciting her fury. Zhao Yi, observing Song Yu's anger, promptly approached her. Jiang Yubai, what a coincidence to find you here. That flower next to you belongs to Song Yu. You should return it. Su In and the others had already gathered around Jiang Yubai upon sensing the arrival of others. Hearing Zhao Yi's words, they were astounded by his audacity. What did he mean that Brother Bai's flower belonged to that woman? This flower was clearly their prized possession. Would they willingly relinquish it? Naturally not. Su In swiftly summoned several shield walls, encircling his companions before leisurely speaking. TSK, Zhao Yi, have some dignity. Brother by ISNT holding this against you. Yet you truly believe you have any standing here? How amusing. It's been a while, and you remain just the same. Su In, the loudspeaker for Jiang Yubai. Zhao Yi's words dripped with sarcasm, but Su In felt no shame in being Jiang Yubai's herald. Observing his proud demeanor, Zhao Yi felt as though his fist would merely sink into cotton. Song Yu pulled Zhao Yi aside, taking a few steps forward. Addressing Jiang Yubai, who was surrounded, she insisted, Hey, I'm talking to you. Hand over that flower. It's mine. Finally, Jiang Yubai acknowledged Song Yu with a fleeting glance before promptly averting his gaze. Was there anything more infuriating than such indifference? Suddenly, a massive green vine shot toward Jiang Yubai. Shen Qingtang swiftly unleashed her lightning blades, slicing through the vine. Bang! 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 The severed vine fell to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Jiang Yubai glanced at Shen Qingtang, who was shielding him, feeling a warmth in his heart. This flower was indeed quite protective, though he hardly regarded the individuals before him. You are my flower. How dare you strike at me? Song Yu exclaimed, exasperated as she gazed at the remnants of the vine strewn about, seething with anger. How had her tardiness led to such a predicament? Who said I belong to you? I am Jiang Yubai's. Shen Qingtang spoke with unwavering confidence. She was now carrying the entirety of Jiang Yubai and their associates' fortunes, and she firmly believed they would never betray her. I have declared that you are mine, and thus you belong to me. Apart from this statement, Song Yuhao had nothing else to utter. Shen Qingtang cast a sidelong glance at her, silently lamenting how foolish her dream self had been. With such a dull-witted demeanor as Song Yu's, how could she have allowed herself to be sliced apart? Why had she not fled at the earliest opportunity? The more she pondered, the more she felt that her previous dream encounters were utterly unreliable. After all, she could not possibly be that naive. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she suddenly felt a warm touch emanating from her flower vase. Lifting her gaze, she beheld Jiang Yubai gently caressing it, as though he feared startling her. Wake up! How could Jiang Yubai possibly be that kind of person? He was the sort who might not utter a word for an entire day. Shen Qingtang hastily shook her head, dispelling the unrealistic notions that had crept into her thoughts. Song Yu observed Jiang Yubai, who appeared indifferent to her and her flower, and exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Yi beside her. Since reasoning had proven ineffective, they would have to resort to more forceful measures. Yet, before they made a move, she addressed Su Un and his companions, inquiring, "Have you previously ventured to the heart of the desert? Did you take any supplies from there?" Given that Jiang Yubai's group was the only other presence in the vicinity, Song Yu's suspicions were entirely justified. The thought of having arrived here by some unseen guidance, only to leave empty-handed, filled her with fury. Su Un and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of understanding. No wonder Shen Qingtang had been so eager to hasten their departure. She must have feared encountering Song Yu's group. Supplies in the heart of the desert. Why had they not mentioned it sooner? The group displayed astonishment, as if this revelation had just dawned upon them. Song Yu scrutinized them for a considerable time, discerning that none were lying. Upon further inspection of their surroundings, which were conspicuously barren, it seemed unlikely they could be concealing supplies. She immediately signaled to Zhao Yi, who nodded in response and charged forward first. Being a power-based ability user, Jiang Yubai and his group were currently well protected behind a shield wall. Zhao Yi approached and landed a punch against the shield wall, swiftly followed by his companions, who began to thrust their golden, energy-formed blades into it. Su Lingrao and Shun Yang also sprang into action, launching grenades and peas relentlessly towards Song Yu's group. Shen Qingtang remained vigilant, her gaze fixed intently upon the battlefield. She promptly hurled her lightning blades at any of Su En's companions who appeared to be at a disadvantage. With Shen Qingtang's involvement, Su En and his comrades found themselves considerably more at ease. Observing that her side was no match for Jiang Yubai's team, Song Yu's expression darkened. She approached Zhao Yi and whispered into his ear, "You cannot defeat them. We must retreat." He was perplexed. They had yet to exert their full strength. And had Song Yu not expressed an unwavering desire for that flower? He had heard her speak of it at length during their journey, mentioning that it awaited her and possessed great power that could aid her. "Trust me, when I say we must go, we must go." Noticing Zhao Yi's reluctance to move, Song Yu reiterated her command, inwardly lamenting his stubbornness. Realizing that Song Yu was genuinely intent on abandoning the flower, Zhao Yi began to fight while retreating, swiftly vacating the fray. Once he saw his teammates following suit, he finally found the opportunity to question Song Yu. His tone was laced with impatience. Were it not for Song Yu's fortunate lineage and remarkable father, they would not be accompanying this fool on such a venture. Chapter 12. Jiang Yubai's abilities. Since when did it become your place to question my affairs? You need only heed my commands. Song Yu clearly regarded Zhao Yi and his companions with disdain, believing them to be utterly useless. Were it not for her desire to conceal certain matters, she would not require these ineffectual individuals for her protection. Reflecting on her earlier actions, a triumphant smile graced her lips. Zhao Yi, taken aback by Song Yu's sudden smirk, felt utterly bewildered. Yet, recalling the instructions given to him upon their arrival, that he should simply follow Song Yu's lead, he ultimately said nothing. "Very well. Let the young lady have her way." With this realization, Zhao Yi turned to Song Yu, his expression now devoid of emotion. Meanwhile, Jiang Yubai and his companions found themselves in a dire predicament. Faced with a vast horde of zombies, Su En and his comrades were left in shock. He sensed something unusual about this wave of undead, though he could not ascertain the cause. Fight! Su En swiftly comprehended. Now was not the time for inquiries. The foremost priority was to eliminate these zombies. The sheer number of foes rendered his shield wall less effective, forcing him to rely on his companions. Su Lingrao threw grenades one after another, her aim remarkably precise, each toss resulting in a zombie's head exploding spectacularly. In Shenyang, the peas burst forth with a continuous sputtering sound, resembling an unending spray, with just a few peas transforming into a singular zombie. Shen Qingtang glanced around, observing that everyone was exerting themselves vigorously, which prompted her to hasten the pace at which she unleashed her lightning blades. Such an extraordinary ability demanded immense stamina. Before long, Su Lingrao and her companions began to feel the strain, yet they were reluctant to allow Jiang Yubai to intervene until the very last moment. To conceal their exhaustion from him, they summoned the latent strength within their bodies. However, Jiang Yubai was no fool. He could discern their impending fatigue. As he observed the relentless tide of zombies advancing towards them, he furrowed his brow, readying himself to take action when he unexpectedly noticed the refreshed demeanor of Su Lingruo and her group. Shen Qingtang observed as Su Lingruo and her companions regained their abilities, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. Moments earlier, she had witnessed them on the verge of exhausting their powers, with zombies relentlessly surging toward them. In a rush, she employed the skill she had glimpsed in her dreams, never anticipating its successful execution. As she beheld the small suns emanating from her, swiftly merging into the bodies of Su Lingruo and her group, it appeared as though they had received a potent boost. Their abilities were instantly revitalized, rendering them even more formidable against the encroaching undead. At that moment, Jiang Yubai finally discerned the anomaly. His celestial vision allowed him to perceive everything, and as Shen Qingtang unleashed the small suns once more, he beheld the truth. Jiang Yubai was genuinely astonished. He had not anticipated that this seemingly diminutive sunflower beside him wielded such remarkable power. No wonder the woman named Song Yu sought to possess it. He regarded Shen Qingtang with a profound gaze, lost in contemplation. However, before he could ponder further, he noticed an influx of zombies advancing toward their position. He realized there was no time to waste. Although the small suns provided by Shen Qingtang ensured that Su Lingruo and her companions would not deplete their powers, continuing in this manner was not a sustainable solution. Yet, despite their reluctance and desire to prevent Jiang Yubai from exerting his own strength, the relentless tide of zombies rendered their protests unvoiced. Shen Qingtang looked at Su Lingruo and the others, puzzled, as they gathered around her. Just as she was about to inquire about something, she suddenly felt an immense pressure enveloping her. In that fleeting moment, the wind stilled, and the cries of the zombies faded into silence, leaving only a dark and indistinct expanse. Just when Shen Qingtang was anxious to ask a question, that suffocating sensation abruptly vanished. They found themselves in an unfamiliar city. Thud! Before she could discern their location, the sound of something heavy hitting the ground reached her ears. Suan was frantically trying to help Jiang Yubai back on his feet. You all know that every time Brother Bai uses this ability, he ends up fainting. Why doesn't anyone ever brace it beforehand? Honestly, I always have to remind you, Su Lingruo complained, her tone laced with irritation at the predictability of the situation. Suan retorted, it's easy for you to say that. Why don't you do it yourself? When Brother Bai employs this method, we can't touch him. By the time we can see him again, we have no idea where we'll end up. Isn't it natural to be caught off guard? Shen Qingtang grasped the situation from their exchange. No wonder Jiang Yubai seldom took action. It turned out he only did so as a last resort, and this ability evidently came with side effects. After Su and helped Jiang Yubai to his feet, he finally had a moment to survey their surroundings. After a prolonged examination, he reluctantly concluded that this was not a place they were familiar with. This is rather peculiar, he mused. During our time at the base, we visited nearly every city for missions. Here, you feel like you've never seen it before, right? Su Lingruo observed Su An's expression and understood he shared her sentiment. Su An nodded, glancing at Shen Yang, wondering if he might recognize it. Upon raising his head, Shen Yang found himself under the scrutiny of his teammates' expectant gazes. He surveyed the area, feeling a vague sense of familiarity that eluded his memory. Finally, he could only respond with resignation. Rest assured, we are undoubtedly still in our own country. Although I can't recall where this is, I am certain I have been here before. Su An and Su Lingruo exchanged glances, sensing that Shen Yang's statement was somewhat unhelpful. However, this wasn't the moment for such concerns. Since they had confirmed they were still within their homeland, their foremost priority was to find a place to settle down. After all, Jiang Yubai had been in this state for several days. They certainly couldn't just support him while wandering aimlessly. Chapter 13. Taking refuge in the territory of level 10 zombies follow me. Shen Qingtang's sudden voice captured the attention of the group. They exchanged uncertain glances, unsure if they should heed her suggestion. Ultimately, it was Su Lingruo who stepped forward, addressing Shen Qingtang with a sincere inquiry. Can we trust you? Shen Qingtang, taken aback by the question, found herself at a loss for words, observing the curious gazes of the others upon her. She could only let out a silent sigh before finally speaking. Rest assured, we are all in this together. I would never betray you. After a moment of contemplation, Su Lingru seemed to acknowledge the validity of Shen Qingtang's words. Thus, the group resolved to follow her lead. Shen Qingtang gazed at the three individuals accompanying her, along with the unconscious Jiang Yubai, and profoundly felt grateful that they had encountered her. Had they encountered someone with ill intentions, she believed these individuals might have been left in utter ruin. Soon, they arrived at the safe location Shen Qingtang had mentioned. Are you certain this place is safe, Qingtang? Su Lingru's tone was unusually laced with skepticism as she looked at the towering skyscrapers before them. Were it not for their trust in Jiang Yubai, they would not have been so readily inclined to believe Shen Qingtang's words. Rest assured, this is temporarily the safest place. Shen Qingtang did not speak in absolutes. This place is indeed the safest in the entire city at present. She estimated that for the next 10 days to half a month, no perilous events would transpire. As for what lies beyond that, she could not guarantee. However, by then, Jiang Yubai would have awakened, and surely there would be no cause for fear, right? At least for the time being? Su Lingru discerned the inconsistencies in Shen Qingtang's words and directly inquired. Oh, please refrain from probing too deeply. If you do not hasten your entrance, you might find it impossible to enter later. As soon as Shen Qingtang's words fell, the distant roars of zombies echoed through the air. Just by the sound alone, one could imagine the multitude of undead lurking nearby. Thus, the group hastily abandoned their inquiries and swiftly assisted Jiang Yubai into the building. Upon reaching the hall and no longer hearing the ominous sounds, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, though it was evident that their relaxation had come too soon. Soon enough, the chilling growls of zombies returned, and this time, they were decidedly closer. Just as they prepared to engage in battle, they suddenly realized that the zombies were merely wandering outside the edifice, with none daring to enter. Confusion painted their expressions. Eventually, it was Shen Qingtang who could no longer bear their bewildered appearance, and she spoke slowly now. Do you believe my words? I told you this place is the safest. Had you delayed even a moment longer, you would have found yourselves outside, battling the undead. In this instance, Shen Qingtang had indeed saved them. The group expressed their heartfelt gratitude, saying in unison, "Thank you. We shall not question your words again." This encounter had indeed been perilous. Had they hesitated even slightly, they would have been embroiled in a desperate struggle against the zombies. Observing the relief on their faces, Shen Qingtang smiled before revealing a crucial piece of information. However, do not rejoice too soon. Is there still an issue? Su Lingru, noting Shen Qingtang's evident hesitation, could not help but inquire. Shen Qingtang was taken aback by Su Lingru's unexpected sensitivity. Nevertheless, she believed that certain matters must eventually be articulated. In truth, this place could not be deemed entirely safe. Previously, she sensed that there were no zombies daring to venture in, though the rationale eluded her. Upon entering, however, she discovered that this was a territory dominated by level 10 zombies, albeit the creatures were currently absent. The group, who had just felt a fleeting sense of security, now realized that their earlier expressions of gratitude had been premature. They had considered Shen Qingtang commendable, believing she had not betrayed their trust, only to receive a jarring wake-up call. Observing their incredulous expressions, Shen Qingtang hastened to speak again. Yet, compared to the outside world, this place is indeed the safest. Do you understand? The zombies lurking outside are of level 8 and 9. Facing their scrutinizing gazes, Shen Qingtang felt a pang of trepidation and spoke once more. The tension that had gripped the group eased slightly as they contemplated her words. Suan even ventured to the entrance of the building to witness the zombies surrounding the door for himself. Upon seeing them, he was utterly convinced of Shen Qingtang's assertions. The zombies outside were indeed, as she described, levels 8 and 9, and their current capabilities rendered a safe escape impossible, especially with the unconscious Jiang Yubai among them. I apologize. We should not have doubted you. Suan expressed remorse for his fleeting moment of skepticism, with Su Lingruo and Shen Yang quickly following suit in their apologies. Shen Qingtang gently shook her flower plate, indicating that she bore no grudge against them. After all, It is only natural for anyone to harbor doubts upon hearing her previous remarks. Please take the time to rest well before resuming your tasks, she suggested kindly. Shen Qingtang naturally began to arrange a few people. Upon hearing Shen Qingtang's words, Su Lingru intended to inquire about the task at hand, only to witness her dashing over to Jiang Yubai's side, obediently standing there like a guardian deity. Ultimately, she swallowed the question that had risen to her lips, exchanged a few words with Su and then took a rest with Shenyang. Although Shen Qingtang had assured them that the area was safe, they still preferred to have someone on guard to monitor the situation. Observing the obedient demeanor of everyone, Shen Qingtang felt quite satisfied and closed her eyes, preparing to rest for a while, as she had expended considerable energy that day. While they enjoyed a moment of tranquility on the other side, Song Yu was fuming with rage. In her imagination, she had envisioned a solitary flower awaiting her, one that she could effortlessly pick and take away. However, the reality before her was unfathomable. The place was utterly barren. There was not even a bone left behind. The wind stirred up clouds of yellow dust, obscuring her vision. I will search until I unearth it. There is no way they could have vanished into thin air. Chapter 14. Slaying the zombies one by one. What are we searching for? Zhao Yi queried, puzzled by Song Yu's sudden outburst. Song Yu cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Yi, gritting her teeth as she replied, "Who else but that man who took my flower?" Zhao Yi found this even more perplexing. "But didn't you say we couldn't defeat them, which is why we retreated? So what now?" Song Yu responded with a swift kick to Zhao Yi's backside, sending him stumbling forward, which provided her some relief. Zhao Yi, feeling both anger and humiliation, could only endure this indignity and turned to command the others to follow Song Yu's instructions. Gazing into the distance, Song Yu was filled with uncertainty. This shouldn't be. When she left, she had summoned hundreds of zombies, including several level 9 ones. There was no way those individuals should still be alive. Was it Jiang Yubai she was referring to? The following day, observing the refreshed and evidently well-rested group, Shen Qingtang seized the moment to speak. "It seems you all have rested well, so it is time to commence our tasks." The group responded with bewilderment, their expressions reflecting confusion. Despite speaking the same language, they could not comprehend Shen Qingtang's intentions. "Soon," she clarified, "surely you did not think that entering here meant you could do nothing and simply wait for death, did you?" Caught off guard by her insight, the group felt an unexpected flush of embarrassment, as they indeed had harbored such thoughts. In the past, whenever Jiang Yubai had fainted, they would merely find a safe spot to wait for him to awaken. During that time, they had truly indulged in eating and sleeping, with thoughts of zombies never even crossing their minds. Shen Qingtang observed the tacit agreement among the group, feeling utterly speechless. Resolutely, she decided to give direct instructions. "The zombies cannot breach the building. You should position yourselves at the entrance. Collaborate and gradually eliminate a few of the zombies." However, Baigu Suan was still clinging to a final struggle. "Rest assured, your Baigu has me here to keep watch." Shen Qingtang decisively obstructed their retreat. Faced with the absence of any other rationale, the group gathered their composure and proceeded towards the entrance of the building. They were well aware that the previous state of Jiang Yubai, who would faint and contribute nothing, was untenable. However, they found themselves in a predicament. As their team was so small, should Jiang Yubai collapse, they would have no choice but to encircle him for protection, fearful of any potential mishap. After all, there were numerous individuals in the base who had harbored intentions towards Jiang Yubai in the past. Given that there were now others to watch over him, they were certainly not the sort to overlook a fortuitous circumstance. Once they had composed themselves, Suan turned to Su Lingruo and Shenyang. "The zombies outside are of a higher caliber than we have encountered previously. For safety's sake, I propose that I take on 2 of them first. What do you think?" Sounds good," Su Lingruo pondered briefly before agreeing. Shenyang nodded in agreement. With both of his teammates expressing no objections, Suan refrained from further discussion. He focused on the zombies at the entrance, skillfully throwing several shield walls with precision, successfully encircling 2 of the creatures. "Well done, Suan. Your control over the quantity is impressive." This rare commendation elicited a bashful smile from Suan. After Su Lingru praised him, she immediately shifted into combat mode. As it was her first encounter with an 8th level zombie, she was uncertain whether a single grenade would suffice to obliterate the creature's head, prompting her to hurl 2 grenades instead. Witnessing the familiar sight of a headshot, Su Lingru smiled contentedly. Fortunately, the 2 grenades proved lethal to the 8th level zombie. She contemplated whether a single grenade would suffice next time, her thoughts drifting towards Shenyang beside her. Shenyang moved with lightning speed. Puffed, puffed. 3 Ps shot straight into the zombie's brain. Seeing the undead creature standing rigidly, he initially feared 3 weren't enough and was about to spit out a few more when the zombie collapsed with a thud. Now both of them understood precisely how many projectiles were required to eliminate an 8th level zombie. From then on, things proceeded much more smoothly. Suin swiftly erected shield walls. Swish. Swish. While Su Lingruo and Shenyang each took down zombies with remarkable efficiency. Soon, a mountain of undead corpses piled up at the entrance. Just as their supernatural abilities were nearly depleted, Shen Qingtang spoke. "All right, you may rest now." At these words, the battle-weary group instantly relaxed. Collapsing onto the ground without a care for appearances, their chests heaving with exhaustion. Shen Qingtang observed their disheveled state and couldn't help but question in her heart whether she had been too harsh on them. However, she quickly dismissed this thought, reassured that the issue lay not with her, but with their previous languid lifestyle, which had resulted in their current exhaustion. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became, and thus she ceased to dwell on the matter. The individuals on the ground soon regained some strength, and as they rose, Shen Qingtang retrieved some provisions from her storage. The sudden appearance of food brought delighted smiles to their faces. Having a space ability was indeed a blessing, since cooking within the confines of the building was rather impractical. The food she provided was ready to eat. Fortunately, they were quite content, enjoying bread with milk and ham. Once they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, they commenced the task of rummaging through the heap of zombies, each armed with a small knife, probing into the skulls. "Nope, nothing here. This one's empty. Still nothing." Suin grew increasingly frustrated as he rummaged. Su Lingruo, hearing his muttering, couldn't resist inquiring, "Suin, what are you mumbling about?" "It's nothing, ah. I found something," Suin exclaimed, elated as he held up a dark crystal core. He was relieved he hadn't given up, for this discovery was indeed a reward. This motivated him to dig even more fervently. Su Lingruo and Shen Yang exchanged glances, and their movements quickened. If Suin had found something, it was only reasonable they should as well. Before long, both Su Lingruo and Shen Yang each uncovered a core, though they did not make a fuss like Suin. Instead, they silently accelerated their efforts. Chapter 15. Awakening in no time, the once mountainous pile of zombies had been thoroughly sifted through. Holding a solitary crystal core in their hands, they felt as though their previous labor had become a jest. Yet, they soon reminded themselves of their fortuitousness. After all, this was an 8th level core. Their previous base had scarcely possessed any. Now, having acquired 3, they audaciously dared to complain about the quantity. Truly, they had become increasingly overconfident. After resting for a while, they rejoined the fray without waiting for Shen Qingtang to speak. Observing their industriousness, Shen Qingtang smiled with satisfaction. She believed that with their pace, if they continued their slaughter, the number of zombies in this area would significantly diminish within a few days. Had it not been for the overwhelming zombie population in the city, their efforts should have had the numbers. Thus, their days passed in a monotonous rhythm of exterminating zombies and retrieving crystal cores. On an otherwise unremarkable morning, the long unconscious Jiang Yubai finally began to slowly open his eyes. He first surveyed his surroundings, surprised to find none of his teammates beside him. This was a stark contrast to his previous experiences, where he would awaken to 3 enlarged faces staring back at him. After a brief moment of recovery, he gradually sat up, only to hear an excited voice nearby. "Ah, you finally woke up? If you hadn't tea, your teammates would have gone mad." Shen Qingtang's words cannot be deemed deceitful. According to Suin, Jiang Yubai had never previously succumbed to such a prolonged state of unconsciousness, which genuinely caused them great concern. However, feeling utterly helpless, they had been exceptionally fierce in their battle against the zombies these past few days, nearly driving them away. Fortunately, Jiang Yubai has awakened. Observing the three individuals at the door, fiercely dispatching zombies, Jiang Yubai found himself at a loss for words. His statement prompted the frenzied trio to rush inside. They approached him, who was seated on the ground, each expressing their concern. "Brother Bai, are you all right? Do you feel any discomfort? How could you have been unconscious for so long?" "We were terribly worried," Sun exclaimed, followed closely by Su Lingruo. Jiang Yubai acknowledged their concerns, realizing that nothing was amiss. Alas, they had truly suffered during his absence. With a sense of offering, Sun presented 3 crystal cores to Jiang Yubai. The crystal cores Sun now held represented Jiang Yubai's share. Upon seeing the level 8 crystal core in Sun's hand, Jiang Yubai shook his head. "Brother Bai, please don't shake your head. Just take it. Only when you are strong can we be safe." Sun, in his urgency, implored Jiang Yubai. Su Lingruo and Shen Yang joined in the persuasion, convinced that Jiang Yubai should accept the crystal core. "No." Jiang Yubai firmly reiterated his refusal. This left the trio at a loss for how to convince him. Shen Qingtang gazed at the scene before her, increasingly convinced that accompanying Jiang Yubai was indeed a prudent choice. In other teams, disputes would inevitably arise over the uneven distribution of resource crystals, as everyone sought to secure their share of benefits. It was rare to encounter a situation like that of their own team. However, she also comprehended Jiang Yubai's perspective. Had she been in his position, she would have been equally unwilling to accept such circumstances. Thus, observing the atmosphere steeped in stalemate, she spoke up. "Let us dispense with the blame. You may keep the crystals for yourselves. Absorb them quickly. Jiang Yubai has no need for your assistance." Before Shen Qingtang could finish her words, she was met with an onslaught of piercing gazes from the 3. "Do not look at me like that. Allow me to complete my thought. You all recall that I mentioned there exists a level 10 zombie here, correct?" An inexplicable sense of foreboding crept into the hearts of the trio, and soon their apprehensions were vindicated. The revelation she presented left them utterly stunned. Jiang Yubai also turned his gaze towards her. Shen Qingtang met the gazes of the 4 individuals with unwavering composure. The 3 remained silent, utterly at a loss for words to articulate their emotions. They failed to comprehend the esteem with which Shen Qingtang regarded them. All of them were merely at the 8th level of their abilities, having lingered at this plateau for several years without any progress. That Shen Qingtang would suggest they advance was astonishing enough, but to propose they confront 10th level zombies was beyond their grasp. Were it not for their certainty that Shen Qingtang belonged to their team, they might have suspected her to be an assassin sent from another faction to eliminate them. "What is wrong? Why do you all wear such expressions? Is there something amiss with my words?" Noticing that Shen Qingtang remained oblivious to any issues, Su Lingru felt compelled to speak. Sometimes retreating is not a sign of shame. Survival is paramount, a truth profoundly understood by the members of Jiang Yubai's team. Shen Qingtang gazed incredulously at the individuals before him, his disbelief palpable as he spoke. "Are you not aware that level 10 zombies hold grudges? They can track scents and identify those who have left traces on their territory, ultimately leading to their demise." It was not only the trio that was rendered speechless. Even Jiang Yubai appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly unaware of this fact. Observing their expressions, Shen Qingtang fell into silence. So, it turned out not everyone was privy to this information. "Qingtang, how did you come to know this? Is there a way to eliminate the scent?" Su Lingru made a final desperate inquiry, while Suin and Xinyang gazed at Shen Qingtang with eager anticipation. Only Jiang Yubai, after his initial surprise, resumed his impassive demeanor. Faced with the trio's expectant looks, Shen Qingtang inexplicably felt a reluctance to speak. Chapter 16. Ability Upgrade. Noticing that they seemed prepared, Shen Qingtang finally decided to speak. "It is precisely as you have surmised. The scent cannot be eradicated." The trio felt as though the sky had fallen upon them. Yet their resilience proved commendable. Once they acknowledged the inevitability of their situation, they braced themselves to face it head-on. "Very well. Then please take care of Brother Bai for us. We shall proceed to upgrade our abilities." Su Lingru quickly grasped the urgency of their current task, and the other 2 nodded in agreement, casting a grateful glance at Shen Qingtang. The trio settled down, and this time, as they consumed the crystal cores. It was evident they approached the task with much greater determination than before. Perhaps it is true that pressure breeds motivation. Would you like to upgrade as well? I have crystal cores here, Suen offered, recalling how they had obtained them, knowing that without Shen Qingtang, they would not have found this safe haven. Jiang Yubai shook his head, remaining silent. Shen Qingtang initially believed that he was concerned about her ability to oversee their small group alone, and she promptly assured him, "Rest assured, I can protect you all until you completely absorb the crystal core." "No need," Jiang Yubai replied. Perplexed by the unexpected aura of leadership he discerned emanating from a mere flower, which led him to question his own perception. Fortunately, he was not one to dwell on such thoughts, and soon dismissed this peculiar notion from his mind. Since Jiang Yubai was unwilling, Shen Qingtang refrained from further insistence. After all, she had conveyed her thoughts. It was ultimately his choice, and she held no attachment to it, as she had always treated everyone equally. As another day passed, the three individuals on the ground gradually began to awaken. The first to regain consciousness was Su Lingrua. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately assessed her ability level, discovering with incredulity that she had indeed advanced a rank. "Ah, brother boy, he leveled up, she exclaimed, spinning joyfully in place. Had she not been mindful of Jiang Yubai's gender, she might have embraced him in her excitement. Jiang Yubai calmly nodded at Su Lingrua, indicating his genuine happiness for her achievement. Observing this scene, Shen Qingtang could not help but marvel at Jiang Yubai's demeanor. It was evident that his teammates were truly devoted to him. However, reflecting on her own unwavering support for him made her feel that everything was perfectly normal. Before long, the second individual awakened. This time it was Su, and though his fortune was not as favorable, he had not leveled up. The last to regain consciousness was Shen Yang. Surprisingly, had also advanced a rank. Suddenly, within their trio, two members had leveled up, significantly enhancing their collective combat prowess. Shen Yang and Su Lingrua approached Suan's side, speaking in unison. "Do not lose heart. Next time it will be your turn to level up, and we shall be watching you." "Yes, I understand." Suan has always maintained a positive mindset. When reflecting on his inability to advance, he primarily considered how his contribution in battles would diminish. However, this is not the time for such thoughts. You two are at level 9, and one is at level 8. Facing a level 10 zombie is not entirely without opportunity. The two who had just leveled up were still basking in the excitement of their achievement when they heard Shen Qingtang's ruthlessly candid words, and their exhilaration dissipated in an instant. Level 10. This was their first encounter with such a formidable zombie, and the mere thought of confronting it sent shivers down their spines. Yet, they understood that they had no choice in the matter. Finally, it was Su Lingrua who stepped closer to Shen Qingtang and inquired, "Qingtang, do you have any strategies?" "It's not that we're afraid. It's just that this is our first encounter with a level 10 zombie, and we feel a bit uncertain." She struggled to articulate her thoughts. "All right, what is the big deal? Look at how distressed you are." The trio felt an inexplicable sense of relief upon hearing Shen Qingtang's casual tone. Surely, she must have a plan. Chapter 17. The level 10 zombie returns unfortunately. Shen Qingtang's subsequent remarks caused the relief they had just experienced to vanish once more. You need only to focus on fighting ahead. Jiang Yubai and I will provide support from the rear. In truth, Shen Qingtang meant to convey that she would handle things alone, but she felt it necessary to include Jiang Yubai's name, lest it seem as though they had abandoned him. The trio found her statement rather redundant. Did they not already know this? Very well, we shall first express our gratitude to Qingtang. Despite their teasing, they felt it essential to acknowledge her assistance. For in their eyes, Shen Qingtang was akin to their canteen, and it was commendable that she was willing to support them. They were well aware that other teams treated their spatial abilities with the delicacy of a pampered princess. Noticing that they did not express dissatisfaction with her earlier words, Shen Qingtang felt quite pleased. She had expected that her previous comments might evoke some minor grievances among them. The trio exclaimed in unison. "Didn't you say it would take 3 days?" "We certainly did not require 3 days to absorb the crystal cores." Their excitement caused their voices to pitch higher. Observing their fervor, Shen Qingtang felt a twinge of embarrassment. The three suddenly realize that their earlier remarks have been excessive and quickly offer their apologies. No, we're sorry. We didn't mean to raise our voices. We just lost control for a moment. Shen Qingtang gazed at the three individuals, their heads bowed and faces flushed. And with a radiant smile, she spoke gently. We are teammates, after all. There is no need for such formality. It is nothing of great consequence. Allow me to prepare some food for you. Let's indulge in hot pot today. Enjoy it well, and next time we shall savor other delicacies. The guilt that had momentarily arisen from her earlier words dissipated with her final remark about future feasts. However, they soon found themselves preoccupied with more pressing matters. To their astonishment, Jiang Yubai had already begun to prepare the ingredients. The three of them quickly gathered their thoughts and seized the items from his hands, chiding him in unison. Brother Bai, how can you do this? Go and rest. We will call you when it's ready. Jiang Yubai looked at his empty hands, feeling utterly helpless. This was not the first instance. He felt as though his teammates treated him like fragile glass, especially in the days following his recoveries from fainting spells. Due to this predicament, he had previously spoken up more than usual, urging them not to treat him this way. But alas, his words fell on deaf ears. Hey, have they always treated you like this? They truly care for you. Shen Qingtang leaned beside Jiang Yubai, observing the bustling trio in the distance, and remarked, it seems he is quite fond of his teammates. Soon, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air as Su Onqing hurriedly approached, carrying a pot, while the other two followed leisurely behind, holding bowls and utensils. Shen Qingtang, there's truly no need for such caution. They could easily walk over. Jiang Yubai, however, bore an expression of nonchalance, clearly accustomed to the trio's behavior. In the apocalyptic world, meals are consumed swiftly, and this occasion was no exception. After hastily satisfying their hunger and thirst, the trio immediately fell into a state of heightened vigilance, their eyes fixed unwaveringly on the doorway, fearful that a mere blink could bring a level 10 zombie crashing before them. Ultimately, it was Shen Qingtang who, unable to bear their anxiety, spoke up. You need not worry so. I possess the ability to sense danger. As long as a level 10 zombie appears within 100 meters, I will be able to detect it immediately. This revelation only heightened the trio's apprehension. 100 meters is quite a close distance indeed. Alarmed, Suan promptly reinforced and elevated the makeshift shield they had erected. Shen Qingtang did not anticipate that her words would have an adverse effect, which left her feeling quite embarrassed. Thus, she chose to remain silent. It seemed prudent to refrain from speaking further, as the more she expressed herself, the more fear they instilled in others. Suddenly, Shen Qingtang sensed the ominous presence of a zombie. Prepared for its arrival, she braced herself. Su Lingru tightened her grip on the grenade in her hand, her gaze fixed intently on the doorway. Upon perceiving a shadow manifesting at the entrance, she hurled several grenades in quick succession, while Shun Yang's peas followed suit, bursting forth with a series of explosive sounds. As Shen Qingtang seized the opportunity while they were fully engrossed in battling the zombies, she discreetly hurled a series of lightning blades. It is futile. Our ability levels are too low, rendering our damage negligible. Su Lingru gazed at the approaching zombies, advancing step by step against their assault, and felt a profound sense of despair enveloping her heart. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Xinyang immediately offered words of comfort. Have you forgotten that Brother Bai is behind us? Remain composed. There is still a considerable distance ahead. Suan relentlessly hurled his shield wall outward, bewildered by the level of the threat before them. The 10th level zombies, confronted by the shield wall, wasted no time in shattering it with a single stomp. Despite the tumultuous emotions swirling within, the trio's movements quickened with urgency. Su Lingru launched 10 grenades in a single throw, while Xinyang unleashed his swiftest speed ever, firing peas with the rapidity of a fleeting trend. Shen Qingtang observed their helpless expressions and promptly sent forth her little son, simultaneously amplifying her lightning blade. How dare these wretched humans encroach upon my territory and even attempt to strike against me? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? The revelation that a zombie could articulate words left everyone, save for Shen Qingtang, utterly astonished. Could they truly contend with such a creature? The mere application of that power would result in immediate demise. Hence, he refrained from utilizing it upon discovering the presence of a level 10 zombie. Instead, he contemplated executing Shen Qingtang's strategy to vanquish the level 10 undead. Chapter 18. The level 10 zombie is vanquished. In an instant, Shen Qingtang elevated herself to match the stature of the level 10 zombie. Her words incited an irate roar from the formidable creature. "Huh! A mere speck of refuse dares to speak to me." As the level 10 zombie uttered these words, it swiftly advanced towards Jiang Yubai, evidently perceiving him as the weakest link among them, for he had not engaged at all. "Brother Bai," the trio exclaimed in alarm, realizing that their speed would not suffice to reach Jiang Yubai in time to save him. "Qingtang, you must devise a solution." Su Lingru placed their sole hope upon Shen Qingtang, for she was the closest to Jiang Yubai at that moment. Shen Qingtang had not anticipated that this level 10 zombie would be so devoid of martial ethics. Shouldn't they first engage in verbal sparring? Why did it resort to violence immediately? It truly infuriated her. In her anger, she unfurled her large floral appendage and swiftly bit off the zombie's head. With a thud, the headless zombie collapsed to the ground. Qingtang, you. Su Lingru was so startled that she could hardly articulate her words. Was Shen Qingtang truly this formidable? That was a level 10 zombie. A level 10. How could she have dispatched it so effortlessly? In a flurry, she mentally reviewed whether she had ever offended Shen Qingtang, and, upon concluding she hadn't, felt a sense of relief. She turned to her two companions and found that they too felt a sense of balance restored. It wasn't that they were lacking composure, but rather that Shen Qingtang was astonishingly impressive. On the other hand, Jiang Yubai observed the scene with an expression that remained unchanged. Yet he was genuinely astonished by Shen Qingtang's feat. Thank goodness he had decided to let her join them. However, now that she had proven her prowess, he pondered why she chose to accompany their team, as he did not perceive anything particularly appealing about it. He cast a questioning glance at Shen Qingtang, who met his gaze with pride. "I told you not to worry. We are here," she declared. For a moment, they found themselves at a loss for a retort. Eventually, Suan scampered over to Shen Qingtang's side, chattering excitedly as he had done before. "Ah, Qingtang, you are incredible. You took out a zombie with a single bite. Can you teach me? I want to learn." Seeing his exuberance, Shen Qingtang replied coolly, "Sure, but you must first go outside and bite off a zombie's head." "Ha ha." Su Lingru and Shen Yang could not contain their laughter. Suan seemed to realize how futile his earlier question had been, scratching his head with a blush creeping across his cheeks. "Well, Qingtang, do you have any other methods? I want to learn from you." Suan genuinely yearned to learn from Shen Qingtang. Her ability to eliminate zombies with such decisiveness was an undeniable advantage. He resolved that from that day forward, Shen Qingtang would be his mentor. Little did he know that she could wield lightning blades, or his admiration would have soared even higher. "Stop thinking about it. We are not of the same kind, and I cannot teach you," she said, effectively quelling the eagerness of the other two. Su Lingru approached, contemplating Shen Qingtang's earlier display of power. She asked, "Qingtang, since you could directly defeat that level 10 zombie, why didn't you inform us earlier? We worried for so long." Her inquiry was not a reproach, merely a reflection of her confusion. After all, from the moment they learned they would face a level 10 zombie, their hearts had been heavy with trepidation, ultimately preparing for a desperate confrontation. "If you had known I was this powerful from the beginning, would you have still been so resolute? Upgrading abilities isn't guaranteed to succeed, after all." This statement struck them like a thunderbolt, leaving the trio momentarily stunned. How had they overlooked such a vital consideration? It was truly foolish. "Qingtang, thank you, we understand now." Although Shen Qingtang had claimed she could not teach them, her actions were a form of training in itself. They were not the type to lack gratitude, so they promptly inquired if there was anything they could assist her with. However, Shen Qingtang was merely a flower. What could she possibly need? Jiang Yubai quietly observed the unfolding events, his thoughts a mystery. Chapter 19. Shen Qingtang's advancement. After some time, the group finally withdrew from Shen Qingtang's side. She could not help but exhale deeply. Having overly enthusiastic teammates was not ideal. Jiang Yubai's quiet demeanor was far more comforting. Suddenly, as their eyes met, Shen Qingtang's expression radiated admiration, leaving Jiang Yubai perplexed. Abruptly, Shen Qingtang's form began to twist uncontrollably, her floral essence swaying erratically, prompting the trio to rush back to her side. Qingtang, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Under normal circumstances, Shen Qingtang would have been astounded that Jiang Yubai spoke so much, but at that moment, she was too preoccupied. She felt a searing heat emanate from within her floral form, coursing downward. The others, unable to hear her words, anxiously circled around her. Brother Bai, what should we do? Qingtang looks unwell. The trio turned to their strategist, having established a tacit agreement to seek Jiang Yubai's guidance when faced with insurmountable challenges. Jiang Yubai assessed Shen Qingtang and noted she showed no signs of regaining consciousness. In fact, her writhing intensified. Growing increasingly concerned, he ultimately activated his heavenly eye once more. Although he had only recently awakened and was not supposed to use it due to potential backlash, Shen Qingtang's condition left him no choice. It's all right. She is advancing, Jiang Yubai declared, just before losing consciousness again. Brother Bai, Suin swiftly caught Jiang Yubai before he collapsed, understanding that he had suffered backlash. Though it was not severe, just a fainting spell. They had only resorted to this action because they had no other option. After all, Shen Qingtang had just saved them. Wait, what had Brother Bai just said? Shen Qingtang was advancing? Once they had laid Jiang Yubai down, the realization of his words struck them with overwhelming force. Shen Qingtang was not only formidable, but was now advancing to an even higher level. Was this the chasm that separated individuals? Regardless of their tumultuous emotions, they diligently guarded Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai, remaining vigilant against any unforeseen dangers, as advancement was the most perilous moment. This indicated that Shen Qingtang placed considerable trust in them. Otherwise, she would not have dared to advance in their presence. In that instant, warmth surged through their hearts. In a decade of apocalyptic turmoil, they had witnessed the darkest aspects of human nature and had long been deprived of the feeling of complete trust from another. Thus, they were resolute in their commitment to protect Shen Qingtang. However, upon reflecting on Shen Qingtang's combat prowess, they thought it wise to firmly grasp her metaphorical coattails. After all, embracing the status quo wasn't so bad. Shen Qingtang felt as though her entire body was engulfed in scorching flames, the searing pain overwhelming her to the point where death seemed a merciful release. Yet, this fleeting thought was swiftly replaced by unwavering determination as she stood resolute amidst the inferno, allowing the flames to consume her again and again without ever yielding to despair. What felt like half a century later, she finally sensed the unbearable heat gradually receding, and the torment of the blazing ordeal faded away. With a slight tremble, she opened her eyes to find the trio staring at her intently, their gazes brimming with concern. What happened? She asked curiously. How do you feel now? Are you in any discomfort? Moments ago, Shen Qingtang had terrified them. Her entire form had suddenly flushed crimson as if set ablaze, radiating an alarming heat. Only now, seeing her awaken, did their anxiety ease slightly. Meeting Su Lingruo's worried gaze, Shen Qingtang took a moment to assess herself before replying, "No discomfort. I feel quite well." She suspected she had likely advanced in cultivation, sensing the expanded space within her stem and noting the intensified, lightning coursing through her thundercore blades. Relieved by her reassurance, the trio finally relaxed, though they tactfully avoided asking whether her breakthrough had succeeded. After all, the answer, regardless of outcome, would have been a blow to their spirits. Yet Shen Qingtang, oblivious to their hesitation, declared cheerfully, "I just realized. I've actually advanced." The trio exchanged resigned glances. There was no escaping it after all. "Congratulations, Qingtang," Su Lingruo offered immediately. "I'll prepare something delicious for you later." Suin chimed in without delay. Shenyang lagged behind them by a step, merely managing to utter a dry congratulations. Observing the envy in their eyes, Shen Qingtang spoke to console them. "This is merely a stroke of luck. Such opportunities are rarely encountered. This was, after all, the unvarnished truth. For there were perhaps only a handful of level 10 zombies across the nation, and they had fortuitously crossed paths with one. Furthermore, she had been the one to vanquish it. She mused that perhaps the crystalline core within the zombie's brain had facilitated her ascension. Upon hearing her words of comfort, the trio could only think that her attempts at consolation were futile and unnecessary. Indeed, they felt that her reassurances only served to highlight the vast chasm that separated individuals. But no, Shen Qingtang was not merely human. She was but a sunflower. Contemplating this, an even deeper sense of discomfort washed over them. Seeing that her attempts at comfort had yielded no effect, Shen Qingtang decided to shift the topic. What has happened to Jiang Yubai? It was then that she noticed Jiang Yubai was inexplicably absent, prompting her to inquire with curiosity. In Chapter 20, let us build a base. Suan was about to express his thoughts on Baigu when he was abruptly pulled aside by Su Lingrua, who rolled her eyes at him before joining Shen Qingtang. Baigu is fine. He has just been quite fatigued these days and has fainted again to recuperate. Suan felt a sense of bewilderment, but, meeting Su Lingrua's gaze, he shamefully refrained from voicing a rebuttal. Oh, I see. To be honest, Shen Qingtang found Su Lingrua's statement rather peculiar, as she did not perceive Jiang Yubai as a particularly frail individual. However, it was evident that they were unwilling to disclose the full truth, which was a common human tendency. They were not yet at the point of having nothing left to say. Thus, she expressed her understanding of their sentiments and proceeded to share her thoughts with them. The level 10 zombie has been eliminated. There are essentially no remaining zombies here that pose a threat to your lives. What are your current thoughts? It was clear that when prompted to articulate their plans, the first notion that crossed the minds of the three was simply to remain by Jiang Yubai's side, awaiting his awakening and then heed his words. Well, you don't seem like individuals with a clear plan, so allow me to share my perspective. Suan interjected quickly, unable to contain himself, while the other two failed to restrain him. They anxiously observed Shen Qingtang, fearing she might interpret Suan's comment as a reproach and react with anger. Fortunately, Shen Qingtang, known for her magnanimity, merely cast a fleeting glance at Su and without uttering a word. Su Lingruo and the others exhaled in relief, awaiting Shen Qingtang's next words. You have always been wanderers. Why not simply establish a base here? I sensed earlier that this location is vast and the structures are remarkably sturdy. The three exchanged glances, clearly unaccustomed to the notion of building a base themselves. Nevertheless, Suan felt compelled to correct Shen Qingtang. We are not wanderers. We left the previous base due to the dark events there. With Baigu's skills and sharp intellect, any base would be fortunate to have him. Suan wore an expression of pride, relishing in the association. Shen Qingtang spoke bluntly, delivering a sharp rebuke. That is Jiang Yubai. What relevance does he hold for you? If your words carry such weight, how did you all end up in a barren desert? Suan felt the sting of her words, casting a sorrowful glance at Shen Qingtang before retreating. Such matters were beyond his intellectual capacity, he thought, leaving the entanglements to Su Lingruo and Shen Yang. I believe your perspective is quite valid, Qingtang. However, since Brother Bai has yet to awaken, we should refrain from making any unilateral decisions, Su Lingruo remarked, demonstrating her astuteness. She adeptly complimented Shen Qingtang while also indicating her allegiance to Jiang Yubai. Finally, Shen Qingtang turned her gaze to Shen Yang, the only one who had remained silent. Clearly, he was a man of resolve. Here is my thought. Since Brother Bai is currently in a state of unconsciousness, why don't we first rid the city of its zombies? By the time he awakens, we may find the area cleansed. Shen Qingtang cast a courageous glance toward the young man, Shen Yang, and expressed her strong agreement with the proposed course of action. Indeed, you all present compelling arguments. Let us proceed, as Shen Yang suggests. You shall venture forth to confront the zombies while I remain here to safeguard Jiang Yubai. The trio exchanged glances. Yet only Su Lingru sensed an oddity in the air. She couldn't shake the feeling that Shen Qingtang had initially intended for them to engage the zombies. Though perhaps she was mistaken. If that were the case, Shen Qingtang would have articulated her thoughts directly. Suan, ever the blabbermouth, observed how Shen Yang had taken on so many responsibilities with a single statement and felt compelled to speak up. Shen Yang, are you out of your mind? We have provisions. What is the urgency in slaying zombies? We are not on the brink of starvation. His two companions swiftly dragged him away, covering his mouth to silence him. Despite this, Suin remained resolute in voicing his dissent, unwilling to exert himself in such a relentless pursuit against the undead. Are you foolish? What if Qingtang were to take offense to your words and misinterpret them as dissent against her proposal? Su Lingru thought, exasperated by Su An's obstinacy. She felt as if she might perish from frustration, as he seemed as unyielding as a wall of mud. Suin appeared to recognize his blunder, faltering and hesitating to speak further. Ultimately, it was Shen Yang who interrupted the brewing tension. Enough. Let us not forget the purpose of our outing. We must focus on exterminating the zombies. That is our paramount concern. As he spoke, Shen Yang remained optimistic, convinced that the number of zombies in a city could not be excessively overwhelming, especially since there had not been many surrounding the building previously. It was only later that he would realize the folly of his assumptions and recall the penetrating gaze Shen Qingtang had directed at him. Alas, by then, it was far too late. Chapter 21. The petals can actually enhance abilities. Days passed, and the three found themselves utterly exhausted, sprawled on the ground like dying fish. Shen Yang, remember how effortlessly you described this endeavor? And look at the reality now. Suin grumbled incessantly, lamenting that if Shen Yang had not initiated this venture, they would be comfortably resting in the lobby of the building, awaiting Jiang Yubai's awakening, rather than in their current disheveled state, resembling beggars who would be avoided by even the most destitute. After a moment of silence, Shen Yang finally spoke. I'm doing this for your own good. Look at how much stronger your abilities have become compared to before. You have grown too accustomed to relying on Brother Bai. You must learn to become strong on your own. Suin rolled her eyes in response, remaining silent, and Shen Yang understood that this was yet another instance of speaking to a brick wall. All right, once you've rested enough, let us get back to work. We have already cleared 2 areas, and there is just one last piece remaining. We will finish it soon. After finishing her words, Su Lingru was the first to rise, heading towards the only area that had not yet been cleared. With her departure, Su En and Shen Yang felt it inappropriate to continue their debate about who was right or wrong. They quickly followed in Su Lingru's footsteps, embarking on a new round of battle. Shen Qingtang was not mistaken. There were no level 10 zombies. The remaining zombies were dispatched with ease, akin to slicing vegetables. Su Lingruo's words swiftly dispelled any thoughts of rest. He vividly recalled the unmistakable disappointment in Su Lingruo's tone as she gazed at the two of them, as if to say they were wasting their potential. We have always thrived under Brother Bai's protection. Do you not wish to safeguard him in return? Do you not desire for Brother Bai to awaken to witness the stronghold we have secured for him? This poignant inquiry left both him and Su En momentarily speechless. Lingruo, do you truly believe we can establish this base by the time Brother Bai awakens? Shen Yang took advantage of the momentary absence of zombies before him and turned to ask Su Lingruo, can you? You must believe in yourself. Strike faster. After saying this, Su Lingruo's movements visibly accelerated. For a while, the only sounds in the area were the rhythmic explosions and muffled thuds. Suin, having set up the shield wall, began extracting zombie skulls from behind Su Lingruo and the other. Day after day, the trio repeated this cycle, undeniably efficient. The sheer number of crystal cores in Su An's bag was proof enough. Then, they realized Jiang Yubai still hadn't woken up. All 3 were stunned. This was impossible. Never before had he remained unconscious for so long. Su Lingruo gazed worriedly at Jiang Yubai on the ground. This was their first encounter with such a situation, leaving them momentarily at a loss. It's fine. When Shen Qingtang uttered these words, she felt a twinge of guilt. To her astonishment, it turned out that consuming her petals could actually enhance other supernatural abilities. She couldn't help but marvel at how increasingly formidable she had become. Such revelations were absent in her dreams. Had she inadvertently altered the course of fate? Her immediate instinct was to offer some to Jiang Yubai, her golden lifeline. After all, if her most powerful ally thrived, wouldn't her own life flourish as well? So, the moment she noticed Jiang Yubai stirring awake, she impulsively slipped a petal into his mouth, promptly sending him back into unconsciousness. Though enhancing another's abilities was undoubtedly beneficial, the act of doing so without consent left Shen Qingtang feeling rather sheepish. Had it not been for the initial excitement of discovery and the urgency of Jiang Yubai's awakening, she might have hesitated. Yet, as fate would have it, everything unfolded with uncanny precision. "I see," murmured Su Lingruo, her worry lingering but considerably eased compared to before. In their eyes, aside from Jiang Yubai, Shen Qingtang was the most formidable among them. If even she couldn't discern the issue, what hope did the rest have? Nevertheless, Su Lingruo resolved that if Jiang Yubai failed to awaken within 3 days, they would take him beyond these walls. "Have you cleared all the zombies outside?" Shen Qingtang inquired, skepticism lacing her tone. Given the horde she remembered infesting the area, the task seemed implausible in such a short time. "Absolutely," Suin declared with pride. For once, Shen Qingtang withheld any retort. This was, indeed, an achievement worthy of pride. "Rest well, then. Your brother Bai should wake within a day or two," she reassured. The trio interpreted her words as mere consolation, but chose not to voice their doubts, recognizing the kindness behind them. Shen Qingtang immediately discerned the intentions of the trio. However, she chose not to elaborate further. Instead, she began to pour forth an array of items from her person, observing the heap of food that had accumulated on the ground. Suin was filled with exuberant excitement. Before long, a simple hot pot was prepared, and the trio indulged joyfully in their meal. Shen Qingtang gazed longingly at the hot pot, her spirits wilting like a withered flower. She too yearned to partake. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from beside her. Chapter 22. Awakening. Shen Qingtang followed the sound and saw Jiang Yubai waking up, struggling to sit up at the moment, perhaps due to lying down for too long. He appeared somewhat sluggish. Observing his dazed expression, Shen Qingtang secretly chuckled inwardly. How rare to see him like this, usually so expressionless. Noticing his teammates feasting in the distance and feeling the emptiness in his own stomach, he strode over without hesitation. As long as one consumes her petals, advancement is guaranteed. Though she remained puzzled by this phenomenon, Jiang Yubai had already begun eating. Sensing the gaze from behind, Jiang Yubai maintained his usual stoic demeanor, though inwardly he was startled. What exactly is Shen Qingtang's origin? How is he so formidable? He hadn't forgotten the energy Shen Qingtang had provided to Su Lingruo and the others during their battle against the zombies in the desert. Though he didn't understand what it was, the effects were undeniable. If others were to find out, and then there was the moment he had been forced to swallow something during his unconsciousness. At the time, he hadn't known what it was. But now, noticing that one of Shen Qingtang's sunflower petals was missing, he suspected it might have been fed to him. Moreover, upon waking this time, his celestial eye ability had actually leveled up. How many years had it been since the last upgrade? He could hardly remember. "Brother Bai, how are you feeling? Why were you unconscious for so long?" Suin's question successfully drew the attention of the other two, and even Shen Qingtang, who had just approached, turned to look. Jiang Yubai lifted his gaze to meet several pairs of wide eyes and one curiously tilting sunflower. Fortunately, his composure was unshaken, and he remained as taciturn as ever. "I'm fine." The group, humans and flower alike, fell into collective silence. Though everyone knew Jiang Yubai's nature, they couldn't help but hope just this once he might elaborate. Yet, as always, their expectations were dashed. That's good. By the way, Brother Bai, we have something to tell you." Jiang Yubai shifted his gaze to Suin, who then excitedly dashed to the entrance of the building, raised a hand, and turned back with a grin. "Brother Bai, look, this is the kingdom we conquered for you." Now, not only Shen Qingtang and the others fell silent, even Jiang Yubai was rendered speechless. Suin, oblivious to the awkward atmosphere, continued chattering. "Brother Bai, we've already decided. Once you wake up, you'll be the leader of this base. Now we have a proper home, no more wandering." Suin's smile widened as he indulged in visions of their bright future. Before Jiang Yubai could respond, Shen Qingtang spoke first. "Suin, abandon those unrealistic fantasies. Establishing a base isn't so simple. What about defenses? Internal operations? With just a handful of people, how can this be called a base? Suin, huh? But wasn't it you who suggested building a base in the first place? Utterly bewildered, Suin exchanged glances with the other two, who were equally confused. They distinctly remembered Shen Qingtang being the one to propose the idea. And yet, now Shen Qingtang found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 23. Stockpiling supplies. How could he admit that his suggestion to build a base had been made without thorough consideration? That would utterly ruin his image. Truthfully, he hadn't thought much about it initially. It was only when Su Lingruo and the others went out to clear zombies that he began seriously contemplating the logistics of establishing a base, and realized it was far more complicated than a mere declaration. Hence his earlier remarks. Among their group, Jiang Yubai seemed the only one capable of strategic thinking. As for the others, Shen Qingtang himself was no exception. He was far more suited to resolving problems with force rather than intellect. And the most capable thinker among them happened to be a man of few words. Recalling Jiang Yubai's habit of speaking in monosyllables, Shen Qingtang couldn't help but shoot him a glare. Jiang Yubai? He sensed something odd about Shen Qingtang's gaze, but dismissed it after a brief thought. After a moment of silence, reflecting on Su's words, Jiang Yubai finally spoke. It's possible. At that moment, Xinyang suddenly spoke with excitement. I remember now. I finally understand why this place felt somewhat familiar when I first arrived. His words successfully drew the attention of several onlookers, feeling somewhat shy under their gaze. Xinyang scratched his head and continued. I recall seeing a map of this city at the leader's base. At that time, I found it quite peculiar that such a vast area had no established base. As he spoke, he paused again, which made Suin anxious, prompting him to kick Xinyang playfully. Come on, hurry up and speak. Stop keeping us in suspense. Xinyang lightly tapped the place where Suin had kicked him, shot him a glare, and then slowly began to speak. The leader mentioned that many people were actually envious of this place. However, there was a formidable zombie chief residing here, and the number of zombies was the highest, along with their levels. Although many desired to come, they dared not risk their lives. The others were taken aback, initially expecting some grand conspiracy, only to discover it was simply due to fear. Yet, a hint of cowardice seemed rather normal. At that moment, they even felt a sense of gratitude for their timidity, as it had inadvertently granted them a location for establishing a base. Then, shall we confirm our settlement here? Su's voice resonated with excitement, tinged with uncertainty. Since the apocalypse began, they had been wandering, and their previous base had never regarded them as human. Little did they expect that their fortunes would change so dramatically after leaving the base. Wait, it wasn't until they departed that their luck improved, if memory served. It began to turn for the better once Shen Qingtang, with her sunflowers, joined them. Thinking of this, he gazed at Shen Qingtang as if she were a reincarnation of his parents, suddenly feeling Su's intense gaze upon her. Shen Qingtang felt uncomfortable and instinctively shifted closer to Jiang Yubai. Observing Shen Qingtang's movement and Su's shifting attention, Jiang Yubai subtly positioned himself to shield Su's line of sight. Brother Bai has said that we can establish a base, so what should we do next? Let me think. Our current food supplies are certainly insufficient. Perhaps we should first search for resources? This idea was the result of Su's intense contemplation, for he realized he could not resolve any of Shen Qingtang's earlier points. Thus, after some thought, he concluded they should start with the most straightforward approach. The most scarce resource in the apocalypse was food, followed closely by defense. After articulating this, he eagerly looked towards the others, intending to gauge Shen Qingtang's reaction, only to find Jiang Yubai firmly blocking her from view, leading him to abandon that thought. Su Lingruo and Xinyang deliberated. They were just a handful of people, and the notion of a base was more of a fade, as food was indeed the priority. It was surprising that Suin had managed to think of this. However, they had grown accustomed to waiting for Jiang Yubai to make decisions before taking action. As such, all eyes turned to him. Fortunately, everyone was familiar with this routine. Yet, the notion of searching for resources sounded simple. But after 10 years of the apocalypse, every conceivable location had been thoroughly plundered. Could they truly find any resources? Su Lingrua did not wish to dampen her companion's spirits, but the struggles for survival over the years weighed heavily on her mind. Do not worry, I am here. At the opportune moment, Shen Qingtang spoke up. Although her analytical skills were lacking, she excelled in other areas, with her unique advantage. How could she possibly struggle to locate resources? Recently, the imagery in her dreams had become increasingly vivid, allowing Shen Qingtang to recall precisely how much she had provided the protagonist, which earned her admiration and gratitude. Naturally, she would not let the protagonist benefit so easily this time. Moreover, she had a lingering sense that even in her absence, the protagonist would still seek out those resource-rich locations, such as the desert center from their previous encounter. Wait, Qingtang, are you suggesting that you know where the resources are? The typically composed Su Lingru was now visibly excited. She rushed over to Jiang Yubai, effortlessly lifting Shen Qingtang into her hands. Shen Qingtang. There's no need to be so agitated, truly no need. Although Su Lingrua's palm radiates warmth, Shen Qingtang still feels somewhat unaccustomed. She shifted her body slightly and, feeling a touch of embarrassment, spoke up. Could you please set me down for now? Shen Qingtang understood that Su Lingrua harbored no malice. Her exuberance stemmed solely from overwhelming excitement. Thus, Shen Qingtang spoke with a gentle tone, fearing that Su Lingrua might misconstrue her demeanor as disdain, thereby hurting her feelings. It's all right, I apologize. I simply got too carried away, Su Lingrua exclaimed, hastily setting Shen Qingtang down and fixating her gaze upon her, eagerly awaiting the words she yearned to hear. Witnessing this fervent anticipation, Shen Qingtang felt an inexplicable pressure mounting within her. The other two, Su-en and Shenyang, though not as animated as Su Lingrua, conveyed their eagerness through their piercing gazes, revealing that they were merely suppressing their excitement. Consequently, she instinctively turned her attention to the quietly composed Jiang Yubai, who maintained his stoic demeanor, unfazed by the unfolding emotions around him. Qingtang, please do speak, Su Lingrua urged impatiently, observing Shen Qingtang's fidgeting without uttering a word. Chapter 24. The supply base at last, Shen Qingtang. Witnessing the palpable excitement and urgency radiating from Su Lingrua and the others, decided to unveil the awaited revelation. I have detected a vast supply base not far from our encampment. A supply base? Su Lingrua inquired, her curiosity piqued, as this term was unfamiliar to her. Shen Qingtang felt a swell of joy that they did not question how she had made this discovery, but instead focused on the implications of her statement. Jiang Yubai also turned his gaze towards Shen Qingtang, clearly intrigued by her description. After a moment's pause, Shen Qingtang began to elaborate. Indeed, it is a supply base, brimming with various essential goods, albeit devoid of human presence. Shen Qingtang's nonchalant remarks left Su Lingrua and the others momentarily speechless. Had they truly heard her correctly? Essential goods? They exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting the same incredulity. Even the usually composed Jiang Yubai exhibited a look of disbelief. Qingtang, when you say essential goods, do you mean? Su Lingrua hesitated to ask, concerned that the definition might differ from her understanding. After a thoughtful pause, she finally opened her eyes to find the trio watching her with bated breath, their expressions a mix of anticipation, excitement, and anxiety. This inadvertently made Shen Qingtang, who initially felt indifferent, grow increasingly nervous. After steadying her composure, she continued, the first floor is dedicated to food, the second to aquatic products, the third to clothing, the fourth to luxury items, and the fifth to vegetables. Qingtang, is that truly the case? Really? Su-en exclaimed exuberantly, relieved that there were no zombies nearby, for his exuberance would surely have attracted a horde. Su Lingrua and Shenyang, though less vocal, could not contain their emotions, and tears streamed down their cheeks. The items that once seemed mundane to them now appeared as priceless treasures. Logically, one would expect that after 10 years of apocalypse, people should have acclimated, and life would gradually return to a semblance of normalcy, as depicted in novels and television. Alas, reality proved to be unforgiving. Time had not ameliorated their plight. Instead, life had become increasingly arduous, with myriad mutations in the world around them, while humanity, whether awakening or enhancing abilities, continued to teeter on the brink of demise. Observing the trio oscillate between joy and sorrow, Shen Qingtang felt a stir of confusion, just as she prepared to inquire further. The trio had already composed themselves. Su In, brimming with his usual vitality, bounded over to Shen Qingtang. "So, Qingtang, shall you lead us there now?" Su Lingruo and Shen Yang nodded in agreement, echoing Su In's enthusiasm. Shen Qingtang shifted her gaze towards Jiang Yubai beside her. Shen Qingtang nodded, understanding the sentiments of her companions. Possession truly equated to ownership, especially in an uncertain world such as this one. The group swiftly prepared themselves and proceeded in the direction indicated by Shen Qingtang. However, midway through their journey, an ominous premonition suddenly washed over her. "Why has Brother Bai stopped all of a sudden?" Sun inquired, observing the abrupt halt of their previously steady pace. Jiang Yubai remained silent, merely casting a glance towards Shen Qingtang. It was then that they noticed the once vibrant sunflowers along their path had inexplicably drooped. They hurriedly gathered around, voices overlapping in concern. "Shenyang, what happened to Qingtang?" "Suin, is it a lack of water?" Ultimately, it was Su Lingruo who appeared somewhat more reliable. "Qingtang, what is wrong? Can you hear us?" A sense of urgency began to envelop them. It was their first encounter with such a situation, leaving them utterly at a loss. Jiang Yubai's hands clenched into fists and then relaxed, repeating the motion, while his mouth opened and closed as he struggled to articulate a long string of thoughts that seemed to elude him. Wait a moment. Chapter 25. Someone is after supplies. Su Lingruo and the others finally calmed down a bit upon hearing Jiang Yubai's words. Although they remained concerned, they were no longer as helpless as before. This tense atmosphere persisted until Shen Qingtang gradually returned to her previous state, at which point they all felt a profound sense of relief. Jiang Yubai also exhaled deeply in a place where no one could see him. "Qingtang, what happened to you?" Su Lingruo asked anxiously. Shen Qingtang expressed her confusion, asking what happened. Why has everyone stopped? The others were taken aback, realizing that their earlier fright had been unwarranted. "Do you have any idea how terrifying you were just now? It felt as if you were on the brink of death. We were genuinely worried about you. And yet you inquire why we have halted." Su In, observing Shen Qingtang's obliviousness, spoke with a tone that was less than amiable. Although Shen Qingtang had not anticipated the gravity of the situation, she understood that Su In's tone stemmed from concern for her, so she did not take offense. However, as she recalled the scene from earlier, a wave of anxiety washed over her. "This is not the time for such discussions. We must postpone our trip to the supply base. There is something else we need to address. Do you all remember the woman who attempted to steal from me?" "Yes. What about her?" The three replied in unison, while Jiang Yubai also turned to listen. "That's good to hear. I just spotted her heading towards the supply base as well. If she arrives there before us, acquiring the supplies will not be so straightforward. Therefore, I propose that we first deal with her." Shen Qingtang initially intended to eliminate her opponent. However, as soon as this thought crossed her mind, a sharp pain surged through her head, prompting her to silently curse. This was also the reason she had not resorted to secretly disposing of the female lead. Despite her formidable strength, she could not directly kill her. Yet, she could impede the female lead from acquiring certain resources. "All right, Qingtang, lead us. We shall proceed at once." The trio evidently placed great trust in Shen Qingtang's words, and they saw nothing amiss in her actions. After all, in this apocalyptic world, their ability to retain their moral compass and refrain from seizing resources from others was indeed commendable. Resources that were unclaimed must be taken. And Shen Qingtang was simply kind-hearted. She merely suggested relocating them rather than annihilating anyone. It was well known that others would not hesitate to kill for resources, with countless lives lost in such conflicts. Had Shen Qingtang been aware of their thoughts, she would have vehemently contested their assumptions. "I too wish to eliminate. After all, the tribulations of my previous life were all due to the female lead. I am no paragon of virtue, reciprocating malice with kindness." The group quickly altered their course, heading towards the direction of the female lead, Song Yu. Meanwhile, Song Yu was blissfully unaware that her group had been compromised. Her heart brimmed with joy. She felt an overwhelming intuition that the resources she had uncovered would be plentiful, enough to elevate her father's standing within the base. With this in mind, she became fervently motivated, urging her companions to hasten their pace. Zhao, you pick up the pace. I truly do not understand why my father assigned you to accompany me. You are slow and inept. Zhao, he thought to himself. Let it go. A moment's patience brings peace, and a step back opens vast horizons. Do not let anger cloud your thoughts. Consider her father. After a prolonged internal consolation, Zhao Yi, with a hint of apology, addressed his fellow teammates. Understanding Zhao Yi's predicament, they bore no ill will towards him. Instead, they shot resentful glances at Song Yu ahead. Song Yu, however, remained oblivious to their sentiments. Her mind solely focused on acquiring resources. The group had journeyed tirelessly for several days, and at a certain moment, Song Yu suddenly sensed a powerful allure. She quickly roused her companions, who were resting and preparing to eat. I can feel it. Stop eating and come with me to find something valuable. The group hastily shoved some food into their mouths before gathering around Song Yu, following her lead. Closer, closer, we are nearly there, she chanted, leading them towards an unknown destination. Suddenly, she halted, her gaze drifting into the distance, revealing a hint of confusion. This was not quite what she had envisioned. Chapter 26. My father is Song Wang surveying the barren expanse. Song Yu began to doubt her intuition for the first time, only to immediately dismiss the notion. I must have searched in the wrong place. It cannot be that my intuition has failed me. I have survived thus far relying on it. The thought of losing such guidance is unbearable. With that disconcerting notion in mind, she meticulously began to search the vicinity, hoping to uncover what she might have overlooked. Suddenly, her keen eyes caught sight of a familiar yellow object. It resembled the flower she had lost previously, and upon this realization, her excitement surged. Clearly, resources were far more significant than a mere flower. Shen Qingtang also noticed a sudden sparkle in Song Yu's eyes. She looked at her teammate and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, spoke up. I apologize. It was my oversight. I failed to conceal myself properly and was discovered. Su Lingru hurriedly offered words of comfort. It's all right. We were destined to confront them anyway. It merely means we cannot execute a surprise attack, which is not a significant issue. Shen Qingtang contemplated for a moment and found the reasoning quite sound. It was not that they were incapable of confronting the female protagonist and her companions. Rather, their choice to conceal themselves stemmed from the convenience of ambush tactics. Upon grasping this notion, the fleeting sense of embarrassment that had momentarily surfaced in Shen Qingtang's heart dissipated entirely. Realizing they had been discovered, the group decided to abandon their concealment and step forward with resolute clarity. Song Yu immediately recognized them as the same individuals she had encountered in the heart of the desert. Infuriation surged within her, yet she was no fool. The previous encounter had enlightened her to the fact that these individuals were not easily intimidated. Thus, despite her simmering anger, she maintained a facade of composure and spoke with a gentle tone, presenting herself as a completely different person from their last meeting. What a coincidence to see you here. You are aware of my father, Song Wang from the Yinyang base, right? He is renowned for his exceptional research capabilities. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I can certainly assist you. As she uttered these words, her tone brimmed with pride, as who would not envy her fortunate lineage. In the past, the mere mention of her father's name would prompt immediate flattery from those around her. Reflecting on her earlier rashness, she regretted her impulsive aggression. She should have approached the matter with reason and emotion, convinced that these wandering abilities would not spurn the olive branch extended by the Yinyang base. Zhao Yi, standing in the background, felt a flush of embarrassment on her behalf, recognizing her privileged upbringing and her awareness of the world. If Jiang Yubai truly valued the Yinyang base, he would not have departed. However, recalling Song Yu's usual loud demeanor, he opted to feign ignorance, quietly observing her self-aggrandizing monologue. After a lengthy discourse, as Song Yu prepared to articulate her most fervent sentiment, she glanced up only to find her audience utterly unresponsive. The words she had spoken seemed akin to music played to a deaf audience. The young lady, unaccustomed to such indignity, promptly lost her temper. "Return my flowers to me, or I shall have my father eliminate you." Jiang Yubai and his companions exchanged silent glances, momentarily speechless. Initially, they had assumed her restraint indicated a newfound wisdom, a realization of her inability to overcome them. Yet, they were swiftly proven wrong. As they regarded each other, their eyes conveyed a shared curiosity. Why was this woman fixated on Shen Qingtang? Did she possess knowledge of Shen Qingtang's unique qualities? Their original intent had merely been to drive her away. Now, after spending considerable time together, Shen Qingtang had grown rather fond of them, and they reciprocated the sentiment. Should she truly be snatched away, she certainly wouldn't fare well, especially under the care of this woman who clearly bore ill intentions. As they contemplated whether to simply eliminate her, Jiang Yubai's voice cut through the silence, decisive and cold. "Kill." His gaze remained fixed on Song Yu as he spoke. Su Lingruo and the others immediately grasped his meaning, while Shen Qingtang cast him a surprised glance. She recalled their earlier discussion. Merely driving the woman away would suffice. Yet now, the plan had shifted. Had the protagonist's incessant chatter provoked him? Regardless, she found herself pleased by this turn of events. Though she couldn't act herself, having someone else dispose of the nuisance was more than welcome. It would spare her the constant dread of being stolen away. Moreover, an inexplicable intuition nagged at her. If she and Song Yu remained in close proximity, the latter might somehow sense her presence. Though uncertain, the thought unsettled her. The moment Jiang Yubai uttered his command, Suin sprang into action. With a series of resounding clangs, sturdy shield walls encased them, sealing off any escape. Su Lingruo and Shenyang swiftly assumed battle stances. Opposite them, Song Yu observed their preparations with a sneer. So, they had no intention of surrendering the flower. How bold! Even knowing her father was Song Wang, they dared raise a hand against her. Her fingers twitched, and emerald vines lashed towards Shen Qingtang. As a 7th-tier ability user, she held no small measure of confidence. Yet Su and shield wall abruptly surged higher, intercepting the strike. Thwack! The verdant tendril collided with the barrier, emitting a piercing screech. Zhao Yi and his companions hastily joined the fray, and soon, the skirmish escalated into a chaotic melee. Yet despite their efforts, their opponents pressed them relentlessly, forcing them into a precarious retreat. Zhao Yi shot a glance at Song Yu, who remained fixated on breaching the shield wall, and suppressed a curse. Instead, he spoke with forced deference. "Young mistress, we're outmatched. Should we withdraw?" Song Yu's gaze flickered to the scattered limbs and corpses littering the ground, her failure to even graze the flower stoking her fury. With no outlet for her rage, she turned on Zhao Yi. A vine snapped forward, splitting his cheek open in a gush of blood. "Song Yu," he roared. She regarded him with undisguised contempt. "What's all the fuss?" Pathetic. Chapter 27. Defection endure it, Brother Zhao. "Remember who her father is," one of his companions muttered. Swallowing his fury, Zhao Yi ceased his aggressive assault against Jiang Yubai's group, even abandoning any thought of persuading Song Yu to flee. He was no fool. After this prolonged battle, one thing was clear. Even if Shun Yang and the others hadn't leveled up, they'd undoubtedly grown stronger since their last encounter. Continuing this fight would only lead to his demise, and sacrificing himself for an unreasonable woman was hardly worth it. He believed his retreat went unnoticed. Unbeknownst to him, Su Lingruo and Shun Yang had already discerned his intentions, though they paid him no mind. If Zhao Yi wished to withdraw, they wouldn't stop him. Instead, they redirected their focus towards Song Yu. Having vented her frustration on Zhao Yi, she resumed her futile assault on Su and shield wall, her determination to seize Shen Qingtang unwavering. Exchanging a glance, Su Lingruo and Shun Yang struck simultaneously. For grenades arced through the air, followed by 6P bullets, all aimed squarely at Song Yu's head. Sensing danger, she rolled aside just in time to evade the barrage. "Treacherous cowards!" she shrieked, her voice grating against their eardrums. "Zai, where are you? Is this how you protect me?" Her gaze swept the battlefield, only to find Zhao Yi and his men standing a dozen paces away. The realization struck her like a physical blow. They had abandoned her. A cold laugh escaped her lips. Zhao Yi, do you truly believe I'll perish without you? How naive! Since you seek death, I'll oblige. Yet despite her threat, she remained motionless, her eerie calm unsettling Zhao Yi and his companions. After a tense pause, they steeled themselves. What was done was done. Stay if you wish. I'm leaving, Zhao Yi declared. After a brief exchange of glances, the others followed suit. Song Yu's eyes burned into their retreating figures, her fingers crushing a concealed object in her palm. Fools, she murmured under her breath before shifting her attention back to Jiang Yubai's group, now rid of her burdensome allies. Her expression darkened, her gaze turning lethal. Suin scratched his head. Why did Song Yu seem so drastically different now? He nudged Shenyang. Young, you think she's got some trick up her sleeve? She's alone. Why isn't she afraid? In Shenyang, with an expression of exasperation akin to that of Suin, she reproached. Could you please engage your mind? Just because she feigns ignorance, do you genuinely believe her to be foolish? Her audacity surely stems from possessing some hidden advantage. Shenyang was truly a loss for words regarding Suin. How could this individual be so naive, perceiving matters solely at face value? Similarly, Shen Qingtang, who was equally deceived, thought to herself. Honestly, she truly could not discern in what manner Song Yu exhibited any intelligence. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts and could only silently observe the direction of Song Yu, pondering what card she possessed that enabled such arrogance. Suddenly, a resounding whistle echoed from Song Yu's vicinity, drawing the curious gazes of the group. They were eager to uncover her antics, but their expressions swiftly transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. What on earth? What on earth? Brother bye. Suin exclaimed, his voice trembling with astonishment. Could it be that he was merely imagining things? He hurriedly rubbed his eyes, hoping that everything he beheld was but a figment of his imagination. Su Lingruo and Shenyang were also taken aback by the spectacle, yet they maintained a composure far superior to Su An's. Even Jiang Yubai revealed signs of shock. There is no need to mention Shen Qingtang. After all, she had never witnessed such events in her previous dreams. The hearts of the few were momentarily inundated with a cacophony of curses. Song Yu looked at their astonished expressions with a mocking gaze, her heart brimming with unparalleled satisfaction. Chapter 28. The Zombie Tide, a group of fools. Do they truly believe that beauty alone suffices without intelligence? Observing their swift preparations for battle, Song Yu promptly retreated to the sidelines. This time, she yearned to witness their demise firsthand for her own peace of mind. The memory of their previous escape still ignited her anger. As Shen Qingtang and her companions observed Song Yu, who stood leisurely to the side, their gazes shifted towards the approaching horde of zombies. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in their minds, there was no time to ponder. Suin hurled his shield wall with reckless abandon, casting it forth repeatedly, no longer solely for the protection of his comrades, but also using it to vanquish the undead, a commendable feat in itself. Su Lingruo and Shenyang were equally busy, the relentless sounds of landmines detonating and peas firing filling the air. At this juncture, Shen Qingtang could no longer afford to remain passive as she had before. She vigorously generated solar energy from within her own being to aid Su En and the others while deftly launching her lightning blades into the fray. The only one among them who remained encircled and seemingly anxious was Jiang Yubai, his eyes betraying an unusual hint of urgency. This situation was markedly different from their previous encounters with zombies. He could see an unending stream of the undead advancing from a distance. If this continued, they would inevitably be worn down. A solution needed to be devised swiftly, yet having recently utilized his teleportation ability, he found himself unable to employ it again so soon. In that moment, Jiang Yubai felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance, as if his presence bore no weight at all, as Shen Qingtang engaged in combat with the zombies. She remained acutely aware of Jiang Yubai's condition. The moment she sensed a shift in Jiang Yubai's emotions, she turned her attention to Su En and the others, who were valiantly battling the undead. It dawned on her that Jiang Yubai was consumed by guilt. With a sigh, she plucked one of her petals and softly said, "Eat this. Once you do, you will be able to lead us away." Despite her words, a twinge of uncertainty lingered within Shen Qingtang. After all, the last time Jiang Yubai had consumed one of her petals, there seemed to be no discernible effect. Nevertheless, she could not bear to see him so dejected and thought it worth a try. She surmised that Jiang Yubai's abilities were insufficient. Otherwise, he would have whisked them away at the sight of the zombie horde. Receiving the petal from Shen Qingtang, Jiang Yubai asked no questions and promptly placed it in his mouth. Soon, he felt a warm surge coursing through his body, filling him with boundless energy. In astonishment, he looked at Shen Qingtang, realizing her petals possessed such extraordinary power. He silently vowed to protect her. Turning to his surrounding teammates, he commanded, "Come here." Though he longed to utter more, only those cold, clipped words escaped his lips. They understood that it had not been long since Jiang Yubai last used his teleportation ability, and another use would undoubtedly inflict irreversible harm upon him. They decided it was best to continue fighting the zombies. Perhaps they could eliminate them all, thereby enhancing their own abilities in the process. Of course, this was merely a bittersweet notion, for despite their myriad thoughts, their hands showed no sign of faltering. As one zombie after another fell, their stamina waned, approaching the point of exhaustion. Chapter 29. Continuous bleeding. Noticing that his teammates had yet to approach, Jiang Yubai pondered the reason behind their delay. With a deep, resigned sigh, he turned his gaze toward Shen Qingtang. Shen Qingtang sighed, accepting the situation. "All right, who can resist someone so beautiful and kind-hearted? Hurry over. Jiang Yubai has a solution. If you don't trust him, do you not trust me?" The group reflected on their past experiences. Every time they heeded Shen Qingtang's advice, the outcome had been favorable. Thus, they swiftly abandoned their struggle with the zombies and gathered around Jiang Yubai. Observing this scene in silence, Jiang Yubai felt a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, Song Yu experienced an unsettling premonition. She fervently reassured herself, "It can't be possible. It can't be. I summon a horde of zombies this time. They cannot escape." Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, she noticed the zombie crowd becoming chaotic. Witnessing the disoriented zombies scattering aimlessly, a chill ran down her spine. "Damn it, they're getting away," she thought, hastily activating her life-saving talisman and vanishing from sight. After all, if she remained, she would surely be attacked by the very zombies she had summoned. Although she could summon them, she could not exert control over them. As Song Yu departed, she unexpectedly coughed up blood, her face reflecting shock and confusion. She could not comprehend why this was happening, as she had not sustained any injuries. After a prolonged period of contemplation yielding no answers, she resigned herself to uncertainty. On the other side, Jiang Yubai and the others were grappling with their own dire circumstances. The issue lay not with Jiang Yubai's teleportation, which functioned flawlessly, but rather with Shen Qingtang, who had inexplicably begun to bleed. The sight was horrifying. A sunflower's petals were steadily oozing blood. Had they not been so familiar with Shen Qingtang, the group would have reacted with alarm. "What's wrong with Qingtang?" Su Lingru's anxious gaze turned to Jiang Yubai, hoping he possessed some insight into the matter. However, Jiang Yubai, lacking all the answers, shook his head and began pondering. Could it be that Shen Qingtang was injured by the petals she had given me? Yet, he refrained from voicing this thought. It was not disbelief in his teammate, but rather a desire to keep Shen Qingtang's secret known to as few as possible, for her sake and for the team's. Suin paced nervously, only to be halted by the irritable Shen Yang. "Stop moving around. You're making me dizzy." Suin shot a furious glare at Shen Yang, incredulous. "Shen Qingtang has been reduced to this because of us, and you're not the slightest bit concerned, just complaining about me fidgeting." Shen Yang, he should not have taken that action or spoken those words. "Enough of the quarrels. I understand your concerns for Qingtang, but we have exhausted all possible means. Now we can only wait." Su Lingru glanced with a throbbing headache at her two teammates before turning her gaze towards Jiang Yubai, hoping to discern any clever plan he might have conceived, only to be met with disappointment. The group grew increasingly anxious, yet they found themselves powerless. The unreliable Su and even suggested taking Shen Qingtang to their previous haven, the Yin-Yang base, to seek assistance from Song Yu's father. This proposal was met with a chorus of disdainful glances. Setting aside their grievances with Song Yu, if Song Wang, that research fanatic, were to discover anything unusual about Shen Qingtang, their ability to protect her would be utterly inadequate. What do you propose we do? This 1T work, and that 1T work either, Suin lamented, scratching his head in agitation as he watched Shen Qingtang continue to cough up blood, his heart heavy with distress. I. Su Lingru hesitated, her voice lacking conviction, uncertain of what to say. She found Su In's reasoning quite valid. Ultimately, the group turned their attention once more to Jiang Yubai. His brow furrowed tightly as a bold thought suddenly emerged in his mind. He recalled the dark maneuver he had employed against Song Yu during his teleportation, which had caused the latter to bleed profusely, just as Shen Qingtang was now. Could it be? Initially, he had not considered this angle at all. Had Su In and the others not mentioned Song Yu, he might never have thought of it. However, as he remained uncertain, he refrained from directly sharing his suspicions with Su Lingru and the others. Instead, he subtly moved his hands, and indeed, the rate at which Shen Qingtang was bleeding began to slow. This gave him a slight sense of reassurance, though he was still hesitant to cease entirely, fearing that if he was mistaken, he might inadvertently harm Shen Qingtang. Therefore, in the sight of his companions, he gradually accelerated his movements, and gradually, Shen Qingtang began to improve. After a considerable time, she finally stopped bleeding. Su Lingru and the others had already noticed the decrease in Shen Qingtang's blood loss. Yet they dared not make any sudden movements, fearing that their interference might halt her self-healing process. Unbeknownst to them, it was Jiang Yubai who was secretly intervening, leading them to believe it was Shen Qingtang's regenerative abilities at work. The earlier worry faded, replaced by a sense of envy that blossomed within their hearts. Shen Qingtang truly lives up to her name. After all that she has endured today, had any one of them been in her place, they would have undoubtedly succumbed to death after losing so much blood, including Yi and Jiang Yubai. Yet, Shen Qingtang has resiliently survived, and they find themselves questioning if the events that transpired were simply figments of their imagination. For Shen Qingtang now appears just as she did before, until she suddenly speaks, prompting them to realize that everything was indeed real. Jiang Yubai, have you done something to that Song Yu? Several of them cast bewildered glances at Shen Qingtang, perplexed as to why her first inquiry was about such a matter. Upon hearing Shen Qingtang's question, Jiang Yubai feels a stir in his heart, though it contradicts his previous thoughts. Initially, he believed that in his attempt to confront Song Yu, he had inadvertently implicated Shen Qingtang, especially since it was his first time wielding such force. However, her current inquiry makes him reconsider whether his previous assumptions were misguided. Brother Bai, you truly have taken action against that Song Yu, and I was unaware of it. Chapter 30, The Curious Zhao Yi. Jiang Yubai shot Suin a glance, silently urging him to discern the situation for himself. Suin thought, perhaps I should have refrained from speaking. Eventually, Jiang Yubai shifted his gaze back to Shen Qingtang, giving a subtle nod, indicating that he indeed had acted against Song Yu. Her fury erupted, questioning whether life could continue in such a manner. It was one thing for her not to confront Song Yu herself. Why should she suffer the same repercussions for Jiang Yubai's actions? As Shen Qingtang's expression darkened further, her companions were left baffled by the unfolding events. On the contrary, Jiang Yubai began to form a hypothesis, yet deemed it too absurd to voice, thus remaining silent on the sidelines. Ultimately, Shen Qingtang seemed to come to a sudden realization and inquired, in the future, when you encounter that Song Yu, could you refrain from harming her? She found herself unable to express more. She couldn't very well articulate that their harm to her was akin to harming her. Such words would likely garner no sympathy. Even if they were to believe her, she would still need to explain why. The thought alone felt cumbersome, leading Shen Qingtang to resolve to say nothing further. If they were willing to act according to her wishes, that would be splendid. If not, she felt that they would be the ones gaining the upper hand. As Su Lingru spoke up, the other two immediately echoed their agreement, expressing their willingness to comply. As for Jiang Yubai, in that moment, it seemed that everyone collectively overlooked his opinion. Observing their unwavering support without questioning the reasoning behind it warmed Shen Qingtang's heart. Subsequently, Su Lin's concerned voice reached her ears. Shen Qingtang fell into silence, at a loss for how to articulate her thoughts. However, upon perceiving the concerned gazes of the three individuals, she ultimately concocted an explanation that sounded rather implausible. It's nothing. Merely a sudden manifestation of the aftereffects from my previous upgrade. The trio exchanged glances, sensing the insincerity in her words. Yet, unable to devise a more suitable rationale, they reluctantly chose to accept her explanation for the time being, observing their evident skepticism mingled with a necessity to believe her. Shen Qingtang felt a slight twinge of guilt gnawing at her conscience. Nevertheless, she swiftly dismissed the thought, reassuring herself that she would procure ample supplies for them in the future. Such a trivial deception was inconsequential. As this notion crossed her mind, she once again attuned herself to the supply base, only to discover, rather fortuitously, that Jiang Yubai's recent teleportation had landed them in remarkably close proximity. The supply base was merely a few hundred meters away. Such serendipity was indeed remarkable. Reaching the supplies would surely be a seamless endeavor. Elated by this realization, her voice brimmed with excitement. I have wonderful news. The supply base is only a few hundred meters from here. At the very instant her words fell, Suen sprang to his feet in exhilaration, rushing over to scoop Shen Qingtang into his arms, preparing to bestow upon her a kiss. Shen Qingtang skillfully evaded the barrage of flower plates, finally managing to escape. Seizing the opportunity as her opponent launched another assault, she exclaimed, "Jiang Yubai, please save me. Your teammate has gone mad." At once, Jiang Yubai turned his gaze towards her, causing Suen to instantly falter, obediently standing still in place. Shen Qingtang seized the opportunity to swiftly leap from his grasp and hurried to Jiang Yubai's side. It was far safer to remain close to Jiang Yubai. Others often had a penchant for intrusive gestures. "Alas, Qingtang, why do you evade me as if I were a plague? I was merely overwhelmed with excitement. I meant no harm." Shen Qingtang observed Su An's perplexed expression, remaining silent while contemplating as a blossoming young woman. "Your kiss upon my flower plate is tantamount to kissing my lips. How could that possibly be acceptable? Qingtang, is what you said true? Are we truly nearing the supply base?" Although Su Lingru shared in the excitement, her demeanor was far more composed than Su An's. Shen Qingtang felt a surge of joy upon seeing Su Lingru maintain a respectful distance while inquiring, as such space was quite agreeable. "Indeed, we shall soon have an abundance of supplies at our disposal." Upon hearing this, the spirits of the group visibly lifted, and the earlier discontent dissipated in an instant. "Then let us hasten," Suen urged, eager to witness the marvel of the supply base that Shen Qingtang had described, one brimming with all manner of daily necessities. Su Lingru and Shan Yang exchanged expectant glances with Jiang Yubai, having become accustomed to following his lead in such moments. Ultimately, their desires were granted. "Let us proceed." "Splendid. Brother Bai is magnificent. I always knew he was the most formidable. He is my eternal idol." The others exchanged glances at Su An's exuberance, unable to suppress their chuckles. Having grown accustomed to his occasional outbursts, had it been anyone else, after a hasty meal, the group moved swiftly ahead. This journey was undeniably more serene than before, as they traversed merely a few hundred meters. What could possibly occur? Such thoughts lingered in their minds, only to be swiftly contradicted. They were confronted with the sight of two individuals sprawled on the ground before them, and her companions were rendered speechless, taken aback by the sight before them. Could it be Zhaoyi? Su En's voice trembled with astonishment and disbelief. They had witnessed Zhao Yi and his group depart not long ago, yet the wretched figure sprawled on the ground was unmistakably him. His appearance was indeed tragic. His body bore the marks of neglect, with scarcely any flesh intact, clearly indicating he had been bitten by a zombie. Yet, remarkably, he had not succumbed to infection, which was perplexing. Despite the apocalypse having persisted for a decade, humanity had yet to discover a means to develop an antibody against the undead. Anyone bitten was destined to transform. "What should we do, Brother Bai?" Su Lingru inquired, glancing from the incapacitated Zhao Yi to Jiang Yubai. Upon seeing Jiang Yubai, too felt a jolt of surprise, though he managed to mask it more effectively than Su and the others. He observed Shen Qingtang beside him, noting her lack of the same astonishment displayed by Su and the others. Chapter 31. Save Me. Shen Qingtang was caught off guard by Jiang Yubai's gaze. After a brief moment of confusion, she realized that her earlier demeanor had been too composed. Contemplating this, she expressed her astonishment. Hadn't this person already fled? How could he suddenly reappear here, and despite being bitten by zombies, remain unturned? Jiang Yubai. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. Deciding to let the other party maintain his facade of shock, he refrained from exposing the truth. Thus, Jiang Yubai shifted his focus to the unconscious Zhao Yi on the ground. They could simply leave, yet he found himself in a quandary. Should he intervene or feign ignorance? After a considerable pause, he resolved decisively. They would leave Zhao Yi behind. Su and the others did not question him further and prepared to depart, while Shen Qingtang cast a surprised glance at Jiang Yubai, expecting him to rescue Zhao Yi. In the past, Jiang Yubai would have saved Zhao Yi, believing he posed no threat, despite their occasional disagreements. However, he no longer dared to take such risks. After all, Song Yu had always been fixated on the flower he cherished. If his attempt to save Zhao Yi today endangered Shen Qingtang, he would never forgive himself. Thus, after much contemplation, he chose not to intervene. However, he directed his gaze toward a nearby area he deemed relatively safe. With Su An's protective shield, Zhao Yi would likely survive. After years of camaraderie, Su An instantly grasped Jiang Yubai's intention. He approached Zhao Yi and reached out to drag him toward the designated safe spot. Suddenly, Zhao Yi, who had been unconscious, opened his eyes. Upon seeing the group before him, his first instinct was to cry out for help. Jiang Yubai, save me. I don't want to be devoured by zombies. Please. Jiang Yubai maintained an impassive expression, while the others pretended they had not heard. Su An hesitated momentarily. Now that Zhao Yi had awakened, Zhao Yi, realizing that no one was paying him any heed, shifted his gaze to Shen Qingtang. If you save me, I will tell you about that sunflower. This statement successfully captured the attention of the group. Observing their reactions, Zhao Yi quickly understood the weight of his words. I speak the truth. If you take me with you, I promise to reveal everything about Song Yu. The trio immediately turned their eyes to Jiang Yubai, uncertain about how to proceed. After deliberation, Jiang Yubai ultimately directed his gaze toward Shen Qingtang, clearly seeking her decision. Shen Qingtang instantly sensed several gazes directed towards her. Fortunately, her psychological resilience was formidable. She remained completely unperturbed by their scrutiny. However, she felt a twinge of conflict, recalling how Jiang Yubai and the others had been unwilling to involve Zhao Yi. It wouldn't be fair to impose her own concerns upon them. Furthermore, regarding Song Yu's situation, she found that knowing or not knowing made little difference, as she couldn't take action against Song Yu, nor could she against her own teammates. With this thought, Shen Qingtang swiftly concluded that Zhao Yi's words were utterly inconsequential. Thus, she resolutely declared, "There's no need. I will handle the matter concerning Song Yu myself." The trio turned their attention to Jiang Yubai, who nodded in agreement. Since Zhao Yi had regained consciousness, there was no need to relocate him to a safer place. His survival from that point onward was solely his own responsibility. After walking for a while, Shen Qingtang could not suppress her curiosity and asked, "Aren't you all curious as to why he hasn't turned into a zombie?" Su An immediately retorted, "What do you mean we're not curious? I'm dying of curiosity." But given his demeanor, he doesn't seem like the type to share. So why waste our breath? Shen Qingtang paused in silence for a moment, suddenly realizing that Su An's perspective held considerable merit. She glanced toward the other two individuals, who evidently shared Su An's sentiments. It appeared that she had been the sole one lost in her thoughts from the beginning. Since they were unconcerned, Shen Qingtang felt it unnecessary to dwell on the matter any longer. Thus, she promptly cast aside the issue from her mind. Here they were at last. Shen Qingtang's sudden remark rendered the travelers momentarily speechless. "Are we there?" Su Lingru's voice was filled with disbelief. Gazing at the vast expanse of the plain before her, she felt a bit dazed. Not that she doubted Shen Qingtang, but rather it was pure incredulity. "Yes, we have arrived." Su Lingru, Deploy the landmines at that location and continue until a passage is revealed. Obediently, Su Lingru cast 5 or 6 landmines at the indicated spot. As clouds of dust billowed, a large pit eventually emerged before them. Casting a glance back at Shen Qingtang, Su Lingru tentatively inquired, "Qingtang, should we continue detonating?" "Yes, proceed until the passage appears." Shen Qingtang once again cast landmines into the pit, uncertain of how many she had thrown, until at last, a different sight emerged. "It's done," she announced, gazing at the entrance that had appeared deep within the chasm. The others turned their eyes towards the opening, their expressions tinged with disbelief. Was it truly this simple? In the past, each quest for supplies had required them to risk life and limb for but a meager reward. Yet now, the unfolding events instilled a sense of surrealism, as if they were caught in a dream. Observing her companions standing there in stunned silence, Shen Qingtang voiced her confusion. "Are you all still dawdling here? Hurry inside. Do you not desire the supplies?" Only then did her companions awaken from their reverie, hastening towards the entrance. Jiang Yubai ambled leisurely behind, devoid of any urgency. Long before Shen Qingtang had given the go-ahead, he had already surveyed the interior with his celestial vision. It was indeed safe, and precisely as Shen Qingtang had described. Everything one could wish for was present. To be honest, he too had been taken aback upon witnessing it firsthand. The sensation of hearing about it, and then seeing it were worlds apart. However, his expression remained impassive, keeping the tumultuous emotions within him concealed from his companions. Chapter 32. Arrival at the Supply Base. Shen Qingtang observed the few individuals ahead of her who were sprinting away, then glanced back at the leisurely Jiang Yubai trailing behind. In that moment, she truly felt the essence of a villain. There was an unmistakable aura about him. The individuals in front seemed like mere cannon fodder, destined to perish after just a few episodes. Oh, but it would be more accurate to say they spoke in fragmented phrases rather than being silent. It was hardly a matter of reticence. She wondered if Jiang Yubai perhaps suffered from some condition that rendered him unable to speak. However, she hesitated to inquire, as she did not feel their relationship had reached a level of intimacy that warranted such questions. She believed it essential to maintain a sense of boundaries. Many matters, perhaps, could only be addressed once they became more familiar and trusting of one another. Jiang Yubai sensed Shen Qingtang's gaze fixed upon him and assumed she had a question she wished to pose. Yet, as they walked into the cave, her silence persisted, leaving him perplexed as he glanced her way. Shen Qingtang gazed at Jiang Yubai, who suddenly looked at her with a questioning expression, his mind seemingly filled with a myriad of queries. What was the matter? Was he now reluctant to utter a single word? Did he expect her to decipher his thoughts through mere eye contact? This indeed felt like an undue challenge for her. If he had something to convey, he could articulate it slowly, word by word. She was in no hurry. Shen Qingtang resolved to take the initiative, refusing to waste time in futile speculation. Jiang Yubai remained silent, perhaps contemplating whether she had something to express. As both individuals pondered what the other might be inclined to say, an atmosphere of awkwardness began to envelop them. Suddenly, Su and piercing cries shattered the tension. "Ah, by God, come quickly. We VE struck gold. We VE struck gold." His exuberant laughter echoed. Hee, ha ha. In response, Jiang Yubai and Shen Qingtang fell into a profound silence, while Su Lingruo and Shen Yang, trailing behind Suan, averted their gazes, clearly expressing their disdain for their exuberant teammate. Ultimately, it was Su Lingruo who managed to compose herself and stepped forward, yet her lips betrayed her with an unmistakable smile. By Go, what we discovered inside aligns perfectly with what Qingtang described. Every essential item is present. I haven't encountered such a well-stocked place in ages. Despite her earnest efforts to maintain decorum, Su Lingruo's upward curving smile and cheerful tone revealed her uncontainable delight. Witnessing the joy radiating from his teammates, Jiang Yubai responded with a gentle smile, which only served to amplify their happiness. Shen Qingtang also felt a surge of happiness. For all of this was brought about by her efforts. A sense of accomplishment gradually enveloped her. After a brief moment of joy, the others did not forget about Shen Qingtang. One by one, they approached her with utmost respect and, without uttering a word, bowed deeply. Shen Qingtang was momentarily taken aback, but soon graciously accepted the gesture. She felt deserving of this honor. After all, if it weren't for her, Jiang Yubai and the others would have never discovered this place in their lifetime. It was no idle boast. She had previously witnessed this resource base, which she had uncovered alongside Song Yu. Moreover, it was this very base that elevated Song Yu's father, Song Wang, to greater heights of prestige within the community. She had come to learn certain facts that were previously unknown to her. For instance, this base was actually established by Song Wang himself. Yet the precise reason for creating such a flawless refuge remained a mystery to her. She speculated that Song Wang might have foreseen the impending zombie outbreak, but without concrete evidence, she dared not assert it as truth. As for why Song Yu relied on her to locate this resource base, the explanation was simple. The apocalypse brought not only zombies, but also significant alterations to many landscapes. Consequently, Song Wang had been tirelessly searching for the resource base he originally founded, though he had yet to find it. By the time Song Yu finally located it, accompanied by others, Song Wang could no longer claim it for himself. Thus, he chose to reveal it openly. Qingtang, thank you. If it weren't for you, we would never have found such an abundance of resources. You are truly our lucky charm. Su Lingru's voice interrupted Shen Qingtang's musings. Indeed, Jiang Yubai, the type who concealed his emotions, was far more preferable. Ah, Qingtang, it seems you have a fondness for Brother Bai. You always gravitate towards him, while you hardly come near us. Shen Qingtang quietly inched closer to Jiang Yubai, her actions unmistakably revealing her fondness for his proximity. Jiang Yubai, with a subtle smile, bent down and lifted Shen Qingtang effortlessly. Witnessing this unfold, Su-An felt a pang of hurt. Jiang Yubai observed Su-An's antics with a calm demeanor, eventually carrying Shen Qingtang further inside. The sights encountered along the way were far more vivid than any grand vision, and fortunately, he had previously witnessed such splendor, allowing him to maintain his composure. Nonetheless, the opulence and abundance within surpassed his wildest imagination. Layers upon layers of various provisions, food, seafood, garments, luxury items, and vegetables, left him with an understanding of Su-An's previous fervor. Brother Bai, what are your thoughts now? Su-An, suddenly animated, approached Jiang Yubai, extending his hand as if it were a microphone aimed at his lips. Jiang Yubai merely cast a glance his way, remaining silent. Brother Bai truly lacks a sense of humor, forever wearing that stern expression, wasting such a handsome visage. What are you mumbling about? Shenyang approached, noticing Su-An's incessant chatter, and could not resist inquiring. Su-An shot him a disdainful look before turning on his heel and departing, leaving Shenyang in a state of bewilderment. Scratching his head in confusion, he decided to abandon the thought and cheerfully made his way toward the clothing floor. Su Lingru had dashed off earlier to change clothes, exclaiming how long it had been since she donned new attire, her excitement palpable. Since they now had ample supplies, it seemed only fitting to spruce themselves up a little. With that thought in mind, Shenyang quickened his pace. In stark contrast, Su-An ventured alone to another floor. Chapitre 33, Solitaria. Tonight, I can finally feast on fresh vegetables. Hot pot. It must be hot pot. A little indulgence. Su-An exclaimed, darting about, inspecting this vegetable and that. He appeared giddy like a child, but soon managed to compose himself. He descended to join Jiang Yubai and the others, sharing his thoughts. Jiang Yubai regarded his weary companions and nodded in silence. Su-An, brimming with enthusiasm, set about preparing the ingredients, and in no time, he had the hot pot ready. As they joyfully cooked together, Shen Qingtang felt utterly wilted. She too yearned for a taste, and perhaps due to her fervent longing, she suddenly detected the tantalizing aroma of hot pot. She scarcely had time to marvel at her newfound sense of taste, her mind consumed by the fragrance of the dish. It felt like an exquisite form of torture, far worse than being unable to smell anything at all. Jiang Yubai seemed to sense Shen Qingtang's yearning and promptly reeled her in. Look, Shen Qingtang pondered for a long while, unable to discern his intended meaning. Consequently, she sought assistance from her peers, turning her attention towards Su-An and his companions. After a moment of contemplation, Su-An tentatively ventured, Perhaps by Gu intends to suggest that you come closer to observe us while we eat? After all, you cannot partake in a meal. It is more about the experience of participation. Shen Qingtang, filled with indignation, thought to herself, who in their right mind wishes to engage in mere participation? She believed that Jiang Yubai was certainly not such a person, and thus she gazed at him with hopeful anticipation. Under her watchful eyes, he gradually nodded in affirmation. Shen Qingtang remained silent. Silence encapsulated her essence at that moment. After what felt like an eternity, she seemed to have finally quelled her urge to unleash a torrent of invectives. Her gaze fell upon the group, particularly on Jiang Yubai. Feel free to indulge yourselves. I implore you not to concern yourselves with me. Kindly maintain your distance. Thank you. The others discerned the undertone of suppressed frustration in Shen Qingtang's voice. Yet, Jiang Yubai alone wore a mask of confusion. He could sense the bitterness emanating from her, yet he perceived their lively camaraderie as a source of joy, leaving Shen Qingtang isolated and forlorn. Thus, he had benevolently drawn her into their midst, unaware of the discontent his actions had stirred within her. Regrettably, Shen Qingtang was disinclined to elucidate her feelings to him. This time, she offered no resistance to Su Lingruo's inclination to tuck her hand away. She felt utterly drained and yearned for a moment of respite, wishing to avoid the exertion of walking. Once they reached a more distant locale, with a scent of hot pot faded into the background, Shen Qingtang finally spoke. Su Lingruo inexplicably felt that if Shen Qingtang were a person, she would undoubtedly bear a pitiful expression at this moment. However, she reasoned, plants couldn't consume human food, could they? So why did she detect a hint of envy in Shen Qingtang's tone? It must be a mere illusion, she reassured herself internally. Yet, she could not suppress her words. Perhaps I should stay here with you. Otherwise, you truly appear to be in a rather dismal state. Shen Qingtang, recognizing Su Lingruo's good intentions, coldly declined her offer. No need, you may go. Well, all right then. If you need anything, just call us, and I shall come immediately. Shen Qingtang had grown weary of observing her. After Shen Qingtang and the others departed, Zhao Yi initially intended to leave as well. However, upon recalling how Jiang Yubai and his companions had turned a blind eye to the impending danger, his heart swelled with resentment towards them. Consequently, he abandoned his plan to leave and stealthily trailed behind Jiang Yubai and his group. Naturally, he became aware of the events that had transpired earlier, and he found it peculiar that Su Lingruo had been incessantly tossing explosives into an empty space. It was only upon discovering the cave that he instinctively sensed it contained valuable treasures. Yet, in order to avoid detection by Jiang Yubai, he maintained a prudent distance, leaving the specifics of what lay within the cave shrouded in uncertainty for the time being. He intended to explore the cave himself once Jiang Yubai and his companions had departed, harboring no concern that the treasures would be entirely claimed, for there were no spatial ability users within Jiang Yubai's team. Meanwhile, Jiang Yubai and his companions were blissfully enjoying a hot pot at the supply base, utterly oblivious to the fact that the resources they had just unearthed had already piqued someone else's interest. Suen took a sip of his sugary drink and savored a piece of fatty beef, letting out a contented sigh. Ah, I never imagined I would experience such days. It feels like a dream. Shenyang, sitting nearby, promptly pinched his thigh. Ouch! Shenyang, what are you doing? Suen yelped, swatting Shun Yang's hand away. You said it felt like a dream. I'm just trying to add some reality to it. Suen retorted, thanks a lot. Su Lingruo observed the playful banter between the two, remaining silent. Under normal circumstances, she should have been elated on such a day. However, for reasons unknown, her thoughts drifted to the countless individuals outside who were struggling to find sustenance and clothing. Many women and children had met grim fates at the hands of zombies. In the past, she had been powerless to change the status quo, yet she suddenly felt that their small team was gradually acquiring the ability to make a difference. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing these thoughts. After all, everyone else seemed quite happy, and she didn't wish to dampen the mood. Jiang Yubai glanced at the quietly contemplative Su Lingruo, sensing that she bore some hidden burden. However, realizing that any inquiry from him would lead them to ponder for an extended period, he He deemed himself ill-suited for heart-to-heart conversations. He decided to wait for her to speak up on her own. Thus, he shifted his gaze towards Shen Qingtang, who stood alone like a solitary flower, eliciting an inexplicable discomfort within him. He stood up and made his way toward her. "Brother Bai, where are you going?" Sukan inquired, noticing Jiang Yubai's movement, only to be met with simultaneous glares from Su Lingruo and Shen Yang. "If you'd like to donate your brain and eyes to someone in need, please think before you speak. What else is over there besides Shen Qingtang?" Su Lingruo regarded Su and as though he were dull-witted. Suan, feeling indignant, wanted to retort, but found Jiang Yubai had already reached Shen Qingtang, forcing him to acknowledge that his earlier question may have indeed been rather thoughtless. No, he simply hadn't thought of it in that moment. He refused to be swayed by Su Lingruo. He was still quite clever. Chapter 34. Su Lingruo's thoughts. "What are you laughing at?" Su Lingruo playfully struck Suan on the head. He immediately became obedient, prompting her to roll her eyes at him. Not far from them, Jiang Yubai had approached Shen Qingtang. The trio was filled with confusion. Suan nudged Su Lingruo with his elbow. "Why don't you ask Brother Bai what he means?" Su Lingruo immediately distanced herself from Suan. She had no intention of inquiring about such matters, for she was certainly not idle. Shen Qingtang herself was quite bewildered. Just moments ago, she was earnestly contemplating the meaning of life, only to be brought over by Jiang Yubai. Curiosity compelled her to inquire, "What brings you here?" Jiang Yubai paused for a moment before responding with measured words. "There are many people." Suan quickly interjected to clarify. "What Brother Bai means is that you, a solitary flower over there, were rather pitiable. Since we have already finished our hot pot, we thought to bring you here where there are more people." Shen Qingtang gazed at Jiang Yubai, who nodded in acknowledgement, remained silent, contemplating that, after all, being alone in that place was indeed rather dull. Observing that everyone had gathered, Su Lingruo was struck by her earlier notion. Since everyone was well-fed and content, perhaps discussing that matter would not be too inappropriate? Uncertain, she thought this and hesitantly spoke up. I have something to say. Would you all be willing to listen? It might not be pleasant." This introduction made Shen Qingtang want to tease her. After all, if she knew it wasn't good news, perhaps it would be better not to mention it. She resolved to hold her tongue, fearing that if she spoke too much, Su Lingruo might lose her courage to continue. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, she suddenly felt several intense gazes directed at her. Confused, she looked up to find Su Lingruo standing before her, hesitating to speak. In that moment, Shen Qingtang felt a surge of gratitude for having refrained from teasing. "Qingtang, the matter I wish to discuss is related to you as well." "Yes, please continue." I want to utilize the supplies we discovered to assist women and children who lack the means to protect themselves. Would you be willing to help, along with the others?" Su Lingruo finally voiced the sentiments she had harbored within, and then, as if awaiting a verdict, she shut her eyes tightly, as though such an action might prevent any adverse outcomes from occurring. Shen Qingtang was taken aback by the unexpected nature of Su Lingruo's remarks. She realized that her ambitions were far less grand than those of Su Lingruo. Her sole focus upon awakening had been to seek out resources and cling to a powerful ally. It seemed she harbored no lofty aspirations at all. No wonder she had previously played the role of a mere pawn. It appeared she was not entirely unjustified in that regard. Su Lingruo felt she had waited an eternity, long enough that she was prepared to open her eyes and gauge the reactions of those around her when Shen Qingtang finally spoke. With an appreciative gaze, she encouraged Su Lingruo, praising her thoughts. "Your ideas are commendable. If it were anyone else, upon witnessing such an abundance of resources, their immediate impulse would likely be to retreat into seclusion, oblivious to the needs of others." Suan felt an inexplicable sense of identification with that other, for he indeed shared the same sentiments as Shen Qingtang. Embarrassed, he averted his gaze, pretending he had not heard a thing. "Really, Qingtang, you don't think I'm being fanciful, do you? You don't consider me overly altruistic, do you?" It was understandable that Su Lingruo held such thoughts, for after a decade of apocalyptic existence, people's hearts had transformed irreparably. At some point, acts of rescue had come to be perceived as mere sanctimonious folly. It seemed that with the onset of the apocalypse, The intrinsic kindness and warmth of humanity had faded, leaving behind a cold indifference. At times, she couldn't help but ponder if the zombies were indeed the remnants of humanity, evolved from those who had become emotionally detached and selfish. Yet, such thoughts she dared only entertain sporadically. Most of the time, she preferred not to dwell on such heavy matters. How could that be? It's wonderful that you possess such thoughts. The most beautiful qualities of humanity are kindness, compassion for the vulnerable, and a loving spirit. I think you are truly admirable. You need not question yourself. With Shen Qingtang's words, Su Lingruo felt a profound clarity wash over her. Indeed, why should she concern herself with the opinions of others? As long as she remained true to her own heart, that was sufficient. What about you, Brother Bai? Su Lingruo did not address her other two teammates, but directed her inquiry at Jiang Yubai instead, who eventually nodded slowly. His thoughts were straightforward. The secrets surrounding Shen Qingtang had multiplied, and he feared that it would become increasingly difficult for just a few of them to safeguard her. Thus, they needed to establish their base as swiftly as possible, although their initial intent was merely to assist those unable to protect themselves. The unpredictability of life left the future uncertain. With the two most prominent figures having expressed their thoughts, Su En and Shen Yang's opinions seemed less significant. Nevertheless, adhering to humanitarian principles, Su Lingruo feigned a request for input from Su En and Shen Yang. Su En remarked, "Is it really necessary to put on such an act?" He haughtily turned his head away, pretending to be oblivious to the conversation. Shen Yang, however, did not share the same approach. He turned to Su Lingru and spoke. "Since Brother Bai and Shen Qingtang have both expressed their support for you, I have nothing further to add and shall also lend my support." The underlying implication was clear. With the endorsement of two influential figures, his own opinion was rendered insignificant. He was evidently self-aware. The unanimous agreement on her proposal brought Su Lingru immense joy. Yet, she soon regained her composure, realizing that she merely possessed a nascent idea, with no concrete plan on how to proceed. At this moment, Sun also spoke up, his words startling several, including Jiang Yubai. They had genuinely not contemplated this issue. Whether it was Shen Qingtang mentioning the existence of a resource base or their first-hand observations, it appeared they had not considered the actual logistics involved. A silence enveloped the room. Suen felt, for once, he was the most astute among them, and he promptly straightened up. "You see, none of you had thought of this matter. It was I who brought it to light. What would you do without me?" As he spoke, he shook his head with exaggerated fervor, his mouth clucking incessantly. Su Lingru swiftly kicked him, prompting Suen to behave more appropriately. Shen Qingtang was no stranger to such scenes, and thus remained unfazed. Chapter 35. The Resource Dilemma. Nevertheless, Suen did not misspeak. The issue of resources was indeed a pressing concern. Shen Qingtang did not believe her body could carry away all the supplies present. Should they simply leave the provisions here? As this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Yubai's voice resonated from beside her. "Leave them here." The others understood, implying that the supplies would not be moved. However, a new dilemma arose. Although the location they intended to establish their base was not exceedingly far, a distance still existed. Thus, a silence enveloped them. They had never realized that an abundance of supplies could pose challenges. Ultimately, Shen Qingtang broke the silence with a suggestion. "I recall encountering a certain plant before. If planted at the perimeter, it could devour any approaching individuals or zombies." The trio immediately turned their gaze toward Shen Qingtang, their expressions conveying a singular thought. "Are you referring to yourself?" Shen Qingtang fell silent, pondering how the plant she had just mentioned bore a striking resemblance to herself. Firstly, both were indeed plants, and both possessed the capacity to directly devour the undead. Do not judge me by the plant. It lacks my wit, for I possess intelligence. At that moment, Shen Qingtang seemed to forget her humanity, momentarily identifying with the plant. "Oh!" the trio exclaimed in unison. Jiang Yubai observed as the others teased Shen Qingtang, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, yet he remained silent. Shen Qingtang disregarded the trio and continued her discourse. However, She confessed that she was currently unaware of the precise location of that particular plant, yet she harbored a strong intuition that they would encounter it during their expedition. The trio exchanged glances, not doubting Shen Qingtang's words. After all, everything she had previously foretold had come to fruition. They increasingly felt that since meeting Shen Qingtang, their lives had undergone a profound transformation. Abilities that once seemed impossible to elevate had suddenly progressed with ease, and resources that had eluded them were now abundantly plentiful. In that moment, they felt as though they were the protagonists of this world. This realization filled them with a sense of apprehension, fearing that one day, all of this might abruptly vanish. Shen Qingtang, observing the inexplicable expressions of her companions after she mentioned seeking out plants, inquired with genuine confusion, "What's the matter? Do you not believe my words? It's quite all right. After all, we cannot take any supplies with us. Consider it an opportunity to engage in acts of kindness." She recalled that Su Lingru had previously expressed a desire to assist women and children in need. This outing presents a chance to do just that. Realizing that Shen Qingtang had misunderstood their sentiments, the trio promptly spoke in unison. "No, that's not it. We do not doubt you. It's just that everything seems too fantastical. We fear that this may all be an illusion, and upon awakening, we might find that nothing remains." Shen Qingtang. She had no idea that beneath the carefree demeanor of the trio lay such profound matters. Thus, she assumed the role of a wise older sister to offer them guidance. You needn't overthink it. Perhaps everything is predestined in some way. All you need to do is accept it. Moreover, even if this is merely a dream that may fade away, once you awaken, wouldn't you recall the events that transpired within it? The trio was momentarily taken aback. They had never considered such an approach. After some contemplation, they realized that Shen Qingtang's words held tremendous wisdom. Consequently, they ceased their inner turmoil and, energized as if invigorated by a potent elixir, declared, "Then let us embark on a quest to find the plant you mentioned, Qingtang." Observing their swift return to a spirited state, Shen Qingtang felt a surge of joy, albeit noting that their eagerness was somewhat excessive. "Do refrain from rushing. What if we exhaust our resources here and they're discovered by others?" The trio blushed in embarrassment, acknowledging their impulsiveness. Su Lingru hastily interjected, "So, Qingtang, do you have any clever solutions?" Shen Qingtang surveyed the supply base, contemplating various ideas in her mind, ultimately articulating what she deemed the most prudent approach. "Ling Ruo, you shall lay your mines around the perimeter within a 10-meter radius. Suin, encircle the outer edge with your shield wall, ensuring its height matches that of the base." What are your thoughts on this strategy? After speaking, Shen Qingtang gazed at the trio and Jiang Yubai. This solution had occurred to her spontaneously, and she wasn't entirely certain of its feasibility. Yet in her mind, it remained the most optimal approach she could conceive of at the moment. Indeed, no superior alternative came to her thoughts. Suin and Su Lingruo pondered over Shen Qingtang's words. Envisioning the scenario, she proposed, what might transpire should an intruder appear? Gradually, they found the idea plausible. Their gazes then shifted expectantly toward Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai remained silent for a brief moment, lost in contemplation, before finally offering a slow, deliberate nod. Just as Su Lingruo and Su prepared to act, Jiang Yubai's voice halted them. "Alter the sequence," he instructed, his tone measured. "Shen Qingtang, what does this mean?" Suin and Su Lingru were momentarily taken aback, but ultimately, it was Suin who cautiously ventured to inquire, "Brother Bai, do you mean that I should first establish the shield wall while Lingru sets the landmines?" Jiang Yubai nodded in affirmation. Shen Qingtang was at a loss for words. At this moment, she felt that Suin's earlier claim of his own cleverness held a modicum of truth. After all, among the few words spoken by Jiang Yubai, it was only Suin who could swiftly decipher his meaning. One couldn't help but wonder if Suin was somehow privy to Jiang Yubai's innermost thoughts. However, upon reflecting on Jiang Yubai's suggestion to rearrange the order, she ultimately realized that her proposed method could lead to catastrophic consequences if someone were to inadvertently intrude. In contrast, Jiang Yubai's approach seemed far more prudent. The outermost layer served as Suin's defensive wall. If an intruder managed to breach this initial barrier, It would indicate that they were no ordinary person. It could not be a mere case of mistaken entry. Rather, they were likely individuals in search of supplies. In this light, it appeared that such seekers were not in the wrong. Clearly, the drawbacks of her method were too significant. One could not justify harming individuals merely for their quest for resources. As a result, it was Shen Qingtang who called out to Su In and Su Lingrua, who were once again preparing to depart. Wait a moment. Let's reconsider our strategy. I believe our earlier plan is not entirely viable, and it seems we may inadvertently harm innocents. Su In and Su Lingrua exchanged glances, both rendered speechless, and thus stood obediently in place, awaiting Shen Qingtang's alternative solution. Yet, it seemed they had not truly contemplated this issue before, only fixating on the need to protect their supplies. Alas, it was indeed a formidable challenge. Striving to safeguard resources while ensuring no harm came to ordinary people. A sense of helplessness flickered in the eyes of Su Lingrua and Su In as they exchanged a knowing look. Chapter 36. Shen Qingtang's transformation. Shen Qingtang pondered for an extended period, ultimately failing to conceive a more effective solution than the one previously suggested. She reasoned that perhaps it would be best to adhere to her initial plan. After all, that was how she had originally envisioned it. Yet, she found herself unable to summon the resolve to proceed. Just as despair began to creep in, a spark of inspiration illuminated her thoughts. Why did she believe her body could not accommodate this resource base? She had never even attempted to see for herself. It was merely the overwhelming size of the location that led her to such a conclusion. What if she were to encounter an even larger space in the future? This line of reasoning caused Shen Qingtang to reconsider her previous notions. She realized she ought to try first, and only after determining that it was indeed unfeasible should she entertain alternative methods, rather than resigning herself to defeat without any attempt. I have devised a plan, she declared with newfound determination. I have made my decision. I will absorb this resource base into my body. The trio and Jiang Yubai were momentarily rendered speechless by her proclamation. They gazed at the petite Shen Qingtang, then turned their eyes towards the vast resource base. The expressions on their faces varied, yet they collectively conveyed a single sentiment. It seemed as though Shen Qingtang was indulging in fanciful delusions. Shen Qingtang could hardly bear to witness their actions. She swiftly dashed outside, leaving the others momentarily stunned, assuming she was upset by their behavior and preparing to flee. Thus, Su In chased after her, calling out loudly, "Qingtang! Qingtang, don't leave us! How can we survive without you?" Slightly behind, Su Lingru kicked forward and sprinted past him to catch up with Shen Qingtang. Upon reaching her, she observed the sudden, towering transformation of Shen Qingtang's figure. In that moment, a profound silence enveloped them. They seemed to have forgotten that Shen Qingtang was no delicate flower, but rather a being of considerable stature. In light of this, her earlier assertion about absorbing the resource base into her form seemed less far-fetched. Yet, only Shen Qingtang understood that as her body expanded, she was acutely aware of the daunting challenge of fully absorbing the resource base. But would she, a irresolute spirit, concede to difficulty? Absolutely not. She aspired to be a flower that bravely faced adversity. With a deep breath, she commenced her task, gradually witnessing the resource base shrink before her eyes. Just as they believed success was imminent, Shen Qingtang halted, feeling a significant discomfort. Gazing at the remaining portion yet to be absorbed, she paused to gather her strength for another attempt, when she suddenly sensed warmth enveloping her form. Lowering her flower-like head, she discovered Jiang Yubai had approached. Placid Shen Qingtang is evidently at her wit's end, yet this flower remains obstinately unyielding to others' counsel. It is truly exasperating, and I find myself ill-equipped to offer solace. Realizing that Shen Qingtang will not heed my words, Jiang Yubai can only intensify his efforts. He had merely intended to test the waters, never anticipating that his approach would indeed prove effective. Shen Qingtang sensed the intensifying warmth emanating from her torso. Without uttering a word, she swiftly set to work. Bolstered by Jiang Yubai's support, she pressed on without hesitation, gathering all the remaining supplies in one fell swoop. Alas, she could no longer maintain her original form. It seemed that her impulsiveness this time had truly crossed the line. Shen Qingtang, silently contemplated this thought in her heart before losing consciousness, gazing at the massive trunk on the ground, now hundreds of times its original size. Su-in and the others were momentarily speechless. They couldn't fathom what Qingtang's reaction would be upon awakening to see herself in such a state. Jiang Yubai paid no heed to their stunned expressions, striding swiftly to Qingtang's side. He lifted her gently, cradling her in his palms as though she were a priceless treasure. "Brother Bai, perhaps I should hold her instead," Su-in suggested, observing how Yubai's dignified image seemed compromised with his arms outstretched, carefully supporting Qingtang. "No," a single word, firm and resolute, dismissed Su-in's extended hand. The rejection stung. Su Lingruo watched with concern, her voice laced with worry as she eyed Qingtang's swollen form in Yubai's grasp. "Brother Bai, is Qingtang all right? What happened to her?" Overloaded. After uttering these two words, Yubai fell silent, lost in thought. The trio flushed with shame upon hearing his response. The root of this predicament lay in their own inadequacy. Qingtang had not only helped them locate supplies, but also gathered them, and now she had collapsed from sheer exhaustion due to the overwhelming burden. The sight of her once slender sunflower stem, now grotesquely swollen into an enormous sphere, pained them deeply. They could only imagine the agony she must be enduring. "Brother Bai, is there anything we can do to help?" Lingruo's sharp eyes noticed Yubai's fingers tracing subtle patterns along Qingtang's trunk, and after a while, she detected minute changes where his touch lingered. Chapter 37. Qingtang's breakdown, no need. Lingruo relented, though Yubai's composed demeanor reassured her that Qingtang was likely out of danger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained so calm. With her worries eased, she turned to Su-in and Shenyang. "Hey, do you think we should still search for that plant Qingtang mentioned after she wakes up?" Su-in and Shenyang paused, caught off guard by the question. They hadn't considered it, but Lingruo raised a valid point. Their initial purpose for seeking the plant was to protect the supply base, yet Qingtang had already secured the supplies. Their gazes shifted almost simultaneously toward Yubai. To their surprise, in just a short while, the sunflower's swollen form had noticeably diminished, though still enlarged compared to before. The improvement was undeniable. At that moment, Qingtang stirred awake. Her groggy eyes met theirs, and after taking a moment to assess her much-relieved condition, she spoke. "Why are you all staring at me like that?" Lingruo promptly recounted their earlier discussion. Shen Qingtang was taken aback that they would consider such a matter, and then she spoke with a beaming smile. "How can you all be so short-sighted? That plant is undoubtedly essential. Have you forgotten about establishing the base and aiding the vulnerable women and children?" Upon hearing Shen Qingtang's words, the others finally shifted their perspectives. Previously, their thoughts had been ensnared in a peculiar loop, believing that the plan she mentioned could only be utilized for safeguarding the resource base. However, now with her insight, they realized that the plant would evidently serve to enhance the protection of the base they were about to establish. "Indeed, Qingtang, your intelligence shines through. I can hardly believe I didn't think of it sooner. Once you recover, we shall set forth," Su Lingru generously praised. Confused, Shen Qingtang inquired, "What do you mean by once you recover? Am I not well at the moment?" Lingru fell silent, sensing that Shen Qingtang might be unaware of her current condition. Yet, there were no mirrors around, and despite her desire to find one for Shen Qingtang to see herself, it was futile. Ultimately, it was Shen Qingtang who discerned the issue from their silence, and she exerted effort to rise. It was at that moment she realized she was being cradled in Jiang Yubai's arms. To her astonishment, she found herself unable to stand. What on earth happened? Could it be that she had lost a limb? That seemed implausible. She struggled for a considerable time, but remained as motionless as a corpse in Jiang Yubai's embrace. Exhausted from her efforts, she finally addressed the concerned group. "Speak your mind. I can bear it." Su Lingru cautiously replied, "It's not a grave matter. Merely that your appearance has changed slightly from before. Well, it seems you can no longer walk on your own and require Brother Bai to carry you." Shen Qingtang. "Is this not a significant matter? I have lost my very freedom. Moreover, the more Su Lingru speaks in a veiled manner, the more anxious I become." The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence for a moment, until Jiang Yubai seemed to have finally remembered something searching his body until he eventually retrieved a mobile phone. Upon seeing the phone, the group was taken aback, their astonishment palpable. It felt like a distant memory. They had nearly forgotten the existence of such an object. In the early days of the apocalypse, mobile phones were still functional, but as time passed, they gradually became useless. It was not due to a lack of battery, but rather because the signal had abruptly vanished. All communication relied solely on chance. Thus, their excitement upon encountering the phone was entirely understandable. Snap! Jiang Yubai activated the camera, aiming it directly at Shen Qingtang. Su Lingru watched in trepidation. If one were to argue that Jiang Yubai was being inconsiderate, it must be noted that he at least remembered to turn on the camera instead of expecting Shen Qingtang to do it herself. Yet, his sudden approach offered Shen Qingtang no moment of preparation whatsoever. Shen Qingtang was taken aback by the grotesque figure displayed within the camera. She could not help but exclaim in shock. Who is that? How could such an unsightly visage exist? It is simply too jarring to behold. Su Lingru turned her head away, clearly reluctant to witness what was to come. Jiang Yubai, perplexed by Shen Qingtang's reaction, speculated that perhaps she did not comprehend that it was a camera, and what she saw was merely her own reflection. Thus, with genuine concern, he began to speak. You, Shen Qingtang. She did not believe it. I refuse to accept this. Say it once more. Who is the ugly thing within this? I do not wish to hear that it is me. You. Jiang Yubai was remarkably obedient. Shen Qingtang was utterly distraught. Why had things come to this? Her previous, more delicate appearance had been so charming, evoking an innate desire to protect her. However, what was she now? After what felt like an eternity, as if a century had passed, Shen Qingtang seemed to finally accept the harsh reality of her current unattractiveness. Furthermore, she could no longer walk unaided, but was instead reliant on Jiang Yubai to carry her, a fact that weighed heavily upon her. She cast a desolate glance towards Su Lingruo and the others, and with a sense of resignation, spoke, "Let us go. We shall seek out that particular plan I mentioned." Su Lingruo was somewhat taken aback by Shen Qingtang's swift acceptance of her new appearance. Yet, seeing her devoid of discontent brought her joy. Consequently, she proposed a simple idea. Since Shen Qingtang had transformed only after acquiring the supplies, perhaps releasing all of them would restore her to her former self, leading to her happiness once more. Shen Qingtang was momentarily taken aback. She understood Su Lingruo's intentions, yet she had no intention of acquiescing. The base was devoid of zombies, and placing such an abundance of resources there would be akin to exposing a succulent morsel in the wilderness. Far too perilous. No, let's first seek out the plants. Though her suggestion was dismissed, Su Lingruo bore no ill will. After all, her words were meant to safeguard Shen Qingtang. Since Shen Qingtang herself was unconcerned, it mattered little. The group tidied up and prepared to embark on their new journey. Just as they departed, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. Chapter Otusikis, Su Lingruos Onomalizahai. On the verge of surrendering after squatting in his hiding place, finally saw Jiang Yubai and the others leave. Once he confirmed they had ventured far, he hastily entered the cave. Upon surveying his surroundings, disbelief washed over him. It was impossible, certainly a fallacy. He must have simply failed to find a right spot. Resolute, he scoured the cave repeatedly, ultimately forced to accept a disheartening truth. The cave was utterly barren, devoid of anything. Rage ignited within him. If this place harbored nothing, how could Jiang Yubai and his companions remain here for so long? He refused to believe it. Thus, he searched once more, and upon ensuring the cave contained nothing, he swiftly pursued the direction Jiang Yubai and the others had taken, determined to uncover their secrets. When he had been surrounded by zombies while departing from Songyu, an ominous premonition had settled in his heart. He inexplicably felt that his encounter with the zombies was somehow orchestrated by Songyu. He recalled the moment they departed from the Yin-Yang base, when Song Wang had summoned him and imparted cryptic words of warning. Should any peculiarities arise while protecting Songyu, he was to remain silent and act as if he had seen nothing. Initially, he had dismissed this admonition. However, after the recent events, memories of previously overlooked details surfaced in his mind. He had thought that if Jiang Yubai were willing to include him, he would eventually share these concerns with the group. Yet, that malicious Jiang Yubai had refused to take him along. The recollection of Jiang Yubai's previous indifference to his plight only stoked the flames of his fury. As he shadowed Jiang Yubai and his companions, he pondered a scheme to have others confront Jiang Yubai. Relying solely on himself would yield no success. However, the Inu base had stabilized significantly, and to gain their favor, he needed to present something of considerable value. Contemplating this, his gaze darkened as he stared into the distance. Qingtang, will our path truly lead us to the plants you mentioned? Su Lingrao inquired, observing their increasingly errant route. Surrounding them was nothing but barren road. Not a single tree or building graced the landscape. It was an expanse devoid of life, save for their group. Hearing Su Lingruo's question, Shen Qingtang felt a twinge of uncertainty. She had always followed her instincts, paying little heed to the environment around her. Yet, prompted by Su Lingruo's inquiry, she began to observe her surroundings. To her dismay, she realized that their path was indeed desolate, a place where not even a single shadow could be found. There were absolutely no zombies. It was remarkable that they had yet to question their journey. However, being a forthright individual, Shen Qingtang responded without hesitation, "My instincts guide me thus. If you doubt, then." She abruptly seemed to recognize the implausibility of her assertion and feigned nonchalance, resuming her previous position resting on Jiang Yubai's arm. Su Lingruo immediately interjected, No, I was merely inquiring out of curiosity." Shen Qingtang remained silent. Despite her earlier facade of composure, her heart was not devoid of concern. This time, she relied solely on her instincts, unlike before when vivid images would spontaneously arise in her mind, guiding her directly. Thus, she harbored a tinge of apprehension about potentially leading them astray, though she concealed these feelings deep within. Quietly, she concentrated on sensing her intuition, scrutinizing its accuracy. Suddenly, sounds emanated from ahead, prompting the group to lift their gazes, only to be met with an empty expanse. "Brother Bai, did you hear that sound just now?" Suin and the others quickly clustered around Jiang Yubai, anxiously scanning their surroundings. If it were indeed zombies, their fear would be less palpable. But the unseen presence was far more terrifying. They were at a loss as to where the threat might emerge and strike. Jiang Yubai's gaze fixated on a vacant spot ahead, lost in contemplation. He remained quietly at the side, and after a considerable pause, he blinked, his eyes weary and strained. Words teetered on the tip of his tongue, yet he found himself at a loss for articulation. The images he had witnessed were too complex to elucidate, and he struggled to convey the essence of his thoughts to Su-un and the others. After much deliberation, he tentatively spoke, a child, a woman, covered in blood. The brevity of his words bore an overwhelming weight of implication. Su Lingru was taken aback, yet their surroundings revealed nothing. She was compelled to seek clarity from Jiang Yubai once more. "Brother Bai, could you elaborate?" Jiang Yubai opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately recognized his inability to articulate further. He could only shake his head in resignation. Shen Qingtang observed everything unfolding before her, and doubts began to creep into her mind. Previously, she had believed that Jiang Yubai's reticence stemmed from some form of trauma, yet it now appeared otherwise. Although Su Lingrao had long since grown accustomed to Jiang Yubai's demeanor, this time, for reasons unknown, discontent suddenly welled up within her. Her tone was far from amiable. "Why do you always speak in such terse phrases, leaving us to guess? We are not mind readers. We too grow weary of this." "Su Lingrao, what do you mean by that?" Suin interjected, pulling at Su Lingruo's arm and raising his voice. "Jiang Yubai left the yin-yang base precisely because of you all." Chapter 39, The Past I. Su Lingruo stammered, repeating "I" 3 times, yet failing to articulate her thoughts. Ultimately, it was Jiang Yubai who broke the silence. "It's nothing." Nevertheless, it was evident that Su In and Shenyang had no intention of allowing the matter to rest so easily. Shen Qingtang observed the escalating tension among the group and swiftly intervened to mediate. "Enough," she interjected gracefully. "Cease your quarreling for now. I understand the reason behind Ling Ruo's current state." Shen Qingtang's words successfully captured the attention of Su En and Shenyang. "If I am not mistaken, There exists something here that can influence emotions, which is why Su Lingru has transformed in this manner. Shen Qingtang's explanation did not appease Su In and Xinyang regarding Su Lingruo. On the contrary, it only deepened their discontent. Wasn't the implication of her words that Su Lingruo had harbored grievances against Jiang Yubai all along? Otherwise, why were they unaffected while only Su Lingruo underwent a change? Moreover, it was astonishing to realize the extent of her resentment towards Jiang Yubai. Shen Qingtang never anticipated that her explanation would not only fail to ease the tensions among them, but would instead exacerbate the hostility. What should she do? Shen Qingtang turned her gaze towards Jiang Yubai, contemplating that he might offer some words of consolation. Indeed, Jiang Yubai fulfilled her wish. The argument ensued. Shen Qingtang thought to herself, had she known it would turn out this way, she would have preferred to remain silent. Su Lingru already held grievances against him. Would this not only serve to fan the flames? However, to her astonishment, the previously clamorous group fell silent the moment Jiang Yubai spoke. Shen Qingtang was once again rendered speechless. Very well, it was her lack of understanding regarding their emotions. Suddenly, the voice that had just echoed re-emerged, prompting Shen Qingtang to swiftly glance in the direction from whence it came. She then comprehended why Jiang Yubai had spoken as he did. She too beheld the sight before her, a woman, bloodied and tattered, accompanied by an exceedingly frail little girl crouching beside her. The girl seemed to sense Shen Qingtang's gaze, turning to look at her momentarily before exhaling in relief. Shen Qingtang remained silent for a moment, contemplating that, if her conjecture was correct, one among these two individuals must possess the ability to become invisible. This would explain why Su In and the others perceived nothing at all. As for her and Jiang Yubai being able to see, she reasoned it was due to her character being endowed with a unique advantage, rendering such occurrences quite natural. Jiang Yubai, as the antagonist, exhibiting distinct traits was equally to be expected. However, the current situation left Shen Qingtang momentarily uncertain. If her assumptions held true upon their arrival, the woman and the little girl lurking in the shadows must have seen them. Yet, they did not emerge to seek assistance, indicating their reluctance to engage with them. With this realization, Shen Qingtang found herself at a loss as to whether she should disclose this matter. Just as she wrestled with her thoughts, Su Lingruo spoke up once more. This time, Su In and Shenyang also noticed something amiss with Su Lingruo. She seemed particularly fixated on the woman and child. Jiang Yubai cast another glance at Su Lingruo. Shen Qingtang could not bear to see her prized asset in such distress. So she cleared her throat and began to speak to the group. Let me make myself clear. Once I have spoken, I implore you to refrain from any reaction. The individuals exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the necessity of such a request. Nevertheless, in pursuit of understanding the situation, they swiftly nodded in agreement, assuring her that they would indeed manage their emotions with utmost restraint. Shen Qingtang finally spoke slowly. There is a woman and a child here. The woman is covered in blood. One of them must possess the ability of invisibility, which is why you cannot see them. The group was initially taken aback, but soon their gazes towards Shen Qingtang were filled with even greater admiration, all conveying a singular thought. Is there anything you cannot do? Shen Qingtang expressed her uncertainty, acknowledging that her skills seemed to be multiplying, yet she felt it prudent to keep such thoughts to herself, fearing they might incite jealousy. Memories of her mother flooded her mind, recalling the harrowing moment when she had collapsed, bloodied and broken, before her. It was not merely this memory that resonated deeply within her. Shen Qingtang's subsequent reflections intensified her empathy. She had once been a solitary figure, steadfastly by her mother's side in those dire moments. Overwhelmed by these recollections, she could no longer contain her emotions. Qingtang, may I speak with them? She inquired, glancing at Su Lingruo, whose face was streaked with tears. Shen Qingtang felt bewildered. What events had transpired that she was unaware of? Noticing the little girl's wary demeanor, she refrained from giving an immediate response, and instead requested Jiang Yubai to escort her to the side of the mother and daughter. When Shen Qingtang approached the mother and daughter, she first used her leaves to gently touch the little girl. Noticing that the child merely glanced at her without exhibiting any signs of resistance, she then reached out to touch the woman on the ground. Instantly, the little girl's expression transformed into one of fierce hostility. Shen Qingtang comprehended. She could approach the little girl, but not her mother. Thus, Shen Qingtang had no choice but to turn her gaze toward the child, speaking in a tender and gentle tone. "Little one, there's a sister here who would like to speak with you. Would you be willing?" Truth be told, given the girl's wary demeanor, Shen Qingtang suspected this endeavor was likely futile. As expected, the little girl remained silent, offering only a firm shake of her head in refusal. Shen Qingtang did not press the issue. She turned her gaze towards the anxious Su Lingrua beside her and spoke apologetically. "Well, if the little girl is unwilling, perhaps we should refrain from disturbing her, Lingrua." Shen Qingtang believed that even in the act of helping others, it should be a matter of their own willingness to receive assistance. The two individuals before her were evidently of the disposition that resisted such aid, and she had no desire to compel anyone to accept her help. "No, I still wish to give it a try." Su Lingru, naturally unwilling to concede defeat, approached Jiang Yubai's side, then knelt down and began to converse with the empty air before her. Shen Qingtang gazed into the empty space before her, yearning to articulate her thoughts. "Your position is incorrect." However, upon witnessing the expressions of the mother and daughter as they regarded Su Lingrua, she ultimately refrained from voicing her sentiments. "I am unaware of your tribulations, yet I am resolute in my intention to assist you. Will you place your trust in us? I assure you, I harbor no intentions of causing you harm." Su Lingrua spoke, her voice choked with emotion. It was evident that she was profoundly sorrowful. Yet, the air before her remained unresponsive. Chapter 40. Healing. Shen Qingtang gazed at Su Lingrua's condition, feeling a twinge of sorrow in her heart. Thus, she extended her leaves towards the little girl, gently patting her with utmost care. After a considerable while, as if sensing Shen Qingtang's kindness, the woman lying on the ground struggled to speak. "You must have discerned it by now. My daughter's abilities are extraordinary. Can you ensure her safety?" Shen Qingtang remained silent, believing that these words ought to be directed towards Su Lingrua, who had always yearned to rescue the two individuals. With her own days dwindling, she felt indifferent to her own fate. Yet, was her daughter still so young? Her life had only just begun. Was it destined to conclude in such a manner? Initially, she had sought assistance from others, but each time, upon discovering her daughter's abilities, they treated her as if she were a mere enslaved being. Her daughter, so innocent, labored tirelessly for those people, and Shen Qingtang could no longer bear it. Thus, she fled with her child. Along their journey, they encountered individuals who professed a desire to help, yet, hence, when she first laid eyes on Shen Qingtang and her companions, she hesitated to approach for aid. Even when Su Lingrua wept so sorrowfully moments ago, she remained unmoved. However, when Shen Qingtang extended her hand once more, she sensed the kindness emanating from her. The gentle caress of leaves upon her daughter was a testament to Shen Qingtang's benevolence. Shen Qingtang was entirely unaware that in the hearts of women, she had become a savior-like figure. At that moment, she was entangled in another dilemma. She could discern that the woman on the ground was nearing the end of her life. She possessed the means to rescue her, yet, recalling the incident when she had offered petals to Jiang Yubai, she felt an irresistible urge to pluck her own petals and present them to that woman. However, considering that they had only met once, if the other party were of the sort to repay kindness with malice, merely contemplating this made Shen Qingtang fear she might perish from rage. Qingtang, can they hear my words?" Su Lingrua had spoken for quite some time, without receiving even a faint response, and could not help but turn to Shen Qingtang to inquire. Shen Qingtang glanced at the mother and daughter duo, then turned her gaze to Su Lingrua, momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Su Lingrua, sensing Shen Qingtang's silence, quickly realized that while they could hear her, they were unwilling to engage. Thus, she felt compelled to unveil her own wounds. "I understand that you may find it difficult to trust me, as I am merely a stranger to you. Your skepticism is entirely reasonable. However, I wish to share a story. After a brief pause, Su Lingruo continued softly. Once, I had a mother who loved me dearly. During a troubling time, I found myself hoping fervently for a kind soul to rescue us. Alas, I waited endlessly through countless days and nights, yet no one came to our aid. Instead, I witnessed my mother succumb to her injuries, pleading for help until her last breath. But we had plummeted from a cliff. Who could possibly reach us in such dire circumstances? The feeling of helplessness is forever etched in my memory, which is why I vowed to myself that I would always lend a hand in times of need. The others listened intently, clearly taken aback by the depth of Su Lingruo's experience. Shen Qingtang swiftly turned her gaze towards the woman and child on the ground, ultimately observing their emotionless expressions. Shen Qingtang fell into a deeper silence, grappling with her thoughts. Could she truly save someone like this? Just as she pondered over this dilemma, Su Lingruo, seemingly struck by a sudden epiphany, knelt abruptly before Shen Qingtang. Qingtang, I implore you, please save them. I know you must have a way. Being the recipient of such unwavering trust should have been a source of joy. However, Shen Qingtang felt anything but delighted. The reason was simple. As Su Lingruo knelt and beseeched her, the woman lying on the ground exchanged a furtive glance with the little girl, who promptly retracted her concealed powers. This entire series of events transpired in the blink of an eye. Before Shen Qingtang could react, she saw Su Lingruo crying even louder. And if it weren't for Su and's quick reflexes to intervene, the situation would have escalated further. Shen Qingtang even felt that perhaps Su Lingruo had bowed her head in submission. This was truly terrifying. Qingtang, I beg you. Observing the distressing state of Su Lingruo, Shen Qingtang ultimately softened her heart. With a tone of resignation, she said, all right. Then, without knowing where she procured it, she produced a yellow pill and handed it over. Here, give this to your mother, and she will recover. The little girl, her face awash with disbelief, trembled slightly as she held the pill. Will mommy really get better? Will she be able to accompany me to play like before? The prospect of soon having a healthy mother filled her with hope. Witnessing the vibrant expressions on the little girl's face, Shen Qingtang couldn't help but turn her head away. Had she previously misjudged this mother-daughter duo, assuming they were malevolent when, in truth, they were not? As for what Su Lingruo had just said, perhaps their inability to resonate with her was due to a lack of shared experience? Shen Qingtang pondered uncertainly. Qingtang, thank you so much. Truly, I am immensely grateful. As she witnessed the little girl administering the pill, the complexion of the woman lying on the ground visibly brightened. Su Lingru repeatedly bowed in gratitude towards Shen Qingtang, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. After a while, the woman on the ground managed to struggle to her feet, immediately kneeling before Shen Qingtang and fervently expressing her thanks with repeated bows. Shen Qingtang spoke nonchalantly. You need not thank me. Rather, extend your gratitude to Su Lingruo. Were it not for her, I might not have acted. Upon hearing this, the woman turned on her heel and headed towards Su Lingruo. No need, no need. I merely wish to amend a small regret of mine. Su Lingruo rushed forward, gently supporting the woman who was about to kneel once more. Witnessing her steadfastness, the woman ultimately relinquished her intention to bow in respect. May I accompany you? Rest assured, I shall not ask for your supplies. Instead, I will assist you in procuring resources. The woman gazed at Jiang Yubai and his companions, proactively seeking their shelter. She had begun to place a modicum of trust in this group. Rather than endure a transient existence, it would be preferable to journey alongside them. Moreover, the effects of the pill given to her by the sunflower, reflecting on her recent reaction to the pill and the faint sensations she had experienced, the woman's expression shifted to one of uncertainty. Chapter 41. Staying. She was uncertain whether they would welcome her presence, a flicker of concern crossing her mind. But soon her worries subsided. Upon hearing her intent to stay, Su Lingruo had already set about persuading Shen Qingtang. Shen Qingtang found it difficult to express her thoughts about Su Lingruo's behavior. On the other hand, Sun could not bear to see Su Lingruo act in such a manner. Su Lingruo, if you wish to manipulate Shen Qingtang, there must be some limits. You instruct her to save lives one moment, and then demand she carries these individuals the next, even if you wish to resolve your own regrets. It is something you should undertake yourself, rather than imposing upon others. Su Lingruo felt a flush of shame at Su An's words. Gradually, she became more aware and recognized that her actions were indeed excessive. She thought to herself that by intervening, she could alter the course of another little girl's life. As tensions rose between the two, Shen Qingtang gently nudged Jiang Yubai with a leaf. Weird thoughts. Since Shen Qingtang had touched the young girl with the leaf, she had grown fond of this peculiar way of connecting. The simple phrase would ultimately shape the future for the mother and daughter duo. Brother Bai. Suan interjected immediately, as he was not entirely keen on allowing the pair to accompany them. Yet, now that Jiang Yubai had spoken, Su Lingruo rushed to the mother and daughter, urging them, quickly thank Brother Bai. He is our teammate and will protect you well. He may not speak much, but he is truly a good person. As she spoke, Su Lingruo felt a twinge of embarrassment and recalled her earlier criticisms of Jiang Yubai. Women are typically astute. Otherwise, they would not seek refuge so proactively. Now that a path had been laid out for her, all she needed to do was follow it. Without hesitation, she hurried to Jiang Yubai's side, bowing repeatedly in gratitude, encouraging her daughter to do the same. Observing their transformation, Jiang Yubai couldn't help but reflect on how different they appeared now compared to before. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Zhao Yi witnessed the entire scene. His expression one of sheer astonishment. The sunflower was remarkably powerful. He had clearly seen that the woman was on the brink of death. Yet she had been revitalized instantaneously by the sunflower's medicine. Was this not akin to granting her a second chance at life? With this revelation, Zhao Yi felt a surge of ambition igniting within him. After all, he and Jiang Yubai were never on good terms. Perhaps he could gather others to eliminate Jiang Yubai and her companions, thus claiming the sunflower for himself. However, he decided against taking action just yet, as he had yet to uncover the sunflower's other abilities, sensing that there were many skills still hidden from him. Quietly, Zhao Yi began to devise his next steps. Meanwhile, Jiang Yubai and her companions had reached a consensus. They would press onward in search of the plant Shen Qingtang had mentioned. Throughout their journey, Suan found himself increasingly irritated by the mother and daughter, which strained his relationship with Su Lingruo, leaving him extremely frustrated. Shenyang, do you think Su Lingruo has lost her senses? After all these years as teammates, how can they possibly compare to two newcomers? In Shenyang, words failed him. Both individuals were his teammates, and he found himself at an impasse, unable to speak in favor of either side. Thus, he could only silently continue on his journey, feigning ignorance to Su An's remarks. After all, by ignoring him, Su would eventually quiet down. Meanwhile, Su Lingru was also grappling with her own discontent. She harbored no desire for discord among her teammates. Yet, she could not suppress her inexplicable aversion to Su An and his disdain for the mother-daughter duo, a sentiment that overwhelmed her completely. Moreover, she was taken aback by her instinctive choice to align with the pair. She had believed that no one could surpass her teammates in her heart. The reality, however, had proven otherwise. Sister, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? The little girl Nuo inquired cautiously. Nothing at all. I'm just lost in thought. What would you like to eat? Nuo. In just a brief span of time, Nuo and Su Lingru's relationship had blossomed remarkably, transforming from indifference to an almost inseparable bond. I'll ask my mother. Please wait a moment, sister. Observing the young girl's habit of consulting her mother about everything filled Su Lingru with a sense of envy, for she too once shared a similar bond. Yet, that was a sentiment long lost to her. Sister, my mother says Nuo shouldn't trouble you. We can eat together when you have your meal. You needn't prepare anything special for me. Nuo's understanding disposition did not evoke any discontent regarding her mother's restrictions, which only deepened Su Lingru's compassion for her. Consequently, she made her way directly towards Shen Qingtang. Qingtang, could you share some chocolate with me? Since the arrival of that mother-daughter pair, Shen Qingtang found herself in a state of increased silence. Yet, gazing upon Su Lingruo's pleading expression, she struggled to voice any words of refusal. However, this time, she refrained from directly offering assistance. Instead, she scoured Jiang Yubai's belongings with her own leaves, ultimately unearthing a piece of chocolate that seemed to emerge from some hidden corner. As she handed it to Su Lingruo, she did not forget to issue a caution. This was the last piece, and she should savor it. Solingruo felt perplexed as she remembered the abundance of chocolate at the supply base. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Suin abruptly pushed her aside, leaving her with no choice but to depart. She returned to join Nuo and the others. Chapter 42. The Sprout Qingtang, you are far too accommodating. Just look at how you've spoiled Su Lingrua. Suin's tone was laced with exasperation, reflecting her frustration at the situation. Shen Qingtang merely cast a fleeting glance at him, remaining silent. Eat up. Once you finish, I shall provide you more, she stated. At that moment, Su Lingrua had completely disregarded Shen Qingtang's earlier words. Her voice was not soft, thus Suin also heard. He shot a resentful glare at Su Lingrua, silently conveying that this person was indeed beyond redemption. Yet, he found himself powerless to intervene. In a state of unspoken tension, the group ambled along at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, Shen Qingtang instructed Jiang Yubai to halt. Do not utter a sound. Allow me to listen. Shen Qingtang addressed the perplexed individuals before her. Although they were filled with curiosity about what she wished to hear, they obediently fell silent the moment her words concluded. Even Nuo and her mother refrained from uttering a sound, which slightly diminished Su's regard for their opinions. Shen Qingtang closed her eyes, allowing herself to fully immerse in the sensations of the air around her. After a considerable time, she gradually opened her eyes, gazing at the vacant space ahead, and nonchalantly spoke. Let us proceed. Where shall we go? Jiang Yubai led Shen Qingtang in the direction indicated by the leaves, with the others quickly following suit. Strangely, the previously barren area began to transform as they advanced. First, a veil of white mist enveloped them, and then, astonishingly, the once desolate ground burgeoned with an array of plants. However, these bore no resemblance to the flora Shen Qingtang sought. They recalled her description of a plant akin to a carnivorous flower, yet what lay before them were merely small, charming blossoms, like the delicate flowers currently drifting in their midst. Qingtang, what are these? Suin inched closer to Shen Qingtang, whispering softly. Given that she had not indicated it was acceptable to speak, he hesitated, fearing he might disrupt her concentration. You need not remain silent now. Upon hearing her words, Suin finally felt at ease, his voice growing bolder. What are these things? They appear rather lovely. As he reached out to touch one, a sharp sound echoed. Shen Qingtang's leaf struck his hand with force, instantly reddening the back of his hand. Did no one inform you that in the wild, one should refrain from touching unfamiliar objects? Especially considering how long it has been since the apocalypse. Can't you engage your mind? Su's cheeks flushed crimson at her reprimand. He found himself unable to retort, for her words rang true. He had indeed been increasingly careless of late. I won't do it again. It was an accident, he conceded, promptly adopting a more cautious demeanor and refraining from further inquiries about the intriguing objects. Nonetheless, Shen Qingtang kindly elucidated, this is the protective umbrella of that plant. Anyone unaware who touches it may faint instantly, and whether they can awaken remains uncertain. Suin felt even more apprehensive, hastily trailing behind Shen Qingtang while vigilantly avoiding any forbidden encounters. So, Qingtang, are you suggesting that the plant you previously mentioned is located here? Yet I see none. Su's timidity lasted only a moment. He perked up again, pointing out, look, there on the ground, that green shoot is emerging. Shen Qingtang pointed at a diminutive plant with her leaf. The others immediately followed her gaze. There lay an exceedingly inconspicuous object on the ground. To be frank, had it not been for Shen Qingtang's indication, they doubted they would have even noticed it while passing by. That? Suin questioned in disbelief, gesturing towards the tiny green sprout on the ground. This was not at all what he had envisioned, not even remotely. In his imagination, it should have been a creature as large as Shen Qingtang herself, capable of devouring a zombie in one bite. Yet here he was, being told that it was merely a small green shoot. Perhaps you should catch it first before boasting. After Shen Qingtang uttered these words, she quietly stood aside, momentarily refraining from intervening. Suin, upon hearing Shen Qingtang's disdainful tone, felt utterly perplexed. After all, it was merely a small green sprout. Could it be that he cannot capture it? Then, Everyone witnessed Suin being led in circles by the small green sprout. Observing Suin fall flat on his face for the umpteenth time, while the little sprout humorously placed its hands on its hips and laughed heartily. Others could not help but burst into laughter, displaying a rather unseemly delight. Shen Qingtang observed their engrossed expressions and spoke up decisively. Sen Yang, Su Lingruo, you two should join in the search as well. The more individuals we manage to capture, the greater the rewards. However, she refrained from disclosing the nature of these rewards. Upon hearing her words, the two promptly began to meticulously scour the ground for green sprouts. Suin felt a sense of relief, knowing he was not the sole one facing embarrassment. Soon, chaos erupted around them, and Nunua, along with her mother, approached Shen Qingtang. Nua's mother, feeling somewhat awkward, addressed Shen Qingtang. Miss Qingtang, is there anything Nua and I can assist with? If you wish to join the hunt, you are certainly free to do so. We will not restrict your liberty. Shen Qingtang's words left Nono's mother in a tumult of emotions. If only she had encountered Shen Qingtang and his companions sooner. Alas. Well, I shall take Nono out for some amusement, she declared, and with that, she joined Su Lingruo and the others in their grass-catching expedition. Shen Qingtang gazed at the few individuals who had already begun to revel in laughter and merriment, unable to resist turning her head towards Jiang Yubai, who was holding her. Why don't you join them? If you go, you can simply set me down. I'm much better now than I was before. However, Jiang Yubai paid no heed to her words. Shen Qingtang found the situation rather dull. She was well aware that Jiang Yubai would not attend. After all, it was evident that everyone else was off enjoying themselves, leaving him in solitude. What are your thoughts on Nua and her mother? Chapter 43. No malice. Upon hearing Shen Qingtang's inquiry, Jiang Yubai fell into contemplation. Although he had not sensed any ill will from the mother-daughter duo, he remained uncertain. After pondering for a considerable time, he finally uttered that ambiguous word. Shen Qingtang gazed at Jiang Yubai in astonishment, taken aback that he would utter such uncertain words. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, was she not equally uncertain? This realization led her to feel that her esteemed ally might not be as formidable as she once believed. Qingtang, please stop staring at Brother Bai and lend us your aid. Suin hurriedly rushed to Shen Qingtang's side, beginning to lament. We simply cannot catch that little green sprout. We don't even want the reward anymore. Just take action yourself. I am certain you can capture it. Shen Qingtang gazed into the distance at a few individuals, and indeed, she observed them looking disheveled and dejected, languishing in place. The moment her gaze fell upon them, expressions akin to that of Su and immediately manifested on their faces. You cannot always rely on me. What will become of you if I were to vanish? Shen Qingtang commenced her instruction of Suin, for he was the only one who had approached her seeking assistance. Initially, her intention was to cultivate their skills, yet within such a brief span, they had already surrendered. However, Qingtang, have you not been present all along? Moreover, we are utterly exhausted. We have exhausted all our various abilities. Yet we have not even caught a glimpse of the elusive green sprout. Pursuing this endeavor seems less fruitful than combating zombies. Shen Qingtang pondered for a moment, contemplating the validity of Su An's words. She then turned her gaze to the others, seeking confirmation. Do you all think the same? A chorus of affirmations followed. They too were weary, including Nua and her mother, who believed that capturing the little green sprouts was not a task suited for humans. Since everyone shared this sentiment, Shen Qingtang naturally refrained from disputing their thoughts. You all take a break. I will handle this myself. Upon uttering these words, Shen Qingtang began to swell in size, rapidly reaching a magnitude that obscured the sky above. Darkness enveloped the space before them. Nua, witnessing this for the first time, trembled in fear and instinctively hid behind her mother. It's all right. No, don't be afraid. That sister won't harm you. Nua's mother hurried to reassure her frightened daughter, with Su Lingruo also chiming in to provide comfort. Your mother is correct. Qingtang would never hurt you. She is the gentlest and kindest person. Remember her kindness. Without her, I might not have been able to bring you here. Su Lingruo was acutely aware that without Shen Qingtang, she would never have been able to fulfill her own regrets. She had always regarded Shen Qingtang as a remarkable individual, No, a splendid flower. Thus, she hoped that Nua and her mother would genuinely come to appreciate Shen Qingtang. Yes, I understand. I will ensure that Nua remains grateful to Miss Qingtang, Nua's mother assured, casting her gaze toward Shen Qingtang. Su Lingrua felt a wave of reassurance at her words, confident that she had made the right choice in aiding others. As Shen Qingtang continued to grow, the surrounding flora began to withdraw. Even the little green sprouts that had previously eluded Su-in and the others stood frozen in place. Su-in, rejuvenated by this development, rallied the others to capture the little green sprouts. As he busily collected them, he taunted, "Ha! Look at you, little one. Why aren't you running? You should obediently wait here for me to catch you." Witnessing the person she once despised utter such words, felt a sense of distaste, prompting her to retreat behind her mother once more. Su-in, indifferent to others' opinions, especially those of individuals he disliked, delighted in his task. Before long, his hands were brimming with little green sprouts. "All right, that should suffice. No need to catch them all," Shen Qingtang observed as Su-in struggled to hold onto an overwhelming number of items, unable to contain her thoughts any longer. The others turned their gaze towards Su-in as well. In comparison, the 2 or 3 items they possessed seemed utterly insignificant. Yet, was it not true that more is better? Su-in glanced at Shen Qingtang in confusion, pondering the possibility of needing many supplies for future bases. Would it not be prudent to gather ample resources now rather than searching later? What if they could not find what they needed? Although they had yet to establish a single base, Su-in's imagination began to wander into the future, envisioning a world adorned with their bases. Fortunately, Shen Qingtang remained oblivious to his musings. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly compel him to confront the reality that having enough sufficed, and excess was unnecessary. Shen Qingtang reiterated that they had to abandon the idea. After a considerable while, Su-in stealthily approached Shen Qingtang's side and inquired in a hushed tone, "Is it truly impossible to gather a bit more? I sense that what we have here is insufficient." Shen Qingtang chose to disregard his words. After all, Su-in had always been this way, and she believed she had grown accustomed to it. After waiting for quite some time, and noticing that Shen Qingtang had no intention of acknowledging him, Su-in could only depart in silence, heading to another area in an attempt to catch a few more. Shen Qingtang observed in silence, a wry smile gracing her lips, without her intimidation. How could Su-in possibly capture anything of significance? Su Lingrua gazed at the small green sprout in her hand, her expression tinged with disbelief. Although they had indeed been unable to ensnare the elusive creature moments ago, it would be a stretch to assert that it could devour zombies. One could merely say that its ability to escape was unparalleled. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could plants actually move? Su Lingrua posed this question, recalling that Shen Qingtang was also a plant, yet she had always been able to traverse great distances, which felt rather normal in retrospect. As Shen Qingtang uttered these words, her gaze was fixed upon Jiang Yubai. After all, this team was led by Jiang Yubai. While she felt it was acceptable for him to make decisions on minor matters, she believed that more significant issues should be determined by Jiang himself. It was only because she noticed Jiang Yubai struggling in silence that she felt compelled to voice her thoughts. She had already resolved that if she detected even a hint of discomfort on his face, she would cease her discourse and inquire about his perspective. Evidently, Jiang Yubai harbored no reservations and was quite supportive of her ideas, as she discerned a look of satisfaction adorning his features, although she remained uncertain about the source of his contentment. Chapter 44. Zhao Yi's Dilemma. He too glimpsed the small green sprout, prompting both to reach out in an attempt to grasp it, yet they grasped nothing at all. After several failed attempts, he ultimately concluded that he could not capture it without Shen Qingtang's assistance. Recalling the snippets of conversation he had overheard, he surmised that this small green sprout held considerable importance. Thus, Zhao Yi hurriedly matched his pace with Shen Qingtang and her companions as they journeyed toward the base they had mentioned. However, as they progressed, Zhao increasingly felt a sense of familiarity with the path. Upon arriving at the base described by Jiang Yubai, he found himself rooted to the spot in astonishment. Wasn't this the very place that Song Wang adored? Moreover, He recalled Song Wang expressing that he valued this location as the Yin-Yang base. Yet, he also remembered Song Wang's warnings. This area had been the first to fall to the zombie onslaught, infested not only with countless zombies, but also home to level 10 zombies. Jiang Yubai and his companions could not possibly have established a base here. They were not formidable enough for such a feat, Zhao, he repeatedly reassured himself in his mind. Yet he could only watch in wide-eyed disbelief as Jiang Yubai and the others strode confidently inside. In that moment, Zhao Yi's emotions were a tumultuous mix. It appeared that this place had indeed been secured by Jiang Yubai and his group. How could they, just a handful of individuals, be so powerful? Reflecting on this, he recognized that his previous assumptions might be flawed. A mere member of the Inu base would surely be no match for Jiang Yubai and his team, and he would need to reconsider his strategy and contemplate alternative solutions. As he quietly pondered these thoughts, he continued to stealthily trail behind them. Before long, he observed Jiang Yubai emerging once more, this time accompanied by a sunflower. You lead me around the perimeter slowly, and I shall scatter the small green sprouts, he proposed. Shen Qingtang gently brushed aside a small green sprout that lay upon her flower plate before turning her gaze to Jiang Yubai. The little sprout, displeased by being cast aside, soon inched its way back toward her. Shen Qingtang shot a direct glare. Ultimately, this contest concluded with Shen Qingtang emerging victorious. Jiang Yubai observed the duel between Shen Qingtang and the little green sprout, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. However, recalling the questions posed by Su Lingru upon their departure, he found himself quite intrigued. Thus, he unusually took the initiative to inquire, "Is it capable?" After a moment of contemplation, Shen Qingtang finally grasped the essence of his inquiry. She recalled that Su En and his companions had posed a similar question earlier. Yet she had remained reticent. Now, with Jiang Yubai asking once more, she recognized that he was distinct from the others. Thus, Shen Qingtang chose not to deceive Jiang Yubai as she had with Su En and the others. Instead, she regarded the small green sprout and then turned her gaze to Jiang Yubai, speaking earnestly. "I can assist, but I require a bit of help." Initially, she intended to elaborate further, but after much reflection, she could not conjure a more eloquent expression. Ultimately, she resolved to trust her instincts, opting to demonstrate rather than articulate. Consequently, Jiang Yubai witnessed Shen Qingtang toss the small green sprout onto the ground. Its leaves, placed delicately atop the sprout's tip, appear to be infused with something unknown. Before long, the sprout transformed into a flower bud towering over a human's height. Jiang Yubai found himself momentarily speechless. He now recognized Shen Qingtang as a versatile talent. Was this a method of plant cultivation? However, regarding the flower bud, he pondered how much longer it would take to evolve into the type of plant Shen Qingtang had described. Suddenly, he was startled by the formidable maw that had unexpectedly loomed before him. Ha ha ha! I almost forgot to mention, in its usual state, it resembles this flower bud, only entering attack mode when it senses a presence, much like now. Shen Qingtang naturally noticed the startled expression on Jiang Yubai's face just moments ago. She couldn't help but chuckle, relishing the rarity of witnessing him so taken aback for the first time. Jiang Yubai, on the other hand, harbored suspicions that Shen Qingtang might have orchestrated this moment solely for her amusement. Soon enough, he reverted to his usual impassive demeanor and led Shen Qingtang to their next destination. In the shadows, Zhao, he felt a chill run down his spine upon overhearing their exchange, yet it only fortified his resolve to acquire the elusive sunflower at all costs. However, he found himself in a quandary. Should he reach out to the base now, or continue to observe the sunflower? He discerned that the sunflower possessed numerous undiscovered abilities, and departing at this juncture would leave him in ignorance of its potential. Even if he managed to secure the sunflower, he would be at a loss should it prove uncooperative. Yet, he also recognized that they were currently at their weakest. The base had yet to be established, making this the prime opportunity for an offensive. Zhao, he felt as though the weight of his worries might soon lead to baldness. Just then, he was startled by the thunderous roars of a horde of zombies, prompting him to hastily seek refuge. Shen Qingtang also heard the call and immediately shouted, "Suan, come out quickly, There's zombies approaching. Suen felt a hint of schadenfreude in Shen Qingtang's tone, but he shook his head, dismissing the thought as mere paranoia. Let us hurry out and assist Shen Qingtang, he urged his companions. They found Suen's words rather absurd. How could someone as formidable as Shen Qingtang possibly need their aid? Yet, they understood that remaining inside, while waiting for Shen Qingtang to handle everything, was not an option. Su Lingruo recalled comforting the mother-daughter duo, Nuo and her mother. Nuo seemed to be experiencing this chaos for the first time, desperately hiding behind her mother, who was equally shaken and trembling as she reassured her daughter. Suen could hardly bear to witness their state. Who were they putting on a performance for? It was not as if the apocalypse had just begun, nor were they overly pampered individuals. After all, the two women had survived alone for quite some time. Why did it seem that their fragility had only intensified since joining them? Moreover, Su Lingruo appeared particularly affected by this display, her eyes brimming with compassion and sorrow. Suen initially intended to voice his frustration, but considering their long-standing camaraderie and the urgency of the situation, he merely strode over to Su Lingruo, grasped her arm, and pulled her along. Stop lingering here. Shen Qingtang is out there fighting zombies, and you're wasting time wallowing in pity for others. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 45. The bite. Su Lingruo stumbled slightly as Suen tugged her along, yet she dared not protest, for his words rang with undeniable truth. She cast a final glance at Nuo and her mother before reluctantly following Suen towards Shen Qingtang. At last, you made it outside. Hurry up. It's time for you to shine. As they beheld the vast throng of zombies outside, Su Lingruo and her companions swiftly fell into a battle-ready stance. Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai observed from a distance. Shen Qingtang remained relatively composed, ready to intervene whenever Su and the others were nearly bitten. In contrast, Jiang Yubai could only watch helplessly. After all, until the situation escalated to a perilous level, he was unable to take action. Suen, are you pleased now? Who was it that previously claimed capturing little green sprouts was less advantageous than combating zombies? Look at the situation now. Su Lingru Banting gazed at the ceaseless onslaught of zombies and spoke up. She felt as if her hands were no longer her own, engaged in the repetitive motion of throwing landmines. Upon hearing her words, Suen's mood soured. He immediately retorted, but when I initially expressed that sentiment, you all nodded in agreement, indicating you shared the same view. Why am I being blamed now? His frustration was palpable, and he found women utterly incomprehensible. Why resort to personal attacks? Su Lingru, irked by his tone, argued back while continuing to fend off the zombies. It was evident that their dynamic had shifted. They had never quarreled over trivial matters before. Can you all focus? Is this truly the time for such disputes? Suen, still shaken from the earlier scare, had been strategically positioned behind Su Lingru and Shen Yang, erecting a shield wall to confine the zombies to a limited area for easier combat. However, inexplicably, he had found himself outside their protective boundary moments ago. As realization dawned, he was drenched in cold sweat, instantly alert, fearing a recurrence of the previous chaos. I understand now. I shall refrain from speaking, he uttered, his tone betraying his unease. Su Lingru felt a pang of guilt. In the distant hall, Nuo listened to the haunting roars of zombies and the tumultuous sounds outside, her heart laden with unease. She had grown fond of the members of this team. Mama, must we truly remain here? Shouldn't we venture out to assist? She inquired. No, have you forgotten what I told you before? Her mother replied. But enough with the buts. We only need to obey. Didn't Lingru say she would protect us? Nuo yearned to voice her concerns further, but her mother had closed her eyes, signaling her desire to end the conversation. With a hint of worry, she gazed outside. Meanwhile, Su Lingru and the others were rapidly exhausting their powers, fully aware that they could not afford to cease their efforts against the relentless tide of zombies. Shen Qingtang sensed that the time was ripe and subtly directed her little son towards Su Lingruo and the others. Jiang Yubai noticed her actions immediately. He cast a lingering gaze at her before merely adjusting the direction of Shen Qingtang's radiant flower, ensuring that others would not discern her peculiarity. However, fate orchestrated a curious coincidence. The direction he turned happened to align perfectly with Zhao Yi's hiding spot. Zhao Yi, who had expected to remain undetected and was on the verge of giving up, was suddenly taken aback by Jiang Yubai's movement. In that instant, his breath grew rapid and uneven. Could it be that the earlier events were indeed real? He witnessed with his own eyes the lethargy of Su Lingruo and her companions, only to see them invigorated the moment Shen Qingtang's little sunflower merged with their beings. Did this not imply that as long as Shen Qingtang was present, they would possess boundless abilities? Wasn't this akin to being an everlasting energy source? At this moment, Zhao Yi felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. He could no longer remain still. He was determined to seek collaboration with the base and secure this miraculous sunflower. It was no wonder that previously, Song had been so adamant about seizing the flower. Now it all made sense. Who wouldn't desire such a versatile entity? In that instant, Zhao Yi had entirely forgotten his previous intentions of merely observing the sunflower. He concluded that acquiring it swiftly was the most prudent course of action. Yet, he found himself unable to depart, as Jiang Yubai was still present. Unfortunately, this extraordinary flower was not infallible. For instance, once concealed, it could not be moved without dire consequences. As Zhao Yi wrestled with his anxious thoughts, contemplating a solution, Jiang Yubai unexpectedly departed the scene. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry," Su Lingruo sobbed as she gazed at Su An's gradually paling face, feeling utterly helpless except to utter apologies. It's all right. Please don't cry. I bear you no ill will." Shen Qingtang, engrossed in the production of the little sunflowers, remained oblivious to the unfolding events until Jiang Yubai brought her attention to the matter at hand. "Qingtang, you must have a solution, right? I believe in you. I failed to protect Suan. He was bitten by a zombie. I truly did not intend for this to happen." "It's all right, Ling Ruo," Shen Qingtang reassured her. "I do not blame you. After all these years as teammates, do you think I am unaware of the kind of person you are?" Upon hearing Su An's plight, Su Lingruo's heart sank further, consumed by guilt, yet she recognized that this was not the time for such self-reproach. Suddenly, she knelt before Shen Qingtang, repeatedly bowing her head in fervent supplication, pleading for her to save Suan, for she could never forgive herself otherwise. Observing her desperate demeanor, Shen Qingtang felt exasperated. Was it truly necessary to react in such an extreme manner? "Please rise. This is not the end of the world. Look at how frightened you all are." Zai, who had intended to seize the moment to depart, halted abruptly upon hearing Shen Qingtang's calm words. "No, this cannot be happening. If that were the case." However, to his dismay, after uttering those words, Shen Qingtang instructed her people to take Su into their base. Zhao Yi was infuriated, feeling as though a tantalizing opportunity loomed just out of reach. He grappled with the dilemma of whether to follow or to leave. After much internal conflict, he resolved to depart, albeit reluctantly, deciding it was wiser to seek collaboration with the base first. He would take his time to study the sunflowers once he had secured them. Shen Qingtang remained oblivious to the fact that someone had set their sights on her. "Qingtang, you truly can do this, right?" Su Lingru gazed at Shen Qingtang with an anxious expression, her heart unable to quell the rising frustration. "Yes, trust me." After Shen Qingtang voiced her thoughts, she turned and entered the room. As Su Lingru closed the door and departed, she fervently prayed within her heart, hoping that their next encounter would reveal Su in lively spirits. "Qingtang, will saving me bring you harm? If so, then please end my life directly." Once the room was left with only Shen Qingtang and herself, Suan finally found his voice. He had long wished to express this sentiment, yet upon witnessing Su Lingru's demeanor, the words remained unspoken. After years of camaraderie, he understood that should he voice his true feelings, Su Lingru would surely plead with Shen Qingtang incessantly, a scenario he wished to avoid. "Are you belittling me with such words? A mere corpse poison? Can I truly allow it to weigh upon my heart?" Suan fell into a silence, grappling with his thoughts. After a considerable pause, he spoke again, "As long as it won't harm you." Ultimately, he resigned himself to closing his eyes, deeply regretting his previous statement. Despite Shen Qingtang's seemingly nonchalant demeanor, She too harbored a sense of trepidation. This was her first experience in such a venture, and truth be told, she feared the possibility of failure. Yet, this was not something she wished to disclose to them. She was confident, possessing a 90% chance of success, and preferred to create the illusion of absolute certainty, thereby easing their minds rather than instilling a sense of hopelessness. Such an approach would benefit her treatment immensely. Was it akin to the law of attraction? If one genuinely believes in the possibility of success, it shall indeed manifest. Thus, she regarded Su-in and resolutely declared her intentions. Although Su-in could not comprehend the gravity of Shen Qingtang's sudden seriousness, he affirmed his resolve with a firm nod, signaling his commitment to the task at hand. Shen Qingtang's heart was slightly eased, and she then allowed Su-in to lean upon her floral plate, observing the petite sunflower and contrasting it with her own physique. Su-in suddenly felt a pang of remorse, fearing that her weight might extinguish the life of the delicate bloom. After waiting for an extended period without Su-in making a move, Shen Qingtang could no longer contain her impatience and spoke up. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and don't waste time. Do you not wish to proceed?" Su-in replied in a soft voice. "You are too small. I am afraid I might crush you." Fell silent, gazing at the other person's earnest expression. In the end, she could only helplessly shrink herself to the size of a bed. With a somewhat irritable tone, she spoke, "Is this satisfactory? You are truly too tedious. If it were someone else, I wouldn't care at all. Qingtang, you are genuinely too kind. I knew you would be the most accommodating. Can I carry you around with me from now on?" Shen Qingtang remained silent, realizing that this person truly flourished with a mere hint of encouragement. Finally, he spoke up. "Am I to lie here and do nothing at all?" Su-in, having settled comfortably, rested his hands upon his abdomen. Yet, he soon found this position to be rather peculiar. Thus, he lowered his hands to his sides. However, the oddness lingered, prompting him to initiate a conversation with Shen Qingtang to fill the silence. Shen Qingtang was initially prepared to harness the power within her own body, but she was abruptly interrupted by his words. With a hint of irritation, she spoke, "As long as you remain within my flower dish, you may do as you please." Su-in discerned the displeasure in Shen Qingtang's tone and realized he had indeed been overly verbose. She had graciously come to his aid, and here he was, babbling unnecessarily. Reflecting on this, he quickly fell silent. After a brief pause, Shen Qingtang resumed, "I am about to begin. During this process, you must refrain from speaking. No matter what transpires, regardless of how uncomfortable you may feel, there is but one thing you must remember." "Yes, speak. I am listening," he replied. "I will assuredly save you. You will not succumb to zombification. We have but one opportunity, and it is imperative that you remember this." Given Su-in's typically unstable demeanor, Shen Qingtang felt compelled to reiterate her instructions several times. "Very well, I understand. Qingtang, please proceed. I have faith in you," Su-in responded with renewed determination. Remained silent as she summoned all her strength, concentrating it at the center of the flower-shaped dish. She then transformed this energy into slender threads, as delicate as silk, which gradually entered Su-in's body one by one. The moment these threads penetrated his being, an overwhelming sensation engulfed him. He felt as though he were ensconced in a furnace, his body ablaze with an unbearable heat, as if he were on the verge of being scorched. Pain surged within him, urging a cry to escape his lips, yet he recalled Shen Qingtang's earlier words. Thus, he gritted his teeth, resolutely reminding himself that this was his sole opportunity for survival. He vowed not to succumb to despair. If he could endure this trial, he could emerge unscathed. He firmly believed it was possible. Indeed it was. His resolve grew ever stronger, even as the pain intensified and became more pronounced. Gradually, he sensed his thoughts becoming increasingly muddled. He heard voices surrounding him. "Are you tired? Does it hurt? Why not give up? What purpose does perseverance serve?" Chapter 47. Reassurance would surrender spare you from this suffering? The voice continued to tempt him. Indeed, relinquishing your struggle would free you from this agony forever. Su-in's thoughts began to spiral into chaos, his breath growing ever fainter. Shen Qingtang sensed his transformation. The entire flower trembled. Indeed, it proved to be quite a challenge, not something that could be resolved with a mere flick of the wrist. One must refrain from excessive pretension. Suin, you must regain your clarity. Have you forgotten what I previously conveyed? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Suin, who had been on the verge of surrender, immediately regained his resolve. After all, he had persevered for so many years. Would he truly be deterred by such a brief moment? With this thought, he felt invigorated, beginning to struggle and counter the inexplicable voice echoing in his mind. Originally concerned for Su Lingrua, who awaited outside, he was startled by Shen Qingtang's loud words. She quickly pressed herself against the door, eager to discern the happenings within. Had it not been for Shen Qingtang's prior admonition against disturbances, she would have burst in long ago. However, after a considerable time, apart from that initial exclamation, Su Lingrua heard nothing further. This left her increasingly anxious and fearful, dreading the possibility of something untoward occurring. Brother Bai, could you please check on the situation inside? I am worried. Upon hearing Su Lingrua's words, Shen Yang retorted sharply, Su Lingrua, have you forgotten that Brother Bai falls into a coma every time he employs that technique? Didn't Shen Qingtang express her faith in you when she entered? Su Lingrua está medith. Unsure of how to respond, for it was indeed her fault. Just as the tension between the two was escalating, the door in front of Su Lingrua suddenly swung open. Seeing Shen Qingtang standing at the threshold, Su Lingrua was filled with remorse. It was all her fault. Things would have been better if she had not been present. Upon seeing Shen Qingtang emerge, both Shen Yang and Jiang Yubai were momentarily taken aback, thus failing to notice the peculiar behavior of Su Lingrua. Qingtang, Su Linhe. The dialect of Shen Yang seemed to falter slightly. He was engulfed by fear, unaware that Su Antong was following closely behind Shen Qingtang. His heart, unable to restrain itself, began to spiral towards the most pessimistic scenarios. It's all right, he reassured himself. Did I not mention that there's no need for concern? To me, this is merely a trifling matter. Shen Qingtang now spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if the one who had just exerted herself to the utmost was not herself at all. Jiang Yubai cast a discerning glance at Shen Qingtang and immediately perceived her facade. Her current condition was far from satisfactory. Rest, he said to her with a tone of sternness. Lingrua, do not worry. Go and take a good rest. You all have worked hard today. Sun also needs a few days to recuperate. It will be some time before you can visit him. Thank you, Qingtang. Without you, I would not know what to do. Thank you, thank you. He expressed his gratitude repeatedly, leaving Shen Qingtang somewhat embarrassed. It's nothing. Go rest. I, too, must take my leave. After Shen Qingtang uttered those words, she instinctively leapt onto Jiang Yubai. She believed that if she did not express her own need for rest, Su Lingrua would undoubtedly continue to thank her with a voice laden with guilt. The mere thought of such a scenario filled her with dread. Kulme, let's go to the other side. Shen Qingtang pointed towards an unoccupied corner, urging Jiang Yubai to accompany her there. Very well, Jiang Yubai replied nonchalantly, leading Shen Qingtang in that direction, showing no inclination to inquire about any alternative plans. Shen Qingtang found herself at a loss for words regarding his demeanor. If she were to assert that he was indifferent to his comrades, it was he who consistently utilized his strength to safeguard them. Conversely, if she were to claim he cared, his expressions of concern were always so understated. Upon reaching the secluded corner, the atmosphere shifted. Shen Qingtang glanced around, ensuring that no one had noticed their presence. She then looked at Jiang Yubai and spoke in a soft voice. Shen Qingtang was at a loss for words. Sensing that something was amiss, Jiang Yubai, under the impression that Shen Qingtang was alluding to some significant matter, was taken aback when it turned out to be this trivial issue. He pondered her words earnestly before shaking his head slowly, unsure if his gesture lacked sincerity. He finally declared with assurance, no. At that moment, Shen Qingtang fell silent, beginning to question how their team had arrived at this point. However, since their leader insisted there was no problem, she decided to dismiss her doubts, considering they had known each other for nearly a decade. Perhaps this was simply their nature, which she had previously overlooked. With this realization, she swiftly set aside her earlier concerns. Mom, do you really think they want to find out? Nuonyuo's voice was tinged with uncertainty and anxiety. This isn't our first time doing this, Nuonyuo. You must have confidence. We have never faced defeat, she reassured. Nuonuo, peering cautiously at Su Linghua, who was engulfed in emotional turmoil, spoke with a hint of reluctance. But Mom, shouldn't we spare Sister Linghua? Nuonuo inquired, harboring a faint glimmer of hope, for she did not wish to harm these good people, especially since they were the first kind souls she had encountered. Nuonuo, how many times have I told you not to be swayed by others' minor kindnesses? Have you forgotten what happened before? Upon witnessing her mother's anger, Nuonuo quickly interjected. I haven't forgotten. Please don't be upset. I won't speak like this again. That's better. Good girl, Mom would never harm you. Only I love you the most. Nuonuo shivered slightly in fear. Come, let us go check on Sister Linghua. Nuonuo's mother beckoned her towards Su Linghua, and though Nuonuo was reluctant, she could only follow her mother's lead, recalling their earlier conversation. Miss Linghua, what troubles you? Nuonuo's mother crouched down, gently stroking Su Linghua's head, her voice soothing. Wow. Su Linghua, who had been holding back her grievances for far too long, suddenly burst into tears. It's all right. You can share. Perhaps I can help, she offered gently. Feeling the comforting touch on her head, Su Linghua blurted out, I didn't mean to. It's all my fault that Suin was bitten by a zombie. It's because of me. Oh, you mean the one who doesn't like me and Nuonuo got bitten? Is he all right? How serious is it? Su Linghua's heart ached painfully, oblivious to the unusual tone in Nuonuo's mother's voice. She nodded fervently. Yes, it's him. He is really a good person. He doesn't demand anything from you and Nuonuo, but might just need time to get to know you. Upon hearing Nuonuo's mother mention that Suin disliked her and Nuonuo, Su Linghua hurriedly defended him. Nuonuo's mother, with an inscrutable expression, had not anticipated that Suin had indeed been bitten. Previously, she had merely assumed he was injured. After a moment of silence, Su Linghua finally spoke. It's all right. You'll be fine. You don't need to worry. Nuonuo's mother felt an urge to inquire further, but recognized that she would glean nothing from Su Linghua's demeanor. Thus, she suppressed her curiosity, continuing to comfort Su Linghua, urging her not to overthink. Su Linghua nestled into her embrace, finding solace in the long-awaited warmth, her heart feeling a tad lighter. Meanwhile, Shen Qingtang, upon catching sight of this scene, found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she turned the flower plate away, opting for ignorance. Days later, Suin, having been secluded in a room by Shen Qingtang, finally regained consciousness. I'm back, he exclaimed, startling those idling nearby. Su Linghua was the first to rush over, circling Suin multiple times to ensure he was truly unscathed, finally releasing the tension she had been holding. The taciturn Shun Yang approached, patting Suin's shoulder, silently conveying his concern. Jiang Yubai stood quietly beside Shen Qingtang, merely casting a glance without uttering a word. Even Nuonuo and her mother approached, having sensed the team's low spirits in recent days, and thus remained unusually quiet. Generally, they were only vocal when Su Linghua sought them out. Oh, what is the fuss about? Why are you all gathered around me? Since I'm fine, doesn't that mean we should move forward with our plans? Suin stated, referencing the establishment of a base, as they had only previously harbored vague ideas about it. Currently, they had nothing concrete, with only 2 new members added. Most troubling was the unsettling vibe he felt from these 2, particularly since Su Linghua seemed very fond of them, leaving him hesitant to voice his concerns. Miss Qingtang, are you planning to establish a base here? It's not an easy endeavor. Do you have sufficient resources? Is your defensive capability adequate? Shen Qingtang and her companions were utterly taken aback by the fervent reaction of Nuo Ma upon hearing about the establishment of a base. Moreover, Nuo Ma articulated her thoughts with surprising clarity, which left them perplexed. Indeed, this was the original plan, to create a sanctuary for women and children who lack the means to protect themselves. Su Linghua observed Nuo Ma as she began to explain. Is this what you mean? Nuo Ma's tone was tinged with disbelief. How could such a thing be possible? Not only during the apocalypse, but even in times of peace, such scenarios were rare. Yet, she had just heard that there were individuals willing to safeguard the defenseless. It seemed utterly absurd. While conveying this sentiment, Su Linghua spoke with a hint of pride, for aside from their group, no one else would undertake such a thankless endeavor. Although she contemplated saying more, She ultimately swallowed her words and remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking again. That's wonderful, truly wonderful. It would have been better had this come about sooner. Su Lingruo did not comprehend the reasoning behind Nuan Ma's statement, but she could tell that even if she were to inquire further, Nuan Ma would remain reticent. Thus, she opted to refrain from pressing the matter. After some contemplation, Su Lingruo diligently clarified the points Nuan Ma had previously mentioned. Nuan Ma could detect a strong sense of confidence in Su Lingruo's tone. She could not help but scrutinize the team closely, pondering whether she had previously misjudged their capabilities. Could it be that Mei had discerned the true prowess of this group? Or were they merely affluent scions from a grand base, seeking to experience life? However, after observing for a while, she concluded that this team was merely an ordinary group amid the apocalypse. The only distinguishing feature was Shen Qingtang, a rare and intelligent sunflower. Engaging in conversation with her held little value, as she could not provide assistance. Suan displayed no attempt to conceal his disdain for the newly joined mother and daughter. While Su Lingruo initially felt guilty towards Suan and wished to treat him with kindness. However, his remarks infuriated her, prompting a swift retort that Suan cleverly dodged. It's the truth I speak. Why is it so unpalatable? Suan mused that Su Lingruo was beyond redemption and promptly approached Shen Qingtang. Qingtang, please tell us what we should do next. This inquiry momentarily stumped Shen Qingtang. In her memories, she had always been the golden finger, perpetually aiding the protagonist in locating supplies or traversing the paths to find them. There had been no opportunity to establish a base, after all. After a brief silence, she diverted her gaze towards Jiang Yubai. Suan followed suit, and Jiang Yubai, sensing their scrutiny, began to ponder. He ultimately realized, with a sense of helplessness, that he too lacked experience in establishing a base. At that moment, an air of silence enveloped them, as if the individuals who had previously expressed enthusiasm for the establishment of a base were not the same ones present now. What had transpired? Why had things come to this? Such thoughts surged within their minds. Ultimately, it was Shen Qingtang who decisively spoke up. Let me share my thoughts. Chapter 49. Safeguarding supplies immediately. All eyes turned towards Shen Qingtang. Withstanding their gazes, Shen Qingtang spoke with a calm demeanor. Why dwell on the matters of the base? Ling Ruo, did you not previously express a desire to assist those in need? Since we have no pressing concerns at the moment, we might as well venture out and seek our fortune. At that moment, Su Lingruo happened to arrive and overheard Shen Qingtang's words. She felt a surge of emotion, realizing that Shen Qingtang had indeed remembered her sentiments. I believe Qingtang's perspective is quite valid. We cannot remain in seclusion indefinitely. Suan wished to query why that was not an option, as he felt content to be lethargic yet still desired to strive for more. However, he was astute enough to discern which thoughts were best left unspoken. After a moment's contemplation, he ventured, then, what of the supply base you previously acquired? Do you intend to keep it within you indefinitely? Although Shen Qingtang no longer bore the previous swelling, the contrast to her former delicate appearance remained significant. Shen Qingtang. Initially, she had completely forgotten about her current unattractive appearance, but upon Su An's remark, the memory resurfaced immediately. She cast a resentful glance at Su An and finally spoke with resignation. How could you not realize how this affects my performance? Then, a new dilemma arose. Where should we store our supplies? I have already devised a plan. You all need only to follow my lead. The group exchanged glances, remaining silent. Shen Qingtang glanced at Nuo and her mother on the other side, and after a moment's hesitation, turned to Su Lingru with a tone of uncertainty. Lingru, do you truly hold a deep affection for Nuo and her mother? However, we cannot take them along this time. Su Lingru was taken aback by Shen Qingtang's exclusion of Nuo and her mother. The earlier emotions of gratitude swiftly dissipated, and she retorted sharply, Then you may go. I shall remain here with Nuo and her mother. I cannot bear to leave them alone in this desolate place. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingtang was about to respond when Su An's anger flared. Do you hear the words you speak and the tone you adopt? Su An's frustration, having no outlet, turned towards Shen Yang. Have you not taken the time to counsel her in recent days? After all these years as teammates, do we not hold greater significance than this pair of strangers? What kind of teammate are you being? Shenyang. He cast a bewildered glance at Suin, ultimately deciding not to stoop to the level of such a person. Shen Qingtang was also taken aback by Su Lingruo's actions. After a brief moment of confusion, she turned to the remaining individuals and spoke. Since Lingruo will not be accompanying us, you shall join me instead. As for what lies ahead, yet, Shen Qingtang ultimately refrained from articulating her thoughts. Even Jiang Yubai sensed that something was amiss with Su Lingruo. However, he was unable to utilize his celestial insight at the moment, having already employed it when observing the mother and daughter earlier. Nonetheless, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. They needed to prioritize resolving Shen Qingtang's situation. He had yet to discover a solution, but now that she seemed to possess one, it was imperative to address it first. Holding the flowers in his hand, he spoke gently, offering guidance. Shen Qingtang, without any hesitation, led Jiang Yubai and a few others towards the place that had suddenly manifested in her mind. Had it not been for the recent emergence of this location, she would have long since dispatched supplies to the base. Qingtang, this path is indeed correct. I assent it? Suin inquired, glancing nervously at the increasingly dark underground passage. Indeed, Shen Qingtang replied, noticing Suin cowering behind Shenyang in fright. To alleviate his fears, she spoke reassuringly. Soon, under Shen Qingtang's guidance, they emerged from the long, shadowy corridor. As they stood before the unexpectedly illuminated vast space, Jiang Yubai and Suin exchanged incredulous glances. Since meeting Shen Qingtang, Jiang Yubai had found it increasingly difficult to maintain his usual composure in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Qingtang, how did you come to know of this place? Is it safe? Why is there such a large area here? Suin, unlike the reticent Jiang Yubai, was openly curious, yet he refrained from asking questions, striving to uphold his aloof persona. Fortunately, Jiang Yubai remained oblivious to Su In's internal musings. Otherwise, he would have been on the ground in a fit of laughter. Shen Qingtang was momentarily taken aback by Su In's series of questions. Do you truly believe that anyone could find this place without my guidance? Su In, recalling the winding paths he had just traversed, realized that even he would struggle to locate the correct route alone. Then, Qingtang, could you enlighten me on how you discovered this place? With no other recourse, Suin found himself exuberantly dashing about in this new environment. It was even larger than the previous supply base. The others regarded him with expressions of bewilderment. Was this not something that could be easily discerned? Shen Qingtang had grown indifferent towards Suin. She gazed at Jiang Yubai and stated, I'm about to release that supply base, so you should keep a low profile. Jiang Yubai nodded and took several steps back towards the door. The observant Shenyang noticed Jiang Yubai's movement and promptly retreated alongside him. Only Su In, still oblivious to the situation, remained unaware of anything amiss. Shen Qingtang initially intended to offer a word of caution, yet time was of the essence, leaving her no opportunity to do so. A chorus of exclamations echoed through the air as dust swirled around them. Jiang Yubai, with swift reflexes, seized Shen Qingtang and pulled her to safety outside the door. Shen Qingtang. Suin roared in impotent fury as he found himself pinned beneath a heavy structure. Chapter 50. The Dark Rain Base. Shen Qingtang hesitated, feeling rather embarrassed as she spoke. Well, this cannot be entirely blamed on me. Look at how Shenyang knows to hide. Yet you. Suin shifted his gaze to Shenyang, who was indeed standing cleanly beside Jiang Yubai. In that moment, Suin felt like a forsaken child, unloved and uncared for. Fortunately, Shen Qingtang was quite kind-hearted. Noticing Su In's incredulity, she thoughtfully extended her leaves, lifting the burden that weighed upon him. Su In rose from the ground, dusting off his clothes, and gazed at the now-filled space, unable to suppress a sigh. Ah, this will be our granary henceforth, with provisions in hand. There is no fear in the heart. I truly wish to remain here forever. This remark was met with eye rolls from both Shen Qingtang and Shenyang. After uttering those words, Shen Qingtang led the group away. Observing Su In's wide-eyed determination to memorize the route, she felt an overwhelming urge to tell him that such an effort would be futile. However, she ultimately refrained from voicing this thought, as she had already begun to contemplate their next destination. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi hurried alone, finally arriving at the Dark Rain base. Standing before the towering gates and the guard station there, he adjusted his attire before approaching. "I wish to see the head of your base." After reconsidering, Zhao Yi felt his previous statement lacked decorum, so he opted for a more polite approach. "Hello, I would like to meet your base leader. Could you kindly relay my request?" "Fool," the guard retorted. "How do you speak? I truly have something vital to discuss with your leader. If you neglect this opportunity, your leader will have your head." Zhao Yi was incensed. He had never endured such indignities before. Previously, when protecting Song Yu, every member at the Yin-Yang base had treated him with utmost respect. This was the first time he had been turned away at the door. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he charged at the guard. With a loud thud, Zhao Yi found himself on the ground, incredulous as he stared ahead. How could this be? Just a mere guard, and yet I, a level 7 ability user, was dispatched with a single blow, brushing off my pants as if I had touched something filthy. Do not push me too far. I was once a member of the Yin-Yang base. Zhao Yi had not intended to disclose his identity, but the guard's demeanor irked him. Just a doorman. Yet he carried himself with such arrogance. This declaration piqued the guard's interest. After sizing up Zhao Yi, he spoke slowly. "Oh, do elaborate. How can you prove your affiliation with the Yin-Yang base? Even if you are indeed from there, what information can you provide us?" Zhao Yi recognized that his opportunity had arrived. He could not help but scoff internally at the guard's foolishness. "Do you believe you are worthy of hearing this? I can only reveal a fraction. Song Wang has dispatched his daughter to search for something. However, they only know that his precious daughter has left the Yin-Yang base. The reasons remain unknown." After contemplating for a moment, the guard instructed Zhao Yi to wait, then proceeded deeper into the base. Shortly thereafter, he returned, his demeanor significantly more cordial than before. "Our leader is not present, but the second-in-command is available to see you. Follow me." Zhao Yi was indifferent to whether the guard's claim about the leader's absence was true. It was of little importance. Once he met the so-called second-in-command and conveyed his information, the other party would inevitably seek him out. The guard soon led Zhao Yi to the second-in-command's quarters. "Brother Lei, I have brought the person. Come in." A gentle voice emanated from within. Zhao Yi entered, immediately spotting a kind-faced, middle-aged man with a pleasantly plump visage adorned with a benevolent smile. "Young man, please share what you know. Rest assured, as long as you disclose everything, our base will ensure your safety." Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback, as the man had directly cut to the chase. He hesitated, uncertain if he could trust such a person. Zhao Lei exhibited remarkable patience, observing Zhao Yi's silence without pressing him, instead signaling to the guard to leave. After a considerable pause, Zhao Yi seemed to gather his thoughts and cautiously began, "To be honest, I am not entirely sure about this matter. You must be aware that Song Yu has left the Yin-Yang base. Outsiders assume the young lady simply grew tired of the base life and sought adventure, but that is not the case." As he spoke, Zhao Yi scrutinized Zhao Lei's expression. Noticing no sign of anger despite his lengthy discourse, his unease began to dissipate. It appeared that this second-in-command was not as fearsome as he had initially imagined. Indeed, he seems to be a straightforward individual, which explains his direct inquiries. I had underestimated him. With this realization, Zhao Yi felt less restrained. "Let me tell you, Song Wang has developed a new type of plant that can be cultivated outside the base to ensure its safety. This plant is extraordinary. It devours zombies." Upon uttering these words, Zhao Yi observed Zhao Lei's face shift to one of disbelief. "Is what you say true? Please elaborate." Zhao Lei was evidently intrigued by this plant. In truth, Zhao Yi had wrestled with the idea of revealing this information, as he wanted the Yin-Yang base to confront Zhang Yubai and his associates. Yet he was reluctant for others to learn of the sunflower. The more individuals who knew, the lesser his chances of acquiring the flower, a notion he was acutely aware of. Chapter 51. Zhao Yi's scheme. Recalling the tiny green sprouts he had seen when the sunflower was planted, he cleverly deflected. "It is merely a small green plant, looking rather insignificant, yet quite formidable." Zhao Yi doubted that merely describing the plant would convince Zhao Lei. After much internal struggle, he reluctantly retrieved a small object from his pocket. "Here, this is it," If you do not believe me, you can test it against the zombies. As he handed over the item, Zhao Yi felt a pang of regret. The hardships endured to acquire it were unspoken. He had initially intended to keep it as leverage, but his conversation with Zhao Lei made it clear that without presenting something substantial, the other party would not take him seriously. Zhao Lei scrutinized the small green sprout with skepticism. To be honest, he did not believe it was as powerful as Zhao Yi claimed. However, he had plenty of time to investigate. Bring him in, Zhao Lei commanded. Moments later, the guard from earlier entered, bowing respectfully to Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei handed the small sprout to him. Take this to the zombies. The guard, with a perplexed expression, took the small green sprout and was about to leave when Zhao Yi spoke up. He observed Zhao Lei entrusting such a significant item to someone merely guarding the entrance and felt a surge of dissatisfaction within. However, he was astute enough not to let it show. Leaning closer to Zhao Lei's ear, he whispered, This item is still a secret. It would not be wise for too many to know. Besides, this small sprout must be planted in the ground to unleash its potential. Zhao Lei glanced at him and nodded to the guard, indicating that he should follow Zhao Yi's advice. The guard, casting a bewildered look at Zhao Yi, then departed with the sprout. At that moment, Zhao Yi felt quite awkward. The second-in-command clearly did not take his words seriously. His previous thoughts had dissipated. He now recognized that he might have underestimated this second-in-command, who possessed an uncanny ability to bewilder others. Just as he contemplated making a discreet exit, Zhao Lei spoke. Young man, please do not take offense at my earlier disregard for your counsel. It was not my intention. The person I chose is one I am certain will not betray me. Were it anyone else, I would have been reluctant. After pondering Zhao Lei's explanation, Zhao Yi found it somewhat reasonable. He decided to let it go. After all, they had reached this point. His primary objective was to have the Dark Rain base deal with Jiang Yubai and his group. Everything else was inconsequential. This realization calmed Zhao Yi's heart once more. I understand. It was my mistake to speak out of turn. Zhao Lei did not respond to this, but shifted the conversation. Since you managed to acquire such a remarkable plant, you must know where to find more, correct? Finally, Zhao Yi's heart leapt with joy at this inquiry. He nearly laughed aloud. He struggled to maintain a composed expression and replied nonchalantly. Indeed, it is the site where each base leader initially envisioned establishing their base. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei was momentarily taken aback. That location was notorious. It was said to be where all advanced zombies first emerged, guarded by 10th level zombies. He felt that anyone with a semblance of sanity would avoid such a place. When he first saw the location Jiang Yubai's group was heading to, his shock was no less than Zhao Lei's. Realizing this, he decided to give Zhao Lei some time to process the information. However, after waiting in silence for a considerable while, Zhao Yi could no longer contain himself. Second in command, what are your plans moving forward? Must I explicitly state that I am hesitant to go there? The atmosphere grew unbearably awkward. Eventually, Zhao Yi, perhaps suddenly struck with insight, assured, rest assured, I would never let your men venture there alone. I will accompany you. Zhao Lei regarded him with newfound scrutiny, noting that perhaps he was not as hopelessly foolish as he seemed. After all, he was from a Yin-Yang base, which likely possessed some secret weapons. After all, Song Wang from Yin-Yang base was truly formidable. Ah, how embarrassing. You come to me with such news, and I would send you into danger, Zhao Lei responded. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Zhao Yi waved dismissively. It's nothing. I merely hope you will grant me one request. Hearing this, Zhao Lei felt a slight relief. It was normal to have requests. He found it hard to believe someone would impart such information without ulterior motives. Speak, and as long as it is within my capabilities, I shall accommodate you. Zhao Lei did not want to commit too firmly, lest the request be something he could not fulfill. I wish for you to confront the people of Yin-Yang base whenever possible. Zhao Yi's face was filled with resentment, clearly indicating a long-standing grudge against Yin-Yang base. Zhao Lei feigned contemplation for a moment before reluctantly acquiescing. Zhao Yi observed this performance without concern. After all, this demand was a spur-of-the-moment thought, and he was indifferent to whether Zhao Lei complied. Once he acquired the sunflower, he would have everything he desired. The mere thought of Yin-Yang base did not intimidate him. Zhao Yi began to envision a future where he wielded the sunflower with impunity. Cao Lei, Observing Zhao Yi's inexplicable laughter, felt a stirring unease. Could this individual truly be trusted? Just then, news from the guard arrived. The guard's astonishment was palpable in his voice. Second in command. That seed is truly remarkable. We have struck gold. Zhao Lei maintained his impassive demeanor as the guard recounted the events following the planting of the seed. After a while, he regarded Zhao Yi with a noticeably altered expression. Initially, he had suspected Zhao Yi's claims held some embellishment, but the guard's account closely mirrored Zhao Yi's assertions. In that instant, his heart ignited with fervor. If he could amass a significant number of those plants, what need would he have to fear zombies? The people from Yin-Yang Base would soon be begging for his favor. With this in mind, Zhao Lei spoke to Zhao Yi with newfound sincerity. Young man, there is no time like the present. Shall we head to the place you mentioned? Although still apprehensive about that location, Zhao Lei felt the weight of the guard's words and recognized the wisdom in the notion that fortune favors the bold. Zahi Musit. This person was just hesitant. How has he changed so swiftly? He dismissed the thought, as it aligned perfectly with his intentions. Very well. Please assign more personnel to accompany me, preferably those who are 8th level ability users, for that small green sprout is quite challenging to obtain. Zhao Lei pondered for a moment and found Zhao Yi's reasoning sound. He promptly sent a message to the guard, instructing him to gather 10 8th level ability users and 1 space ability user. Before long, the guard returned with a team. Second in command, the personnel have arrived. The guard led the group, bowing to Zhao Lei. During the time the guard brought these individuals, he had already shown them the small green sprout. Although they were unaware of the reasons behind their gathering, they nodded in understanding. After arranging everything, Zhao Lei personally escorted Zhao Yi's group to the base's entrance. As Zhao Yi boarded the armored vehicle provided by the base, a complex array of emotions washed over him. Reflecting on his solitary and weary arrival, he now found himself in stark contrast to that initial state. Fate had indeed played its hand. Before leaving, he cast a disdainful glance at the guard, almost as if to exact revenge for the previous dismissal. Do you truly place such trust in that individual? The guard observed the departing vehicle, his voice laden with skepticism. Although the plant was indeed remarkable, he felt uneasy about Zhao Lei's decision to send someone out so readily, given his cautious nature. This left a lingering sense of discomfort within him. Do not concern yourself with this matter for now. You will understand in due time. If anyone else had posed such a question, Zhao Lei would have dismissed it outright. However, considering the individual was one of his trusted confidants, he reluctantly offered this ambiguous reply. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's words, the guard felt a slight relief. It seemed that Zhao Lei had a plan in mind. That is reassuring. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi and his companions had just discovered a seemingly decent dwelling where they intended to spend the night, only to be preempted by others. Zhao Yi's expression darkened as he watched a group enter before them. What terrible luck! How could we encounter that wretched woman, Song Yu? Since the incident that transpired previously, Zhao Yi had grown wary of Song Yu. He sensed that she was not to be underestimated, though he had only the faintest suspicions as to why. We should negotiate with them. Shall we share accommodations for the night? The soul space manipulator in the team inquired, recognizing that her lack of combat prowess made dialogue the preferable route. They had searched for quite some time, and this place appeared to have adequate defenses. It was certainly preferable to spending another night in the vehicle. However, witnessing the glimmer of hope in the eyes of the others, she hesitated. After much contemplation, she reluctantly spoke. Did you notice the woman in that group? She is the daughter of Song Wang from the Yin-Yang base. You may approach them for discussion, if they are amenable. The other manipulators hesitated at Zhao Yi's words. If they were dealing with ordinary humans, they might have felt emboldened to negotiate. However, these were individuals from the Yin-Yang base, and notably, of some renown. Observing their indecision, a subtle smile curled at the corners of Zhao Yi's mouth. He was deliberately testing their resolve to see how they would react. I will give it a try. The space manipulator stepped forward, glancing at her companions before slowly making her way towards Song Yu's group. Excuse me, may we share this space for the night? She asked, her voice trembling with anxiety. Aware that Song Yu was the leader of this group, she directed her question to her. Why should we? Song Yu scrutinized the woman before her, unimpressed by her appearance. The woman faltered at Song Yu's bluntness, taken aback by such an impolite response. We are all human and should unite against the zombies. Having a few more of us would enhance our safety. This place may not be secure. She mustered her courage after a lengthy pause. However, her words only elicited a derisive laugh from Song-yu. Huh, who needs your assistance? Leave immediately, or I shall throw you out myself, she retorted, her gaze sweeping over the other manipulators who remained at a distance. Zhao Yi had already concealed himself when the woman approached, so Song-yu was unaware of his presence. She assumed these individuals were simply overestimating their worth and dismissed them entirely. The woman's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, back at the Dark Rain base. Her status as a space manipulator had garnered her some respect, though not absolute reverence. She had never anticipated such humiliation during her outing. Let us go. They are unwilling. She turned to her companions, her voice choking with disappointment, though she did not blame them. Zhao Yi observed the scene without uttering a word. This outcome had been anticipated. Since they are unwilling, we shall take our leave, he said softly to the others. Had it not been for his desire to avoid conflict, he would not have sent the space manipulator to inquire about sharing the space. Nonetheless, this was advantageous. It portrayed him as approachable, a quality that would serve him well as he would be in their company for some time. Though the others were discontented about having to sleep in a vehicle again, they recognized there was no alternative. Thus, they departed in disappointment. At that moment, Song-yu sensed something amiss as she glanced in the direction the group had exited. Did she just catch a whiff of Zhao Yi's presence? No, that couldn't be. He was surely nothing but remnants, torn apart by zombies. Reminded of her previous dealings with Zhao Yi, she dismissed the thought as absurd. You all can leave. I intend to rest well, she instructed her companions, seeking the largest and cleanest room available. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation, accustomed to her whims. As Song-yu lay down, preparing for slumber, an overwhelming sensation surged within her. It was a feeling she had not experienced in quite some time, reminiscent of the instances it had arisen due to the sunflowers. She quickly deduced that the sunflowers must be nearby. Recalling her previous failures, she hesitated. Previously, she had been confident in her ability to acquire the sunflowers, but after several setbacks, she realized they were not easily obtained. Yet, surrendering them to anyone else was out of the question. They rightfully belonged to her. Renewed by this thought, she sprang from her bed and made her way to the common area. Everyone rise. We must set out. She understood the need to act swiftly while her instincts were strong. The individuals caught off guard grumbled in frustration. What a demanding woman. It's no wonder the base personnel are reluctant to accompany her. However, they had no choice but to comply, begrudgingly preparing to depart. Hurry up. Why are you so slow? Song-yu urged, oblivious to their irritation. All right, miss, in which direction shall we proceed? One of the more affable manipulators inquired. Song-yu shot him a disdainful look, responding dismissively. Just follow me. There is no need for questions. The questioner, endowed with extraordinary powers, found himself irked by Song-yu's tone, nearly on the verge of directly interrogating her intentions. Fortunately, his steadfast companions promptly intervened upon sensing the discord. Song-yu was acutely aware that these individuals did not harbor any allegiance towards her. However, she reveled in this very sensation. Though they were clearly displeased with her, they still felt compelled to heed her words. Let us proceed, she declared, leading the group onward, guided by her instincts. How much longer until we reach the place you mentioned? The spatial manipulator inquired softly, casting a glance at Zhao Yi. Since their departure from the base, they had been relentlessly traversing day and night, and she felt her body beginning to falter under strain. Soon, very soon, Zhao Yi replied, his voice betraying a palpable sense of joy. Upon hearing his words, a wave of relief washed over the group. The prospect of nearing their destination was heartening. They exchanged glances, recalling the private remarks made by their second-in-command prior to their departure. Observing Zhao Yi's demeanor, their expressions shifted to one of inscrutability. Regrettably, Zhao Yi was currently lost in a reverie, envisioning the imminent acquisition of the sunflowers, utterly oblivious to the peculiar glances exchanged among his companions. Shen Qingtang was entirely preoccupied with thoughts of where they might seek their fortunes next, utterly unaware that she had already caught the attention of others. Although Song Yu had previously pranced around in her presence, he had always failed, leaving her with little regard for him now. As for Zhao Yi, she could hardly recall such an individual. Rather than waiting for an opportune time, they might as well venture out today and try their luck. Shen Qingtang gazed at the individuals beside her and spoke. Shouldn't we consider a name for the base? Otherwise, how shall we introduce ourselves to others in the future? Her words momentarily stunned the group, as it seemed they had indeed overlooked this matter. I shall name it. Suan immediately raised his hand, convinced that the name he would propose would undoubtedly astonish the world. Shen Qingtang cast a glance at the others and noticed their inclination to dissent. Naturally, she acquiesced to the majority. Nevertheless, she harbored a lingering suspicion that allowing Su to choose a name was rather hasty. Soon, her apprehension was validated. As she listened to the names proposed by Suan, an awkward silence enveloped the group. Suan looked at his teammates with a puzzled expression, his soul questioning. What's wrong? Is my chosen name unsatisfactory? Is so grand and imposing? The others reflected on the names they had just heard. Invincible Base, Thunderbolt Base, Corpse Annihilation Base, Bloodthirsty Base, and they could not suppress their grimaces. Shen Qingtang found herself at a loss for words. She realized she had underestimated Suan. Her initial concern had merely been that he would be careless in his naming. She never anticipated he would be so juvenile in his choices. Observing Suan's oblivious demeanor, she contemplated whether to gently dissuade him. Meanwhile, Jiang Yubai, who had been quietly blending into the background, unintentionally glanced at Shen Qingtang before addressing the others with two simple words. Very well. Shen Qingtang's voice was undeniably filled with excitement. After all, anyone who heard Suan's array of names would surely conclude that Jiang Yubai's choice of name was simply exquisite. Shenyang found the name much more pleasing. Su Lingru, however, merely nodded in a perfunctory manner. Ever since that mother-daughter duo arrived, she had consistently worn an air of distraction when in the presence of Jiang Yubai and the others. Often, she despised this aspect of herself, yet she found herself unable to exert control over it. Shen Qingtang cast a glance at Su Lingruo, her mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. Chapter 54 Doubt. Since everyone seems to favor this name, let us settle on it. Henceforth, we shall be known as the Xianyang Base. Suan, upon hearing Shen Qingtang's declaration, was eager to express his discontent, as he preferred the names he had suggested earlier. However, before he could voice his opinion, Shenyang swiftly covered his mouth. Let me go, Suan protested while shaking his head in resistance. Shen Qingtang and the others chose to ignore the scene entirely and shifted their conversation to other matters. With a name established, it was time for us to prepare for departure. Shen Qingtang decisively made her decision, as Jiang Yubai and the others nodded in agreement, preparing to set off. Su Lingruo interjected. Qingtang, may I first go say goodbye to Nunuo and her mother? Su Lingruo immediately dashed over to Nuo and her mother. No. Auntie, we are leaving. You both stay safe here. It's very secure, and more people will come to keep you company. Lingruo, I understand that saying this puts you in a difficult position, but Nuo appeared to struggle with her words, as though aware of the predicament she was creating. Seeing her tearful and breathless expression, Su Lingruo quickly reassured her. Please don't cry. If there is anything you need to say, just tell me. I will do whatever I can. Really? But wouldn't that be unfair to you? Nuo's mother spoke these words, yet her subsequent remarks seemed to contradict her earlier sentiment. She appeared indifferent to Su Lingruo's potential discomfort or the burdens she might face. I want to stay with Qingtang. Can you not take her with you? Su Lingruo was taken aback by this request. She had never anticipated that Nuo's mother would say such a thing. If it were about something else, perhaps it could be negotiated, but leaving Shen Qingtang behind was simply out of the question. If it were Suan or Shenyang, she might devise a solution, but with Shen Qingtang, she felt utterly helpless. Realizing this, she looked at Nuo's mother with guilt for not being able to assist her. I understand now. It was my insistence. After uttering these words, Nuo's mother curled up with Nuo in a corner. Su Lingruo, who had previously felt resolute, suddenly wavered, remaining silent for a long time. She then cautiously approached Nua's mother and spoke softly. I can't let Qingtang stay, but I can accompany you for a while. If that's all right? Upon hearing this, Nua's mother immediately looked up in disbelief, her eyes filled with astonishment, and then responded eagerly. Really? Could she really stay for a while? I just want to spend some time with Qingtang. You all are usually together, and I never have the chance to be alone with her. As she continued, her tone grew increasingly despondent. Su Lingrua promptly reassured her that she would do everything in her power to allow Shen Qingtang to spend some time alone with Nua's mother. Nua's mother expressed her heartfelt gratitude, her demeanor lightening. Observing this, Su Lingrua felt that the task ahead was no longer as daunting. Qingtang, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Would you agree? Seeing her expression, Shen Qingtang sensed that the matter at hand was unlikely to be pleasant. So she immediately declined. I do not agree. Qingtang, you. Su Lingrua was utterly perplexed. Shen Qingtang had always been accommodating. So why did she seem so different now? While she was still trying to comprehend the situation, Su En and Shen Yang spoke up simultaneously. Is what you want to say related to that mother and daughter pair? Su Lingrua attempted to resist, but after years of teamwork, she was unable to conceal her thoughts, and her feelings were laid bare. Are you out of your mind? Su Lingrua, what has happened to you? If I had known it would come to this, I should never have saved them. Suan was genuinely frustrated. He was at a loss for words, wishing to disregard Su Lingrua's concerns, yet they were still teammates. He thought of suggesting that they expel the mother and daughter, but they had committed no wrongdoing. Everything seemed normal, yet something felt amiss. Su Lingrua remained silent, unwilling to explain. Observing their reactions, Shen Qingtang felt a throbbing headache as she looked at Su Lingrua, who appeared utterly forsaken. Ultimately, Shen Qingtang's heart softened. Go on, I will listen. Su Lingrua immediately lifted her head, gazing at Shen Qingtang as if she were a savior. It's quite simple, Qingtang. You don't need to do anything. Just spend some time with Nua and her mother. Huh? Shen Qingtang was puzzled. How could such a trivial matter cause Su Lingrua to stammer for so long? However, Su Lingrua's next words clarified everything. Oh dear, I got so excited that I couldn't express myself clearly. Nua's mother wishes to spend some time alone with you. Would you be willing? The latter part of her request was laced with pleading. When Su Lingrua articulated it this way, Shen Qingtang realized that since being with Jiang Yubai and the others, she had indeed not spent any time alone with Nua. Well, the previous time at the hot pot doesn't count. No, just as Shen Qingtang pondered these thoughts, Jiang Yubai, who rarely spoke up, interjected. He immediately rejected Su Lingrua's proposal. Brother Bai, I wasn't asking you. I was asking Qingtang. She hasn't even spoken yet. So why are you so anxious? In that instant, silence enveloped the air. Suan and Xinyang were no longer merely shocked. They were now utterly composed, firmly convinced that Su Lingrua had genuinely lost her senses. Once or twice could be overlooked, but this was becoming a pattern. Moreover, when had she ever dared to speak to Jiang Yubai in such a manner? Jiang Yubai remained silent, scrutinizing Su Lingrua, yet he discerned nothing amiss about her. Shen Qingtang gently nudged Jiang Yubai with her leaf and spoke softly. Do you still believe there are no issues with Nua and her mother? Jiang Yubai fell silent, beginning to question his own perceptions. Could it be that his heavenly sight had indeed faltered? Yet, he was certain that his insight had never failed him before. Moreover, he distinctly remembered that upon their first encounter, apart from an overwhelming desire to survive, the other party exuded an aura of purity. Shen Qingtang had contemplated this question more than once. Chapter 55, The Peculiar. After some reflection, she addressed Jiang Yubai in a soft voice once more. I shall investigate the intentions of that mother and daughter duo. With my capabilities, am I to fear them? Jiang Yubai was inclined to decline her request. Yet upon witnessing Shen Qingtang's eager demeanor and Su Lingrua's tearful expression, he ultimately acquiesced. Shen Qingtang's thoughts were quite straightforward. Since neither she nor Jiang Yubai could discern any issues with that mother and daughter duo, and now the other party was willing to take the initiative, she naturally felt compelled to take a closer look. Qingtang, are you truly willing to go? Thank you, I am sincerely grateful. Su Lingru grasped Shen Qingtang's arm. incessantly expressing her gratitude, leaving Shen Qingtang rather speechless. She had spoken so softly, yet was still overheard. It was evident to her how much Su Lingru cared about this matter. "No need, I shall head over first," with a calm tone. Shen Qingtang finished her words and walked towards Nono and her mother. Jiang Yubai gazed at the retreating figure of Shen Qingtang, feeling an inexplicable emotion arise within him, prompting him to take a few steps forward uncontrollably. As he contemplated following Shen Qingtang, Su Lingru, with her keen eyes, immediately noticed the unfolding situation and spoke up. "Brother Bai, have you forgotten what Qingtang just said? She wishes to go over by herself." Jiang Yubai's feet halted at that moment. Seeing him stop, Su Lingru finally relaxed her anxious heart. She was uncertain whether Shen Qingtang had indeed made that statement. However, she recalled Nono's mother expressing a desire for some private time. Hence, Shen Qingtang swiftly approached Nono and her companions, mindful of her intention to assist those in need alongside Jiang Yubai. Without hesitation, she spoke up, "Noma, I've come to keep you company, but I shan't linger for long. I must depart shortly." Noma was taken aback that Su Lingruo had indeed managed to bring Shen Qingtang over. In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts flickered through her mind. For an instant, she felt a twinge of uncertainty. Yet, as soon as she recalled that person, all hesitation turned to ashes. Thank you, Qingtang. You are truly benevolent souls. After so many years in this apocalyptic world, this is the first time I've encountered such kindness." Noma spoke with genuine sincerity, a sentiment Shen Qingtang could readily perceive. Observing Noma's heartfelt gratitude, Shen Qingtang began to question herself. Had she truly been mistaken in her doubts? Lost in her thoughts, she remained oblivious to the fact that Noma had silently moved beside her. "Ah, Qingtang, it seems you're missing a petal," Noma remarked, her hand gently brushing the vacant spot on Shen Qingtang's floral arrangement. At that touch, Shen Qingtang felt the entire flower quiver slightly. However, that sensation quickly dissipated, and she dismissed it from her mind. "Thank you, Qingtang. Nono and I can manage here on our own now. You may attend to your affairs," Noma concluded. Shen Qingtang was caught off guard by Nuan Ma's words. She had barely been here for 10 minutes and was already being asked to leave. Moreover, she had not discovered anything at all. Contemplating this, she suddenly felt reluctant to depart. When she lifted her gaze, she noticed Jiang Yubai watching her with eager anticipation. After a moment of reflection, she could only speak with resignation. "Very well, you and Nono stay here comfortably. I shall leave you with a plant, a token for unforeseen circumstances." Shen Qingtang unexpectedly produced a tender green sapling and handed it to Nua. Nono glanced at her motia Noma, and upon realizing that she showed no inclination to refuse, she accepted it. Shen Qingtang gently brushed Nono's head with a leaf before departing from the place. As she spoke, her gaze had already drifted towards Nono and the others. Shen Qingtang found herself utterly speechless. She cast a glance at Su Lingruo, who surprisingly chose to remain silent this time, retreating quietly. Jiang Yubai bent down to lift Shen Qingtang from the ground, speaking in a calm tone. "Let us depart." He refrained from inquiring about what had transpired earlier. He knew Shen Qingtang would eventually share the details herself. Indeed, as he pondered this, Shen Qingtang began to speak. "Isn't it peculiar? Nua's mother really just asked me to stay for a while." Apart from incessantly expressing her gratitude, she said nothing else and took no further action. She unconsciously disregarded the matter concerning her flower plate. Jiang Yubai and the others were too far away to be aware of this incident. Upon hearing Shen Qingtang's words, Jiang Yubai felt a sense of curiosity arise within him. Soon, he listened intently as she continued. "Could it be that we have misunderstood? Perhaps they are not problematic at all. Is it possible that Su Lingruo has always possessed this temperament, yet it was well concealed until now, only to suddenly embrace her true self?" As Shen Qingtang spoke, she began to feel that her words were somewhat absurd. It wasn't until she raised her gaze and beheld Jiang Yubai's earnest contemplation that she fell into silence. "Hey, I was just speaking casually. Please don't take it to heart." Shen Qingtang found Jiang Yubai to be excessively earnest. He accepted everything others said without question, unable to discern jest from sincerity. Unbeknownst to her, no one ever dared to joke with him. Thus, upon hearing Shen Qingtang's remark, he genuinely began to doubt whether he had been too indifferent towards his teammates. Realizing that even Shen Qingtang, a newcomer, had noticed something he had overlooked. Fortunately, her subsequent words clarified that it was not his fault, but rather hers. Consequently, he resolved to disregard her intuitions. Observing Jiang Yubai, who appeared utterly flustered, Shen Qingtang fell silent herself, transforming into a mute sunflower. Before long, the group arrived at the entrance of the base. Suddenly, a cloud of dust billowed ahead, and soon two impressive vehicles emerged. Chapter 56. The abandonment of powers. Su sensed an imminent threat and quickly moved to Jiang Yubai's side, feeling that the newcomers harbored ill intentions. Jiang Yubai glanced at him but uttered not a word, instead focusing on the strangers before them, eager to discern their motives. However, the individuals opposite them chose to blatantly ignore their presence and engaged in a commotion. Zai, the moment Song Yu disembarked, she was faced with the supposed corpse of Zhao Yi, her voice laced with incredulity. How could this be? The measures she had employed against him were far from ordinary. How could he possibly still be alive? This was unfathomable. Yet the reality was that Zhao Yi had indeed survived and thrived. He, too, was taken aback by the sight of Song Yu, and as he recalled her inexplicable ability to track the sunflower, everything began to fall into place. Realizing that all his recent tribulations stemmed from her interference, Zhao Yi dismissed her words and addressed his companions. Do you see that group ahead? Eliminate them, and you may freely harvest the nearby flora. Upon hearing his directive, Zhao Yi's followers followed his gaze. The individuals before them were none other than Jiang Yubai and his companions. They exchanged glances, unable to ascertain the level of their powers. This could mean only one thing. Either their abilities were significantly superior, or they were utterly ineffectual. They clearly leaned towards the latter assumption. As they charged recklessly towards Jiang Yubai's group, Su and his companions were not to be underestimated. They retaliated with their own powers. Su transformed his shield wall from a defensive stance into an offensive one, hurling it like a flying dagger, striking Zhao Yi's men with resounding force. Su Lingruo and Xinyang unleashed equally formidable assaults. In no time, Zhao Yi's faction began to falter. Finally, Song Yu, who had remained a passive observer, decided to intervene. At this point, she was no longer concerned with why Zhao Yi, who should have perished, was present. After their brief interaction, she discerned that Zhao Yi's group was at odds with Jiang Yubai's. Recognizing that Zhao Yi's people were on the brink of defeat, she hastily ordered her companions. What are you all waiting for? Are you fools? Don't you realize this is the perfect opportunity to strike? Her reprimand ignited pent-up frustrations among her followers, yet they found themselves powerless to resist. Thus, they redirected their ire towards Jiang Yubai and his companions. In that instant, Su Lingruo and Xinyang felt an overwhelming pressure. Zhao, what do you mean by this? We saved you. Su shouted as he hurled a shield at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi shot him a disdainful glance and retorted with equal fervor. Saved me? Do you remember how you treated me? Have you no awareness of your actions? How dare you claim to have saved me? It's truly laughable. Jiang Yubai and his group fell into silence upon hearing Zhao Yi's words. They were not particularly close to him. Their decision not to finish him off when they had the chance had been an act of mercy. Yet now, Zhao Yi's eyes brimmed with hatred towards them. In retrospect, they wondered if it would have been better to have ended him then. Su pondered these thoughts silently before refocusing on the battle at hand. As Shen Qingtang observed that Su and his companions were on the brink of exhaustion, she immediately began to gather the energy within her. However, after an extended period, the small sun that she could once effortlessly conjure remained elusive. She paused momentarily, stubbornly continuing her efforts to accumulate energy until the entire flower turned crimson from her excessive force, at which point she had no choice but to concede. Under normal circumstances, she would have spent considerable time pondering why she could not summon the small sun. Yet it was evident that this was not the moment for such musings. With the small sun lost to her, she resorted to the long-dormant lightning blades. It was, after all, her first time employing these blades against a human. Previously, They had only been wielded against zombies, causing her to hesitate momentarily. However, her reflections were soon interrupted as she attempted to unleash the lightning blades. With a resounding thud, she watched in dismay as her blade fell to the ground, and in that instant, the world around her seemed to fall silent. Undeterred, she unleashed multiple lightning blades in quick succession, but the outcome remained consistent. What on earth was happening? As the lightning blades proved ineffective, Shen Qingtang's expression shifted. She still had one final gambit. Yet, while imagination painted a hopeful picture, reality was far more unforgiving. Soon, she realized she could not even revert to her original form. Panic began to set in. She felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter, particularly since she had no inkling of where things had gone awry. Jiang Yubai, can you use your teleportation now? I fear our chances of victory are slim. We should retreat for the time being. Shen Qingtang believed that retreating when one could not win was a perfectly reasonable course of action. As the old adage goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Caught off guard by Shen Qingtang's declaration, Jiang Yubai was momentarily stunned. It was evident that he too had recognized something amiss with her, although he had not anticipated the severity of the situation. During the previous zombie tide, Shen Qingtang had never uttered such words. Yet this time, she took the initiative to suggest that she could teleport. Shen Qingtang obediently stood quietly to the side, awaiting the moment when the scene would shift, allowing her to thoroughly examine what was amiss with her body. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Just as the group was on the verge of vanishing, suddenly, Shen Qingtang felt a tremendous pull emanating from her body. In that instant, she felt as though she were plummeting into an abyss of darkness. Qingtang, hearing the frantic shouts of Su Wen and the others, Shen Qingtang's heart sank as she observed Jiang Yubai, who usually remained unperturbed like a mountain in the face of calamity, suddenly pale with fear. She witnessed his outstretched hand, initially striving to grasp her, gradually falling powerless to his side. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. In Chapter 57, Transformation, Su En's anxious voice broke through the silence. Brother Bai, what has happened to Qingtang? How could she just vanish? The moment Jiang Yubai and the others landed after their teleportation, Su En's concern was palpable. To their astonishment, Jiang Yubai, typically terse, spoke at length, his tone stripped of its usual calmness. I don't know. Jiang Yubai himself was baffled by the events that had unfolded so swiftly. He had not even had the time to react before Shen Qingtang was gone. In a moment of desperation, he attempted to use his celestial sight to locate her, only to succumb to unconsciousness. As they watched Jiang Yubai collapse, Su En and the others finally emerged from their shock over Shen Qingtang's sudden disappearance. In their worry for her, they had forgotten that Jiang Yubai often fainted after using teleportation. What do we do? What do we do? Su En fretted, pacing anxiously, unable to bear it any longer. Su Lingru spoke bluntly. What is there to worry about? Things are as they have always been. Just because Shen Qingtang has vanished does not mean we cease to exist. You. Su En stammered, pointing at Su Lingru, his hand trembling with indignation. Shenyang, hurry and intervene. This is not the time for quarrels. Quickly find a secure place for Brother Bai. We are uncertain of our surroundings. The mere thought of the sunflowers, which had accompanied them for so long, suddenly vanishing fills his heart with a profound discomfort. Nevertheless, he understands that certain matters take precedence. Very well, they shall wait until Brother Bai awakens to discuss further. After uttering these words, Su En did not spare a glance at Su Lingruo, shouldering Jiang Yubai, and casually selecting a direction to depart. With a sense of resignation, Shenyang cast a glance at Su Lingruo before ultimately trailing behind Su En. Their situation was anything but tranquil, and Shen Qingtang's circumstances were similarly dire. As she faced the predatory gazes of Song Yu and Zhao Yi, she outwardly maintained a facade of silence, yet turmoil raged within her. She had no doubt that Jiang Yubai was orchestrating events, but the two individuals before her did not appear to possess extraordinary capabilities. Had they truly been formidable, she would have been apprehended long ago during previous encounters. As Shen Qingtang pondered these thoughts, Song Yu's voice broke through her reverie. Shen Qingtang rolled her eyes at the words that had just escaped from her lips. She increasingly perceived Song Yu as foolish. Had it not been for her remarkable father, she would have long since been devoured by zombies or met her demise at the hands of others. Just as this thought crossed her mind, he could no longer contain himself. Song Yu, your words are quite displeasing. What do you mean the sunflower belongs to you? Zhao Yi's retort succeeded in drawing Song Yu's attention. She had previously dismissed him as inconsequential, yet now he dared to challenge her audacity. Naturally, Song Yu was not one to tolerate such insolence. She had no desire to converse with this former subordinate. Instead, she fixed her gaze unwaveringly on Shen Qingtang and commanded those around her to deal with Zhao Yi. It was astonishing, without her even realizing it. Her allies had already engaged in a fierce struggle with Zhao Yi's group. Witnessing their intense exchange, a surge of frustration welled up within Song Yu. Can you not hear my command? Cease at once and eliminate this bothersome man before me. However, to her dismay, her companions did not comply with her wishes regarding Zhao Yi. Recognizing that she could not rely on her team, Song Yu resolved to take matters into her own hands. With a swift motion, she unleashed several tendrils toward Zhao Yi, who was no novice himself. He had long anticipated Song Yu's tactics. As the vines approached, he deftly rolled away, aiming towards Shen Qingtang. He remained acutely aware of his mission to seize the sunflower. Everything else was secondary. Song Yu, not lacking in wit, quickly discerned Zhao Yi's intentions based on his trajectory. Though uncertain as to why Zhao Yi sought the sunflower, she was resolute in her conviction that it would never fall into his hands. Thus, she promptly pursued the direction in which Zhao Yi had rolled. Shen Qingtang observed the scene in silence, not daring to utter a single sound. How could she? At present, she was no golden finger. She was merely an ordinary, delicate little flower, utterly devoid of any extraordinary abilities. Shen Qingtang had already exhausted all her strength in her desperate attempt to escape when she sensed something was amiss. Unfortunately, devoid of her supernatural abilities, she was utterly powerless, forced to stand there and watch as the attack descended upon her. Realizing there was no way out, she even found the time to mock herself internally. Was her rebirth utterly futile? Was it because she was not the protagonist that her demise came so easily? This was her final thought before she closed her eyes. Boom, boom, boom. A tremendous sound erupted, and soon after, a colossal mushroom cloud rose from the spot where Shen Qingtang had stood. As the dust settled, nothing remained. Zhao Yi stared in disbelief at the scene before him. He screamed, clutching his head in a fit of rage. Everything he had was gone, vanished. However, he quickly emerged from his fury. Previously, he had dared to taunt Song Yu, relying on the power of the sunflower. But now, with everything lost, he was no match for her. Realizing this, he hastily fled toward the distance, while Song Yu was still taken aback. The people who had followed him were no longer his concern. His sole focus was on survival. Chapter 58. The other side of Nuo Ma. Suddenly, Zhao Yi stumbled and fell to the ground. Before he could rise, Song Yu's vine struck his back. Ah, Song Yu, you wretched woman, he howled, his voice overflowing with crude insults. Ignoring him, Song Yu relentlessly swung her green vines, striking him until he writhed in pain, stirring up clouds of dust. This one-sided beating continued for what felt like an eternity, until Song Yu's arms grew weary. Only then did she turn to the crumpled Zhao Yi, lying like a dead dog. Go on, keep cursing. Weren't you quite capable just now? Regret consumed him. If only he had been more cautious, he should have hidden when Song Yu was around instead of confronting her directly. But it was too late. The events had transpired. Reflecting on his humiliation, he silently vowed that if he survived this encounter, he would repay Song Yu's scorn 100-fold in the future. As he pondered this, Song Yu's devilish voice reached him. What did you do to my sunflower? Why has my flower gone? Despite having witnessed the explosion, she clung to a flicker of hope, convinced her flower could not have perished so quietly. If it were to die, it should at least do so with dignity. Zhao Yi was taken aback by her foolish question. He was already on the brink of death from her prior assault, and now, reminded of his actions, he fainted from the overwhelming anger. At that moment, she fell silent. She realized she had overestimated Zhao Yi. Asking him was pointless. She might as well seek answers herself. So she turned and headed towards the spot where Shen Qingtang had been. Upon seeing the charred pit before her, Song Yu furrowed her brow tightly. She felt certain her flower could not have perished so easily. However, the explosion had been so powerful that even if the sunflower survived, it was likely to be severely damaged. Yet, even if it were crippled, she was unwilling to give up. Thus, she began a meticulous search in the scorched pit, leaving no corner unexamined. After a considerable time, she reluctantly conceded defeat. It seemed her flower was truly gone. With her flower lost, there was no reason for her to linger. Before leaving, she glanced back at Zhao Yi, ultimately choosing to abandon him. He looked as though he would not survive much longer anyway. After Song Yu departed, a faint sound emanated from the previously empty pit. The source of the noise was cautious, moving slightly before falling silent for a long while. After some time, it stirred again, then quieted once more, repeating this cycle several times. Finally, it seemed to determine the coast was clear and dashed out. Just then, Zhao Yi awoke. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw a shadow dart past him. Before he could discern who it was, he fainted again. The shadow ran for a long time before finally stopping to catch its breath. Shen Qingtang felt her emotions were too complex to articulate. She had prepared herself for a serene death, yet unexpectedly, after her essence was obliterated, she found herself conscious. Who would believe such a tale? Not only was she aware, but she had also transformed into human form. After a brief moment of shock, she began to contemplate her next steps. Previously, she had followed Jiang Yubai and his group to evade the protagonist, Song Yu. But now that she was human, perhaps she should venture out on her own? After all, when she had been human, she had always been a lone wolf. Recalling Jiang Yubai's teleportation side effects and his unreliable companions made her anxious. After much inner turmoil, she resolved to find Jiang Yubai first and leave only once she confirmed his safety. Yes, that was the plan. However, the randomness of Jiang Yubai's teleportation points made her feel that everything was becoming a bit daunting. Initially, she intended to depart immediately, but considering her current state of utter destitution, she ultimately decided to gather some supplies from the base first. Moreover, after the explosion, she wondered how Nuo and Nuomod fared. Surely, they hadn't been too frightened? Shen Qingtang thought uncertainly as she quickened her pace. Soon, she reached the hall where they often gathered. However, she never anticipated that the seemingly meek and harmless Nuo Ma would exhibit such a commanding presence. Who are you? And what brings you to our Sunshine Base? Nuo Ma demanded assertively, having been informed of the base's name by Su Lingrua. With Jiang Yubai and the others absent, Nuo Ma felt she was in control, her confidence palpable as she posed her question. Witnessing this transformation in Nuo Ma, Shen Qingtang felt a swirl of emotions. She didn't know how to articulate her feelings, while Nuo Ma's actions were driven by self-preservation. She couldn't help but feel that Su Lingrua's efforts to protect them had been rather foolish. There is always a sense that the other party perceives them as fools. What kind of gaze is that? Nuo's mother sensed Shen Qingtang's inexplicable stare, which made her feel exceedingly uncomfortable, prompting her to yell loudly at Shen Qingtang once more. Chapter 59, Accusation. As soon as Shen Qingtang uttered a single word, her voice was abruptly interrupted by sounds from outside. Turning her gaze, she spotted Suin, who was simultaneously grumbling while carrying Jiang Yubai, appearing at the doorway. Upon recognizing the familiar figure, her instinctive reaction was to rush forward, just as she had done before. However, halfway through her sprint, she was halted. Who are you? Su Lingru shot a guarded glance at the suddenly approaching, beautiful young woman, her tone laced with suspicion. Under ordinary circumstances, her demeanor would not have been so brusque. Yet, given Jiang Yubai's unconscious state and Shen Qingtang's mysterious disappearance, they were all on edge, resembling a group of frightened deer. Shen Qingtang was momentarily taken aback when she was stopped, but quickly regained her composure, realizing that she was no longer a sunflower. Thus, being halted seemed rather commonplace. Shen Qingtang found herself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to articulate her own situation. Observing her stammering demeanor, Su Lingru became increasingly wary. At that moment, Mother Nuo timely intervened, wiping her tears as she began to express her grievances fervently. Shen Qingtang truly did not anticipate this. The seemingly delicate individual, when it came to deception, could speak without even a flicker of her eyes, and astonishingly, Su Lingrua, with her somewhat simple-minded nature, actually believed her. Gazing at the fierce and accusatory Su Lingrua, Shen Qingtang promptly abandoned her intention to clarify her identity. Given their current state of unconsciousness and confusion, she felt that should she reveal her true self, it was uncertain whether they would believe her. Even if, hypothetically, they did, considering the present circumstances, the likelihood of her being subjected to dissection seemed far greater. The mere thought of such a scenario sent a shiver down her spine. You see, having been exposed, she trembled in fear. Nuan Ma, mistaking Shen Qingtang's reaction as one of fright due to her own words, became exceedingly irate. After rolling her eyes inwardly, Shen Qingtang shifted her gaze to Su En and Shen Yang, who were nearby. She believed that the presence of these two offered her a glimmer of hope. However, to her disappointment, she could not fathom what had transpired. The two of them were utterly fixated on Jian Yubai, not sparing her a single glance, as if fearing that a mere blink would cause him to vanish. After a prolonged silence, Shen Qingtang resigned herself to the reality that she would not be staying. Yet, a sense of reluctance lingered within her as she observed Su Lingrua struggle to concoct an excuse. I am an orphan, having navigated through life alone, accidentally arriving here. Seeing that there are no zombies around, I believe this place is quite suitable for my survival. Upon fabricating these words, Shen Qingtang felt a twinge of guilt, convinced that anyone hearing her would find her story implausible. Indeed, as soon as she finished speaking, Su Lingrua regarded her with an expression of incredulity, her eyes clearly conveying disbelief. At this juncture, Shen Qingtang found herself at a loss. She had always prided herself on her integrity, and this was her first attempt at deceit, only to receive such a response. Truly, it was a sorrowful affair for the speaker and the listener alike. For the sake of our shared womanhood, you may leave now, and we shall not harm you. Su Lingrua, tired of wasting time with Shen Qingtang, was no longer interested in her identity. She merely wished for her to depart swiftly. Earlier, when she had glanced at Jian Yubai, her keen eyes had noticed a slight movement of his fingers, and she was eager to investigate, though wary that this beautiful girl might not be benevolent. Hearing Su Lingrua's dismissal, Shen Qingtang hesitated momentarily before sighing. It seemed that forcing matters would yield no sweet fruit. Perhaps it was best not to impose further discomfort on others, especially when their wariness was nearly palpable. Nevertheless, before departing, she felt compelled to voice her thoughts. Thus, she looked at Su Lingrua earnestly and said, "You should keep your distance from Nuan and her mother. They hardly seem trustworthy." Undoubtedly, her warning was met with a significant eye roll from Su Lingrua, but Shen Qingtang brushed it off, knowing she had given her caution. Reflecting on her initial intentions, she felt a pang of disappointment. With one last glance at Jian Yubai, she quietly made her way outside. Regrettably, the onlookers appeared resolute and unyielding, with no one attempting to dissuade her. Realizing her ploy had failed, Shen Qingtang departed with a sense of regret. Once she reached a place hidden from view, she immediately cast aside her earlier despondent demeanor, feeling rejuvenated as she turned her steps towards a different direction. How foolish it would be to surrender so easily. Her actions had merely been a performance. Lingrua, Nuama approached Su Lingrua, fumbling for words, but failing to articulate her thoughts clearly. Had it been anyone else, Su Lingrua would have long since grown impatient. Yet, this was not just anyone. "It's all right. Nothing happened just now. You should take Nuan downstairs to rest. I must tend to Baigu for the next few days and may not have time for you." Su Lingrua gently reassured the anxious Nuan, who had been troubled by the words of the enchanting girl. Upon hearing what she yearned to hear, Nuan Ma's hidden smile nearly broke free, though she managed to contain it. As she spoke, Nuan Ma appeared increasingly reserved, almost as if burdened by insecurity. However, Su Lingrua, without a moment's hesitation, interjected, "No need. Just take care of Nuan. Baigu is in good hands with us." Nuan Ma was taken aback by Su Lingrua's unexpected refusal. This was the first time she had encountered such a response. "Lingrua, You actually turned me down. What is the matter? Sulingruimuret puzlet vino masreathon. And no, it's nothing. Nualma quickly waved her hands, shaking her head as if to dismiss her earlier comments. Observing her demeanor, Su Lingrua felt an odd sensation stirring within her. Just as she contemplated probing further, Nualma deftly changed the subject. Well, I shan't intrude any longer. I will take Nua downstairs. Call us if you need anything. Chapter 60. Shen Qingtang's disappearance. Nualma's sudden interjection abruptly interrupted the burgeoning thoughts in Su Lingrua's mind. She glanced at Nualma, nodded in acknowledgement, and proceeded towards Jiang Yubai. Nualma watched her retreating figure, her mind awash with unspoken thoughts, before finally leading Nua away from the scene. Is Bai Gu about to awaken? I saw his fingers move just now. Well, it seems you still remember to come here. I thought you would forget everything upon seeing Nua and her mother, Sun remarked sarcastically. Su Lingrua, disinterested in his banter, turned to the quietly observant Shenyang, hoping for a reassuring response. I don't know. Shenyang shook his head in response to her gaze, not out of deceit, but because he genuinely lacked knowledge on the matter. This left Su Lingrua questioning whether she had indeed misperceived the situation. At that moment, her keen eyes caught sight of Jiang Yubai's fingers moving slightly, prompting her to exclaim with excitement, "Everyone, look! Brother Bai's fingers are really moving." Su-in and Shenyang immediately turned to look, and indeed, Jiang Yubai's fingers had indeed twitched ever so slightly. Had it not been for Su Lingrua's alert, they might have remained oblivious. "Brother Bai, are you about to wake up? Can you hear me?" Su-in eagerly leaned closer to Jiang Yubai, his words tumbling out in a rush as he focused on the hope of Jiang Yubai awakening soon, so they could all search for Shen Qingtang together. He felt that since Shen Qingtang's disappearance, their fortunes had inexplicably taken a downer. Naturally, he kept this thought to himself, aware that voicing it might lead his comrades to consider him unhinged. Indeed, Su Lingrua had already begun to mock him. Su-in thought suddenly, I find Su Lingrua's words hold a semblance of truth. Just as he pondered this, a familiar voice reached his ears. The recognizable tone and monotonous words filled him with hope. Brother Bai had truly awakened. Had he known, he would have asked him sooner. Su-in turned to Jiang Yubai, anxiety lacing his voice. Brother Bai, how do you feel? Can you use your heavenly eye? As he uttered these words, Su-in felt a twinge of discomfort, realizing it might be rather insensitive to ask such a thing so soon after Jiang Yubai had regained consciousness. Yet, the thought of the vanished sunflowers gnawed at him, a feeling he could not quite comprehend. Give it a try, Jiang Yubai replied, not overly concerned about being asked to utilize his heavenly eye so soon after awakening. His own struggle to regain consciousness stemmed from a desire to locate Shen Qingtang. What he did not voice was that, during his unconscious state, he had sensed Shen Qingtang's presence, which fueled his determination to awaken. However, upon regaining consciousness, he felt no trace of her essence. Is it truly possible? Thank you, Brother Bai. Su-in's exuberant voice interrupted Jiang Yubai's reverie. Without exchanging further words, Jiang Yubai began to activate his heavenly eye. Just when he believed everything was proceeding smoothly, a sudden revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue. He stared in disbelief, murmuring, "How could this be? How is this possible? What do you mean by that, Brother Bai?" Su-in sensed something amiss in Jiang Yubai's words, momentarily forgetting his astonishment at the unusually verbose response from him. Reflecting on what he had glimpsed through his heavenly eye, Jiang Yubai felt an unexpected emptiness. The sunflowers that had accompanied them for so long were now gone. Accepting this outcome proved difficult for him, and, as such, his next words took an unexpected turn. "It's nothing." Su-in, who had been anxiously awaiting reassurance, felt a wave of relief wash over him. If Brother Bai said it was nothing, then it must be so. With his worries alleviated, he began to playfully tease Jiang Yubai about his sudden verbosity. "Brother Bai, you spoke so many words at once just now. Please do that more often. Stop with the fragmented phrases." Perhaps buoyed by the notion that the sunflowers were unharmed, Su-in found himself emboldened. He dared to voice thoughts he had previously kept to himself. Jiang Yubai, taken aback by Su-in's comment, found himself pondering whether he had indeed been too abrupt in his speech. It was not that he wished to communicate in such a manner. He longed to converse like a normal person, yet. Suan, are you like Su Ling Ruo, losing your clarity of thought? Shenyang nudged Su En with his elbow, his tone dripping with disdain. Su En, initially poised to retort, followed Shenyang's gaze and caught sight of Jiang Yubai, deep in contemplation. Regret washed over him instantly. He was, once again, getting carried away. Hey, Brother Bai, I was just joking earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Since you say the sunflower is fine, have you seen it? Let us go find it now. Su En, still preoccupied with the sunflower, swiftly redirected the conversation. Jiang Yubai recalled the scene he had witnessed earlier, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Yet, seeing Su En's eager expression compelled him to respond. Let us go. Upon hearing this, Su En eagerly trailed behind Jiang Yubai. But as they walked, a sense of familiarity enveloped him, prompting him to speak up. Brother Bai, where are we headed? This path feels oddly familiar. However, despite his swirling thoughts, his words emerged as mere understated phrases. Quite normal. Observing Jiang Yubai's return to his usual reticence, Su En silently consoled himself. It's fine. After all these years, I've grown accustomed to it. Yet, a sudden realization struck him as he pondered why he had said those things to Brother Bai. Knowing well his aversion to conversation, he scratched his head, sensing something was amiss. Chapter 61. Saving Zhao Yi before long, he dismissed the thought as clarity dawned upon him. This was a very place where they had previously battled Zhao Yi and Song Yu. The anger surged within him. If it weren't for those two, they would not have been forced to part ways with the sunflower. Brother Bai, why have you brought us here? Did the sunflower fall here? Su En's heart sank as he surveyed the desolate, charred ground, which bore the scars of significant conflict. Nevertheless, he reassured himself, thinking that the sunflower, being so formidable, should be able to protect itself. Jiang Yubai fell silent for a moment, then wordlessly approached a deep pit ahead. It was here that he had last seen Shen Qingtang vanish, and he refused to entertain the horrific thought that she had been obliterated. He preferred to believe she had simply disappeared. Alas, after searching the pit for what felt like an eternity, disappointment washed over him as he failed to spot the figure he longed to see. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, he sensed a faint breath nearby. He dashed forward, only to find Zhao Yi lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Upon realizing it was not Shen Qingtang, the light in his eyes dimmed instantly. Yet, he could still detect a trace of Shen Qingtang's essence. Where is she? He inquired. Zhao Yi, on the brink of death, suddenly found the strength to respond. What flower? There's no flower here. It's long gone. Why ask so many questions? Though this exchange could have ended there, he was struck by he sensed the remarkable improvement in his body compared to before and feigned hesitation for a considerable time before stammering to speak. I said, you must protect me well. I fear that if I speak up, I may lose my life. Su En, he began to regret whether he had administered the medication too soon. This fellow had not been like this before. Why was he now exhibiting such cowardice? At that moment, Jiang Yubai approached, having naturally witnessed Zhao Yi's demeanor. He spoke with unwavering confidence. Certainly. Zhao Yi looked over in confusion. Su En hurriedly clarified, just say it. Brother Bai has agreed to your request. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhao Yi's face broke into a grin, and his stuttering ceased. Chapter 62. Preparing to act well. Since you are all willing to protect me, then I shall not be afraid. You see, Song Yu has always sought to obtain the sunflower. To be frank, this time she took the sunflower, and when you left for some unknown reason, it was dropped. Then I witnessed Song Yu conjuring something that caused an explosion on the ground. By the time I could see clearly, she and the sunflower had vanished from the spot. Zhao Yi's words were entirely fabricated, and he felt a twinge of anxiety as he spoke. Thus, he remained vigilant to Jiang Yubai's expression, intending to cease should there be any hint of suspicion from him. To his surprise, Jiang Yubai exhibited not a shred of doubt. This left Zhao Yi questioning the other's intellect, or perhaps his own deception had reached such heights of sophistication. In truth, it was not that his lies were too elaborate. Rather, the scene Jiang Yubai had previously observed bore little distinction from Zhao Yi's account. If one were to pinpoint a difference, It was that the scene did not include Song Yu. Brother Bai, do you think what he said is true? Suin, uncertain about Zhao Yi's words, turned to Jiang Yubai for guidance. Although Jiang Yubai remained silent, his gaze conveyed to Su and that he could indeed trust it, which brought Su an immense joy. He became increasingly excited. Having received Jiang Yubai's affirmation, Suin immediately began to make arrangements. He recalled the necessity of bringing extra supplies before their departure, so he implored Jiang Yubai to take him to their previous supply base. Having completely forgotten the route to get there, Shenyang and Su Lingrua approached, their hearts brimming with excitement upon realizing their mission was to seek out Shen Qingtang. When they learned of their imminent departure, Nuo Ma, accompanied by Nuo, hurried over, her expression revealing her distress at their apparent intention to leave her and her daughter behind. Lingrua, are you truly planning to abandon us here? Nuo Ma, astute and perceptive, immediately directed her emotional appeal towards Su Lingrua, unleashing a torrent of tears. Seeing her plight, Su Lingrua hesitated, glancing at Jiang Yubai, who intended to interject but was promptly pulled aside by Suin. Please refrain from complicating matters. Our foremost priority is to locate Shen Qingtang. Everything else is secondary. Do you understand? Suin felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. Frankly, if not for their years of camaraderie, he would have preferred to disregard Su Lingrua entirely. Yet, Su Lingrua was about to articulate her thoughts when Shenyang approached, and together they fervently urged her. Ultimately, they quelled her desire to speak, realizing that their destination was ill-suited for Nuo Ma and her daughter. Nuo Ma, the place we are heading is perilous. You and Nuo should remain here. It is safe, and we will ensure you have ample provisions before we leave. This marked the second rejection for Nuo Ma. In contrast to her initial shock, Nuo Ma remained remarkably composed this time, refraining from further protest and responding with calm acceptance. Relieved by her lack of anger, Su Lingrua felt a weight lift from her shoulders, having feared a potential confrontation. With Nuo Ma's concerns addressed, the group promptly set off towards the location where they had previously stored supplies. As they departed, Nuo Ma silently mused, I have offered you my assistance. It is you who chose to decline. Nuo Ma, observe, it is not that I wish to abandon them. Rather, they refuse to accept my help. She gently patted Nuo's head, grasping her hand, and stealthily followed behind Jiang Yubai and the others. Brother Bai, while you were unconscious, we encountered a remarkably beautiful girl who oddly claimed that Nuo and her mother were not good people. With newfound knowledge of Shen Qingtang's whereabouts, Suin felt a wave of relief wash over him. The memory of the girl resurfaced, and he pondered how he would have inquired further had he not been preoccupied with concern for Jiang Yubai. What's this? Jiang Yubai queried, evidently unaware of the events that transpired during his unconsciousness. Noticing Jiang Yubai's interest, Suin eagerly recounted. Nuo Ma mentioned that the girl intended to take Nuo away, which is why she resisted. However, I sensed she wasn't too malevolent. But since you were out cold, we were all worried and afraid something might go awry. So we sent her away. At this, Su's handsome face flushed with embarrassment, recognizing their actions as somewhat unjust. The girl seemed sheltered, and he wondered what fate awaited her after being cast out. However, with Jiang Yubai in a vulnerable state and Shen Qingtang missing, they felt they had no choice. Jiang Yubai, contemplating Su's words, found himself lost in thought, a fleeting notion eluding his grasp, leaving him perturbed. He recalled Su's mention of the girl's warning about Nuo and her mother, which echoed a previous discussion he had with Shen Qingtang. Could Nuo Ma truly harbor ulterior motives? After deliberating, he resolved to suppress this troubling question for now, prioritizing the search for Shen Qingtang. Soon, they arrived at the base where Shen Qingtang had previously organized their supplies. Suin rushed inside, hurriedly filling his backpack with provisions. The more he packed, the more despondent he felt. In the past, they had relied on Shen Qingtang's presence, for her body was the most reliable vessel. Suddenly, Suin felt an unsettling shift, and before he could react, he collapsed to the ground. Who the hell ambushed me? Show yourself, he exclaimed, scanning the surroundings, only to hear two more thuds as Shenyang and Su Lingrua fell beside him. Now, Only Jiang Yubai remained standing, as panic surged within Suin. This was their resource base. Who had the audacity to breach it? He recalled Shen Qingtang's assurances of safety. With her absence, it seemed even their secure haven was compromised. As he surveyed the fallen Suin and the others, Jiang Yubai swiftly divided the remaining pills among them. Just as he prepared to administer the medication, an unexpected voice interrupted. "Oh, Jiang Yubai, you're still standing?" The words caught the attention of the group, and their expressions morphed into a kaleidoscope of disbelief upon recognizing the newcomer. Su Lingruo's face reflected sheer incredulity. "No, Ma, what do you mean by that?" Seeing Su Lingruo's hopeful gaze, Nuo Ma wasted no time in responding. "Just as you suspect, test your abilities and see if they still function." Nuo Ma understood the anticipation in Su Lingruo's eyes, hoping for a misunderstanding. But alas, as Suun and the others processed Nuo Ma's words, they soon discovered their abilities had inexplicably vanished. How is this possible? They were incredulous, attempting repeatedly to summon their powers, only to find it futile. Suun glared at Nuo Ma, as if ready to enact vengeance. "What have you done to us? How could you betray us after everything? Has your conscience been devoured by a beast?" Nuo Ma perceived Suin's fury as mere impotent rage and dismissed it, turning her attention to Jiang Yubai. "You seem far from surprised to see me. Have you suspected my true nature all along?" Jiang Yubai remained silent, but turmoil raged within him. Nuo Ma's words rekindled memories of Shen Qingtang's peculiar behavior and the private conversation they shared before departing. Regret washed over him. He wished he had prevented Shen Qingtang from engaging with Nuo Ma. But it was too late for such thoughts now. Noticing Jiang Yubai's indifference, Nuo Ma pressed on. "Your group is the most naive I have ever encountered. 10 years into this apocalypse, and you still trust people so readily, especially you, Su Lingruo." Feeling the sting of Nuo Ma's words, Su Lingruo could no longer contain her emotions and began to choke on her sobs. "Why do you behave this way? You shouldn't be like this. Mother is a wonderful person. She wouldn't act like this." Observing Su Lingruo still in her state of oblivion, Nuo's mother found herself at a rare loss for words. She began to ponder whether her insinuations towards Su Lingruo had been too profound or if her own obsession was simply too deep. A normal person would have awakened from such a state long ago, yet it was evident that Su Lingruo had not. "Mother, please stop talking." She could not bring herself to be as ruthless as her mother. Such weakness, succumbing to compassion. How could I have raised such a daughter? Nuo's mother lightly tapped Nuo's head. Yet, considering she was her own flesh and blood, she refrained from being excessively harsh. She then approached Jiang Yubai, her gaze filled with gratitude. "I truly owe you my thanks. Without you, I would not have been able to gather such resources. And thank you for saving me back then." Listening to Nuo's mother's words, Jiang Yubai and the others could only feel a sense of irony. What sort of mindset did this person possess, expressing gratitude after having inflicted harm upon them? Jiang Yubai had never felt so powerless as he did now. His clairvoyance and teleportation abilities were of no use in ensuring the safety of his companions. Thus, he could only feign composure, remaining silent as he observed Nuo's mother's intentions. Suin, sensing the unusual atmosphere, discerned Jiang Yubai's thoughts and, unusually, refrained from provoking Nuo's mother further. Only Su Lingruo continued to lament, questioning how circumstances had devolved to this point. Nuo's mother circled around them a few times, as if struck by sudden inspiration, and began scattering an unknown powder around them. Once everything was prepared, she looked at them, her tone imbued with regret. "I am truly sorry for you all. However, I have no choice. I must survive." With that, she tossed a spark towards Jiang Yubai and the others. It was then they realized they had severely underestimated Nuo's mother. She possessed fire-based abilities. However, it was too late to grasp the implications. Watching the flames erupt, Suin and the others were engulfed in despair. Soon, they realized Jiang Yubai remained standing, prompting them to exclaim in unison, "Brother Bai, run. As long as the green hills remain, we need not worry about firewood." The last remark was solely Su An's, as Shen Yang and Su Lingruo remained silent. "Ha, run? Do you think he can escape? How naive." Do you truly believe that just because he hasn't fallen like you, he can flee? You're overthinking it, Nua's mother taunted. Jiang Yubai was momentarily taken aback by her words, quickly identifying the source of the problem. Just moments ago, he could feel his powers, but now they had vanished entirely. Hearing Nua's mother's words and noticing Jiang Yubai's expression, Suan and the others quickly understood. Su Lingrua looked at Nua's mother, pleading, "Please, I beg you. Let Brother Bai and Suan go. I will do anything you ask if you release them." Finally, Su Lingrua seemed to regain some clarity, facing her unyielding mother. She was compelled to confront the harsh truth. Her mother was indeed gone. Others could not replace her. She should not dwell on the past, which ought to have been forgotten long ago. If it weren't for her, Brother Bai and Su and would not have found themselves in such dire straits. "Huh, you little girl, who do you think you are?" Merely a two Shen Qingtang remained silent, feeling that Suan had truly thought this through. She merely sought a tranquil place to rest and sleep, yet she had been rudely awakened by their commotion. However, it was evidently not the moment for such reflections. Upon witnessing Jiang Yubai nearly engulfed by flames, she swiftly extinguished the inferno with her leaves. After rescuing them, she finally turned her attention to Mother Nua. Initially, she had sensed no malevolent intent from Mother Nua, prompting her to voice her inquiry directly. Mother Nua, gazing at the imposing figure before her, could hardly reconcile this presence with the seemingly delicate sunflower she had encountered previously. Upon hearing the questioning tone, she found it amusing. How peculiar it was that they were so eager to uncover the reasons behind her actions, especially since she had already acted. Observing her unrepentant demeanor, Shen Qingtang comprehended that Mother Nua had no intention of divulging anything further. With this realization, she decided not to hold back. Thus, continuing her actions without pause, she swiftly pulled Jiang Yubai and the others closer to her before promptly slamming Mother Nua to the ground with her leaves. Oh dear! It seemed she had exerted a bit too much force. Noticing the flattened form of Mother Nua, Shen Qingtang offered a rather insincere apology. She had not anticipated that upon transforming into a sunflower, she would possess such formidable strength. It was truly unintentional. Jiang Yubai and the others observed the scene in stunned silence, not out of a belief that Shen Qingtang was cruel, but rather from the realization of their own ineptitude. They had nearly succumbed to Mother Nua's grasp, only for Shen Qingtang to appear and effortlessly subdue her. This was indeed a significant blow to their morale. Suan, clearly overwhelmed, exclaimed, "Qingtang, you are simply incredible. If it weren't for you, we would have perished here today. I have made up my mind. You shall be my guardian from now on. Wherever you go, I shall follow." Shen Qingtang felt an unexpected reluctance to accept the situation. Jiang Yubai observed everything with a stoic expression, yet the tempest within him remained concealed from others. While their group reveled in camaraderie, on the other hand, had undergone a startling transformation. Shen Qingtang was momentarily a loss for words as she gazed at Nua, who had morphed into a shadowy figure. Had she succumbed to darkness? The abruptness of it was rather jarring. This world seemed to possess a certain fantastical quality. However, considering that she herself had transformed from human into a flower, Nua's change into a dark entity didn't seem entirely incomprehensible. What a perplexity! Shen Qingtang gazed in silence as Nono transformed from an ordinary human into a towering figure cloaked in darkness, reminiscent of her own initial metamorphosis, though Nono stood a fraction taller. After a brief moment, Nono's transformation concluded, and she regarded Shen Qingtang with an expression rife with confusion. "Sister, why do you treat my mother this way? She has never harmed you. You are truly wicked." Upon hearing these words, not only Shen Qingtang fell into silence, but also Jiang Yubai and the others were rendered mute. Was this truly the language of a human? Was the preceding incident insufficient for clarity? Must they await their demise for resolution? Shen Qingtang decided to forego any further hesitation with Nono, striking her directly with her large leaf. This action evoked memories of their first encounter, when she had used a leaf to soothe Nono. Little did she expect that so soon she would wield the leaf again, but this time in an act of chastisement. A wave of nostalgia washed over her, accompanied by a poignant sense of how much had changed. However, she quickly dismissed this sentiment, focusing intently on dealing with Nono. It was unclear whether her own power had waned or if Nono was simply more formidable than her mother. But Shen Qingtang did not intend to eliminate Nono with the same ferocity she had shown towards her mother. After delivering a flurry of 10 to 20 strikes with the leaf, she finally witnessed Nono gradually diminishing in size until she returned to her previous form. Jiang Yubai and the others observed silently from the sidelines, unable to suppress their feelings of inadequacy once again. Shen Qingtang initially contemplated ending Nuanua's life outright. Yet a sudden recollection of Su Lingrua's earlier peculiar behavior prompted her to reconsider and inquire instead. Su Lingrua, who had been quietly observing Shen Qingtang's aggression, immediately turned her gaze towards Nuanua upon hearing this. She had never contemplated this angle before. Previously, there seemed to be no cause for concern, but now, with a tinge of suspicion, she recognized problems lurking everywhere. Nuanua sensed the scrutinizing gazes directed at her and was acutely aware of their curiosity. However, she questioned why she should divulge anything simply because they desired to know. Gazing at her mother, flattened by Shen Qingtang's assault, a torrent of unbridled fury surged within her. Yet, she understood that she was no match for these individuals, thus she faltered. I know nothing. I don't know anything at all. My mother never told me anything. Nuanua seemed to shrink not only in stature, but also in courage, entirely devoid of the assertiveness she had just displayed. Shen Qingtang and the others would naturally not believe such a statement. However, as they gazed upon the diminutive Nono, an involuntary sense of compassion welled up within their hearts. Something feels amiss. Shen Qingtang quickly realized that when she struck her earlier, she did so without a hint of mercy. How could one feel pity for those who inflict harm upon them? Over the past few days, Shen Qingtang had contemplated extensively and had finally discerned the reason behind the disappearance of her powers. Initially, she harbored uncertainties, but upon witnessing Jiang Yubai and the others today, her suspicions solidified. It was undoubtedly due to Nua's mother. She could hardly believe that Nua was truly as naive as a little bunny, completely oblivious to everything. Chapter 65. Su Lingrua's suicide. How dare you still wield your abilities against us? Shen Qingtang gazed at Nono, her voice sharp and commanding, ultimately leaving no room for Nono to argue before decisively silencing her, much like she had done with Nono's mother. Once the situation was resolved, a sudden realization struck her. Perhaps she had been a tad too tempestuous? Would Jiang Yubai and the others perceive her as excessively ruthless? Nevertheless, she dismissed the thought. If they truly believed so, she could simply take her leave and part ways from that moment on. With this mindset, she turned her gaze towards Jiang Yubai, only to be met with an expression of admiration from him. Well, she certainly wouldn't admit that his look brought her a flicker of joy. At that moment, Suan seized the opportunity to interject. Shen Qingtang found herself at a loss for words, rendered speechless by Suan's inquiry. What could she possibly say? Reflecting on the events of the past few days left her utterly bewildered. Most importantly, she could not fathom why she had suddenly transformed into a sunflower. Initially, she had contemplated remaining there, knowing that Jiang Yubai and the others would eventually come to gather supplies, at which point she could devise a plan to present herself before them. However, she did indeed appear, only to metamorphose into a sunflower at a critical moment. It left her feeling quite helpless. Had the situation not been so urgent, she would have undoubtedly sought to uncover the reasons behind her sudden transformation. Alas, time had slipped away from her. Now, faced with Suan's question, she found herself lost in contemplation. Noticing Shen Qingtang's prolonged silence, Suan, unaware of his own imaginative musings, hastily offered an apology. Qingtang, if you truly find it difficult to articulate, then perhaps we should leave it at that. Shen Qingtang regarded him with the bemusement one might reserve for a fool, ultimately deciding it was not worth her effort to engage, for he had always been so utterly unreliable. She then turned her gaze towards Jiang Yubai, and after a moment of contemplation, discreetly plucked a petal from her flower, skillfully kneading it into several small pills, which she distributed to each of them. This is the antidote, Consuming it will restore your abilities, she explained. The group accepted the pills with outstretched hands. Their curiosity piqued, yet none ventured to pose further inquiries. Shen Qingtang harbored an abundance of secrets. It sufficed for them to recognize the goodness in one another. Once everyone's extraordinary abilities were restored, Su Lingrua suddenly knelt before Shen Qingtang with a thud. Su Lingrua's apology was heartfelt, her forehead striking the ground with a resounding thump, soon becoming a crimson spectacle. "Rise," they urged, "we bear you no ill will." Shen Qingtang found herself at a loss for words, ultimately expressing her feelings in a simple manner. Deep within her heart, she harbored a fair share of resentment. But considering that even she was susceptible to the emotional influence of Nuo and the other's extraordinary abilities, it was only natural for Su Lingrua to be affected as well. Nevertheless, the thought of her near demise and the harrowing experiences of Jiang Yubai and the others lingered in her mind, leaving her with a tinge of disdain for Su Lingrua. After all, if it weren't for her, none of this turmoil would have transpired, would it? "I'm sorry. Truly sorry. I acknowledge my faults, and I vow to atone for my misdeeds in the future." Su Lingrua, however, did not feel reassured by Shen Qingtang's words. She sensed that they were harboring blame towards her, merely unspoken. The thought in her mind grew increasingly familiar. Casting one last glance at Jiang Yubai and Shen Qingtang, she swiftly rose to her feet and, seizing the moment before they could react, dashed towards a nearby wall. A thunderous crash echoed as she collided with it, sending her flying backward. "Lingrua, Shen Qingtang did not anticipate that Su Lingrua had not consumed the pill she had provided. Now, in her state of utter helplessness and with a resolve akin to despair, Su Lingrua collided with her, leaving her gasping, as if she were drawing in more air than she could exhale. Jiang Yubai and the others were equally taken aback by Su Lingrua's actions, clearly astonished that she would resort to such measures. Shen Qingtang, however, was the first to regain her composure. She swiftly enveloped Su Lingrua within her leaves and hastened their departure from the scene. Before leaving, she remembered to store the supplies from the base within her own body, for they were essential for survival and could not be overlooked. Upon reaching the hollow shell of the yin-yang base, she gently laid Su Lingrua on the ground. After the recent ordeal, Su Lingrua seemed to finally awaken, bewildered. "What has happened to me? Why would I contemplate such a self-destructive act?" Her confusion was palpable. This was certainly not a course of action she would take. Even if she felt remorse towards Jiang Yubai and the others, she would seek to atone for her mistakes in other ways, for death meant the end of everything. Moreover, throughout the last decade of the apocalypse, had it not been for their unwavering determination to survive, it is likely they would have perished long ago. At that moment, Su En and the others arrived, their gazes directed towards Shen Qingtang. "It seems that the influence of Nuo and the others has affected you. I suspect there was something amiss at that location." After a period of contemplation, Shen Qingtang hesitantly spoke up. Upon exiting, she sensed an unusual feeling. The normal version of herself would never attribute all the blame to Su Lingrua. Indeed, Jiang Yubai's succinct affirmation of Shen Qingtang's words confirmed this notion. However, it was clear that this was not the time for such discussions. Shen Qingtang fixed her gaze on Su Lingrua, and once she witnessed her swallow the pill, she felt a wave of relief. To prevent Su Lingrua from engaging in such reckless behavior in the future, she quickly admonished her. "Lingrua, you must refrain from such actions in the future. If I hadn't been there, you might have faced dire consequences." Su Lingrua, recalling her recent actions, was engulfed by a sense of dread and repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Shen Qingtang. Subsequently, imitating Su En's earlier flattery, she lavished praises upon her, which made Shen Qingtang feel a bit bashful. Nevertheless, she soon adopted a serious demeanor. Considering the scene that had unexpectedly flashed through her mind moments ago, her entire demeanor wilted. Su Lingrua, mistakenly believing her words had influenced this change, promptly fell silent and stood quietly by, casting a pleading glance at Jiang Yubai. After pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusion, Jiang Yubai resolved to disregard her entirely. Su Lingrua thought to herself that she ought not to harbor any unrealistic expectations of Jiang Yubai. Chapter 66. Eternal Night. Choices. As she pondered this, the dejected Shen Qingtang finally spoke, her voice unusually weighty. The others exchanged glances, puzzled by the gravity of the moment. Soon, Shen Qingtang's subsequent words elucidated the reason for her demeanor. I have something of great importance to convey, and you must promise not to disclose it after you have heard. The group exchanged looks. It was their first encounter with Shen Qingtang's seriousness. Observing her earnest expression, they nodded in agreement, assuring her that they would keep her secret. Shen Qingtang then spoke up. What is the eternal night? Sun inquired with a perplexed expression. Shen Qingtang cast a glance at him, acknowledging the young man's keen perception. She then began to elucidate slowly, stating that there would be no daylight, only eternal night. A sharp intake of breath echoed among the group as they absorbed Shen Qingtang's explanation, momentarily rendered speechless by the shocking revelation. After a considerable pause, sensing that they had begun to comprehend the gravity of the situation, she continued. Your extraordinary abilities will also undergo transformation with the advent of perpetual night. You will no longer be able to wield your powers at will. Instead, you will need sunlight to recharge your energy. The group exchanged incredulous glances, as Shen Qingtang's subsequent remarks seemed to them almost farcical. Just moments ago, she had declared the absence of daylight, yet now she claimed their abilities required sunlight. Are you jesting, Qingtang? Sun inquired, his tone significantly more somber than before, although he understood that Shen Qingtang would not trivialize such matters. He couldn't suppress the flicker of hope that perhaps this was merely a jest to uplift their spirits in light of their current despondency. Jiang Yubai was equally taken aback by Shen Qingtang's words. He had never anticipated such a scenario. If what she said were true, their powers would be rendered nearly useless. Without their abilities, how could they possibly contend with the zombies? Did this mean humanity was truly fated for extinction? This was the first time Jiang Yubai entertained such grim thoughts since the onset of the apocalypse. Previously, he had steadfastly believed that humanity could triumph over the undead. It was merely a question of time. Shen Qingtang gazed at the expectant faces surrounding her and let out a quiet sigh. Deep down, she wished she could claim this was all a jest. I never jest, she stated firmly. You now face two choices. The group promptly turned their attention back to her. Meeting their gaze, Shen Qingtang spoke with a calm demeanor, her tone gentle. The supplies at the resource base are sufficient for your survival, and this place is secure. You may choose to remain here in seclusion. Alternatively, you could venture forth with ample provisions to seek out Song Wang's archrival, who is also an obsessive researcher. Perhaps he could offer a solution to the perpetual night. After Shen Qingtang spoke, she fell into silence. In the previous life within that dream, although there existed an eternal night, it was not as dire. At that time, the eternal night merely hindered the ability of the supernatural beings to combat the zombies for prolonged periods. Each encounter required extensive recuperation. However, this time was markedly different. She beheld in her visions that without sufficient energy, their powers would be entirely rendered useless. As she articulated these thoughts, uncertainty gripped her heart regarding how Jiang Yubai and the others might choose. Should they opt for the latter, her own exposure would be inevitable. Yet, if they were to select the former, she would deem them excessively callous and unfeeling. How could one possibly choose? Sun scratched his head, tormented by indecision. Before them lay two paths. One, to obediently remain and languish in a state of inertia, free from any peril. The other, well known to be fraught with danger. If they were paragons of virtue, they would undoubtedly choose to save others without hesitation. However, they were merely ordinary individuals, each harboring their own selfish desires, wishing for their own well-being. Who longs for a burdensome existence when a simple, untroubled life is within reach? Yet, it was precisely because they were ordinary that the decision felt so burdensome. Had they been unscrupulous and self-serving, a swift resolution would have been easily attainable, simply retreating into their shells. Just as the group wrestled with their thoughts, Jiang Yubai finally spoke, "Let us venture forth." Upon hearing these words, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over the group. Qingtang, Are you certain that finding that individual will resolve the eternal night dilemma? With the decision to proceed now solidified, the group promptly began to prepare for the ensuing tasks, starting with confirming the identity of that individual. Shen Qingtang recalled the scene she had witnessed. That individual had already made significant progress in their research, but was stuck at the final hurdle. With her involvement, he would undoubtedly be able to surmount that challenge. Thus, she nodded affirmatively. The others felt a slight alleviation of their worries. Once they had all departed, Jiang Yubai turned to Shen Qingtang, exerting considerable effort to utter a few additional words. Is there any harm to you? How astute Jiang Yubai was to deduce from Shen Qingtang's earlier remarks that her assistance was essential. Oh, you can actually speak so many words. It's truly surprising. He mused silently, reassuring himself before calming his tumultuous emotions. Noticing a change in the other's demeanor, Shen Qingtang ceased her playful teasing. Her gaze drifted towards the busy individuals nearby, and she spoke with a hint of melancholy. There is a slight risk, but it's manageable. I can handle it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yubai instantly considered suggesting that they remain in their current position. However, he realized that since Shen Qingtang was aware of the potential danger, yet still mentioned that path, it indicated her preference for them to choose the alternative route. Protect yourselves. If anything seems amiss, we will flee. Today, Jiang Yubai appeared unusually talkative, shattering Shen Qingtang's previously somber mood. She regarded him with curiosity, puzzled by why he could express so much today while usually articulating his thoughts one word at a time. Jiang Yubai seemed oblivious to her intrigue. After uttering another phrase, he staggered slightly and departed from the scene. Chapter 67. Forgotten original intentions. Once they reached a secluded area, Jiang Yubai let out a gasp as he expelled blood from his mouth, quickly wiping it clean and feeling relieved when he noticed no one had witnessed the incident. Indeed, one cannot force matters, he reflected inwardly. Soon, Suin and the others had prepared the necessary items for their departure. Qingtang, Brother Bai were all set. Can we depart now? Suin observed the distance between Jiang Yubai and Shen Qingtang, finding it quite peculiar. Weren't these two always inseparable? Let us go. Jiang Yubai's indifferent words interrupted his contemplation. Without further thought, Suin reached out, intending to lift Shen Qingtang, only to be met with her firm rejection. I can walk by myself. I don't need your help. Suin looked at her with a sense of grievance. We haven't seen each other in so long. Why are you still the same? I just want to be close to you and share some of your good fortune. Upon hearing Su An's words, Shen Qingtang felt utterly speechless. She had never anticipated that his intentions were of such nature. No wonder he always sought to cling to her. She had previously thought it was due to her charm, but it turned out he merely wished to benefit from her luck. It was, quite frankly, rather exasperating. After observing silently for a moment, Jiang Yubai approached, bent down, and effortlessly lifted Shen Qingtang from the ground. Hey, what are you doing? Let us go. With just that single word from Jiang Yubai, the others obediently followed. Shen Qingtang initially contemplated resisting, intending to walk down by herself. However, upon lifting her gaze to Jiang Yubai's smooth jawline and feeling the warmth emanating from him, she ultimately relinquished her desire to walk. After all, with a human mount at her disposal, why not indulge in the experience? It had always been this way, hadn't it? If not for the sudden transformation into a human, she wouldn't have pondered so much. Speaking of which, Shen Qingtang realized she had not taken the time to explore the reasons behind her abrupt metamorphosis into humanity. And more importantly, she had yet to fully relish the sensation of being human once again. In her frustration, her entire flower vase seemed to swell. Jiang Yubai sensed her unusual demeanor and lowered his head in curiosity, his gentle gaze inquiring about her well-being. Caught off guard by their eye contact, Shen Qingtang felt her cheeks flush under his attentive stare. Just as the atmosphere took on an increasingly peculiar tone, Suin, the harbinger of disruption, arrived. He dashed to Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai's side, his voice brimming with confusion. Brother Bai, what you two up to? Qingtang, why you seem so inflated and have changed color again? Shen Qingtang, some words are better left unspoken. Your utterance has put my dignity at stake. Fortunately, being a flower, even if it changes its hue, others remain oblivious to the shyness that lies within. No, You are mistaken. I have not undergone any transformation whatsoever. Shen Qingtang refused to acknowledge it, leaving Su even more perplexed. What could this mean? Jiang Yubai interjected, halting Su's impending words. At Jiang Yubai's remark, Su suddenly recalled his original intention. He cast a glance at Jiang Yubai before shifting his gaze back to Shen Qingtang. I actually came to inquire, Qingtang, about the identity of Song Wang's nemesis. Where shall we seek him out? Upon his question, the others quickly gathered around, clearly eager to learn the answer as well. Shen Qingtang observed the expectant gazes of those around her, awaiting her response. After a brief moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. Initially, she felt indifferent about the matter, yet the gravity with which Su inquired prompted her to recall something significant. It dawned upon her that the reason she possessed such knowledge was puzzling, especially given that Jiang Yubai and the others appeared entirely oblivious to the situation. However, having already spoken her thoughts aloud, she reflected, was there not a base named Dark Rain? Did such a base truly exist? From Shen Qingtang's tone, it was evident that she herself harbored doubts. Consequently, they began to question the authenticity of her previous claims regarding the Eternal Night. Perhaps she had misinterpreted the information. After all, the notion of Eternal Night was undeniably terrifying, and they secretly wished it to be a mere fabrication. Yet, recalling that Shen Qingtang's assertions had consistently proven accurate in the past, they found themselves conflicted. Observing their skepticism, Shen Qingtang fell silent for a fleeting moment. She empathized with their doubts. Were she in their position, she too would be inclined to question the veracity of such claims. Nonetheless, she was at a loss. The only words she had seen were Dark Rain. Thus her conjectures were limited. Surely, anything appearing in that vision must hold significance. Indeed, the base existed, albeit not renowned, and it paled in comparison to the Yin-Yang base where Song Wang resided. Su stroked his chin thoughtfully before speaking again. Upon hearing his remarks, Shen Qingtang felt a surge of conviction. Her conjectures were indeed correct. Su continued, however, over the years, we have not heard of any remarkable research emanating from the Dark Rain base, have we? Su Lingruo and Shen Yang nodded in agreement, indicating their own ignorance on the matter. Finally, only Jiang Yubai remained, and after a moment of contemplation, he too shook his head in uncertainty. Shen Qingtang. The atmosphere was enveloped in an unspoken silence, and ultimately, everyone unanimously decided to set this matter aside for the time being and proceed to the Dark Rain base. In this moment, a fleeting thought crossed Shen Qingtang's mind. Observing what seemed to be a forgotten issue, she tentatively ventured, have you forgotten something? What is it? Is there something? Su, perplexed, responded, while Su Lingru, upon hearing Shen Yang's inquisitive remark, turned her attention to Su. I don't know, he replied, noticing that they genuinely had no recollection of the matter. Shen Qingtang shifted her gaze toward Jiang Yubai. Fortunately, there was still one person who remembered. Base, though it was merely a pair of syllables. The preceding hint from Shen Qingtang triggered an instant recollection among Su and the others. Ah, weren't we planning to establish a base? They exclaimed. Moreover, their initial intention to venture out was to bolster the personnel at the base. The notion of assisting the homeless and those lacking self-defense capabilities suddenly dawned upon them. Embarrassment washed over them as they realized how completely they had forgotten these important matters. Chapter 68. The Mutated Green Sprout. Sun scratched his head and chuckled foolishly, feigning ignorance. Su Lingru and Shen Yang, on the other hand, averted their gazes, clearly unwilling to meet Shen Qingtang's eyes. Observing their demeanor, Shen Qingtang found it amusing. After all, she hadn't said anything harsh. All right, don't overthink it. I merely offered a casual reminder. Besides, I bear no ill will toward you. Who could have foreseen that such events would unfold? Shen Qingtang's subsequent remarks were indeed grounded in reality. Were it not for the abrupt onset of the Eternal Night, she believed they could have established a haven where people could thrive in peace. Alas, it is often said that human plans are no match for the whims of fate. Circumstances can shift unexpectedly. Initially burdened with guilt, the others found a sense of reason in Shen Qingtang's words. However, reflecting on their original intentions, They fell into a contemplative silence before cautiously suggesting, "Shall we wait until the eternal night has passed to rebuild the Sunshine Base?" The name of this base, originally chosen by Jiang Yubai, evoked unspoken sentiments within her just by its mention. Yet, considering the uncertainties that lay ahead, Shen Qingtang chose to remain silent. Su-wen and the others gleaned her unvoiced thoughts from her silence. Ultimately, they resolved to feign normalcy and began to speak. "It is still too premature to discuss such matters. Let us focus on the present for now." His words successfully drew Shen Qingtang's attention, prompting her to seek further insights from him. What had initially been a casual remark from Su and now required him to muster the courage to continue under their collective gaze. "So, let us deliberate on how we might persuade Song Wang's formidable adversary, should we locate him. After all, not everyone shares our unwavering trust in Shen Qingtang's assertions." They often harbored a modicum of skepticism towards her words, and if they felt this way, it was reasonable to surmise that others would as well. Su-en's statement rendered the group silent. To be candid, had it not been for Su-en's reminder, they might not have considered this crucial aspect. Upon hearing Su-en's words, Jiang Yubai's mind began to race, conjuring various strategies, all of which he ultimately dismissed. His reasoning was straightforward: to gain the others' trust without revealing Shen Qingtang's identity, and subsequently have them join their efforts. However, articulating this was far simpler than executing it. Moreover, given a favorable shift in circumstances where humanity was gaining the upper hand, broaching the topic of the eternal night could very well invite peril. A myriad of thoughts surged through Jiang Yubai's mind, coalescing into two simple words: proceed first. After much contemplation, he resolved to wait until they encountered individuals at the Dark Rain base to discuss matters further. At this juncture, pondering or speaking excessively would yield little benefit. As Shen Qingtang and the others pondered his words, they ultimately chose silence, for the reason was rather simple: they were at a loss for any viable solutions. In that moment, Shen Qingtang inexplicably felt that their group lacked intellectual prowess. It was then that Su-wen spoke up again. His reminder prompted Shen Qingtang to recall the little green sprout. It was no wonder she had the nagging sensation of having forgotten something. With this thought in mind, she calmly suggested, "Let us first investigate before making a decision." Before long, the group arrived at the outskirts of the base, gazing at the barren expanse. Su-wen was filled with fury. "Who on earth has stolen my precious little green sprout?" he exclaimed. Su Lingruo and Shun Yang, witnessing his outburst, averted their gazes, pretending not to know him. Jiang Yubai, however, remained his usual composed self, maintaining a demeanor of unwavering calm in the face of adversity. Shen Qingtang had begun to keenly sense something amiss long before she noticed the absence of the small green sprout. Ultimately, she managed to identify a subtle irregularity. "Let us venture over there and take a look." Shen Qingtang pointed towards the deep pit where she had once transformed. Jiang Yubai cast a glance at her, refraining from asking any questions, and led her towards it. Su-wen and a few others followed closely behind. Upon arriving at the pit, they were astonished to discover that it bore no resemblance to its former state. They distinctly remembered it being a charred abyss. Yet what greeted their eyes now was a vibrant expanse of flourishing greenery. Captivated by the lush plants, Su-wen felt an irresistible urge to reach out. Suddenly, a sharp slap from Shen Qingtang's leaf struck the back of his hand, leaving a bright red mark. "Qingtang?" Su-wen, undeterred by her reprimand, merely gazed at her in confusion. "Can't you curb that impulsive habit of reaching out? I truly fear you might meet an untimely end because of it." He voiced his concern, pondering whether something was amiss. After casting him a sidelong glance, Shen Qingtang spoke with a hint of nostalgia. "The little green sprout has mutated." Upon hearing her words, several individuals immediately gathered around, intrigued and eagerly awaiting her subsequent remarks. Shen Qingtang, not one to keep them in suspense, noticed their keen interest and spoke up without hesitation. Previously, it only engaged in passive attacks. However, the situation had changed. Now, it could actively entice both humans and zombies alike. Su-wen recalled the inexplicable urge he had to touch the plants moments ago, as well as the incident where Shen Qingtang struck the back of his hand. He immediately realized he had nearly fallen into a trap, Thank you, Qingtang. Had it not been for you, I would surely have perished. You are my saviors. Shen Qingtang. There is no need, truly no need for such theatrics. Su En's impassioned demeanor made Shen Qingtang feel as if, were she a person, he would undoubtedly be clinging to her leg, wailing in desperation. Merely envisioning such a scene sent shivers down her spine, and she found herself rather relieved to be a flower at this moment. Unable to grasp her leg, Su En resorted to pinching the tips of his own leaves. After howling for quite some time, Su En finally fell silent. He surveyed the plants within the deep pit, then glanced at Shen Qingtang and finally at Jiang Yubai. The peculiar look in his eyes left the trio bewildered, and just as Shen Qingtang was about to inquire, he spoke up first. Qingtang, this plant is remarkably potent now. Can we take it with us? Shen Qingtang. Jiang Yubai. Contemplate the possibilities earnestly. Shenyang. Su Lingrua. How could we not have thought of this? Why is everyone silent? Is my proposal not good? Chapter 69. Taking away the little green sprout. Su En gazed at his teammates, voicing a profound question of the soul. In the end, Shen Qingtang could only helplessly speak up. If you can make it obediently follow you, we will take it along. Su En fell silent for a moment, then awkwardly replied, Qingtang, your words are rather ungracious. Don't you know what kind of person I am? If I could manage to take it away, would I even need to tell you? I would have acted directly. The others. It seems he is quite self-aware after all. Shen Qingtang glanced at the taciturn Jiang Yubai. Do you wish to take this plant with you? As for Shen Qingtang, she had no particular attachment to it. Should Jiang Yubai and his companions truly desire to claim it, she could certainly devise a means to facilitate its removal. Are you capable of doing so? Jiang Yubai pondered the formidable nature of the plant, feeling a twinge of concern. What do you mean by that? Shen Qingtang's voice wavered, provoked by his words. How could one dare to declare oneself incapable? A woman must never utter such a phrase. Observing her in a state of agitation, Jiang Yubai felt somewhat bewildered, for he believed he had not spoken ill of her. Could it be that his demeanor had been excessively indifferent? After a moment's contemplation, he opted for a different approach. Do take care, Shen Qingtang. She currently has no desire to converse with this person who holds her in disdain. Watching Shen Qingtang storm away in anger, Jiang Yubai remained silent, still perplexed by the unfolding events. After Shen Qingtang reached the edge of the deep pit, she did not enlarge herself. Instead, she leaped into the abyss with her petite frame. The trio standing above, Jiang Yubai and his companions, were taken aback by this unexpected act and immediately contemplated rushing over. However, they soon heard Shen Qingtang's voice echoing from within the pit. Do not move from your spots. I'll be fine shortly. The three exchanged hesitant glances, uncertain of what to do, until Jiang Yubai urged them to remain where they were, while he stealthily approached the edge. Brother Bai, the trio whispered in alarm, bewildered by Jiang Yubai's insistence that they stay behind while he ventured forth. Jiang Yubai's reasoning was straightforward. He could not shake off the worry for Shen Qingtang. Akin to a delicate flower below, standing at the brink, he knew that should any misfortune arise, he could swiftly teleport to her aid. Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken. His gaze was fixated on the swaying sunflower within the depths of the pit, his heart lodged in his throat. Shen Qingtang was entirely unaware that she was being observed. She was engaging amicably with the little green sprout, only to discover, upon her descent, that it had developed a faint semblance of consciousness. This was her first encounter with such a plant, and she couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity. However, the process of communication was not particularly pleasant. Will you obediently follow us? Or do you wish to remain here? When Shen Qingtang uttered these words, Yizi had already raised her hand high, threatening to strike if her counterpart did not acquiesce. Yet, the newly sprouted little green bud, possessing a spirited determination, unexpectedly declared in a fierce yet delicate voice, I wish to remain here. Oh, after a calm, Shen Qingtang mercilessly struck the tender green sprout with a leaf. The sprout could hardly fathom that this seemingly gentle person could be so cruel. You wicked woman, how dare you hit me? I refuse to go with you, it exclaimed, its voice cracking with indignation. Observing the sprout's complete lack of cooperation, Shen Qingtang continued her relentless assault. However, The sprout was not one to be trifled with. It suddenly opened its wide mouth and bit down on Shen Qingtang, only to convulse violently afterward. This flower exhibits no sense of honor. Why does she possess the power of thunder? It exclaimed in shock. You. The sprout was so enraged that it struggled to articulate its thoughts. Shen Qingtang, observing its demeanor, spoke with genuine concern. You see, I told you to obediently follow me, yet you insisted on defying my words. Now look at the situation. The little green sprout remained silent. It yearned for the freedom to entice a few humans and zombies to satiate its hunger without any interference. Had Shen Qingtang been unaware of its sentience previously, she might not have felt such urgency to take it away. However, the circumstances had changed. She could sense a hint of ferocity and seduction emanating from the little sprout. After contemplating the safety of humankind, she realized it was imperative to remove it. Otherwise, should it grow stronger, humanity might face yet another formidable adversary. Pondering this, Shen Qingtang felt a twinge of curiosity. If her memory served her right, the images she had witnessed upon awakening did not depict any signs of plant mutations. Could it be that her destiny diverged from her previous life, thus causing a butterfly effect? The little green sprout, observing Shen Qingtang lost in thought, quietly began to move, hoping to escape unnoticed. Suddenly, a leaf struck it sharply, and the little sprout promptly straightened up in compliance. Shen Qingtang, regardless of her inner thoughts, observed the uncooperative little green sprout and decided not to grant it any further chances. She directly imbued her leaves with the power of lightning. Gazing at the leaves crackling with electric energy, the little green sprout, displaying a lack of awareness of the situation, began to plead for mercy. My lord, I was mistaken. I should not have fled. I shall obediently follow you now. Could you please retract your leaves? Shen Qingtang mused, believing her counterpart to possess a certain fortitude. However, upon witnessing the other party's capitulation, she regarded herself as a beautiful flower with a kind heart. Thus, she gently and benevolently spoke, granting permission for them to comply. After uttering these words, Shen Qingtang leaped forward. Something feels amiss. A glance downward revealed, to her astonishment, that she had inadvertently landed in Jiang Yubai's embrace. Not to worry, Jiang Yubai interjected at that moment. There shall be no trouble. I am indeed a remarkable flower, and I do not boast. There is no second bloom like me in this world. At that, the corners of Jiang Yubai's mouth lifted involuntarily, a sight that Shen Qingtang happened to catch. Wow, your smile is truly enchanting. You ought to smile more often. Shen Qingtang was momentarily entranced by Jiang Yubai's smile, completely forgetting to ponder why she had unexpectedly landed in his embrace. She distinctly recalled that when she descended into the deep pit, she had deliberately instructed Jiang Yubai and the others to keep their distance. Chapter 70. Can one transform into a human? Upon hearing Shen Qingtang's words, Jiang Yubai promptly concealed his expression, feigning an air of nonchalance as if nothing had transpired. Shen Qingtang couldn't help but curl her lips at his demeanor, muttering under her breath, "What petty man? What's wrong with smiling more? I shouldn't have said anything earlier. Maybe then I could have enjoyed the sight longer." However, she didn't dwell on it for too long. She lifted the little green sprout trailing behind her and addressed the trio. Who wants this thing? You wretched woman. I'm not some thing. I'm a noble mutated plant, sentient and utterly different from ordinary vegetation. The little sprout had initially intended to remain silent, but it simply couldn't restrain itself. How dare this woman speak of it so dismissively? If only it weren't currently powerless against her, it will have ground her into the dirt. The sprout's outburst successfully stunned the trio, even drawing Jiang Yubai's gaze. Suan was the first to react, staring at Shen Qingtang in disbelief. Qingtang, do plants even have genders? No wonder you always refuse to let me carry you around. So it's because you're shy? The others. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. Qingtang, will you eventually take human form? Su Ruoruo, for some inexplicable reason, found this thought surfacing in her mind and voiced it outright. The question plunged Shen Qingtang into contemplation. She had no intention of revealing that she was originally human. It wasn't a matter of distrust, but some secrets were better kept among fewer people. As for Su Ruo's inquiry, she deliberated carefully before offering an ambiguous response. Perhaps in the future, perhaps not. Her words struck like thunder, reverberating through the hearts of Jiang Yubai and the others. However, certain things won't be permissible from now on. Now that they knew she was female, maintaining distance was only natural. Within mere minutes, Jiang Yubai had already determined the new boundaries of their interaction. Upon hearing this, Su Ruo immediately began pondering what preparation she should make if Shen Qingtang truly were to assume human form. It would be her first encounter with a plant transforming into a person. Had someone told her such a thing was possible before the apocalypse, she would have regarded them with the utmost skepticism. But now, with zombies roaming the earth, a sentient plant taking human shape seemed almost mundane. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she turned to Shen Qingtang with a nervous expression, pointing at the little sprout with an inscrutable tone. Can it also become human? Yet the very notion left Shen Qingtang somewhat disheartened. She had no inkling of what catalyst might trigger her own transformation. Last time, it had been under the direst circumstances, her body shattered, her resolve steeled for death. Surely she couldn't resort to such extremes every time she wished to change forms. What if luck abandoned her, leaving her to perish silently without achieving humanity? In the end, Shen Qingtang suppressed the thought. The future could wait. As if he could transform right now either. What are you so smug about? The little sprout, having forgotten the thrashing Shen Qingtang had previously delivered, bristled at her words. So what if she could become human? Big deal. Shen Qingtang. She felt that this little green sprout truly lacked awareness. Upon witnessing the suddenly raised leaves, the little green sprout immediately begged for mercy. I was wrong. Beautiful sister, please do not take action. The crowd. To be honest, they had not anticipated that this little green sprout was indeed quite astute. Originally, Shen Qingtang had no intention of striking it again, and now, seeing its timely capitulation, she decided to let it be. Very well, mind your words. I am not always so benevolent. Should there be a next time? Shen Qingtang menacingly pressed the leaves closer around the little green sprout, causing it to nod frantically in submission. After a considerable pause, she suddenly recalled how they had strayed from the topic. Wasn't she primarily inquiring who desired this trinket? With this thought in mind, she turned her gaze back to the group and repeated her earlier question. This time, the little green sprout dared not protest being referred to as a trinket. Standing meekly to the side, feeling akin to a cabbage at a bustling market, entirely at the mercy of others' choices. Well, I don't want it. I believe my landmine is quite formidable, and I am quite fond of it, Su Lingru remarked, caressing her landmine, indicating her lack of interest in the little green sprout. Shenyang shook his head, indicating his lack of need. After all, they all believe they possess sufficient weapons, and this little green sprout could be left for those in need. The once drooping little green sprout instantly straightened up, but upon receiving a glance from Shen Qingtang, it promptly wilted once more. Never mind. It would be better to stir up trouble after that woman meets her demise. The little green sprout began to silently curse Shen Qingtang in its heart, wishing for her swift departure from this world. For Brother Bai, I have a shield wall. Su Anxin actually harbored a desire for the little green sprout, as he often relied on the shield wall for defense, lacking in offensive capabilities. However, considering Jiang Yubai's circumstances, he felt that the latter was in greater need. Shen Qingtang also contemplated Jiang Yubai's complete lack of offensive capability. Initially, she intended to express her willingness to assist him, asserting that he did not require Xyluya. However, after some reflection, she chose to remain silent. Such matters were best conveyed by him. Regardless of her assurances of protection, he would undoubtedly entrust Xyluya to Suin. Indeed, she soon heard Jiang Yubai's succinct yet resolute declaration. You need it. Yet, Suin interjected, but Brother Bai, I believe you need it more. Xyluya, observing the mutual evasion, felt a profound sense of injustice. All of this was the fault of that woman, Shen Qingtang. She must perish swiftly. Jiang Yubai disregarded Su Un and gazed into the distance, signaling that he was not inclined to entertain further chatter. Chapter 71. The Fate of Xyluya and the Disappearance of Zhao Yi. Ultimately, Xylia was reluctantly taken into Su An's possession. Noticing Xylia's evident displeasure, Su-an found a peculiar joy in the situation. From now on, we shall be partners. I will treat you well. His thoughts were straightforward. Since Jiang Yubai had so decisively rejected Xylia, leaving her in his care, it was only right for him to cherish her. Xylia, absorbing Su An's words, regarded him as rather peculiar. Why should it be obliged to partner with him? Merely refraining from betrayal was already a gesture of mercy. Were it not for that wretched woman, Shen Qingtang, it would not have had to endure this predicament. In its heart, Xylia cast countless curses upon Shen Qingtang. With Xylia's fate seemingly sealed, Shen Qingtang approached Jiang Yubai, whispering softly, "Rest assured, I will protect you well from now on." As she spoke, Shen Qingtang straightened her posture, striving to exude an aura of security. Jiang Yubai remained silent, contemplating that he had yet to reach a point where he required a girl's protection. After all, Shen Qingtang could not be very old, could she? Shen Qingtang felt an odd sense of unease, yet she soon found herself too preoccupied to dwell on it. Su Lingrua approached, casting a glance at Jiang Yubai as she inquired, "Brother Bai, how shall we deal with Zhao Yi, the one who deceived us?" Shen Qingtang looked on in confusion, clearly unaware of Zhao Yi's betrayal against Jiang Yubai and the others. Perceiving the perplexity in Shen Qingtang's gaze, Su Lingrua promptly offered an explanation. "When you were missing, we encountered the near-death Zhao Yi. He claimed that if we saved him, he would reveal your whereabouts." Shen Qingtang reflected. At that moment, she herself was uncertain of her survival. How could Zhao Yi possibly know? It was perplexing how these seemingly astute individuals could fall for such a ruse. However, Su Lingrua's subsequent remarks swiftly illuminated Shen Qingtang regarding Zhao Yi's ulterior motives. Zhao Yi had claimed that she was taken by Song Yu, and that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should now be en route to the Yanyang base. Su Lingrua expounded upon this without pause, leaving Shen Qingtang with a disdainful scoff. Truly, Zhao Yi was a cunning strategist. His intention was clearly to incite a confrontation between Jiang Yubai and the forces at the Yanyang base. Given his evident animosity towards Song Yu, this tactic of employing others as instruments of his vendetta was quite astute. Yet ultimately, human plans often fall short of divine will. Was it even necessary to consult Jiang Yubai about this matter? Simply eliminating Zhao Yi would suffice. Shen Qingtang spoke with fierce determination. The situation had escalated to such an extent that she could no longer afford to be conciliatory. Had it not been for the loss of her extraordinary abilities, she would have unequivocally eliminated the adversary on the spot, thereby averting the subsequent events that unfolded. With Shen Qingtang having asserted her stance, Jiang Yubai had no choice but to acquiesce, nodding in agreement. The group swiftly made their way back to the previously established base hall. Although they had indeed rescued Zhao Yi, Jiang Yubai had meticulously controlled the dosage of the medication. It merely sustained his life. Any significant movement was still out of the question. Hence, upon arriving at the now desolate hall, they were met with astonishment. Su-an, in an exaggerated manner, scoured every corner of the hall, ultimately compelled to confront the undeniable truth. Zhao Yi had indeed escaped. After anxiously raking his hair, Su-an's voice betrayed a hint of irritation as he pondered aloud. "What shall we do now? Zhao Yi has fled. What if he divulges our secrets?" Shen Qingtang found his words rather perplexing. Was it not Zhao Yi who should be the one in fear, considering he had deceived them? Soon, however, she grasped the underlying cause. In discussing this matter, Su-an could not help but once again express his admiration for Shen Qingtang. She truly possessed remarkable prowess. As if with her presence, all else was rendered unnecessary. Jiang Yubai also sensed the gravity of the situation. In their fervent focus on Shen Qingtang, they had neglected numerous considerations. Consequently, the initially uplifted spirits of the group, buoyed by the discovery of Shen Qingtang, were once again burdened by Su-an's remarks. Ultimately, it was Shen Qingtang who could no longer bear to observe their distress. With an air of indifference, she addressed the group. "What troubles you? Even if Zhao Yi were to expose your capacity to save lives, so what? The eternal night is fast approaching, and everyone will be preoccupied with that looming threat. Her words prompted the others to realize the truth. Indeed, times had changed, and a far greater calamity awaited humanity, rendering their concerns trivial by comparison. Let us proceed. We have already lingered too long. Shen Qingtang observed the group and remarked, "Is this the Dark Rain base?" As Suin gazed at the towering fortification ahead, he felt a tinge of disbelief. Merely judging by its exterior, it seemed to rival the Yin-Yang base where they had previously stayed. Had other bases developed so splendidly in their absence? Nevertheless, this was indeed a fortuitous development. Jiang Yubai instinctively reached out to lift Shen Qingtang, but halfway through, he suddenly remembered his earlier resolve to maintain distance. Thus, his hand remained suspended in the air. "What is the matter with you?" Shen Qingtang gazed at him, perplexed by the unfolding events. She had grown accustomed to Jiang Yubai's occasional tendency to lift her up. Furthermore, as she had just arrived in this new place, which appeared to be a sizable base, she did not wish to draw attention to herself while walking. "It's nothing," he remarked, already extending his hand to lift Shen Qingtang into his grasp. It suddenly dawned on him that this location was not like the desolate areas they had encountered before. It was populated and bustling, making it unsuitable for Shen Qingtang to walk alone. It was indeed safer for her to remain in his hands. "Brother Bai, why haven't you gotten out of the car yet?" Su inquired curiously, leaning his head in. In the past, Brother Bai had exited the vehicle with remarkable efficiency. This time, however, he seemed slow, especially since they had already been out for quite some time. Jiang Yubai swiftly pushed Su In's head away, stretched his long legs, and stepped out of the car. The group then proceeded towards the entrance of the base. Chapter 72. Arrival at the Dark Rain base. The guard at the entrance remained the same as the one who had been present during Zhao Yi's visit. However, this time he did not treat Jiang Yubai and his companions with the same demeanor as he had with Zhao Yi. "Hello. We have come to seek refuge at the base." Suin greeted the guard with a beaming smile, waving the green vegetables he had prepared earlier. The guard's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had witnessed something remarkable. He rubbed his eyes, his voice betraying an unmistakable excitement. Yes, but you must be aware of the rules. Anyone seeking to join our base must surrender half of their supplies." The guard's eyes gleamed as he surveyed the vehicle behind Jiang Yubai, already calculating the amount of supplies they might possess. Had anyone else approached him, he would not have been so lenient. However, this group appeared to possess considerable abilities, and most importantly, they had vegetables. My goodness, what a concept. After such a long time in the apocalypse, vegetables had become exceedingly rare, and he couldn't fathom how they had acquired them. Nevertheless, once they entered the base, there would be ample time to investigate further. "Come, I shall escort you inside," he declared. After exchanging glances, it was Suin who broke the silence. "Aren't we supposed to be inspected?" "Haha, our base is unlike others. When you arrived, you were already assessed. If there were anyone among you who had been bitten by a zombie, you wouldn't have made it to me," the guard responded, leaving Jiang Yubai and his companions internally shaken. This also subtly indicated that there were indeed researchers here, although it remained unclear why they had kept this information concealed. It was well known that a significant reason for the rapid expansion of the Yin-Yang base was the presence of Song Wang, as many were hopeful for him to discover a cure to control the zombies, eager for the opportunity to be the first to benefit. "Wow, your base is quite impressive. How did you manage to assess our condition without us being aware?" Suin exclaimed, his astonishment evident as he commended the guard, expressing that it was his first encounter with such advanced technology, hoping for the guard's understanding. While the guard maintained a friendly smile, he inwardly rolled his eyes. Upon first seeing this group, he had believed them to be formidable individuals, yet now, listening to Suin's praises, he began to doubt himself. Nevertheless, he continued to present a facade of courtesy. "Understanding? That's quite normal. When I first learned about it, I was even more astonished than you. It is only through familiarity that I can remain so composed now." Although he spoke at length, his words were largely superfluous, lacking any substantial value. The group swiftly made their way into the base. Observing the throngs of people within, Suin and the others felt a wave of nostalgia wash over them. It had been so long since they had encountered such a crowd. Ever since leaving the Yin-Yang base, they had wandered as a small team. "Hey, new arrivals." "Yes. It's been a while since we've had newcomers at our base," another person chimed in. The first speaker shot him a glare before responding. Have you already forgotten about the man from a few days ago? All right, enough of that. Look at that guy. Isn't he just showing off? Even now, he walking around with a flower. Mind your own business. Shen Qingtang had always possessed an exceptional sense of hearing, so despite the hushed tones of the conversation, she discerned their words with clarity. Upon hearing them disparage Jiang Yubai, she could not suppress a chuckle. However, recalling her role as a mere ordinary flower, she ultimately restrained herself. The voice of a guard resonated from ahead, observing the lavish abode that stood in stark contrast to its exterior. Jiang Yubai and his companions came to a halt. Is this to be our residence henceforth? Su-en's excitement was palpable as he surveyed the surroundings, his every glance embodying the persona of a naive country bumpkin. Indeed, you shall reside here from now on. You may take a moment to rest before presenting your supplies to me, the guard remarked, a hint of regret creeping into his tone. Had he known better, he would have allowed them to drive straight in upon their entrance, thus securing the supplies without delay. Yet, suggesting they venture out again now felt awkward. As he pondered this, Shen Yang nonchalantly interjected, "There's no need for that. We shall provide you with the supplies right now." The words from Shen Yang successfully caught the guard's attention, leaving him astonished. Could this individual be a master of spatial abilities? With this thought, his heart swelled with even greater excitement. After Shen Yang uttered those words, an astonishing sight unfolded before them. 10 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of ham, 10 boxes of milk, and 10 bags of rice appeared on the ground. The guard stood there, utterly dumbfounded. This was an amount of supplies that would typically take other teams months to gather. To think that these few individuals could produce such a bounty at once was nothing short of remarkable. Could this truly be half of their supplies? The guard considered the likelihood to be slim, but ultimately, that detail seemed inconsequential. However, he could not help but inquire, "Are there no vegetables?" After some deliberation, the guard finally voiced his question, as his earlier willingness to agree had stemmed from the promise of vegetables. This inquiry was anticipated by Jiang Yubai and the others. So after the guard posed a question, Sun approached. He extended a hand, offering a vibrant green vegetable. The guard's hand trembled slightly as he accepted the greens. It had been so long since he had seen such produce. "I apologize for my reaction. It has been nearly 10 years since I last encountered fresh vegetables. So, please do not take my response to heart," he stammered, feeling a rare embarrassment wash over him, akin to a child encountering something for the first time. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. I shall go find the second in command to discuss your situation," the guard concluded, hastily departing. As they watched his retreating figure, the group exchanged glances before entering the room. Chapter 73. Apology, what should we do next? Sun inquired, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yubai and the others, prompting Shen Qingtang to turn her attention to them as well. She had not anticipated that Jiang Yubai and his companions would make such a grand entrance. She had assumed they would adopt a more discreet approach, stealthily investigating the research fanatic. "Wait," was all Jiang Yubai said, opting not to elaborate further. Sun glanced at Shen Qingtang, noticing her slight confusion, and generously offered, "Qingtang, are you curious as to why we are so conspicuous?" "Not particularly. Rather than fumbling around aimlessly for clues, it would be more effective to draw the other party to us. If they are indeed a research enthusiast, they will surely be intrigued by the vegetables we presented, as such items are quite rare." Nevertheless, Sun was undeterred by her response and continued, "The more conspicuous we are, the more attention we will attract. That is precisely why Brother Bai suggested we wait. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Bai?" Jiang Yubai chose to disregard him, instead turning to Shen Qingtang with a gentle inquiry. "Rest?" This time, he spoke with a rare tone of inquiry rather than issuing a definitive command. Shen Qingtang could not fathom the sudden change in him. However, she deemed it inconsequential. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly spoke, "You may rest. I wish to be alone for a while." Xun, feeling overlooked, cast an unhappy glance at the two. But as no one acknowledged him for an extended period, he ultimately resigned himself to finding a random room to sleep in. After Shen Yang and Su Lingru exchanged a few words, they retired for the night. In the hall, only Jiang Yubai and Shen Qingtang remained. Observing Jiang Yubai's reluctance to leave, Shen Qingtang inquired with curiosity. Everyone else has gone to rest. Why do you stay? Are you not weary? Not all. Shen Qingtang. Words elude me. The air hung heavy with silence, and after a considerable pause, Shen Qingtang could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere and felt compelled to initiate a conversation. Yet, it seemed she had forgotten the nature of Jiang Yubai. An occasional silence was manageable, but the perpetual quietude was unbearable for her. All right, I'm tired. Let's take a rest. She uttered these words without perceiving any impropriety, as she had often spent time with him before. However, those moments were typically shared in the presence of others or in open spaces. The two of them truly remaining in the same room seemed a rarity. Conversely, upon hearing her words, Jiang Yubai appeared momentarily taken aback, as if he found it difficult to accept. He stood in silence for a while before slowly and resolutely responding. That is not in accordance with the rules. Shen Qingtang was left with a mind full of questions, utterly perplexed by his statement. What did he mean by not in accordance with the rules? Was this even a coherent sentiment? What do you mean? Shen Qingtang's anger caused her face to flush with indignation, leaving Jiang Yubai perplexed about her sudden outburst. Reflecting on his previous remarks, he could not discern any fault in his words. However, observing her furious demeanor, it was evident that his comments had sparked this reaction, leaving him uncertain. What on earth was the matter? After much contemplation, he could only muster that inquiry. Shen Qingtang was already quite irate, and upon realizing that the other party was utterly oblivious to the reason for her anger, her frustration only intensified. She gazed at Jiang Yubai, whose face was a portrait of confusion and genuine inquiry, and felt a surge of vexation welling up in her chest. After a considerable pause, she finally managed to compose herself and spoke in a frigid tone. Why did you claim that it was against the rules? I have not committed any wrongdoing. Hearing this, Jiang Yubai suddenly grasped the situation. It dawned on him that his earlier words had indeed been misguided. He promptly responded, I apologize. Although he remained uncertain about the nature of his mistake, he figured it prudent to offer an apology given her evident displeasure. Shen Qingtang, with a discerning glance, realized that the other party was oblivious to the reason for her displeasure. Thus, she calmly elucidated her feelings. Your previous remark made me uncomfortable, as if I had committed some shameful act. Jiang Yubai was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Shen Qingtang harbored such thoughts. That was not at all his intention. He hastily organized his thoughts, striving to convey his meaning succinctly. Girl, men are unsafe. Listening to the other party's convoluted explanation, Shen Qingtang pondered for quite some time, unable to comprehend the connection between those words and their situation. Ultimately, she could only voice her speculations. You're male, I am female. Are we unsafe together? Jiang Yubai contemplated for a moment, then nodded and shook his head. Shen Qingtang was at a loss for words. Reputation. Observing the other party's frown and the prolonged struggle before uttering such a term, Shen Qingtang felt an overwhelming complexity of emotions at that moment. She endeavored to connect these words, pondering for a while before arriving at what she deemed the most plausible answer. Are you suggesting that our association tarnishes my reputation? Upon witnessing the sparkling eyes of her companion after her statement, Shen Qingtang realized she had guessed correctly. Yet, she could not fathom why this concern had not arisen before, as things had always been this way in the past without such remarks from him. Furthermore, she considered herself merely a flower, not a girl at all. Suddenly, she recalled that ever since the little green sprout had declared her femininity, Jiang Yubai had indeed exhibited some changes in his demeanor toward her. It was simply that she had not contemplated this aspect until now. With this thought, Shen Qingtang found herself in a state of bemused exasperation. I am just a flower. Why overthink? Besides, things have always been this way before. What purpose does your current dilemma serve? Jiang Yubai was momentarily taken aback by her words, only to find a certain logic in them. Very well, let us retire for now. There is still much to be done ahead. Initially, Shen Qingtang had intended to remain alone for a while, but she had unknowingly been led astray by Jiang Yubai. My apologies for disturbing you at such a late hour. I was simply sent by the second in command to inquire about the source of your vegetables. As Jiang Yubai opened the door, he was met with an avalanche of words from the guard. After furrowing his brow in contemplation for quite some time, he finally spoke with a hint of regret. I don't know. The mere 2 words nearly caused the guard's expression to shift dramatically. Fortunately, he was adept at controlling his emotions. I see. Then I shall return later. Please, do rest well. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your time. Observing the guard who hurriedly departed without even entering the room, Shen Qingtang felt as though she had been foolishly pretending to be a plant. What was he even doing? Shen Qingtang inquired with a hint of confusion. Change of personnel? For a long time, she pondered the meaning behind Jiang Yubai's words, until the break of dawn the following day revealed another individual. It turned out that change of personnel was indeed taken literally. With Su Wen and Su Lingrua present that day, Jiang Yubai was particularly reticent, allowing Su Wen to dominate the conversation. Second Master, it's not that we are unwilling to assist you, but the vegetables we brought were truly foraged along the way. We searched the surrounding areas thoroughly, and that was the only batch available. Su Wen stated, his words clearly insincere. Zhao Lei, observing Su Wen's blatant fabrication, mentally marked him down while responding with an understanding tone. I know you must have more on hand, but I am unaware of the exact quantity. You do not trust me now, but in time, you'll come to understand. The trio was momentarily taken aback by his words. They had not anticipated that this second master would be so naive. Surely, such truths were understood among them without needing to be voiced. Why would someone be foolish enough to articulate it? Jiang Yubai and Shen Qingtang, however, were not as simple-minded as the trio. They sensed the underlying cleverness in his demeanor. It was evident that his feigned foolishness was a deliberate act. Indeed, Su Wen had fallen for it, as evidenced by his eager conversation with Zhao Lei. Despite his efforts, found that his dialogues bore little fruit. His expression shifted quickly upon realization, but he soon masked it with a smile. Ah, young brother, you are quite loquacious. Perhaps we might continue our discussion another time. What's wrong, Second Master? Did our conversation not satisfy you? Su Wen inquired earnestly, making it awkward for Zhao Lei to voice any objections. No, not at all. You have been most pleasant. I simply recalled I have matters to attend to and shall return tomorrow. Initially, Zhao Lei had not expected to extract much information today, so apart from a brief moment of displeasure, he soon let it go. Alas, I may have spoken too freely earlier. I hope I did not reveal anything inappropriate. You know my nature, I tend to ramble. With no one else around, Shen Qingtang no longer had to play the role of a mere ornamental presence. She regarded Su Wen with admiration, offering praise. I did not realize you were so astute. Su Wen, taken aback by the unexpected compliment, stammered. You are complimenting me, right? Shen Qingtang genuinely intended to commend him, but upon hearing his uncertain response, she began to question her judgment. Was it possible that Su Wen's earlier remarks were not intentionally foolish, but rather the result of his naivete? Did you not deliberately engage in that banter with Zhao Lei? She asked. Did you not notice how his expression shifted? Su Wen replied, if I claimed ignorance, would that be acceptable? Then, of course, I was being intentional. Haha. I have never received such praise, so I'm somewhat flabbergasted and incredulous. Despite Su Wen's attempt to clarify, Shen Qingtang understood she had overthought the situation. She had wasted her praise on him. He remained as endearingly foolish as ever. Nonetheless, she conceded to his subsequent comments, accepting them with a slight nod. At this moment, Shenyang spoke up. He looked at Shen Qingtang with a hint of uncertainty and asked, Qingtang, why do I feel something is amiss with that second-in-command? Su Lingru immediately chimed in. Indeed. Initially, I thought he was rather simple-minded, but as time passed, I began to sense something strange. It seems as if he is subtly guiding Su Wen to say something. Listening to their words, Shen Qingtang felt a wave of relief wash over her. Well, that's rather encouraging. Although their tone lacks certainty, they can still perceive an oddity, which is a significant improvement compared to the naive Su Wen wait. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the second-in-command is not a good person? That he isn't truly foolish? Was he merely pretending? The group fell into a moment of silence. Observing Su Wen's incredulous expression, Shenyang and Su Lingru suddenly felt a pang of guilt. They were well aware of Su Wen's character. Such discussions should have remained private, and openly declaring it felt rather inappropriate. Just look at his heartbroken demeanor. As the two began to reflect on their words, Suan suddenly became animated again. Hey, I told you. How could the second in command of a base be so naive? Clearly, I am quite clever. Did you not notice that I spoke with him for quite some time without addressing anything of real significance? The group fell silent once more, even moved by Suan's spirited attitude. Just moments ago, he had been questioning whether he had said anything wrong to Zhao Lei. They had just witnessed his shock upon discovering Zhao Lei's questionable character. And yet, here he was making such statements. Why is everyone silent? Suan, oblivious to the astonishment his antics had caused among his teammates, curiously inquired about their sudden quietness. Chapter 75. Rumors, it's nothing. I'm just contemplating the events that lie ahead. Shen Qingtang casually responded to Suan with a few perfunctory words before turning her gaze toward Jiang Yubai. Contemplating the words Zhao Lei had uttered just before his departure, Jiang Yubai merely uttered a few words in return. Until tomorrow. Shen Qingtang fell silent, her curiosity piqued by the desire to inquire what they were waiting for. However, she realized that explaining such matters could prove to be quite cumbersome. And Jiang Yubai clearly did not strike her as the type inclined to provide explanations. After a brief pause, Jiang Yubai slowly articulated a few words, attempting to clarify the reason for their wait, leaving her with an impression of ambiguity and enigma. Shen Qingtang glanced at him in surprise, contemplating his words, and gradually understood his meaning. So that was it. Noticing her expression of sudden realization, Jiang Yubai quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his earlier instincts were not misplaced. Qingtang, do you not feel stifled staying here, where one can only speak in private? Suan remarked, observing the animated conversation between Jiang Yubai and Shen Qingtang, unable to resist joining in. Shen Qingtang sighed. It truly is the case of bringing up the very subject one wishes to avoid. I had finally managed to restrain myself from those thoughts, and yet, the moment he spoke, it was as if he detonated a bomb. However, I must admit, it is rather refreshing. Incessant chatter often leads to missteps in conversation. Is that so? She mused. Yet, it seems to me that your words carry an undertone of implication. Perhaps it is merely my imagination. Beside her, Shen Yang and Su Lingru could hardly bear to witness Suan's foolish demeanor. Ultimately, it was Su Lingru who stepped forward, grasping Suan's arm and leading him away from the scene. Brother Bai, Qingtang, Suan and I are going out for a stroll. Perhaps we might catch wind of some intriguing whispers. We shall join you shortly. Shen Qingtang quickly spoke up, feeling that remaining in this room served no purpose. She had thought that no one had mentioned leaving because they hadn't rested enough. Now that Su Lingru and the others had voluntarily suggested going out, she naturally wished to accompany them. However, she realized, but Qingtang, if you go out, you won't be able to speak. It seems unnecessary for so many of us. You could just stay here and have a good conversation with Brother Bai. After uttering these words, Su Lingru realized her mistake. Given Jiang Yubai's temperament, it would be a miracle if he could engage in conversation at all. And then a miracle indeed occurred. All right, I will accompany you. The trio was left speechless. It appeared that Jiang Yubai was oblivious to his own words as he began racking his brain for what to discuss. He pondered how to convey the most interesting topics in the fewest words. However, before he could formulate his thoughts, Shen Qingtang had already interjected. No need. Let's go out together. Having more people is reassuring. With her words firmly stated, Jiang Yubai and the trio found it difficult to counter. Su Lingru kindly offered words of comfort to Shen Qingtang, assuring her that it would only be a matter of a few days and that once they were outside, everything would improve. Shen Qingtang remained non-committal. The group soon began to wander within the base. Throughout their journey, the most frequently heard remarks revolved around Jiang Yubai's ostentatious behavior, casually parading around with a flower in hand. However, there were also those with discernment who noted the group's exceptional demeanor and chose not to engage in such discussions. Hey, aren't you offended by what they are saying? Shen Qingtang gently tapped Jiang Yubai with the tip of her leaf and spoke in a hushed tone. The positioning of Shen Qingtang allowed her voice to be barely audible, especially as it was close to Jiang Yubai's ear. Suan and the others failed to catch her words, let alone those who were farther away. No, Jiang Yubai replied. his lips curving slightly as he spoke in a gentle manner. Seizing the moment when Shen Qingtang was distracted, he subtly adjusted her position to facilitate her speech. I hadn't realized you possessed such a good temperament. After uttering this remark, Shen Qingtang fell silent. Suddenly, a familiar name reached their ears. A scrawny individual scanned the surroundings and, noticing no one was paying attention, began to speak to the rotund figure beside him. Initially, the stout man assumed the thin one had a remarkable secret to divulge, preparing himself for something extraordinary. Yet, the revelation turned out to be something everyone was already aware of. His eyes nearly rolled skyward in exasperation, feeling as if he had been misled. I haven't even finished speaking. What else with that expression? The scrawny man, catching the disdain in his companion's gaze, became animated. Fine, you continue. Despite his words, the thin man perceived the other's dismissive attitude. What I'm about to reveal is a significant secret, known only to me. Meanwhile, Shen Qingtang, who had been eavesdropping intently, shifted from focused attention to merely lifting her eyelids to glance over. She couldn't fathom why the scrawny man was so verbose, failing to convey any substantial point. Oh wait, perhaps there was some substance after all. As she pondered this, another voice emerged from the gathering, capturing her attention. There exists a remarkable plant outside. Any zombie that merely gazes upon it will perish. How astonishing! Shen Qingtang. The trio, Jiang Yubai, remained expressionless, as if the words spoken held no significance for him. Qingtang, is the plant they mentioned not this adorable little creature? Suan raised her wrist, bringing forth a small green sprout that formed a circle, presenting it before Shen Qingtang. Shen Qingtang felt a sense of bewilderment. If her assumptions were correct, the group she had encountered outside their nascent yet prematurely extinguished base were likely high-ranking supernatural beings dispatched by the Dark Rain base. It had never crossed her mind that their target was her little green sprout. This revelation was indeed unexpected. However, she was astonished by the sprout's remarkable capabilities. It was nothing short of miraculous. She believed that such claims would undoubtedly be met with skepticism. In Chapter 76, Mr. Su, the situation took a swift turn as the plump man became visibly agitated upon hearing the words of the lean individual. Initially, Shen Qingtang thought that the plump man and the lean individual were merely indulging in fanciful notions, readily believing anything that came their way. Yet, upon hearing the subsequent remarks, their understanding shifted instantly. The apocalypse had persisted for far too long, and humanity seemed to have grown numb, devoid of hope. Now, upon hearing of such extraordinary flora, it was only natural for them to embrace belief. After all, life still required a glimmer of hope, did it not? Jiang Yubai was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless, before he turned and led Shen Qingtang away from the scene. Suddenly aware of her emotions, Shen Qingtang was surprised, particularly since it was Jiang Yubai who had noticed. She had presumed he would remain oblivious to the feelings of others, yet he had discerned her sentiment. It was nothing, merely a sudden wave of reflection. Observing her reluctance to speak, Jiang Yubai, despite his desire to say something, ultimately resigned himself to silence. Before long, Shen Qingtang regained her earlier spirited demeanor. She glanced at the trio and then turned to Jiang Yubai, speaking in a calm tone. Have you all considered what your next steps will be? What next steps? Suan quickly interjected. Shen Qingtang. She always knew that Suan was unreliable. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yang and Su Lingrua finally spoke. I surmise that Brother Bai's intention is to allow the second-in-command to ponder on his own, and when he next approaches us, we shall tentatively discuss the matters of eternal night. However, the two were unaware of what precisely he was meant to contemplate. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingtang turned her gaze towards Jiang Yubai, silently inquiring with her eyes whether their speculation held any truth. A simple sufficed to confirm that Su Lingrua and Shen Yang had indeed discerned Jiang Yubai's thoughts. Yet Shen Qingtang felt somewhat perplexed. What exactly was the matter for contemplation? Observing Su Lingrua and Shen Yang, she concluded that inquiring further would yield no fruitful answers, and thus opted to refrain from asking altogether. Before long, the next day arrived. Zhao Lei, true to his word, came early in the morning. Upon his arrival, he spoke in a kind and gentle tone. How did you rest last night? Today, I shall not inquire about your vegetables. Instead, I wish to take you to meet someone. Upon hearing these words, Shen Qingtang and the others were instantly filled with curiosity. What could have transpired that night? Conversely, Jiang Yubai wore an expression of one who was already aware of the events. Oh, I wonder who the second-in-command intends to show us. He must possess some remarkable qualities. This inquiry should have originated from Suin, yet for reasons unknown, he refrained from speaking, leaving Xinyang to pose the question instead. Ah, he is indeed formidable. It would take me quite a while to elucidate his capabilities, but once you meet him, you will understand. Rest assured, I have no intention of causing you harm at this moment, Zhao Lei asserted with utmost sincerity. However, Shen Qingtang sensed an underlying unease in his words. Yet, considering their current objective, the group chose not to linger on their suspicions and followed him towards this formidable individual. Their path twisted and turned, and after several convoluted detours, Zhao Lei finally halted before a rather inconspicuous building. Please wait here for a moment. I shall announce your arrival, he instructed Jiang Yubai and the others in hushed tones, as if fearing to disturb those within. The group exchanged glances, each lost in their own thoughts. Upon witnessing Zhao Lei's entrance, Shen Qingtang softly inquired, Jiang Yubai, do you happen to know that he would bring us to meet that research fanatic today? Jiang Yubai non-committally nodded in response. After receiving this affirmative answer, Shen Qingtang cast a surprised glance at him, realizing that she might have underestimated Jiang Yubai's intellect. However, she remained perplexed about the events of the previous night. After pondering for quite some time, without clarity, she decided to directly inquire. Could you share the reason behind this? Just yesterday, that second-in-command was eager to extract information from us. Why has there been such a swift change overnight? At this moment, Su En and the others also looked over, equally curious. Observing the eager expressions of her companions, Jiang Yubai calmly shook his head. The trio remained speechless. Shen Qingtang sighed, forget it, whether I speak or not. It matters little to me. With this thought, she haughtily turned the flower plate aside. Observing her demeanor, Jiang Yubai reflected for a moment. Was he perhaps being too unapproachable? Just as he was about to utter a few comforting words, Zhao Lei emerged. All right, you may enter now. Upon entering, they were greeted by a myriad of small rooms, and they followed Zhao Lei to the final chamber. The sight of an elderly man with graying hair left them astonished. They had assumed that Song Wang's rival would also be youthful, yet he was surprisingly advanced in years. You have arrived, the old man greeted them with a gentle voice, evoking a feeling akin to basking in spring sunshine. Old Su, I have brought the people you wanted to see. May I take my leave now? Zhao Lei spoke before anyone else could. The elder, referred to as Old Su, nodded in acknowledgement. Once Jiang Yubai and his companions were alone with Old Su, the elder smiled warmly at their silence. Young fellows, did you not wish to meet us? Why do you find yourselves at a loss for words now that you see me? Initially unfazed, they were momentarily taken aback by his remark. Could it be that the second-in-command had discerned their intentions? No, that seemed unlikely. Had he truly known, he would not have allowed them to meet Old Su, who was undoubtedly significant to their base. While they were lost in their speculations, Old Su continued. Observing their shifting expressions, his tone remained amiably calm. You needn't speculate. It was I who instructed Zhao Lei to bring you here. He is unaware of your desire to see me. This revelation further shocked them. How could they articulate their mixed emotions? You need not rush to refute. Had you not wished to see me, you would not have made such a considerable effort, would you? Seeing their speechless expressions, Old Su smiled kindly. Well then, enough of the pleasantries. I have spoken my piece, and now it is your turn. With that, he regarded them with an air of curiosity, genuinely intrigued by the purpose of their visit. Speak plainly. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yubai directed his words to Su En and the others. All right, brother Bai. Su En stepped closer to Old Su, glancing around before speaking mysteriously. Is it safe here? I fear eavesdroppers. Ha, young man, your concerns are unnecessary. This place is indeed secure. Please go ahead. Then I shall speak freely. Please do not be shocked. We would never deceive you. Initially, Old Su listened attentively, But as Suen continued, he grew increasingly convinced that the young man was merely rambling. Finally, it was Su Lingrua who could no longer tolerate the situation. She pulled Suen aside and stepped forward to address old Su directly. Eternal night is approaching. You must devise a machine akin to the sun. Unlike Suen, Su Lingrua succinctly articulated their intent. However, old Su appeared bewildered by her words. Noting his confusion, she reiterated the statements made by Shen Qingtang earlier. This, old Su stared at them in disbelief. Initially, he had thought these individuals formidable for their association with vegetables. But now, hearing their claims, he felt his intelligence insulted. Nonetheless, maintaining his typically good-natured demeanor, he responded to their fantastical assertions with patience. Young people, one must not speak carelessly. Where did you hear such news? We have received no such information. Their lack of credence was understandable, as even they would not have believed such things without Shen Qingtang's influence. We speak the truth. You're the only one capable of saving humanity, which is why we risked everything to seek you out. Suen's impassioned plea, however, failed to sway old Su. He shook his head, regarding them as if they were naive children. Well, I did not anticipate that your visit was for this matter. Rest assured, I will keep it in mind. Oh, by the way, where did you find that vegetable? Would you be willing to share? This was the crux of old Su's interest. The intentions of the visitors were of secondary importance. Upon hearing old Su's words, Suen and his companions realized he was merely humoring them, dismissing their claims. As silence lingered among them, old Su finally conceded. Very well, tell me, what omens accompany the coming of eternal night? Surely it cannot descend upon us without warning. Old Su's inquiry left Su and his companions once again speechless. Faced with a question, they found themselves at a loss for words. You see, you have no evidence to present. How am I to believe you? Reflecting on his words, they begrudgingly acknowledged the logic behind his skepticism. An awkward silence enveloped the air. Suen cast glances at Shen Qingtang, signaling her to discreetly provide something of value. Yet, unnoticed by anyone, Shen Qingtang vehemently shook her head. Shen Qingtang yearned to contribute something meaningful. Yet the scene before her was one of an unexpected eternal night that caught humanity completely off guard. Initially, humanity, unaware of the true nature of this endless darkness, did not feel fear. They merely noted the absence of daylight, which, compared to the threat of zombies, seemed bearable. However, by the time they recognized the gravity of the situation, it was too late. The zombies had significantly enhanced their abilities, rendering humanity increasingly powerless. Sighing heavily, old Su shattered the awkward silence that hung in the air. In truth, his desire for vegetables was not for his own sake. He merely wished to discern where they were found so he could investigate why they thrived in those locations. As he spoke, his tone was laced with frustration. He felt a deep sense of failure as a researcher, having devoted so many years without uncovering the secret to cultivating vegetables safely in the apocalypse. Each time success seemed within reach, unforeseen complications thwarted his efforts. To assuage the skepticism of Jiang Yubai and the others, old Su beckoned them to follow him. The trio exchanged glances at Jiang Yubai, who nodded before trailing behind old Su. After a brief walk, old Su came to a halt. Behold, this is the fruit of my previous research. I assure you, I speak the truth. Jiang Yubai and the others followed his gaze, rendered speechless by the bizarre assortment of vegetables before them. They had never encountered such peculiar flora, one towering as high as a building, which they could tentatively categorize as leafy greens, and others adorned with sharp spines or resembling vibrant, spherical shapes. Had old Su not insisted these were vegetables, they would have never believed it. How could these possibly be fit for human consumption? This is why I was so astonished when Zhao Lei presented me with vegetables. Old Su lamented, "Is there not a single normal vegetable here?" Suen, having wandered into the peculiar garden, pointed at the one vegetable that appeared somewhat ordinary. Upon hearing his words, old Su's eyes lit up with hope, momentarily believing his relentless pursuit of knowledge had finally yielded a successful crop. Yet disappointment soon followed. Normal? Where's the normalcy in that? Old Su's voice wavered with excitement. He could hardly fathom that someone might consider a vegetable resembling a hand to be acceptable. Su, undeterred, retorted, compared to the others, this is indeed quite normal. Ignoring old Su's protests, he reached for the hand-shaped vegetable. After a struggle to clean the repulsive thing, Suan rushed back to old Su, his mouth filled with curses. Observing his demeanor, Su Lingruo and Shen Yang could not contain their laughter. Old Su chuckled as well, saying, "Young man, heed the advice of your elders. The consequences are now evident, are they not?" Suan fell silent, acknowledging his impulsive actions. However, his folly inadvertently validated old Su's claims. As thoughts of the resource base within Shen Qingtang's body surfaced, the group found themselves at a loss for words. After all, they had not lied, had they? An uncomfortable silence enveloped the air, with both parties convinced of their righteousness. Ultimately, old Su conceded, "Fine, I will entertain the notion that eternal night may indeed descend upon us. However, if I cannot even cultivate vegetables, do you genuinely believe I can create the machines you require? That's not quite accurate. The machines are not what we need. If not for the future of humanity, we would not have sought you out," Suan asserted, his words brimming with conviction. He spoke the truth. Had they been selfish, they would not have ventured here. Their motivation stemmed solely from a desire to spare humanity from further suffering. Had it not been for Shen Qingtang's insistence that only this elder could unravel the mysteries of creation, they would have turned away from such an unyielding attitude. Su's mind raced with thoughts. Old Su, perplexed by his statement, pondered whether eternal night had no bearing on them. Just then, Shen Yang, who had remained quiet, shifted the conversation. "We are not unreasonable. The area where we harvested vegetables is now barren, yet we can provide you with some for your research." Old Su's excitement surged at this proposition. He had long yearned for normal vegetables. With this newfound supply, he was convinced he would soon unlock the secrets of cultivation. As this realization dawned upon him, his gaze towards Jiang Yubai and the others softened. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Suan tugged at Shen Yang's arm. "What did you mean by that? How can you make such decisions without consulting? Brother Bai hasn't even spoken yet." After casting a fleeting glance at him, Shen Yang slowly spoke. "Are you foolish? Would I dare to say such a thing without Brother Bai's approval?" "Oh," Suan replied nonchalantly, the simplicity of his response nearly provoking Shen Yang to a fit of rage, yet he managed to restrain himself in the end. Disinterested in Suan, Shen Yang produced a small cloth bag from seemingly nowhere and handed it directly to old Su. Old Su gazed at the small bag with a look of bewilderment, prompting Shen Yang to explain, "Inside, there are several varieties of vegetables for you to examine at your leisure." Old Su was taken aback, exclaiming internally, "What sort of people are they? Such precious vegetables carelessly wrapped in a mere cloth bag. Are they not concerned that these delicate greens might perish?" Trembling, he opened the bag, only to find not wilted or dying vegetables as he had anticipated, but rather a vibrant array of fresh greens that seemed to glisten with vitality. This. His voice was filled with disbelief, and he suddenly pondered whether they possessed some extraordinary method of preservation. "Alas, you young people, it is not my intention to assume the role of the elder, but your actions are indeed misguided. Do you have any idea how many people yearn for a taste of fresh greens? To squander them so carelessly is a travesty." However, it was precisely this reckless treatment of the vegetables that led old Su to a realization. Jiang Yubai and his companions must possess an abundance of resources. In fact, if he was not mistaken, they likely had several more bags of such vegetables. Beyond that, he could only speculate. Shen Yang gazed at the elder's heart-wrenching expression, momentarily feeling a pang of compassion. He reflected on how they had driven a once calm and good-natured man to such a state. Yet, it was an unavoidable circumstance. When Jiang Yubai had handed the matter over, it was already in such a condition that he had little desire to revisit it. They had learned their lesson and promised not to repeat it. To prevent the elder from continuing his ceaseless lamentations, Shen Yang and Su spoke up immediately, while Su Lingru offered a few perfunctory remarks. Observing their demeanor, Elder Su simply shook his head and ultimately remained silent. Since they had displayed sincerity, he was not the type to be untrustworthy, and thus he regarded them and began to speak slowly. "Regarding the machine you mentioned, do let me know what materials are required. I shall attempt to construct it, though I cannot guarantee success, so do not harbor excessive hopes. From his words, they understood that he suspected they were deceiving him. However, his willingness to explore the matter was a positive sign. They were at a loss for what materials would be needed, having never discussed the specifics before. After all, they had hardly anticipated such smooth progress. Feeling as if they had accomplished nothing and yet had their requests accepted. How about we bring it over in a few days? Suen ventured cautiously, as Jiang Yubai had remained silent, leaving him to speak first. Since Brother Bai had not objected, it seemed reasonable. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Su responded, "This is what you proposed, not I who seeks to delay you." The group was taken aback, not expecting Elder Su to uphold his integrity, despite his skepticism. He still committed to fulfilling his promise. In that moment, Shen Qingtang, who had been feigning immobility, finally comprehended why the vision she had encountered urged her to seek Elder Su. He truly was worthy. Indeed, we spoke thus. You may take your time to study the vegetables over the next few days. Suen felt a twinge of anxiety at the thought of those vegetables. Chapter 79. Expelled. Having reached this juncture in their discourse, the elder naturally would not decline any further. With a beaming smile, he expressed his gratitude to Jiang Yubai and the others before promptly immersing himself in the laboratory. However, he neglected to summon Zhao Lei to ensure they were well looked after until his return. Second in command? Suen looked at him in confusion, unsure of his intentions. Did he believe their safety was compromised and thus sent someone to guard them? Yet he soon dismissed this thought. So, young man, what are your impressions of Elder Su? Has he conveyed anything to you? Suen reflected on his recent interactions with the elder and found him quite agreeable. Elder Su is commendable. He has not communicated anything to us. To ensure their safety, Zhao Lei then turned his gaze toward Su Lingru and Shenyang, confirming they shared Su and sentiments before he resolved firmly. Very well, you may leave. You're no longer welcome here. The group was taken aback. What had transpired in such a brief span? Zhao Lei seemed to have anticipated their reluctance to depart, and thus he instructed his men to take action. With the impending eternal night approaching, and seeing that the individuals before him were all at least level 8 ability users, Jiang Yubai felt a slight internal conflict. He was not particularly afraid of them, for even with their few numbers, defeating the opposition was not out of reach. Yet, such a scenario would diminish humanity's support in the face of impending disaster. Regardless, they had already informed Elder Su about the eternal night, so their presence here was inconsequential. Suen, however, was less temperate. He regarded Zhao Lei's sudden change in demeanor with thinly veiled sarcasm. I didn't realize, second in command, that you were so adept at hiding your true colors. You treated us with such deference, yet how swiftly you have transformed. Let me ponder. Could it be that you fear our influence on Elder Su's perception of you? Cao Lei. Was this youth truly so astute as to guess his inner thoughts? Young man, your assertion is misguided. My initial kindness was merely a strategy. Since you refused to disclose the address of the vegetables, I can no longer keep you here. Zhao Lei believed himself quite clever by framing the situation as their fault. He absolved himself of any blame. He planned to eliminate them discreetly once they exited, having already discerned that Elder Su would commence research on vegetable cultivation and deem them expendable. Should they leak information, the consequences would be dire. Suen contemplated Zhao Lei's words and found a glimmer of rationale, but he quickly shook his head, refusing to be swayed. Yet, such a matter was beyond his authority. So he turned to Jiang Yubai. Brother Bai, what do you propose regarding this situation? Leave, Jiang Yubai replied decisively, recognizing that there was no longer any reason to remain. As for the items for Elder Su, they could find an opportunity to deliver them later. Su's little green shoots would surely come in handy. You will regret this treatment of us. Zhao Lei shot him a glance, dismissing him, sensing his unwillingness to accept the situation. Had Jiang Yubai and his companions hesitated and lingered, Zhao Lei would have relished the moment. Instead, they departed with an air of indifference, deepening his discomfort. He resolved that when the time came to act, he would ensure they regretted their departure. Observing Zhao Lei's clenched jaw, his subordinates exchanged puzzled glances, and eventually, one bolder soul stepped forward to inquire, "So, second in command, what shall we do now?" They recalled his earlier directive to use lethal force if the opposition resisted. They had not anticipated that their adversaries would choose not to fight back. What shall we do? Follow them stealthily. It would be best to strike when they are away from here. Find a secluded spot to eliminate them, ensuring they are left with no hope of survival. How dare they look down upon me here? They shall learn the consequences of their departure. The subordinates found his reasoning perplexing. It was he who had driven them away. Yet now he seemed discontented. Most importantly, if they intended to kill them, why not do so immediately? Why the need to follow them outside? Yet, seeing Zhao Lei's demeanor, they dared not question further, promptly acquiescing and leaving the premises. After arranging these matters, Zhao Lei felt a slight sense of relief. He hadn't experienced such intense emotional turbulence in a long time. Admittedly, those individuals possessed considerable skill, recalling the intelligence recently delivered by his trusted subordinate. Anticipation began to stir within him. After leaving the base, Shen Qingtang finally seemed to come alive again. She regarded the group with keen curiosity and spoke. You actually walked away just like that? Shouldn't people like that be thoroughly beaten to a pulp? Shen Qingtang felt that they were truly lacking in temperament. If she were to encounter such disposable matters, she would not rest until her opponent was left searching for their teeth. And it would only be due to her good mood that she refrained from doing so. Upon hearing her inquiry, Suin and the others turned their gazes towards Jiang Yubai. In truth, they were quite curious. Jiang Yubai had not always been this placid. He recalled that during their time at the Yinyang base, if anyone dared to treat them in such a manner, that individual would inevitably end up groveling, swearing never to act so boldly again. Meeting the stares of his companions, Jiang Yubai feigned deep contemplation for a considerable time before slowly articulating a response that surprised yet resonated with them. Chapter 80, Assassination of Eternal Night. Though merely 2 words, the meaning was instantly grasped by the group. Reflecting on this, they collectively realized the inadequacy of their prior thoughts. It was at this moment that Suin spoke up. All right, Brother Bai, we previously forgot to inquire what you intend to provide that research fanatic, and how we are to deliver it now that we have departed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yubai directed his gaze towards Shen Qingtang. Shen Qingtang immediately realized what was required of her. Nonchalantly, she extracted a yellow object from her belongings and handed it to Su and release your new companion, and have it deliver this to Old Su. With this, I am confident that Old Su will be able to devise a machine that emits light akin to that of the sun. The trio was momentarily taken aback by Shen Qingtang's actions. No wonder she had shown no reluctance when they had suggested leaving earlier. It seemed she had already devised a plan. If Shen Qingtang were aware of their thoughts, she would undoubtedly declare, "No, you are mistaken. This idea originated from Brother Bai." Now, did you hear what Qingtang just said? You should go at once. Suin, having received the yellow object, promptly presented it to his little companion. However, the little green sprout was decidedly uncooperative, feigning ignorance as it remained motionless, curled around Suin's wrist. In exasperation, Suin began to tug at it, yet the sprout remained impervious to his efforts. Unable to bear it any longer, Shen Qingtang interjected, "You have 2 choices, go or perish." The little sprout, intimidated, fell from Suin's hand with a thud, immediately springing to its feet to seize the yellow object from him. "Fine, I shall go right away." "Ugh, why can't you speak more kindly?" Though it grumbled audibly, the little sprout's feet moved with utmost urgency, fearing that any delay would result in Shen Qingtang's wrath. As it scurried away, it couldn't help but berate itself internally, lamenting its inability to restrain its impulses. Knowing full well the nature of that woman, why did it continuously feel compelled to provoke her? Watching the little sprout flee in a panic, Suin found himself at a loss for words, realizing how little authority he wielded over it. Yet, he could not help but acknowledge his own inferiority compared to Shen Qingtang. With that thought, a hint of sorrow crept into his gaze as he looked at her. Shen Qingtang. "Qingtang, what shall we do next?" Su Lingru glanced at Suin before directing her question to Shen Qingtang. Caught off guard by her inquiry, Shen Qingtang found herself at a loss for words. The plan to establish a base had yet to materialize, and their attempts to research a machine capable of emitting sunlight had been thwarted. In that moment, She felt utterly useless. Unlike before, he was now looking at Shen Qingtang with a gentle gaze, lightly caressing the flower plate. Startled by his unexpected tenderness, Shen Qingtang trembled, her earlier thoughts dissipating in an instant. She blurted out, "Just ask Brother Bai. I haven't made up my mind yet. Wherever you go, I shall follow." Sensing her renewed vigor, Jiang Yubai withdrew his hand from her flower plate and spoke leisurely, "Let us stay nearby." Though the trio was puzzled by his reasoning, they were accustomed to following Jiang Yubai's lead, so they said nothing and began searching for a temporary place to reside. After a prolonged search, they finally discovered a dilapidated house that seemed habitable. Upon arriving, they unloaded supplies from the vehicle and commenced preparations for their meal. Soon had dinner ready, and just as they were about to enjoy their meal, the door was suddenly kicked open. "Ha ha, brothers, we've arrived at just the right time." Quickly, the burly leader shouted to the men behind him. Moments later, several intimidating figures entered, exuding an air of menace. Upon recognizing these familiar faces, Jiang Yubai and his companions quickly realized that their goodwill had not been reciprocated. TSK, I must say, why would you willingly walk into a trap? If you hadn't come, wouldn't you be living just fine? The leader feigned regret. Yet, the condescension in his tone did not escape their notice. Suin, whose temper flared, retorted, "How can you say that? We provided your base with supplies, even offering vegetable samples. We left when you told us to, and now you treat us like this?" The burly leader, unfazed by Suin's words, offered a disingenuous explanation. "Little brother, it was your choice to help us. It has nothing to do with us. Moreover, in this apocalypse, kindness is a liability. Today, we are here to teach you a lesson." Suin was infuriated by the absurdity of the leader's words. Had he known he would be rescuing such individuals, he would have let those vegetables rot in the ground. Oh, and that yellow substance Shen Qingtang provided. The others, sensing the delay, urged the leader to expedite matters. After a brief pause, the leader, recalling their primary objective, ceased his banter and unleashed a powerful attack. Suin, reacting swiftly, conjured a shield to protect himself. The sound of the golden blade scraping against the shield echoed sharply. "Impressive, young man. Many have perished beneath my golden blade, yet you managed to evade it," the leader remarked, while his hands remained relentless, launching another fierce strike. Chapter 81. The Eternal Night Descends. "Brother Bai," both Suin and Su Lingru exclaimed in alarm, as Suin had not anticipated this man's lack of honor. Having been engaged in combat with him, he had suddenly altered his target. Just as the golden blade was about to strike Jiang Yubai, Shen Qingtang opened her mouth wide and swallowed the blade whole. The once confident leader found himself doubting his life choices after a series of unexpected failures. "What are you all standing there for? Get in here and help," he bellowed at his group of oblivious ability users, too enraged to notice Shen Qingtang's extraordinary prowess. He continued to shout. Chaos soon engulfed the scene, with various abilities unleashed in disarray. Su Lingru hurled one explosive after another, demonstrating that humans were far from the mindless zombies. These individuals possessed considerable ability levels and appeared to be seasoned fighters, making this encounter far more exhausting than battling the undead. Shen Qingtang also joined the fray, hurling lightning blades wherever the trio needed assistance. With her participation, the trio visibly relaxed considerably. The other ability users finally sensed something amiss. As lightning blades danced around them, their attention at last shifted to Shen Qingtang. One of them turned to their leader and stammered, "Boss, am I seeing this right? Was that flower just a decoration before? How is it so powerful?" The other ability users also wore expressions of disbelief. "None of your business," the leader snapped. "Our main task is to eliminate these people. Focus on that." Hearing this, the others suppressed their curiosity and refocused on battling Suin and his companions. Thud, boom, slash. The cacophony of combat filled the air as the fight escalated towards climax. Suddenly, darkness enveloped everyone's vision. What happened? Why can't I see anything? Panic voices rose in confusion. Even Jiang Yubai and his companions froze in bewilderment. Shen Qingtang was momentarily taken aback, but she swiftly regained her composure. The arrival of eternal night had come upon them sooner than she had anticipated. Eternal night had indeed descended. Shen Qingtang's tone was imbued with an indescribable emotion. Although the other ability users were oblivious to its meaning, they understood that Jiang Yubai and his companions must be in the know, prompting them to speak up. What did you mean by your earlier words? What is this eternal night? If you know anything, do not hesitate to reveal it. We may yet spare your lives. Otherwise. Initially, Shen Qingtang had contemplated whether to offer a warning to these ability users, but upon hearing the threat in their words, her intention faded away. Such individuals were better left to their own devices, truly both foolish and malevolent. Let's depart from this place. Although it was indeed eternal night, Shen Qingtang's vision remained unobstructed. She could see everything clearly. In fact, she felt an ominous premonition, one that unsettled her more than any previous experience. She yearned to leave this place swiftly. However, Xian's voice echoed with distress. But how can we leave when we cannot see anything? His words momentarily stunned Shen Qingtang. She had forgotten that they were different. She could see, but they could not. After a moment of contemplation, a rather unorthodox idea emerged in her mind. Yet, with so many people around, it was difficult to voice it. So, she enlarged her leaf slightly. Hold on to my leaf, and I shall guide you out. Xian and the others complied at once, while the other ability users, upon hearing this, grew smug. The leader among them became particularly boastful. TSK, are you afraid now? Very well. Even if you choose not to disclose the truth about the eternal night, we shall overlook this matter, considering you are leading us out. Shen Qingtang. Jiang Yubai the trio. Where does this group derive their audacity? Hey, where's Yezi? Why haven't you brought Yezi over yet? The burly man at the forefront waited for quite a while, and with Yezi still absent, he could not restrain himself from inquiring. Big brother, it seems they have left. One of the ability users mustered the courage to whisper. Damn it, just wait until dawn. I will ensure that group begs for survival, yet cannot find death. Although they had experienced nights before, they had never encountered such profound darkness. All that lay before them was an abyss of blackness. Previously, they might have felt rather formidable. For an ability user of level 8 or 9 would be revered at any base. However, today's events had thoroughly revealed their true insignificance. Of course, the big brother, who was evidently still oblivious to the situation, was no longer within their sphere of concern. Once they departed from this place, they would fend for themselves. This was a shared sentiment among several ability users. The leading man remained ignorant of the thoughts of those behind him, continuing to vent his frustrations vocally. Meanwhile, Jiang Yubai and his companions had safely vacated the dilapidated house. The world around them lay cloaked in darkness, rendering visibility a significant inconvenience. Two choices now presented themselves. We actually have choices? Qingtang, you are quite remarkable. Regardless of the moment, Su En's effusive praise never faltered. The others had grown accustomed to it. Hence no one remarked further. Shen Qingtang spoke up. I just had a sudden thought that you could stay within my body while I wander outside in search of a place. But that seems rather unsafe. Su Lingru was the first to dismiss this suggestion. Su-en and Xinyang also felt it was not a viable option, although Jiang Yubai remained silent. The grip he had on Shen Qingtang's wrist subtly tightened. Qingtang, why don't you share the second method? Su-en interjected immediately after Su Lingru finished speaking, in my opinion. We should proceed directly with the second method. There's no need for elaborate explanations, just tell us what to do. Listening to their conversation, Shen Qingtang felt uncertain whether to be pleased or not. In the end, she could only speak helplessly. The second option is for me to transform into a radiant sunflower and serve as your light source, so you want to be left in complete darkness. The trio. No. Chapter 82. The plump, pale worm Jiang Yubai would never agree to the second proposal. In comparison, he even found a first option far more acceptable. The trio quickly came to the same conclusion, unanimously rejecting the idea. Yet, with no other alternatives at hand, they collectively decided to proceed with the first method. Hearing their choice, Shen Qingtang felt a quiet sense of relief. Truthfully, there were other possibilities. She could guide them until they found a flashlight or perhaps kindle a torch. But ever since earlier, an inexplicable unease had settled in her chest, and no matter how hard she searched, she couldn't pinpoint the cause. Thus, she resolved to simply bring them into her own body. It would be safer, after all. Besides, her inner world was well-equipped. They wouldn't be suffering in there. All right, I'll start transferring you inside now. This is my first time taking in living beings, so though she left the rest unspoken, none of them hesitated, urging her to proceed without worry. Never one to dawdle. Shen Qingtang immediately spread her floral disc wide toward Jiang Yubai and the others. Fortunately, the eternal night shrouded their vision. Otherwise, the sight before them might have evoked unsettling imagery of carnivorous flora devouring humans. Given that this was her first attempt at absorbing living beings, she proceeded with extreme caution, which inevitably slowed the process. By the time she had fully drawn them inside, a considerable amount of time had passed. "How are you adjusting in there?" she asked the moment they were safely within, her voice laced with a hint of uncertainty. After all, this was entirely new to her. Soon, a muffled voice resonated from within her trunk. After straining to listen, she recognized it as Suan's. "It's amazing. This place is absolutely perfect. Qingtang, why don't we just stay here forever? It feels like the ideal retreat. Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Had anyone else spoken those words, they might have mistaken it for resentment. But those who knew Su and understood, his words carried nothing but genuine curiosity. Shen Qingtang. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. This was a new feature that had not existed before. Shen Qingtang felt that this function was undoubtedly connected to the ominous premonition that had suddenly arisen within her. Having yet to uncover the cause, she had resolved to let things unfold naturally. Upon hearing her words, Su's expression shifted to one of sudden realization, and he immediately resumed the previous topic. He genuinely believed that this place was perfectly suited for seclusion. It offered everything one could desire, devoid of zombies and detestable people or circumstances. Only a fool would wish to venture outside into that dark world. As Su's assertions grew increasingly absurd, Jiang Yubai finally interjected. "Stop thinking about it." Though it was merely 3 simple words, Su Lingrua and Shun Yang understood that Jiang Yubai would never consent to Su's proposal. This time, however, Suan appeared oblivious, mumbling incessantly while ignoring both Jiang Yubai and his own teammates. Observing Su's behavior, Jiang Yubai couldn't help but rub his temples in exasperation. At that moment, Shen Qingtang suddenly spoke up. "Please, refrain from speaking for a moment. Let's be quiet." Hearing her serious tone, Suan ceased his rambling, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Shen Qingtang listened intently to her surroundings, for she had just discerned faint rustling sounds. Though barely audible, they were undeniably present. And more disturbingly, they sent an inexplicable chill down her spine. Suddenly, her gaze locked onto a spot on the ground ahead. There was something amiss. She could tell the noise originated from that very place. With cautious steps, she inched forward before freezing in place. For a long while, silence reigned, and she began to doubt her own senses. Then, without warning, plump, pallid worms emerged in writhing masses before her eyes. "Aya!" The horrifying sight sent Shen Qingtang leaping 3 feet into the air, landing haphazardly on a nearby tree. "What's wrong, Qingtang? Are you all right? What's happening out there?" Jiang Yubai's voice rose in urgency, bordering on panic. Yet, in that moment, Shen Qingtang was far too preoccupied to respond. Her entire body trembled as she watched the endless swarm of fleshy, squirming creatures spill forth. Damn it, what in the world are these things? It was the first time she had ever cursed aloud. At this moment, she even regretted her ability to see. How she wished she were as oblivious as Jiang Yubai and the others. Only when the worms gradually dispersed, leaving the ground bare once more, did she finally steady her breathing. Inside her, the others were frantic. After her initial scream, Shen Qingtang had fallen silent, leaving them clueless about her predicament. They longed to emerge, but remained trapped. Suan had already paced restlessly in circles, while Jiang Yubai's mind raced for solutions. Just as their anxiety peaked, Shen Qingtang's weary voice finally reached them. "I'm fine, I just got startled by some terrifying bugs." Her exhausted tone did little to convince them. Preposterous. To them, Shen Qingtang had always been a figure of unwavering strength. Since when would mere insects frighten her? In unison, the trio protested, "We don't believe you. You must be facing something else. Let us out. Even if we can't see, we can still help. And didn't you say you could provide light? You could illuminate the area for us temporarily." Suin, quick-witted as ever, recalled Shen Qingtang's earlier mention of her ability to generate light. Shen Qingtang found herself at a loss for words in response to their remarks. Reflecting on the earlier encounter with the insects, she felt that Jiang Yubai and the others were safer remaining within her body. "You may stay inside peacefully, I assure you. I'm truly fine." Chapter 83. Rescuing others, I will emerge. Despite Shen Qingtang's insistence that she was untroubled, Jiang Yubai remained uneasy. Realizing that her reassurances had fallen on deaf ears, Shen Qingtang ultimately opted for honesty. "If you come out, I will have to divide my attention to protect you. Wouldn't it be better for you to stay put?" Jiang Yubai and the others found their worries extinguished by her words, and in that moment, they felt a profound sense of ineptitude. The atmosphere thickened with silence, causing Shen Qingtang to feel a twinge of embarrassment as she began to reconsider whether her previous statements had been overly harsh. After all, Jiang Yubai and the others were merely concerned for her well-being and had committed no wrongdoing. Her words had inadvertently conveyed a sense of disdain. After a brief pause, she sought to amend her previous comments. Upon hearing her, their feelings of guilt only intensified. They truly felt utterly useless, incapable of contributing anything. It seemed that throughout their journey, it was Shen Qingtang who had been their protector. It was Jiang Yubai who, sensing Shen Qingtang's discomfort, took the initiative to speak first. "All right, call for us if needed." After contemplating for an extended period and confirming that no immediate danger was present, she silently followed the trail left by the insects. In the brief moments when she had spoken, the remaining few insects had scurried away. Eventually, following the path traversed by the insects, she reached a familiar location. However, upon witnessing the scene before her, she could not suppress a gasp. I've been bitten. I too. Damn it. Something is crawling on me." Observing the gruesome sight of the previously formidable ability users being devoured by the insects, Shen Qingtang shuddered involuntarily. How could these insects be so vicious? As this thought crossed her mind, her electric blade surged forth towards the insects. Although these individuals had previously attacked them, in light of the current circumstances, she surmised that their survival held far greater significance than their immediate demise. These insects were alarmingly powerful, capable of reducing leave Shen Qingtang nearly retched. Several supernatural beings also realized that someone had assisted them and immediately expressed their heartfelt gratitude. "We truly appreciate your help, dear brother. Have you considered joining our base?" The obsequious expressions on the faces of these supernatural beings were unmistakably clear to Shen Qingtang. Reflecting on their previous demeanor, she couldn't help but shake her head. Under normal circumstances, she would hardly spare them a glance. Yet the gravity of the situation rendered such trivialities insignificant. "Might you have any reservations, my lord? Rest assured, we are benevolent beings and would never act ingratefully." Shen Qingtang cast a non-committal glance at the group before speaking with remarkable composure. "I am but the sunflower among those you besieged moments ago." The air hung heavy with silence, as the ability's users clearly did not anticipate such a twist of fate. The leader, a burly man, wore an expression of embarrassment akin to that of a monkey's backside. They ought to have known better, having just unleashed their wrath upon her while contemplating future schemes against her. Yet, in a twist of irony, calamity struck their side, and she had come to their rescue. Upon realizing this, the expressions of the ability's users shifted numerous times, ultimately revealing a flicker of conscience. "We apologize for our previous actions. You saved us, and from now on, we shall be at your service. Rest assured, such incidents shall not recur." Hearing their words, a sense of comfort washed over Shen Qingtang. Had they been aware that she was their savior and remained ungrateful, she would deem them unworthy of salvation, leaving them to fend for themselves in this perilous world. After all, there were countless such pests outside, and their survival was far from guaranteed in future encounters. Before they could utter a word, Shen Qingtang produced a colossal flashlight. illuminating the surroundings in an instant. With the beam of light, several of the ability users were finally able to discern their current predicament, as well as the grotesque and disordered corpses of the insects strewn across the ground. The sight was so repulsive that one of the ability users, whose tolerance was particularly low, began to retch. Observing their reactions, Shen Qingtang felt an inexplicable sense of pride swell within her. After all, she remained composed, unaffected by nausea. What in the world are these creatures? The imposing man at the helm, exhibiting a remarkable threshold for horror, seemed unfazed by his own injuries. Instead, he crouched down, fixated on the half-buried insect remains. I only witnessed their emergence from beneath the earth. The specifics elude me, yet their potency is undeniable. The others, bearing wounds that served as irrefutable evidence, fully believed his assertion. How should I address you? The leader's demeanor had transformed entirely from before, leaving Shen Qingtang momentarily astonished. I am merely an ordinary mutated plant. All I have accomplished has been taught to me by my teammates, the very individuals you sought to eliminate. Shen Qingtang was not foolish. Naturally, a mutated plant would inspire more confidence than one that bore a striking resemblance to a human. So that was the case. No wonder they remarked on how the sunflower seemed so human-like. It was all due to the teachings of its companions. Everything suddenly made sense to them. Observing their expressions of realization, Shen Qingtang felt a sense of relief and gazed at them as she prepared to speak once more. Shen Qingtang was no longer inclined to indulge these individuals, desiring only for them to vacate the premises swiftly. Upon hearing her urging words, the group promptly declared their intention to depart at once. However, the leader among them regarded Shen Qingtang with a look that suggested he was on the verge of speaking, yet hesitated. Chapter 84. Return. Shen Qingtang could scarcely tolerate such indecisiveness. With an irritable tone, she inquired, "Stop dawdling. If you have something to say, say it." The leading man immediately spoke with rapidity and evident embarrassment. "What should we do if we encounter such insects?" Although their earlier helplessness stemmed from the darkness that obscured their vision, the lethal nature of these creatures led them to believe that even if they could see clearly, it would not guarantee their safety in vanquishing these pests unscathed. Shen Qingtang silently rolled her eyes in her heart before pointing at the blade on the ground. She picked up the blade and swiftly dispatched the insect. A few supernatural beings immediately scrambled to collect the blades from the ground, as if they were treasures. "I hope you will not spread word of the blades. Otherwise, my teammates have ways to make you regret it." As if in response to Shen Qingtang's words, several supernatural beings felt a sudden pang in their hearts as soon as her statement was uttered. This left them utterly deterred from harboring any ill intentions. No, we assure you, we understand what should and should not be said," the supernatural beings hurriedly promised, nearly swearing an oath. "All right, you may leave now." Yes. "We shall depart at once." This time, the supernatural beings wasted no time. They illuminated the path ahead with a flashlight provided by Shen Qingtang and began to run. Before Shen Qingtang could utter a word, they had already dashed far away. "Sigh, what is it, Qingtang? Has something happened?" Su Lingru, upon hearing her sigh, immediately inquired. They could see nothing from within. Although they could hear sounds, their understanding of the events unfolding was rather limited. "What does it matter? I must say, you are far too kind-hearted. Those individuals are simply not worth saving," Su interjected. Shen Qingtang offered no extensive explanation, merely recounting the events that had just transpired. Once she concluded her narrative, a profound silence enveloped the group. Just from her description, they grasped the formidable nature of that creature. Reflecting upon the eternal night and the monstrous insect, a fleeting moment of confusion washed over them. Could they truly endure this apocalyptic world? Why has everyone fallen silent? Had not heard them speak for quite some time and could not help but inquire. Jiang Yubai responded in a calm tone. "Is there a solution?" Unlike Su and the others, his instinct was to seek a resolution, convinced that held the key to it, although he could not quite fathom the source of his certainty. There are indeed solutions, just none that have come to mind at the moment. Upon hearing this, the previously bewildered Su and his companions instantly revived their spirits. Indeed, we should emulate Brother by actively brainstorming solutions instead of wallowing in despair. With renewed vigor, Suin and the others promptly set about contemplating their next steps. Xinyang directly inquired about their future plans, believing that they could not remain within Shen Qingtang's body indefinitely. The only destination available to them now was the Dark Rain base. What are your thoughts, Jiang Yubai? Shen Qingtang was indifferent to her surroundings, for those insects posed no threat to her. Jiang Yubai pondered her words for a while before responding. Since he had voiced his thoughts, the others naturally refrained from further comment, though they felt a twinge of reluctance, having been expelled. Old Su, be discreet, Jiang Yubai urged after a moment. This was quite normal. Old Su was indeed a commendable individual. The trio from Su and's group quickly dispelled their earlier discontent, even finding a moment to jest. The others remained non-committal, unaware that chaos had erupted within the Dark Rain base. What did you say? Repeat that. Old Su glared at Zhao Lei, who was fuming with rage. He had merely omitted a detail in his instructions. What's wrong? I haven't done anything wrong. Rest assured with those few gone. I'm still here, Zhao Lei stammered, oblivious to the gravity of his actions. Old Su, trembling with agitation, pointed a quivering finger at him. And you still dare to speak? Do you have any self-awareness? How can you compare yourself to them? By the end of his tirade, Old Su's mood had improved significantly, though his tone conveyed unmistakable disdain. Zhao Lei could not fathom why he, as a leader of the base, was being belittled by a few nameless individuals. Old Su, I find your words unpalatable. What do you mean? Are you still unconvinced? Then tell me, why has the sky suddenly darkened? Do you have a solution? Old Su interrupted before Zhao Lei could finish. What is there to fear about a sudden darkness? We're not afraid of zombies. Old Su was exasperated by Zhao Lei's ignorance. After calming himself, he spoke with an undeniable authority. Though he did not voice his thoughts fully, Zhao Lei had never witnessed Old Su so furious before. Realizing Old Su's importance to the base, he dared not be defiant any longer. All right, I will go. Please. Old Su, do not be angry. Seeing Zhao Lei acquiesce without further questions, Old Su regarded him with suspicion. Do not feign compliance. I act for the sake of the base. Trust that I would never harm you. Old Su could only say this much, for without powers or manpower, he would have sought help elsewhere long ago. He began to question his own judgment for coming here at all. However, dwelling on that was futile. More pressing matters awaited his attention. Chapter 85. The foolish deputy leader. He recalled the peculiar yellow objects that had inexplicably appeared in his laboratory, convinced they were left by Jiang Yubai and his companions. Resolving not to waste another moment with Zhao Lei, he hastily departed after issuing a final warning. Zhao Lei watched his retreating figure, his expression inscrutable. Ultimately, he reluctantly summoned several ability users to venture outside the base. Deputy leader, may I inquire why you are so eager for us to go out? One of them asked curiously. Zhao Lei shot him a glance, choosing silence. The individual understood he had overstepped and promptly fell silent. After the group of ability users departed, a smirk crept across Zhao Lei's face. After all, whenever Old Song began his research, he seldom emerged quickly, so there was no cause for alarm. Just as he reveled in his perceived cleverness, a blinding light approached from a distance. Deputy leader, we are in grave trouble. As he recognized the familiar faces of the ability users, Zhao Lei's initial reaction was that they had allowed Jiang Yubai to escape. His demeanor soured immediately. You lot are utterly useless. You couldn't even handle a few young ones? What purpose do you serve? The ability users paused, recalling the harrowing scenes they had witnessed. Deputy leader, that is not the issue. Do you know why the sky has suddenly darkened? It's because of the eternal night. The leading man thought his statement would divert Zhao Lei's focus from Jiang Yubai. However, he was taken aback when Zhao Lei remained unfazed, his expression darkening even further. What? The ability users exchanged confused glances, unsure of what had transpired. The leader, momentarily stunned, continued, On our way to pursue Jiang Yubai, the eternal night descended, and we encountered a terrifying swarm of insects. Upon hearing about the insects, the others shuddered involuntarily. Oh, is that all? Zhao Lei's indifference cut deep. As he disregarded Old Su's earlier earnest warnings, he felt a chill settle in his heart. Yet, They understood that this was a matter of life and death for humanity. So the leader pretended not to notice Zhao, lay disdain, and continued to report. Deputy Leader, our foremost concern now is to fortify our defenses. Those insects are extraordinarily formidable. We nearly met our end. Look, the leader suddenly lifted his shirt, revealing deep, bite-marked wounds that exposed bone. His ability was at level 8, nearing 9. The severity of his injuries indicated the insect's terrifying power. Zhao Lei merely cast a cursory glance before dismissively stating, "Oh, I didn't realize you were injured. It seems you're not as formidable as you thought." The ability users felt a chill run down their spines, realizing that the deputy leader would only trust his own convictions. No matter their protests, he would never accept that Jiang Yubai and his companions were truly formidable. In that moment, they collectively questioned whether the deputy leader had ever been clever or if they had merely overlooked his fundamentally selfish nature due to a lack of challenges. Zhao Lei remained oblivious to the crumbling image he had in the minds of the ability users, preoccupied with his own affairs. Listening to his tirade, they could easily discern his intentions. After a moment of contemplation, the leading man slowly spoke. If I recall correctly, they headed towards the Sunfire base. I always suspected they were not virtuous individuals. I never anticipated that they were affiliated with the Yin-Yang base, seemingly allied with that Zhao Yi from before. Ha. Observing Zhao Lei, who was lost in his self-satisfied laughter, the several ability users felt utterly speechless. Regardless of his disbelief, they were reluctant to squander any more time here for the sake of those within the base. Second in command, we've shared all that we know. We shall take our leave now. Should you need us, simply summon us. With those words, the leading man turned and departed with his companions. As they followed him, the others could not help but silently ponder the irony. Previously, he had threatened Jiang Yubai and the others, vowing that once he escaped, he would ensure they faced insurmountable hardships. Now he appeared so astute. Indeed, it seems that one must undergo trials to mature, much like their second-in-command. They had never been the vengeful type. Since he placed no trust in them and deemed them useless, they thought it best to let him experience the consequences himself. Disperse and inform the residents of the base about the insects, urging them to exercise caution. As for the Eternal Night situation, I shall consult Old Su. Chapter 86. Old Su's orders the leading man contemplated for a considerable time before devising a plan. The second-in-command was ineffectual, yet he could not bear the thought of the base's inhabitants remaining ignorant and perishing. Thus he conceived this strategy. Although they lacked the persuasive authority of the second-in-command, their status would surely command some attention from a few individuals. He pondered uncertainly. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, it was better to speak than to remain silent. Upon hearing his proposal, the ability users immediately dispersed, each heading in a different direction. Watching their departing figures, the leading man felt an indescribable emotion stirring within him. Soon, he composed himself and made his way towards Old Su. "Old Su, this is Su Xing, may I enter?" As he spoke, Su Xing felt a wave of trepidation. Only the second-in-command typically graced this place. However, given the unusual circumstances, he had no choice. Old Su, agitated and pacing within the laboratory, heard the voice from outside and snapped irritably, "State your business. I am busy. If it's not urgent, refrain from disturbing me." Su Xing paused momentarily before promptly responding. "A new species has emerged. During our recent outing, we encountered a plump, white insect." Before he could elaborate, Old Su swung the door open and rushed out. Fixating his gaze upon him, Su Xing's heart raced, fearing he had misspoken and displeased Old Su. In his anxious state, Old Su's tone softened considerably as he spoke again. Su Xing finally felt a sense of relief and meticulously detailed the sudden onset of the Eternal Night, followed by the encounter with the white insect, cleverly omitting any mention of Jiang Yubai and his companions. However, upon hearing about the Eternal Night, Old Su's composure faltered further. "You encountered Jiang Yubai and his group?" Realizing the truth could no longer remain concealed, Su Xing recounted the events candidly, emphasizing how Jiang Yubai and his companions had come to their aid. With each word Su Xing spoke, Old Su's expression darkened, eventually resembling a soot-blackened pot. "Fool! A complete fool! That Zhao Lei is truly an imbecile. Old Su cursed. Though it was evident his vocabulary was limited, resorting to the same few terms repeatedly. Su Xing pretended to be oblivious to the tirade, knowing that while old Su could afford to vent his frustrations, he himself could not. After a lengthy pause, old Su finally ceased his verbal onslaught and reverted to his typically amiable demeanor. No, we merely utilized a flashlight for illumination and successfully evaded the insect from a distance. With preparation, the insects are not invulnerable. Su Xing ultimately refrained from mentioning the blades the sunflower had provided him, not solely due to gratitude for their assistance, but chiefly out of fear for his own life. He vividly remembered the sunflower's warnings. Old Su scrutinized him with suspicion, clearly disbelieving his previous statements. Nonetheless, observing Su Xing's resolute demeanor, he reluctantly abandoned the topic and shifted to other matters. Now, hurry and inform Zhao Lei to prepare adequately, ensuring he comprehends the situation regarding the insects in detail. Old Su's mind worked swiftly, realizing the immediate course of action. Upon hearing his words, Su Xing's expression conveyed a complexity of emotions. Seeing him like this, old Su's heart sank. He feared that troublesome matters may have transpired once more. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Su Xing spoke up. Old Su, prior to coming here, I had already consulted the second-in-command, but, observing his hesitant demeanor, old Su grasped the situation. He had no time for anger, quickly retrieving his identification badge and instructing Su Xing, take this to inform the base's inhabitants, urging them to prepare for battle. Although his personnel were insufficient, his words would still carry weight. Accepting the badge, Su Xing turned to depart, but suddenly halted, as if he had heard a sound. What is it? Old Su inquired, puzzled by Su Xing's abrupt pause. Su Xing shook his head, signaling him to remain silent, his gaze fixated on a small protrusion ahead. Old Su followed his line of sight. Suddenly, before they could react, hundreds of insects erupted from the ground. Su Xing was taken aback, witnessing such a sight for the first time. It rendered him momentarily paralyzed with fear. However, old Su, quick to respond, yanked him away. Having executed similar actions numerous times on their journey, he was now exceptionally adept, effortlessly dispatching a worm with a swift motion. Observing how easily the insects fell, old Su cast a doubtful glance at Su Xing. Is this what you deemed a formidable insect? If it were truly that powerful, could it be so easily vanquished? At that moment, Su Xing had no time to address old Su's skepticism. He was wholly engrossed in battling the insects. Eventually, through relentless effort, the swarm began to dwindle. Old Su, did you witness that? These insects are relentless. Gasping for breath, Su Xing awaited old Su's response, who hesitated for a moment before tentatively replying, these insects appear rather easy to eliminate. Su Xing was taken aback. Did he imply that his prior assertions had been exaggerated? However, he quickly recognized that he had indeed been overly casual in his assessment. Yet, this ease stemmed solely from the blades bestowed upon him by the sunflower. Were it not for the urgency of the recent situation, he would never have resorted to wielding a blade. As he gazed at the razor in his hand, he fell into a reverie, pondering how he might articulate his truth while concealing the existence of the blade. Chapter 87. The insect plague. Before he could formulate a coherent explanation, the ground suddenly erupted with an abundance of plump white larvae. This time, the two were evidently not as fortunate as before, as they found themselves encircled by the voracious pests in an instant. Su Xing hurled the blade with such swiftness that it appeared to leave behind afterimages, while Su Lao was not to be outdone. He produced a handful of powder and scattered it towards the wriggling creatures. It was only upon direct confrontation that he realized these insects were far more formidable than they had initially seemed. His powder, capable of vanquishing even the most formidable of zombies, had no effect on these pests whatsoever. Overwhelmed, he could scarcely allow himself to be astonished, continuing to hurl the insects away in frantic desperation. In other areas of the base, the situation was similarly dire. The infestation was rampant, despite Su Xing having previously dispatched warnings to those nearby. Yet, many remained skeptical, and not every individual within the base possessed exceptional abilities. Soon, anguished cries echoed from every corner of the establishment. Upon hearing those wails, Su Xing and Su Lao felt a chill of foreboding. It seemed that other parts of the base had succumbed as well. As a relentless tide of insects continued to surge, despair began to cloud Su Xing's gaze. Ah, something is biting me. Get away, get away. Mother, mother, save me. Ouch, it hurts. The cacophony of anguished cries resonated through every nook and cranny of the base. When Shen Qingtang and the others arrived, they were confronted with such a scene. Observing the devastation of the base, Shen Qingtang felt an intense sorrow within. After all, the others inside the base were innocent. I will now release you, but do take care of yourselves. After Shen Qingtang uttered these words, she swiftly expelled Jiang Yubai and the others, then ascended into the sky. In an instant, the eternal night was illuminated, allowing the people to finally discern their current predicament. Ugh, ugh, ugh. My goodness, what is this? How terrifying. There are so many insects, and I'm covered in bites and blood. Jiang Yubai and the others listened to the murmurs around them, yet their eyes remained fixated on the sunflower in the sky. It was precisely when Shen Qingtang emitted her blinding radiance that the previously frenzied insects began to slow their movements. What are you all dawdling for? Why aren't you exterminating these insects? Are you waiting for the sun to vanish before you take action? Suan remarked sharply, observing the stunned crowd. Moments ago, Shen Qingtang had ascended abruptly, soaring high above the ground, leaving others oblivious to the fact that the source of illumination for the base was merely an unremarkable sunflower. It was precisely due to Shen Qingtang's light that their task of eradicating the insects became so effortless. Otherwise, their base would have surely succumbed to the overwhelming swarm. Brother Bai, is Qingtang all right? Suan inquired anxiously, gazing skyward, his voice laden with confusion. He could not comprehend why Qingtang exhibited such compassion. The fate of others seemed inconsequential to them. Had the situation not been so dire, and Shen Qingtang not acted so swiftly, he would have certainly urged her to leave without a second thought, indifferent to the plight of those here, especially given the previous hostility from the second-in-command. No. Jiang Yubai clenched his fists tightly. Though he spoke of assurance, his heart was already resolute. Whenever there was any hint of danger, Shen Qingtang would immediately teleport away with her companion. The well-being of others was of no concern to him. Fortunately, Shen Qingtang remained oblivious to their thoughts. Otherwise, she would have been greatly moved to realize that among the group, only she possessed a kind heart. At that moment, suspended in the sky, Shen Qingtang was not faring well either, having expended an excessive amount of energy. Initially, her intention was merely to experiment, as the monstrous insects had emerged abruptly after the eternal night, prompting her to wonder if their appearance was a consequence of the absence of sunlight. Given the urgency of the situation, she had little time to contemplate her actions, and thus rushed forward. She had naturally heard Su An's earlier words and found him rather astute this time. While she aimed to assist humanity to the best of her abilities, she had no desire to endanger her own life directly. Below, the people keenly sensed that the sunlight seemed to be fading. Indeed, did you feel that? Quickly, swiftly, they urged one another to eliminate the repugnant insects before the sun vanished completely. The crowd exhibited remarkable unity in their efforts. Observing their determination, Shen Qingtang felt a flicker of comfort. It was essential to note that although the insects moved somewhat sluggishly, if not eradicated, they would swiftly recover. As the number of insects on the ground dwindled to half, Shen Qingtang cast a glance below and promptly descended from the sky. Jiang Yubai immediately dashed towards her direction, and since everyone was engrossed in battling the insects, no one noticed anything amiss with Jiang Yubai and his companions. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Jiang Yubai stammered through several sentences before being unable to suppress a cough. Shen Qingtang cast a curious glance at him, surprised by the unexpected flow of words from his lips. What could possibly be the matter with me? It's merely a matter of energy, she replied nonchalantly. However, the others were clearly skeptical of her words. Su Lingru, with a serious expression, stepped closer to her and said, Qingtang, you should absorb some of my abilities. I believe you possess that capability. Had it not been for me, you would not have vanished. As she spoke, Su Lingru recalled the events of the past. If it hadn't been for her, so many subsequent occurrences would not have unfolded. although no one held her accountable. She had always felt a sense of guilt lingering in her heart, though she rarely expressed it. Now, seeing Shen Qingtang in such a frail state, she felt as though she could finally be of assistance. Shen Qingtang pondered how she had been oblivious to her own abilities. Even if she possessed such powers, it was unfathomable that she could wield them in that manner. Nonetheless, Su Lingruo's words served as a poignant reminder that she had yet to fully emerge from the shadows of the past events involving Nuo and the others. Chapter 88. Collaborative Research Lost in Thought. Shen Qingtang found herself momentarily speechless. To assert that she held no resentment would be a gross understatement. After all, had it not been for her, she would not have lost everything. Yet, she had experienced the sensation of becoming someone else, albeit briefly. With this reflection, a sense of equilibrium seemed to emerge. I have no interest in your meager abilities. Keep them to yourself. I assure you, there is no issue, she declared, her words perhaps lacking in kindness. Yet the others understood her intent. Rejected, Su Lingruo silently vowed within herself to enhance her skills, determined that she would never allow Shen Qingtang to suffer again. She aspired to protect her and rectify the mistakes of her past. Resolute, she dashed back into the fray, joining the others in their battle against the creatures. Su En and Shen Yang, witnessing her fervor, felt compelled to match her zeal. With the trio's renewed participation, the already dwindling creature population was swiftly eradicated. In the moment the last of the creatures fell, the group finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground. After a prolonged pause, voices began to emerge. Hey, you guys were incredible. How come we've never seen you at the base before? Some individuals, emboldened, approached Su En and his companions. Despite the earlier ferocity of battle, their keen observation had not escaped them, and they quickly recognized the prowess of Su En's group. Once they had caught their breath, one of them ventured forth to establish a connection. However, the trio merely glanced at him in silence, causing the man to retreat, crestfallen, after realizing his efforts were in vain. I told you, those individuals clearly do not belong to our circle. You refuse to believe me, and now look where we are. Shen Qingtang quietly observed the scene before her heart filled with an ambiguous array of thoughts. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. There is no need for such actions on your part. Shen Qingtang felt that these individuals were perhaps underestimating her. Was she truly akin to such feeble beings? It was not mere bravado. Had it not been for the absence of the insects, she could have easily lingered aloft for a day or two without a hint of trepidation. Jiang Yubai appeared to disregard Shen Qingtang's words entirely, his actions remaining steadfast and even intensifying the energy he was channeling. Realizing that further discourse was futile, Shen Qingtang chose to recline, surrendering to whatever fate awaited her. Strangely enough, the warmth enveloping her was rather comforting. This was the sole thought that drifted through her mind as she slipped into a drowsy slumber. Observing her peaceful repose, Jiang Yubai felt a modicum of relief wash over him. What remained unspoken was that he had employed his divine sight, perceiving what others could not. He had witnessed the frail, deteriorating form that Shen Qingtang was valiantly attempting to conceal beneath her exterior. Brother Bai, what are we to do now? The trio of Su En arrived to find Jiang Yubai standing alone, gazing vacantly at a flower. Brother Bai, what has become of Qingtang? Su Lingru inquired, her concern evident as she observed Shen Qingtang's tranquil state. Jiang Yubai cast a glance at the group before responding in a gentle tone. Seek out Old Su. Understood, they replied, promptly making their way toward Old Su's residence. Their journey unfolded with remarkable ease, perhaps due to the lingering shock from the recent insect calamity. Upon encountering Jiang Yubai and his companions at his doorstep, Old Su was nearly overcome with joy, his weary bones almost crumbling under the weight of relief. In that moment, he truly grasped the significance of the sun, realizing that had it not appeared unexpectedly, he could scarcely fathom the outcome. Seeing Jiang Yubai and his party ignited a spark of hope within him. Surely, if they were aware of the eternal night, they must possess knowledge of a remedy as well. It dawned on him that these individuals had originally come seeking solutions to the very problem he had doubted. Regret flooded him as he reproached his past self for not having trusted them sooner. Perhaps, Had he welcomed their assistance from the outset, catastrophe could have been averted. Well, now you believe us, do you not? Suin's tone was unassuming, yet old Su felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. I apologize, it was my error. I should have placed my faith in you from the beginning. Are you still willing to collaborate with me on this research? Suin could not make that decision alone, so he turned to Jiang Yubai for guidance. Jiang Yubai pondered the implications of their presence here, knowing it would restrict Shen Qingtang's freedom. His heart wavered momentarily. At that precise moment, Shen Qingtang awoke, observing the conflicted expressions of those around her, perplexed as to why they were so troubled over such a trivial matter. She subtly brushed her leaves against Jiang Yubai's palm, the flower's petals delicately tapping in agreement. Jiang Yubai instantly comprehended her intent. It is permissible, despite Suin's dissatisfaction. Believing that Shen Qingtang would have to masquerade as a plant and could not converse freely, he felt a twinge of sympathy. After glancing at his other two companions, who exhibited little reaction, he quietly positioned himself beside Jiang Yubai. Brother Bai, Qingtang is willing. Those three succinct words rendered Suin speechless. If the individual in question was agreeable, what else could he say? Thus, the decision was made, much to old Su's delight. Previously, he had toiled in solitude without any breakthroughs, but now, with their involvement, he felt the dawn of victory drawing near. You shall rest well today. We shall commence our research tomorrow. Although old Su had initially intended to begin immediately, he reconsidered, recognizing their arduous journey. Jiang Yubai and his companions had no objections. They were not pressed for time. We require a tranquil environment, free from disturbances, Suin promptly asserted. Without hesitation, old Su escorted them to a secluded location, clearly devoid of interruptions. Rest assured, only I may enter this space, he declared before departing, leaving Jiang Yubai and his companions to return the following day. With his departure, Shen Qingtang finally relished the freedom to move her body. She leaped from Jiang Yubai's grasp and circled the room. Indeed, this place is quite suitable for our needs. Qingtang, are we truly going to collaborate with that elder on whatever it is you mentioned? Suin questioned, still wrestling with his doubts. Shen Qingtang halted her wandering steps and cast him a perplexed glance, unable to comprehend why he would pose such a question. Had they not already chosen to remain? Indeed, if the machinery were not procured promptly, who could foresee the calamities that might unfold? The current infestation had been vanquished with relative ease. Yet this was merely due to their numbers being insufficient. Her assertion left the others momentarily speechless, reflecting on the dense swarms of insects they had previously encountered. Was it not a stretch to deem this situation as insufficient? How many more would be deemed adequate? Nevertheless, what concern was that to them? I believe it suffices for us to lead our own lives. We could seek refuge in places devoid of these pests. Qingtang, can you not detect areas free from insects? Suin clung to the notion of living a stable existence, selfishly believing that ensuring the well-being of their small group was all that mattered. What do the tribulations of others have to do with them? Shen Qingtang pondered. Should she say that Suin overestimated her capabilities? If she possessed such abilities, wouldn't she have disclosed them long ago? Furthermore, the insects had merely been temporarily dealt with. Who could predict the possibility of a subsequent wave? She had indeed contemplated a life of tranquility, yet in the face of calamity, such aspirations were hardly attainable. Moreover, she discerned numerous discrepancies between this life and the scene she had previously witnessed. She felt compelled to refrain from solely relying on those visions to guide her actions. At present, their foremost priority should be to diligently enhance their extraordinary abilities and adequately prepare for the uncertainties that lay ahead. Are you lacking in intelligence? Do you truly believe that if humanity were to vanish, we would somehow continue to thrive? Su Lingru, after silently listening to the exchange between one person and the flower, tugged at Suin's sleeve, feeling that he had simplified the matter excessively. If a stable existence were attainable, who wouldn't he desire it? This was not a matter of choice. All their current endeavors were ultimately aimed at securing a better future. Upon hearing Su Lingru's remark, Suin grew displeased and provided examples to illustrate his point. Why would that be impossible? We have an abundance of resources. All we need to do is find a safe haven to endure. The group fell into a moment of silence. gradually realizing that there was indeed a semblance of logic in his words. If the resources within Shen Qingtang's body were to be consumed solely by their small group, they would indeed last for generations. However, contemplating the suffering of humanity outside, Shen Qingtang found herself unable to accept such a life. The essence of being human lies in discerning what actions are appropriate and which are not. In the face of calamity, it is imperative that everyone unites to confront the challenges ahead. Reflecting on this, she suddenly realized that they had already discussed this issue previously. Why was it being brought up again so soon? Had Suen truly been so easily intimidated by those insects? With this thought in mind, she directly posed the question, did we not already address a similar topic? Were you not in agreement about helping out? Suen, upon hearing Shen Qingtang's words, pondered for a considerable time before recalling that when the decision was made to seek out Su Lao at the Dark Rain Base, they had indeed mentioned this matter. Well, at that time, I had no inkling that there would be so many complications, Su encountered, adding, besides, isn't it quite normal for thoughts to evolve? Shen Qingtang. Words escaped me. A profound silence enveloped the air. After a considerable pause, Suen felt a twinge of discomfort. He scratched his head and finally offered an apology to everyone. I sincerely apologize. It is entirely my fault. I merely intended to express a thought. Please do not take it to heart. I noticed you all appeared rather serious, and I sought to lighten the atmosphere. The others, well, it is to be expected. He has always been somewhat unreliable. By the way, Qingtang, do you have an estimate on how long we need to study that machine? Are we to remain here indefinitely? Does that mean you are devoid of freedom? Su Lingru felt uneasy at the thought of Shen Qingtang having to pretend to be a dormant plant, unable to move or speak. It shouldn't take long. I believe Su Lao will soon unveil his performance. Shen Qingtang's tone was somewhat uncertain, yet she felt an inexplicable trust toward Su Lao. Suddenly, as though struck by a thought, she turned her gaze sharply towards Su and felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Had he perhaps erred in some regard? Did his earlier remarks now cause Shen Qingtang discomfort? Qingtang, what's wrong? He stammered, his demeanor faltering under her scrutiny. Shen Qingtang, at a loss for words, could only respond with a hint of embarrassment. It's just a bit awkward, given the multitude of prior events. She had momentarily forgotten about the little green sprout. Now that everyone had settled into a lull, it came back to her mind. She understood that the little green sprout was restless, likely yearning to escape. How naive it was. Initially, it had been fearful of her, but as it wandered, other thoughts crept in. After all, with that woman absent, it deemed itself safe to flee. The idea seemed delightful, igniting its rebellious spirit. However, it was utterly unaware of the perils that lay beyond. Chapter 90. Research findings. Oh dear, little one, where are you off to? Song Yu gazed gently at the small green sprout on the ground, her tone so soft it could melt ice. Startled from its brief taste of freedom, the sprout looked up to see a sweet-faced woman smiling tenderly at it. It remained silent. Though still small, it recognized its uniqueness. Observing the sprout's indifference, Song Yu remained undeterred. She allowed some of her green vines to slip free, gently brushing against the sprout. Before long, the sprout succumbed to the comforting caress of its kind, shedding its defenses. Seizing the moment, Song Yu spoke enticingly. Would you like to accompany me? My abilities are plant-based. By following me, you could gain significant enhancements. My vines were once without consciousness, yet they are awakening now, and you could find companionship among us. Song Yu's soothing words seemed irresistible, and indeed, shortly after she finished speaking, the little green sprout replied, "Is that true? You're not deceiving me?" "No deception," it responded. At that moment, the sprout appeared to forget its initial desire for freedom, willingly following someone else. "Miss, what is this?" A few other ability users behind her hesitantly approached after seeing Song Yu gather the plant. "It's none of your concern, so refrain from asking," she snapped. The others dared not voice their frustrations, trailing silently behind her, fearful of the consequences should anything happen to her. Song Yu glanced at her palm, where remnants of green powder lingered, vanishing without a trace in the breeze. With a smile, she strode forward confidently. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door jolted the sleeping individuals awake. Who is it at this early hour? Suin mumbled as he approached the door. Upon seeing the elder standing there, he instantly regained his composure, realizing they were not currently within Shen Qingtang's body. Ah, my apologies for disturbing you so early. Unfortunately, the outside has reverted to the eternal night once more, Su Lao explained. Anyone listening could hardly find fault with his words, and Suin merely sighed, choosing silence. Soon, they were ready to accompany Su Lao to his research lab. Following Su Lao's lead, they beheld a spherical object in the center of the room, faintly glowing. It bore a striking resemblance to the sun. At that moment, a shared thought crossed their minds. They hadn't asked him to create a sun, just a machine that could emit solar-like energy. Nevertheless, this only served to underscore the brilliance of the man before them. It was no wonder Shen Qingtang had placed such trust in him. Having such a researcher was a boon for humanity. You're remarkable. How quickly you've made progress. Is this already functional? Suin marveled, circling the glowing sphere in sincere admiration. Upon hearing his words, Su Lao shook his head despondently, his voice tinged with bitterness. Not quite. It merely appears so. In truth, it serves little purpose. I've tested it, and the light is ineffective against insects fading rapidly. As if to validate Su Lao's statement, the light extinguished at that very instant, plunging the room into silence. After a moment, Su Lao rekindled his spirits, gazing at Jiang Yubai and the others with hope. Can you discern the issue? I've struggled with this problem for ages without resolution. Suin fell silent. This was a realm beyond his expertise. He turned his gaze to Jiang Yubai, believing his brother would provide insight. Jiang Yubai appeared to be deep in thought, but in truth, he was discreetly consulting with Shen Qingtang while the others remained unaware. As Shen Qingtang entered the room, her gaze was immediately drawn to the spherical object, which she recognized as the source of the issues mentioned by old Su, attributed to insufficient energy. The solution appeared deceptively simple. One merely needed to acquire ample energy. However, the procurement of such energy proved to be more challenging than anticipated. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. She recalled the viscous liquid that flowed from the bodies of those insects, inexplicably sensing its potential utility. Thus, she quietly addressed Jiang Yubai, suggesting that they collect the insect secretions and have old Su integrate that substance into the sphere. Jiang Yubai paused, astonished at the unconventional yet ingenious suggestion. Nonetheless, he had always held a deep trust in Shen Qingtang, and upon grasping the concept, he promptly turned to old Su, articulating in a matter-of-fact tone, insect secretions integration. Old Su, bewildered, pondered the succinctness of the younger generation's communication, realizing why he seldom heard Jiang Yubai speak. Suin, observing the confusion, quickly clarified. Brother by means for you to blend the insect secretions into your sphere. After this explanation, old Su finally comprehended Jiang Yubai's intent, regarding Suin with newfound respect. It was impressive that he could decipher such meaning from so few words. Suin, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head in silence. Old Su began contemplating the feasibility of Jiang Yubai's suggestion, but soon found himself at an impasse. Consequently, he hastened outside, relieved to see that the secretions had not vanished and remained on the ground. In no time, he returned with a large container filled with the liquid. With the secretions in hand, he turned to Jiang Yubai and Suin, eager for further guidance. This time, Jiang Yubai did not wait for Shen Qingtang to speak. He took the initiative, simply stating, think. Suin dutifully translated, brother by means for you to reflect on it yourself. The light in old Su's eyes dimmed momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, acknowledging that this was indeed a matter he should resolve independently. Having resolved to rely solely on himself, he exhibited no signs of resentment, which pleased Jiang Yubai and the others, as they dreaded encountering ungratefulness that might overshadow their goodwill. Chapter 91. Old Su's thoughts. Old Su promptly immersed himself in his work, and as Shen Qingtang observed his focused demeanor, she couldn't help but muse about the value of having more individuals like him in the country. Suin and the others were oblivious to the sentiment behind her words. It was quite simple, really. Watching old Su reminded Shen Qingtang of previous encounters where researchers, despite their brilliance, had chosen to exploit rather than truly investigate valuable subjects. Thankfully, she reassured herself that such occurrences would not repeat in the future. With that thought, her spirits lifted, and she lowered her voice to suggest, "Let us depart from here. Remaining serves no purpose." Jiang Yubai and the others contemplated her words and found them to be quite reasonable, since they were not well-versed in research. And with Shen Qingtang having already charted the course, they resolved to leave the matter in Old Su's capable hands. "Old Su, take your time with your research. We shall take our leave." The normally serious Old Su nearly dropped his materials in shock upon hearing this, but he managed to steady himself at the last moment. He regarded them cautiously, inquiring, "Is there an issue with the hospitality here? Did Zhao Lei's foolishness cause you distress? Rest assured, if you wish to stay, I will ensure Zhao Lei is no longer the leader of the base." His overreaction puzzled the group. "Do not worry, although I have no subordinates. My research achievements are still highly sought after. If I merely mention your names, the others in the base will surely flock to your side." Old Su felt quite clever for devising such a strategy. Compared to Zhao Lei, any sensible individual would choose Jiang Yubai and his companions, who possessed both knowledge and formidable abilities. As for Zhao Lei, he dismissed the thought, feeling a surge of frustration. Upon hearing Old Su's subsequent remarks, Jiang Yubai and the others finally understood the source of his agitation. He believed they intended to abandon the base. Su and S words served as a reassurance, prompting Old Su to beam at them with warmth, replying, "Wonderful. With your assurance, I can rest easy. Go enjoy yourselves, and I shall seek you out once I have results." The group, reassured, did not hesitate to take their leave after exchanging a few more pleasantries. Once they departed, Old Su returned to his research, immersed in his work. Jiang Yubai looked down at Shen Qingtang, his expression clearly inquiring her thoughts. Shen Qingtang gazed at the glances directed her way, pondered for a moment before speaking softly. "Let's take a stroll. I wish to see what the base looks like now." Though they acted swiftly earlier, who knows what might have happened in unseen corners. Though the others didn't quite comprehend what could possibly be worth observing about this base, they tacitly refrained from excessive questioning. Soon, the group stepped beyond the perimeter of Elder Su's residence and into the base. The sight that greeted them left them utterly stunned. Soon was at a loss for words. The scene before them bore no resemblance to what they had envisioned. It was nothing like what they had witnessed before. Corpses littered the streets, and those still alive bled profusely from their wounds. A heavy silence descended upon them. Su Lingruo was equally bewildered. Didn't we eliminate the insects swiftly? How could there still be such devastating casualties? After a moment of contemplation, Shen Qingtang finally spoke. "It seems the insects had already been present for quite some time before our arrival. Those we encountered were all ability users, hence faring relatively better. However, there are still many ordinary people within the base." Upon hearing her explanation, Su Lingruo and the others immediately grasped the situation. Staring at the countless corpses strewn across the ground, Su no longer harbored the thought of seeking solitude and leisure as before. That, Su Lingruo stammered, at a loss for words, while Shen Qingtang's anger flared uncontrollably. Just as her fury threatened to erupt, the group of ability users arrived at the scene. Their eyes instantly fell upon Jiang Yubai and his companions, as well as the gruesome sight of the fallen. The previously unconscious leader, a burly man, awoke and hurried over with a face full of remorse. The other ability users quickly interjected, "Please, esteemed ones, do not blame our leader. He has done his utmost." When the second-in-command refused to believe us, he immediately dispatched us to evacuate the civilians and warn them about the eternal night and the insects. Yet, many still refused to heed our warnings. Shen Qingtang discerned from the expressions of the individuals around her that their words bore an undeniable truth. After a moment of contemplation, she prodded Jiang Yubai's palm with a leaf and suggested, "Let us seek out the second-in-command." With a nod, she observed Jiang Yubai turning to depart, prompting Su and the others to hastily follow suit. In an instant, only Su X and a few others remained. The ability users exchanging glances between themselves and the departing figures of Jiang Yubai and his companions, rendered momentarily at a loss. "Big brother, what now?" One stammered. "What do you mean, what now? Just do what needs to be done, Su X retorted, exasperated. The ability users promptly fell silent, tending to those on the ground who still had a chance of survival, escorting them towards the healing abilities of their comrades. As for the deceased, they refrained from any actions, uncertain of the consequences that might arise from the insect-borne demise. Brother Bai, where are we headed? Suen could no longer contain his curiosity after trailing Jiang Yubai for a while. To find the second-in-command, Jiang Yubai replied briskly, quickening his pace. Soon, they arrived at the residence of the second-in-command, entering without the customary knock. Chapter 92. Zhao Lei flees. It was uncertain whether the losses from this insect disaster had taken too great a toll. But Zhao Lei was no longer the affable figure he once was. The sight of his demeanor elicited no surprise from Jiang Yubai and his companions, who had previously found his amiability to be insincere. How could a leader of a base embody such warmth? Reflecting on the events, they concluded that this second-in-command was unworthy of managing the base. Suen regarded Zhao Lei with a sardonic expression, his words cutting as he spoke without reserve. Zhao Lei, already seething internally, found himself further provoked by Su's audacity. Unlike before, he refrained from maintaining a cordial facade, launching a fireball at Suen instead. Swiftly, Suen drew forth his shield wall to absorb the impact, and upon sensing failure in his assault, Zhao Lei halted, addressing them with a tone laced with hostility. Begone. I am magnanimous enough to overlook your intrusion. Consider this a day without your presence. The group stood in disbelief, pondering whether Zhao Lei truly believed them to be fools. As his words hung in the air, frustration mounted when he realized they remained unmoved. What? Do you refuse to leave? Do you believe yourselves formidable? Silence pervaded the air. After a few more futile attempts to shoo them away, Zhao Lei summoned several ability users. Since you wish to ignore my hospitality, do not blame me. I had wished to avoid this. Seize them. Ensure they do not leave this place alive. Oblivious to the fact that Jiang Yubai and his companions had already met with Su Lao, Zhao Lei's reasoning was simple, since Su Lao cared for them. They could not be allowed to live. He had already extended an opportunity for them to depart, yet they had chosen to remain. Thus, it was their own folly, not his. As the ability users advanced to surround them, Suen and his companions showed no signs of fear. Before long, the atmosphere grew tense. Sounds of clashing erupted, and the once intact surroundings transformed into a chaotic battleground. Zhao Lei soon realized the tide had turned against him. His forces were faltering. In a desperate bid, he summoned more ability users, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Recognizing his men could not best Jiang Yubai and his allies, he began to retreat discreetly, contemplating his next move. Seizing an opportunity amidst the chaos, he hurled a spherical device into the air. As it detonated, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the scene, obscuring visibility. When clarity returned, they discovered their leader had vanished. At that moment, not only Jiang Yubai, but also the surrounding ability users were left in a state of bewilderment. The second-in-command had fled? What madness was this, abandoning such a vast base? Though they referred to him as the second-in-command, everyone knew he wielded the most power within the base. Turning to the ability users, Su N and his companions, Su X cautiously pricked Jiang Yubai's palm with a leaf and softly urged, "Let us cease the fighting. The architect of this chaos has fled." Jiang Yubai regarded the group and coolly commanded, "Stand down." Obediently, Su N and his companions halted. Though Zhao Lei's remaining ability, users appeared reluctant to relent. Observing their defiance, Suen could not help but interject, "Are you all fools? Zhao Lei commands you like puppets, yet you remain oblivious to the fact that this disaster could have been mitigated had it not been for his actions." The ability users exchanged confused glances, struggling to comprehend how the second-in-command had entwined himself in this narrative. One, bolder than the rest, spoke out, "Evidence is paramount. What can you substantiate?" "I can provide proof," Suen began, but before he could continue, a rugged voice echoed from outside. The group looked up, recognizing the newcomer as a familiar face. Ignoring the barrage of inquiries directed at him, Su X turned back to address the earlier topic, fury evident in his tone. He could scarcely believe that the second-in-command he had once admired was so selfish, while those he had pursued with intent to harm displayed such kindness. The base's ability users, in shock, realized the gravity of their prior actions against Jiang Yubai and his companions. Their faces flushed with shame as they began to apologize. "We had no idea. Please forgive us. We shall not act thus again. We are grateful for your kindness in saving us." The recollection of the insect disaster filled them with dread. Had it not been for others, the consequences would have been dire. Seeing their genuine remorse, Su X felt a flicker of hope for their redemption. Though he dreaded encountering those who remained obstinate, he recalled those he had previously urged to prepare, and the thought of them left him exasperated. It matters not. We are all human and ought to support one another," Suin remarked, scratching his head in an attempt to feign nonchalance. Chapter 93. The reason for release internally. However, he chastised the second-in-command, Zhao Lei, repeatedly. With Zhao Lei having fled, what would become of the base? The base's ability users turned their attention towards Su X. Momentarily taken aback, quickly focused on Jiang Yubai and the others. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, "Is it not obvious? We have the perfect candidates right here. Are Jiang Yubai and his companions not more suitable than the second-in-command?" The extraordinary beings of the base pondered for a moment, feeling that Su Xing's words bore some semblance of truth. However, one individual hesitantly interjected, "But don't we have a leader?" The others, struck by a fleeting recollection, seemed to agree that indeed such a matter existed. Yet considering Zhao Lei's unreliability, they surmised that the leader could not be much better. Hence, this topic lingered for a brief moment before being cast aside. One bold soul even remarked, "What does it matter if the base leader does not prioritize the welfare of the base?" This sentiment resonated with unanimous agreement among the group. Consequently, everyone grew convinced that Jiang Yubai and his companions were exceptionally suited to assume the role of leaders at the base, given their prowess and willingness to consider the base's interests. Observing their buoyant spirits, Suin glanced between them and Jiang Yubai before approaching Shen Qingtang, whispering, "Qingtang, what is your perspective? Should we take on the mantle of leadership for this base?" Shen Qingtang rolled her eyes in disdain before speaking. "No. Why create trouble for ourselves when there's nothing to do?" Suin replied, "But you clearly mentioned wanting to establish a base before. Now that there's a ready-made one, why do you suddenly have reservations? Do you think it's too much hassle?" If Shen Qingtang were to know his inner thoughts, she would earnestly say that her initial desire stemmed from a belief in her own capabilities and a wish to assist others. However, she later realized that her aspirations were rather naive. Nevertheless, such sentiments need not be voiced aloud. She shifted her gaze to the ability users over there, who were still dreaming of the base's future, and softly remarked, "I think it would be quite fitting to have the ability user who previously pursued us as the leader of this base." Suin was taken aback, his mind filled with questions. He had been displeased about letting those ability users go, but he had refrained from voicing his discontent since it was Shen Qingtang's decision. But now, what was he hearing? Shen Qingtang actually intended to entrust such a significant base to him. Was this not the epitome of repaying kindness with hostility? Indeed, it was rather shocking. Considering that the other party was at least a teammate, she exhibited a modicum of patience and offered an explanation. "Think about it. If we had eliminated him back then, wouldn't we have had to deal with everything ourselves afterward? Could you truly bear the thought of thousands perishing in a base?" Images of lifeless bodies lying on the ground flooded Suin's mind. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. He truly did not wish to witness such scenes. "Exactly," Shen Qingtang continued. "You also cannot bear to see such events unfold. By releasing him and making him serve us, he will follow our commands, and we gain an ally for the base. Isn't that far more convenient than establishing a base on our own?" Upon hearing Shen Qingtang's reasoning, Suin was struck with clarity. Indeed, he had only considered the immediate circumstances, failing to contemplate the future. It was evident that Qingtang was far more astute, capable of envisioning outcomes so distant. Noticing his sudden realization, Shen Qingtang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Initially, she had not considered the long-term implications. It was only after hearing old Su's words about his considerable influence that she recalled her greatest threat, Song Wang, still loomed. The impact of Song Wang far surpassed that of old Su, since she could not eliminate Song Yu. It was imperative not to forsake the opportunity to strengthen her own power. With this thought, her gaze shifted toward the base's ability users, her perspective transforming. These individuals would become her subordinates. Contemplating this, she quietly plucked several petals from her attire, dividing them into small fragments and kneading them into a tiny pill. Here, this is a healing elixir. Go find out which of the ability users is the most severely injured and give it to them. Remember to mention that it is from Jiang Yubai, and as long as they obey us, we shall not treat them unfairly. Suan took the pill with a puzzled expression and inquired, but didn't you say you didn't want a base? Shen Qingtang remained silent for a considerable time. Finally, she spoke wearily. I said I do not want the base, but did I not mention giving the leader to someone named Su Xing? Yet, why do you still provide them with medicine? Suan was even more perplexed. Shen Qingtang, unwilling to continue the conversation, directly urged him to refrain from asking so many questions. In the end, Suan could only scratch his head and depart from the scene. After Suan left, Jiang Yubai could not help but voice the same inquiry. Shen Qingtang clearly exhibited distinct attitudes towards Jiang Yubai and Suan, for it was a rare occasion to pique Jiang Yubai's interest. Hence, she elaborated with exceptional patience. I merely feigned disinterest. Let that Su Xing assume the title of a base leader while he undertakes the burdensome tasks. However, my aim is to earn the genuine allegiance of the base's supernatural beings, such that they will heed our every word. Jiang Yubai felt that Shen Qingtang's sentiments were overly idealistic, prompting him to respond candidly. The human heart is inscrutable. Shen Qingtang cast a glance of admiration at him, then spoke in a calm tone. At that moment, Jiang Yubai instantly thought of Nono and her mother, just as he was about to inquire. Shen Qingtang also realized this, rolling her eyes with a rather displeased tone. The mother and daughter duo were an accident. I didn't meddle at that time. Some losses are enough to suffer once. One cannot constantly bear the brunt of misfortune, she silently added in her heart. Subsequently, her gaze shifted toward Suan. Hey, yes, you come here. I have something good for you. Suan pointed at an agile-looking, severely injured ability user who was glancing around. Chapter 94. The Unclaimed Base. What did my brother call me for? The young man hurried over, his face brimming with awkwardness. It's nothing serious. Just that my brother, by notice your injuries seem quite severe, and he thought of giving you treatment. Is Lord by a healing type ability user? I feel quite embarrassed. How could a mere small fry like me trouble a lord? The young man stammered, filled with excitement. Suan shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, What are you thinking? How could my brother by possibly be a healing type ability user? Furthermore, even if he were, he wouldn't treat you. Surprisingly, the young man did not take offense at this remark. Instead, he found it rather normal. He gazed at Suan in confusion as he produced a yellow pill from nowhere and handed it over. Take this, and your injuries will heal. Skeptically, the young man accepted the pill, examining it for a moment. Noticing that a crowd had quickly gathered around, he reasoned that they wouldn't harm him in front of so many people. Embracing a mindset of risking it all, he swallowed the pill in one go. Initially, he felt nothing, but gradually, a fiery heat enveloped his body. At first, it was bearable, yet as the temperature continued to rise, he found it increasingly intolerable. It's so hot, so hot. As the young man collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, the onlookers instinctively took a few steps back. Suan maintained an air of nonchalance, though internally he was in turmoil. Oh my, why didn't Qingtang clarify that taking the pill would result in this? This situation certainly looks like he is being harmed. Just as the young man's cries grew ever more desperate, a turning point arrived. Hey, look, he seems to be getting better. Really? Let me see. Ouch, you stepped on me, move aside. Don't crowd, one at a time. He immediately turned to the young man who had just been writhing in agony on the ground. And to his astonishment, not only the onlookers, but he himself was taken aback. Although it wasn't the first time he had witnessed Shen Qingtang's formidable abilities. The fact that she could heal an ability user's wounds instantly with just a tiny pill was indeed remarkable. Moreover, these were not ordinary injuries. They were inflicted by those insects. It is known that even healing-type ability users require extensive time for recovery from insect bites. Yet, in Shen Qingtang's hands, such wounds were rendered trivial. At that moment, Suen felt that Shen Qingtang's stature in his heart had elevated further, almost surpassing Jiang Yubai. Qingtang, do you have many of those pills? Is it true that you possess a variety of them? I want some too. Suen, witnessing the remarkable effects of the pill, dashed over to Shen Qingtang, eager to keep some for self-defense. Shen Qingtang gazed at Suen, utterly speechless. After a moment, she finally spoke softly, "Rest assured. We will always be together. You will never need that kind of medicine." Suen wished to argue further, but Jiang Yubai had already cast a glance in their direction. Watching his departing figure, Shen Qingtang contemplated for a moment before offering an explanation. "It is not that I am stingy, but this truly is not suitable for him." After all, it contained additives, she silently concluded within her heart. Understood. Though merely two succinct words, they filled Shen Qingtang with joy. She could discern from his tone that he genuinely comprehended her. This time, Suen opted not to select anyone from the ability users but directly approached Su Xing, handing him the medicine. Observing the puzzled expression on Su Xing's face, Suen slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing he had forgotten to convey the most crucial information. He hastily continued, "My brother Bai does not wish to assume the role of leader of the base. We have unanimously decided that you shall take on this responsibility. However, should my brother Bai require you to undertake any tasks, you must comply. Do you understand?" Su Xing regarded the medicine Suen had presented, reflecting on his previous words, as well as those spoken by the sunflower. Ultimately, he accepted the pill. He hardly had a choice. He still vividly recalled the words the sunflower had uttered when they were permitted to leave. Now, witnessing the ability users at the base unveil these special medicines, they dared not voice any objections. "Rest assured, I will ensure our base flourishes and stands strong. When you need us, we shall be your most steadfast support." Stealthily. Although the other ability users were unclear about the situation, they echoed his proclamation. Once silence descended upon the group, Su Xing tucked the pill away, turning to address the base personnel. "From this day forth, I shall be the leader of our Dark Rain base. Should you have any concerns, feel free to approach me. However, remember this. Our survival today is solely due to Lord Bai and his companions." After he fervently concluded his declaration, a voice timidly inquired, "But did you not just state that Lord Bai would be the leader of the base?" One question emboldened the others, and soon, a chorus of doubts arose. Su Xing remained unperturbed, waiting patiently for them to articulate their queries before he began to explain. "Lord Bai and his companions have other matters to attend to. Naturally, they cannot linger in this small base. Our responsibility is to develop the base effectively in their absence, so that when they require our assistance, we can decisively vanquish our foes." Upon hearing his reasoning, the ability users pondered and found it quite sensible, leading them to chant in unison, "Develop the base. Be the strongest support." Chapter 95. Su Xing's plan. Listening to the fervent cries from that side, Shen Qingtang and her companions found their thoughts racing, lost in contemplation. Shen Qingtang had not anticipated that Su Xing would be so adept at navigating the situation, yet this proved to be quite advantageous. "Lord Bai, do you find any fault in my previous remarks?" After arranging matters with the other ability users, Su Xing eagerly approached Jiang Yubai and his companions to seek their approval. Before Jiang Yubai could respond, Su Xing turned to the sunflower, Shen Qingtang. "Lord Bai, this sunflower truly possesses a remarkable understanding. Had it not been for its assertion that you taught it, I would have never discerned its significance." Initially, Jiang Yubai found no issue with the former statement, but he relished the praise directed at Shen Qingtang, which prompted a rare smile to grace his face, accompanied by a tone of commendation. Indeed, quite impressive. At this moment, Suen felt a twinge of displeasure. "Bai Ge, you actually complimented someone and smiled at them. You've never done that for me." Jiang Yubai did not spare Suen a glance, addressing Su Xing directly. "No matter, you may leave now." Su Xing scratched his head in confusion, furrowing his brow tightly, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind Jiang Yubai's words. However, he felt too embarrassed to inquire further, fearing it might reveal his ignorance, especially since Lord Bai had just praised him. Observing Su Xing's perplexed expression, Suen approached him after a moment and gently patted his shoulder. "Don't let Bai Gu's smile and compliment elevate your spirits unduly. It merely implies you can leave now. Su Xing. So, it was quite literally what it meant. Though I harbored a similar thought, I assumed someone as profound as Jiang Yubai would not speak so plainly. Ultimately, reality proved him to be overly contemplative. The meaning was indeed straightforward. Ah, so that is what it signifies. Thank you, thank you. Without your guidance, I would have remained in the dark. Susi na pirdin laiten. Incessantly expressing his heartfelt gratitude to Su and witnessing Su Xing's transformation from a boisterous figure to one of humility, Su marveled at Shen Qingtang's remarkable influence. At that moment, he grasped that while extinguishing a life could be a simple task, transforming one into a valuable individual was a far more arduous endeavor. However, he felt a tinge of embarrassment at receiving praise, particularly since he had merely observed the unfolding drama from the sidelines. After a moment of contemplation, he replied in a neutral tone, "In the future, when Bai Gu speaks, you should interpret his words literally." Yes, thank you." A flurry of gratitude ensued, leading Su to feel as though he had accomplished something significant. As Su Xing continued his endless expressions of thanks, Jiang Yubai, accompanied by Shen Qingtang, opted to depart. Recognizing their presence was no longer necessary. Before leaving, Jiang Yubai handed several blades to Su Xing, instructing him to distribute them among the base's ability users. During this exchange, he did not conceal his actions from the ability users, who observed everything intently. They felt increasingly validated in their choice, noting how these leaders would willingly provide them with weapons, unlike the previous deputy who regarded them as mere tools. You may not be aware of the blade's capabilities, but I can assure you that it proves most effective for pest control, requiring little effort. However, the supply is limited, so consider this. The underground ability users unanimously supported this decision, finding it to be the most equitable arrangement. Recognizing the futility of remaining, Su Xing nodded in satisfaction. "You may all retire for now. I shall seek out old Su." With that, he departed, now the leader of the base. Mindful of his responsibilities and eager to check on old Su's research. Moreover, he found it peculiar that, despite the recent upheaval, he had not received any news from the other bases. In the past, the deputy had monopolized information, leaving him uninformed. He resolved to first assess old Su's progress before inquiring about the other bases. If memory served, there was a location that facilitated communication with the various bases. Previously, he lacked the authority, but circumstances had changed. With this thought, he quickened his pace. Soon, he arrived at the site of old Su's research. Before he could knock, the door swung open, revealing old Su, whose face fell in disappointment upon seeing him. "Oh, why are you here? I expected Jiang Yubai and the others." "Old Su, I have come to inform you that the deputy has fled." He summoned numerous ability users to besiege Lord Bai and ultimately retreated in disgrace after failing. Old Su was taken aback, astonished by the events that transpired during his brief seclusion. His previous suspicions about Zhao Lei's unsuitability for leadership were confirmed. He was foolish, selfish, and dismissive of counsel. Old Su could hardly comprehend Zhao Lei's transformation, as he had once been a commendable individual with aspirations to develop the base. After much contemplation, he concluded that change was an inherent aspect of humanity. And what else? Old Su inferred that Su Xing had more to share. Indeed, Su Xing continued. "We initially intended for Lord Bai to assume leadership of the base. However, they declined, claiming more pressing matters awaited them, leaving me to take on the role." Old Su scrutinized Su Xing with skepticism, clearly doubtful of his assertion. Considering Su Xing's relative influence compared to Jiang Yubai and the others, old Su felt compelled to question Su Xing's credibility. "You're not attempting to deceive me, are you?" "Certainly not. I would never dare to mislead you. I speak the truth. You may verify with Lord Bai and the others at your convenience." Old Su studied him further, noting the sincerity in Su Xing's demeanor, which alleviated his doubts somewhat. "Very well, understood. Do you have anything else to convey?" The underlying implication was clear. If not, he was welcome to leave. Su Xing, recognizing old Su's eagerness to dismiss him, hastily relayed his remaining inquiries. "It's not a significant matter. I simply wish to know about the current state of research. When can we expect to see the sun again?" It's rather inconvenient to rely on artificial lighting. His gaze drifted to the flickering lights in the distance, clearly unable to sustain themselves for long. Old Su also regarded the shadowed base, his voice tinged with melancholy. I cannot say for certain, but we have made preliminary progress. Since you're here, I shall take you to see it. Awakening initially felt disheartened by the preceding words. It was uplifted by what followed. The presence of results indicated imminent success, a most auspicious sign. At that very moment, Jiang Yubai and his companion arrived. From a distance, Su Lao spotted their figures, his aged countenance blossoming with joy as he even trotted towards them. Observing the stark transformation in Su Lao, Awakening found himself momentarily at a loss for words. However, upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable, for without the esteemed Bai and his colleagues, one could only speculate about the state of Su Lao's research. This line of thought led him to feel that Su Lao's enthusiasm was somewhat lacking. Ah, what a coincidence to encounter you here, Master Bai. I came to inquire about the progress of Su Lao's research. Had I known you were also coming, I would have joined you sooner. Awakening exclaimed in a rapid-fire manner, a cascade of words spilling forth without pause. He believed his eloquence perfectly articulated his purpose for being there. Jiang Yubai glanced at the two and nodded before speaking in his usual understated manner. Together, Su Lao and Awakening exchanged bewildered glances. Though it was not their first experience with his peculiar way of speaking, they were perpetually taken aback, unsure of his exact meaning. At this juncture, Su-in's role became particularly significant. He strode forward confidently, addressing the two with a tone of self-satisfaction. What Brother Bai means is that we shall accompany you to witness the research findings you mentioned, Su Lao. Once again, Su Lao and Awakening displayed expressions of sudden understanding. Yet, Su Lao was puzzled as to why Jiang Yubai felt the need to reiterate what he had already suggested. Fortunately, this thought quickly dissipated from his mind. Very well, let us go together. I shall lead you to see, he declared, his tone revealing his delight at this preliminary achievement. The group swiftly arrived at the location of his research. Upon entering the brightly lit chamber, Awakening was filled with disbelief. Is this truly the preliminary result? Has it not already been accomplished? His astonishment was understandable, as the spherical object resembled the sun in its luminosity, and most importantly, it exhibited a stable glow, devoid of any flickering. Su Lao merely chuckled and shook his head at Awakening's exclamation before proceeding to elucidate, though it may appear impressive. It still pales in comparison to the sun. The others exchanged glances, perplexed by his unwavering confidence. Without further ado, Su Lao walked over to a nearby shelf and retrieved a black jar. As he approached the spherical light source, a plump white worm promptly fell to the ground. After a brief moment of stiffness, it began to wriggle energetically. The presence of a single worm did not instill fear in the onlookers. Rather, they found themselves intrigued by its movements. As the worm scuttled across the floor, it soon headed towards Su-in, who promptly delivered a kick, sending the creature tumbling. Dazed, the worm shook its head before scurrying off in the direction of Shenyang. Shenyang, too, adopted a similar approach as Su-in. In the end, the insects scurried about beneath the feet of a few individuals. Shen Qingtang found herself utterly speechless. It must be said that the vitality of these insects is remarkably tenacious, and her companions exhibit a rather tedious sense of amusement. You see, it is precisely like this. There's only a fleeting effect at the beginning, but thereafter, it wanes. However, I recall that when the sun previously emerged, the movements of those insects became exceedingly sluggish, a stark contrast to their current state. The playful few also ceased their antics, lost in contemplative thoughts. Su Lao indeed spoke the truth, and they were all acutely aware of it. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Qingtang quietly propped herself up, inching closer to Jiang Yubai's ear in a discreet manner, and softly inquired whether the dosage of the previous yellow substance had been intensified, suggesting that perhaps the insufficiency of the quantity was the reason for the lack of energy. Jiang Yubai was taken aback by Shen Qingtang's sudden utterance. After a brief pause, he swiftly glanced at Su Lao and the others, relieved to find they were oblivious to their conversation. However, he felt it was unwise to linger in this setting. as Shen Qingtang appeared utterly unaware of the potential risks. After all, Su Lao, a research enthusiast, was present. The thought of what might happen if Su Lao discovered Shen Qingtang could speak darkened his expression and cast a shadow over his mood. Shen Qingtang's subsequent remarks were merely fabrications. She was simply seeking to fill the silence. Yet, upon realizing that the other party could perceive his discontent, Jiang Yubai felt a surge of happiness, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. Observing his capricious demeanor left Shen Qingtang speechless. She was unperturbed by the possibility of Su awakening, revealing her ability to speak to Su Lao, as she knew he would not dare to do so. Nevertheless, to avoid any unnecessary complications, she deemed it prudent to maintain the guise of a mere plant. Chapter 97. Success. After gently caressing Shen Qingtang's flower pot, Jiang Yubai turned his attention to Su Lao and inquired in a neutral tone, "Is the dosage increased?" Su Lao, after a moment of silence, cast a pleading glance towards Su and brother by his asking if the dosage has been intensified. Upon hearing these words, Shen Qingtang fell silent for a moment. Ultimately, with a heavy heart, she extracted some flower cores from the center of her floral arrangement. "Give this to him. It should suffice this time," she urged. Jiang Yubai, observing the additional item in his hand, discerned the reluctance in Shen Qingtang's tone and resolutely declined. "No, I shall not. It remains as it is." "Shen Qingtang, I have endured great pain to bring this forth, and now you say this to me? Hurry and give it to him. Stop dawdling." Her tone had begun to grow increasingly irritable. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yubai finally spoke up. "Are you all right?" Shen Qingtang comprehended that this individual was genuinely concerned for her. It was bewildering how some people struggled to express themselves properly. Consequently, the reluctance she had felt moments ago dissipated entirely. "I am perfectly fine. It's merely a matter of reluctance," she stated. "Really? Reluctance? Then I shan't give it," Jiang Yubai responded, his resolve to withhold it intensifying upon hearing her admission of reluctance. After all, the spherical object emitting light was not indispensable. It was not something that had to be bestowed by Shen Qingtang. Shen Qingtang felt that she was nearing the point of being unable to articulate her thoughts to this person. Had she known, she would not have displayed such reluctance. However, this matter did not hold any adverse effects for her. It was merely that, being her first time giving to Huaxin, a sense of attachment was only natural. After all, it was a part of her own flesh, was it not? Stop dragging this out. Let us resolve the issue here quickly. We have other places to attend to. Hearing the barely contained impatience in her tone, Jiang Yubai finally complied. He coldly approached Su Lao, reluctantly extending the item in his hand. "This," and then fell silent. Su Lao, bewildered, received the item, unsure of what had transpired. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine, and now he wore an expression as if someone owed him 5 million. Jiang Yubai paid little mind to others' thoughts, but Suen could no longer bear to watch. He stepped forward to explain to Su Lao, "What brother by means is that by incorporating this item, you can resolve your current predicament." Su Lao's eyes brightened instantly, yet he remembered to express his gratitude. He first thanked Jiang Yubai, then Suen, and promptly hurried to tinker with the spherical object. Before long, the crowd observed a noticeable change in the spherical entity, and Su Lao excitedly exclaimed, "It's changing! It's changing!" As he shouted, he placed the previously tormented insect beneath the glowing sphere. Indeed, this time, the insect no longer exhibited its prior lively demeanor. Instead, it could only move with excruciating slowness, a stark contrast to its former self. At this sight, Su Lao's elation transcended mere happiness. He glanced at Jiang Yubai, then at Suen, overwhelmed with emotion and at a loss for words. I, thank you. I truly cannot express my gratitude enough. Had it not been for you, I would never have uncovered this. You are truly the kindest souls in the world. Without your assistance, humanity would surely face extinction." The others exchanged glances, clearly perceiving that Su Lao was genuinely moved, and it was evident that he was not typically one to offer compliments. Listening to his words, Shen Qingtang felt they lacked sincerity and instead seemed odd. Were it not for the tears of joy in his eyes and the earnestness of his voice, she might have suspected he was being deliberately flattering. "Su Lao, that's enough. You need not praise us further. Ultimately, it was Su Xing who could no longer endure it. Observing Jiang Yubai and the other's speechless expressions, he stepped forward to voice their unspoken thoughts. Su Lao, momentarily interrupted, paused his praises. He surveyed the group, seemingly realizing that excessive flattery was uncalled for. After contemplating, he was about to say something to remedy the situation when Suan finally spoke up. Su Lao, we understand your sentiments. There is no need for further compliments. Now that this item is ready, we should consider where to place it. Indeed, he had been so consumed with joy over the successful creation that he had overlooked this crucial aspect. However, there was only one of these, and it could hardly remain in this room. Thus, the question of its placement arose. Su Lao began to ponder suitable locations in his mind, yet after a lengthy deliberation, he could not conceive a fitting spot. Finally, he could only shake his head in resignation. I've thought for ages and cannot determine a suitable place for it. His tone grew somewhat melancholic as he lamented his inability to produce more. If he could create hundreds or thousands at once, each person could have one, could they not? Moreover, the two essential materials had been provided by Jiang Yubai and his companions. He could not dare to ask them for more. With that thought, Su Lao shook his head again, dispelling the unfeasible notion from his mind, fearing he might embarrass himself by voicing such requests. The others watched his expression shift, bemused by his indecision. Fortunately, this state did not linger long. He seemed to arrive at a conclusion, glancing at Su Xing as he hesitantly proposed. How about we establish a pedestal within the base specifically for this sphere? Su Xing considered his suggestion seriously and found it a feasible idea. However, such decisions were not his to make alone, so he turned to Jiang Yubai and the others, seeking their opinions. Jiang Yubai remained silent, showing no particular stance, and naturally, neither did Su and the others. It was Shen Qingtang who, after contemplating the scenario they described, nudged Jiang Yubai and voiced her concern. I believe this plan may not be viable. What if another base sees it and takes it away? Is it possible that other bases operate in a similar manner? Shen Qingtang suddenly felt a surge of curiosity. Chapter 98. The Communication Chamber. The current means of communication starkly contrasted with those of the past. With the absence of television and telephones, communication had regressed significantly. While they had not descended to the antiquated method of carrier pigeons, the disparity between the present and the previous modes of information exchange was nonetheless striking. For instance, the affairs between bases could no longer be swiftly communicated. Contemplating this, she was suddenly overcome by an inexplicable sensation. Had each base truly experienced this perpetual night? Had the insect plague occurred at every base as well? However, these questions merely circulated in her mind, as there was currently no means to resolve them. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yubai finally reacted, casting a glance at the waiting Su Lao. Not safe. Just 3 simple words sent Su Lao clutching his spherical object tightly. It was only upon this reminder that he realized the oversight. Indeed, he had neglected to consider the issue of safety. At that moment, Su Xing aptly interjected. Upon hearing his words, Shen Qingtang felt a spark of interest ignite within her. It was indeed true that when one is in need of rest, a pillow is readily offered. She had just contemplated these matters, and immediately, someone had begun to speak of them. Let us go together. Let us embark on this journey together. Shen Qingtang fervently prodded Jiang Yubai's palm with the sharp tip of a leaf. Jiang Yubai gently caressed the pointed leaf, soothingly reassuring her. All right. Shen Qingtang felt a surge of happiness, quickly followed by a tranquil silence. Jiang Yubai cast a glance at Su Xing and spoke in an indifferent tone. Let's proceed together. This time, Su Xing did not require Su, and for translation, he discerned Jiang Yubai's intent. Then shall we set off now, Lord Bai? He subsequently turned his gaze towards old Su, seeking confirmation through his eyes, inquiring whether they should embark without delay. Old Su shot him a reproachful look, his tone laced with irritation. What is that look? Of course, I intend to accompany you. Do you think I am indifferent to other bases? Really? Su Xing felt unjustly accused. After all, old Su had previously been reluctant to leave his research institute. Hence, he refrained from asking directly this time, instead opting for a subtle inquiry through his gaze, only to be met with a reprimand. Life was indeed fraught with challenges. He mused silently. However, the individuals before him were evidently unconcerned with his internal reflections. Suin observed his prolonged silence and, growing impatient, urged him to act. Prompted, Su Xing swiftly composed himself and led the group to the communications chamber, accessible solely to the base leaders. Communications chamber, no entry for unauthorized personnel. Upon seeing that the newcomers were not Zhao Lei, the guarding ability users immediately halted the group's advance. Old Su, incensed, huffed and glared. What do you mean by no entry for unauthorized personnel? I am Su Ci, known as Old Su in the base, a dedicated researcher. Even Zhao Lei must address me with respect. Who do you think you are? The guards paid him no heed. This only fueled Old Su's anger further. Yet he was powerless. Despite his research prowess, he lacked abilities himself. It was indeed the first time he encountered such a predicament. Previously, anyone who heard his name would treat him with deference. Unlike these ability users who outright ignored him, it was only Su Xing who stepped forward to mediate the situation. Currently, I am the base leader. Zhao Lei has fled. The ability users exchanged bewildered glances, confusion evident in their eyes. They had no inkling of the significant events transpiring outside. Recalling the orders they received upon their arrival, they momentarily hesitated, but soon regained their resolve. Communications chamber. No entry for unauthorized personnel. The group fell into silence, realizing that these individuals only recognized Zhao Lei, rendering explanation futile. Lorbai, it is clear that they are unwilling to allow us entry. We have no choice but to force our way in. What do you think? Jiang Yubai nodded in agreement. With his endorsement, Su Xing wasted no time and unleashed his formidable abilities upon the group of ability users. Clash, crash, boom. The scene erupted into chaos. Su En and Xin Yang stood quietly by, watching Su Xing engage in battle with the ability users. They could not deny that it was rather exhilarating to remain on the sidelines. In that moment, the doubts regarding Shen Qingtang's earlier leniency towards them resurfaced with newfound clarity. Indeed, many situations cannot be judged solely by their surface. Enough watching. Go lend a hand, or he may very well perish here. Shen Qingtang observed Su En and the others watching the fight with keen interest, showing no inclination to intervene. She quietly reminded them, having been too engrossed in her thoughts to notice that Su Xing was already at a disadvantage. Had it not been for Shen Qingtang's alert, they might not have felt compelled to assist. You've come, Su Xing exclaimed upon seeing the newcomers join the fray, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He had already contemplated that if Lord Bai did not summon help soon, he would have to plead for assistance himself. Fortunately, it had not come to that, and he could focus on the battle once more. Su Lingruo cast a glance at him before plunging into the fray. With their participation, the tide soon shifted from a one-sided affair to a stalemate, and after a while, the opposing ability users clearly began to falter. Reflecting on how they had previously overwhelmed Su Xing, Su Lingruo and the others were not inclined to let them off easily, continuing their relentless assault. Stop! Stop! We concede. We concede, came the weary pleas from the defeated ability users. If only you had said so earlier. Truly, one should not refuse a toast, but instead drink the penalty wine, Su Xing retorted after spitting a few words of disdain. He then straightened his clothes and stood properly beside Jiang Yubai. The fallen ability users, lying on the ground, weakly protested, "This isn't our fault. When we arrived, Zhao Lei explicitly stated that no one aside from him was allowed in. You think a few words would suffice to grant you entry?" Su Xing pondered this, recognizing it as Zhao Lei's typical style. "So, are you now prepared to disregard Zhao Lei's orders?" he inquired, casting a scrutinizing gaze at the downed ability users. Ability users. Chapter 99, video called Damn. It's not that we wish to disobey. We simply fear for our lives. I'm asking you a question, respond. Su Xing stepped forward, delivering a kick to each of the ability users, who dared not retaliate, ultimately resigning themselves to speak. Just knock us out. We'll pretend we saw nothing. As he spoke, one of the ability users cleverly dropped the key to the door on the ground. The others observed this scene in astonishment. Quick to act, Su Xing picked up the key and, in accordance with the wishes of the ability users, swiftly rendered them unconscious. I shall open the door now, just a moment. If it weren't for the sturdy nature of this door, how could you share a few occurrences we've encountered here? Su Xing nodded knowingly. He understood that to elicit significant information from others, one must first share something of their own. Otherwise, how could one expect others to speak? Sighing, he candidly confessed, the truth is, our base has recently faced a rather insurmountable issue, which is why I thought to inquire if other bases might possess a solution. The previously indifferent handsome man, upon hearing this, instantly shifted his demeanor, leaning closer to the screen, clearly intrigued by Su Xing's expression that seemed to suggest impending disaster. Observing this change, Su Xing hesitated, feeling reluctant to voice his thoughts. Why did he get the impression that this individual was merely eager for gossip? Nevertheless, the matter required resolution, and after a brief internal struggle, he resignedly began to speak. The situation is as follows. At some point, our base began to encounter an unknown species of insect. As Su Xing spoke, he attentively watched the handsome man's reaction. Initially, he had intended to discuss the phenomenon of eternal night, but upon reflection, he opted for a simpler explanation, focusing on the insects instead. He noticed the handsome man's expression shift momentarily upon mentioning the insects, although he quickly masked it. Nevertheless, Su Xing perceived the change and feigned nonchalance as he continued. You have no idea how formidable these insects are. Even our level 7 and 8 ability users are no match for them, left bloodied and battered by their bites, with the base echoing with cries of despair. As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes, leaving the handsome man feeling rather awkward, realizing he had become somewhat callous, listening to the tale of someone in distress as if it were mere entertainment. Please don't cry. Do continue, he stammered, his expression growing slightly uncomfortable. Su Xing, seemingly unfazed, composed himself and resumed. Our personnel have exhausted every conceivable method to eradicate these pests, yet none have proven effective. Thus, we sought to ascertain whether other bases have experienced similar challenges, hoping to discover a viable solution. In an unexpected display of sincerity, Su Xing removed his clothing to reveal his insect-inflicted wounds, seeking to substantiate his claims. Upon witnessing the injuries, the handsome man finally believed him. Indeed, these marks were consistent with insect bites. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Since you have been so forthright, I shall be candid as well. Our base has also suffered from insect attacks, though the severity is not as dire as you described. Our level 5 ability users can still manage to deal with them, albeit these creatures tend to return like tenacious cockroaches. He spoke the truth. While the insects were persistent, their situation was evidently less dire than Su Xing's. After all, their base had only a handful of level 7 and 8 ability users. Had these insects been capable of inflicting such damage on them, their base would likely face utter annihilation. However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts. I see. Congratulations on your relatively manageable predicament. Are there any other anomalies in your vicinity? Perhaps due to their shared experience with the insect onslaught. The handsome man had dropped his initial guard around Su Xing. His tone softened as he pondered aloud. I'm uncertain if it's merely an illusion, but I feel that the daylight hours have been growing increasingly shorter, as if dusk swiftly approaches. However, when I inquire with many others, they seemed oblivious to this change. And those insects remain largely inactive during the day, only becoming active at night. Is that the case for you as well? Recognizing the confusion in the handsome man's voice, Su Xing quickly interjected, You must eliminate those insects during the day. Your perception is accurate. The days are indeed growing shorter, for those insects fear the sun. Remembering their prior experiences, Su Xing felt compelled to caution him, beginning to suspect that perhaps eternal night was encroaching gradually, rather than abruptly descending upon all bases like theirs. The handsome man, though perplexed by Su Xing's air of omniscience, acknowledged that his words bore no harm. After expressing his gratitude, he promptly instructed his team to eliminate the insects and inform them of today's developments to prepare accordingly. After concluding the video call with that base, Su Xing did not immediately reach out to others, but instead looked at Jiang Yubai and the others, their expressions reflecting inquiry. Should we contact other bases, or is this sufficient? They had listened intently to his dialogue with the other base and understood that not every base was willing to share their experiences. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Qingtang shook her head, indicating that it was unnecessary. No, Hian Yuai Diplaiv. Though Su Xing was perplexed, he chose not to voice his thoughts. At that moment, Su Lao spoke up. What if we inquire with a few more bases? Let's ascertain their conditions. Su Xing, already prepared to depart, glanced back at Jian Yubai, who discreetly cast a glance at Shen Qingtang. Shen Qingtang conceded, all right, let us indulge Su Lao, for she believes that the discussions at the subsequent base will not differ significantly from those of the previous one. Noticing that Shen Qingtang did not shake her head, Jiang Yubai understood and nodded at Su Xing reluctantly. Su Xing proceeded to make several video calls. The content of these calls indeed aligned closely with Shen Qingtang's assumptions, with everyone primarily expressing concerns in a subdued manner. The only commonality was that all had faced a locust plague. However, for them, it was merely a trivial matter, which explained the lack of collective discussion on the issue. Su Xing dutifully reiterated the warnings. Naturally, not every individual at the bases received his words with goodwill. Some scoffed at him, while others merely nodded in indifference, leaving the decision to act entirely in their hands. Regardless, Su Xing felt he had performed admirably, having conveyed all that needed to be said. He glanced at Jiang Yubai and then at Su Lao. This time, Su Lao chose not to speak further, harboring an unvoiced desire for Su Xing to contact the Yin-Yang base, curious about the status of his nemesis. However, observing Jiang Yubai and his companions, who clearly wished to leave, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, opportunities would abound in the future, and he could always seek a time to return. Moreover, there were pressing matters that required resolution. He recalled the spherical object he had previously studied, still uncertain as to where it should be placed. The group swiftly departed, and upon exiting, Su Xing remembered to dispatch someone to expel the few superpowered individuals left behind. He deemed their presence unnecessary. So, are we now to deliberate the fate of the spherical object? Upon returning to Su Lao's research area, Su Xing gazed at the spherical entity in the room, his expression fraught with concern. This object posed a dilemma. It needed to be positioned outdoors to illuminate the entire base while simultaneously preventing theft. Chapter 101. The zombies arrive, brother Bai, what do you think? Sun inquired, glancing at Jiang Yubai, hoping for a more prudent solution. At that moment, a cacophony of screams erupted from within the base. Upon hearing this, both Su Lao and Su Xing's expressions shifted dramatically. Indeed, just as they harbored thoughts. The ground began to tremble, followed by an onslaught of insects emerging from below. Witnessing this scene, the group sprang into action. They were fortunate, for the spherical object remained in their vicinity, keeping the insects relatively subdued. Yet, the horrific sounds from other areas provided a grim picture of the situation outside. Finally, Shen Qingtang could no longer contain herself. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, she levitated the spherical object onto her flower pot and ascended slowly into the air. In no time, she reached a height where, with her presence and the sphere's radiance, the base was illuminated as brightly as day. People instinctively looked up, witnessing the sun, which had long been absent, finally reappear. Is my vision deceiving me? Is that the sun? The sun had emerged at last. It seemed the insects feared the sunlight. At the moment, the sun blazed forth. The superpowered individuals noticed the insects' peculiar behavior. The once voracious insects became lethargic, their aggression waning as the sunlight bathed them. Thus emboldened, they dared to gaze skyward, only to be met with a sight that left them astounded. Stop dawdling. Quickly exterminate the insects. Among them, a particularly astute individual, upon noticing the insects' weakened state, immediately intensified the assault on them. Indeed, this was not a time for idle observation. The paramount task was to eradicate the insects promptly. Before long, through the combined efforts of the superpowered individuals, the insects were entirely vanquished. Observing the ground littered with even more insect carcasses than before, and noting the lack of casualties among their ranks, the realization dawned on them. Just as the last time, the sun's emergence had weakened the insects. It appeared that the sun was indeed their nemesis. Yet, a thought struck them, Was it not said that only the human heart and the sun should not be gazed upon directly? Why had they just stared at the sun for so long without consequence? Though exhausted, the superpowered individuals' minds raced with thoughts. As they pondered, they noticed that they were fixated on the sun. They soon recognized that it was not the sun at all, but rather a sunflower. Moreover, it seemed increasingly familiar. Do you also find that flower familiar? One man mused, prompting another nearby to nudge him and pose the same question. Without hesitation, the man nodded, a conjecture forming in his mind, though he deemed it too absurd to voice. The inquirer, noticing his agreement, became intrigued. It resembles the one that Lord by always holds. I've always thought that flower looked rather extraordinary, though it was merely speculation. The man cast a glance at him, surprised that their thoughts had aligned. However, he chose not to express this and instead feigned astonishment. Really? I had no idea. The inquirer, pleased by the reaction, assumed the man had also made the connection, only to be surprised to find he had not. Indeed, he felt himself the most astute of all in the base. It must be true. I once secretly witnessed that sunflower vanquishing zombies with each bite and even speaking human language. The man initially trusted his words, but upon hearing the latter part, he regarded him as if he were a fool. Realizing his blunder, the inquirer understood that he had revealed too much. He had merely relished the astonished looks he received, which made him feel particularly clever and knowledgeable. However, they soon lacked the luxury to ponder such trivialities as the long-unheard roar of zombies echoed ominously. The sounds surged from all directions, prompting the superpowered individuals who had been resting on the ground to scramble to their feet. Meanwhile, Su Xing and Jiang Yubai hastily departed from Su Lao's vicinity, racing towards the massive platform at the center of the base. As Jiang Yubai ascended, he immediately activated his clairvoyance. Upon comprehending the full scope of the situation, his face betrayed a rare expression of shock. So many. It was the first time he had encountered such a vast horde of zombies. A sea of heads, dark and countless, stretched as far as the eye could see. Brother Bai? Su En's voice brimmed with unease. Never before had he seen such a grim countenance on Jiang Yubai. A horde of zombies. The mere utterance of 3 brief words rendered the extraordinary individuals at the base momentarily speechless. What? Did they truly just hear what they thought they did? A horde of zombies? Was it indeed the dreaded zombie apocalypse they had envisioned? The impending arrival of the undead? What should they do? What should they do? In an instant, anxiety gripped the hearts of those at the base. Jiang Yubai regarded them with a cold demeanor and uttered a composed command. Calm down. Though succinct, those 2 words succeeded in instilling a modicum of tranquility among the agitated, extraordinary beings. At that moment, Su En hastily interjected. His subsequent remarks were primarily intended to offer reassurance, yet the extraordinary individuals evidently placed great faith in his words. Observing the orderly preparations taking shape, Su En finally cast his gaze towards Jiang Yubai. Brother Bai, is this situation truly grave? Perhaps we should consider making a swift exit. As soon as Shen Qingtang landed, she was greeted by Su En's words. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. Su En was truly someone who was perpetually contemplating escape. Nevertheless, it was rather understandable, for none of them were saviors. They simply wished to live their own modest lives. Were it not for her unique identity, she too would have preferred to lead a tranquil existence, devoid of complications. Alas, such aspirations were merely fanciful thoughts, as her identity destined her to a different fate. Chapter 102. Shen Qingtang's Dilemma. Su En's remark interrupted Shen Qingtang's contemplation, and she glanced at him without speaking. Su En, unfazed, eagerly dashed to her side, circling around her until he confirmed that she was unharmed, which brought him a sense of relief. Jiang Yubai also cast a glance in her direction, and upon realizing she was fine, turned his gaze toward the distance. Enough of your incessant thoughts of fleeing. Let us focus on combating the zombies, Su En exclaimed. Oh, Qingtang, you possess many admirable qualities, yet your kindness is excessive, he muttered under his breath, only daring to voice the latter part softly. As the ability users busied themselves, no one paid attention to the exchanges on the platform. As for Su Awakening, who had accompanied them, he was already aware that Shen Qingtang was articulate. Thus, He maintained a composed demeanor amidst the discussions among the group. However, those few words illuminated a significant truth for him. This sunflower, named Shen Qingtang, held considerable influence within Lord Bai's ranks. With this realization, he swiftly approached her, his tone imbued with gratitude. "Qingtang, thank you for your willingness to assist our base. Rest assured, your standing will be equal to that of Lord Bai in the future." Shen Qingtang felt that this person was exceedingly perceptive. Although her decision to remain here and assist stemmed from personal motives, she was unbothered. Suddenly, Jiang Yubai's voice interrupted the conversation between her and the flower, prompting them to glance ahead. A throng of zombies surged forth like an unrelenting tide. Fortunately, the preparations made earlier proved somewhat effective. The shield walls thrown by Suin successfully contained the zombies, greatly facilitating the efforts of the supernatural beings in combating them. Su Lingruo and Shen Yang were desperately hurling grenades and peas. The other supernatural beings stood in astonishment at the sight of their abilities. Could such powers truly exist? What are you staring at? Don't be so curious about everything. Hurry up and fight the zombies. Yet, their astonishment was hardly unwarranted. The grenades and peas were indeed formidable. From their elevated position, they could eliminate zombies without even coming into contact with them, while those below were engaged in a life-or-death struggle, taking ages to dispatch a single zombie. The contrast was stark. "Brother Bai, how many more are there?" Su Thin's hands trembled as fatigue began to set in. Yet the horde of zombies showed no signs of diminishing. Panic began to creep in. Jiang Yubai, listening to Su Thin's words, fell into a contemplative silence. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. The air hung heavy with tension until Shen Qingtang, unable to bear it any longer, moved to Jiang Yubai's side. "Speak up. If you don't, they'll have no sense of security, and that's not ideal." Jiang Yubai cast her a glance. "Endless," he uttered, the impact of those 3 words leaving the individuals on the platform momentarily stunned. "Brother Bai, are you serious?" Su Thin's voice quivered with disbelief as he gazed at the supernatural beings below, still fervently battling the relentless zombies. Shen Qingtang fell into silence, pondering her next course of action. Doubts began to creep into her mind. Initially, she believed it essential to safeguard them, as they would serve as her support in the future. However, upon hearing Jiang Yubai mention the endlessness of the situation, she found herself wavering. She felt inadequate to confront the seemingly infinite horde of zombies. What should she do? Jiang Yubai observed Shen Qingtang and inquired in a calm tone. In the past, when faced with such circumstances, he would have simply led his team away. Yet, the situation was different now. He could sense Shen Qingtang's inner turmoil and was willing to remain for her sake. "I do not know." Shen Qingtang shook the flower plate with honesty. Engulfed in a state of deep conflict, utterly uncertain of how to proceed. At that moment, Suin spoke up, suggesting, "Why not abandon your hesitations? What is there to ponder? Why not simply flee? By go, you could use teleportation." Upon hearing Jiang Yubai's mention of endlessness, Suin's first thought was indeed to escape. At the same time, Su Lingruo and Shen Yang turned their gazes toward them. Only Su Xing stood idly by, seemingly awaiting judgment. They could still muster a fight against the horde of zombies, but after so long, the relentless tide showed no signs of diminishing. Jiang Yubai's final utterance of endlessness had become the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. He felt engulfed in darkness, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Shen Qingtang gazed down at the humans fiercely battling against the zombies. It was neither a small nor a large number. There were certainly thousands, if not tens of thousands. Their departure had indeed been effortless. However, if they chose to flee this time, would that mean they would resort to this every time in the future? Shen Qingtang felt that this was not what she desired. Suddenly, she grew resolute. "We shall not flee. We shall fight. I refuse to believe that with our numbers, we cannot vanquish these mere zombies." In that moment, it was as if she had completely forgotten her earlier doubts about their ability to combat such a horde. Her entire being radiating a fierce determination. After uttering these words, she began to emanate a dazzling light. Countless miniature suns, invisible to others, merged into the bodies of the ability users below. The previously weary individuals felt as though they had received a sudden infusion of energy, regaining their former vitality. Although a sense of confusion permeated the air, they understood that pondering the cause was futile. Their primary focus must be on exterminating the zombies. The sounds of battle, crackling, roaring, filled the atmosphere. I am utterly exhausted. This is truly beyond human endurance. After dispatching the final zombie, Suen collapsed onto the ground, utterly devoid of dignity. He vowed that if such an event occurred again, he would discreetly slip away, unwilling to engage in such life-and-death struggles. Among those on the platform, only Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai appeared somewhat invigorated, while the others lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. The ability users below were in a similarly dire state. "Qingtang, we survived," Su Awakening exclaimed, his tone laced with disbelief. He genuinely had not anticipated that they could endure such an unyielding battle against the zombies. Reflecting on the moment he witnessed Shen Qingtang's sudden radiance, he chose to feign ignorance. Some truths are better left buried, he silently admonished himself. Chapter 103, The Unexpected Leader. Yes, we have all survived, and it is due to your own efforts. Upon finishing this statement, Shen Qingtang once more cast forth a shower of miniature suns to restore the stamina of the ability users. Su Awakening could only pretend to have seen nothing. "Hey, I feel an unexpected surge of strength. I could probably take on hundreds more zombies," a voice among the ability users proclaimed, only to be met with a scornful retort from a nearby companion. "Do be quiet. I have no desire to endure this again. Once is quite enough." The reprimanded individual obediently fell silent. I wonder how that spherical object came to be. Shen Qingtang's sudden utterance left the people on the platform momentarily stunned, as they were bewildered by the abruptness of the topic. Does Qingtang have a brilliant idea? Su Xing quickly glanced over, noting that with the zombie tide resolved, only the matter of the sun remained. Shen Qingtang remained silent, merely plucking a petal from her floral plate. The onlookers beheld as the petal gradually enlarged, transforming into a perfect sphere before soaring into the air. Moments later, it hovered suspended. Confusion clouded the minds of the bystanders. Suen could no longer contain his astonishment and exclaimed, "Qingtang, have you just replaced that sphere with your own petal? Is your petal truly so remarkable? Why did old Su need to study that contraption beforehand? Why not simply use your petal?" The others were left speechless. Shen Qingtang, unperturbed, spoke directly. "There is nothing amiss. I merely encased this spherical object devised by old researcher Su within my petals. See, this resolves the dilemma that has long plagued us, does it not?" This solution had unexpectedly emerged in Shen Qingtang's mind moments ago, prompting her to test it without hesitation. To her astonishment, it actually worked. The group gazed at the petals soaring high above, and only then did they realize that had they not known beforehand that this was not the sun, they might have genuinely believed it to be. Upon closer inspection, it indeed felt much safer, for who in their right mind would attempt to steal the sun? Yet, wait, if there were two suns in the sky, would that not be peculiar? But, Qingtang, do you not find it strange to have two suns in the sky? Suen asked, his expression one of utter confusion as he regarded Shen Qingtang, convinced that this was a matter of great significance. Shen Qingtang was momentarily speechless, having never contemplated such a question before. However, she quickly formulated a response. How could one be certain that this sun could not be seen elsewhere, in a world teetering on the brink of collapse? Was it not entirely reasonable to expect the occurrence of peculiar phenomena? The onlookers on the platform found themselves ensnared in contemplation, and upon reflecting on Shen Qingtang's words, they found her reasoning quite compelling, leading to their swift persuasion. Observing the absence of doubt among the crowd, Shen Qingtang felt a wave of relief wash over her. At that moment, old Su approached hastily. Previously, he had sequestered himself in his research due to his lack of abilities, but upon realizing that the group had made a decisive stand, he rushed over. "Lorbai, is that sun the same one I studied earlier?" Old Su inquired, gazing incredulously at the celestial body. When he witnessed the spherical object being enveloped, his heart momentarily halted, fearing a grave incident had transpired. It was only after observing it ascend and hover in the sky that his heartbeat returned to normal, prompting him to seek out Jiang Yubai and the others. His address towards Jiang Yubai had evolved from referring to him as young man to Lord Bai, akin to how he addressed Su Xing. After all, the group had aided him immensely, and given the current state of the base, he deemed it entirely appropriate to address them with such respect. Jiang Yubai remained as aloof as ever. Old Su yearned for clarity on the situation, yet no one present took the initiative to elucidate. Since the petals were derived from Shen Qingtang, in Old Su's eyes, she was merely a botanical entity. Ultimately, he decided to let it go. Everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction, rendering the specifics of the process less significant. After waiting in vain for an explanation, he consoled himself internally. Observing the base's ability users, he realized they did not embody the lethargy he had anticipated. Rather, they appeared invigorated, further piquing his curiosity. However, glancing at those beside him, he surmised they would remain tight-lipped, prompting a decision to inquire with the ability users at a later time. Just as they prepared to retire for a well-deserved rest, an ability user rushed forward, his expression one of bewilderment. Leader Su Lorbai, a rather peculiar individual, has arrived outside, claiming to be the head of our base. Su Xing and Old Su exchanged glances, both sensing an air of strangeness as they observed the ostentatious group approaching. Shen Qingtang let out a quiet sigh, pondering the peculiar coincidence of fate. The individual at the forefront was none other than Song Yu, whom she had not seen in quite some time. How had this person become the leader of the Dark Rain base? Wasn't her father's base in direct opposition to it? As Shen Qingtang silently critiqued the absurdity of the situation, Song Yu spotted her. A look of sheer astonishment washed over her face. The sunflower. Her sunflower was still alive. Zhao Su had indeed not deceived her. She glanced at Zhao Su, who stood respectfully beside her, her eyes brimming with admiration. Indeed, her visit had not been in vain, for she had laid eyes on her beloved sunflower, instantly transforming her previously sour disposition into one of elation. Song Yu pulled Zhao Su forward, placing him in front of her. The base's supernatural beings exchanged confused glances, failing to comprehend her words. Wasn't the base currently under the management of Leader Su and Lord Bai? Why was there suddenly a new leader? It was utterly baffling. After clearing his throat a few times, Zhao Su finally spoke up. I imagine you are all quite curious about me. The situation is as follows. I co-founded this base with Zhao Lei. Due to various other commitments, I entrusted the management of the base to him. Are you not intrigued as to why he holds the position of second in command? As Zhao Su articulated this, he observed the expressions of the supernatural beings, expecting their curiosity to prompt further dialogue. However, no one responded. Undeterred by the silence, he continued. The supernatural beings exchanged glances, whispering amongst themselves, how shameless. Indeed, they wondered where he found the audacity. When Zhao Lei fled, he showed no concern for our lives, resulting in the loss of several brothers. Their murmurs were not lost on Zhao Su, but he remained unfazed. A few individuals were inconsequential. He would find an opportunity to deal with them once he took control of the base. Song Yu, puffing with pride, stepped forward to capture everyone's attention, only to be met with the embarrassment of indifference. Wasn't he the Dark Rain base in constant conflict with the Sunfire base? How could they be intertwined in such a manner? It was truly perplexing. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Song Yu fixed her gaze upon Zhao Su with determination. Hand over that sunflower to me, and our Sunfire base will forge a lasting peace with your Dark Rain base. This proclamation was directed at Zhao Su. Recalling that her initial persuasion to bring Song Yu over stemmed from mentioning the sunflower beside Jiang Yubai, Zhao Su understood her insistence on claiming it. He approached Jiang Yubai with an unyielding tone. Hand over the sunflower, and I shall spare your lives. Jiang Yubai shifted his sunflower aside, wary of contamination from these fools. Do not provoke me. Zhao Su, infuriated by the singed state of his hair, felt his temper flare. The supernatural beings below erupted in laughter, finding humor in the absurdity of their new leader. Thankfully, they thought, their true leaders were Su Xing and Jiang Yubai. If this so-called leader were in charge, they feared for the base's future. In that moment, the supernatural beings silently vowed to protect their true leaders, ensuring that this pretender would not claim authority over the base. You all must be tired of living if you dare to mock me. Zhao Su scolded, while hurling fireballs at the supernatural beings below. As a near ninth-level supernatural being, he was not invincible, but more than capable of handling ordinary base members. Watching the chaos unfold as they dodged his fireballs, his earlier frustration with Jiang Yubai began to dissipate. Huh, laugh now, why have you stopped? The supernatural beings only found him more foolish. Yet, they were helpless against the fireballs, for their strongest member was merely at 8th level. Frustration mounted among them as they questioned how such a person could be deemed worthy of leading the base. Shen Qingtang watched as individuals below began to falter, some unable to evade the flames that threatened to engulf them. In response, she enlarged her leaves, and a powerful gust swept through, extinguishing the fireballs that had plagued the supernatural beings. Old Su gazed at Shen Qingtang in astonishment, his eyes shimmering with fervor. To his surprise, a sunflower possessed such formidable power. Initially, when it had dispersed Zhao Su's fireball, he had presumed it was Jiang Yubai who intervened covertly. Yet, he had witnessed the recent events with utmost clarity. It was indeed the sunflower that had expanded its leaves and acted autonomously. Sunflower, 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 may I have a privilege to study you? He approached Shen Qingtang with uncontainable excitement, his hands trembling as he reached out to touch her. Observing his demeanor, Shen Qingtang inwardly lamented her oversight. She had forgotten that this research enthusiast, Old Su, was present. After feigning her plant persona for so long, her ruse had been prematurely unveiled. However, despite Old Su's fervent gaze, she sensed no malice within it, which pleasantly surprised her. One must remember the look with which Song Wang had regarded her. That memory lingered vividly in her mind. No, Shen Qingtang replied coolly. Who would wish to be subjected to someone else's scrutiny? Old Su truly spoke without thinking. Oh, could you at least spare me a petal for my research? Old Su persisted, genuinely intrigued by the astonishing capabilities of the plant. Wait, did you speak? Old Su suddenly realized that the sunflower had indeed uttered words. He had merely asked casually, never expecting that a sunflower could converse. Shen Qingtang observed the expressions on Su Lao's face shifting erratically, almost akin to the swift changes of Trump's countenance. She felt utterly speechless. Was there truly such a need for alarm? Please, please, can't you allow me to study you? She implored. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of causing you harm. I merely wish to observe your daily routines and then explore further. Su Lao had already found her intriguing, but upon discovering her ability to speak, his fascination spiraled out of control. Yet, Shen Qingtang remained indifferent to his thoughts. Regardless of the discussions exchanged, she resolutely refused to acquiesce to his demands. In the end, Su Lao could only stand despondently to the side, his mind racing to devise a strategy to persuade the sunflower to grant his wishes. Chapter 105. The return of the little green sprout. Before he could formulate a plan, Song Yu's voice abruptly interrupted his reverie. Observing Song Yu, who appeared oblivious to her surroundings, he couldn't suppress his irritation. You truly are the daughter of Song Wang, utterly shameless, claiming the sunflower as yours when it rightfully belongs to Jiang Yubai. Song Yu shot him a disdainful glance. Oh, so you're the defeated subordinate of my father. What business do you have here? Your opinions are irrelevant. Enraged, Su Lao trembled in fury and hastily produced a handful of powder from his pocket, flinging it towards her. Although he lacked extraordinary abilities, he had an assortment of peculiar items at his disposal. Unfortunately for him, he was up against Song Yu, who shared the same lineage as her father, rendering his powder ineffective. Unable to stand idly by, Shen Qingtang launched a thunderous blade towards Song Yu. Sensing the imminent danger, Song Yu swiftly enveloped herself with the little green sprout she had previously coaxed into existence, narrowly evading disaster. Observing the familiar little green sprout, Shen Qingtang and Su Wen were astonished. They had not anticipated that the sprout, which had vanished after delivering its gifts, had now found its way to Song Yu's side. The expression in the sprout's gaze towards Shen Qingtang became increasingly complex. Shen Qingtang, after a moment of silence, gazed at the little green sprout with a look of utter bewilderment. The little green sprout was equally astonished. It never anticipated encountering that fearsome sunflower once again. Having painstakingly sought an opportunity to flee, it now found itself ensnared once more. In that instant, it felt a pang of dislike toward Songyu. Had she not incessantly insisted on taking it out for amusement and lavishing it with treats, it would not have obediently followed her. Observing the little green sprout's intention to disregard her, Shen Qingtang said nothing outwardly, merely detached her thoughts with an air of nonchalance, directing them towards the sprout. The others perceived nothing amiss, only noticing Shen Qingtang's silence following her inquiries. Yet, Jiang Yubai sensed a subtle shift and cast his gaze towards the little green sprout. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the sprout retracted the branches that surrounded Songyu, its body trembling uncontrollably. Even those who were oblivious to the unfolding events could discern its evident torment. And indeed, the little green sprout pleaded in anguish. Shen Qingtang did not listen. Instead, she calmly inquired, "That shouldn't be the case. You couldn't possibly have had the audacity to leave so directly. I had left something on you at that time. How could you have resisted?" Shen Qingtang earnestly inquired, grappling with a question that eluded her understanding. Upon being questioned, the little green sprout began to doubt its own existence. "So it cannot escape, can it?" I do not know," it confessed. "When I encountered Songyu, I felt an immediate warmth and a desire to be with her. She is far more gentle than you." It realized that it genuinely preferred the company of Songyu. Shen Qingtang paused in contemplation upon hearing those words. She began to grasp the extent of Song Wang's abilities. It seemed likely that Song Wang had imparted something to Songyu, thus allowing this small sprout to be influenced by her. Such a scenario was not entirely implausible. Observing the small sprout, which remained oblivious to the current predicament, Shen Qingtang struck it a few more times, her voice dripping with menace. "Considering this is your first offense, I shall let it slide this time. However, should there be a next time, I will not hesitate to end your existence. You know I am capable of it." The sprout trembled, sensing a profound dread emanating from the depths of its being. It understood that this woman spoke truthfully. She could indeed bring about its demise. At last, it settled into silence, quietly reverting to its diminutive sprout form and inching its way towards Suin. It recalled that it had previously been entrusted to him. Suin regarded the small sprout with disdain. He had once contemplated making it his companion, yet here it was, having fled to deliver something instead, directly to his adversary. What purpose could this creature possibly serve now? The small sprout, acutely aware of Suin's disdain, nudged against his foot, climbing up his pant leg until it perched upon his wrist. After confirming that Suin had no intention of discarding it, it hesitantly spoke. I didn't want to. It was just that Shen Qingtang was so fierce before, I was frightened. I'm still so small, so what's wrong with hiding?" Suin. Shen Qingtang, observing Suin's intention to cast aside the little green sprout, hastily interjected, "Let it stay. It has already been wronged." The little green sprout gazed at Shen Qingtang in bewilderment, uncertain of her meaning. Before it could voice its inquiry, it witnessed Songyu, who had accompanied it, transform as if she were an entirely different person. Her previous gentleness vanished. "Sunflower, do not presume that I will continue to indulge you." Upon noticing the little green sprout departing from her side, Songyu's understanding became clear. Although she had not witnessed the sunflower's misdeeds, she sensed that all this turmoil stemmed from it. Having painstakingly acquired the little green sprout, the thought of it being taken away was unbearable. In an instant, the robust green branches surged forward, eager to assault Shen Qingtang. Shen Qingtang naturally remained unfazed. The razor-sharp blades of lightning sliced through the air, targeting the branches with precision. In no time, the ground was strewn with Songyu's fallen branches, while Shen Qingtang had not lost a single petal. The spectators on the platform, along with the ability users from the base, erupted in applause, fervently encouraging her to continue her performance. Among the crowd, only Jiang Yubai discerned a hint of something amiss. With a calm demeanor, he lifted Shen Qingtang, enveloping her in the warmth of his inner strength, his hands gently resting upon her form. As she felt the sudden surge of warmth coursing through her body, Shen Qingtang was momentarily taken aback. She had thought she was performing admirably, only to realize she had been discovered. I am fine. Please set me down. This makes me appear too weak. Shen Qingtang struggled to rise. Who has ever been lifted mid-fight? Although she currently felt like a mere flower, she still possessed her dignity. Chapter 106. Jiang Yubai's Reflection. Do not be stubborn. Those three simple words pierced through Shen Qingtang's facade, rendering her silent. Given Jiang Yubai's actions, she was undeniably comfortable now. At the very least, the excruciating pain had subsided. Alas, it seemed she could not afford to confront Song Yu. Even before she had truly engaged with her, the pain was already unbearable. What would happen if she truly harmed her? Yet, it was equally inconceivable to let Song Yu walk away unscathed. With this thought, she began to struggle anew, determined to make Song Yu suffer a setback at her hands today, even if it meant injuring herself in the process. Jiang Yubai, perhaps sensing her intentions, applied just enough pressure to keep her from standing. After several attempts, she ultimately succumbed, lying flat in defeat. However, she felt a deep resentment at the thought of conceding to Song Yu. Why should she allow her to take her away? Jiang Yubai gently stroked Shen Qingtang's floral adornment, then shifted his gaze to Su and the others nearby. Take action. Initially, the trio of Su and did not grasp his meaning until Song Yu approached them, at which point realization dawned. Oh, come on, why aren't you joining in? Song Yu sneered at the sunflower laid before Jiang Yubai. Shen Qingtang shot her a glance, remaining silent. However, her mind was incessantly filled with scornful thoughts. Had it not been for her current restrictions, she would have surely made her opponent regret the encounter. The trio led by Su and exchanged knowing looks before launching an assault on Song Yu. Their teamwork was remarkably harmonious. Su significantly enlarged a shield wall, encircling not only Song Yu's companions, but also isolating Song Yu herself. Adopting the mindset of utilizing every resource at his disposal, he summoned a small green sprout, though he refrained from employing it for any offensive actions. Instead, he merely commanded it to reinforce the shield wall surrounding Song Yu, ensuring it was secured even more tightly. In Shenyang, the peas were incessantly launched at Song Yu, while Su Lingru methodically tossed in grenades one after another. Be careful not to kill him, Shen Qingtang urged, observing the trio's seamless coordination. She feared that with their formidable combat prowess, if left unchecked, Song Yu would surely meet his demise today. However, scarcely had her words left her lips when she witnessed Song Yu hurl an unknown object that explosively shattered Su and shield wall. Shen Qingtang sighed, deciding it best to remain silent and focus on healing. She realized she had underestimated Song Yu's capabilities. After all, her memories had been confined to the past images she had witnessed. Everything Song Yu had achieved was not solely dependent on her. Yet, she had overlooked the fact that life is inherently dynamic. Moreover, even without her golden touch in this lifetime, Song Yu was thriving, albeit less renowned than in the previous one. As she observed the fierce battle ahead, Shen Qingtang dared not blink, fearing that a moment's distraction might result in injury to one of the factions, a consequence she could not bear. Meanwhile, Jiang Yubai, noticing her distress, grew increasingly dissatisfied with Song Yu. Yet, reflecting on his own abilities, he felt an inexplicable sense of inadequacy. The sudden shift in atmosphere was palpable to Shen Qingtang. She regarded Jiang Yubai with curiosity, puzzled by his sudden change in demeanor. What is wrong with you? You seem rather unhappy. Jiang Yubai remained silent, his hand continuing to channel energy to Shen Qingtang. Hey, don't be mute. How am I to know what you're thinking? I must tell you, this is not acceptable. We should communicate openly. Look at me. I never conceal anything from you. When Shen Qingtang uttered these words, there was not a trace of guilt in her demeanor, as if the shattered body she had just sustained was not her own. Jiang Yubai glanced at her form, which had already regained much of its strength, and said nothing. Shen Qingtang persevered, persistently speaking. In the end, it remained unclear whether Jiang Yubai was merely exasperated by her or if he genuinely found some merit in her words. Regardless, he finally spoke. I am of no use. Those succinct 3 words rendered Shen Qingtang utterly speechless. Indeed, She found herself once again pondering his intentions. Alas, this could very well be the consequence of her own folly. Shen Qingtang began to ponder deeply in her mind. Why utter those 3 words? After much contemplation, she could only tentatively inquire, "Why don't you elaborate?" It was truly not Shen Qingtang's fault. She simply could not fathom why Jiang Yubai would suddenly express such sentiments. She had always perceived Jiang Yubai's abilities as seemingly inconsequential. Yet in truth, they proved to be remarkably advantageous. For instance, his teleportation, though accompanied by side effects each time, allowed one to escape peril when life hung in the balance. Those with formidable powers often found themselves helpless against insurmountable foes, facing death as their only fate. Furthermore, the matter of the clairvoyance, while it appeared to possess little practical utility, frequently unveiled latent threats. Aside from his limited combat prowess, she deemed Jiang Yubai to be extraordinarily capable. Hence, she was utterly perplexed by his assertion of uselessness. Sensing her earnest tone, Jiang Yubai grappled with his thoughts for a considerable time before uncertainly responding, "You are simply exhausted." Shen Qingtang felt undeniably fatigued, particularly when engaging in conversation with Jiang Yubai. She found herself relying solely on her intuition, as the esteemed translator was otherwise occupied, fervently discussing matters with Song Yu. It was impractical for her to summon assistance for translation. Thus, she endeavored to piece together the fragments of their dialogue, employing her limited cognitive resources for the task. After considerable contemplation, she tentatively articulated her conjecture. "Are you suggesting that I am too exhausted, that you are unable to assist me, rendering yourself inconsequential?" Even as she spoke, she found the notion rather implausible. Who was Jiang Yubai, after all? A figure of icy demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the world. Would he truly concern himself with a mere flower? The idea struck her as utterly absurd. Reflecting on her past life, she pondered why others labeled him a villain. Yet she could not arrive at a satisfying conclusion, ultimately deciding to cast aside such thoughts. What did it matter? Those events belonged to a bygone era, bearing no relevance to her present existence. To her, Jiang Yubai appeared anything but villainous. At that moment, she heard Jiang Yubai emit a faint She was left utterly astonished. Could it be that her interpretation was indeed correct? "Oh, do not underestimate yourself. I find you quite remarkable. One must not merely judge by appearances. Allow me to explain." She proceeded to recount her previous thoughts verbatim, praising Jiang Yubai to the extent that he felt as though he were unparalleled in existence. In Chapter 107, Jiang Yubai's spirits, previously low, lifted in response to her compliments. "I believe you." Though he expressed such sentiments outwardly, internally he resolved to expedite the enhancement of his abilities. While Shen Qingtang did not perceive him as useless, he aspired to contribute more meaningfully in the future rather than remain passive. Meanwhile, Song Yu found herself battered by the trio known as Suan. Her surprise at their capacity to inflict harm upon her was palpable. Glancing at the ineffectual Zhao Su beside her, she could not contain her disdain. "You worthless fool. Is this what you meant when you claimed the Dark Rain base was your domain? Who would have thought Jiang Yubai and his companions would remain here, let alone sway Su Lao to their side?" The inhabitants of the base, too, seemed to possess a lack of judgment, placing their trust in an outsider rather than their own leader. The more she contemplated, the more her ire grew, especially with Zhao Su's further provocations. "If you are so capable, why not eliminate them instead? What does it do to berate me?" At that instant, both engaged in a blame game, each feeling deceived by the other, convinced that the other was far less formidable than initially claimed. Who was Song Yu? Upon witnessing Zhao Su's audacity in addressing her, she momentarily forgot her own bruises and hurled a handful of medicinal powder at him. Zhao Su, caught off guard, was engulfed in the powder, instantly racked with pain, collapsing to the ground in agony. The trio and Shen Qingtang were left dumbfounded by this unforeseen turn of events. Were these two not allies? The sudden betrayal was utterly unexpected. "Song Yu, do not overstep. Let me remind you, this is the Dark Rain base. With a single command, you could meet your demise here." Zhao Su continued to struggle, his words dripping with venom. Song Yu regarded him with disdain, her disbelief palpable. She had encountered foolishness before, yet nothing compared to Zhao Su's level of absurdity. It was not that she sought to praise Jiang Yubai and his companions, but under the current circumstances, only a fool would not align with them. Had it not been for the presence of the sunflowers, she would never have joined forces with Zhao Su. Only this imbecile would be foolish enough to believe in his words, thinking to forge a bond with the dark rain base. Observing Song Yu's contemptuous expression, Zhao Su finally summoned the courage to voice what he had long buried. Addressing the gathered abilities and Su Lao, he managed to rise, his tone filled with earnestness. Alas, I shall no longer conceal the truth. I am the second in command, Zhao Lei. I departed to seek a solution to our base's sudden descent into eternal night. I had meticulously arranged many matters, only to be interrupted. I had not intended to reveal my identity, but your disbelief has left me no choice. The assembled abilities were left astounded, unaware that the former second-in-command possessed such capabilities. Realizing that his previous claims had fallen on deaf ears, he quickly adapted, presenting himself as Zhao Lei, the rightful second-in-command, in hopes that this would garner acceptance. Indeed, his assertion held merit. Following his declaration, he continued, "Thus, I remain your second-in-command. You must heed my orders. Eliminate Jiang Yubai and Song Yu immediately." Zhao Lei's reasoning was straightforward. During his tenure as second-in-command, the base members had obeyed his every command. His departure had not been by choice, but rather a necessity imposed by Jiang Yubai and his allies. He believed that by framing his absence as a sacrifice for the base, the members would be touched. However, he was acutely aware that continuing to use the identity of Zhao Lei did not fill him with joy. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd, primarily questioning his audacity and speculating on his mental state. Some even openly derided him for his shamelessness. In that moment, Zhao Lei was forced to confront a bitter truth. The reality he had envisioned was nothing more than a mirage. He was now but a solitary figure. Reflecting on his earlier days in the base, filled with bluster, and contrasting them with his present predicament, he reached a decisive conclusion. He approached Jiang Yubai and the others, speaking with sincerity. "I was wrong. I beseech you for your forgiveness. I shall not repeat my transgressions." Song Yu stared, dumbfounded at Zhao Su. No. Now he must be called Zhao Lei. This man had truly taken shamelessness to an unprecedented level. Just moments ago, he had been clamoring for violence. Yet now he had the audacity to plead for mercy. How ludicrous. Ah, Zhao Lei, you are quite perceptive. You truly embody the essence of a fence-sitter, devoid of any steadfastness. Pray tell, why do you believe you can mock me and still survive? I had intended merely to administer a minor reprimand, to have you apologize and seek forgiveness. Yet here you are, daring to betray me. With that, Song Yu swiftly thrust her vine, piercing Zhao Lei's throat. Ugh! Zhao Lei clutched his bleeding neck. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Song Yu. He had never anticipated that she would act without uttering a word, delivering his demise with such swiftness. Had he known, he would have never allied with Jiang Yubai. He should have sought to appease regrettably. It is all too late. He widened his eyes, unable to close them in death. Chapter 108. Shen Qingtang was taken away by Song Yu. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the trio engrossed in the spectacle and Shen Qingtang utterly oblivious. However, even if they had noticed, they would not have intervened. After all, she was not someone worth saving, unworthy of their time. Yet, Song Yu's cruelty was indeed astonishing. At that moment, Shen Qingtang yearned to eliminate Song Yu right then and there, but upon surveying her own frail body, she realized it was futile. She could hardly believe that one could treat their own companions in such a manner. With this thought, her hand, which had momentarily stilled, resumed its movement. Song Yu observed the trio's impending attack, her gaze turning fierce, her tone becoming venomous. "I advise you not to overstep your bounds. I have already afforded you ample opportunity. I was merely toying with you earlier. Do you mistake me for a feeble creature merely because I have refrained from asserting my dominance? Watch closely, for I shall show you my true power." Upon hearing these words, the trio instantly grew wary, stealthily positioning themselves beside Jiang Yubai and Shen Qingtang. They collectively resolved to safeguard Brother Bai and Shen Qingtang. Song Yu, witnessing their movements, could not suppress a smirk. It was indeed within her expectations. She cast a glance at the sunflower, her expression inscrutable. This was the final opportunity. A thunderous sound erupted, enveloping the area in a dense fog. The moment Jiang Yubai perceived the smoke, his instincts heightened, and he instinctively tightened his grip. Despite his swift reflexes, it was too late. "Qingtang," came Jiang Yubai's voice, filled with anger and self-reproach. As the smoke cleared, he discovered that the sunflower, which had once rested in his grasp, had vanished. "Brother Bai, we must pursue her," Xin and Su Lingru exclaimed in succession. They had underestimated the situation. They were acutely aware that Song Yu had long coveted Shen Qingtang. Yet they had allowed her to take Qingtang away. It was their failure. "Brother Bai, it is our inadequacy. We failed to protect you and Qingtang." Shenyang, filled with self-reproach, finally spoke up. Throughout their journey, they had grown accustomed to relying on the formidable presence of Shen Qingtang, considering her as a towering figure behind them. This complacency ultimately afforded Song Yu an opportunity to exploit. Observing their distressed expressions, Song Lao offered words of consolation, stating, "This is not your fault. It is merely that Song Wang is exceptionally skilled. The smoke you witnessed earlier was merely a diversion. Preparations were undoubtedly in motion from the moment Zhao Lei met his demise. We simply failed to recognize it, and that smoke served as the catalyst." Yet, Song Lao's reassurances did little to alleviate the guilt felt by Jiang Yubai and the others. They remained convinced that the fault lay with them. "Song Lao, there is no need for further explanation. We understand. Now, we must proceed to the Yin-Yang base. We will entrust the Dark Rain base to your care from here on." Jiang Yubai reflected on the numerous contributions Shen Qingtang had made for the Dark Rain base, believing it essential to preserve it for her. He then subtly urged Su and to relay this sentiment to Song Lao. At that moment, the base's awakened individuals and supernatural beings began to voice their agreement. They expressed an urgent desire to reach the Yin-Yang base swiftly, fearing that if they delayed, they would miss their chance entirely. When Shen Qingtang regained consciousness, she felt a disconcerting sense of being shaken. She was on the verge of opening her eyes to discern her surroundings when a familiar voice reached her ears. Shen Qingtang felt that she need not even open her eyes. She already knew where she was. Only that fool, Song Yu, could utter such words. She noticed that Song Yu always acted rather foolishly when it came to her affairs, though she could not fathom why. "Hey, wake up. I know you're awake. Stop pretending to be dead," Song Yu insisted, shaking Shen Qingtang vigorously, as if she would not relent until she roused her. However, Shen Qingtang allowed the shaking to continue. Despite her discomfort, feigning the demeanor of a wilting flower, offering no response whatsoever. In the end, it was uncertain whether Song Yu finally comprehended that Shen Qingtang was ignoring her or if she simply devised another method. Regardless, she ceased her relentless shaking. For a moment, Shen Qingtang found herself slightly disoriented, but soon her thoughts were consumed by a more pressing concern. She heard Song Yu mention that they were nearing the Yin-Yang base. And at that moment, an acute tension gripped her. What ist? She considered her current abilities woefully inadequate to confront the formidable Yin-Yang base of Nua Da. Unlike old Su, Song Wang would undoubtedly dissect her for research if he discovered her uniqueness. She was utterly convinced of this. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she could no longer maintain her charade of being lifeless. She groggily pretended to awaken, glaring at Song Yu with an expression of utmost indignation. "Let go of me, you wicked woman. I refuse to leave with you." In that moment, she portrayed herself as a simpleton, uttering the most juvenile remarks that tumbled from her lips. "Ah, little one, it's too late for such words. You have already departed with me. Rest assured, I shall treat you far better than Jiang Yubai ever did," she remarked, playfully flicking Shen Qingtang's flower pattern plate. Shen Qingtang. Damn it, is this all there is? Jiang Yubai has never spoken to me in such a condescending manner. Forget it, I will endure this. I refuse to believe it, unless you demonstrate it to me. Shen Qingtang continued to exclaim. Song Yu found herself intrigued. Although she had encountered sunflowers a few times before, their interactions had been scant, and she had never anticipated that sunflowers possessed such a character. Foolish, naive, and easily deceived. "Oh, do tell. How would you like me to demonstrate this for you? At this moment, she was no longer in a hurry to continue her journey. She seated herself on the ground, placing Shen Qingtang beside her, eager to hear what she would say. I wish to explore the outside world, to roam freely, and not remain confined to the base. Song Yu resolutely declined. Shen Qingtang felt an urge to curse, yet she feigned ignorance, resulting in unsatisfactory outcomes. Fortunately, she managed to maintain her composure. Chapter 109. Accompanying Song Yu to search for supplies. You just claimed that you would treat me better than Jiang Yubai. But it seems that was a deception. Shen Qingtang's tone was imbued with a sense of displeasure, as if she had been deceived. Song Yu gazed at her, contemplating for a long while, ultimately caught in a web of indecision. Shen Qingtang never anticipated that Song Yu was far from foolish. She was merely seeking to extract benefits from her. As thoughts swirled in her mind, she pondered if there were any locations nearby rich in resources, and indeed, she discovered a promising site. Very well, I shall guide you to the resources, she declared. Upon hearing that the sunflower had genuinely acquiesced to her request, Song Yu was elated. To ensure that the sunflower enjoyed a pleasant experience, she refrained from hastening their journey, instead opting to meander leisurely. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Yubai and Suan found themselves in a far less favorable situation. Brother Bai, you mustn't act this way. It is detrimental to your health. I firmly believe that Qingtang will be safe. If compelled to choose between Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai, Suan felt he would still favor Jiang Yubai, as they had been comrades for over a decade. Observing Jiang Yubai's current state, he could no longer bear to watch. We must expedite our arrival. Jiang Yubai uttered these 3 words and fell silent. Regret gnawed at him. His prior instincts had proven correct. He felt utterly powerless. For how could Shen Qingtang have been taken from otherwise? For her safety, he was determined to reach the Yangyang base swiftly. Stealing a glance at Suan and his companions, he discreetly coughed up blood when their attention waned, then activated his teleportation ability. Moments later, they arrived at a different location. The journey progressed at an astonishing pace due to his teleportation. Su Lingruo and Shen Yang could no longer stand by idly. They noticed Jiang Yubai's pallor, as white as a sheet, and urged him to take care of himself. You are still essential to us, they insisted. These words finally prompted Jiang Yubai to temper his recklessness. At the very least, he ceased using teleportation twice daily, reducing it to once. Although slower than before, it remained significantly swifter than traveling by vehicle. Seeing that their attempts to dissuade him were futile, Suan and the others could only silently pray that nothing unfortunate had befallen Shen Qingtang. Otherwise, they feared that Jiang Yubai might lose his sanity. Moreover, he had now achieved teleportation without succumbing to unconsciousness, which was indeed a silver lining. We are almost there, just ahead. Shen Qingtang glanced at the breathless Song Yu beside her, her excitement palpable as she pointed towards the cave ahead. This was a splendid location she had discovered for her. I can't go on. I must take a break, Song Yu said, gently pounding her weary legs. She felt a twinge of confusion. It was unusual for her to feel this way. Her physical endurance had always been remarkable, allowing her to traverse for days on end without pause. Yet, after scarcely 2 days of travel, she was already feeling fatigued. Shen Qingtang gazed at Song Yu's demeanor in silence, subtly directing her attention towards the cave she had just indicated, her mind occupied with unspoken thoughts. After a considerable pause, Song Yu, having finally regained her strength, surveyed the desolate surroundings and began to harbor doubts about Shen Qingtang's assertions for the first time. Could there truly be resources in such a remote location? It seemed highly improbable, yet the sunflower had no reason to deceive her. Though these thoughts lingered in her mind, she could not restrain herself from inquiring. Are there really resources here? I want to believe you, but this place appears exceedingly isolated. Absolutely, I cannot be mistaken. You sought me out precisely because I can sense the resources, Shen Qingtang replied, piercing through Song Yu's concealed thoughts. A rare blush of embarrassment crossed Song Yu's face. Yet she swiftly regained her composure, justifying, everyone desires to claim the good things for themselves. Is that not a natural inclination? Very well, let's proceed swiftly, she declared, taking the lead towards the cave. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Qingtang trailed behind, discreetly discarding various items along the way. Upon their arrival at the cave, Song Yu surveyed the emptiness within, her tone shifting dramatically. Is this what you call having resources? Show me where they are. It was understandable that Song Yu was upset. Her relentless pursuit of the sunflower had been driven by the belief in its resource-sensing capabilities. Yet here she stood, empty-handed for the first time. Who could bear such disappointment? She had sacrificed so much to obtain this sunflower. Do not be so hasty. Who would leave resources conspicuously displayed? If that were the case, this place would have long been stripped bare, Shen Qingtang cautioned. After reflecting on her words, Song Yu found merit in the reasoning, and thus fixed her gaze on Shen Qingtang, eager for her next revelation. Observing her anticipation, Shen Qingtang inwardly scoffed before slowly continuing, if you break through this ground, beneath lies a basement filled with resources. This statement was not a deception, but rather the truth, albeit an incomplete one. Song Yu examined the unremarkable ground and then glanced at the sunflower, her expression betraying her inner conflict. The ground appeared solid, yet the sunflower surely had no need to mislead her, did it? Shen Qingtang discerned her inner turmoil and chose to remain silent, standing quietly beside her. Thus, time slipped away, moment by moment. After a considerable duration, Song Yu finally mustered her resolve. She produced a small pellet from an unknown source and hurled it to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding explosions echoed through the air. As the dust settled, a deep pit emerged on the ground. You deceived me. Song Yu glared at Shen Qingtang, her face alight with fury. Shen Qingtang was rendered speechless. This was merely the beginning. She recalled the time when she urged Su Lingru to blast a pit, during which the latter relentlessly hurled grenades as if they were inconsequential, ultimately creating a substantial hole. Why then was Song Yu so miserly, having only made a single attempt? I assure you, your efforts are too superficial. You must delve deeper. Song Yu, contemplating her dwindling supply of small pellets, felt increasingly distressed. She was apprehensive that once the pellets were exhausted, she would be left without alternatives. Chapter 110. Jiang Yubai fell. Since you have already made one attempt, another strike would entail no real loss. This time, Shen Qingtang did not remain silent. Instead, she spoke with a hint of seduction in her tone. She incessantly detailed the multitude of resources below, emphasizing how they could sustain the base and elevate her father's status. Among other enticing prospects, these words clouded Song Yu's already limited judgment, leading her to fantasize about a lavish life upon acquiring the resources. Under Shen Qingtang's persuasion, Song Yu finally took action once more. This time, she was more generous, tossing 2 small pellets into the depths. Bung, boom, crackle. A cacophony of sounds erupted from below, and after a considerable pause, the cave finally fell silent. When Song Yu discerned the scene before her, she was left astounded. The sunflower had not deceived her. There truly was an abundance of resources below. It was hardly an exaggeration on her part. After all, what had she not witnessed in the past? Yet, after so many years in a post-apocalyptic world, she had never encountered such a concentrated and vast array of supplies. Her hands trembled with excitement. Sunflower, I believe you now. I told you, I would not deceive you. Do you need me to descend and assist in gathering the resources? Shen Qingtang feigned an intention to descend alongside, only to be met with Song Yu's merciless refusal. No need, I can manage on my own. You stay here and keep an eye on things for me. I will return once I am done. Do not entertain the thought of fleeing. I have implanted something within you. If you stray too far from me for too long, it will cost you your life. Shen Qingtang was momentarily taken aback, for she genuinely had no knowledge of this matter. She had never imagined that Song Yu, who appeared rather foolish on the surface, was in fact quite astute. Nevertheless, she remained unfazed, as she felt no imminent threat to her existence. I shall not flee. I shall await your arrival here. As for your survival, I cannot guarantee that, she silently concluded in her mind. Song Yu cast one last glance at Shen Qingtang before slowly making her way towards the basement. Meanwhile, Shen Qingtang, standing idly outside, could faintly hear Song Yu's exclamations from below. As she listened, a sense of nostalgia for Jiang Yubai and the others began to wash over her. Suin often reacted similarly, overreacting to minor events as if he had never encountered the world before. Yet, she felt a profound joy in their company, despite the troubles that Jiang Yubai and the others were now facing. Due to their relentless journey in the past few days, Jiang Yubai had been excessively taxing both his abilities and his body, and he finally collapsed under the strain. What to do? What to do? Suin fretted, pacing anxiously in place. He had warned Bai Gu that this was untenable, yet Jiang Yubai stubbornly refused to heed his counsel. Shenyang and Su Lingruo were both exceedingly anxious, utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. They lacked any healing abilities among them, and Jiang Yubai's condition this time was markedly different from before. Please stop spinning around. It's making me dizzy, Su Lingruo complained, her annoyance mounting, especially as Suin continued to pace restlessly before her. I'm worried. What should we do about Brother Bai? Suin exclaimed, to which Su Lingruo retorted, Are you the only one who is anxious? Are we not concerned as well? Her tone grew increasingly irritable, prompting Shenyang, fearing an argument between them, to intervene swiftly with a suggestion. How about we seek out a healer among the ability users? Both Su In and Su Lingruo turned to him in unison, realization dawning upon them. Of course, how could we have forgotten? They could indeed take the initiative to find someone. However, they pondered the potential reaction of Jiang Yubai upon awakening if they abruptly changed their course. Nevertheless, the only base with formidable healing abilities lay in the opposite direction of the yin-yang base. Should we go? Su Lingruo's tone wavered with uncertainty, but Shenyang spoke up decisively. Let us wait 3 more days. Previously, Brother Bai would be unconscious for no more than 5 days. It's already been 5 days, and there are no signs of him waking. If he still doesn't awaken, we will seek out a healer. This was the best course of action he could devise. After all, prolonging the situation was untenable, yet leaving now would render Jiang Yubai's previous efforts futile. After some contemplation, Su In and Su Lingruo found merit in Shenyang's plan, and the trio resolved to follow through. I wonder how Qingtang is faring. That Song Yu wouldn't harm her, would he? Suin inquired uncertainly, glancing at Su Lingruo and Shenyang. Su Lingruo shook her head, equally uncertain. However, Shenyang spoke with conviction. No, Song Yu is no fool. If he desires Qingtang, he likely understands her abilities and will enlist her assistance in gathering supplies. If he harmed her, he would gain nothing. His reasoning offered some solace to Su In and Su Lingruo, alleviating their worries slightly. Yet, they feared that voicing their concerns would only heighten Jiang Yubai's anxiety. Before long, the anticipated 3 days elapsed. As they gazed at the still unresponsive Jiang Yubai, they resolved to set forth in the direction opposite the yin-yang base, fervently praying that Song Yu would treat Shen Qingtang with care. Once Jiang Yubai awakened, they would rush to her aid. Initially, they had intended to split into 2 groups, one to escort Jiang Yubai in search of a healer, while the other 2 would rescue Shen Qingtang. However, upon reflecting on their ability levels, they realized that their efforts would be futile, and thus they abandoned that plan. Shen Qingtang remained here, idly lost in thought, completely unaware that Jiang Yubai had already exhausted himself in his desperate attempt to rescue her. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the basement. Shen Qingtang immediately perked up. Finally, it had arrived. Song Yu gazed at the items within the space, her legs trembling uncontrollably, and she covered her mouth, fearful of making another sound. Had she been better prepared earlier, she wouldn't have been startled into a scream. Fortunately, all was not lost. Chapter 111. Song Yu is rescued cautiously. Song Yu began to move, knowing that under normal circumstances, she should hasten her escape after such an event. However, the abundance of supplies before her made her reluctant to abandon her efforts. It's fine, they're all dead, she murmured softly, patting her chest. Suddenly, something stirred in the spot she had just traversed, but she was oblivious, lost in the joy of gathering supplies. Roar, stomp, stomp, stomp. She widened her eyes in horror as she noticed a zombie awakening behind her, and she frantically rummaged through her belongings. Stay calm, stay calm. I have the items my father gave me. These zombies won't harm me. Despite her mantra, her hands trembled as the zombie lunged towards her. Just as panic threatened to engulf her, she found what she needed. With a swift motion, she threw a handful of powder at the zombie, which halted as she had anticipated. Just as she began to breathe a sigh of relief, the zombie suddenly moved again. She quickly retreated several steps, throwing more powder at it. Once she confirmed it was immobilized, she tiptoed away, realizing she no longer desired the supplies. Her instinct urged her to flee. Alas, it was too late. Roar, 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 roar. The chilling cries of zombies echoed from all directions, nearly causing Song-yu to stumble. She scanned her surroundings and discovered, to her terror, that the specimens she had thought were lifeless had all come to life. They began to move their limbs, advancing towards her. "Father, save me." At this moment, Song-yu dared not pretend to be brave any longer. She hastily retrieved the last life-saving treasure her father had given her before his death. Yet, she remembered his earnest warning. Only use this in a life-or-death situation. It's harmful to your health. However, the gravity of the current situation left her no time for hesitation. Her supply of powder was nearly depleted, yet the zombies that had just awakened were all at level 10. This was beyond her capacity to handle. "Beware, what is wrong?" A gentle, kind voice suddenly resonated. At that moment, Song-yu had never found her father's voice so comforting. As the zombies approached, her voice quivered. "Father, hurry, save me. There's so many zombies. I'm going to die here." Upon hearing this, Song-won dropped what he was holding in shock. He quickly activated his powers, instantly transporting Song-yu away from danger. As Song-yu threw her last vine in a desperate attempt to fend off the zombies, it failed to stop their advance, and she braced for the worst. Fortunately, in that crucial moment, Song-won intervened just in time. "Father." Upon returning to the base, she managed to utter this one word before fainting. Song-won looked at his daughter, now unconscious on the ground, his gaze clouded with uncertainty. He struggled to comprehend what had transpired. Logically, it should not have happened. He had always bathed her in a solution that zombies despised, ensuring they typically would not approach her. Yet, judging by her tone, she had been surrounded by them. This was truly astonishing. It seemed he could only wait for his Shen Qingtang, like a solitary flower, muttered to herself. After uttering these words, she whimsically reclined on the ground. She lay there for an extended period, and only after shaking off the non-existent dust from her body did she rise. With a clatter, several crystal cores tumbled from her form. It dawned on her that she had forgotten to collect these precious cores. This time, the bounty was quite substantial. Recalling how long it had been since they had last encountered crystal cores, Shen Qingtang felt certain she would astonish them upon her return. Yet she pondered, what could be the current circumstances of Jiang Yubai and the others? This thought suddenly cast a shadow of melancholy over her. Having been taken away by Song-yu for such a prolonged duration, even if she wished to seek out Jiang Yubai now, she was at a loss as to where to begin. She surmised that Jiang Yubai and the others were unlikely to be at the Dark Rain base. If her instincts were correct, they should be at the Yin-Yang base attempting to rescue her. However, she was not entirely certain. After all, she was merely a sunflower, not one of their companions. It would not be surprising if they chose not to come to her aid. Surprising? Not at all. If they truly dared to abandon her, she would distance herself from them without hesitation. As if her existence depended on them. Shen Qingtang's thoughts fluttered, alternating between melancholy and an invigorating exuberance. Ultimately, she resolved to follow her instincts. Once she made her decision, she carefully stored the remaining supplies and crystal cores within her own being, then buried the cave entirely, concealing any evidence of the events that had transpired. With a languid departure, she wandered aimlessly, guided solely by her intuition, oblivious to the direction she was heading. Meanwhile, the situation for Jiang Yubai and his companions was equally dire. Suan and his group brought him to a base teeming with healers. Yet all who beheld Jiang Yubai shook their heads in sorrow before departing. This only served to exacerbate the anxiety of Suan and his companions. Look closely and speak plainly. Stop shaking your heads. We are not mind readers. We cannot discern your thoughts, Su interrupted, finally losing his composure with the last healer of the day. Remarkably, Su Lingruo and Shun Yang refrained from intervening, clearly exasperated by the healer's silence and their incessant head shaking. Are you foolish? Shaking your head signifies hopelessness. Must I spell it out for you? Suin lamented. He felt unfortunate. Previously, he had encountered similarly unhelpful individuals. Yet here he was, being accosted for clarity. The thought darkened his mood further, and he cast a sardonic glance at his companions. What good is your current display? Look at him. Who prevented you from arriving sooner? Although arriving earlier might not have changed the outcome, he relished in their discomfort and guilt, wishing them to feel complicit in the unfortunate situation. As soon as he voiced his thoughts, the three resolute figures before him visibly sagged, consumed by self-reproach. One even contemplated self-destruction, but was fortunately deterred by another. The healer, with a smirk of amusement, glanced at the trio before departing with a satisfied huff. This is what you deserve for not respecting me. Lingruo, do not act impulsively. If this base proves inadequate, we shall seek another. Suin and Shen Yang consoled Su Lingruo, astonished by her sudden recklessness. Had they not acted swiftly, she might have met a tragic fate. I feel utterly wretched. I believe this is all my fault. The incident with Nuo and her mother, along with Qingtang's disappearance, and now, by Ji's condition. It must all stem from my actions. Su Lingruo lamented, her heart burdened with guilt. Yet, deep down, she had not truly moved past these events. She remained ensnared by the guilt surrounding Nuo's mother-daughter affair, even though significant time had elapsed. Moreover, both Baigu and Qingtang seemed unperturbed by the past. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Our foremost priority is to seek another base to find a healer for Baigu. I refuse to believe that he is beyond salvation. He is merely asleep, and surely there must be a way to awaken him. Shenyang gazed at Jiang Yubai, who lay senseless beside him, and then turned his attention to his two teammates, declaring with resolute certainty, is that truly the case? Suin and Su Lingru simultaneously fixed their eyes upon him. In Shenyang, a sense of inexplicable pressure loomed over him, yet he soon nodded affirmatively. It was unclear whether he was speaking to them or merely reassuring himself. It will be fine. I have faith in Brother Bai. After all these years, he cannot simply vanish. Suin and Su Lingruo pondered for a moment and found some truth in his words. It was merely the assertion of an ability user from a treatment department at a single base, and yet they had genuinely believed it. How absurd that was. Before long, the trio regained their spirits and carried Jiang Yubai toward the next base. They refused to believe that in such a vast world, they could not find someone capable of healing Jiang Yubai. At that moment, Jiang Yubai was in considerable discomfort. He could hear the sounds from the outside world, yet he was unable to awaken. He desperately wished to urge Su and the others to abandon their concerns for him and seek out Shen Qingtang at the Yin-Yang base. He feared for Shen Qingtang's safety, worried that she might be tormented there. However, no matter how hard he tried to speak, not a sound escaped his lips. He had overheard Su and the others, and when he learned that Su Lingruo contemplated suicide, he was nearly driven to despair. Life in the apocalypse was already so arduous, and they had only just managed to survive. How could she dare entertain such thoughts? Once he regained consciousness, he would certainly educate her properly. As Jiang Yubai contemplated these matters, he, as always, endeavored to open his mouth and speak. Yet, this time was no different than before. Despite his efforts, he found himself utterly powerless. Days passed, and the trio's initial confidence waned into doubt. This was the last base they could find. Each previous base's treatment ability users had conveyed the same disheartening message. Chapter 113, The End Shenyang. Do you truly believe there exists a treatment ability user here who can save Brother Bai? Su Lingruo and Su exchanged glances at the unresponsive Jiang Yubai, uncertainly inquiring of Shenyang. Shenyang felt a twinge of uncertainty in his heart, yet as he observed the expressions of his two companions, he reluctantly decided to speak. Let us proceed and see for ourselves. He refrained from uttering any further words. Suin and Su Lingruo's hearts began to grow cold, yet they understood that they could only wait until they entered to ascertain the situation. The trio swiftly escorted Jiang Yubai into the base. Due to its smaller size, this base did not require them to gather supplies as the previous ones had. They easily gained entry into the facility. Excuse me, could you direct us to the most skilled healer among the ability users here? Suin casually inquired of a passerby. The individual glanced at the three of them, recognizing that they were formidable ability users he could not contend with, and reluctantly replied, "Continue down this road until you reach the end." After releasing the man, the trio promptly made their way toward the location he indicated. However, with each step, an unsettling feeling grew stronger. Observing the increasingly desolate surroundings, Su Lingrua could no longer contain herself. Could it be that he was deceiving us? She questioned. Suan immediately interjected as soon as her words fell. As Shen Yang surveyed the chaotic and filthy surroundings, he found himself questioning the reliability of the words spoken by the person moments ago. How could a formidable ability wielder reside in such a place? Observing his two teammates, who were equally skeptical, Suan felt helpless. He approached a figure squatting nearby, seemingly lost in thought, and softly inquired, "Excuse me, might the most powerful healer reside at the end of this path?" This individual, taken aback by such polite inquiry for the first time, followed Su An's gesture with his gaze. Upon realizing the direction indicated, he paused momentarily before nodding in affirmation. "See, I told you it was true. You were reluctant to believe, but now you are convinced, aren't you?" Shen Yang and Su Ling exchanged a glance, ultimately resigned to walk towards the end of the road. The pressing nature of their circumstances left them no time to search leisurely. Thus, they had no choice but to randomly approach someone along the way for inquiries. Were it not for the gravity of Jiang Yu Bai's current situation, they would not have found themselves resorting to such hasty measures. All right, we understand. Enough talking. Let's hasten our steps." Shen Yang and Su Lingrua spoke simultaneously. The trio then quickened their pace, leading Jiang Yu Bai forward. Shortly after their departure, the person who had been crouching on the ground earlier turned to watch them leave. His gaze inscrutable as he shook his head before resuming his position, as though nothing had transpired. The trio of Suan grew increasingly uneasy as they proceeded, the path growing eerier with each step until at last they found themselves utterly alone. A sense of foreboding crept over them. This must be the end. Before them stood a wall, blocking further passage. Su Lingrua was the first to notice something amiss. Her eyes fixed unwaveringly ahead. She beheld a sight so harrowing she questioned its reality. A woman, drenched in blood, lay sprawled on the ground, her desperate pleas piercing the silence. "Please, I beg you, spare my sister. I'll do anything." Before her stood a repulsive man, his grip tight around another woman's arm, while his other hand roamed grotesquely over her body. "Heh, I don't need your promises. I take what I want." The man sneered, shattering the woman's last shred of hope. Her sister lay motionless, and guilt twisted her heart. Had she not been reckless, her sister would not be in this state. With a final surge of defiance, the bloodied woman lunged, sinking her teeth into the man's hand. Disgusting. He kicked her away, venting his rage with several more brutal strikes until her breaths grew shallow. "Don't worry," he leered, dragging her sister closer. "I'll tend to you after I've had my fun with her." The sister was already dead, yet the man, a true degenerate, reveled in his depravity. He had killed her deliberately, relishing the perverse thrill of defiling the lifeless. As the woman watched her sister's garments torn away, exposing her pale, lifeless form, fury consumed her. "Don't you dare touch her." Her voice was a blade of wrath. The man turned, only to recoil in terror. The woman he had left for dead now stood before him, her eyes blazing with newfound power. Step by step she advanced. The man's knees buckled, and he collapsed, begging for mercy. "I was wrong. Spare me. I didn't harm her yet. It's not too late." Deaf to his pleas, she repaid every cruelty he had inflicted, delivering blow after blow. Just as she prepared to end him, a dark mist swirled between them. When it dissipated, the man was gone. Only her sister's corpse remained. Clutching her sister's lifeless body, the woman wept bitterly. Regret gnawed at her. Had she not insisted on coming here, her sister would still be alive. "Sister, don't be afraid. I'll join you soon." With that, she struck her own temple, welcoming death. Yet time stretched endlessly. Her sister's body decayed, but she awoke once more. Chapter 114. The woman I should be dead. Why do I live? Confounded, she struck herself again, longing for oblivion. But nothing happened. Repeated attempts yielded the same cruel truth. She could not die. Resigned, she buried her sister and surrendered to an existence devoid of purpose. Days blurred as she lay beneath the sky, reminiscing about their shared warmth. Years later, after saving a young girl by chance, she discovered her healing abilities. But what use were they now? Her sister was gone. She cursed her power's tardiness. Had it awakened sooner, perhaps her sister could have been saved. Word of her gift spread, and desperate souls sought her aid. Yet she turned them all away, save for the most pitiable of girls. She yearned to hunt down the vile man, to avenge her sister, but an unseen force bound her to this place. Lingruo, what's wrong? Su-in and Shenyang watched as Su Lingruo stood frozen, her expression shifting through a storm of emotions. Can't you see? She whispered. See what? They echoed. Realizing the vision was hers alone, she swallowed the sister's tragedy and spoke instead of their mission. There's a healer here, but I don't know if she'll help Brother Bai. Recalling the woman's suffering, Su Lingruo doubted she would ever aid a man. After a pause, she tentatively called out, Hello? Could you help our captain? We've searched everywhere. You're our last hope. We'll do anything in return. Though reluctant to disturb the woman's peace, Su Lingruo had to try. If the vile man still lived, perhaps tracking him down would sway her. Su-in and Shenyang stared, bewildered, as she addressed the empty air. Her heart sank, yet she understood. After such torment, how could the woman not despise the world? Lingruo, who are you talking to? They asked. Is someone here? As Su-in spoke, his gaze roamed the surroundings, suspecting that there might be something they had overlooked. After observing her two utterly uninformed companions, Su Lingru pondered for a moment before slowly responding. You should take Brother Bai away first. I wish to linger here for a while longer. What is there to remain in this cursed place? It is far too perilous for you to be alone. If we are to leave, we shall all depart together. If we are to stay, we shall all stay. Due to the absence of healing-type superhumans, Su-in and Shenyang were now in unanimous agreement that they had been deceived. Reflecting on his previous emphatic assertions and then confronting the current reality, Su-in felt utterly humiliated. Shenyang was not in a significantly better situation. Initially, Su Lingruo harbored some doubts. The two of them appeared rather foolish, believing whatever was said to them. Su-in and Shenyang, observing Su Lingruo's resolute determination to remain there, ultimately resigned themselves to escort Jiang Yubai away. Lingruo, you must come out quickly, Su-in insisted, treating Su Lingruo as if she were a child incapable of self-sufficiency. In response, she shot him an exasperated glare. Well, I was living just fine before I met you, wasn't I? It wasn't that they truly trusted Su Lingruo to remain here. Rather, they recognized that she had her own intentions and that mutual respect was warranted. Once Su-in and the others had departed a considerable distance, Su Lingruo allowed herself to unwind, casually finding a spot to sit without a care for the mud beneath her. I know you're here, right? I just witnessed what transpired between you and your sister. No sooner had she uttered these words than a chill breeze swept by. Her heart shuddered. Despite appearing calm and unfazed in front of Su-in and the others, she was internally fraught with anxiety, uncertain whether that woman would take action against her. Yet, for the sake of rescuing Jiang Yubai, she steeled her resolve. I did not intend to bring it up. I merely wish to convey that I understand your feelings. This reminded her of her own experience in saving Nuo and her mother. Although the two matters were unrelated, their outcomes were strikingly similar. Both had resulted in causing harm to those who cared for her due to her own actions. Gathering her courage, she recounted her past misdeeds. And as she spoke of how her actions had harmed others, the oppressive chill around her began to dissipate. She pressed on, detailing how Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai had supported and comforted her. Chapter 115. Seeking help. The air fell into a profound silence. After a considerable while, Su Lingruo sensed an entity drawing near. She dared not move, feigning ignorance while continuing to recount her past foolishness. Eventually, she heard a faint female voice whispering in her ear, Is everything you said true? Will my sister blame me? Upon hearing this, Su Lingruo's heart raced. She understood that the woman had absorbed her words. Indeed, your sister loves you dearly, and seeing you in distress would surely pain her as well. Although others may not witness your plight, I have, which suggests a remarkable connection between us. The woman tilted her head thoughtfully, seemingly convinced by Su Lingruo's words. She scrutinized Su Lingruo's eyes, searching for truth, and found nothing but sincerity reflected back, leading her to believe. Does what you said about helping me still stand? Su Lingruo could only gauge the woman's location by the sound of her voice. She turned slightly towards the source, speaking earnestly. Yes. As long as it is within our capability, I will assist you. Very well. Then I need you to bring the beast that killed my sister to me. Once you locate it, I shall help you with your companion. Upon hearing this, Su Lingruo's heart sank. All her efforts were merely to secure help for Jiang Yubai. From the vision she had seen, it was evident that this woman possessed remarkable healing abilities. The woman chuckled softly, her tone calm. There will be no issue. If you do not trust me, I can allow others at the base to verify. With that, the woman faded from view. Understanding that her presence was no longer necessary, Su Lingruo decided not to linger and waste time. In the shadows, the woman observed Su Lingruo's departure, her mind swirling with thoughts. After leaving that place, Su Lingruo quickly found Su In and the others, relaying the events that had just transpired. However, she withheld some details, sharing only the crucial points, namely, that she had found someone to watch over Jiang Yubai, but they first needed to locate a certain beast. Lingruo, are you sure this person is reliable? We have searched high and low for healing abilities here, and they're just as unhelpful as those from the previous bases. Su In's voice was weary. He felt on the verge of exhaustion. Do we not have a choice anymore? Su Lingruo replied, looking at Su In and Shenyang. They exchanged glances, each reading resignation in the other's eyes. Ultimately, they acquiesced. After all, they had no other options. They could only try. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. But where is the person you seek? Su Lingruo was momentarily taken aback, admitting she was unsure. She only recalled the person's appearance and promptly sketched it out. This is what they look like. Su In and Shenyang exchanged incredulous looks. Just a drawing? Are we to search for a needle in a haystack? Shenyang sighed in exasperation. Are there any other distinguishing features? In the end, Shenyang could only ask in resignation. Su Lingruo shook her head innocently, realizing she had perhaps overstated her case. Yet, there was no alternative. That woman clearly would only be swayed by this matter, unwilling to consider anything else. Shall we search the base for now? Su In weakly suggested. Su Lingruo contemplated for a moment before shaking her head, her tone somber. I believe he is no longer within this base. Shenyang and Su In found themselves at a loss for words once more. Given the circumstances, where else could they possibly search? Wasn't this simply a fool's errand? Su Lingruo seemed to share a sentiment of despair regarding the promise she had made. It felt as daunting as climbing a mountain. She scratched her head, lacking confidence as she spoke. There was no choice. For the sake of Baigu, she had to persevere. As you all know, we have already scoured numerous bases. Yet those healers among the ability users had no solutions, merely shaking their heads in resignation. However, this situation differed. She had claimed she could provide treatment. Upon hearing this, Su In and the others immediately perked up. Observing their enthusiasm, Su Lingruo felt a twinge of guilt. The woman had not spoken with such assurance. Rather, she had inferred it from the images and the woman's subsequent affirmations. Moreover, she could not quite fathom why. But she had an inexplicable sense of certainty that aside from that woman, they would find no one else capable of aiding Baigu. Yet, she refrained from articulating such thoughts. Now, let us deliberate on how to locate someone. Shall we begin by checking the nearby bases? After a moment of contemplation, Shenyang proposed this course of action. Since Su Lingruo indicated that the individual was no longer at their current base, it was only logical to explore those in proximity. Su In nodded in agreement. Yes, do pay particular attention to areas where women have recently met their demise, Su Lingruo advised her companions. Recalling the unsettling images she had previously witnessed and the depraved inclinations of that beast. Why should we venture to such places? Su In inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. Just make sure to frequent those locations. There is no need for further questions. Su Lingruo thought for a moment, but ultimately chose not to disclose the specifics, deeming them too repugnant to share. Very well, Lingruo. You shall remain here to watch over Baigu. If you find yourself at leisure, feel free to explore the base. Perhaps fortune will smile upon you, and you may encounter that man. Shenyang held the portrait in his hands, scrutinizing it for an extended period until he had firmly etched the man's features into his memory, before finally passing the image to Suin beside him. I've memorized it. You should use this to locate him. Suin received the portrait, gazing at the man depicted, and spoke bluntly. This fellow has a distinctly sleazy appearance. He clearly isn't a good person. After sending her 2 teammates away, she did not idle. Finding a suitable place to settle Jian Yu by, she began to meander through the base. Shenyang's earlier words had merit. What if luck favored her and she stumbled upon the beast? With this thought in mind, she wandered countless times throughout the base in a single day. Alas, her wishes did not come to fruition. Chapter 116. Failure time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, over half a month had elapsed. They had visited every nearby base, yet had failed to find the man depicted in the portrait. Moreover, at every base housing healing-type ability users, they had inquired about Jiang Yubai's whereabouts, only to receive the same disheartening result each time. This left them feeling despondent, as if plunged into a dark abyss devoid of hope. Observing their disheartened demeanor, Su Lingruo spoke sharply. Look at the state you're in. This is hardly a monumental issue. Baigu is merely unconscious. You act as if the world is ending. Suin and Shenyang stared at Su Lingruo in astonishment, puzzled by the transformation she had undergone in such a short span. Just moments ago, she had shared their concerns regarding Jian Yubai, yet now she appeared remarkably resolute. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under their scrutiny, Su Lingruo cleared her throat and continued. At the very least, Baigu is still alive. Some people, reflecting on the plight of the sisters. She felt their current challenges paled in comparison. What do you mean by some people? Lingruo, why are you only speaking half the truth? You cannot leave it at that. Suin remarked discontentedly. Su Lingruo dismissed his concerns. Regardless, you all need to pull yourselves together. I'm heading back to our previous location to see if that healer can make an exception. Left behind were Su and Shenyang, exchanging bewildered glances. I apologize. We have broken our promise. We searched extensively, yet could not find that beast. But rest assured, I have said nothing about your situation. Su Lingruo felt that since they had come together, yet only she had witnessed those events, it indicated the woman preferred to keep their sister's circumstances private. I believe that person must be far away. We wish to search, but time is of the essence, and I worry for my captain. Su Lingruo remained silent for an extended period, contemplating alternative solutions, when she suddenly felt a familiar chilling breeze. At that moment, the cold wind felt oddly comforting. I am aware that you have indeed exerted considerable effort in recent days. I do not blame you. However, since you have not succeeded, I cannot assist you further. Listening to the woman's unsparing words, Su Lingruo was at a loss for how to convey her current emotions. Should she accuse them? Yet it was indeed their failure to fulfill their commitments. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, Su Lingruo ventured, then, shall we consider another course of action? Of course, I do not mean to abandon the search for that beast. We must still pursue it. I merely wish to request your assistance in checking on my captain. What do you think? The woman was inclined to decline. Yet, upon witnessing Su Lingruo's cautious yet hopeful expression, she ultimately relented. Very well. Devise a plan for me to leave this place. Su Lingruo fell into silence, realizing that this task was beyond her capability. If only Qingtang were here, she would undoubtedly know how to navigate this situation. At that moment, she missed Shen Qingtang immensely. Is there anything else? We have another teammate who could certainly help you leave, but she is not present at the moment. Oh, then we shall await your teammate's arrival to discuss further. The woman responded nonchalantly. Su Lingruo found herself at a loss for words, ultimately departing empty-handed, hoping to hear good news from her. Looking at her 2 teammates, she took a deep breath, summoning her courage before slowly articulating. I believe we have been misguided from the outset. Shenyang and Su were left bewildered, their heads adorned with question marks. Without waiting for them to speak, Su Lingruo continued. Perhaps we should not have altered our course from the outset. We ought to have proceeded directly to the Yin-Yang base to seek out Qingtang. With Qingtang present, Brother Bai might not have remained unconscious for such an extended period. Su In and Shen Yang exchanged glances, their expressions heavy with disapproval. Their words left Su Lingrua momentarily speechless. Upon reflection, they indeed had a point. Sighing, she acknowledged her own impatience, which had led her to deviate from their initial plan. Primarily, they had never anticipated that these healing abilities could be so ineffective. They had scoured no fewer than 20 bases, yet none could remedy Jiang Yubai's condition. You just returned from somewhere. What did you say? You haven't mentioned it yet. Suin remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Su Lingrua, silently questioning how she could overlook such a significant matter. At that moment, Shenyang also turned to look over, leaving Su Lingrua utterly speechless. She had thought her earlier performance was sufficiently clear, yet she was taken aback that her two teammates would still pose such inquiries. With annoyance, she remarked, "We have failed." The psychic stated that unless we locate that man or take her away from here, she would be willing to assist us in finding Brother Bai. Then let's take her away, Suin asserted matter-of-factly, believing the matter to be quite simple. Unable to comprehend why Su Lingru appeared so troubled. Leaving, you say? It sounds easy when you put it that way. But you two cannot even see the person in question. So how do you propose to take her away? Shenyang, I haven't said anything. I'm truly caught in the crossfire without cause. Can't you see that? You could have just taken her away. Suin, undeterred, pressed on. Su Lingru shot him a glance and retorted, "What luck is that? I can't see anything. I can only feel and hear her speak." Both Suin and Shenyang exchanged exasperated looks. Chapter 117. Encountering Shen Qingtang, what do we do now? Suin inquired wearily, glancing at Jiang Yubai, who lay unconscious on the bed. Su Lingru followed his gaze and resolutely declared, "We have no choice but to head to the Yin-Yang base and see if we can rescue Qingtang." As Su Lingru spoke, Suin suddenly had a moment of clarity. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed excitedly, "Wait, do we forget about the little green sprout? It must be connected to Qingtang. Perhaps it can help us find her." Without waiting for Su Lingru to react, he swiftly summoned the little green sprout. The sprout, still groggy, stared at Suin, bewildered by his sudden outburst. "What do you want?" it asked. "Can you sense Qingtang's location, the one by the sunflower?" Suin was unwilling to waste any breath. The little green sprout, realizing it had been called forth for this purpose, remembered everything that had transpired and understood their urgency. However, it cared little for their plight. Had it not feared the dangers of fleeing, it would have already done so. "I'm asking you a question. Speak up, or you'll regret it once we find Qingtang," Suin threatened, knowing the sprout feared no one but Shen Qingtang. "Soon," the sprout reluctantly replied, "I can, but it will drain a lot of my energy." The three exchanged glances, and Suin quickly responded, "As long as you help us find Qingtang and ensure her safe return, we will grant you anything you desire." "Really? You're not lying?" The sprout perked up, and after a confirming nod from Suin and the others, it considered the sunflower's kindness towards them and deemed their promise credible. After contemplating, it resolved that once they found the sunflower, it would demand to be set free. It longed for independence, despite Suin's gentle treatment towards it. "Hey, are you ready yet?" Suin urged, growing impatient with the sprout's delay, noting the urgency in their situation. The sprout, momentarily interrupted from its thoughts, was unbothered, knowing their time together was limited. All right, I'm almost ready. I'll provide you with a mental route. Just follow it, as I need to sleep now." After saying this, the sprout lay down, and Suin carefully placed it aside. In his mind, a route indeed appeared, but as he examined it, he found it rather peculiar. It did not lead toward the Yin-Yang base. "Suin, what are you zoning out for?" Su Lingru and Shenyang called out, noticing his unusual stillness. "Let us go. The sprout has given us the route." Without further questions, Su Lingru and Shenyang hoisted Jiang Yubai onto their backs and followed Suin. They traveled for about 3 days when Suin suddenly realized the route had vanished. Gazing at the desolate surroundings, confusion washed over him. Could it be that the sprout had deceived him, or perhaps its powers were insufficient? Yet, observing the sprout still in a deep slumber, he doubted it would act so foolishly. "What is wrong? Why aren't we moving?" Su Lingru and Shenyang asked, puzzled by Su and sudden halt. The route has disappeared." Suin's voice faltered, lacking conviction. This revelation left Shenyang and Su Lingru stunned. They surveyed their surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Wait, what is that over there? Su Lingru's keen eyes spotted something unusual. Cautiously, she approached the oddity, wary of disturbing the mound ahead. Upon reaching the mound, she hesitated not and gently lifted the green leaves atop it, revealing an astonishing sight. "Come here quickly," Su Lingru called out excitedly to her teammates. Su In and Shen Yang approached, bewildered by her sudden enthusiasm. Had she discovered something valuable? Driven by curiosity, they hastened to her side, and soon all three gasped in astonishment. Could it be what we were searching for? They stared incredulously at the sunflower nestled in the earth. Their disbelief mingled with a hint of fear. They feared they might be imagining things or misidentifying it, leading them to hesitate in uttering its name. Finally, it was Shen Qingtang, awakening from her stupor, who questioned the trio with confusion. "What are you doing here?" Her voice snapped them back to reality. "It really is Qingtang. Ah, we finally found you," Suin exclaimed, joyfully lifting Shen Qingtang into his arms. "Quick, help me check on Yubai." Shen Yang recalled the pressing matter, rapidly recounting the events since Shen Qingtang had been taken by Song Yu, detailing how Jiang Yubai had overexerted himself to reach the Yin-Yang base in hopes of rescuing her, and how they had sought treatment for him at various bases. All in vain. Listened in silence as Suin spoke. To be honest, she never anticipated that Jiang Yubai could achieve such a feat. It was beyond her expectations. Lying on the ground, Jiang Yubai, though unable to speak, could hear Su In's words. He longed to clarify that he was not as noble as portrayed, but rather simply wished to protect Shen Qingtang from harm. He understood better than anyone else what Song Wang was truly like. Yet, in Su In's narrative, it seemed he had risked his life for Shen Qingtang, which was an exaggeration in his eyes. After all, that was merely his perception. Chapter 118. Departing with the lady. "All right. You need not say more. I understand." Shen Qingtang interjected, interrupting Su In's words, as she delicately assessed Jiang Yubai's physical condition with the tips of her leaves. After a considerable pause, she tentatively spoke. Jiang Yubai's health appeared unremarkable. How could this be? Why had brother by not yet awakened? It had nearly been a month. Upon hearing Su In's fervent remarks, Shen Qingtang fell silent, for she too had not discerned any issues with Jiang Yubai's body. Just as uncertainty enveloped her, Su Lingru spoke up. "Qingtang, why not accompany us to the last base we visited? There's a healer with special abilities there. She is quite remarkable. She mentioned that if we assist her with certain tasks, she would be willing to examine Brother Bai." "Really? Such a person exists?" Shen Qingtang hesitated, questioning whether others could truly perceive the issues she herself could not discern. However, considering she was not a healer endowed with special abilities, it was plausible that others might indeed see what she could not. Just moments ago, she had contemplated offering her petals to Jiang Yubai, but upon hearing Su In and the others mention that he had been in a coma for nearly a month, she feared that any adverse effects could arise from such an act. Thus, she abandoned the idea of feeding him the petals. "Very well, let us proceed to investigate," she resolved, ultimately deciding to accompany them. If matters turned dire, she would devise an alternative solution. After all, Jiang Yubai's condition appeared stable. Having endured a month without significant issues, a few additional days would hardly matter. With Shen Qingtang's presence, their pace quickened considerably. In order to reach the base sooner, she transformed herself into a larger form, serving as a steed for Su In and the others. This indicated that, despite her internal musings about the insignificance of time, her actions contradicted such thoughts. "Is this truly the place?" Shen Qingtang questioned, her voice laced with skepticism as she surveyed the dilapidated site that hardly qualified as a base. Were it not for her faith in Su Lingru and the others, she would have likely turned away upon seeing the state of this location. "Indeed, this is the place. Do not be deceived by its shabby exterior. Remarkable individuals reside within," Su Lingru asserted with conviction. Su In and Shen Yang remained silent, as they had yet to encounter the person Su Lingru referred to. Observing Su Lingru's unwavering confidence, Shen Qingtang reluctantly acquiesced, leading them to the same spot they had visited previously. as they arrived at an even more decrepit area than the one outside. Shen Qingtang cast another doubtful glance at Su Lingrua, internally questioning whether her thoughts were once again being manipulated by some unseen force. Sensing her scrutiny, Su Lingrua's cheeks flushed, prompting her to speak up. "Qingtang, I assure you I'm not under any influence. Trust me, there are indeed formidable individuals here. My apologies. I did not mean to doubt you. I was simply not at all, I understand." Noticing Shen Qingtang's stammering, Su Lingrua quickly reassured her that she bore no ill will. Shen Qingtang finally felt a sense of relief as she began to meticulously discern the peculiarities of her surroundings. To her astonishment, she truly perceived something extraordinary. "Come forth," she exclaimed suddenly into the air before her. Suin and Shan Yang exchanged bewildered glances, while only Su Ling seemed to sense something amiss, surmising that it must be the woman's arrival. Indeed, before long, she felt the familiar chill of a spectral breeze, and after a while, a figure gradually materialized before the group. Suin and Shan Yang stood agape, their eyes wide with disbelief at the sudden appearance of the figure. How can someone just appear like that? She can't possibly be a ghost, can she? Suin's mind spiraled with uncontrollable imaginings. Among those present, only Shen Qingtang and Su Ling maintained their composure. After all, Su Ling had encountered the woman in a previous vision. "Are you the one she mentioned who can lead me out?" The woman gazed at the sunflowers before her, momentarily at a loss for how to address them. Upon hearing these words, Shen Qingtang cast a puzzled glance at Su Lingrua. It was then that Su Lingrua recalled that she had completely forgotten to mention this matter. Consequently, she hurriedly recounted to Shen Qingtang all the promises she had made to the woman initially. "So that is how it is," she said. "I shall give it a try, though I cannot guarantee that I will be able to take you out." Shen Qingtang's words were not definitive. She could discern that the woman had endured numerous hardships. Therefore, she wished not to instill hope only to lead to disappointment. The woman, upon hearing this, did not react with anger, but merely nodded in calm acknowledgement. However, Shen Qingtang perceived the deep-seated hope and expectation concealed within her. Without further ado, she opened her large floral maw and engulfed the woman whole. Once the woman was within her corporeal form, Shen Qingtang felt a slight sense of relief. If she could enter her body, then the likelihood of being taken outside was significantly higher. She then turned her gaze towards Su and the others, uncertainly inquiring, "Do you wish to join me inside?" The trio exchanged glances before they collectively queried, "Is that permissible?" It had been quite some time since they had shared Shen Qingtang's body, aside from their earlier experience. Now that she had taken the initiative to invite them, what reason did they have to refuse? Very well, they agreed. Following this affirmation, Shen Qingtang repeated her previous action, opening her great floral mouth to consume the group into her being. After completing this, she realized she was uncertain about their destination. There was no way she would remain in this space, especially since the woman had indicated her intention to lead them away. Contemplating this, she asked those within her body, "Where do you wish to go next? Let's South first exit this place and see if we can take her with us," Su Lingrua suggested before anyone else could speak, referring to the newly joined woman. "You may call me Zai," the woman stated calmly, revealing her name. "Suin, Shenyang, Su Lingrua, currently. We find ourselves within Shen Qingtang's body. Do not be deceived by her appearance as a mere sunflower. She is quite formidable, as you may have already discerned," Su Lingrua added, introducing Shen Qingtang. Zai nodded quietly, standing still without uttering a word. Su, restless by nature, observed Zai's silence and wished to elicit more conversation from her, but Su Lingrua pulled him aside, urging him not to disturb her. Chapter 119, 30 Level 10 Zombie Crystals. Zai observed Su Lingrua's protective demeanor and felt a softening within her heart. She glanced at the man lying on the ground and approached him, closing her eyes to let her consciousness wander around him. Su Lingrua, who had been bickering with Suin, noticed this and abruptly ceased her banter, stealthily moving toward Jiang Yubai and Zai. "Hey," Suin began, but quickly fell silent upon recognizing the situation, mimicking Su Lingrua's actions and following her to Zai's side. The trio watched Zai with bated breath. After what felt like an eternity, Zai finally opened her eyes. Surveying the three anxious figures nearby, she felt no surprise. She had sensed their presence long before they approached, despite their attempts to tread lightly. "Zai, how is Bai Ge? Can you ascertain his condition?" Su Lingruo inquired, her palms sweating with apprehension. This was truly their last glimmer of hope. Zai regarded the worried trio and replied with a light chuckle, "There is no need for concern. He is unharmed, merely drained of energy." The trio exchanged looks, already aware of this fact. "Then why is Bai Ge not awakened?" Su Lingruo pressed. Zai, recognizing their urgency, responded straightforwardly, "It is simple. He lacks energy, and without it, he cannot awaken. As long as he receives sufficient energy, he will be fine." "So simple?" Suin and Shen Yang echoed in disbelief. Why did all the healing abilities users shake their heads, as if it were an incurable affliction? Zai perceived their confusion and quickly clarified. "While it sounds straightforward, you must understand one crucial point. Where does the energy come from? Without energy, he will remain in this state, akin to being afflicted with a terminal illness." The trio exchanged alarmed glances, suddenly aware of the gravity of the situation. Jiang Yubai also began to comprehend his predicament, realizing it aligned with his earlier suspicions. Yet, he felt an oddly familiar sensation about his surroundings. After striving to awaken and failing once more, he had succumbed to unconsciousness, thus remaining unaware of Shen Qingtang's encounter with Su Lingruo and the others. As he pondered this, Su Lingruo spoke again. "Zai, can you transfer my abilities to Bai Ge?" After much contemplation, this was the only solution she could conceive. Suin and Shenyang, after a moment of hesitation, echoed her proposal. Zai regarded the three hopeful gazes directed toward her and regretfully shook her head. "I lack the ability to do so." This declaration plunged the trio into despair. Yet, Su Lingruo quickly rallied her spirits. "Is there any other alternative?" "Yes, he requires a sufficient quantity of level 10 zombie crystals," Zai replied, prompting the trio to gasp in disbelief. This was a fantastical notion. Level 10 zombie crystals. The casualness with which she spoke about it was astonishing, and they were left wondering just how many sufficient meant. Shenyang finally spoke, suppressing his disbelief. "Zai, could you specify how many we would need? If it's just a few, perhaps we could manage." "Approximately 20, Zai estimated after careful consideration, offering a conservative figure. In truth, she felt she should have suggested more. But upon observing their expressions, she opted to provide a glimmer of hope. "With 20, there's a 99% chance of awakening. 30 guarantees it." The trio exchanged glances, rendered speechless by the daunting numbers. An air of embarrassment enveloped them as Jiang Yubai wrestled with his thoughts. In that moment, he felt as if his life had plunged into darkness. Just as silence reigned, Shen Qingtang's voice broke through. "Why the silence? Is it merely 30 level 10 zombie crystals? What's the big deal?" Zai and the trio were momentarily stunned by her nonchalant tone. "Qingtang, you heard that? We need 30 level 10 zombie crystals. Not level 7 or 6, but 10. 10, Suin exclaimed, his tone revealing the difficulty of acquiring such a rarity. "I heard you, and I have plenty." Shen Qingtang remained utterly indifferent. Upon hearing her words, the trio immediately perked up, and even Zai became intrigued. She was well aware of the formidable challenge posed by the crystals of 10th level zombies, so she was astonished that this sunflower spoke of it so nonchalantly. "Don't rush. Once I exit this base, I shall show you," she stated. The trio, Zai, they were particularly eager to express that perhaps leaving the base was not as urgent as they had thought, and they would prefer to first witness the 30 crystals from 10th level zombies to broaden their horizons. The subsequent journey felt particularly excruciating for everyone, as their minds were preoccupied with these matters, though Zai felt somewhat better. She still harbored hope that this sunflower could indeed lead her away from the base. Time slipped away swiftly amidst the anxious hearts of the group. Surely, they must be far enough by now. Shen Qingtang first muttered to herself before addressing the few individuals within her being. "We are now approximately several thousand kilometers away from the previous base. Zai, would you like to come out and take a look? So soon?" Zai paused upon hearing the mention of several thousand kilometers, feeling as though not much time had passed. She was astonished to realize they had traveled such a considerable distance. Indeed, my speed is quite remarkable. Shen Qingtang brimmed with pride, which was precisely why she had previously allowed Su Lingruo and others to enter her body. She had expanded herself to such an extent that her speed rivaled that of an aircraft, though such thoughts remained confined to her mind. "All right, I shall emerge," Zai promptly declared. As the flower plate of Shen Qingtang opened, it immediately expelled Zai. "Have I truly emerged?" Zai's tone was laden with disbelief. Chapter 120. Crystal Core Pile. No sooner had she spoken than she observed Zai behaving as if freshly liberated from a prison, darting about here and there, sniffing at everything in sight. Shen Qingtang. After a considerable amount of time, Zai finally calmed down. She shyly approached Shen Qingtang's side. "I apologize for my earlier outburst. I was simply overwhelmed." "It's quite all right, I understand." Shen Qingtang observed her hesitance, caught between the desire to speak and the urge to remain silent, and promptly interrupted her discourse. Subsequently, she released the remaining few individuals from within her being. As Suen emerged, he eagerly exclaimed, "Qingtang, Qingtang, may we now behold the 30 level 10 zombie cores?" I should rather say, allow Brother Bai to absorb those 30 level 10 zombie cores. Suen glanced at the others, noting their lack of discontent, which alleviated his concerns. Alas, he had inadvertently vocalized his innermost thoughts just moments ago. Shen Qingtang observed the eager gazes directed towards her by the few individuals around her, and without further ado, she began to leap joyfully in place. With each bound, crystal cores began to cascade down, accumulating into a modest heap before long. The trio watched this burgeoning pile with wide-eyed astonishment. After a moment, Shen Qingtang ceased her exuberant hopping, noticing that the small mound had taken shape. This can't be just over 30 cores, can it? It must be far more," Suen stammered excitedly, glancing at his two companions, only to find them utterly speechless. Unable to contain his curiosity, he leaned closer to them. After a considerable pause, Shen Yang and Su Lingru finally turned their attention to Shen Qingtang, their voices trembling slightly as they spoke. "Qingtang, did you happen to raid a zombie's lair?" It was no wonder they thought so. The quantity was indeed staggering, and the cores were of notably high grade, while there were a few that did not belong to level 10 zombies. Those of levels 8 and 9 were still remarkably formidable for them. Listening to Shen Yang's words, Shen Qingtang pondered seriously about the cave where she encountered the zombies. After a moment, she shook her head and replied in a rather nonchalant tone, "No, I merely passed by a cave, noticed an abundance of supplies inside, and upon collecting them, I encountered some zombies, which I swiftly dealt with, thus acquiring these crystal cores." The only one with awareness yet unable to awaken, Jiang Yu Bai's initial reaction was to wonder if Shen Qingtang had sustained any injuries. Regrettably, he could only lie there, devoid of sight. "Qingtang, you are truly remarkable," Suen exclaimed, filled with excitement, eager to lift Shen Qingtang and spin her around. But she anticipated this and deftly avoided him. "All right, now that we have the crystal cores, Z, please instruct us on how Jiang Yu Bai should absorb them." After evading Su An's restless grasp, Shen Qingtang turned her attention to Ziyi, who appeared relatively composed. However, her emotions were typically subdued, rendering her demeanor calm. "You should encircle him with the level 10 zombie crystal cores. He will absorb them on his own." Upon hearing this, Suen and the others felt a sense of unreality. Could it really be this simple to resolve? Seeing the trio remain inactive, Ziyi inquired, "What's wrong? Do you not trust my words?" No, they quickly replied in unison, hastily following Ziyi's guidance to evenly distribute the level 10 zombie crystal cores around Jiang Yu Bai, creating a circle with them. Once they completed this task, the trio stood quietly by, awaiting the miracle to unfold. Initially, Ziyi felt no anxiety, but their tension was infectious, and she found herself nervously gazing at Jiang Yu Bai, who lay amidst the zombie crystal cores. Although 30 cores would undoubtedly suffice for absorption, what if some unforeseen circumstance arose? Meanwhile, Jiang Yu Bai himself remained utterly unperturbed, diligently striving to absorb the energy contained within the zombie crystal cores. He yearned to awaken swiftly, sensing that once he did, the lingering aftereffects of his previous abilities would vanish. Moreover, he was eager to see Shen Qingtang safe and sound, allowing him to rest easy. As time stretched in the atmosphere of tension, the group watched in anticipation as the crystal cores surrounding Jiangyu transformed into mere dust. They awaited the moment he would open his eyes. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour passed, yet Jiangyu remained motionless, as if the crystal cores had not been absorbed at all. Ziyi, what is happening? Su Ling Ruo queried, seeking answers from her. Su In and Shun Yang, along with Shen Qingtang, ever the sunbeam, turned their gazes toward Ziyi. Under the pressure of their scrutiny, Ziyi hastily approached Jiangyu Bai, closing her eyes to sense his energy before exclaiming in confusion, "The energy is still insufficient. How could this be? 30 cores should have been enough." Upon hearing that the energy was lacking, the trio and Shen Qingtang finally relaxed, relieved that it was merely a matter of insufficient energy. Thank goodness, it's not something more serious, they thought in unison. Shen Qingtang, too, shared this sentiment, promptly retrieving the zombie crystal cores she had collected earlier. This time, to ensure ample energy, the trio surrounded Jiangyu Bai with all the cores she had shaken out. From a distance, Jiangyu Bai was nearly obscured by the towering pile of crystal cores. Witnessing this spectacle, the trio couldn't help but marvel at Shen Qingtang's incredible prowess. They had never before witnessed such a magnificent scene. A mountain of crystal cores. Who else could behold such a sight? Now, their demeanor was far more composed than before, calmly observing as the cores gradually disintegrated into dust, their expressions devoid of the earlier shock. Thus, time slipped away unnoticed, and as the last of the crystal cores turned to ashes, Suan finally felt a hint of anxiety. He leaned closer to Ziyi and cautiously asked, "This time, it should be fine, right? Bai Gu will awaken." "One Tihi?" Ziyi had no time to respond, her focus entirely on Jiangyu Bai lying on the ground. At last, under their watchful eyes, Jiangyu Bai's eyelids fluttered. Suan immediately erupted in excitement, shouting, "He moved! He moved! Bai Gu is moving! Did you see that?" Su Ling Ruo and Shun Yang shot him an exasperated glance, remaining silent. They were not blind, after all, with no one paying him any mind. Suan could only stand aside, feeling aggrieved, as he continued to fixate on Jiangyu Bai. In a swift motion, Jiangyu Bai, who had previously been lying still, suddenly appeared beside Shen Qingtang. Shen Qingtang gazed at Jiangyu Bai with a look of bewilderment, unable to comprehend why he appeared so agitated. Jiangyu Bai reached out and lifted Shen Qingtang, scrutinizing her from head to toe multiple times. After ensuring she bore no injuries, he finally set aside his worries. During his previous unconsciousness, he had resolved that upon awakening, his first priority would be to ascertain Shen Qingtang's well-being before he could find peace. Thankfully, she was indeed unharmed. Otherwise, brother Bai, Suan had regained his vitality, glancing between Jiangyu Bai and Shen Qingtang. He could not fathom why every attempt he made to rescue Shen Qingtang ended in her cold rejection, while Jiangyu Bai effortlessly succeeded. "What is the matter?" Jiangyu Bai inquired, his tone unremarkable as he regarded Suan, who had hurried to his side, thinking of everything that Su In and the others had done for him. Jiangyu Bai sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." The trio responded with a look of disbelief, realizing that their efforts were not motivated by desire for thanks. "Has your ability upgraded?" Shen Qingtang nestled comfortably against Jiangyu Bai's hand, patiently awaiting the conclusion of their conversation before voicing her concern. As soon as her words fell, several pairs of eyes turned towards her. Jiangyu Bai nonchalantly nodded, affirming her statement. In an instant, the atmosphere spiraled into chaos. Su In, brimming with excitement, seized the arms of Shun Yang and Su Ling Ruo, leaping into the air with exuberance. As Shen Yang and Su Ling exchanged glances, they silently lamented for what felt like the umpteenth time the decision that had led to Su In's inclusion in their team. If one wished to attain a higher level through slumber, it was indeed a viable option. Shen Qingtang's voice floated through the air, astonishing everyone present. It was not merely Su In who was excited. Shan Yang and Su Lingru could hardly conceal their expressions either. They flocked eagerly to Shen Qingtang's side, clamoring to inquire about solutions. In contrast, Zai remained remarkably composed, earning Shen Qingtang's rare admiration. How astute she was, fully aware that there are no free lunches in this world. Observing the three bumbling individuals surrounding her, Shen Qingtang shook her head before speaking in a casual tone. All you need to do is follow the same approach as Jiang Yubai did before he fell into a coma. Once you two succumb to slumber, I shall provide you with zombie crystal nuclei, plenty for the taking, as long as you can level up. Su Lingru, and the others exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Recalling Jiang Yubai's desperate endeavors, they pondered for a while before reluctantly shaking their heads. Forget it. I'll just gradually upgrade my abilities. I don't envy the notion of leveling up with a mere nap. Suin retreated, shaking his head, fearful that Shen Qingtang would insist on him adopting Jiang Yubai's previous methods. With one person leading the charge, the other two promptly declined Shen Qingtang's proposal. Observing their swift retreat, Shen Qingtang teased, "What's this? Weren't you all envious just moments ago? I find this method quite effective." Suin was acutely aware of his own limitations. He lacked Jiang Yubai's tenacity. The thought of the discomfort that came with overextending his abilities was something he was resolute in avoiding at all costs. Shenyang and Su Lingru quickly nodded in agreement, and the trio cleverly concealed themselves behind Zai. They perceived that being near Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai was perilous, so they hastened away, forgetting to inquire about Jiang Yubai's ability enhancement. "It is quite surprising, Jiang Yubai, that you seem to care for me." Shen Qingtang gazed at Jiang Yubai, who was teasing with a light-hearted demeanor. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yubai slowly nodded and uttered an affirmative sound, surprised by his calm and unruffled expression. Shen Qingtang was taken aback. She had merely jested, never expecting him to genuinely agree. "How is your ability now? Shouldn't you feel moved by what I just said?" Countless questions swirled in her mind, yet Jiang Yubai maintained his serene countenance. "No, it's the aftereffects." These words left Shen Qingtang perplexed, straining her brain to comprehend. "Hey, I thought your ability had upgraded. Why do you still speak so briefly, just a few words at a time?" This inquiry plunged Jiang Yubai into silence, clearly at a loss for an explanation. However, wasn't he speaking more than before? Indeed, reflecting on this, he felt compelled to clarify. Shen Qingtang, already confused by his earlier remarks, found herself further bewildered by his subsequent two words. At this moment, she wished for her esteemed translator, Su, and to elucidate the situation. Yet, as she glanced at the trio, keeping their distance, she resigned herself to interpreting the matter on her own. "Do you mean that the aftereffects of your teleportation and clairvoyance have vanished?" With Jiang Yubai's affirmative gaze, Shen Qingtang's words flowed smoothly. In that instant, she felt a surge of pride, marveling at her own perceptiveness. What does it mean that there's more now? This query left Shen Qingtang thoroughly baffled. After contemplating for some time without arriving at an answer, she ultimately surrendered to her confusion. Noticing her genuine perplexity, Jiang Yubai finally spoke. "It's just that there are more words." Shen Qingtang pondered over the words exchanged moments ago, mulling them over one by one, and eventually, with a hint of uncertainty, asked, "Are you suggesting that you spoke too much?" Upon seeing Jiang Yubai nod, Shen Qingtang couldn't help but silently exclaim, "How splendid." She had never anticipated that he would be concerned about her remark regarding his ability upgrade and the brevity of his words. Not only that, but he also provided a reasonable explanation. "Very well then, aside from that, do you have any other discoveries?" To avert any unforeseen complications, Shen Qingtang cleverly diverted the conversation. Upon hearing her inquiry, Jiang Yubai entered a serious contemplation. Indeed, he had a minor revelation, though he deemed it insignificant and refrained from sharing. Observing his demeanor, Shen Qingtang discerned that there was more to the matter, so she patiently awaited his next words. Time sped by, and just as Shen Qingtang began to doubt her initial assessment, Jiang Yubai finally spoke up. "Awakening abilities." "What does that mean?" "Awakening what?" "Abilities," Jiang Yubai calmly reiterated. His earlier excitement had inadvertently drawn the attention of the trio and Zai, Suan rubbed his ear and glanced at his companions, uncertainly stating, I must have misheard. Did Bai Gu just say he awakened abilities? Su Lingru and Shen Yang appeared equally bewildered. Ultimately, Zai led the trio directly to Jiang Yubai and Shen Qingtang, inquiring directly, You have awakened a new ability? The trio gazed intently at Jiang Yubai, their emotions a tumultuous mix. Of course, they were elated, but the abruptness of the revelation was somewhat overwhelming. First, he had effortlessly upgraded his ability while asleep, and now he had awakened another. Comparing themselves to him felt disheartening. It was a stark reminder of their own limitations. For a fleeting moment, the trio even contemplated following Shen Qingtang's earlier suggestion to enhance their abilities, but thankfully, before they voiced it, they regained their senses. They were not Jiang Yubai, and even if they attempted it, success was uncertain. Yes, Jiang Yubai nodded calmly, but when he observed Su En and the others frozen in disbelief, he realized they were utterly stunned. Bai Go, what is your new ability? Does that mean you now possess 3 abilities? Even Shen Yang, usually the most composed among them, found it difficult to maintain his calm. Previously, Jiang Yubai's possession of 2 abilities had already astonished them, and now he had manifested yet another. Moreover, they had never heard of anyone achieving a second awakening of abilities. Time pause. At this revelation, the group was once again taken aback. Is it the time pause I am thinking of? The one that freezes everything in place? Indeed, Jiang Yubai nodded serenely once more. The trio instantly lost their composure. Goodness, a time pause. It sounds incredibly powerful. Just imagine if we encounter a zombie horde, we could simply use the time pause to freeze them in place and strike. They excitedly discussed Jiang Yubai's newfound ability, while Shen Qingtang harbored a different perspective. She glanced at Jiang Yubai and slowly spoke. None of your abilities are offensive. Don't you feel a sense of frustration? Not at all. I protect you. Although his response remained succinct, this time, Shen Qingtang easily grasped the sentiment he wished to convey. Shen Qingtang fell silent. She believed that Jiang Yubai's mindset was truly remarkable. She found it difficult to emulate such composure. Rather than playing a supportive role, she preferred to charge ahead, dispatching zombies with a swift bite or a clean slice. Contemplating this, she spoke again. You truly do not mind? Do you not find it stifling? Not at all. The rear requires someone to hold the fort. However, what Jiang Yubai refrained from expressing was that he, too, possessed considerable capabilities, but had merely lacked the opportunity to showcase them. How could he possibly be inept when he relied on Su En and the others for protection? The truth was, should he choose to act, it would likely lead to exceedingly perilous circumstances. More often than not, he refrained from taking action, solely to cultivate the abilities of Su En and his companions. All right, Qingtang, I nearly forgot something of utmost importance. Just as Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai exchanged silent glances, Su En, who had been lurking nearby, came bounding back towards them. Shen Qingtang gazed at him in perplexity, dismissing the significance of his words, pondering what weighty matter he could possibly possess. Well, this little green sprout assisted us in our urgent search for you, and then it fell into a deep slumber. Perhaps you could rouse it? She added, furthermore, we promised it a favor upon locating you, anything it desired. Observing Su En's startled demeanor, Shen Qingtang could only shake her head in exasperation. After receiving the little green sprout, she channeled a modicum of energy through her own leaves, and soon enough, the sprout awakened. Now, speak your terms. Before the little green sprout could voice its thoughts, Shen Qingtang spoke first, her tone remarkably serene. The sprout stammered I 3 times in succession, yet failed to articulate a single significant word. It was perplexed by its own feelings. Previously, it had yearned to escape the sunflower, but astonishingly, that sentiment had vanished. Suan observed the sprout's hesitance and mistakenly assumed it was merely frightened. Remembering that it had indeed aided them in locating Shen Qingtang, he offered encouragement. It's all right. Express whatever you wish to convey. We will certainly agree to anything within our capacity, won't we, Qingtang? Though his words seemed supportive, everyone present was acutely aware that the sprout's utmost desire was likely to flee from Shen Qingtang, perhaps spurred by Su En's encouragement. The little green sprout finally managed to voice its thoughts. However, what emerged was a stark contrast to its previous intentions. Chapter 123. Sensing the beast's location, the little green sprout itself could hardly comprehend how the situation had transformed so drastically. It had initially aimed to seize this opportunity to directly express its wish to depart from the Sunflower's company. Yet, when the words finally emerged, the essence had shifted entirely. Shen Qingtang gazed at it, her tone filled with astonishment. She had never anticipated that the request from the little green sprout would be so simple. With this thought in mind, she could not help but inquire once more, "Are you certain this is your only request?" The little green sprout nodded, and the trio beside her stood momentarily dumbfounded. They had all presumed that the little green sprout would seize this opportunity to express a desire to depart. The outcome, however, was vastly different from their expectations. Nevertheless, considering the favors the little green sprout had done for them, Shen Qingtang kindly remarked, "This hardly qualifies as a request. You merely wish to take a few days for yourself to explore. Feel free to go wherever you please." At this moment, Shen Qingtang found herself less concerned about the little green sprout's departure. Upon hearing her words, the little green sprout immediately felt a surge of affection for her. Thinking to itself, "Ah, the sunflower is indeed quite wonderful, far better than that deceitful woman from before." As these thoughts crossed its mind, the little green sprout suddenly realized that perhaps not going away for a few days was not entirely unacceptable. However, having already voiced its intentions, it left the group with a hint of reluctance. Observing the little green sprout's unwilling demeanor, Suen scratched his head and asked Shen Qingtang in confusion, "Qingtang, don't you find the little green sprout rather peculiar? Previously, it showed no desire to be with us and would seek opportunities to escape. Why does it now seem somewhat reluctant to leave?" "Perhaps it has come to appreciate our kindness," Shen Qingtang replied. Once the matter concerning the little green sprout was resolved, she turned her gaze towards Zai. A fleeting memory surfaced of Su Lingruo mentioning that they had made certain promises to Zai. Noticing Shen Qingtang's gaze upon her, Zai approached with understanding, having witnessed the earlier interaction with the little green sprout. She realized that Shen Qingtang was now ready to address her own matters. With this thought, her spirits lifted. "Zai, place your hand upon my leaf and begin to envision the person you wish to find." Shen Qingtang gazed at the scenes before her, a surge of rage igniting within her. The plight of Zai's sisters was truly heartrending. And that beast, how despicable. "All right, Zai, you should take a rest," she instructed. Su Lingru hurriedly stepped forward, assisting Zai to a quieter corner, while Shen Qingtang began to sift through the images in her mind, seeking the location of that wretched creature. After a considerable time, she finally unearthed a glimmer of a clue. Once Zai had managed to calm her emotions, she swiftly returned to Shen Qingtang's side, her eyes brimming with hope. She yearned to hear the news she so desperately sought from this radiant sunflower. After considerable mental preparation, she cautiously inquired, "Do you have any leads? Can we find that beast?" Seeing her in such a state, Shen Qingtang's heart ached. She gently stroked Zai's head with her leaf and spoke in a soothing tone, "Yes, I've found something. We shall go right now." "Ah, truly? Have you genuinely found it?" The revelation sent Zai into a jubilant leap as she danced around Shen Qingtang, circling her several times before lifting her up and twirling her joyfully. Shen Qingtang felt dizzy and disoriented, her mind occupied with thoughts of the hardships that Zai had endured over the years. Ultimately, she chose to remain silent. After a considerable time, once Zai had regained her composure and set her down, Suen approached them. Although he was perplexed by the events that had transpired, he discerned the prevailing joy among everyone and wished to twirl Shen Qingtang around. However, he was once again met with her unrelenting refusal. In the end, he retreated to a solitary corner to nurse his wounds in silence. "Are you all going too?" Zai finally registered Shen Qingtang's earlier mention of their collective journey. She had been so elated that she overlooked this detail. "What's wrong? Do you not wish for us to accompany you? Were it anyone else, Shen Qingtang would not have been so benevolent, but Zai was different. After all, she had essentially saved Jiang Yubai, and her own experiences had been incredibly harrowing. The images she had witnessed haunted her, filling her with dread at the thought that such despicable individuals existed in the world. She felt a moral obligation to ensure that such a person met their demise. No, it's just that I'm taken aback. I'm genuinely delighted that you all want to join me. By the way, I forgot to mention that I possess an invisibility ability. This statement indirectly revealed to Su Lingru the reason for her previous sudden appearances and disappearances. Though Shen Qingtang did not comprehend why Zai had suddenly brought this up, she noticed Su Lingru's newfound understanding and chose not to probe further into the matter. Then let us embark on our journey. After Shen Qingtang uttered these words, she expanded her form to several dozen times its original size. Upon witnessing her transformation, Su and the others instantly comprehended the situation. Shen Qingtang intends to walk on her own, prompting them to enter her body. For Su, who can effortlessly reach the destination without enduring the hardships of travel, this is undoubtedly a source of delight. He closes his eyes, anticipating that Shen Qingtang will absorb him, yet after a prolonged wait, there is still no response. Unable to contain his curiosity, he opens his eyes. To his surprise, he sees Baigu engaged in quiet conversation with Shen Qingtang. Well, there's no need for speculation. It's clear that Baigu is unwilling. Reluctantly, Suen trails behind the group, his thoughts lingering on the sensation of being drawn into Shen Qingtang's body. He can't help but mutter a few more grievances against Jiang Yubai. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yubai is unaware of Su-En's discontent. He is currently striving to converse with Shen Qingtang, urging her not to keep them out. Do you not wish to enter my body? Why not? Is my mode of transportation not satisfactory? Shen Qingtang found it perplexing. Residing within her own body was undeniably delightful, possessing an abundance of everything, with swiftness unmatched. She could not discern a single flaw. Jiang Yubai remained silent, for he could not express his desire to prevent Shen Qingtang from wandering alone like a solitary flower while they savored the comforts within. After a considerable time, as Shen Qingtang, growing impatient, nudged herself with a leaf and inquired once more about the reason, he finally spoke. He had come to realize that if he did not elucidate the matter today, she would persistently question him. Chapter 124. Intercepted. No, the outside is splendid. Shen Qingtang. Do you truly believe that driving is more pleasurable than being within my body? Jiang Yubai nodded helplessly, conceding to her perspective. To her surprise, Shen Qingtang fell silent. She had not anticipated that someone would actually deem her corporeal form less than satisfactory. At that moment, Su-En, who had been trailing behind, caught up. He had overheard their exchange as he entered the vehicle and immediately countered. Whoever said that is mistaken. I believe, Qingtang, that residing within your form is far superior to driving. Baigu knows nothing. From this brief dialogue, it was evident that Su-En held a genuine affection for being within Shen Qingtang. After uttering those words, Su-En seemed to realize the audacity of his statement and hastily attempted to amend his remark. I might have been a bit muddled earlier. I didn't mean to imply that Baigu is ignorant. Driving? Yes, I shall take the wheel. With that, he promptly settled into the driver's seat, recently having driven as if the vehicle were a plane. Slow down, please. Su Lingru could no longer contain herself, urging Su-En to reduce his speed. Oh, Su-En complied, reducing his velocity and smacking his forehead. I forgot to ask where we headed. I was just driving aimlessly. A heavy silence enveloped the vehicle. After a considerable pause, Shen Qingtang wearily responded, just drive straight. I will inform you when we need to alter our course. Oh, Su-En felt reassured and began to drive attentively. Thus, the days swiftly passed, and over the course of half a month, the group encountered little beyond the occasional zombie along their journey. Is this the place? Su-En parked the vehicle at a safe distance from the forward base. Turning to Shen Qingtang. Shen Qingtang closed her eyes and took a moment to sense the atmosphere around her. Indeed, she could feel the presence of that person. Upon hearing her words, Zai's heart instantly tightened with anticipation. The long-awaited meeting was imminent. The individual she had yearned for day and night was about to appear. How could it all feel so surreal? She glanced at the sunflowers beside her and understood that everything was due to them. With this thought, she silently resolved that once her matters were settled, she would follow the sunflowers with peace of mind. After all, she could roam freely wherever she pleased. Shall I drive straight over? Suin's words had scarcely left his lips when they were interrupted by a voice from outside. The occupants of the vehicle disembarked, confronted by a group of individuals. Which base are you from? What brings you here unannounced? Jiang Yubai, accompanied by Shen Qingtang, dispassionately stepped out of the car. Su, observing the blockade, recalled their primary objective was to enter the base, and thus stepped forward with a smile. We belong to no base. We have merely been surviving in the wilderness. Upon discovering this base, we thought it prudent to seek refuge. Seeing Suin's earnest demeanor, the man who had obstructed their path softened his tone. Oh, I see. I had assumed otherwise. If it weren't for the recent encounters with several marauding caravans, I would not have been so brusque. Now that he understood their purpose, his attitude shifted accordingly. He scrutinized Su and his companions, noting their lack of weariness that often accompanied hardship. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised that their abilities must be considerable, for they appeared to be faring quite well. He recalled how those marauding groups had looked, pale and emaciated, clearly suffering from malnutrition. With this in mind, he spoke more amiably, as you might be aware. Entering any base requires a contribution of supplies. It's not just our base, others operate similarly. Of course, if you're short on supplies, we can grant you a few days' grace. Suin, unfazed, replied, How much do you require? The man's expression shifted to one of confusion. Did Suin not just portray himself as destitute, seeking shelter? Why did he now seem so unconcerned? Realizing the discrepancy between his earlier demeanor and his current words, Suin hastily rubbed his head, his face flushing with embarrassment. I apologize. I have a rather poor temperament. The man nodded in understanding, recognizing that Suin simply enjoyed putting on airs. No witties, no witties. I understand. Youth, after all. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, the man revealed a shocking stipulation. It's quite simple here. Each of you must provide 10 items of food that can satisfy your hunger. Really? Suin's voice brimmed with disbelief. The demand was indeed pitifully low. Though food was scarce in this post-apocalyptic world, it had not yet reached such dire straits. However, the man misunderstood his incredulity, believing Suin thought the requirement excessive. Observing the group, he reluctantly added, If you truly cannot manage, 5 items per person will suffice, and you may replenish later. The group exchanged glances, knowing they would not remain here for long. They promptly produced 60 packets of instant noodles. The man's eyes widened at the unexpected sight of the noodles. Counting them, he realized there were 10 extra packets. After much internal conflict, he reluctantly stated, You have 10 extra. 50 packets will suffice for your group. At this moment, Jiang Yubai interjected, bringing his sunflower closer to the man. The man, perplexed, thought, What is this? What does he mean? Why can't I comprehend his words? What is the purpose of him offering me a flower? Shen Qingtang, facing the bewildered and disheveled expression of the man, spoke in a calm and measured tone to elucidate. What he meant was that she too counted among them. The man, perplexed, pondered, Is this truly the realm of the powerful? While others fear giving too much, here they seem to dread giving too little. Why must a single flower equate to a human life? Wait, hold on. Why on earth can a flower even speak? He couldn't help but glance once more at the composed individuals around him, as if this were a most ordinary affair. Chapter 125, confirming the position of the beast, he chuckled softly. Well, let me take you inside now. In an effort to avoid appearing overly naive, he chuckled again, stowing away the instant noodles before leading Jiang Yubai and his companions into the depths of the base. The man guided them to a somewhat superior dwelling, offering them accommodation there. Under normal circumstances, newcomers like them would not be entitled to such lodgings. However, due to his recognition of their potential, he brought them to this more favorable location. Noticing their lack of expressions of joy, the man pondered briefly before speaking up. You must realize that you will not remain here indefinitely. As long as you contribute to the base, for instance, by providing more resources in the future, you can secure a better place to reside. Over there, do you see that standalone villa? Its security and defenses far surpass those of this place. He continued, of course, this is not to say that it is inadequate. It is significantly better than the makeshift shelters we passed along the way, as you can surely discern. The group reflected on the crude accommodations they had seen en route, nodding in silent agreement. His words rang true. Very well. I shall not intrude upon your rest any longer. After a brief pause, seeing that Jiang Yubai and the others were indeed fine, he took his leave. He had to inform the leader about the remarkable individuals he had just brought in. The leader would undoubtedly commend him, and the thought lightened his step. Qingtang, is it truly within this vicinity? Ziyi was eager for Shen Qingtang to lead her to confront that beast. Yet recalling that they had not rested properly along their journey, she hesitated to voice her desire. Fortunately, Shen Qingtang discerned her thoughts and confidently affirmed, "Yes, I am certain it is here. However, the exact location may not be known until tomorrow." Oh, Ziyi felt a fleeting sense of disappointment, having hoped to uncover the location today, allowing her to scout ahead. Yet, she quickly regained her spirits. Was her current state not vastly improved compared to before? Thank you, Qingtang. Were it not for you, I wouldn't even know. Yet, the remainder of her thoughts faltered, unable to find expression. Shen Qingtang gently stroked her head, urging her to rest well and assuring her that all matters would be resolved by morning. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Shen Qingtang's words, Zai's previously anxious heart was instantly calmed. Having promised to provide Zai with an answer the following day, she felt compelled to ascertain her position that night. Observing her relentless determination, Jiang Yubai wished fervently for her to take a break. However, knowing that this flower was not one to heed his counsel, he could only stand by in silent resignation, awaiting Shen Qingtang to open her eyes. Shen Qingtang's consciousness gradually began to wander within the confines of the base. She delicately sensed a hint of familiarity in the air, and after traversing countless locations, she finally made contact. Yet, as she gazed upon this place, an unsettling premonition surged within her. This locale appeared to be beyond the realm of ordinary habitation. Just as she was poised to investigate further, a sudden jolt of pain pierced her awareness, compelling her to reluctantly open her eyes. "What is it?" Jiang Yubai inquired with an anxious tone. Shen Qingtang opened her eyes and shook her head. "It's nothing. I have located the whereabouts of that beast, though it feels somewhat different from what I had envisioned." Shen Qingtang believed that the creature in question was akin to a rodent lurking in the shadows, daring only to commit misdeeds in secrecy. Yet, the place she had just glimpsed appeared to be entirely different. It resembled a residence befitting someone of high standing. Observing Jiang Yubai's intense gaze fixed upon her, Shen Qingtang decided to share the events she had witnessed. However, she deliberately chose to conceal the matter regarding her own compromised state of awareness. She was convinced that revealing such an incident would elicit an exaggerated reaction from Jiang Yubai, who would likely chastise her for her impulsiveness. Although she could not fathom the origin of this irrational apprehension, she simply understood one thing: fear not, for I am here. Shen Qingtang, enveloped in silence, yearned to inquire how Jiang Yubai had discerned her fear. She had merely spoken the truth. Yet, upon witnessing his earnest expression, she ultimately chose to remain silent. After a considerable pause, Jiang Yubai, observing that Shen Qingtang showed no inclination to rest, spoke in a rather curt manner, urging her to take a break. Shen Qingtang cast a glance at him, remaining silent as she promptly closed her flower plate. This left Jiang Yubai in silence as well. He gazed at the sunflowers that accompanied him, momentarily at a loss for words. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Yubai tentatively spoke, "Qingtang? Qingtang." He then activated his clairvoyance, scrutinizing Shen Qingtang with meticulous attention. He had sensed something amiss earlier, yet seeing Shen Qingtang's unwillingness to speak, he refrained from pressing her. Now that she was asleep, it presented a perfect opportunity for a thorough examination. Recalling Shen Qingtang's previous obstinacy, he felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Indeed, with his clairvoyance, nothing could evade his gaze. He quickly discerned the faint traces of blood within Shen Qingtang's flower plate and swiftly pulled her close. A warm energy emanated from his hands, enveloping the flower plate. In her slumber, Shen Qingtang sensed a comforting warmth on her face, alleviating the pain at the corner of her eye. Instinctively, she nuzzled against the source of warmth. Observing Shen Qingtang, whose demeanor seemed transformed in sleep, A smile unconsciously graced Jiang Yubai's face. Consequently, when Shen Qingtang awoke, she remained oblivious to the events of the previous night. She marveled at her remarkable self-healing abilities, recalling the tearing pain she had felt in her flower plate while asleep. To her astonishment, she found herself completely healed after a night's rest. At that moment, Jiang Yubai, who had spent the night doing good deeds, opened his eyes. Seeing Shen Qingtang, noticeably more vibrant than the day before, lifted his spirits as well. Kulme, let's seek out that beast. Chapter 126. The identity of the beast regardless of the beast's current identity. They were determined to locate him today and hand him over to Zai. After quickly preparing themselves, Jiang Yubai scooped Shen Qingtang into his arms and set out. Hey, I can walk on my own now. You needn't carry me like this all the time. Shen Qingtang believed that she should venture out more frequently and not always rely on others to guide her. If it were not for the fact that she currently resembled a flower, she would think that Jiang Yubai often engaged in such activities simply to accompany a youthful woman wherever he went. How exhausting. Shen Qingtang. Speechless. It's merely walking. How exhausting could it possibly be? Upon witnessing Jiang Yubai's indifference, she ultimately decided to relinquish her reservations and simply accept whatever may come. When Jiang Yubai escorted Shen Qingtang into the hall, she was taken aback to find that, apart from him and the sunflowers, everyone else had already arrived. How is it that you all are up so early? Although her words ostensibly addressed the individuals in the hall, her gaze was unmistakably directed at Suan. It was evident that her curiosity was piqued by Su An's unexpected early rising. What do you mean we're up so early? I didn't choose to. It was Ling Ruo who dragged me out of bed at the crack of dawn. I would have preferred to sleep. Instead, she stood vigil by my bedside, staring at me intently, making it utterly impossible to rest. Suan lamented, his tone dripping with grievance. Shen Qingtang could hardly suppress her laughter, though she ultimately managed to contain it. It's not Ling Ruo's fault. It's entirely my issue. I must have disturbed you all. Ziyi quickly interjected in explanation. It turned out that she had been unable to sleep in the latter half of the night, tossing and turning in bed. At the time, Su Ling Ruo had remained silent, leading her to believe that her anxiety and unease had gone unnoticed. However, upon rising to find Su Ling Ruo and the others awake even earlier than herself, coupled with Su An's earlier remarks, she quickly grasped the reality. Su Ling Ruo was privy to the events of the previous night. She simply chose not to voice it. There's no need for you to feel anxious. Pay no heed to Su An's words. He is simply a whimsical character. You will come to understand this in due time. Shen Qingtang discerned the unease in Zai and promptly offered her solace, urging her not to dwell on Suan. She then hastened to divert the conversation. I have already ascertained the location of that scoundrel. Let us proceed at once. However, are we truly going now? Is it possible you have learned so swiftly? Zai exclaimed, her excitement rendering her somewhat incoherent. Observing her fervent demeanor, Shen Qingtang and Su Lingru, both privy to the underlying circumstances, felt a whirlwind of complex emotions. The others, unaware of the full context, remained puzzled by her exuberance, yet they shared in her joy. Among them, Shenyang maintained a more composed demeanor. He glanced at Shen Qingtang and cautiously ventured, Qingtang, surely there's more you wish to express. After casting an appreciative glance at Shenyang, Shen Qingtang continued, indeed, the reality may diverge from our initial assumptions. You must have thought that the wretch would lead a most miserable existence, perhaps even hiding away in secret. Zai nodded in agreement, believing such a creature was unworthy of the title of human and thus deserved nothing less than a dismal fate. In Shenyang, Suan and Su Lingru exchanged glances before speaking in unison. Not necessarily. Perhaps that individual is living quite well. Zai looked at them in disbelief, then turned her gaze to Shen Qingtang, an ominous premonition stirring within her. Meeting Zai's eyes, Shen Qingtang finally uttered the cruel words. Yes, Lingru, your thoughts are not unfounded. That wretch is indeed thriving. Initially, I shared Zai's perspective, but though she left her subsequent thoughts unspoken, it was evident to all present that they grasped the unspoken truth. Zai appeared as though she had received a devastating blow. Her eyes seemed to lose their color in an instant. She was bewildered by the state of the world, questioning how such a despicable person could flourish while she and her sister merely sought to live a quiet life, only to endure such misery. Throughout the years, whenever she felt overwhelmed, she would think of how wretched that beast must be, or hope that his misdeeds would be uncovered and he would be shunned by all. This had been her source of solace. Yet now, learning that he was living so well was utterly incomprehensible to her. Don't be distressed. Once we capture him, you may do with him as you wish. Shen Qingtang gently caressed Zai's head with a leaf, soothing her with kind words. At that moment, she felt at a loss for anything meaningful to say. After a considerable while, Zai finally emerged from her emotional turmoil. She gazed at her three companions, who were filled with concern, and then turned to the sunflower by her side, offering comfort. With a determined tone, she spoke. All right, I understand now. Qingtang, just tell me the address. You need not accompany me. I can go alone. Do not forget, I possess the ability to become invisible, and no one will notice me. While uttering these words, Zai wrestled with her own uncertainties. She was unsure if her powers alone could vanquish that beast, especially since it had once escaped from her grasp. What do you mean by that? Do you look down on us? Do you believe we cannot capture that creature? Su's animated tone startled Zai, prompting her to repeatedly apologize, clarifying that was not her intention. Ultimately, Shen Qingtang intervened to mediate. Enough, Suen. You know she did not mean it that way. You really are something. Suen sheepishly scratched his head and stepped aside. Hey, you caught me. Zai, do not worry. Since we have promised to accompany you, it is because we are confident in our abilities. We are not fools, after all. Besides, do we appear to be the type to risk our lives for others recklessly? Zai nodded without hesitation, for she had never encountered anyone with a heart as kind as theirs. Chapter 127. Drowsiness approaches, a pillow offered observing Zai's unwavering nod. Shen Qingtang fell silent. She had not anticipated that she held such a noble place in Zai's heart. All right, those details are not the focus. Just remember that we will stand by you, and do not worry about anything else. Zai wished to express more, but as everyone's gaze fell upon her, she ultimately swallowed her words. In her heart, she silently vowed that no matter what transpired, she would protect Shen Qingtang and the others from harm, even if it meant sacrificing her own life. After all, she felt she had long been destined to perish. In a brief span of time, Shen Qingtang and her companions remained oblivious to the fact that Zai had already conjured an image of selfless heroism in her mind. As they deliberated on a suitable excuse to seek out someone, a sudden knock resounded from outside the door. The occupants exchanged glances, and ultimately, someone went to answer it. Upon seeing the man who had escorted them the previous day, he inquired with curiosity, "Are you here for a reason?" Internally, he could not help but hope that there was no pressing matter, as they had no time to engage in idle chatter. The man chuckled, his face alight with enthusiasm. "You guessed correctly. I am not here about any urgent business." Suen remained silent, and the two stood at the threshold, exchanging glances. It was Shen Qingtang who could no longer tolerate the awkwardness. "Come in. What do you want from us?" The man promptly entered the room, glancing between Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai, ultimately addressing Jiang Yubai with his final words. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence fell over the group. None wished to meet the so-called leader. Their sole desire was to swiftly locate the vile creature and dispense with him, leaving without further ado. Observing the lack of astonishment on their faces, the man adopted an expression of exasperation, as if to chastise them. "I say, you clearly have yet to experience the privileges of the base. Do you realize how favorable life becomes if the leader takes a liking to you?" His tone grew increasingly fervent, as though Jiang Yubai and his companions were oblivious to the opportunities before them. It was Shen Qingtang who ultimately intervened. After regarding the man for some time, she spoke slowly. "Very well, we shall accompany you." Her words instantly drew the attention of everyone in the room. Except for Jiang Yubai, each person's thoughts were consumed with confusion. Henti, they just agreed to help Zai find that wretched creature. However, mindful of the outsider's presence, they refrained from voicing their questions, their bewilderment almost spilling over. Zai, too, appeared puzzled, yet she felt no resentment toward Shen Qingtang's sudden change of heart. After all, It was commendable that she was willing to assist. Can your word be trusted? The man did not underestimate Shen Qingtang. Rather, he doubted the reliability of a group's actions being dictated by a single individual. Indeed, after surveying the other occupants of the room and finding them silent, he once again scrutinized Shen Qingtang, unable to suppress his admiration. It was evident that this sunflower held considerable esteem within their ranks. Very well. I shall wait for you to prepare, and then we will depart immediately. Shen Qingtang believed there was no need for them to tidy anything up. So as soon as the man finished speaking, she promptly voiced her thoughts. Since they had all expressed their sentiments, the man naturally refrained from further comment. He was eager to escort these individuals to the chief. Thus, the group swiftly made their way towards the chief's residence with great momentum. As they traversed the path, Shen Qingtang couldn't help but reflect that opportunities often arrive just when one is in need. Initially, she had been pondering how to find a reason to approach that person, but the chance had now presented itself directly. Qingtang, why are we following this person to meet the chief? One of them inquired, unable to contain his curiosity after holding it in for so long. Don't ask so many questions. It won't benefit you, came the retort. Suin felt aggrieved, and thus shifted his gaze towards Jiang Yubai, convinced that he must possess knowledge of the situation. However, Jiang Yubai, seemingly oblivious to his gaze, continued forward with an air of nonchalance. Do you not think my approach is somewhat autocratic, making decisions about our future without uttering a word? Shen Qingtang gently prodded Jiang Yubai with the tip of a leaf and whispered softly. Amidst the varied contemplations of the group, they soon arrived at the residence of their leader. Shen Qingtang immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Please wait a moment. I shall go in to report, she stated. After uttering these words, the man promptly entered, leaving only Jiang Yubai and a few others outside. Shen Qingtang's flower plate spun incessantly, surveying the arrangement around her. Upon noticing the guard's laxity and the relatively low abilities of those present, she finally felt reassured, realizing that they were likely not formidable individuals. Jiang Yubai observed everything keenly, forming a conjecture in his mind, though he refrained from voicing it. After a considerable interval, the man who had entered finally emerged, his face alight with excitement as he addressed Jiang Yubai and his companions. Hurry inside. The leader is waiting for you. The group exchanged glances, saying nothing, as Jiang Yubai took the lead and guided them into the interior. Upon entering, Shen Qingtang immediately exuded a formidable aura, encircling her companions in a protective embrace. Even if she had misjudged the situation earlier, her teammates would remain unharmed. After traversing for some time, they finally arrived at an exceptionally spacious hall. As they surveyed the empty expanse, just as they were about to speak, a voice echoed in the air. Are you the individuals with remarkable abilities that I mentioned? Chapter 128, The Fury of Zai. It turned out that the person who had guided them inside was named Ai, a rather lackluster name. The trio thought to themselves. Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai harbored no particular thoughts at the moment. Shen Qingtang was instead scanning her surroundings, attempting to discern the source of a peculiar voice. After a prolonged search yielded no results, she reluctantly abandoned her quest. Indeed, it is us, Suin spoke to the air. The voice then continued, in that case, do come in. Just as Suin was about to inquire where they ought to enter, a door materialized before them seemingly out of thin air. Hesitant at the sight of the door, Suin paused, uncertain whether to take that step forward. Jiang Yubai, however, was unperturbed. He strode confidently through the door, leading Shen Qingtang along with him. Suin and Su Lingru hurriedly followed suit. Su Lingru and Zai were momentarily taken aback, their gazes fixed upon the man seated in a commanding position. They could hardly believe that he was present here. Zai's heart raced with excitement, yet she resisted the urge to rush forward, recalling the presence of Shen Qingtang and the others who had brought her here. She resolved to trust them. A grateful glance was exchanged between Zai and Su Lingru, though words remained unspoken. Suin glanced around, bewildered by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Jiang Yubai, discerning something from the reactions of Su Lingru and Zai, realized that his previous conjectures had been correct. Indeed, they are promising prospects, deserving of the praise IE has lavished upon them. The man at the head of the table scrutinized Jiang Yubai and, recognizing his formidable abilities, began to mentally tally his own considerations. Although he had yet to assess the others, he surmised they too would not fall short. After a prolonged silence since their entry, Shen Qingtang finally stirred. She leapt from Jiang Yubai's side, and before the man at the head could express his astonishment, she swiftly transformed, using her leaves to ensnare him. And when Shen Qingtang arrived, she placed the man on the ground. As Zai spoke, she once again employed her ruthless tactic, mercilessly grinding his hand beneath her foot. The man howled in agony, yet not a single soul present showed him any pity. Only after the bones in both his hands were thoroughly crushed did Zai finally relent. But this was far from enough. It didn't even amount to a third of the suffering her sister had endured. Her eyes glinted with dark inspiration as a twisted idea took shape in her mind. If this wretch so enjoyed defiling corpses, surely he wouldn't object to a zombie? She voiced her cruel notion, and the man immediately retched in disgust. Though he had indulged in unspeakable acts with the dead, he was selective, only the beautiful ones. The mere thought of coupling with a rotting ghoul made his stomach churn. Desperate to avoid such a fate, he groveled and begged. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I never should have done those things to you. I've truly learned my lesson. I swear I haven't repeated those sins since." His forehead thudded against the ground in frantic supplication, but Zai paid him no heed. Her mind was already scheming. Where could she procure a zombie? Strangely, their journey had yielded few encounters with the undead lately, for reasons unknown. Zai, someone ventured cautiously, perhaps, consider another method? Shen Qingtang also overheard the conversation between Zai and that wretched beast. It was not that she felt sympathy for the creature, but rather that she recognized the humanity that once resided within the zombie. Its transformation into such a pitiful state was indeed tragic. To be subjected to the beast's humiliation on top of that was simply unbearable. Zai, already incensed, interpreted Shen Qingtang's words as a manifestation of compassion. Believing she had become overly merciful, she immediately retorted loudly, "Do you think I am cruel? I do not. You have witnessed my past experiences. Why then do you urge me to spare him?" Shen Qingtang. She truly did not mean to advise her. She merely believed there existed a superior solution. Sulingru also grasped Zai's hand, only to be shrugged off. At this moment, she felt that everyone perceived her as cruel. Chapter 129. The Precious Treasure Nibbled by Mice. I genuinely did not intend that. Shen Qingtang gently stroked Zi's head with her own leaves. Though Zi tried to evade the touch, she ultimately failed and could only turn her head away in frustration. "Listen to me first," Shen Qingtang continued. "I simply believe there's a more effective solution. Doesn't that beast rely entirely on what's between his legs? Why not simply remove it? Wouldn't that be far more fitting than any other method?" Zi remained silent, unconvinced that this could truly be considered punishment. Shen Qingtang could only swiftly rack her brains, desperately searching for a better solution. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with inspiration. She had it. Leaning closer to Zai once more, she tentatively proposed. "How about this? You find a rat and let it nibble away at that wretched thing of his piece by piece." The man on the ground trembled uncontrollably at her words, his forehead striking the floor even harder, leaving smears of blood behind. This time, Zai didn't ignore Shen Qingtang. She carefully considered the feasibility of the idea in her mind before finally giving a slow nod. Seeing her agreement, Shen Qingtang exhaled in relief. It had been far from easy. Please, spare me. I beg you. I've learned my lesson. I swear I'll never dare again." The man continued to weep and plead, clinging to the faint hope of mercy. Alas, that was impossible. Yet, the immediate problem remained: where to find a rat. Just as Shen Qingtang pondered this, a familiar sound reached her ears. Their gazes snapped toward the entrance, with a spotted Xiao Elia, absent for days, standing there. When they saw what it held in its grasp, they froze. This was far too coincidental. Their eyes flickered back to Shen Qingtang. Had she anticipated Xiao Elia's arrival and thus mentioned the rat? "Why are you all staring at me like that?" Xiao Elia had been frolicking wildly outdoors these past few days until exhaustion finally set in. Now, it had scampered back, following its instincts to Shen Qingtang. Along the way, It had stumbled upon a little creature and casually brought it along. Never mind. Sensing Xiao Elya's unease, Suen stepped forward first. After all, this little thing had once been his partner of sorts. Xiao Elya, what exactly do you intend to do with that thing you're holding? Shen Qingtang pointed to the object in the little green sprout's hand. Oh, this? I happened to stumble upon it while feeling bored. If you do not fancy it, I could dispose of it at this very moment. Before Shen Qingtang had the chance to speak, Zai could no longer contain herself. She hurried over to the little green sprout and, in a tone of negotiation, asked, "Could you give this to me?" Having witnessed the talking and moving green sprout, she was no longer surprised, especially with Shen Qingtang as a precedent. The little green sprout glanced at Shen Qingtang and the others, and seeing their lack of reaction, nonchalantly tossed the mouse it had been dragging. The mouse squeaked in indignation, but none of the onlookers paid it any heed. Zai, treating the mouse as though it were a precious treasure, quickly approached the trembling man lying on the ground. With a swift motion, she yanked down his trousers and placed the mouse beneath him. The man, startled by her sudden action, lost control and urinated in fear. Observing his pitiful state, Zai felt a mix of discomfort and satisfaction. It pained her to think how much better it would have been if her sister had been alive after Shen Qingtang exerted her strength to completely obliterate the man's extraordinary abilities. She finally felt at ease, allowing Zai to torment him at her own pace. She sensed that there must be some hidden secrets within this place. Zai, you stay here. Jiang, you by, and I will take a stroll nearby. Initially, Shen Qingtang intended to leave Zai alone, but upon sensing the precariousness of the situation, she decided it prudent to explore with Jiang Yubai instead. The silent and vengeful Zai was completely oblivious to Shen Qingtang's words. As she spoke, Shen Qingtang swiftly grasped the hand of Suen, who was eager to follow them. After casting a discreet protective barrier over them, she finally departed with Jiang Yubai. Watching the pair's retreating figures, Suen brushed aside Su Lingrua's hand. Why did you stop me? I wanted to go too. Go where? If Qingtang wanted you to accompany her, wouldn't she have simply invited you? Suen felt quite aggrieved, yet he found solace in his small green sprout. He picked it up and cradled it in his arms, soothing his wounded spirit. Su Lingrua glanced at him, silent, before her gaze shifted back to Zai, fixated on the man on the ground, vigilant against any unforeseen events. Why don't you ask me what I brought you here for? The atmosphere was overly quiet, prompting Shen Qingtang to initiate a conversation, as she dared not hope for Jiang Yubai to speak first. I trust you. Shen Qingtang sighed, acknowledging that the conversation was futile in such weather. After a brief pause, her restlessness prompted her to speak again. Jiang Yubai responded with an affirmative hum, indicating his attentiveness. Shen Qingtang continued, now that the matters on the Zai side have been resolved, I thought I would come here to take a look. However, I remain uncertain about what exactly lies here, which is why I did not bring Suen and the others along. This can also be seen as a precaution for safety. Chapter 130. The terrifying house Jiang Yubai responded with another acknowledgement. Shen Qingtang suddenly found herself at a loss for words. After expounding at length, all she received in return was a mere from the other party. It was something no one could endure, yet, being the delicate flower she was, she chose to remain silent. However, an inexplicable reluctance to continue the conversation had taken hold of her. Jiang Yubai waited patiently for a long while, but when Shen Qingtang did not follow up with her words, he could not help but gently shake her. Shen Qingtang remained silent. What is the matter? Jiang Yubai seemed to finally sense the peculiar atmosphere. His tone, laced with caution, remained silent, unwilling to utter a word. Just as Jiang Yubai was racking his brain to comprehend the situation, she finally spoke. Stop, do not leave. I believe this is the place. Hearing her words, Jiang Yubai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Is there a problem? Though framed as a question, Jiang Yubai sensed that if Shen Qingtang had said this, there must indeed be an issue at hand. The absence of light compelled Shen Qingtang to emit a gentle glow, illuminating their surroundings. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a door right beside them, a revelation that might have eluded her had it not been for her acute sensitivity. Jiang Yubai obediently followed her lead. As the door creaked open, The interior of the room unfolded before them, leaving Jiang Yubai utterly astonished. Staring at the scene within, he found himself at a loss for words, clumsily attempting to shield Shen Qingtang's eyes. "Do not look, it is repulsive." Observing his frantic gestures, Shen Qingtang felt a surge of disdain. Truly, he was a beast, a wretched creature unworthy of existence. She believed the previous punishment was far too lenient. Gazing upon the lifeless bodies of young girls scattered around the room, Shen Qingtang gritted her teeth and spoke through clenched jaws. Subsequently, she tenderly draped garments over the corpses, her movements gentle yet filled with sorrow. The bruises and mottled stains adorning the girls' bodies spoke volumes. Of Shen Qingtang discerned that this brute was now merely resigned to the notion of facing death, thus remaining obstinately silent. After a considerable pause, she devised a plan, albeit uncertain of its efficacy. Seizing a moment when others were distracted, she skillfully fashioned a small pill from her petals and unhesitatingly administered it to the wretch. Su Lingruo and the others, well aware of the potency of Shen Qingtang's concoctions, could not suppress their curiosity. "Qingtang, why are you saving him? You would actually rescue someone like this?" Their tone and expressions clearly reflected their incomprehension of Shen Qingtang's actions. Zai turned to observe upon hearing their remarks, while Jiang Yubai remained impassive, his demeanor unchanged. The brute on the ground was taken aback by Shen Qingtang's audacity. "Thank you. Thank you so much. I will repay you by serving you like a beast of burden." Though perplexed by the peculiar behavior of this sunflower, the brute continued to express his gratitude fervently, showering her with words of appreciation without restraint. Shen Qingtang gazed silently at his expression of gratitude, then swiftly retrieved a jar of minced flesh from within her own body and poured it directly onto his prized possession. "Why are you just standing there? Release your rats onto it." Shen Qingtang turned to Zai, who had yet to grasp the situation, and spoke. Oh. Zai replied in succession, still somewhat bewildered, before finally following Shen Qingtang's instructions. It was not until the rat resumed its gnawing on the unfortunate man's most precious possession that his screams pierced the air once more. The individuals who had previously struggled to comprehend Shen Qingtang's words finally began to understand the gravity of the situation. Shen Qingtang's skill is specifically designed to restore individuals to their optimal state, allowing them to once again endure their previous experiences. One cannot help but feel a sense of satisfaction in this. We sincerely apologize for our earlier misunderstanding. Those who initially believed that Shen Qingtang was merely rescuing people quickly expressed their remorse. Shen Qingtang nonchalantly swayed her leaves, indicating her indifference. Then once again, she methodically crushed the man's hand and foot bones. After the rats had finished devouring his prized possession, she swiftly offered him another yellow pill. This time, the man had learned his lesson and stubbornly refused to open his mouth. Shen Qingtang, without hesitation, forcefully pried open his mouth and resolutely inserted the pill. The moment the pill touched his tongue, it dissolved instantly, and soon the man felt his body undergoing a transformation once again, experiencing a repetition of the earlier events. Now, he lacked even the strength to cry out, relying solely on sheer will to keep himself silent. After all, he was destined to perish. Why should he allow others to uncover the secrets of his past actions? Chapter 131. Your leader is no more at this moment. Su Lingruo and the others were confronted with a dilemma as they observed the man's steadfast refusal to speak. Shen Qingtang remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the uncooperative man, lost in her own thoughts. After a considerable pause, she suddenly placed her leaf upon his head and closed her eyes. As the luminous glow emanated from the flower plate, her consciousness seamlessly infiltrated the man's mind. Overcome by fear and plagued by memories of past events, the man unwittingly laid bare his thoughts to Shen Qingtang the moment her awareness entered. The personnel at the base had never harbored any doubts. Witnessing firsthand his treatment of those young girls was a stark contrast to mere imagination. Shen Qingtang swiftly exited his mind, but before departing, she exerted a decisive force that shattered his consciousness. When she opened her eyes, she beheld the once furious man, now transformed into a drooling figure, babbling incoherently. She did not perceive her actions as excessive. Rather, she considered herself to have shown remarkable leniency. Qingtang? Su Lingru and the others turned their gazes toward Shen Qingtang, perplexed by the man's sudden change. Their concern did not stem from sympathy for him, but rather from a sense of dissatisfaction that he had yet to reveal the answers they sought before succumbing to such folly. Shen Qingtang cast a glance at several individuals before speaking nonchalantly. I have already discerned the truth. This man is of no further use. So let him continue to exist in this manner. At times, living can be more agonizing than death. After uttering these words, she paused to contemplate, then violently ensnared the man. Let us depart. It is time for the people of the base to witness his true nature. Reflecting on those who remained oblivious within the base, as well as the young girl confined within that room, Shen Qingtang felt compelled to ensure their families were made aware of the horrors they had endured. Otherwise, they would continue to regard this beast as their leader, a thought that repulsed her. Zi had initially intended to drag the man herself, but as Shen Qingtang had already taken charge, she could only silently follow behind. The previously disorganized crowd at the base, upon witnessing the sudden emergence of a colossal plant near the leader's residence, hurriedly rushed over, fearful of what might transpire if they arrived too late. Shen Qingtang observed the anxious expressions on the faces of the individuals at the base, and then glanced at the man she held in her grasp, feeling a profound sense of pity for those at the base. Once everyone had emerged from the base, her voice resonated clearly. From this moment forth, your leader is no more. Do not inquire as to why, unless you can best me in combat. The abilities users at the base, upon hearing her proclamation, were instantly incensed. It was merely a plant. How formidable could it truly be? It was nothing more than a larger specimen, yet it audaciously dared to speak such words. A few of the higher-ranked ability users exchanged glances and, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed their most powerful attacks towards Shen Qingtang. Unfazed by their onslaught, Shen Qingtang effortlessly waved another leaf, and in an instant, a fierce gale erupted, blinding them with swirling dust. Before they could comprehend what had transpired, they found themselves several meters away. What has happened? How do we end up so far from that plant? The ability users exchanged bewildered looks, utterly perplexed. Deep down, they refused to believe that a mere plant could possess such strength, able to withstand their collective assault, let alone cast them aside so silently. Such a notion was utterly implausible, absolutely impossible. With renewed determination, they rallied for another attempt at attacking Shen Qingtang. This time, however, she was no longer as gentle. With a single leaf, she sent them crashing to the ground. Do you wish to continue? The ability users glanced at one another, momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing their silence, Shen Qingtang turned her gaze to the other ability users. And what of you? Do any of you still harbor dissent? Step forward if you dare. Seeing the most formidable among them so thoroughly defeated, the remaining individuals hesitated to speak. Ultimately, it was Ai who bravely stepped forward, but he approached Jiang Yubai. In a conciliatory tone, he inquired, "Can you manage your pet? And why does it claim our leader is gone? What has transpired?" Due to Shen Qingtang's transformation, the base's ability users, himself included, were oblivious to the fact that their leader had been ensnared by her and left in a state of near death. Jiang Yubai, astonished by Ai's audacity, thought it absurd that he would seek him out for such matters. Moreover, referring to Shen Qingtang as a pet was sheer folly. Ai looked perplexed. Soon approached, irately stating, "Qingtang is our teammate, not some pet. Furthermore, if you have queries, you ought to address them directly to her, rather than coming to us." Ai was taken aback. How could it be that they seemed to heed the words of a mere plant? It was utterly nonsensical. Surely, he should be consulting them, for with their high levels of ability, the leader would surely favor them. Ai had no intention of negotiating with the plant. It was simply beneath him. Where Shen Qingtang was taken aback by the commotion. "Brother Bai, you just..." Suin stuttered in shock, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. Ultimately, it was Su Lingru, unable to bear the sight, who interjected, "Brother Bai, you actually took action." "Indeed," Jiang Yubai replied nonchalantly. In Chapter 132, The Indomitable Ability User. Su Lingrua exchanged incredulous glances with her two teammates. It had been ages since they had witnessed brother by resort to physical action. Aside from the initial moments following their awakening of abilities, brother by had refrained from using force. He would only employ his teleportation in life-threatening situations or occasionally activate his heavenly eye when sensing an anomaly. Typically, he avoided using violence against zombies, to the extent that they had nearly forgotten his formidable combat skills. However, reflecting on Yi's earlier remarks, they felt the individual in question certainly warranted a reprimand. Ae lay on the ground for a long while before slowly rising, no longer daring to underestimate the sunflower, which he once perceived as merely a simple plant. Nevertheless, he chose not to speak directly to Shen Qingtang. Instead, he opted to approach Suin, as he limped towards him. Suin rolled his eyes and made his way over to Shen Qingtang, dismissing the notion of conversing with someone he deemed foolish. Just as he pondered this, he heard the familiar sound of being kicked out by brother by once more. This time, he was not so fortunate. He fainted outright. Shen Qingtang grew weary of the unfolding turmoil and decided to diminish her physical form, releasing the man she had ensnared. At that moment, the base's supernatural beings finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Their leader had been subdued by a mere plant. An intense wave of indignation surged within them, feeling profoundly provoked. Initially, when they had heard the plant claim that their leader was no more, they had been baffled. However, upon witnessing the scene unfold, clarity dawned upon them. This group had come to seize their base, no longer preoccupied with the prospect of battling the plant before them. They recognized the imminent threat to their very existence. As the enraged supernatural beings advanced menacingly towards her, Shen Qingtang remained unperturbed. The man she had placed upon the ground continued to babble foolishly, further inciting the fury of the base's inhabitants. The atmosphere became chaotic, with an array of supernatural abilities unleashed upon Shen Qingtang. At this juncture, Suin and his companions did not remain idle. They brandished their unique skills and engaged in combat with the base's supernatural beings. Observing their fierce struggle from the front line, Shen Qingtang gradually receded. It had been an eternity since they had fought zombies. It was high time for some practice. In a brief span, Suin and his companions managed to overpower the base's supernatural beings, their strikes measured and deliberate, ensuring no harm befell their adversaries. Witnessing their opponents rendered powerless to utter any retorts, Shen Qingtang dragged the man to the center as if he were a lifeless husk. Her voice resonated throughout the base. "Are you aware of the deeds of your esteemed leader?" Though the base's supernatural beings longed to counter her claims, their strength had utterly waned. They could do little but listen as a mere plant sullied the reputation of their leader. In that moment, a wave of self-reproach swept over them. They lamented their inability to save their leader, only to endure the humiliation of his defamation. Nonetheless, amidst the multitude of supernatural beings, there remained those unwilling to concede. The victor claims the spoils. We may be outmatched, but you shall not tarnish the name of our leader. Shen Qingtang followed the sound and soon recognized the individual, her expression transforming into one of sudden realization. After a moment's contemplation, she summoned her leaves to draw the speaker closer, addressing Jiang Yubai. "Take him to the room we discovered." "Understood." The man, bewildered and unaware of the unfolding situation, sought further clarification, but Jiang Yubai offered him no opportunity to inquire further and swiftly led him away. Throughout their journey, the man attempted to engage Jiang Yubai in conversation, eager to glean where he was being taken. However, Jiang Yubai remained resolutely silent. Unable to perceive his surroundings, the man cautiously clutched the hem of Jiang Yubai's garment, ensuring he did not become disoriented in the enveloping darkness. "Here we are." The man felt as though an eternity had passed, so when he heard Jiang Yubai's announcement, it resonated like a celestial melody. He immediately released his grip on Jiang Yubai's clothing and dashed toward the illuminated area ahead. Jiang Yubai simply stood in place, observing the man's retreating figure in silence. When Shen Qingtang asked him to bring the man here, he already had a vague premonition. He could only hope that upon seeing the scene inside, the man would. "Little sister." A heart-wrenching cry tore through the air. Little sister, how could this be? You were supposed to be laid to rest in peace. Why? Why is it like this? Why? The man clawed at his own hair, his forehead repeatedly slamming against the edge of the girl's bed. Soon, blood trickled down his battered face. Your leader. Only then did he remember the presence of another beside him. What do you mean? What leader? What does this have to do with the leader? How'd you even find this place? The man fired questions in rapid succession. Jiang Yubai hesitated before replying, leader's territory. The man's mind was in chaos, unable to grasp Jiang Yubai's meaning. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair, pacing restlessly. Speak clearly. Don't just spit out words one by one. His initial fury had subsided. He knew what truly mattered now. Jiang Yubai remained silent. He wished he could explain everything at once, but he couldn't. If only I had brought Suen along. Never before had he felt so keenly how well his teammates understood him. With them, a few words were enough. Seeing Jiang Yubai's prolonged silence, the man reconsidered his tone. Perhaps he had been too harsh. Sorry, used disperata. Please, I beg you, speak more clearly. Observing the man's tear-glazed eyes, Jiang Yubai made a swift decision. Chapter 133, Sorcery. Leave. The man stared at Jiang Yubai, bewildered. Jiang Yubai nearly sighed at the man's incomprehension. Did he really not understand even this? Reluctantly, he clarified, go find someone. Finally, the man grasped his meaning. With one last glance at his sister, he followed Jiang Yubai out. He still didn't understand. Shen Qingtang grasped the situation instantly. She proceeded to elucidate the circumstances to the man, detailing the harrowing experiences the young women had endured. As he listened, the man's expression darkened progressively, culminating in a countenance as grim as the bottom of a pot. Before Shen Qingtang could articulate the remainder of her thoughts, she witnessed the man delivering a swift kick to the leader's groin. The base's bewildered supernatural beings were taken aback by his sudden action, erupting into shouts of confusion. Zhao Yuan, what are you doing? That is our leader. Leader? Does he deserve such a title? Are you aware of the vile deeds he has committed? Zhao Yuan's anguished cries rendered the previous speakers momentarily speechless. It was the first time they had witnessed the usually mild-mannered Zhao Yuan in such a furious state. Apart from the time of his sister's demise, they had never seen him lose control of his temper. As Zhao Yuan observed the base's supernatural beings, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, he was reminded of the familiar faces he had seen in that room, alongside his sister. He called out the names of several supernatural beings, urging them to follow him. Although puzzled by the unfolding events, the named individuals, trusting Zhao Yuan, complied and followed him. Just as Zhao Yuan was about to lead them to the dark room, he realized he could not navigate through the obscurity. Thus, he turned his hopeful gaze towards Jiang Yubai, wishing that this taciturn and stoic man would guide him once more. Jiang Yubai glanced at Shen Qingtang and suggested, let us take them along. Judging by Zhao Yuan's demeanor, the individuals inside are likely their kin. Nodding in agreement, Jiang Yubai strode ahead of the group. What is your intention, Zhao Yuan? Why the secrecy? Is there something you cannot say directly? Zhao Yuan remained silent, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Zhao Yuan, speak. Another voice pressed, primarily due to the oppressive darkness of the path, which instilled a sense of dread. We are almost there. Soon you will understand, Zhao Yuan replied curtly, choosing silence thereafter, regardless of the barrage of questions directed at him. This infuriated the accompanying supernatural beings, who nearly resolved to abandon him, but ultimately remained, trapped by their inability to find an alternative route. As their patience waned, Jiang Yubai finally halted, stating in a calm tone, we have arrived. The supernatural beings craned their necks to peer ahead, discovering merely a door. Under Zhao Yuan's lead, they entered, hearts laden with anxiety and speculation. Upon entering the room and absorbing the scene before them, they stood frozen in disbelief. Some rubbed their eyes, fearing they were hallucinating. Am I seeing things? One murmured incredulously to a companion, only to realize that the other mirrored his astonishment. Observing their confusion, Zhao Yuan prompted, step closer and see for yourselves. The supernatural beings followed his gaze to where he knelt beside a stone bed, discovering that his sister lay upon it. No wonder he was so agitated outside. He had found his sister. However, They wondered, what did this have to do with the leader? Their minds echoed with the same question as they gradually approached their loved ones. Upon closer inspection, they realized something was amiss. Why did their girlfriends, sisters, and brothers bear such peculiar injuries? Yet, not all were oblivious. One individual, perplexed, asked Zhao Yuan, "What is this on my sister?" Zhao Yuan regarded the silent individuals, recognizing their awareness. He glared at them and declared, "Do you see? This is the filthy work of the leader you so reverently respect." The supernatural beings gasped in disbelief, eyes wide with shock. This cannot be. Some found it too implausible to accept. Zhao Yuan cast a glance at the speaker, who was rendered speechless by the accusation. He understood, yet he was reluctant to accept that his leader could be such a monster. After observing the naive individual, Zhao Yuan felt a pang of sympathy, but proceeded to explain. The man stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that such abhorrent individuals and acts existed in the world. Overcome with nausea, he retched repeatedly before eventually composing himself and bolting from the room. The remaining supernatural beings did not restrain him. They understood his intentions. Turning to the others, Shen Qingtang gazed at the obstinate supernatural beings before her, utterly at a loss for words. Just as she was about to articulate her thoughts, she noticed that the previously compliant individuals had inexplicably turned against their own, unleashing their powers in an assault. In an instant, a whirlwind of diverse abilities erupted, and Shen Qingtang, now exasperated, expanded her form once more. With a mere sweep of her leaf, those who had launched the attacks collapsed to the ground in an instant. Observing this inept congregation of supernatural beings, she found herself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke, her tone laden with displeasure. Utilize your intellect to ponder the situation. What did they witness that led to such a transformation? Why, upon their emergence, did they display such disrespect towards your esteemed leader? If you truly find thinking an unnecessary endeavor, you might as well discard your brains altogether. The supernatural beings, chastised by a mere flower, flushed with embarrassment, especially since they were unable to best a mere plant. Faced with the obstinacy of their peers, they could only reluctantly divulge what they had witnessed moments ago. The previously whispering crowd fell silent upon hearing their words, their expressions morphing into disbelief. As they observed the collective sorrow etched upon their faces, their gazes shifted to their leader, sprawled on the ground, teetering between life and death. Shen Qingtang. The trio's presence shattered the tranquility of the square. Several ability users, witnessing the unfolding scene, couldn't help but engage in hushed whispers once more. Alas, Xiao Yi, what purpose does this serve? You must understand. Xiao Yi has been an orphan since childhood, with only the leader showing him kindness, even indirectly saving his life. This is his way of repaying that debt. Another ability user, gazing at the lifeless Xiao Yi, felt a profound sense of sorrow. It was evident that Xiao Yi had long been starved of affection. He cherished even the smallest gestures of goodwill, as if they were his very lifeblood. Little did he realize that such individuals are often the most susceptible to deception. As for the claims that their leader endured 3 days and nights of hunger to provide them with supplies, she held no belief in such tales. They were utterly implausible. Nevertheless, discussing this was futile now, as the life had already been extinguished. She turned her attention back to the ability users of the base and spoke in a calm tone. Regardless, Zhao Yuan and the others have already clarified matters concerning your leader. How you choose to proceed from here is entirely your own affair. We shall take our leave, and I hope you refrain from any underhanded actions. Before Shen Qingtang spoke, she had inquired with Zai about her intentions regarding the leader. Their primary purpose for being here was to assist Zai. Thus it was only logical and considerate to first understand her plans. Shen Qingtang had initially assumed that Zai would prefer to eliminate the leader outright, but to her astonishment, Zai harbored an entirely different perspective. When she sought Zai's thoughts, the latter responded without hesitation, saying, "Qingtang, I desire some of those yellow pills you had before." Shen Qingtang, not one to be stingy, directly handed a handful of pills to her. She then observed as Zai, with a radiant smile, approached Zhao Yuan while holding the pills. "Zhao Yuan, these pills can expedite recovery from injuries. You may give one to him and then placed the rat beneath him, allowing it to gnaw at his most treasured possession. She understood the anguish they must be feeling, witnessing their kin endure such treatment. Zhao Yuan and the extraordinary beings behind him gazed intently at the pills in Zai's hand, their eyes alight with hope. This was precisely what they needed to vent their pent-up frustration towards their former leader. Oh, no longer a leader, but rather a beast. Thank you. Were it not for you, we would remain eternally entombed in silence, forever compelled to revere the creature that has harmed our families. Zhao Yuan sincerely expressed his gratitude to Jiang Yubai and the others, then reached out to accept the pills Zai offered. He glanced at his fellow victims, an idea suddenly blossoming in his mind. It was splendid. Several extraordinary beings nodded without hesitation. Upon hearing their intentions regarding the punishment of that beast, Zai felt a profound sense of relief. It was time to depart. The matter here had been resolved. Upon hearing Shen Qingtang's words, the extraordinary beings at the base exchanged glances, momentarily unsure whether to prevent their departure or to allow them to leave unimpeded. As they watched the mightiest among them follow Zhao Yuan into the unknown, they realized they had no choice. With their limited abilities, even if they wished to stop Shen Qingtang and her companions, they lacked the means to do so. Thus, they could only remain silent, helplessly observing as Jiang Yubai and his group strode confidently out of the base. Once they had ventured far, someone finally mustered the courage to admonish those nearby, questioning why they had not intervened to halt Jiang Yubai and his companions. This ignited a quarrel among several individuals, each blaming the other for their inaction. Shen Qingtang and the others were completely unaware that those who remained at the base were beginning to blame one another after their departure. At this moment, they were contemplating their next destination. Chapter 135, The Boy's Plea. By the way, Zai, what are your plans moving forward? Shen Qingtang spoke up, expressing her desire to accompany them in the future, uncertain if they would find her presence unwelcome. This was a question that Zai had contemplated earlier. Now that Shen Qingtang had voiced her thoughts, she felt encouraged to share her own. No, if you wish to stay, then we shall all be teammates from now on. What do you all think? In response to Shen Qingtang's gaze, the trio nodded in agreement, indicating they had no objections. Thus, Zai's decision to remain was firmly established. Just as they were about to continue their discussion about future matters, a sudden cry for help pierced the air. The group immediately turned their attention to Shen Qingtang. No need to worry, let us move on. Shen Qingtang spoke coldly and indifferently, expressing her disinterest in meddling in others' affairs. With her declaration, the others fell silent. Brother, didn't you say that if we hide and call for help, someone would come? A frail little boy gazed up at the man beside him, who stood a head taller, his voice laden with despair. Yes, indeed, I heard it from others. If there are women in a group, it's easier to succeed. Women tend to be more compassionate. The boy clearly had lost faith in his brother's words. Just moments ago, he had suggested they simply kneel before the sisters and plead for assistance. Yet his brother insisted that it was better to wait for them to approach and offer help voluntarily. Did he not realize the severity of the current situation? Could they still afford to act as they once did? Observing his younger brother's dejected silence, the man finally relented, gently ruffling the boy's hair. I was wrong, brother. I should have listened to you from the beginning. Let us go now. They have not wandered far. Upon hearing this, the little boy instantly lifted his head, eagerly clutching his brother's hand and rushing forward, as if fearing his brother would reconsider or that the people ahead might flee. Sister, wait for us, he called out as he ran. The group led by Shen Qingtang had no choice but to halt their progress, for it was beyond their capacity to keep a child at bay. Noticing that the people ahead had genuinely paused, the boy hastened his pace. In no time, he and his brother arrived breathlessly before Shen Qingtang and her companions. Spotting a sunflower amidst the group, the boy felt a surge of reassurance. Anyone capable of carrying such a flower around at this moment must be formidable and patient. What is it? Su Lingruo and Zai inquired gently, observing the boy drenched in sweat. Shen Qingtang was engaged in crafting a flower, thus remaining aloof from their conversation. Sister, we beseech you to save our base. We implore you. As he spoke, the little boy suddenly knelt down with a thud, tugging his brother down beside him. Su Lingruo and Zai exchanged a glance, remaining silent. Su Lingrao was reminded of the previous incident involving Nono and her mother, which rendered her even more hesitant to speak. Suin and Shenyang harbored no thoughts on the matter either. Noticing his words had failed to capture their attention, the boy felt compelled to elaborate, this time with less brevity. Half a month ago, our base was abruptly engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light. If that were the extent of it, it might have been tolerable. He paused, observing that Su Lingrao and the others exhibited no visible reaction, prompting him to continue hastily. Shortly after the base succumbed to darkness, we discovered that our abilities diminished with each use, and countless indestructible white insects began to emerge from the ground. As I had not experienced such an ordeal, she was uncertain of the boy's claims and turned her gaze towards Su Lingrao. Meeting her eyes, Su Lingrao gently nodded in affirmation. Shen Qingtang felt a spark of attentiveness as the young boy recounted his tale. His words successfully transported her back to the time at the Dark Rain base when she had witnessed Su Xing engaged in video calls with other bases, absorbing similar news. If her memory served her correctly, the conclusion drawn then was that eternal night would gradually descend upon every base. Thus, the gravity of the eternal night had almost faded from their recollections. Once the boy finished his plea, he gazed eagerly at his two elder sisters, hoping they would come to the rescue of their base. Sisters, I have shared all I know. I implore you, save us. After a brief silence, during which Su Lingrao and the others remained silent, the boy felt compelled to plead once more. Su Lingrao glanced at Shen Qingtang and then at Jian Yubai, clearly realizing that this matter was beyond her authority to decide. Shen Qingtang spoke nonchalantly. Isn't this matter quite simple? Hasn't Master Su already devised a method to deal with them? Su Lingrao suddenly realized, oh, how could I have forgotten about Master Su? The young boy gazed in astonishment at the sunflower cradled in the arms of a strikingly handsome man, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. In disbelief, he rubbed his ears, questioning whether he had merely imagined the previous exchange. Shen Qingtang was amused by the little boy's reaction, unable to stifle a laugh. This time, the boy was certain he had heard correctly. Brother, the man addressed, as brother rolled his eyes at his sibling's lack of composure. It was hardly surprising. This was not the previous world. Indeed, upon hearing his brother's words, the little boy's earlier excitement and disbelief swiftly settled into calmness. Had he been overly dramatic? Observing the boy's quick return to tranquility, Shen Qingtang found him rather impressive. After marveling at the astonishing fact that a sunflower could speak, the boy finally grasped the meaning behind the sunflower's words. He sprang to his feet and hurried over to Jian Yubai, gazing at the sunflower in his hand, cautiously inquiring, "Is what you said true? Has someone already resolved such issues at the base? Could you please share the method with us?" "Thank you." Shen Qingtang was quite fond of such a polite child. However, recalling that the only one who could rival old Su was probably Song Wang, she could only shake her head. The boy's expression instantly shifted from hope and anticipation to profound disappointment, tears welling in his eyes. Chapter 136. A new path. Seeing him in such distress, Shen Qingtang quickly interjected, "Do not be anxious. My earlier shake of the head was not a refusal to assist you. Rather, the method I would share would be of no use to you." Noticing the boy's skeptical demeanor, Shen Qingtang elaborated on old Su's remarkable capabilities. At that, the boy truly began to cry. Initially, he had felt a glimmer of hope, believing the sunflower simply did not wish to share its knowledge. Now, with clarity, he felt as though all hope had vanished. Meanwhile, the man who had remained silent until now discerned another meaning in Shen Qingtang's words. He turned to her and asked, "May I inquire if we could meet the formidable old Su you mentioned to request that spherical object akin to the sun?" Upon finishing his sentence, he realized he might not have articulated his request clearly and quickly added, "We do not seek to take it for free. We are willing to purchase it with crystal cores." Sensing the sincerity in his offer, Shen Qingtang pondered for a moment. After all, old Su could effortlessly create such spherical objects now, provided she offered enough petals. With that in mind, she deemed it acceptable to agree. After a brief contemplation, she summoned the small green sprout that had been quietly resting on Su-in's wrist. "Take them to the Dark Rain base. Inform old Su of today's events." and see how he wishes to proceed. Ultimately, since that object had been crafted by old Su, she felt it prudent not to make unilateral decisions. Understood. The small green sprout promptly led the two brothers away with remarkable speed, leaving Shen Qingtang and the others in awe. At that moment, a new route unexpectedly appeared in Shen Qingtang's mind. She followed the indications for some time, but ultimately found no discernible end and had to abandon the pursuit. Turning to Jiang Yubai and the others, she hesitantly spoke, "I have made a new discovery, but I am uncertain of its specifics. Would you like to explore it?" Considering Shen Qingtang's remarkable luck, Su In and the others eagerly nodded in agreement. "Of course, why wouldn't we? Qingtang, what delightful place have you uncovered this time?" Su Lingru chimed in. Following closely behind, Su and Shenyang nodded in agreement, while Jiang Yubai had always been inclined to follow Shen Qingtang's lead. Ziye, the newly joined member, had no objections either. After all, everyone was eager to go, and she certainly did not wish to dampen their spirits by suggesting otherwise. Thus, the group, filled with anticipation, followed Shen Qingtang's guidance. With the resolution of her greatest inner turmoil, Ziyi felt a newfound lightness, frequently gravitating towards Su Lingruo. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired about their past experiences. Observing Ziye's thirst for knowledge, Su Lingruo exhibited remarkable patience, sharing tales from the onset of the apocalypse. Their encounter with Jiang Yubai, and subsequently, their meeting with Shen Qingtang. She emphasized Shen Qingtang's extraordinary fortune, formidable strength, and the vast resources she had uncovered for them. Ziyi listened, astonished. She had never anticipated that this seemingly delicate sunflower possessed such prowess. In that moment, her gaze towards Shen Qingtang was suffused with admiration. Not far away, Shen Qingtang overheard their conversation and was taken aback to discover how formidable she appeared in Su Lingruo's eyes. A sense of pride began to swell within her. Observing the sunflower, which had suddenly blossomed with vibrant energy, she affectionately touched her slender frame, allowing a slight smile to curve her lips. It seemed her sunflower relished in compliments. Perhaps she should offer them more often. Gradually, Shen Qingtang sensed something amiss with their path. It felt increasingly desolate. Initially, they had encountered some abandoned buildings, but as time progressed, the route began to resemble a remote wilderness. They had not seen a single structure for quite some time, prompting her to question the purpose of the route she had envisioned. After all, would anyone truly choose to stockpile supplies in such a forsaken locale? Contemplating this, she glanced at the expectant faces of her companions and hesitated before speaking. "I fear that what we may discover might not be particularly valuable. What do you all think?" The individuals addressed exchanged glances, and before Suin could respond, Su Lingruo spoke up first, her tone gentle. "It's fine. We can consider this an outing. Speaking of which, since the apocalypse began, I haven't had the chance to travel at all. Wouldn't you agree?" Suin and Shenyang nodded vigorously in affirmation. Shen Qingtang found herself at a loss for an appropriate expression. She could sense Su Lingruo's goodwill, likely intended to alleviate any feelings of guilt she might harbor, prompting her to utter such words. However, she was not the type to feel that way, nor did she particularly require such clumsy comfort. Nevertheless, recognizing the sincerity of others' intentions, she could only acquiesce by lightly tapping her floral plate, acknowledging their sentiments. "Very well, let us proceed," she said. Upon hearing this, Su Lingruo felt a subtle relief in her heart, realizing that her words of solace had indeed served a purpose. Suddenly, the route in Shen Qingtang's mind vanished. Gazing at the dense and ancient forest before her, she fell into a contemplative silence. She quietly scrutinized her surroundings, striving to uncover any anomalies. After a prolonged examination that strained her eyes, she found nothing amiss. Observing Shen Qingtang's prolonged pause, Su Lingruo and the others could no longer contain themselves and finally spoke up. "Is this the place?" Shen Qingtang found herself in a state of inner turmoil, uncertain whether to proceed or to hesitate. She contemplated the current location, yet her gaze met only an expanse of emptiness. To assert that this was indeed the place felt futile, while the alternative offered no clearer path in her mind. The atmosphere descended into an eerie silence. Let us take a moment to rest. One must be well-nourished and refreshed to muster the strength for our tasks, suggested Su Lingru, as she spoke and encouraged Shen Qingtang to unpack their provisions. It was, after all, a considerable time since they had last indulged in a warm and hearty hot pot. Shen Qingtang found much wisdom in her words, and thus she hastily gathered the ingredients. As she gazed at the suddenly abundant supplies scattered across the floor, Zai experienced a moment of bewilderment. Was this truly the apocalypse? How could there still be fresh vegetables within their dwelling? Moreover, it seemed as though every conceivable ingredient was at their disposal. Had this occurred at their previous base, others would have undoubtedly fought to seize these treasures. Chapter 137. Following the ants, why are you dazed? Come over and help. Su Lingru beckoned Zai, who stood in a stupor, urging her to join the others in their efforts. Observing the harmonious atmosphere among them, Shen Qingtang felt a surge of joy. In that moment, it hardly resembled an apocalypse. Before long, they had prepared all the ingredients, and just as they were ready to indulge in their feast, they suddenly noticed Shen Qingtang nearby. At that moment, the others hesitated with their chopsticks. It had been quite some time since they had felt such a sensation. Well, Qingtang, why don't you give it a try? It seems unfair for you to just watch us, Suin suggested, his remark being rather unreliable and inexplicable. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Lingru swiftly delivered a playful slap to his head. Are you out of your mind? Do you think Qingtang looks like someone who can eat? Jiang Yubai paid no heed to their bickering. Instead, he quickly satiated his own hunger and nonchalantly took Shen Qingtang aside to enjoy the scenery. The remaining few exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. You don't have to do this. You can join them for hot pot. I'm used to anyway. Shen Qingtang spoke with an air of indifference. Yet Jiang Yubai felt a twinge of discomfort within his heart. He increasingly perceived Shen Qingtang as a genuine individual, though he swiftly cast aside this inexplicable notion from his mind. Gently caressing Shen Qingtang's floral plate, he spoke in a soft, amiable tone. Shen Qingtang. Wow, it's been ages since I've had such delicious hot pot. My goodness, I'm truly blessed to be with you all, Z couldn't help but exclaim. It was no wonder she was so astonished. She hadn't tasted such food in nearly a decade. In the past, she would simply grab whatever was available to fill her stomach, merely ensuring her survival. Those meager meals were incomparable to the sumptuous hot pot they were enjoying now. Suin and the others glanced sympathetically at the pitiable Z. Take your time. There will be plenty more days like this ahead, Suin reassured her, his mouth full of food. All of this is thanks to Qingtang. She is the one who led us to these resources. Now you understand just how remarkable she is, don't you? Upon hearing his words, Zi gazed at Shen Qingtang with even greater admiration. She made up her mind then and there. She would follow Shen Qingtang devotedly from now on. Meanwhile, Shen Qingtang remained oblivious to the fact that she had just gained such an ardent admirer. Her attention was fixed on a tiny ant scurrying near her body. The little creature circled her several times before suddenly biting down, sending a faint, tingling sensation through her. Stunned, she stared intently at the ant, searching for any sign of abnormality. Yet after a long examination, she found nothing unusual about it, save for its strikingly vivid red hue. What's wrong? Jiang Yubai asked, noticing how long Shen Qingtang had been lowering her flower plate. Concerned that the position might be uncomfortable for her, he reached out to adjust it. Shen Qingtang did not spare him a glance, directly swatting his hand away with her own leaf. Do not obstruct my research. Oh, Jiang Yubai, feeling a sense of grievance, immediately crouched down to join Shen Qingtang in her observation. Upon discovering an ant near her body, his instinct was to crush it, perhaps sensing his intention. Shen Qingtang interrupted him just as he was about to act. Do not touch it. At that moment, Suin and the others had finished their hot pot and hurried over. Noticing Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai engrossed in something on the ground, they exchanged glances and crouched down alongside them, all fixated on the earth below. What are you doing? She inquired, puzzled. After a moment of silent exchange, it was Suin who spoke first. Seeing you and Brother Bai like this, we thought we would follow suit and see what you were observing. Shen Qingtang could only feel speechless. She then recounted her recent discovery including the astonishing fact that this seemingly frail little ant was capable of biting through her own flesh. "Hey, Jiang Yubai, what are you doing?" His actions left Shen Qingtang bewildered. Meanwhile, Su In and Su Lingruo were well aware of Jiang Yubai's intentions and merely exchanged knowing smiles without uttering a word. Soon after, recalling Shen Qingtang's earlier remarks, their expressions turned serious. They hastily examined the ground, and to their surprise, they indeed uncovered something significant. "Qingtang, do you think it might be this type of ant?" Su In and Su Lingruo simultaneously pointed to a trail on the ground. Shen Qingtang immediately glanced over, only to realize that there was not merely one little ant. Observing the orderly procession of the tiny creatures, she contemplated before turning her gaze to Jiang Yubai and Su In. "I wish to follow the little ants and see where they lead. What do you think?" The group nodded without hesitation, wholeheartedly supporting Shen Qingtang's every decision. Since they had no objections, Shen Qingtang chose to remain silent, and the group continued to trail behind the ants as they ventured forth. They walked on, gradually straying further off the path, until they ultimately discovered that the road had vanished altogether, forcing them to come to a halt. "Should we continue following them?" Sun inquired hesitantly, gazing at the towering thicket before them. Su Lingruo and the others also turned their attention to Shen Qingtang. Shen Qingtang gazed at the obstructed path and spoke with remarkable bravado. "Wait, let me clear this area for you." Before the others could comprehend the true meaning behind her words, they witnessed her transform from a petite flower into a being of half a human's height. A flurry of blades ensued, and before long, the ground before them was strewn with severed grass. The group fell into a profound silence, their thoughts echoing the sentiment. Qingtang has become increasingly formidable. Shen Qingtang was indifferent to the tumultuous emotions swirling within their hearts. Her gaze remained fixated on a newly revealed entrance, exposed by the vanishing underbrush. To be candid, she was taken aback by the emergence of this opening, as she had anticipated that following the trail of the little ants would lead them to an anthill or perhaps the Ant King. However, this entrance was evidently large enough to accommodate human passage. Before anyone could utter a word, Shen Qingtang had already stepped forward, guiding the way, and the others promptly followed in her wake. After traversing a lengthy corridor, they found themselves in the presence of a seemingly serene village elder. The sight before them evoked expressions of confusion. This place appeared untouched by the cataclysms of the apocalypse, resembling a perfectly ordinary village. "Who are you?" a little girl inquired, eyeing the unexpected visitors with suspicion. "Dear child, could you kindly lead us to your guardians?" Su Lingru approached the girl, her tone gentle and soothing. "I do not know you. You have yet to reveal who you are," the girl replied, unwavering in her scrutiny despite Su Lingru's tender demeanor. Just as Su Lingru was about to step back and allow another to take her place, the girl's parents fortuitously approached. Upon reaching their daughter, they first ensured her safety, confirming she was unharmed, before turning their attention to Shen Qingtang and her companions, echoing their child's inquiry. This time, Su Lingru remained silent, directing her gaze toward Shen Qingtang. "We are merely adventurers who have strayed off course in the mountains and found ourselves here." "Daddy, Mommy, how can it speak?" The little girl, startled by the talking sunflower, instinctively retreated behind her parents. "Do not be afraid." And then, the young and graceful mother gently pulled the girl close, offering her a soft reassurance. Shen Qingtang never anticipated that her words would frighten someone. For a moment, she found herself at a loss, unsure whether to speak or remain silent. Fortunately, after receiving some comfort from her mother, the little girl's spirits had lifted considerably, and she now dared to peek out timidly to observe Shen Qingtang. "Shen Qingtang, I truly did not perceive that this young lady possessed such courage. Since you are lost, you should depart at once. We do not welcome outsiders here." The man, observing that these individuals did not appear to be particularly malicious, contemplated for a moment before deciding to allow them to leave. After hearing the man's words, Shen Qingtang pondered briefly before responding. His words were delivered with genuine sincerity. The man glanced at the empty space behind them, reflecting for a considerable time before he slowly spoke. "I am Hong He, the village chief here. This is my wife, Bai Shu, And this is my daughter, Hong'an. Having introduced himself, Shen Qingtang and her companions felt compelled to reciprocate with their own introductions, presenting themselves clearly. Seeing their unabashed demeanor, Hong'an felt a slight sense of relief. Aware that this place was unsuitable for outsiders to roam freely, he finally spoke up. Very well, but I'm quite busy for the next few days. It may take some time. You may stay at my home in the meantime. Shen Qingtang glanced at the individuals behind her. They met her gaze with unspoken agreement, conveying through their expressions, "We are all in accord with you." With this understanding, Shen Qingtang nodded affirmatively, signaling her lack of objections. Thus, the group followed Hong'an towards his residence. Along the way, Shen Qingtang was notably loquacious, inquiring about various matters intermittently. "Oh, is that so? Then, village chief, if you require any items, do you not need to procure them from outside?" she asked. Her curiosity piqued upon hearing Hong'an. He mentioned that they had lived there for generations without any interaction with the outside world. Her question elicited a quizzical look from Hong'an. "Why would we need to purchase things from outside? We have everything we need here." Shen Qingtang expressed her disbelief. Just then, the house where Hong'an and his group resided came into view, so he directly led Shen Qingtang and her companions to inspect his warehouse. Well, how should one put it? Inside, there indeed existed a variety of items. However, they appeared rather crude and antiquated. Nonetheless, as these belonged to another, they wisely refrained from voicing any opinions. "Now, do you believe it?" The group nodded in unison. "Very well, you shall remain here. If there is nothing pressing, do not venture beyond my courtyard. I shall prepare some food for you shortly. I have matters to attend to. Remember, do not wander around the village. Stay safely within the confines of the home." Seeing their obedience, Hong'an felt relieved to depart. Once the family of three had walked far enough away, Suin and the others gathered around Jiang Yubai and Shen Qingtang, looking as if they had something to discuss. Suin was the first to speak, scratching his head and hesitantly saying, "Why do I feel that this village is rather peculiar? Is it possible that such a backward place still exists? Did you see? They're still using stone bowls." When he first spotted the stone bowls, Suin had to exert considerable effort to maintain his composure, preventing himself from displaying too much astonishment in front of Hong'an. Su Lingru chimed in. "I noticed that their clothing is also haphazardly stitched, reminiscent of the attire from the age of savages." Zai pondered for a moment, realizing that all her thoughts had been articulated, so she merely sat quietly, observing this and that. Shenyang has also spoken up. "I sense something amiss here," and several individuals immediately turned their gazes in anticipation of him uttering something of substance. However, after delivering merely a single sentence, he fell silent. The others, there is nothing more exasperating than leaving a statement half-finished. Shenyang felt a sense of helplessness. His ability to perceive something amiss was quite commendable, for it was merely an intuition. However, if pressed to articulate his thoughts, he would indeed struggle to express them. Once everyone had shared their opinions, Shen Qingtang turned her gaze towards Jiang Yubai, drawing the attention of the others. Jiang Yubai recalled the visions he had witnessed through his celestial eye and simply stated, "This place is not ordinary." The group fell into a contemplative silence, yearning for definitive answers. Chapter 139. The Devoured Corpse. Let us explore the surroundings. Shen Qingtang surveyed the tranquil surroundings, and Suin immediately chimed in. "However, hadn't Hong, he just instructed us not to leave this place?" His remark was met with a chorus of disdainful glances from several others. "If you are so obedient, then you might as well stay here," Su Lingru remarked sharply. It was evident that something was amiss, yet still adhering to someone else's words. Was that not the definition of foolishness? Suin, stung by the retort, fell silent, resolving to refrain from speaking for the remainder of the journey to avoid further reprimand. Shen Qing contemplated the notion of liberating her consciousness, feeling no sense of impending danger, and thus led her companions outside. Upon stepping out, they were met with the sight of small ants scuttling across the ground. Exchanging glances without uttering a word, they instinctively followed the trail of the tiny creatures. Along the way, Suin seemed to have forgotten the earlier unpleasantness. Observing the ants, he confidently declared, "These ants certainly harbor some significance. If we follow them, We shall surely uncover the source of the issue. However, his words hung in the air, met with silence from the others, prompting him to eventually fall silent once more, internally chastising himself for breaking his earlier vow of silence. He wondered why he could not restrain his tongue. The group trailed the ants for a considerable distance, noticing the scenery around them gradually shifting. It felt as if they had distanced themselves from the serene village and entered an entirely different realm. Faced with the ominous, foreboding forest, Su Lingru and the others halted in their tracks. Do we really wish to venture further? Su Lingru trembled in fear, inching closer to Zai for a semblance of safety before turning to Shen Qingtang to inquire. What do you think? We shall go, Jiang Yubai stated resolutely, leaving no room for further debate among the group. As Shen Qingtang and her companions embarked on their journey, she cleverly employed her familiar strategy, enveloping them in her protective shield. However, apart from Jiang Yubai, the others remained blissfully unaware of this turn of events. There was no need for such caution. Jiang Yubai, while gently caressing Shen Qingtang's ornate plate, effortlessly retrieved it into his possession and, after bestowing upon her a modicum of energy, continued to advance with an air of nonchalance. Shen Qingtang was momentarily speechless. She realized that Jiang Yubai had become increasingly peculiar. Just then, a sudden exclamation echoed from ahead. In that instant, Shen Qingtang had no time to ponder Jiang Yubai's oddities. She leapt down from his side and dashed towards her teammate, who had made the sound. When she finally grasped the situation before her, the entire flower quivered involuntarily. With keen eyes, Jiang Yubai noticed her distress and promptly lifted her, placing her beside him, while his hand subtly soothed the ruffled petals. Shen Qingtang was utterly captivated by the scene before her. Not far ahead, amidst a carpet of decaying leaves, lay a corpse, or more accurately, half a corpse. The other half had already been devoured by tiny ants. The sight of the exposed white bones on one side and the other half crawling with dense swarms of ants sent another shiver down her spine. Jiang Yubai quickly moved to comfort her. Qingtang, look at this. Faced with such a scene, they were at a complete loss, their gazes inevitably turning toward Shen Qingtang for guidance. As Shen Qingtang was about to speak, she suddenly sensed a familiar presence approaching. Without hesitation, she led Su Lingruo and the others to another side. What brings you here? Do we not agree that you would remain outside my chamber? You truly do not listen at all. Hong, he questioned the group with an air of irritation. Suan immediately stepped forward. It is entirely my fault. I could not resist the allure of this picturesque landscape, and they had no choice but to follow me out of concern for my safety. What do you mean by that? Do you think our surroundings are unsafe? I insist that you leave at once. You're not welcome here, Hong, he retorted, his anger intensifying, taken aback by the ungratefulness of his well-intentioned visit. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Shen Qingtang swiftly interjected. Suan did not mean it that way. He simply struggles with his words. Please do not take offense. There are some issues he is facing, which has caused us to worry about his potential actions. Shen Qingtang pointed to Jiang Yubai's head with her own leaf. Upon hearing her explanation, Hong Hie's expression finally improved somewhat. However, Su In's demeanor remained less than favorable. While Jiang Yubai appeared indifferent, seemingly unconcerned about her gesture towards his head, he glanced cryptically towards the depths of the ancient forest, as if something were concealed within. Observing his behavior, Shen Qingtang and the others suspected that Hong He must be aware of the secrets hidden in that forest. Yet, they understood that any inquiry directed at one another would yield nothing. Thus, they refrained from foolishly revealing what they had witnessed moments ago. Fortunately, Shen Qingtang had led them out in advance. Otherwise, it was clear that the excitement was not directed at Shen Qingtang and her companions, but rather at Hong He. Although Baizhu spoke of them while looking at Shen Qingtang and the others, she sensed that the them in Baizhu's words did not refer to their group. Observing Hong He's family, she felt an increasing sense of strangeness in the situation. It's fine, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Now, let us go prepare some food for them. They're probably hungry, she declared. After uttering these words, without casting another glance at the others, Hong He once again led Baizhu and Hong and outside. The room was left with several bewildered individuals exchanging glances, along with a solitary flower. Have they departed? They shouldn't be able to hear us, right? Chapter 140. Exploration of the night. Shen Qingtang listened attentively for a considerable time, confirming that the Honghe family had departed far enough before casting a glance at Suen. Since you cannot hear, feel free to speak openly, she suggested. However, this statement rendered Suen hesitant to speak. Shen Qingtang felt a sense of helplessness in response, and thus took the initiative to break the silence. Su Lingruo and the others, initially inclined to contribute to the conversation, inexplicably fell silent instead. After they had deliberated on the matter, the room was enveloped in an unexpected stillness, as if everyone had suddenly forgotten what to say. The atmosphere remained heavy with silence until the Honghe family reappeared, observing the obediently gathered individuals in their home. Honghe nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to unveil the food he had brought. The contents of the stone bowls, appearing unidentifiable, elicited a collective expression of skepticism from the group, who felt that the fare did not resemble anything edible. "Why aren't you eating?" Honghe inquired, unable to conceal his confusion at their reluctance. Then, as if recalling something, he added, "Do you think this food is extravagant? Rest assured, it is merely ordinary sustenance, nothing of great value. So please eat without hesitation." His sincerity was palpable. However, Su Lingruo and the others wore expressions of utter disbelief, unable to reconcile the unrecognizable food before them with the notion of it being ordinary. Frankly, even after enduring a decade of apocalyptic trials, they had never encountered anything like this. Ultimately, it was Suen who, noticing their reluctance to partake, felt a sense of urgency. With a determined resolve, he lifted a stone bowl, closed his eyes, and took a hearty sip. The flavor was peculiar, yet not unpleasant. After several cautious tastes confirmed its palatability and his own safety, he turned to Su Lingruo and the others. Before he could utter a word, they promptly followed suit, lifting their bowls to eat. Seeing them finally comply, Honghe's anxious heart finally settled. It was a relief to know they were consuming nourishment. He hoped they would eat well to regain their strength. Once they had finished and he had cleared away the empty bowls, he addressed them again. "Now that you are satiated, please rest well. I shall bring you dinner later. By the way, may I inquire where you are headed? Could you perhaps take us along? Staying here is rather dull. I long to explore," he said, tugging at Honghe's sleeve. After reclaiming his sleeve from Suen's grasp, his expression reflected a mix of exasperation and disbelief. He was convinced that this person must have a few loose screws. After all, who speaks in such a manner? This scene left the others perplexed. Did I perform convincingly? Suen looked to them, anticipating their praise. Su Lingruo and the others initially fell silent, but eventually, recalling Suen's earlier sacrifice, they begrudgingly offered a few compliments. This delighted Suen, who settled contentedly to the side. Soon, evening arrived. Yet Honghe did not appear as promised. Shen Qingtang gazed at Su Lingru and the others before speaking slowly. "I will step outside with Jiang Yubai for a moment. If Honghe and his companions arrive, you should simply say, well, just say, for a moment." Shen Qingtang struggled to conjure an appropriate response. Ultimately, Suen, seemingly unconcerned, waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, Qingtang. Go ahead with Brother Bai. I will handle things here and adapt as necessary." Shen Qingtang gazed at Suen with disbelief, convinced that anyone present was far more reliable than him. Yet, in that moment, she could not conceive of a better solution. So she reluctantly plucked a hidden petal from her floral arrangement and offered it to Su Lingruo. Suen, perplexed, exclaimed, "Why on earth would you not give it to me, Qingtang? I believe I am the more dependable choice." Shen Qingtang gazed intently at Suen and spoke with utmost solemnity. "Given your current persona as someone with mental instability, do you truly believe you're suited for this task?" Suen was promptly convinced and obediently shuffled behind Su Lingruo, fully committing to his role as the mentally unsound individual. He fidgeted incessantly, touching this, prodding that, while intermittently babbling incoherent sounds. Meanwhile, Su Lingruo carefully tucked away the delicate petals Shen Qingtang had given her. Turning to face him with earnest resolve, she vowed, "Qingtang, rest assured, I will protect them with everything I have." Shen Qingtang nodded. Aside from the incident involving Nuo and her mother, she had always placed her trust in Su Lingruo's actions. Gently stroking Su Lingruo's head, Shen Qingtang discreetly enveloped them in a protective barrier while the others were preoccupied, before turning with Jiang Yubai to venture into the night. Jiang Yubai, now too weary to comment on Shen Qingtang, simply lifted her effortlessly and began to channel energy into her. Feeling the warmth coursing through her body, Shen Qingtang relinquished any desire for idle conversation. She fully opened her consciousness, meticulously attuning herself to the subtle sensations of the quaint mountain village. After a considerable time, she finally discerned an unusual sound amidst the tranquil surroundings. "Let's investigate over there," she suggested, following the direction indicated by her finger. Jiang Yubai could vaguely make out a structure resembling an ancient tower. "Very well," he replied, unhesitatingly leading Shen Qingtang towards it. The path was eerily silent, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the stillness, a most unnatural phenomenon. Both were struck by a sense of strangeness at the sight before them. Chapter 141. The ant tower. As they approached, they realized what they had initially thought to be a tower was, in fact, a triangular formation composed entirely of small ants. The structure was hollow at its center, with a grim foundation of scattered bones beneath, recalling the earlier sight of the ants devouring corpses. Shen Qingtang could easily surmise the fate of those bones. Just as she was about to speak to Jiang Yubai, she sensed that Su Lingruo had torn her petals apart. Upon arriving at Hong He's dwelling, Jiang Yubai casually strolled towards Su Lingruo and the others, carrying Shen Qingtang as if nothing were amiss. "See, I told you he didn't go anywhere. He was merely letting his flower bask in the moonlight. He treasures it dearly." Su Lingruo managed to fabricate a rationale after a lengthy pause. Jiang Yubai did not contest her claim, even affectionately touching the sunflower in his hand and inquiring about her thoughts. Hong He glanced from one person to another, feeling a pressing urge to speak, yet noting that everyone appeared to be in good spirits, while he himself was burdened with numerous matters. After a moment of internal conflict, he ultimately decided to let this one pass. His expression turned grave as he addressed them. "I'll reiterate, your safety hinges on your decision to remain here. Should you venture outside and any misfortune befall you, do not hold me accountable." The group nodded vigorously, promising never to stray from the confines of the dwelling again. Hong He regarded them skeptically. Though he harbored doubts, he felt powerless to intervene. He sensed the elder's insistence pressing upon him. "Rest well. I shall bring you food tomorrow." With that, he turned on his heel and departed, leaving no room for questions. "Should we follow him?" Ziyi ventured to speak, drawing the attention of the others, causing him to feel somewhat embarrassed. "I possess the ability to become invisible. I can follow him and ascertain what he is up to. He seems rather anxious," indicating there might be urgent matters at hand. Reflecting on the discoveries made with Jiang Yubai, Shen Qingtang shook her head. "Let's refrain from doing so tonight. I sense he is likely more vigilant regarding us now." And after Hong He left, he found no anomalies and thus felt reassured that they were indeed adhering to his instructions by remaining inside. When he returned, the room was filled with individuals who had been waiting for him for quite some time. Their frustration boiled over upon noticing his late arrival. One elder, appearing the oldest among them, immediately launched into a tirade. "Do not assume your position as village chief grants you superiority. Other village chiefs strive for the prosperity of their communities, unlike you. It might have been better if you had perished from the start." Hong He had grown accustomed to such remarks. He feigned ignorance and slowly took his seat in his designated spot. He then turned to the assembly, earnestly attempting to persuade them. "Regardless of the circumstances, I will not endorse your proposals. We have erred sufficiently. We cannot afford further missteps." He had repeated this sentiment countless times since the onset of previous events, yet in those early days he lacked the power to deter the villagers' actions. Although he remained incapable of stopping them now, he could not allow them to continue down this reckless path. Otherwise, the entire village would inevitably meet its demise. "I understand your reluctance. We have all coexisted for so long. However, do not forget that we have several outsiders among us now. Do not presume we are unaware." The eldest elder's ire had somewhat subsided. He began to reason with Hong He. "Moreover, have we not always lived this way? Are you not cognizant that all we possess is a gift from it? Without it, where would our blissful lives originate? Hong He scoffed at this notion, perceiving it as sheer nonsense. Their prosperous existence was the result of their own efforts. However, he did not wish to engage in a futile debate with the elder and instead directed his inquiries to the other elders. Why the urgency in summoning me? The elders exchanged glances, remaining silent. Hong He found himself at a loss for words, until the elder finally spoke up. What else could it be? It all revolves around the same issue. We are not here to seek your counsel. We are informing you of our decision to act. Hong He was taken aback, unprepared for their abrupt resolution to proceed without further deliberation. Initially feeling ample time at his disposal, he now felt a surge of anxiety. Is the time not yet ripe? Why this sudden haste? You may feign ignorance, but you are well aware of the events transpiring there, the elder retorted, visibly agitated. He could not comprehend why something beneficial was met with such disdain from Hong He. Was he not acting for their village's sake? The more he pondered, the more incensed he became, and his gaze toward Hong He shifted dramatically. Hong He thought to himself, were it not for the elder's years of unyielding dedication to the village, he would have acted long ago. Enough. Let's not rush. Let us engage in civilized discourse rather than allowing unrelated matters to disrupt our harmony. A familiar-faced elder quickly interjected, prompting the others to join in with their own chatter. Observing the scene reminiscent of past encounters, Hong He rubbed his temples in exasperation, fully aware this was the inevitable outcome. After a considerable while, once everyone had voiced their thoughts, Hong He finally relented. If it truly comes to a point where we have no alternatives, I suppose I might consider accepting your prior proposal. Upon uttering these words, he slumped back in his chair, as though he had exhausted every ounce of his energy. The elders exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief, especially the elder who had been most vociferous in his earlier condemnation. Chapter 142. Who exactly is Hong He? Are you certain? Are you truly willing to proceed? Facing the incredulous gazes of several elders, Hong He nodded with unwavering determination. Observing his demeanor, the elders finally felt a sense of relief. It seemed he still had hope. Since he was willing to take this step, there was no need for them to rush. Their previous desperation stemmed from his consistent refusal, which had compelled them to resort to such measures. A course of action they would have preferred to avoid if alternatives existed. After a moment, the amiable elder spoke up once more to confirm, "You are not merely stalling for time, are you?" The elder who had expressed the harshest criticism earlier quickly turned his attention toward Hong He. With utmost seriousness, Hong He replied, "When have I ever deceived you? I have always acted according to my own volition, with no need to mislead you for the sake of outsiders." The elders pondered this for a moment, acknowledging the validity of his words, and nodded in agreement, choosing not to voice further concerns. Seeing their trust in him, Hong He too felt reassured. He regarded the elders and spoke slowly. "Very well, I understand." He began to contemplate how he might navigate this crisis unscathed. Yet no solution emerged in his mind other than the notion of buying time. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself approaching a place he had long resisted. Gazing at the familiar yet foreign sight before him, memories surged forth, reminiscent of days gone by. Upon hearing that Hong He was once again threatened by the Council of Elders, Bai Shu felt a surge of anger. She looked at her husband and exclaimed, "You are far too lenient with them. You are the village chief. If you were to take a firm stance, who would dare defy you?" Hong He, with a heavy heart, responded, "Ah Shu, you know I was raised by the elders. I cannot do it." Bai Shu fell silent, fully aware of the internal conflict that plagued her husband. Reflecting on a myriad of troubling matters, she felt a headache coming on. After a lengthy pause, she tentatively suggested, "What if we simply follow the elders' advice? After all, they are correct. Those are outsiders, which is preferable to our own villagers." "Dad, Mom, what are you talking about?" Hong, and sensing the discord, interjected. Upon hearing her voice, Hong He's earlier anger dissipated. He could not blame his wife. He knew her intentions were rooted in concern for him. Gently ruffling Hong An's hair, he spoke in a soothing tone. "It's nothing, my dear," and Bai Shu, realizing the hurtfulness of her previous words, quickly apologized, admitting her mistake in voicing such sentiments. Throughout Hong He's struggle against the elders, she had been keenly aware of his plight, She understood better than anyone his disdain for such matters and recognized that she should not have urged him. "It's all right. I know you have my best interests at heart." After comforting his wife, Hong, he fell into a state of confusion. Was everything he stood for truly justified? All for the sake of a few outsiders? No, not just a few outsiders, but also those from before. Suddenly, a resolve flickered in his eyes, as if a realization had dawned upon him. Bai Shu, witnessing this transformation, found herself momentarily speechless. As Hong He's final words echoed in the room, darkness enveloped them instantly. Meanwhile, Shen Qingtang and the others were oblivious to the turmoil Hong he had faced that night. They were engaged in a discussion regarding the ant tower observed by Jiang Yubai and Shen Qingtang. Initially, upon hearing Shen Qingtang's description of the scene, the group was visibly astonished. Had it not been for Shen Qingtang's credibility, they would have found it utterly unbelievable. The notion that ants could so obediently form a tower was simply preposterous. However, recalling the half-devoured body they had witnessed earlier, everything began to coalesce into a more plausible narrative. After listening to Shen Qingtang's account, their suspicions about the situation grew stronger. A sudden thought emerged in Ziya's mind. After a brief hesitation, she slowly spoke. "I have an idea. Would you like to hear it?" The others immediately turned their attention to her. Clearing her throat, she continued, "What if the white bones at the center of the ants are those of the villagers who were sacrificed?" As soon as she uttered these words, an eerie silence enveloped the air. After a long pause, Su An's incredulous voice broke through. "That's impossible. Such a notion is utterly unfathomable." Su Lingruo and Shun Yang nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment that such a reality was beyond their comprehension. They simply Shen Qingtang refrained from expressing her opinion. In truth, she harbored a vague sense of this sentiment, yet she had chosen to keep it to herself. After all, no one understood the depths of human darkness better than she did. Ziyi, observing the trio's skepticism, directed her gaze towards Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai, convinced that they must share her belief. Meeting her gaze, Shen Qingtang nodded slightly in agreement, affirming that she too found Ziyi's perspective to be valid. This only served to increase the unease among Su Lingruo and the others. In that moment, they found it exceedingly difficult to accept this reality. There was no need for their discomfort. It was evident that the others must have ulterior motives for their actions, though the role of Hong He in this intricate web remained unclear. After comforting several of her teammates, Shen Qingtang began to ponder the enigmatic figure of Hong He, who had persistently barred them from venturing outside. She found it difficult to articulate her feelings toward him, despite appearing somewhat unkind and even exhibiting a tendency to confine them. He had not inflicted any harm upon them during this prolonged period, a conundrum that left her utterly perplexed. What manner of character could he be? Surely, he is merely masquerading as a benevolent figure before us, waiting for an opportune moment to strike when we are least vigilant. Suan, having received a few words of solace from Shen Qingtang, promptly emerged and immediately voiced his thoughts upon hearing her subsequent remarks. The others were momentarily taken aback. They had indeed not considered this perspective before. Shen Qingtang remained uncertain about Hong He's true intentions, so she refrained from expressing her thoughts and chose to listen as her companions each articulated their perspectives. Chapter 143, Together in Stealth. After a night of convoluted deliberation, they found themselves no closer to a resolution, prompting Shen Qingtang to intervene and halt this fruitless dialogue. "Let us not overthink this. In a few days, I shall seek an opportunity to gather some intelligence. I shall go. I possess the ability to become invisible," Zai interjected eagerly, feeling rather ineffectual throughout their journey thus far. Su Lingruo and the others turned their attention towards Shen Qingtang, curious about her response. Under the weight of several gazes, particularly Zai's hopeful expression, Shen Qingtang remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. "Very well, but you must take me with you. I do not feel secure with you acting alone." In truth, she had intended to suggest that she would accompany Jiang Yubai, but she ultimately recognized that Zai's ability to become invisible surpassed all of Jiang Yubai's powers. Thus, she acquiesced to join Zai instead. After all, their primary objective was merely to gather information, and they could retreat swiftly if anything seemed amiss. However, she inquired, "Can you make me invisible as well?" Shen Qingtang suddenly posed this question directly. Zai pondered for a moment before uncertainly responding, "I am unsure. Perhaps we should give it a try?" After uttering these words, Zai vanished from the spot without affording Shen Qingtang and the others a moment to react. Jiang Yubai fixed his gaze intently on the spot where Zai had just disappeared, ultimately employing his celestial eye to discern a faint silhouette. Had he not known that it was Zai, he might have struggled to ascertain that the figure was indeed human. This revelation eased the anxiety that had gripped him ever since Shen Qingtang mentioned her intention to seek information alone with Zai. Zai's ability to become invisible was undeniably formidable. It was a rarity for something to elude the scrutiny of his celestial eye, as it was Zai's first time rendering a living being invisible. She had devoted considerable time to research and had finally gleaned some insights. She approached Shen Qingtang, bent down gently to lift her, her hands resting lightly on her form, and began fervently muttering in her mind, "Together we shall become invisible. Together we shall become invisible." Shen Qingtang gradually sensed her body becoming increasingly transparent, and after a considerable period, she found that she could no longer see her form. It seemed that Zai truly possessed the ability to render her invisible. "All right, we can go together," she exclaimed with palpable excitement. However, in the face of Jiang Yubai and the others' bewildered expressions, she felt a sense of unease. "What is with those looks? Qingtang, you cannot become invisible," Suan remarked, gazing at Shen Qingtang in confusion. "Do we not agree to go together once you could become invisible? Yet now you are not." "Shen Qingtang, what is this? Why am I not invisible? I can't even see my own body. Is this not invisibility?" However, upon observing the expressions of those around her, she gradually realized something was amiss. Can you still see me?" Jiang Yubai nodded, and the others followed suit. Shen Qingtang understood now. This invisibility merely prevented her from seeing herself. What use is that? Nevertheless, she quickly adjusted her mindset and gazed gently at Zai. "Zai, could you try again?" Zai had not anticipated such a mix-up, so she closed her eyes and repeated the incantation in her mind, albeit with different words this time. It's done. Qingtang is gone. At last, the invisibility functioned correctly, yet Shen Qingtang could still see her own body. Observing the delighted expressions of her companions, Zai exhaled in relief, fearing another failure. Since the invisibility issue had been flawlessly resolved, there was nothing else to discuss, and Shen Qingtang decisively stated, "In 3 days, Zai and I will gather information. You all stay here obediently. Each time Hong he delivers food, there will be a considerable interval before his next arrival. For now, we shall remain still to dispel his suspicions, and next time, we will follow him to uncover their activities." Upon hearing her words, the others furrowed their brows in contemplation. In truth, they were reluctant for Shen Qingtang and Zai to take such risks. "Very well, I trust you." Jiang Yubai's affirmation successfully drew the attention of Su En and the others. They had expected him to oppose the idea, as his concern for Shen Qingtang was palpable. Yet he was the first to agree. Shen Qingtang did not ponder too deeply. Upon hearing Jiang Yubai's words, she nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I shall accomplish the task flawlessly." Since he had already given his assurance, Su En and the others naturally refrained from dissent. The group could only express their concern briefly before lapsing into silence. Shen Qingtang sensed an odd atmosphere, yet she could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort, so she feigned ignorance. Jiang Yubai, noticing her fatigue, immediately transmitted warm energy to her after taking her from Zai's hands. Feeling the familiar energy, Shen Qingtang could not resist rubbing against Jiang Yubai's hand and soon fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, a few of them gathered around the table, obediently awaiting Hong he to bring their meal. You all seem quite assembled today. No one ventured outside?" Hong he remarked, somewhat surprised, as usually at least 1 or 2 would be missing during his visits. We're not ungrateful souls. You have mentioned multiple times that this is for our safety. We shall certainly behave ourselves," Suan replied, though Hong he remained skeptical of his sincerity. However, seeing them all present, he decided not to press the matter further, merely reminding them once more before he departed. If you really feel confined, you may roam about the house, just don't exit the courtyard. The others exchanged glances, bemused. What is there to wander about in the house? Are you inviting me to see your room while I invite you to see mine? Chapter 144. Peeping as Hong He left, the group exchanged silent glances, choosing not to speak. Days passed, and each time Hong He visited, they remained neatly within the confines of their room. His vigilance towards them waned, leading him to believe they could indeed endure their confinement. Consequently, his visits became increasingly infrequent. One day, after Hong He delivered the food and departed, Shen Qingtang exchanged a knowing glance with Zai. The latter immediately understood her intent, and together they vanished, stealthily following Hong He. Their speed was such that Jiang Yubai was left momentarily bewildered by their sudden absence. Where did they go? Suan wondered aloud, glancing around cluelessly until Jiang Yubai could no longer tolerate his foolishness. They have left. Just like that? No preparations whatsoever? Why so sudden, without any prior notice? Suan felt caught off guard, unprepared for the abrupt turn of events. Jiang Yubai, however, ignored him, his gaze fixed intently on the spot where Hong He had just vanished, resembling a statue of longing. Realizing he was being ignored, Suan grumbled to himself before falling silent. Zai and Shen Qingtang trailed Hong He until they reached his alternate residence. Honggo, how long will this continue? I fear we may not be able to keep this secret much longer. White Shu expressed her concern, pondering the elders who believed they were cleverly maneuvering outside. It will be over soon, just a few more days, Hong He reassured her, gauging the timeline in his mind. That essay relief. White Shu's anxiety eased momentarily. Just as she felt a sense of relief, familiar voices of the elders echoed from outside. Hong He, we happened to pass by, and thought we would check on you. The unexpected visit from the elders infuriated Hong He. He felt they were exploiting their seniority to an extreme. Elders, I recall promising you something previously, and you assured me I would have time. That time has not yet arrived. Haha, Hong He, your words do not sit well with me. We are not here to supervise you. We merely happen to be passing through. Hong He was unconvinced by their excuses. The elder stroked his beard, fully aware that Hong He would not believe him, but that was of no concern. He had no intention of convincing him. It was merely a matter of appearances, lest they seem disrespectful to the village chief. Very well. I shall assume I misjudged your intentions. Have you finished your inspection? Might you now take your leave? Hong He countered, echoing the elder's previous words. The elders exchanged glances, feigning ignorance of Hong He's meaning, while leisurely inspecting his residence. Hong He, our time is indeed limited. You must hasten. If we were not concerned for you, we would have acted ourselves. After all, you are one we have nurtured. Faced with their emotional manipulation, Hong He fell silent, accustomed to such behavior. Hong He, they grew impatient. Realizing he could no longer remain silent, he reluctantly acquiesced. I understand. Tomorrow I shall take action. Hearing this definite response, the elders' faces brightened, smiles appearing as they praised Hong He for his understanding. He accepted their accolades in silence. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, the elders, either fatigued or satisfied with their influence, finally departed. Watching their retreating figures, White Shu let out a sigh. Hong Ye, it will be all right. This too shall pass. Grasping his wife's hand, drawing strength from her gentle presence, Hong He's heart settled somewhat. Meanwhile, Zai and Shen Qingtang, who had followed discreetly, were left utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Qingtang, do you grasp their intentions? Zai whispered, controlling her voice. I can only surmise that the elders are coercing Hong He into actions he wishes to avoid, but the specifics elude me, Shen Qingtang replied, reflecting on how different this life felt compared to the last. What shall we do now? Zai pondered, observing the couple, Hong He and White Shu, who were now intimately connected. She felt conflicted about whether to remain or depart, her disdain for romantic entanglements growing ever stronger. Shen Qingtang also witnessed the actions of Baizhu and Hong He. She found it quite ordinary and devoid of anything inappropriate, yet mindful of Ziye's feelings. She gently spoke, if you wish to leave, you may do so. We can return later. After a moment of contemplation, Ziyi led Shen Qingtang to the window, squatting down and placing her atop the sill. Qingtang, I truly dislike that scene. I can only apologize for the trouble. Shen Qingtang. Never mind, never mind. Let us just regard it as a fleeting cinematic experience. I have truly endured far too much in my quest for information. Hongge, please remove your hand. Oh, really? Are you certain? Baizhu playfully swatted at Hong He, igniting an even greater fervor within him. Ashu, you have worked hard. The suppressed tension between them ignited like dry, kindling meeting a roaring flame, and the atmosphere grew increasingly sultry. Their garments lay scattered on the floor, remnants of their fervent embrace. Shen Qingtang watched in astonishment. This was not what she had anticipated. She had thought it would merely involve a gentle kiss. Had they just experienced something so serious? Shouldn't they be sitting hand in hand, discussing those matters openly? Why had they suddenly tumbled onto the bed? Shen Qingtang found herself utterly perplexed. Chapter 145, Collaboration. As the flames of passion between the two grew ever more intense, Shen Qingtang ultimately settled down on the ground beside Zai, suggesting, "Let us remain here for a while." Zai nodded in agreement, and before long, they were greeted by sounds from within that could make one's cheeks flush with embarrassment. These sounds persisted for an extended duration, from dawn until dusk, until at last a different tone emerged from inside. "Hongo, what are your plans? Are you truly going to take action tomorrow?" The two exchanged glances, sensing the gravity of the moment, and immediately steeled themselves. Hong He, stroking Baishu's hair, let out a cold snort. "I did mention taking action tomorrow, but I never specified against whom." Baishu was taken aback by his words, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. As she had feared, Hong He's subsequent remarks confirmed her suspicions. "Ashu, you should know me well. I shall only act against that thing." Baishu's hands clenched tightly, understanding the implications of his statement, yet feeling powerless to intervene. The thought tightened her heart. Was it truly necessary to reach this point? Was it worth it for those few individuals? Observing the anguish on his wife's face, Hong He felt a pang of discomfort, yet he knew there was no alternative. "Ah, Shu, you understand. It is not solely about those few people, but rather for many others in various circumstances." Baishu fell silent. Meanwhile, Shen Qingtang and Zai, eavesdropping outside, nearly barged in to demand clarity from Hong He, having listened attentively yet remained baffled by the unfolding events. Fortunately, a thread of reason restrained them. An air of silence enveloped the room, mirrored by the quiet outside, where Shen Qingtang and Zai sat. Just as they wrestled with their confusion, voices emerged once more from within. "Hong Yi, why not ask those few if they would be willing to collaborate with you?" Hong He stared at Baishu in shock, unable to comprehend how she could propose such a notion. "Why do you look at me like that? I believe the village has rotted to its core. Perhaps it would be best to overturn it and start anew." Hong He remained silent, recognizing the truth in his wife's words. However, the thought of enlisting outsiders to confront his own villagers left him feeling as though he were betraying them. Observing his internal struggle, Baishu refrained from pressing him further. She held no deep affection for the village, nor did she grasp the notion of profound principles. Her only desire was for her family to live in peace. Yet, it was evident that this was no longer feasible. The elders were becoming increasingly unreasonable. "Father, mother, what are you doing?" Hong approached, running to embrace Hong He's leg. He gently stroked her face and lifted her onto his lap. Baishu also patted her little head. Hong glanced back and forth between her parents, then nestled happily between them. The once tormented Hong He, gazing at his daughter beside him, suddenly resolved to act. Yet, he chose not to voice his intent. If he were to fail, it would be his burden alone, not one his wife and daughter would share. With this thought, he turned to Baishu and said, "Ashu, why don't you play with him for a bit? I just remembered that I haven't delivered food to those few people yet. I shall go do that." "Yeah." Hong Baishu watched as he walked away, her words left unspoken. She recalled that he had already delivered food earlier. Why did he now claim to have forgotten? But Hong He was already far off, leaving her to swallow her bewilderment. Upon hearing Hong He's intention to leave, Zai and Shen Qingtang quickly departed ahead of him. Jiang Yubai was the first to approach, yet before he could speak, Suan's inquiry interrupted him. Consequently, he remained silent, meticulously observing Shen Qingtang to ensure she was unharmed before finally relaxing the tension that had gripped his heart. Shen Qingtang anticipated their arrival at Honghe, thus merely shook the flower basket. Su, perplexed, desired to inquire further. It was then that the voice of Honghe echoed from outside the door. The group exchanged glances, each displaying a look of bewilderment. Why had Honghe returned so soon? Was it not yet time? Had Shen Qingtang and the others engaged in some mischief? A myriad of thoughts flitted through their minds. Unbeknownst to them, Honghe was oblivious to their speculations. Upon entering and noticing the group assembled before him, he pondered for a moment before softly speaking. I have matters to discuss with you. The group observed his lips moving, yet no sound reached their ears. Suen could not restrain himself, exclaiming, Speak louder. We cannot hear you. Upon meeting their inquisitive expressions, Honghe realized his voice had indeed been too faint. He turned and securely closed the door before, with great difficulty, uttering, I have something to tell you. The group exchanged glances, uncertain of his intentions. With the most challenging words already spoken, the rest would flow more easily. I require your assistance. I wish to collaborate with you. I will lead you out, but you must help me gain control of Honghe village. The group was taken aback. What on earth? Had they unwittingly entered a battleground? Before they could comprehend the situation, Honghe continued, The elders of the village plan to sacrifice you to our village's guardian spirit. The group fell silent once more, their gazes fixed on Honghe, awaiting his next words. Although Z had previously speculated about a sacrifice, they had never imagined they would find themselves in such a predicament. Under the weight of their scrutiny, Honghe steeled himself and recounted the events transpiring in their village. The revelation was truly unprecedented, a notion so extraordinary it left them in awe. It turned out that Honghe village was not originally called so. It was merely an ordinary hillside village until certain events transformed it into what it is today. According to Honghe, the tale stretches back several centuries. Chapter 146. An inhumane affair centuries ago. The first village chief of a small hamlet, having acquired knowledge of a certain sorcery, discovered he could command little red ants to assist him. Initially, he was astonished and incredulous, but upon realizing its efficacy, he promptly began cultivating these ants. Though diminutive in size, the little red ants possessed remarkable capabilities, proving to be adept agricultural helpers. At first, the chief utilized them solely for his own purposes, but soon deemed it selfish and taught the entire village this sorcery. Initially met with skepticism, the villagers were eventually convinced when they witnessed the ants' prowess firsthand. They regarded them merely as helpful companions. However, as time passed, the villagers grew increasingly indolent. One individual even devised a method for the ants to undertake household chores, washing clothes, cooking, and astonishingly bathing, massaging, and feeding them, bordering on the absurd. Upon hearing this, the group's eyes widened in disbelief. Could such bizarre occurrences truly exist? They felt as though their worldview had been profoundly shaken. They mused that it might be more acceptable to believe that the little red ants could transform into humans. After all, are not ancient myths often spun in such a manner? Honghe, observing their incredulous expressions, expressed understanding. You find it hard to believe, don't you? Truth be told, had I not witnessed it myself, I would not have believed it either. My initial reaction was far more exaggerated than yours. Isn't that a good thing, though? Suen remarked, considering the implications of what he had just heard. These little red ants resemble the mythical Tianhua girl. Indeed, quite advantageous. Honghe cast a glance at him and sighed. While it may seem beneficial to coexist harmoniously, alas, the weight of subsequent events weighed heavily on his heart. The group, sensing his distress, refrained from pressing him further, opting instead to wait in silence. After a considerable pause, Honghe rubbed his face to appear more composed before resuming, his voice tremulous as he recounted the gruesome scenes previously witnessed. The group exchanged glances, astonished by the forthcoming revelations. Recalling the sight of the little red ants devouring corpses, they shivered at the thought that they not only consumed the dead, but also preyed upon the living. However, Suen soon posed a new question, looking at Honghe with puzzlement. If what you say is true, your village should have perished long ago. Yet, from what I see, there are still quite a number of people in your village. This inquiry further darkened Hongha's countenance, but he did not falter. Instead, he continued, "Indeed, you are correct. Had it not been for the village chief's subsequent intervention, our village would have ceased to exist." He devised a solution. Henceforth, the little red ants would no longer be permitted to assist us, and we would offer sacrifices to them at fixed intervals. Suen remained unconvinced. But according to your earlier explanation, if the little red ants can devour you at will, why would they consent to the sacrifices? Would it not be more beneficial for them to feast freely? His inquiry was not born of skepticism, but rather genuine confusion regarding the illogical nature of it all. Hongha did not perceive any offense in Suen's words. He recognized that such questions were entirely natural. After all, his previous statements did indeed sound somewhat irrational. Therefore, he began to elucidate. Although the little red ants had the capability to consume humans directly, they still needed to assist us in our tasks, and we retained control over them. The village chief proposed a compromise, allowing the ants to enter and exit the village freely without the obligation to work. The group suddenly grasped the situation more clearly, increasingly convinced that the little red ants transcended mere animality. Could any animal possess such intelligence? Yet, upon reflection, no animal could exhibit such prowess. A profound silence enveloped them as they pondered their thoughts, unsure of how to respond. Finally, it was Shen Qingtang who broke the silence. "What do you wish us to do?" Hongha glanced at the sunflower, then at the others, realizing none were inclined to speak. He turned to the sunflower and said, "To speak candidly, the elders intend for you to be the sacrifices. However, I can no longer endure this existence. While the little red ants once afforded us a comfortable life, they have since transformed into demons. I refuse to continue down this path. Such thoughts are hardly those of a rational mind. Should we not devise a means to eliminate the little red ants?" Shen Qingtang inquired once more. Without hesitation, Hongha responded, "I have devised a plan. Tomorrow, I shall take you to the place of worship under the pretense of conducting a ritual. Seize the opportunity to dismantle the altar and eradicate the little red ants." Shen Qingtang glanced at Jiang Yubai and the others, remaining silent. After all the words spoken were merely one side of the story from Hongha. The true nature of the events remained shrouded in uncertainty. What if this person was deliberately presenting a distorted version? Very well, let us agree on this narrative. Rest assured, with us around, the trivial matter of a mere little red ant is hardly an issue. Hongha promptly expressed his gratitude. Observing this scene, Shen Qingtang could not help but sigh in exasperation. Once again at a loss for words regarding Su and Jiang Yubai, "What is your perspective?" She leaned closer to Jiang Yubai and whispered, "Chapter 147, When to Offer Sacrifice." This individual's words were credible. From a moment Hongha began recounting the tales of their village, Jiang Yubai had already opened his third eye. Thus, he was aware that the other party was speaking the truth. Otherwise, he would have intervened when Suen was speaking earlier. Shen Qingtang naturally placed her trust in Jiang Yubai, thus solidifying the decision. Honghe had not anticipated that matters would unfold so seamlessly. For a moment, he found it hard to believe. Had he known that the resolution would come so easily, he would not have spent so long in turmoil alone. "When do you plan to conduct the sacrifice?" The question felt peculiar to Honghe, yet it was undeniably truthful. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, but it was evidently not the time for such reflections. Discarding all irrelevant thoughts from his mind, he stated earnestly, "The sooner, the better." After all, the elders had urged him multiple times, and he feared that if he delayed any further, they would come personally. What, then, will be the purpose of their discussions today? In that case, let us proceed tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Honghe widened his eyes in disbelief. It seemed far too swift. He had presumed that it would take at least 2 more days. However, Shen Qingtang held a different view. Had it not been for the late hour, she might have even wished to commence today. "What? Do you find it too slow? If you're in a hurry, we can do it tonight." No, it's not slow at all." "Then, let us proceed tomorrow. You all rest well and prepare. I shall return to see you then." Strangely, he harbored no doubts about Shen Qingtang and her companion's ability to fulfill their promises. This truly was quite remarkable. Shen Qingtang rarely expressed her concern, as this individual had now become their partner. Honghe smiled in response and hurried towards his current residence. Bai Shu set aside her belongings and walked to the door. Observing her husband's beaming smile, her previously anxious heart finally settled. Seeing Hong He in such a state, she instinctively knew that things had indeed gone well. As expected, Hong He's subsequent words confirmed her assumptions. However, upon hearing that they were to make the offering early the next morning, she was even more astonished than Hong He. Why so soon? Did they have sufficient time to prepare? What if they were unprepared? Why not grant them a little more time? After all, there was no rush. Hong He's earlier joy began to wane at Bai Shu's concerns. Recalling the inexplicable sense of security that the traveler had provided him, he embraced Bai Shu, gently stroking her head and soothing her with kind words. It's all right, Shu. I have faith in them. Since they dare to declare that they will go tomorrow, they must be ready. Though he felt uncertain within, he did not let it show. He wished for his wife to be free from constant worry. Comforted by his words, Bai Shu contemplated and found them reasonable, thus choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, Shen Qingtang and the others were also engaged in discussion regarding the matter. Suen glanced between Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai, hesitantly speaking up. Did I agree too hastily? It feels like we are utterly unprepared. Oh, only now do you realize? Perhaps you should think before you speak next time. Su Lingru remarked disdainfully at Suen. It's nothing serious. Anyway, she added, and with her words, Suen finally felt reassured. So, are we going as planned tomorrow? Or should we pretend to be drugged? Zai chimed in. Upon hearing her question, the group exchanged glances, realizing they had not actually considered this aspect. After all, in the past, they had simply fought without hesitation. However, given the current circumstances, they felt that pretending to be incapacitated by the drug would be a more convenient approach. Thus, they settled on their plan for the following day. As for any other preparations, they hardly gave it a thought. They would simply fight when the time came. In Su In's words, could they not handle a mere small red ant? Soon, the dawn of the next day arrived, and, as the first light crept in, Hong He rushed over to their location. Why are you here so early? Shen Qingtang was just preparing to breathe in some fresh air when she noticed Hong He standing at the door. I arrived early to see if you needed any assistance. Hong He scratched his head awkwardly, feeling that his arrival was indeed premature. However, he had no choice. He had spent the entire night restless, oscillating between thoughts of successfully freeing himself from the little red ants and the fear of failure that would perpetuate his predicament. The more he pondered, the less he could sleep, leading him to come here early, hoping to perfect their plan and prevent any unforeseen complications. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Qingtang began to articulate the concerns he had discerned from his companion. Upon hearing the plan to feign unconsciousness, Hong He was initially baffled, unable to comprehend the rationale behind such a pretense. However, after Shen Qingtang's thorough explanation, he finally grasped the reasoning, which significantly bolstered his confidence in the endeavor. He perceived Shen Qingtang and his associates as exceptionally astute, convinced that their strategy would undoubtedly lead to success. Observing the sudden relaxation in Hong He's demeanor, Shen Qingtang understood that he had fully entrusted them with the task at hand, believing in their assured triumph. This sentiment was fortuitously echoed as the other members of their group began to awaken. They found it peculiar to see Shen Qingtang and Hong He at the door so early in the morning. You all are up? The Sunflower has already informed me of your discussions from last night, one remarked. The group quickly realized the reason for their gathering. I find your approach quite commendable, and I have complete faith in you, Hong He reiterated. The trust embedded in his words left Su and his companions momentarily speechless. Chapter 148. Preparations for the ritual. Noticing the silence among the group, Hong He, feeling a surge of anxiety, spoke up. What is the matter? Is there another issue? They all shook their heads in unison, allowing Hong He to exhale in relief. He then shifted the conversation to other matters. Since you plan to feign unconsciousness, let us ensure it appears convincing. I happen to have some sedatives on hand. I could mix them into the food I just brought. You could pretend to have been incapacitated by my concoction. What do you think? This time, Suen refrained from impulsively responding. Instead, he glanced at Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai. Once both affirmed with nods, he finally agreed. Although Hong He was puzzled as to why Su and sought the approval of the Sunflower, he wisely chose not to question it, and promptly added the sedative to the food. Observing his adept movements, the others couldn't help but speculate that this might not be his first time executing such a plan. All right, that's the antidote. Would you prefer to take it now, or shall I find an opportunity to administer it later? After pouring in the sedative, he retrieved several pills from his pocket. No need, Suen replied directly, without requiring a glance at Jiang Yubai's expression. It was absurd. With Shen Qingtang, their veritable treasure trove, there was no necessity for external assistance. Hong He, confused by the refusal, was about to inquire further when Suen clarified their stance, stating unequivocally that they did not require the antidote. Although still perplexed, he rationalized that given the mild nature of his sedative, it was plausible they could manage without it. With this thought, he dismissed the issue of the antidote. Very well, prepare yourselves to lie down. I shall inform the elders. As soon as he finished speaking, he witnessed the previously upright group collapse onto the floor. He was internally astonished, reflecting on their commendable dedication. While he communicated with the elders, Shen Qingtang swiftly administered a pill to each of his teammates. Moments later, the elders arrived, and upon observing the group lying motionless, the most irascible elder approached Hong He, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder and solemnly stating, Hong He, you have finally matured and are ready to shoulder the responsibilities of the village chief. Hong He lowered his head, feeling a twinge of guilt. After all, aside from matters concerning the ritual, the elders had generally treated him well. He turned to the other elders. Why do you remain idle? Shouldn't you be transporting them to the designated location? At his urging, the other elders swiftly produced stretchers and hoisted Jiang Yubai and the others onto them. Upon seeing Shen Qingtang, one elder couldn't help but jest. I never would have guessed he was a flower enthusiast. Even unconscious, he clings to that sunflower. The other elders were drawn to this remark, noticing the flower in Jiang Yubai's grasp. One elder boldly expressed his admiration for the sunflower, intending to take it for himself. As he reached out, Jiang Yubai prepared to abandon his act of unconsciousness and retaliate if they dared to touch Shen Qingtang. Stop! He exclaimed, his heart racing. He was acutely aware of the significance of the sunflower to Jiang Yubai and his companions. He would wager that if the elder dared to take the flower, they would awaken instantly. What? Am I not even allowed to take a single flower? The elder retorted, his tone laced with irritation. Hong He, unfazed by the elder's demeanor, was solely focused on dissuading them from taking the sunflower. Rapidly brainstorming, he devised a clever counter. No, other flowers are certainly permissible, but this one is associated with these individuals. We agreed that all belongings of this group belong to that esteemed individual. I cannot afford to offend him. Remembering past experiences, the other elders quickly suppressed their own intentions. That was close. Now, let us not waste any more time. We must depart urgently. The irritable elder's command prompted immediate compliance from the others. Once outside Hong He's courtyard, the elders fell into an unusual silence, even a usually outspoken elder refraining from conversation. This left Suen and his companions baffled. They had anticipated overhearing some clandestine discussions during their journey, yet found themselves met with an unexpected quietude. This is truly remarkable. We have arrived. Shen Qingtang gazed upon the familiar surroundings, feeling an inexplicable sense of inevitability wash over her. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, she leaned in and whispered into Jiang Yubai's ear. This is the place we saw that night, the ant tower. Since Jiang Yubai had awakened his third eye after feigning unconsciousness, he had already deduced the route's familiarity. Upon hearing Shen Qingtang's words, he feigned ignorance, masking his realization with a nonchalant demeanor. So it was. While the pair exchanged hushed whispers, the elders nearby commenced their preparations for the sacrificial rites. They could not simply abandon the matter at hand. A few elders knelt solemnly before the ant tower, offering multiple bows of reverence. After lighting incense, they rose to their feet. Shen Qingtang, a silent observer of this scene, found herself at a loss for words to express her emotions. However, what transpired next left her utterly astounded. One particularly irritable elder extended his hand and, with a swift motion, made a deep incision across his wrist. Blood gushed forth, yet he seemed unfazed, instead wearing a proud smile. "My lord, we come to pay tribute to you." As his words echoed, a swarm of little red ants eagerly ascended his arm. In no time, his entire arm was covered with the tiny creatures, each one greedily siphoning the blood from his wrist. Only once their abdomens were swollen and round did they slowly descend from his hand. Chapter 149. Escaped. Shen Qingtang felt a tingling sensation at the nape of her neck, as if she were a mere mortal caught in an unsettling predicament. Yet, her own circumstances were hardly any better. Jiang Yubai, sensing the rigidity in Shen Qingtang's demeanor, discreetly offered a comforting touch while no one was paying attention. Shen Qingtang, however, remained oblivious, her gaze fixated on the elders, eager to discern their next course of action. It was then that she heard the irritable elder instruct the others to throw them into the ant tower. The pretense of unconsciousness could no longer be maintained. Suen sprang up from the stretcher with a sudden agility, followed closely by Su Lingruo and the others. Jiang Yubai, after soothing Shen Qingtang, leisurely rose to his feet. The irritable elder, momentarily taken aback, swiftly made a decision. The remaining elders, upon hearing his command, charged at Suen and the others without hesitation, only to miss their mark. Surely, if they could not subdue a mere handful of elders, their survival in this post-apocalyptic world would have been in vain. Undeterred by their initial failure, the elders regrouped for a second assault. Hong He observed the scene with a mix of trepidation and astonishment. He had no inkling that this group possessed such formidable prowess. As he witnessed the elders falter, he endeavored to conceal his amusement. Pathetic, why the panic? I have yet to intervene. The irritable elder, noticing Hong He's ineffectiveness, adopted a harsher tone. After reprimanding Hong He promptly joined the fray. However, his involvement did not tip the scales in their favor. Instead, he found himself blackened by the explosion of a grenade and struck on the head multiple times by an errant pea from who knows where. Su En and the others meticulously controlled their strength. Had they not, the elders would have long since met their demise, instead of continuing their bluster. "Who are you people? What sorcery is this?" The irritable elder exclaimed in fury, glaring at Su En and his companions. The group fell silent, taken aback that their abilities could be labeled as sorcery. Just as they were about to elucidate, the ant tower suddenly collapsed. "Run! It is enraged!" shouted the irritable elder, as he and the other elders hastily fled the scene. In an instant, only Hong He and Jiang Yubai remained with their group. Shen Qingtang swiftly transformed herself into a towering height, akin to that of a building, before coming to a halt. She immediately absorbed Jiang Yubai and his companions into her being. "Where's this place?" exclaimed Hong He in astonishment, for it was his first encounter with such a bustling locale. Jiang Yubai and his companions, having entered before, remained unfazed by the spectacle. Su En, observing Hong He's surprise, chuckled softly before speaking. "This is within Qingtang's body. Rest assured, it is quite safe here. By the way, what did that person mean by it?" He glanced at the group, feeling a sudden weight of unease. He had not fully considered the implications earlier, but given the current circumstances, there was no point in concealing the truth. He hesitantly began. "My previous words were not fully articulated." Su En and the others exchanged glances, their expressions not reflecting anger, but rather a calm anticipation for his next words. "In truth, there exist not only the little red ants, but also an ant queen who commands the entire colony. If we can gain control over her, we effectively control the swarm." "I see," said Su En nonchalantly, as if eliminating the ant queen were as simple as squashing a mere ant. Hong He was momentarily taken aback by his casualness. That is the ant queen, not an ordinary little red ant. Her power could consume every last one of us in the village. His words were not mere threats. They were a stark reality that had nearly come to pass before, narrowly averted at great cost. Although lives had been lost, the village had been preserved. "I understand. You mentioned the ant queen earlier," Suen replied simply. His rationale was straightforward. Being within Shen Qingtang's body felt like the safest haven imaginable. More crucially, he did not regard the small red ants as particularly formidable. After all, they had vanquished numerous plump white worms in the past. These little red ants appeared no more threatening than those outside. Shen Qingtang overheard their conversation and found Su and S reasoning quite sound. She had never deemed these small creatures worthy of concern. Their prolonged ambush was merely an attempt to decipher what was truly transpiring. With disdain, she shook her body, watching as the minuscule red ants, resembling dumplings, fell away one by one. Suddenly, she felt an itch in a particular spot on her torso. Lowering her flower-like appendage, she discovered a singular, extraordinary large red ant struggling against her form. Was there truly another? Shen Qingtang, skeptical yet intrigued, shook her body a few more times. But the large red ant remained steadfast upon her torso. In that moment, she realized that this must be the queen ant of the Red River. Observing the queen, which was merely larger than a common ant, she couldn't help but recall the frantic escape of the elders just moments ago. Words eluded her as she contemplated the scene. Within her body, the Red River continued to convey the formidable prowess of the queen, cautioning her not to underestimate it. Curiosity piqued, Shen Qingtang prodded the queen ant with the tip of her leaf. The queen, previously engrossed in gnawing at her body, was instantly distracted by the leaf and retaliated with a fierce bite. A small incision appeared, and upon witnessing this minor wound, Shen Qingtang began to believe in the queen's formidable nature, especially since the other ants had left no trace upon her. After playfully teasing the queen for a while, an idea suddenly struck her. Chapter 150. The sudden appearance of zombies. Red River. Does this little red ant consume any human it encounters? What if the human is mutated? Red River was perplexed by Shen Qingtang's sudden inquiry, but pondered it seriously before shaking his head. Realizing that Shen Qingtang could not see his reaction, he quickly added, I cannot say for certain. Do you have something in mind? At the moment Shen Qingtang posed her question, Jiang Yubai had already formed a rough conjecture in his mind. Shen Qingtang's subsequent remarks validated his suspicions. After hearing her words, he was so taken aback that he found himself at a loss for words. Their village was isolated from the outside world, rendering him utterly unaware of the happenings beyond their confines. Were zombies not mere figments of television fiction? Suddenly, he recalled the peculiar abilities of this group, and everything began to fall into place. Previously, preoccupied with other matters, he had overlooked the unusual capabilities of Jiang Yubai and his companions. It was only during the skirmish with the elders that he realized how bizarre their powers truly were. Yet, the terrifying thought of the little red ants lingered in his mind, compelling him to consider his previous plan once more. I believe it would be prudent for you to refrain from overthinking this. Our utmost priority now is to eliminate the little red ants. As for letting them feast upon the zombies, perhaps we should reconsider that notion. While Shen Qingtang understood his perspective, she harbored her own thoughts. After a brief silence, she spoke slowly. I still wish to give it a try. It was evident that Jiang Yubai and the others were aligned with her, leaving Hong He as the sole dissenting voice. Hong He felt he had no choice in the matter. With a quick flicker of his eyes, he suddenly inquired, But we have no zombies here. Moreover, how do you intend to transport these ants? And we have yet to subdue them. His initial strategy had been straightforward, to control the ant queen and incinerate the little red ants in a great blaze. However, he soon realized he had been led astray. They were still hiding, and he had no knowledge of the situation outside regarding the little red ants. How had he begun to contemplate enslaving the ants? That is not your concern. We will handle it ourselves. Hong He fell silent, understanding that this was no longer his affair. Thus, he chose to remain passive, voicing no further opinions. As long as the red ants posed no threat to their village, he would be content. At that moment, Sun also spoke up. He shared a similar query to Hong He-s, but since the latter had already posed his question, he opted to ask Shen Qingtang instead about the little red ants outside and whether they needed to assist. No need, I can manage on my own. Initially, Shen Qingtang had thought the little red ants, which had instilled such fear in Hong He, were formidable. Yet, to her, they turned out to be rather trivial. Upon hearing her reassurances, Su En and the others finally felt a sense of relief. Although they had not voiced their concerns earlier, they had indeed worried for Shen Qingtang. As she observed the diligent ant queen, eager to leave its mark upon her form, Shen Qingtang felt a twinge of conflict. Though she had spoken nonchalantly to Hong He, projecting an air of confidence. Internally, she felt utterly uncertain. The main issue was whether these creatures could even consume zombies. If not, any efforts to bring them out would be futile. In fact, she would then have to devise a way to eliminate them all over again. Just as she wrestled with her thoughts, she suddenly heard footsteps that struck her as somewhat familiar. Looking up, she was momentarily stunned. It was as if her thoughts had conjured reality. Before her stood a decaying zombie, stumbling forward, and Shen Qingtang couldn't help but feel that her luck was extraordinary. With the arrival of the zombie, it was now up to the little red ants to prove their worth. With this thought in mind, she hurried to locate the tiny creatures, only to discover that, unbeknownst to her, the little red ants had already begun to ascend the zombie's body. This revelation left her astonished once more. The speed of the little red ants surpassed her expectations. In the blink of an eye, they had completely covered the zombie. Yet, observing the seemingly unresponsive zombie, she found her earlier assumptions to be slightly fantastical. It appeared that the little red ants and the zombies were incapable of a love-hate relationship. Just as disappointment washed over her and she prepared to turn away, she noticed that the zombie remained intact but lay motionless on the ground. Shen Qingtang hurriedly approached, only to observe a myriad of tiny red ants emerging from the zombie's nose, ears, and eyes. It appeared that these little red ants required their food to be deceased before they commenced their feast. It was no wonder she thought so. As soon as the zombie collapsed, the ants immediately set to devouring it, and before long, only half of its body remained. Witnessing this, Shen Qingtang promptly released Jiang Yubai and the others, placing them onto her leaves. After all, numerous little red ants were eyeing them hungrily, and she certainly did not wish for those creatures to harm her companions. "Look down," Shen Qingtang exclaimed. The group collectively lowered their heads, witnessing the scene of the ants relishing their meal. Although this was not Hong He's first encounter with such a sight, he found himself unable to suppress his retching. Suin and the others remained relatively composed, yet their expressions were hardly any better. "Is this truly what you refer to as a zombie?" Hong hesitantly inquired, as their village had never encountered such creatures. However, the half-dismembered body on the ground bore a striking resemblance to the zombies they had just described. Suin nodded, eager to enlighten them. "This is a typical zombie, lacking rank. If it were a higher-tier zombie, it would be formidable, but with us here, there is no need to fear any zombie." Suin felt a swell of pride, for throughout their journey, he had yet to encounter a zombie he could not conquer. Hong He, momentarily taken aback by his bravado, could only nod in agreement, repeatedly praising his prowess without uttering anything more. Suin, amused by his demeanor, was about to elaborate further when he was interrupted by Jiang Yubai's cough, a clear indication that Brother Bai found his chatter excessive. Reluctantly, he fell silent. In the midst of their conversation, the little red ants had thoroughly consumed the zombie, leaving only a skeletal frame behind. At this moment, Shen Qingtang spoke softly. Chapter 151, A Complete Resolution. "I contemplated and decided to take all these little red ants outside. What do you think?" Although framed as a question, Shen Qingtang was confident they would undoubtedly support her resolute decision. As expected, no sooner had she spoken than Jiang Yubai and the others nodded in agreement. "So, Qingtang, how do you plan to carry them out?" Suin inquired with concern, observing the densely packed little red ants. He felt that the likelihood of them finding their own way outside was rather slim. Moreover, he mused, it would seem quite peculiar to others if they were seen walking with a swarm of little red ants. Before Shen Qingtang spoke, she had already formulated her thoughts. Thus she did not need to ponder over Suin's earlier words and spoke directly. "Place it within my body. Is it in the location where we previously stayed? However, isn't there a supply base there? The resources within it would not be consumed by ants, would they? Those resources are the very foundation of their survival." Therefore, when Suin expressed these words, he appeared particularly agitated, gazed at him in silence. "Do you think I am incapable of considering these matters? Within my own body, naturally, I am the one in control. I will carve out a place for them." "Oh," Suin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head, hesitant to utter another word. It was at this moment that Jiang Yubai spoke up. "Am I not treating you well?" Shen Qingtang. It has been a considerable time since I last heard him speak, and momentarily, I found myself at a loss for words. Upon reflecting deeply on his words, I realized I still comprehended nothing, ultimately directing my gaze towards Su and immediately grasped the situation, promptly darting back to Shen Qingtang's side. By Ji's implication was whether it might be detrimental to your health. Jiang Yubai nodded. Shen Qingtang replied nonchalantly, without a moment's hesitation. No, a mere ant poses no threat to me. Jiang Yubai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, Hong He, who was listening to Shen Qingtang, wore an expression that conveyed the complexity of his thoughts. To the villagers, the small red ants were formidable demons, yet in the eyes of these outsiders, they were merely insignificant insects. He pondered the chasm that often exists between individuals' perceptions. However, he continued, your thoughts are commendable. But how do you intend to control the ants to feed solely on the zombies and refrain from attacking humans? Hong He's inquiry was not without merit. For beneath their feet, the small red ants had begun to stack up, likely drawn by their scent, seemingly intent on consuming them. Had it not been for Shen Qingtang's elevated position, he suspected they would struggle to converse in peace. This is our own matter. You need not worry. Shen Qingtang had no intention of elaborating further. Seeing her silence, Hong He felt reluctant to press for more information. Su, oblivious as ever, almost leaned forward to inquire after Shen Qingtang fell silent, driven by his insatiable curiosity, only to be restrained by Zai and Su Lingru, who each took hold of him. The two exchanged exasperated glances, thinking Su truly lacked any semblance of intelligence. Thankfully, he was with them. Had he been alone, he might have perished countless times by now. Hong He, unaware of their subtle interactions, pondered for a moment before addressing the group. So, what should I say when we meet the elder? The others were momentarily taken aback by his question. Wasn't this his predicament to navigate? Why was he seeking their counsel? They had no idea what to say. Eventually, it was Shen Qingtang who broke the silence after a brief contemplation. Just tell them we were killed by the little red ants. The bones scattered on the ground are ours. Following Shen Qingtang's gaze, Hong He indeed noticed several skeletons strewn across the ground. However, a thought struck him. But how do I explain the vanished ants? As it was his first encounter with such a situation, he was genuinely at a loss. That's simple, Su interjected, unable to contain himself. Just say the ants perished along with us. Why are you so dim-witted? Hong He felt he wasn't lacking in intelligence. He simply had yet to experience such events. However, witnessing the consensus among his companions, he ultimately swallowed his retort. To be candid, he felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Had the red ant demon, which had plagued their village for generations, truly been vanquished so effortlessly? It felt like a dream. He hadn't seen any of them in action, aside from that sunflower absorbing the ants into its form. He had yet to witness Jiang Yubai and the others duel with the red ants. The situation concluded rather abruptly, leaving him increasingly unsettled. He gazed at his companions. Speaking in a dazed tone, is the red ant incident really over? Can you truly take it away? It feels as though none of you have even lifted a finger. This barrage of questions left Shen Qingtang and the others momentarily speechless. They had not anticipated that Hong He would harbor doubts due to the ease with which the situation had been resolved. Realizing this, Shen Qingtang spoke up, somewhat exasperated. The matter is genuinely as simple as it appears. Did you not see those red ants gnawing at my body for ages without leaving a mark? Reminded by her words, Hong He immediately lowered his gaze to the ground. Indeed, he observed a swarm of red ants surrounding the sunflower-esque stalk, occasionally biting it. Yet the sunflower remained utterly unresponsive. At last, he was convinced. This was the realm of the strong. Now that the matter is resolved, can you lead us out? During Shen Qingtang's speech, he inadvertently absorbed all the little red ants into his own body. He nearly forgot about this incident. Very well, I shall escort you out now. However, the place you will emerge into will be different from where you entered. Why? The location I will lead you to is not the same as your entrance. Hence it must be different. Su, still anticipating a significant revelation, responded with a sense of perplexity. The others, equally curious, shared his sentiment. Were it not for Hong He's earnest demeanor, they might have thought he was jesting. Hong He, oblivious to any absurdity in his previous statement, contemplated in silence how he would present himself when meeting the elders after escorting them away. Although they had already instructed him on what to say, he still needed to deliberate on the specifics. Amidst their disparate thoughts, they finally approached the exit. Chapter 152. Returning to familiar grounds, this is the place. Upon exiting through this dark opening, you shall enter the outside world, Hong, he declared, gesturing toward a shadowy cavern ahead. Thus we part ways. While Hong he did not fully comprehend their previous actions, he grasped the meaning of his current words. The thought of their imminent departure stirred an unexpected sense of reluctance within him. After casting a final glance at them, he wished them safe travels and departed. Watching his retreating figure, Jiang Yubai and the others turned toward the cave entrance. The moment they stepped inside, Suen exclaimed, "What is this? It is so dark I can hardly see the path, and why is it so cold?" Shen Qingtang, at the opportune moment, illuminated the path ahead for several individuals. Suen was so moved that he nearly called Shen Qingtang father, but fortunately, he was restrained at the last moment. After walking for approximately 2 hours, they finally emerged. As they gazed upon the familiar yet foreign landscape, they were momentarily taken aback. Before they could ascertain their whereabouts, an excited and familiar voice reached their ears. Upon hearing the address, they immediately recognized the newcomer. After all, no one else would refer to them in such a manner. The reality was starkly different from their expectations. They had assumed that, in the absence of the ruthless Zhao Lei, the Onyu base would thrive. Yet, observing Su Xing's disheveled appearance, they could not honestly claim that he was faring well. Before any of them could inquire about the situation, he began to recount the events in a rush, as if pouring forth from a bamboo tube. It turned out that shortly after Shen Qingtang and the others had departed, a sudden betrayal by some ability users occurred within the base. Initially, no one noticed, but as several prominent ability users went missing, their attention was finally drawn to the situation. However, by then, it was already too late. The base had suffered significant losses, with half of its ability users gone, leaving behind only those of lesser prowess. As if that were not enough, the treacherous ability users committed even more egregious acts. They had released zombies into the base. Although these were merely ordinary, powerless zombies, the base housed a considerable number of unarmed civilians. To make matters worse, the influx of zombies was relentless. Time and again, the ability users, no matter how formidable, were still human and had to protect the ordinary populace. Though the onslaught did not last long, it was certainly better than having none at all. Ultimately, seeing Su Xing's woeful condition, Shen Qingtang could not help but offer him a pill. Upon recognizing the familiar medication, Su Xing was moved to tears and swallowed it without hesitation. Almost instantly, he regained his vitality. The others did not dispute his account of events. Shen Qingtang was momentarily taken aback, not for any particular reason, but because she had just encountered some red ants, coinciding with the peculiar events occurring at the Dark Rain base. It gave her an impression of some unseen force at play. However, it was evident that this was not the time for such contemplations. "Take us to the area with the highest concentration of zombies," she instructed. Su Xing nodded emphatically and led the group onward. "This is the spot," he indicated, and without needing further clarification, the group recognized the location. Once they confirmed it, Shen Qingtang turned to Suen and requested him to encircle a few zombies with his shield. Suen promptly complied. As Su Lingru and the others attempted to join in the effort, Shen Qingtang halted them. "Just observe," she commanded. The others were left puzzled, unsure of the reasoning behind her directive, but they would soon come to understand. Shen Qingtang approached the encircled zombies and promptly heaved. Before long, a swarm of red ants converged upon the undead. It was then that Su and the others finally grasped the plan Shen Qingtang had devised. They suddenly recalled the question Hong he had previously posed to her. One could not help but admit that this strategy was indeed brilliant. Su Xing, unfamiliar with the prowess of the diminutive red ants, observed that the others remained inactive and could not restrain himself from inquiring about their predicament. "Do not rush. You shall soon understand," came the reply, prompting Su Xing to obediently remain silent, his gaze fixed intently on the encircled zombies and the small red ants. Moments later, his eyes widened in astonishment. The zombies had all collapsed simultaneously. However, before he could fully process this shock, he witnessed an even more astonishing sight. The small red ants were actually consuming the zombies. This was utterly appalling. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and glanced at the composed Jiang Yubai and the others. Ultimately, he cautiously posed a question. I am not mistaken, am I? The zombies have been completely devoured? His voice trembled as he spoke. He then observed Su and the others nodding in affirmation. He felt as though his worldview had been profoundly challenged. The notion that ants could consume zombies was simply unfathomable. Indeed, it was exceedingly difficult to believe, even with his own eyes witnessing such a phenomenon. Shen Qingtang and her companions were indifferent to his feelings, instead repeating their previous actions. Before long, the zombies were effortlessly vanquished by them. Witnessing this, Shen Qingtang couldn't help but reflect on how the small village they had visited earlier was indeed a remarkable place. This sentiment was shared by Su and Su Lingruo, who exchanged knowing smiles, their thoughts unspoken yet understood. Su Xing, alone in his contemplation, grappled with the absurdity of life for a considerable time before finally accepting the notion of ants consuming zombies. His face then lit up with joy. Lord Qingtang, you are truly remarkable. Did you specifically seek out these little red ants? How did you know they could consume zombies? Does this mean our base will no longer fear zombie attacks? Listening to Su Xing's torrent of questions, Shen Qingtang calmly responded, You are overthinking it. Chapter 153. There are issues, Su Xing. Noticing his bewilderment, Su kindly interjected, These little red ants can only feast on ordinary zombies, not those with abilities. After saying this, he glanced at Shen Qingtang for validation, and she nodded in affirmation. After a moment of silence, Su Xing finally spoke. Well, it's still better than having nothing at all. Indeed, Shen Qingtang paid no heed to the group around her. Her sole focus was to lure the relentless zombies into the fortified wall encircled by Su, subsequently unleashing her swarm of little red ants. Time flowed on, and at long last, the seemingly interminable horde of zombies was reduced to a manageable number under Shen Qingtang's deft handling. Su X awakening stood in astonishment, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within him. The very threat that had plagued them for so long, nearly leading their base to annihilation, was effortlessly vanquished by Shen Qingtang. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have deemed it utterly implausible. At that moment, he felt an immense relief for having aligned himself with Shen Qingtang. As the last of the zombies fell, Shen Qingtang finally found the opportunity to inquire about other pressing matters with Su X awakening. Have you uncovered the reasons behind the betrayal of the ability users? Moreover, how could such a multitude of zombies appear here so suddenly? Were other bases also attacked, or was it solely your own? Su X awakening fell into an awkward silence, the air thick with unspoken tension. Realizing his ignorance, Shen Qingtang understood the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing her questions, Su X awakening regained his composure. Truth be told, he had feared that Shen Qingtang and her companions might deem him ineffectual and berate him, as their previous leader often did. To his surprise, they had uttered not a single word of reproach. Before he could finish his thought, Su X awakening had already dashed off to a considerable distance. Observing his retreating figure, the others couldn't help but feel exasperated. He truly was a whirlwind of words and actions. Hey, Qingtang, do you suspect there is something amiss with this wave of zombies? Su ventured, unable to suppress his curiosity, keen for conversation given their idle state. The others were well aware of his nature and chose to remain silent. Shen Qingtang pondered for a moment before speaking. I am not entirely certain. It is merely an intuition, a persistent feeling that this is not a typical occurrence. Su remained silent, sensing that Shen Qingtang had articulated something profound yet ambiguous. He then glanced at his teammates, finding their expressions mirrored his own bewilderment, which brought him a sense of solace. At that moment, Su Xing returned, accompanied by Elder Su. The manner of address momentarily startled the group. Elder Su had not referred to them in such a way before, evidently having adopted this from Su Xing. She regarded Elder Su, her tone tinged with uncertainty. I sense something amiss with this zombie tide. It does not appear to be a natural phenomenon. What do you think? Shen Qingtang believed that if there truly was an issue with the zombie tide, only Su Lao among the base's inhabitants might discern something amiss. Su Lao stammered for an extended period, failing to articulate a complete thought. Suin, with his impatient nature, was about to urge him not to rush and to simply speak his mind when he heard Shen Qingtang interject before he could speak. The zombies here have already been dealt with. Let us converse in our residence. Su Lao nodded vigorously, acknowledging that this was indeed not a suitable place for discussion. Their exchange left the others bewildered, as they were unaware of the silent riddles being exchanged between the two. Nonetheless, they obediently followed behind. Upon reaching their dwelling, Shen Qingtang, seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, conjured a protective barrier to prevent eavesdropping. Only Jiang Yubai was cognizant of the entire occurrence. He then pulled Shen Qingtang close, placing one hand on her back to transmit energy to her. Preoccupied with her thoughts, she refrained from halting his actions. You may share your findings. No one here will overhear you, so speak freely. Her words effectively directed the gazes of everyone in the room towards Su Lao. Su Xing appeared equally perplexed. He had not anticipated that Su Lao truly possessed knowledge about the situation, especially since he had remained silent when previously questioned. With everyone's eyes upon him, Su Lao wiped his face, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke in an uncertain tone. I suspect that those zombies were brought here deliberately. The room fell into stunned silence at his revelation. Did Su Lao imply that someone could control the zombies? How could that be possible? If I have understood correctly, you are suggesting that this zombie tide is orchestrated? You believe someone has the ability to manipulate the zombies? Do you find that plausible? Suin felt his worldview being challenged. He had never considered such a notion before and was hearing it for the first time. To ensure he had not misinterpreted Su Lao's statement, he sought clarification. Su Lao, undisturbed by Su and skepticism, proceeded to share all his observations from the past few days. After absorbing his analysis, Suin and the others were left speechless. After all, various signs pointed to the validity of Su Lao's claims. Ultimately, they turned their gazes toward Jiang Yubai and Shen Qingtang. Jiang Yubai remained silent, and it was Shen Qingtang who eventually spoke. Although nothing is confirmed, we can investigate this direction. Her statement indirectly validated Su Lao's suspicions. At that moment, the room was enveloped in an uncomfortable silence. This implication suggested that the apocalypse was a man-made catastrophe, an utterly incredulous notion. Their decade-long struggle for survival seemed like a cruel joke. All their suffering was artificially induced, not a result of natural disasters. Contemplating the years of hunger and the disintegration of families, the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. Finally, Shen Qingtang, unable to bear the tension any longer, addressed the group with a calm demeanor. Enough of this. The events have transpired. What we must focus on now is uncovering the truth. Her words revitalized Su Un and the others. Indeed, as Qingtang had pointed out, it was not the time for lamentation. Meanwhile, Song Wang was oblivious to the fact that his actions had been unraveled by others. He gazed helplessly at his beloved daughter, who had expressed her desire for a sunflower repeatedly. He could not comprehend her fixation on a single flower. Each time he inquired, he was met with the same enthusiastic response about the sunflower's remarkable qualities. Yue, have you forgotten the last time when your life was nearly at stake? He lamented as she awoke with thoughts of seeking the sunflower. Oh, Daddy, it's better that you don't mention that. Now that you have, I can't help but praise that sunflower. You know, it led me to a place bursting with resources. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of zombies, I would have returned laden with treasures. Initially, Song Yu had harbored resentment towards the sunflower, suspecting it had intentionally led her to danger. However, she later rationalized that the sunflower could only sense the presence of resources and was unaware of the zombies, having not realized their existence upon her initial entry. Observing his daughter's obstinate demeanor, Song Wang sighed deeply. Consider how many times you have ventured out, how many groups you have brought along, and what has been the outcome. His words rendered Song Yu silent. Yet this silence was fleeting, for soon she spoke with hopeful enthusiasm. But Daddy, every sacrifice made is for the sake of obtaining the sunflower. Trust me, once we have the sunflower, we will have everything. Song Wang found himself at a loss for words. He could not fathom why his daughter clung to such beliefs, which only seemed to intensify. He understood her temperament. If he did not acquiesce, she would persistently pester him or even sneak out on her own. With this realization, he ultimately conceded. Just this once. Great. I understand, Daddy. You can rest assured, I will not let you down this time. Song Yu assured him. Song Wong harbored no faith in her promise, having heard such declarations countless times before. Ruffling her hair affectionately, he spoke with an unmistakable tenderness. You err. All I desire is for your happiness. Let me handle the rest. Song Yu was taken aback that her secret intentions had been uncovered, yet she feigned ignorance. All right, I know. Daddy is the best. So, can you give me a zombie? She implored, come with me. With a long sigh, Song Wong led Song Yu out of the room. Wow, Daddy, why didn't you bring me here sooner? Song Yu exclaimed, marveling at the overcrowded prison cells, which seemed like paradise to her. Roar, roar, roar. The sounds of zombies echoed from the front, accompanied by the creaking of metal doors. Yet, neither of them exhibited any fear. Song Yu even took the liberty of critiquing which zombies appeared more robust and appealing. Higher-level zombies bore a closer resemblance to humans, and eventually, she halted in front of one cell. Daddy, I want this one. Song Wong glanced inside at the zombie, deliberating for a while before responding. That one is not suitable. Why not? I want it. Song Wong felt a headache coming on, regretting not having simply brought some zombies out initially rather than allowing Song Yu to choose. However, it was too late for regrets, as Song Yu refused to leave. Daddy, please, just this once. I promise it will be the last time. Truly, trust me. She knew her father could hardly resist her pleas. Indeed, it wasn't long before Song Wong relented slightly. Although he did not agree to give the zombie to her, he at least provided an explanation. You err. It is not that your father is unwilling to grant you this zombie. Rather, it remains untamed and poses a significant danger. Should it suddenly turn on you, I may not be able to rescue you in time. This particular zombie was indeed the most formidable among them, the closest to a human. However, it possessed its own thoughts and ideas, making it not easily manipulatable. Chapter 155. A unique zombie. I'm not afraid. Please, just agree to it, Father. Song Yu pouted, playfully shaking Song Wong's arm. Eventually, he found himself unable to resist her charm and acquiesced, albeit with a stern reminder to exercise caution and to contact him immediately if anything seemed amiss. However, mere words were insufficient. He also provided her with a special antidote that would incapacitate the zombie upon contact, granting her the opportunity to escape swiftly. Under normal circumstances, such measures would be unnecessary. But she had chosen the most extraordinary among them. I understand, Father. You needn't worry. I value my life, she replied, affectionately patting her head. Song Wong then glanced at the other zombies in their cells, observing Song Yu as she hesitated to choose further. Aren't you going to select another? Shaking her head, Song Yu felt that taking more than one would be superfluous. The most powerful one sufficed. Besides, given her father's earlier warnings about the zombie's danger, she knew she had to remain vigilant throughout her journey. The thought of handling multiple zombies seemed cumbersome to her. One could not deny her self-awareness. Very well. I know I cannot dissuade you. Just remember to be careful. If anything happens, contact me. The last life-saving item has already been used, so I'll provide you with some more. Song Wong felt a headache coming on, but realized there was little he could do. After all, she was his beloved daughter. What else could he do but indulge her? I know. My ears are getting callous from hearing the same thing every time. Observing her demeanor, Song Wong shook his head in resignation, ultimately saying nothing further as he opened the cell door and summoned the zombie within. The most notable distinction of this zombie, known as Xiao Yi, was that it bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary person, albeit with paler skin and lacking any unpleasant odor. Xiao Yi stood there, head bowed, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Hey, my father is speaking to you. Song Yu kicked Xiao Yi's foot, yet he remained as unresponsive as a block of wood. Is this it? Song Yu couldn't help but question her father's earlier alarmism. Was this zombie really as formidable as he had claimed? Song Wong appeared unfazed by Xiao Yi's behavior. He calmly retrieved an object from his person and waved it in front of Xiao Yi. Instantly, Xiao Yi lifted his head, his eyes fixated on the item with unwavering attention. Seeing this, Song Wang smiled with satisfaction and handed the object to Song Yu. You are with this. You can control him and have him assist you. Just remember to exercise caution. If anything goes awry, ensure you incapacitate him first. Song Yu accepted the object, examining it curiously, yet she was unable to discern its purpose. However, she noticed that Xiao Yi's gaze remained glued to the item in her hand, leading her to momentarily feel as if he might attempt to take it from her. Quickly dismissing the notion, she reassured herself that she was merely overthinking. All right, I understand. Father. After reaffirming her promise, Song Yu proceeded ahead, with Xiao Yi trailing closely behind. Song Wang lingered for a moment, surveying the remaining zombies in their cells before following suit. I will accompany you this far. Remember to stay vigilant on your journey. Are you sure you do not wish to take anyone else with you? As the moment of parting drew near, Song Wang's concern resurfaced. Were it not for his inability to leave the base, he would have felt uneasy letting Song Yu venture out alone. Initially, he had intended to send more people along, but Song Yu insisted that previous attempts with numerous companions had proven futile. This time, she was adamant about not carrying any dead weight. Ultimately, he resigned himself to providing her with additional life-saving items, along with some tools to control ordinary zombies. Once everything was arranged, he watched with a worried expression as Song Yu set off. After departing the base, Song Yu first made her way to the location where she had nearly lost her life. Although she understood that the chances of finding sunflowers there were slim, she felt compelled to try. Upon arrival, however, she discovered that the place had undergone a complete transformation. Were it not for her impeccable memory and unwavering confidence in her sense of direction, she would have doubted her own judgment. After circling the area several times and confirming that there were no sunflowers in sight, she reluctantly accepted this harsh reality. Hey, can you sense any other presences here? Song Yu nudged Xiao Yi, who was following closely behind. Her father had mentioned that Xiao Yi could communicate and think and was quite intelligent, yet throughout their journey, she had not heard him utter a single word. Aside from his fixation on the small finger bone in her hand, he had shown no reactions whatsoever. Had she not trusted that her father would not deceive her, she might have begun to question Xiao Yi's intelligence. As expected, Xiao Yi remained unresponsive, and Song Yu, undeterred, regarded him with a gentle smile. Say, if I were to offer this finger bone to a wild dog, do you think they would reject it? As she anticipated, the moment she spoke, Xiao Yi abruptly lifted his head, his crimson eyes locking onto her intently. Song Yu, accustomed to his behavior, remained unfazed, merely waving the finger bone in her hand. Xiao Yi's gaze followed the finger bone, his inner darkness threatening to consume him. After what felt like an eternity, his raspy voice finally broke the silence. No other presence. Satisfied, Song Yu hadn't expected Xiao Yi to possess any special knowledge. She simply enjoyed watching him. His apparent reluctance to engage with her ultimately compelled him to respond. This dynamic brought her a sense of joy. Forget it. Relying on you is pointless. I might as well depend on myself. That sunflower won't have any idea that I've planted something on it. Even if it tries to flee, I will still be able to find it. After muttering these thoughts to herself, Song Yu closed her eyes to concentrate. Moments later, she opened her eyes, a smile spreading across her face. Let's go find something good. Xiao Yi remained silent, mechanically following her lead. Chapter 156. Leaving behind the little red ant after several days of investigation, Shen Qingtang and his companions finally gleaned some insights from the traitorous abilities of certain individuals. They acquired information suggesting that the zombies were unleashed long ago by someone named Song Yu. Initially, Su Xing was incredulous upon hearing this revelation. However, when those gifted individuals presented a peculiar powder to him, he had it examined by old Su, who confirmed that it could indeed temporarily control the zombies. Thus, the matter was clarified. Yet, they remained perplexed as to why Song Yu would orchestrate the control of zombies against the base. Ultimately, old Su, based on his understanding of Song Wang, posited a theory. Perhaps it was due to my presence, as he wished to demonstrate that his base surpassed mine, forever rendering me a subordinate in his eyes. This notion left Shen Qingtang and the others utterly speechless. Even in such dire circumstances, he still engaged in these antics. Nevertheless, regardless of their bewilderment, the pressing issues at hand required resolution. Shen Qingtang and her companions gathered all the treacherous ability users together, compelling them to reveal the truth. Once it was confirmed that they no longer possessed any ordinary zombies, they executed them without hesitation. After all, the deaths of so many at the base were a direct consequence of their betrayal, and they could not be spared. With the matter of the traitors settled, Su Xing summoned all the ability users at the base. The aforementioned betrayers had only recently joined and were not part of the original group. The remaining ability users had little to say about this. Instead, they expressed their profound gratitude to Shen Qingtang and her companions. Lord Qingtang, Lord Bai, we are immensely grateful to you. Without your intervention, we fear our base might not have survived. With one ability user initiating the gratitude, others quickly followed suit, fervently thanking Shen Qingtang and her companions. In response to their expressions of thanks, Shen Qingtang spoke with calm assurance. There is no need for such gratitude. It is your own perseverance that has brought you this far. Rest assured, the days ahead will only improve. Why depart this time? I will leave you with some provisions. Recalling how the last batch of pills had miraculously restored their health, the ability users gazed eagerly at the central sunflower, curious about what it might bestow upon them this time. After Shen Qingtang uttered those words, she turned her gaze toward Suen. Create a large perimeter with your shield wall outside the base. Although Suen was puzzled, he obediently proceeded to the entrance of the base to carry out her instructions. The other ability users followed suit. Once everything was in place, Shen Qingtang released a significant portion of the little red ants. As soon as they emerged, the ants attempted to climb onto the people, but Shen Qingtang swiftly intervened, using leaves to sweep the little red ants into the shield wall circle that Suen had just created. Su Xing observed the previously formidable little red ants and suddenly grasped the situation. However, the other ability users in the base remained oblivious to the unfolding events, curiously watching Shen Qingtang and expressing their inquiries in a flurry of voices. Lady Qingtang, what is this? What purpose do the little red ants serve? Some, possessing a bit more insight, speculated that Shen Qingtang would not be engaging in any frivolous endeavors. They looked on with eager, inquisitive expressions. Shen Qingtang no longer kept her audience in suspense. She directly articulated the formidable capabilities of the little red ants, eliciting a chorus of astonishment from the ability users at the base, who expressed that this was indeed their first encounter with such remarkable phenomena. However, there were still some skeptics among the ability users, not due to a lack of faith in Shen Qingtang, but rather because the nature of this matter was exceedingly hard to fathom. Consequently, as fate would have it, there was an overlooked opportunity. Observing the staggering, groaning zombie lurching forward, Shen Qingtang instructed Su Xing to devise a means to lure the zombie into the designated circle. After a moment of hesitation, Su Xing finally conceived a plan. He approached the zombie and enticed it to follow him toward the perimeter of the shield wall, and then, with a sudden pivot, he delivered a swift kick. The zombie, lacking the agility of a human, tumbled to the ground with a roar. Before it could rise again, the little red ants swiftly ascended onto its body. At this moment, Shen Qingtang instructed Suen to lower the shield wall slightly, allowing the base's supernatural beings to witness the unfolding events clearly. Suen complied obediently. The supernatural beings widened their eyes in disbelief, observing the spectacle within the shield wall. Although Shen Qingtang had previously indicated the formidable nature of the little red ants, the impact of witnessing it firsthand was altogether different. In a short span, the diminutive red ants devoured the zombie completely, leaving only a skeletal remains behind. Am I truly not imagining this? One individual, exasperated, turned to the person beside them, perplexed by their behavior. The chastised individual sheepishly touched their head and replied, "My apologies, I thought I was dreaming, hence I pinched you to see if it was real." The pinched one retorted, "Why not pinch yourself instead?" "Why me? I just fear the pain," came the response. Around them, a cacophony of discussions erupted, all marveling at the prowess of the little red ants. Someone posed a question reminiscent of what Su Xing had previously inquired. "Lord Qingtang, with these little red ants, can our base be assured of safety henceforth, as long as we lure the zombies inside?" Observing the eager faces of the base's supernatural beings, Shen Qingtang shook her head. No, these can only deal with ordinary zombies. They're ineffective against those with abilities. Upon hearing this, a palpable sense of disappointment washed over the supernatural beings, who had hoped for a future devoid of worries. At that moment, a voice from among the ordinary citizens broke through. Then can we also confront the zombies? The supernatural beings and Shen Qingtang turned simultaneously to the speaker, a little girl with disheveled hair, appearing quite malnourished, yet such a sight was common in the apocalypse. Nervously, the girl felt the weight of many eyes upon her for the first time, but she soon gathered her courage to address Shen Qingtang and the supernatural beings. As she spoke, her voice began to quaver, memories flooding back of her brother, weary from the day's toil, carefully producing a small morsel of food from his pocket to share with her. The girl's sentiments resonated deeply with the ordinary citizens of the base, many of whom had faced similar hardships, feeling helpless in the past. However, things had changed. With the gift of the little red ants from Lord Qingtang, they felt a renewed sense of purpose. They too could combat zombies and no longer needed to remain idle in their homes, waiting for the meager rations. Their hearts ached not for the scarcity of food, but for the loved ones laboring outside for just a few supplies. Thus, after the girl's heartfelt declaration, the ordinary citizens quickly gathered around Shen Qingtang, showering her with expressions of gratitude. Overwhelmed by their appreciation, Shen Qingtang felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, the little red ants were merely stationed there. Unless ordinary zombies approached, they were little more than decoration. You need not express such thanks, she began, contemplating voicing her thoughts. To her surprise, the crowd remained undeterred, their gratitude unwavering. It's all right. We shall take turns guarding here. If there has been one zombie siege, there may be another in the future. This statement hung in the air awkwardly as the speaker realized the clumsiness of their words. Struggling to articulate a remedy, Su Xing, observing the unease, stepped in to clarify. What he means is that we must be cautious. I believe his point is valid. Our base suffered significant losses due to a lack of vigilance. The speaker nodded vigorously, affirming that was indeed his intention. The others, hearing this explanation, merely smiled, refraining from further comment, yet they acknowledged the wisdom in their leader's words. So, does this mean we will take turns guarding here? The initial speaker, the little girl, asked cautiously, her heart racing as it was her first time speaking so boldly to the leader, though fear still gripped her. Her desire to assist her brother outweighed her apprehension. Seeing the anticipation in her eyes, Su Xing beamed and nodded reassuringly. He approached her, gently ruffling her hair, his tone gentle. Yes, you can take turns. Each day, I will provide you with a pack of instant noodles. How does that sound? The girl nearly leapt for joy at the prospect of receiving a pack of instant noodles for merely standing guard for a day. She was elated, recalling how her brother worked tirelessly for a single pack. Now, she could earn one for herself daily. This was a dream she had never dared to entertain. Now, suddenly within reach. Really? Is this truly for me? She stammered, her excitement rendering her nearly speechless. The surrounding ordinary citizens shared her astonishment, their disbelief palpable. But being adults, they managed their emotions far better than the young girl. Indeed, it is true. Have faith in yourself. You shall receive it. Su Xing asserted with unwavering conviction, his gaze filled with warmth for the girl. He could not help but ponder how long this apocalyptic existence would persist, wondering how many more days they would endure such hardships. Thank you, leader. Thank you, Lord Qingtang. Thank you, Lord Bai. Thank you all. The little girl bowed deeply in gratitude towards Shen Qingtang and the others, prompting the other ordinary citizens to follow suit, a chorus of thanks resounding around them. Observing their expressions, Shen Qingtang felt an unexpected pang in her heart. It was merely a pack of instant noodles. All right. You may all go and rest now. You can begin taking turns tomorrow. Little girl, you may start first, Su Xing interjected, as he had matters to discuss with Shen Qingtang and the others, needing to usher the crowd away. The previously effusive individuals glanced at Shen Qingtang, and upon receiving her nod, they departed with smiles adorning their faces. The supernatural beings followed suit, leaving only Jiang Yubai, Shen Qingtang, and Su Xing remaining in the vicinity. Su Xing turned his head, scanning the surroundings to ensure no one and no zombies were present before quietly approaching Shen Qingtang. Lord Qingtang, regarding the matter of instant noodles that you asked me to discuss earlier. I do not mean to imply that such actions are inappropriate. It's just that Su Xing stammered for an extended period, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. Nevertheless, Shen Qingtang displayed remarkable patience, waiting for him to conclude. Once it was apparent that he would remain silent, Shen Qingtang spoke with a calm demeanor. Are you suggesting that our resources are rather limited? Su Xing nodded vigorously, feeling quite embarrassed, yet acknowledging that this was indeed his most pressing concern. Their base had never been affluent, and recent events involving the betrayal of an ability user had exacerbated their plight. Presently, they could be described as almost destitute, although he was acutely aware of the hardships faced by the ability users at the base. The ordinary citizens below were suffering from hunger and cold with no recourse in sight. To his astonishment, Shen Qingtang had just mentioned that ordinary individuals taking turns to stand watch over the little red ants would receive a daily reward of a single pack of instant noodles. Truth be told, his emotions at that moment were akin to those of the young girl. He merely feigned composure. Were it not for his trust in Shen Qingtang, he would not have dared to speak so decisively. However, that conviction was fleeting. With everyone now departed, concern began to gnaw at him once more. It was not that he feared Shen Qingtang's inability to provide, but rather that he sensed the possibility of receiving support for only 10 days to half a month. In such a scenario, what would become of their future? It would be far better not to offer any hope at all than to kindle expectations, only to leave them bereft later on. Shen Qingtang was only vaguely aware of his concerns, yet she was oblivious to the extent of his thoughts. Observing Su Xing feigned composure, while his eyes betrayed a deep-seated anxiety, she waved her hand, and several boxes of instant noodles materialized on the ground. She believed this would surely alleviate Su Xing's worries. However, to her surprise, Chapter 158, Mockery. Seeing that Su Xing did not respond as she had anticipated, letting go of his apprehensions in light of the instant noodles, her own concerns remained. Shen Qingtang inquired with a hint of confusion. Why do I sense that you do not appear particularly pleased upon seeing these instant noodles? This remark startled Su Xing, who quickly shook his head and gestured dismissively. That is not the case at all. I am indeed quite happy, though I find it somewhat difficult to express my joy. Shen Qingtang held no belief in the words spoken, yet, as the other party was unwilling to elaborate, she refrained from pressing further. After all, she was confident that if there were truly insurmountable issues, the other party would undoubtedly seek her assistance. Observing that Shen Qingtang accepted his statement without further inquiry, Su Xing secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, had Shen Qingtang continued her probing, he might have faltered under the pressure. However, the mere thought of the trials that lay ahead filled Su Xing with trepidation. He realized he must fervently prepare to procure resources. Even in the absence of instant noodles, alternative provisions were imperative, lest he fail to fulfill his promises. The more he contemplated, the heavier the weight of anxiety pressed upon him. At that moment, a young man sprinted over. Chief, there are several ability users claiming they wish to ally with us. Su Xing felt a surge of apprehension at the mention of ability users seeking to join. After all, the recent onslaught of zombies was still fresh in his mind. If those within his own base could betray him, what assurance did he have of the loyalty of outsiders? With this thought, he addressed the newcomer directly. Decline their offer. Inform them that our base is currently impoverished and unable to sustain ourselves. Understood, Chief. Our leader has stated that we are struggling to survive and lack the resources to accommodate newcomers. Upon hearing this, the ability users exchanged glances, and one, appearing to be the leader, stepped forward. Summon your chief to meet me. The young man staggered back, shaken by the aura of the speaking individual. He understood that this was no ordinary challenger. Hastily, he retreated. Just as he was absorbed in his thoughts, the young man exclaimed, Chief, Chief, that leader is quite formidable. He insists on seeing you, and I cannot contend with him. His voice dwindled to a whisper, yet all present, being ability users themselves, could hear him clearly. Upon hearing this, Su Xing felt anger surge within him. Were they here to disrupt the peace? With both Lady Qingtang and Lord Bai present, he could not afford to falter in resolving this matter. Let's see who possesses such prowess. The young man promptly positioned himself behind Su Xing as they proceeded outward. Shen Qingtang glanced at the silhouette of Su X awakening, then turned her attention to Jiang Yubai and the others. Before she could voice her thoughts, Jiang Yubai took the initiative to step forward. Let us go. Su-in and the others exchanged glances and followed suit. The group swiftly made their way to the gathering the young man had mentioned. The leader was unmistakably the formidable-looking brute he pointed to. Su X approached the imposing figure. Are you the one who wishes to see me? You are the leader of this base? My brothers and I intend to settle here from now on. Is this what you meant by stating that superhumans wish to ally with our base? Do you hear the implication in his words? Is this not a summons? The young man stood trembling by the side, at a loss for words. Fortunately, Su X did not seek an answer from him. He merely inquired for formality's sake. After addressing the young man, he shifted his gaze to the speaking giant. Oh, you possess quite the audacity. Pray tell, what credentials do you hold? The brute remained silent and, without warning, lashed out. Su X twisted his body, narrowly evading the strike, his eyes now reflecting a deeper hostility. Just moments ago, they had been conversing amicably, yet this man resorted to violence without provocation. After dodging the attack, Su X immediately retaliated using his abilities, only to find that the brute effortlessly sidestepped his efforts. The giant even entered a mocking mode. Is this all? I do Shen Qingtang. Did you take action? Chapter 159, It is a zombie. Do not question why she suspects it was him. Her own abilities do not grant her the power to pause anyone. Thus, the only explanation is that Jiang Yubai intervened. Upon hearing Shen Qingtang's inquiry, Jiang Yubai nonchalantly nodded, as if it were merely a casual act on his part. Shen Qingtang glanced at him, ultimately remaining silent, and gradually approached Su Xing and the burly man. Jiang Yubai nodded in acknowledgement. Shen Qingtang then directed her gaze towards the towering figure. Who sent you? As soon as the question escaped her lips, not only the burly man, but also Su Xing, who stood opposite him, along with Su-in and others who had followed them out, were momentarily taken aback. They looked at Shen Qingtang with expressions of confusion, unable to comprehend the reason behind her inquiry. What do you mean by that? Do you look down on me? The burly man retorted, his anger palpable. Was it not possible that he was formidable enough on his own merit to arrive here? Why must he be portrayed as someone sent by another? The more he pondered, the more irritated he became, and he found himself staring at the sunflowers before him, momentarily forgetting his curiosity about how a plant could speak. Noticing his refusal to acknowledge her question, Shen Qingtang felt no disappointment. This reaction was entirely expected. After all, who would divulge everything so readily upon being questioned? She feigned belief in the burly man's words and then observed as he cast a furtive glance in a certain direction. Following his gaze, Shen Qingtang spotted a man in a hat within the crowd, who seemed somewhat out of place among those around him. Ah, you do possess a point. She conceded. Shen Qingtang cooperated, then swiftly used a leaf to ensnare the man in the hat. The burly man was taken aback by her sudden action. He could not fathom why someone who had been speaking calmly would suddenly resort to violence. And, do you think the burly man is correct in his assessment? Shen Qingtang inquired of the man wearing a hat. However, he paid her no heed, not even granting her a fleeting glance. From the moment she had taken action until now, he remained as unresponsive as a block of wood, devoid of any reaction. This truly took Shen Qingtang by surprise. She had anticipated that this individual, having been abruptly brought forth, would exhibit some emotional fluctuation, or at the very least, ponder the reason behind such an occurrence. The burly man couldn't help but smirk at the sight. He had foreseen this very situation. These individuals were utterly oblivious, mistakenly believing themselves formidable simply for having captured someone. The atmosphere became steeped in an eerie awkwardness, with no one daring to speak. Ultimately, it was Shen Qingtang who shattered the silence. Do you see this man? Is he not peculiar? Jiang Yubai lifted him up and whispered, Zombie. The moment Shen Qingtang had drawn him in, he had immediately activated his insight, enabling him to swiftly discern the nature of the individual before them. Shen Qingtang. No, although she sensed that there was something amiss with this person, she had never truly contemplated the possibility of him being a zombie. Moreover, Have the zombies become so formidable that they can seamlessly blend into a crowd without detection? The burly man, albeit somewhat dim-witted, should at least be capable of distinguishing a zombie from a human. Suddenly, Shen Qingtang began to scrutinize the group of men accompanying the burly figure. A thought struck her. They had previously discussed the notion that Song Wang might have the ability to control zombies. If that were indeed the case, then there should logically be someone familiar within this group. However, after observing them for a considerable time, she could only discern that the individual she had inadvertently drawn into her circle seemed slightly off. Nothing else stood out to her. She glanced at Su X, then at the people near the burly man, and finally at the wooden zombie beside her, which bore a striking resemblance to a human. I allow you to enter the base, but you must obey my commands. The burly man responded with disbelief. Really? Can a mere sunflower like you call the shots? His subsequent remarks were clearly laced with skepticism towards Shen Qingtang. Shen Qingtang remained silent, yet the others in the base, including Su Xing, spoke with great fervor. They informed the burly man that within the confines of the base, one could offend anyone, but one must never cross the sunflower. In that moment, Shen Qingtang felt a twinge of embarrassment, surprised by their audacity. The man's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this, but he swiftly set aside his concerns, for his primary objective had been achieved. Though he had feigned indifference, he had been inwardly anxious. He struggled to contain himself, having repeatedly told himself to maintain a pleasant demeanor before entering the base. However, for reasons unknown, events had unfolded in a manner entirely contrary to his expectations. He had resorted to physicality, and his words bore no resemblance to his usual self. Had it not been for the prolonged confinement he had unexpectedly endured, he might not have regained his senses so swiftly. Shen Qingtang interjected, interrupting the incessant flattery and praise from the personnel at the base. She felt that if they continued their adulation, she would soon be regarded as a celestial being descended from the heavens. At the very moment she spoke, Jiang Yubai lifted the suspension on Su Xing and the burly man. Suddenly released from their paws, the two men were caught off guard and tumbled to the ground, creating a considerable dent in the earth beneath them. It must be said that there is a stark difference between supernatural beings and ordinary individuals. After emerging from the pit, they dusted off their clothes and exchanged a glare before diverting their gazes, appearing as calm as if the life and death duel moments prior had never occurred. Lord Qingtang, where do you suggest we assign them? Su Xing quickly fell into character. Since Shen Qingtang had decided to retain these individuals, he would comply, despite harboring numerous doubts and uncertainties. Place them beside Elder Su. This was Shen Qingtang's well-considered decision. Although Elder Su lacked any supernatural abilities, he possessed an array of peculiar items, and most importantly, he was well acquainted with Song Wang. He could always detect when something was amiss. Since Qingtang has decreed it, you shall follow me. Elder Su spoke casually while glancing at the burly man and his companions. However, when his gaze fell upon the silent man beside Shen Qingtang, he felt a wave of uncertainty. The man's presence unsettled him, and he wavered, contemplating whether to allow him to accompany them or to exclude him entirely. Chapter 160, Carrying the Zombie Back to the Room. This person will follow us. Shen Qingtang discerned the internal conflict within Su Lao and spoke up directly. It was paramount to her that she had already recognized the individual as a zombie, naturally feeling uneasy about allowing him to accompany Su Lao. Given her assertion, Su Lao felt no further need to protest. Instead, he expressed gratitude towards Shen Qingtang for alleviating his dilemma. I shall take them away first, he declared before departing with his companions. Thus, only Shen Qingtang and the wooden zombie remained at the scene. Shen Qingtang fixed her gaze intently upon the zombie, and indeed, she observed a flicker of reaction at a certain moment. Yet, as she turned to follow that gaze, all was as it had been, devoid of any sign. However, she paid it no mind. After all, time was plentiful. Before departing, she took a moment to greet the ordinary individuals stationed outside on watch. She refrained from offering them instant noodles, as it was agreed that such provisions would be distributed only after a full day's duty. If she were to give them out now, it would be unjust to those who would follow. Su Xing witnessed this scene and felt that Shen Qingtang had acted appropriately. With a cheerful demeanor, He began to gather the boxes of instant noodles. Though the quantity was modest, it was certainly better than having none at all. He decided to devise a plan for the remaining supplies later. He instructed the others not to leave just yet, urging them to observe this individual and see if anything appeared amiss. After scrutinizing for a considerable time, Su Lingru was the first to speak. A grown man wearing colored contact lenses. Su-in and the others had also noticed something unusual about this man's eyes, so he was indeed wearing colored lenses. Shen Qingtang lightly tapped her flower plate and then inquired if there were any other peculiarities they had noticed. Su-in remarked that the individual in question was rather taciturn. The other two, Zai and Shenyang, had fallen silent, as their observations had already been articulated. Observing their limited discoveries, Shen Qingtang could only helplessly speak up. Before doing so, she enveloped herself and her companions in a protective barrier, ensuring that their conversation remained private, even from the wooden zombie. "He is a zombie. Oh my goodness, is it true?" Su Lingru exclaimed uncontrollably, her gaze fixed intently on the man not far from them. Had Shen Qingtang not stated this, she would have never believed that this person was a zombie. He bore an uncanny resemblance to an ordinary person, save for the slight reddening of his eyes. The astonishment of Su-in and the others was no less than that of Su Lingru. Su-in, in fact, exaggeratedly leaned closer to the zombie. "Are you out of your mind? Getting so close when Qingtang just said he is a zombie." Su-in had a penchant for engaging in heart-stopping antics. Zai and Shenyang concurrently thought this in their minds, subsequently turning their attention to Shen Qingtang, awaiting her next words. Jiang Yubai observed with clarity, initially sensing something amiss. Yet he had never anticipated that the man would turn out to be a zombie. Shen Qingtang spoke nonchalantly, acknowledging that she was not an omnipotent contender, and it was perfectly normal not to perceive certain matters. The gazes of the few shifted towards Jiang Yubai, who merely nodded in response. Zai's immediate thought upon realizing the individual was a zombie was a concern for their safety. "I believe this zombie is under control," she stated. Though it was but a brief utterance, all present comprehended its significance. Not long ago, they had been deliberating the possibility of Song Wang having the ability to control zombies, and now an opportunity had presented itself. With this realization, they swiftly grasped Shen Qingtang's intentions. However, when considering old Su's situation, a sense of insecurity lingered. Reflecting on their concerns, Shen Qingtang contemplated for a moment before ultimately deciding to have Shenyang and Zai accompany old Su. Although she felt old Su could manage on his own, there was always the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing Shen Qingtang's arrangements, the two did not voice any objections and promptly prepared to set off. Shen Qingtang initially intended to convey a sense of calm, assuring that there was no need for haste. However, as both individuals approached the door, she ultimately swallowed her words. Once they departed, the room was left with merely 3 people, a solitary flower and a zombie. Su-in was a restless soul. Upon noticing that the zombie had remained motionless since its entrance, he could not restrain himself from circling around it, eager to discern any peculiarities. Ultimately, he became dizzy from his incessant spinning, yet uncovered nothing of note. Su Lingru had grown indifferent to his antics, having already surmised that this zombie was nothing more than a vacant sentinel, offering no reactions whatsoever. Qingtang, will this zombie remain here throughout the night?" Su-in pondered, contemplating whether he might bring the creature to his room, speculating that it might only stir to life under the cover of darkness. Shen Qingtang initially found herself intrigued by Su-in's inquiry and casually asked for the reason behind it. However, upon hearing his explanation, she regarded him with an expression that conveyed her profound incredulity. How could she have anticipated that he would indulge in such reckless behavior? Su-in, feeling the weight of her unwavering gaze, began to feel a tinge of embarrassment. Yet, he soon regained his composure, rationalizing that his actions were indeed a contribution to their cause. If this zombie were to remain stationary and oblivious, no matter how long they observed or investigated, they would glean nothing of significance. His subsequent remarks struck a chord with both Shen Qingtang and Su Lingru, prompting a shared glance between them. Finally, Shen Qingtang spoke. "Very well. We shall ensure your safety. The moment Suin heard this reassurance, his previous apprehension dissolved, and he swelled with confidence, completely oblivious to the notion of fear. With unrestrained enthusiasm, he lifted the zombie into his arms. The creature remained utterly motionless, akin to a lifeless doll. As he cradled the zombie, Suin soon realized something amiss. It felt remarkably light. Moreover, he couldn't shake the sensation that its body was as cold as ice. Upon hearing this observation, Shen Qingtang used her leaves to gently prod the zombie's form and confirmed Suin's assertion. Nonetheless, she recalled that when she had previously maneuvered it with her leaves, its temperature had been normal. As for its weight, she had not paid it much heed. We shall see, she pondered. Let's observe further tonight. Shen Qingtang spoke candidly. He did not notice that after he turned around, Shen Qingtang performed several actions directed at his back. In Chapter 161, the zombies took action. She playfully struck Jiang Yubai with her leaves. Let's have a chat. Jiang Yubai wore a look of utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend what this sunflower was up to that night. However, he had always been somewhat indulgent towards her, so he ceased the motion of removing his clothing. When Shen Qingtang lifted her gaze, she happened to catch a glimpse of the other person, half-dressed and on the verge of revealing too much. The faint outline of abdominal muscles was visible, causing her cheeks to flush a delicate shade of pink. Jiang Yubai, with keen eyes, immediately donned his clothing upon noticing her gaze. Then, he looked at her at a loss for words. You. For a moment, he struggled to find an appropriate descriptor, only to be interrupted by Shen Qingtang. What's wrong with me? I simply caught an accidental glimpse of you without your shirt. Do you intend to blind me? Jiang Yubai. He found Shen Qingtang to be quite peculiar today. She was not like this before. Had something transpired that he was unaware of? With this thought, he grew increasingly anxious. He swiftly approached Shen Qingtang and scooped her up. Hey, what are you doing? You can't possibly be thinking of taking action against me, can you? Come on, we can still negotiate. Shen Qingtang called out while gathering all the petals together. Jiang Yubai was amused by her actions and couldn't help but explain, it's for a physical examination. Oh, I see. Shen Qingtang slowly unfurled her petals once more. To observe more clearly, Jiang Yubai switched on all the lights in the room, the sudden glare causing Shen Qingtang to momentarily freeze in bewilderment. A cascade of fragmented images flooded her mind, fleeting and elusive, vanishing before she could grasp them in detail. Finding nothing amiss, just as he was about to set her down, Jiang Yubai abruptly sensed something peculiar. His fingers traced an unexpected protrusion, and after confirming the anomaly, he brought the sunflower closer to his eyes for scrutiny. Shen Qingtang had always been held upright by him, but suddenly she found herself turned sideways, positioned right before his eyes. She was momentarily taken aback. Something felt amiss. Jiang Yubai's words interrupted what Shen Qingtang intended to express. She cast a curious glance in his direction, urging him to clarify. She realized that she had grown increasingly weary of Jiang Yubai's habit of speaking in fragmented phrases, especially during such critical moments. Though she had never been particularly fond of it, her annoyance was magnified now. Jiang Yubai fell silent. Whenever explanations were necessary, he felt an acute disdain for himself. Yet, he found himself unable to change the situation. Ultimately, he could only strive to convey his thoughts using the briefest of phrases. He absent-mindedly touched the protruding point, contemplating as he bent Shen Qingtang's flower, only to discover that it resisted his efforts, forcing him to relinquish his attempt in resignation. There was an excess here. After a brief pause, he finally spoke again. It had indeed risen. Fortunately, he managed to articulate the remainder of his thoughts in one go, albeit after a few coughs. Shen Qingtang comprehended his intention and realized why he had bent her earlier. He likely wanted her to witness it firsthand. The thought alone left her utterly speechless. Yet she refrained from voicing it, instead directing her consciousness to observe the spot Jiang Yubai was touching. Then, the entire blossom trembled in shock. Since one had a swelling formed there, how could she have remained completely oblivious to it? Had Jiang Yubai not whimsically decided to examine her today, she might never have discovered it at all. Shen Qingtang was somewhat incoherent, and Jiang Yubai, who had initially maintained his composure, found himself becoming increasingly tense due to her demeanor. Is there something amiss? Her intuition warned her that this was not a favorable sign. However, she could not articulate such a thought. To alleviate Jiang Yubai's concerns, she ultimately feigned that her earlier behavior was intentional. Hey, did I startle you? It's nothing. I merely wished to observe your flustered expression. Jiang Yubai remained silent, at a loss for words, suppressing the thoughts that had just surfaced within him. Nothing is wrong. All is well. At this moment, Shen Qingtang was inwardly fraught with anxiety, fearing that Jiang Yubai would persistently interrogate her. Fortunately, he did not pursue this line of questioning. Well, it is quite late now. We ought to retire for the night. Upon uttering these words, Shen Qingtang immediately dashed to her usual spot, standing there motionless. As if the flower that had previously disturbed others' slumber with incessant chatter were not her at all. Jiang Yubai observed her demeanor without uttering a word, silently committing a particular detail to memory. He then followed suit and climbed into bed, soon succumbing to the embrace of slumber. Shen Qingtang observed for a while, ensuring that the person was sound asleep before gently shaking a flower petal, which allowed her to finally relax. She anxiously touched the protruding area with a leaf. Just then, a noise emanated from the adjacent room, causing her to instantly cast aside her concerns and hasten towards it. If she heard correctly, the sound originated from Su-An's room. After all, Su-An was with that zombie. It seemed the zombie had come back to life. With these thoughts racing through her mind, Shen Qingtang moved with remarkable speed, reaching Su-An's room in the blink of an eye. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of the zombie poised over Su-An's neck. At that moment, Shen Qingtang found herself momentarily stunned. Wasn't biting and sucking blood the stuff of vampires? Did zombies not simply gnaw indiscriminately? She felt an immense relief for having previously placed a protective cover on Su-An. Indeed, that zombie had been gnawing at nothing for quite some time, appearing utterly foolish as it continued its futile endeavor. Eventually, Shen Qingtang could no longer bear to watch. She approached the zombie and gently patted its head, adopting a demeanor akin to that of someone caring for a mentally challenged child. Shall we chat? She mused, observing its bewildered attempts to look around. Shen Qingtang felt a deep sense of humiliation. She lowered her gaze, observing below. The zombie obediently bowed its head, its eyes filled with confusion. It appeared perplexed as to how such a diminutive creature could possibly strike its head. Yet, Shen Qingtang discerned the meaning it wished to convey through its gaze. She remarked, Chapter 162, Speculation. Indeed, it seems you comprehend my words, which simplifies matters considerably. The zombie remained silent. Shen Qingtang paid no heed and continued. Is your master here to send Song Wang or Song Yu? Although her interlocutor maintained a stoic expression, she discerned a fleeting shift in his gaze at the mention of Song Wang and Song Yu. At that moment, she realized her conjecture had been correct. What brings you here? Let me think. Considering Song Yu's intentions, it seems he must be here to capture me. Upon uttering these words, the zombie's eyes revealed no sign of change, indicating that her assumption had indeed been misguided. This left her perplexed. What significant aspirations could Song Yu possess beyond fixating on her? She then glanced at the slumbering Su-An, unable to suppress a sense of disdain. How had he previously claimed he wished to witness the zombie in action during the night? Yet here he was, sleeping soundly as if in a deep trance. The zombie followed her gaze towards the person on the bed, seemingly recalling the interruption he had experienced. Consequently, he leaned closer to Su-An. At this point, she had already forgotten her earlier attempt to evade Jiang Yubai by pretending to rest. Are you awake? She whispered, leaning towards Jiang Yubai's bedside. Jiang Yubai, taken aback, had not actually been asleep. He had merely feigned slumber in hopes that she would do the same. In truth, he had been attentively monitoring her whereabouts since the moment she exited. Nonetheless, he refrained from revealing this and pretended to turn over, blinking sleepily as he opened his eyes. Casting a look of bewilderment at Shen Qingtang, silently questioning her motives for disturbing him at such an hour. Shen Qingtang spoke somewhat bashfully. Well, it's not that I intended to disturb you in the dead of night, but it is this zombie. He truly laid hands on Su-An. As she spoke, she pushed the zombie, which she had wrapped in leaves, towards Jiang Yubai, affirming that she was not fabricating her story or seeking trouble. Rubbing her temples in exasperation, she sighed. Shen Qingtang hastily recounted the events of earlier, emphasizing the similarities in behavior between the zombie and the undead. Jiang Yubai found himself equally perplexed, and the two sat in silence for a considerable time, ultimately attributing the anomaly to the creature's inherent differences from ordinary zombies. However, Shen Qingtang could not fathom why Song Yu had chosen to target others this time. She had assumed that she would be the primary focus, yet the circumstances clearly indicated otherwise. Strangely, the zombie seemed unwilling to divulge any information. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yubai spoke, urging her to let him succeed. Shen Qingtang remained bewildered. Jiang Yubai patiently reiterated, "Su and bite." Shen Qingtang found herself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, she gradually comprehended Jiang Yubai's intention. "Are you suggesting we play along and discern Song Yu's true motives?" Jiang Yubai nodded in affirmation. "Ah, that indeed seems quite reasonable." Shen Qingtang contemplated the possibility of Jiang Yubai's words and ultimately deemed it feasible. However, she suddenly realized something amiss. Wait, Song Yu is unaware that we are placing the zombie alongside Suin. What if the target she intends to confront is not Suin? This thought rendered Jiang Yubai silent, for Shen Qingtang's observation was indeed astute. Consequently, the situation fell into a stalemate. Nevertheless, Shen Qingtang soon broke the silence. "Never mind. Let us first disseminate the news that someone in the team has sustained injuries." Jiang Yubai nodded in agreement. This approach was indeed viable. Shen Qingtang cast another glance at the silent, wooden-like zombie beside her. In her previous preoccupation with thoughts of Song Yu, she had truly overlooked this matter. Jiang Yubai shook his head. Why? After contemplating the zombie's behavior since its entrance, Jiang Yubai spoke with conviction. "It lacks loyalty." "Understood, yet this is quite normal." "Would you be utterly devoted to someone who controls you?" "Certainly not." The more he spoke, the more he felt the validity of his reasoning. Shen Qingtang circled around the zombie, pondering her next words. After several laps, she spoke again. "If we can liberate you from Song Yu's control, would you be willing to share your past experiences with Song Wang and Song Yu?" For reasons unknown, Shen Qingtang now saw a reflection of her former self in him, a notion that had not crossed her mind initially. She could not pinpoint when this thought had suddenly emerged. Had she not witnessed him attempting to bite Su In's neck in a thirst for blood, she might have dismissed him as an utterly inept being. After exchanging a few more words with the zombie and receiving no response, Shen Qingtang felt a wave of disinterest wash over her. She promptly lay down on the ground. Feigning sleep, Jiang Yubai found the scene amusing, sensing an unusual vivacity in Shen Qingtang. "Brother, is this truly wise? With your intelligence, why not establish our own base?" A burly man sidled up to a smaller figure. They were a band of wandering supernatural beings, frequently shifting from one base to another, never having a permanent dwelling. Until one fateful day, they encountered this smaller man, who passionately shared visions of the future that ignited their fervor. Astonishingly, the base's leader had not eliminated him, but instead allowed him and his companions to enter the base. This bewildered the man, raising suspicions of potential ulterior motives. The small man rolled his eyes in annoyance at the lackluster giants crowding around him. Had he known their ineptitude, he would never have chosen them. It was a waste of time, and none of the tasks he needed to accomplish had been fulfilled. Fortunately, he still had Xiao Yi, whom he believed would not disappoint him. Surely, success awaited him on that front. With this thought, a slight relief washed over him. Chapter 163. The zombie has disappeared. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Yi, whom she believed capable of great things, had merely feigned activity at the beginning before resorting to complete immobility. Morning soon arrived. The piercing cries from Su An's room awakened the slumbering group. "Qingtang, Qingtang, the zombie is gone." Shen Qingtang gazed over in silence, initially anticipating a matter of great significance, only to find it was nothing of the sort. Observing the composed demeanor of Jiang Yubai and Shen Qingtang, Suin scratched his head, pondering whether he had indeed overreacted. Yet, it was not entirely his fault. After all, he had been utterly convinced after the event, only to awaken to find the zombies had vanished. The shock had caused his drowsiness to dissipate instantly, prompting him to rush to seek out Shen Qingtang. At that moment, Su Lingrua approached as well. She delivered a sharp slap to Su En's head. "Look over there." Su En had intended to protest, but upon spotting the zombie lurking in the corner of the room, he obediently fell silent. It was no wonder that Brother Bai and Qingtang remained unfazed. The zombie was indeed among them. Wait, hadn't he carried the zombie over to sleep beside him last night? Could it be? Shen Qingtang observed Su En's expression and discerned that he was undoubtedly lost in some peculiar thoughts, prompting her to promptly interject and disrupt his musings. "Oh, so that is the case. Thank you, Qingtang," Su En responded. Meanwhile, Su Lingru, witnessing this exchange, could not help but roll her eyes. Initially intending to tease him, she ultimately refrained from doing so. "So, do these zombies only roam at night?" Su Lingru inquired, approaching the topic with curiosity. This revelation indeed came as quite a surprise. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Qingtang spoke with uncertainty. "It seems that the one controlling it would only command it to act at night. During the day, I suspect it might be feigning this state." Upon hearing her words, Su Lingru nodded thoughtfully. Su En also approached the zombie, eager to discern some clue. Ultimately, however, he gleaned nothing of significance. "What shall we do now?" Su Lingru exclaimed, pulling Su En back just as he was nearing the zombie's face, shooting him a glare before turning to Shen Qingtang for guidance. Shen Qingtang articulated the thoughts she had shared with Jiang Yubai the previous night. After listening to her, Su Lingru expressed her strong agreement. "Indeed, Qingtang, your idea is splendid. Shall we have Su En feign an injury?" Shen Qingtang pondered for a moment. "So when Su En rushes out looking as if he might bite someone, you must quickly pursue him, feigning great anxiety and fear of being discovered." Su Lingru, being quite astute, immediately grasped Shen Qingtang's intentions. Yet Su En remained perplexed, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind such convoluted actions. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "Why go through all this trouble? We could simply spread the word that I am injured, thus leading the controllers of the zombies to believe they have succeeded." Su Lingru rolled her eyes at a suggestion. "Use your brain for a moment. Those bitten by zombies are destined to become one themselves. If your teammate gets bitten, would you rather cause an uproar for the entire world to know, or keep it concealed?" "Oh, I see." Su En finally comprehended their purpose. Su Lingru swiftly followed suit as they engaged in a leisurely game of chase around the base. After a while, she caught up with Su En. "Stop right there." Cautiously, she snatched the child he was carrying and gently placed him down, finally having the opportunity to admonish Su En. While she spoke, her gaze darted around, as if fearful of being observed. The child, who had just been set down, trembled in fear, terrified of being bitten. Su En let out a few yelps towards Su Lingru and attempted to flee again, only to be swiftly caught by her. Su Lingrua's voice was loud enough that those who had been eavesdropping on them overheard. "Oh, so they're just pretending to be zombies." One person nodded in understanding, and several others followed suit, their earlier anxiety dissipating upon hearing Su Lingrua's words. A small figure observing from a distance was immediately filled with frustration at the naivety of the group. How could you be so easily deceived? Whatever others say, you take to heart. That Su En was clearly bitten by a zombie. Hurry and inform your leader. The group, who had just begun to feel at ease, turned to look at him, only then realizing a stranger had approached them. "Isn't that the person who tried to seize the base yesterday? What are you staring at me for?" The small figure questioned, puzzled by their expressions. "We're not fools. Those two ability users were from Lord Qingtang and Lord Bai's side. They wouldn't harm us." The small figure was at a loss for words. Just because they were associated with those individuals, did they blindly trust them? Had they not witnessed the earlier incident where Su En nearly harmed the child? "But the child is perfectly fine right there," they retorted in unison, pointing at the little one. The small figure felt exasperated. He could not comprehend why these individuals' eyes seemed merely decorative. Had Su Lingru not intervened, that child would not have emerged unscathed. Upon seeing that Su Lingru and Su En had departed, the onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving the small figure alone. He glared at their retreating figures, muttering curses under his breath before ultimately resigning to leave. It seemed he would need to devise another plan. However, little he was truly formidable, This time, his actions surpassed all his previous attempts. He recalled how he had engaged in numerous confrontations with Jiang Yubai and his group, only to find his side suffering injuries each time. Yet this time, little E had managed to silently bite Suen. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, though he found the reactions of these individuals vastly different from his expectations. He had assumed their first response upon learning someone had been bitten by a zombie would be to expel them from the base. To his surprise, they feigned ignorance. He surmised that perhaps too few people were aware of the situation, and with a spark of inspiration, he formulated a clever scheme. "Little sister, I have candy. Would you like some?" The little girl glanced up at him with disdain, replying curtly, "Idiot." The man, enraged, almost lashed out, but managed to restrain himself at the last moment. After a moment's thought, he decided to follow behind the little girl, waiting to ascertain which family she belonged to before wearing satisfied smile. After some time, upon seeing the child as parents emerge, he immediately approached them, glancing around with an air of mystery that left the couple bewildered. "Young man, what is it?" The child as father could not help but inquire. As the man's demeanor suggested, he had something important to share. "Ah, you're asking me? Let me whisper it to you. While I was passing by just now, I saw your child being. He paused, gauging the couple's expressions, which swiftly shifted from indifference to acute anxiety. Clearly, his strategy of targeting the parents was astute. He prided himself on his cleverness. "What happened to my daughter? Speak quickly." The couple's concern grew palpable, and he surveyed the surroundings, noticing several people had gathered, which was precisely the scenario he had hoped for. Thus, he raised his voice slightly, ensuring those nearby could overhear without appearing to address them directly. "I witnessed one of the ability users, a companion of Jiang Yubai and Shen Qingtang, becoming a zombie. I saw it with my own eyes. It nearly bit your daughter, if not for someone intervening." The remainder of his statement was unnecessary, as the crowd would readily fill in the gaps. At that moment, he clearly noted the couple's faces change, but they quickly returned to their previous composure. "Oh, I see." The child as father responded nonchalantly. The man was left utterly baffled by this reaction. It was not as he had anticipated. He had distinctly observed their initial tension and fear. How could they suddenly seem so indifferent? Confounded, he glanced at the expressions of those nearby, only to find them equally unconcerned. This was abnormal. He could not fathom how anyone could react this way upon learning that an ability user had become a zombie. Shouldn't they be clamoring to eliminate or expel the infected individual? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. He scrutinized the crowd, finally recognizing the anomaly. These individuals were all ordinary people devoid of abilities. In that instant, he believed he had uncovered the reason for his failure. These ordinary folk were of such low status that it was no wonder his words elicited no response from them. With this newfound understanding, he concluded that the issue lay not with his approach, but with the crowd's nature. If he simply switched to a different set of people, he would surely succeed. Thus, he resolved to do just that, turning his back on the bewildered couple as if their previous cordial conversation had merely been a figment of their imagination. Once he spotted the little girl playing contentedly, his trembling hands finally steadied. The little girl's mother approached her as she played joyfully, gently stroking her head and asking, "Darling, did anything happen while you were playing outside today?" The little girl looked up at her mother, seemingly puzzled by the sudden inquiry. However, after a moment of contemplation, she resolutely shook her head. "No, Mama, I just took a stroll outside." In saying this, she appeared to have forgotten the fear she felt when she was lifted by someone. Though she was young, she understood the words spoken by the individuals around the sister who had rescued her at the door. They had offered ordinary people opportunities to obtain food through the simplest of tasks. She was not foolish and knew how to make choices, and indeed, she was fine. Upon hearing her daughter's response, the mother remained uneasy. She drew the little girl close, examining her carefully for any injuries. Finding none, she felt a slight relief. "Promise me you won't go out to play alone in the future. It's too dangerous. Stay close to your parents." The little girl nodded, and thus the matter was set aside. Meanwhile, after leaving the residence of ordinary people, the man immediately headed to the dwelling of the empowered. As was his custom, he repeated the earlier message, expecting a more significant reaction from the individuals here. To his dismay, he was met with expressions as blank as if he were discussing mere mundane matters. Unable to contain his frustration, he cursed aloud. He truly did not comprehend why the people at this base were so different from those at others. How could they be so indifferent? This concerns the zombification of empowered individuals. If mishandled, your base could be doomed. Observing the agitated man, someone finally stepped forward to explain. Recently, our base experienced a zombie tide due to a betrayal by an empowered individual. We nearly lost everything, but it was Lord Qingtang and Lord Bai who descended from the heavens to save us. The fervent words of the speaker left the man momentarily stunned. However, it was this very revelation that illuminated the reason for his failure. They had just been saved, and he had immediately brought up the zombification of their teammate. He realized that, under the circumstances, he would have reacted similarly. Could this matter simply be brushed aside? No, that was inconceivable. There had to be other solutions. At that moment, another individual interjected. Moreover, Lord Qingtang has provided employment opportunities for ordinary people and offered a plethora of supplies. Ordinary individuals can now effortlessly earn enough to fill their stomachs. Such benevolence means that even if their teammates become zombies, we can accept it. This individual spoke the sentiments of the base's residents. After all, they were not naive. With such formidable leaders, it was reasonable to believe they could manage their teammates. Yet, expressing dissatisfaction could result in the loss of vital resources. After all, the ordinary people had only recently obtained these necessities. Who could bear to lose them? Thus, they collectively chose to remain oblivious to the situation. Upon hearing these words, the man's spirits lifted. Could you elaborate on the matter of the supplies and employment for ordinary people? The speaker regarded him with confusion, thinking this was common knowledge among the base's inhabitants. However, considering he was new, perhaps it was understandable. Chapter 165. Incitement. Seeing the man fall silent for an extended period, the shorter man urged, "Why the silence? Are you trying to deceive me? Who do you think you're looking down on? I have no need to deceive anyone." The man, indeed provoked, promptly recounted what Shen Qingtang had initially stated. The shorter man was taken aback. He had never imagined Shen Qingtang to be so altruistic. After all, the supplies she had generously distributed were highly coveted. If she had taken them to another base, she could have secured a position of significant power. Truly, it was foolishness. His anger flared. Those resources ought to have been his. If only he had been more vigilant during the zombie attack, perhaps he could have prevented that loss. The thought pained him deeply, realizing how much of his supplies had likely been depleted. Hey, are you equally shocked? Now you understand the contributions of Lord Bai and Lord Qingtang to our base, so. The latter part of his statement went unspoken, but the shorter man grasped the implication. He thanked the man before hastily departing. Watching him leave, the man scratched his head in confusion, muttering a few incomprehensible words before he too exited. The shorter man, after parting ways with the man, made his way towards the residence of ordinary people. He arrived just in time, finding everyone gathered together to organize those who would patrol outside. More accurately, they were assigning tasks to watch over the little red ants and those on lookout duty. Fortunately, the gathering was orderly, without any disputes over who would take on the tasks. Observing their well-organized demeanor, the shorter man suddenly spoke up. "What good is your meticulous arrangement?" The previously enthusiastic individuals turned to him, some irate enough to hurl insults. "Who do you think you are to criticize our plans?" Unfazed by the hostility, the shorter man smiled at those drawn to his words and feigned concern. "I am only looking out for you. I am aware that Lord Qingtang only brought a few boxes of instant noodles. Are you certain that after distributing those, she will have more to offer?" His statement effectively chilled the atmosphere, as the ordinary people began to realize they had overlooked this critical issue. Yet, some stubbornly retorted, "I trust in Lord Bai and Lord Qingtang. If they say it, they can surely deliver." "Oh, really? Why not ask your leader? Besides, I have no stake in this. Why would I deceive you? I merely cannot stand to see you being misled while thanking the deceivers." With that, the shorter man departed, leaving the others to ponder the implications of his words. Could he be telling the truth? Murmured one individual cautiously. This was quickly met with a slap to the head from a nearby companion. "Why do you believe everything you hear? Just because someone says it, doesn't make it true?" That individual chastened, quickly apologized, admitting he had overthought the matter. Meanwhile, the leader chosen from among them felt a growing sense of unease. Initially, he had not viewed the situation as simply as others believed. Now, upon hearing the words of others, he found it increasingly difficult to control his thoughts. Yet, he did not reveal his inner turmoil. Observing the individuals below, who were clearly flustered by the man's earlier remarks, yet endeavored to maintain their composure, he cleared his throat and spoke with remarkable steadiness. Do not heed every rumor. We must place our trust in Lord Qingtang and Lord Bai. His words indeed brought a modicum of calm to the agitated crowd. Seeing their demeanor, those above chose to refrain from further comment, instead organizing the patrols for the upcoming days before promptly making their way to the residence of Suishing. He had resolved to inquire about the matter with the leader, considering that the provisions originally supplied by Lord Qingtang were rather limited. Lost in thought, his pace quickened, leading him to inadvertently collide with another person. After muttering an apology, he hastily continued on his way without raising his gaze. The person he bumped into bore no ill will. Instead, they chuckled at his retreating figure. Soon, he arrived at Suishing's location. Upon the unexpected arrival of this individual, Suishing's expression was one of confusion. He was aware that the ordinary folk had recommended a manager. Could something have transpired over there? Contemplating this, he regarded the newcomer and promptly inquired about the situation. Having already rehearsed his words for when he would meet the leader, he found himself at a loss for speech in that moment. Under Suishing's scrutiny, he gradually regained his composure. He felt that the ordinary people's actions were utterly insatiable. How could they suspect Lord Qingtang, who had generously provided resources and employment? The more he pondered, the more he felt remorseful about his conduct, wishing to flee the scene. Thus, he could only muster an awkward smile. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely took a wrong turn." After uttering this, he regretted his choice of words, thinking to himself that it was a feeble excuse, unlikely to be believed. As anticipated, Suishing remained unconvinced, his expression serious as he demanded clarity on the matter. "It truly is nothing. I was merely out for a stroll." He hesitated to confess his initial intentions. The man believed that, after a few more questions, Suishing would surely allow him to leave. However, he had miscalculated. Following the recent betrayal of an ability user within the base, Suishing had grown particularly vigilant regarding such matters. Sensing that the newcomer harbored ulterior motives, he was unwilling to let him depart easily. Despite being an ordinary person devoid of any abilities, after enduring countless inquiries, the man ultimately capitulated. He recognized that leaving without clarifying the situation was impossible. Here's what happened. He recounted the day's events in detail, embellishing the words of the diminutive man. Naturally, he omitted any mention of the initial hesitations among the ordinary people. Instead, he praised their robust rebuttal against the small man and their unwavering faith in Lord Qingtang and Lord Bai. He then observed a swift change in his leader's expression. Although it quickly returned to its previous state, he could swear that Suishing's eyes had indeed shifted. This revelation stirred a sense of unease within him. "Leader, about what that person said. Since you are aware, I shall not conceal it from you. This is a concern I share. As the leader appointed by the ordinary folk, you should be informed of this matter." The man stood there, taken aback by Suishing's words. He had never anticipated that the small man's claims could hold truth, yet he quickly regained his composure. He looked to Suishing, questioning what course of action he intended to take, believing that the leader must possess a solution. Observing the expectation in the man's gaze, Suishing hesitated, the words he initially intended to convey shifting on his tongue before transforming into something else. "You must manage the emotions of the ordinary folk. Do not allow them to panic or entertain wild thoughts. I will handle the remaining issues." Once the man departed, Suishing immediately made his way to the quarters of Shen Qingtang and the others. He felt compelled to brief them on the events of the day. After listening to him, Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai exchanged a glance, both taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. This was not what they had anticipated. They had thought that Song Yu's associates would target Su An's impending zombification, yet she had chosen to approach matters through ordinary people instead. "Rest assured, your concerns are unfounded. It is merely instant noodles, and I have plenty spare." Although Shen Qingtang struggled to comprehend Song Yu's intentions, she felt compelled to bolster Su Xing's spirits. After all, had she not witnessed the worry etched on his face, nearly bringing him to tears? Reflecting on this, she recalled Su Xing's earlier demeanor. It dawned on her that he had been harboring fears about the adequacy of their noodle supply. In a bid to soothe him, Shen Qingtang generously produced 15 more boxes of instant noodles. She believed this would quell his anxieties. Indeed, upon seeing the sudden influx of noodles, Su Xing's face blossomed into a radiant smile, effusively expressing his gratitude to Shen Qingtang. However, once the initial joy subsided, he began to fret again, convinced that it would not suffice. He surmised that Shen Qingtang must be financially constrained, otherwise she would not have distributed them in increments. Yet, he chose not to reveal his misgivings this time. Therefore, Shen Qingtang assumed that he had been adequately reassured and paid little heed to the matter, merely instructing him to take the noodles away. Pray tell, what is your master truly scheming? Shen Qingtang pondered for an extended period, yet could not fathom the thoughts of Song Yu. Unable to contain herself, she prodded the motionless zombie with her own leaf. As expected, the zombie remained unresponsive, standing silently in place. Qingtang, didn't Su Xing just mention Song Yu? Suan inquired with curiosity. Beside him, Su Lingru could not help but cast a disdainful glance in his direction. That short fellow is most likely Song Yu. Can you not use your brain to deduce that? Suan. Shen Qingtang regarded Su Lingru with admiration, recognizing her superior intellect. Flushed with bashfulness under her gaze, Su Lingru began to ponder aloud. Qingtang, do you think Song Yu might be attempting to incite hatred towards you among the ordinary folk? The more she contemplated, the more plausible her theory seemed, prompting her to articulate her thoughts. Shen Qingtang was momentarily taken aback, having never considered this angle. After all, she had just provided the common people with supplies and employment. Surely, they would not repay kindness with malice. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted Su Lingruo's musings. The occupants of the room turned to the doorway, where Zai and Shenyang, who had previously gone to protect old Su, approached them. Upon entering, the two presented expressions of having uncovered something significant, fixating their gaze on Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai. Typically composed, Shenyang was the first to speak. However, he was met with blank stares from both Qingtang and Yubai, who seemed unfazed by his revelation, contrary to his expectations of astonishment. Curiously, he glanced at Su Lingruo and Suan, only to find them equally unperturbed. This was unexpected. Even if Su Lingruo maintained her calm demeanor, Suan, known for her lack of subtlety, should not be so composed. Fortunately, Su Lingruo, displaying kindness, offered an explanation for his bewilderment. Qingtang had already anticipated this. We were just discussing it. Qingtang is truly remarkable, Zai exclaimed in admiration. In Shenyang, there was an air of unspoken sentiment. Su Lingruo shared with Shenyang and Zai the events of the day that Su awakened. Their thoughts aligned closely with hers. However, Shen Qingtang remained in a state of bewilderment. She pondered how the transformation of ability users into zombies could be considered less severe than her inability to produce an abundance of instant noodles. Yet, observing the resolute expressions of her companions, she decided to temporarily set aside her own thoughts and await further developments. Perhaps the matters concerning Su En and Su Lingruo had yet to circulate widely? Had no one noticed that Suan was on the verge of becoming a zombie? 3 days later, Shen Qingtang listened to the faint whispers of skepticism emanating from all directions, and at last, she came to believe Su Lingruo's earlier words. It dawned upon her that her previous thoughts had indeed been misguided. Observing those individuals who, despite being consumed by anxiety and fear, feigned an air of nonchalance and normalcy, she felt a profound realization wash over her. Shen Qingtang felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. She could not articulate her current emotions. In just a few short days, the transformations in those around her were astonishingly profound, although they did not openly express their sentiments. The whispers behind closed doors and the expressions on their faces were unmistakably slapping Shen Qingtang in the face. Qingtang, are you all right? Please don't be disheartened. This is entirely normal. People are inherently selfish and self-serving. It is quite understandable that, as a plant, you might struggle to comprehend the complexities of human nature. Su Lingruo quickly reassured, noticing Shen Qingtang's distress. Jiang Yubai remained silent, yet instinctively his hand found its way to Shen Qingtang's form, gently caressing her. "Yen me fine," she responded. Shen Qingtang's momentary despondency was but fleeting. Did not her previous life's experiences reveal the sordid nature of humanity? Su Lingru was indeed correct. People are inherently thus, and she ought not to dwell excessively on these thoughts. Her act of saving these individuals was never motivated by a desire for their gratitude. She nearly forgot her initial intention. These individuals were merely her reserve forces. With this realization, she quickly regained her composure. These people truly are like reeds swaying in the wind. I am eager to witness their expressions once I unveil those supplies. Shen Qingtang already harbored a thought in her mind. Chapter 167. The Thoughts of an Ordinary Person. Perhaps she should pay a visit to Su Xing. Shen Qingtang addressed Jiang Yubai and the others. Although they were perplexed by her sudden decision, none of them inquired further. Jiang Yubai, accustomed to her whims, instinctively lifted Shen Qingtang, relieved to see her in a good mood. He then turned his attention to the prominent area he had previously noticed, resolving to inquire about it with Elder Su later. With this determination, he casually led Shen Qingtang towards Su Xing's residence. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that he was unexpectedly absent. A query to the guards revealed that he had gone to the area where ordinary people resided. Shen Qingtang and her companions exchanged glances, ultimately turning their direction towards the area inhabited by ordinary people. Along the way, they were met with a chorus of murmured discussions. "Alas, do we ordinary folk truly have a way to survive?" remarked a gaunt man, his tone laced with melancholy as he gazed ahead. Although he did not explicitly mention Shen Qingtang's name, those beside him grasped his implication, for he had never spoken in such a manner before. He recalled the earlier days when someone had brought them news of employment and the prospect of receiving supplies, a moment filled with elation and hope. Yet, in the span of mere days, he found himself even more disillusioned than before. In that instant, he mused that it might have been better had they never received such uplifting news at all. How can there be no way to survive? Did not the leader send over 15 boxes of instant noodles? I witnessed it myself. You must have faith in the leader. Despite his internal turmoil, the man made an effort to reassure those around him. He did not wish to instill panic among them. Even though he had nearly voiced his frustration at Shen Qingtang for her apparent disregard for the consequences of her actions, the emaciated man, however, found no comfort in his words. Instead, he grew more anxious. The leader only heeds that flower's words. The man fell silent, as he could not dispute this sentiment. The reality was indeed as such. When Jiang Yubai and his group arrived at this juncture, Suin and Su Lingruo intended to confront the others. But Shen Qingtang swiftly intervened. "Let us go." "But Qingtang, they clearly blame you." Even Suin could discern this implication, and naturally, Shen Qingtang understood it as well. Yet, at this moment, she was indifferent. She glanced at those who had spoken moments earlier and disdainfully remarked, "Why bother quarreling with a group of ignorant individuals?" What she left unsaid was that they were merely tools she had sustained. Do not fault her for her lack of compassion. After all, they had repaid kindness with enmity, and she was no fool to assist those who would turn against her. The further they walked, the more chatter they encountered. Given that ordinary people possessed little capability, their anxiety only intensified. Additionally, in recent days, a diminutive man had been incessantly gossiping in their ears, claiming that the instant noodles from the leader's stock were nearly depleted, and that the 15 boxes recently delivered were also on the verge of being consumed. Shen Qingtang's previous assertions were nothing but deceit. She possesses no capability to provide such an abundance of food and supplies. All her actions are merely an attempt to compel them into servitude. The more they hear, the more they genuinely believe it to be true. Consequently, discussions regarding Shen Qingtang's ability to guarantee their provisions have become ubiquitous. Throughout their journey, Su En and Su Lingru were seething with indignation. Had it not been for Shen Qingtang's intervention, they would have charged forth to confront those individuals. They had never encountered such despicable people, taking advantage while feigning innocence, dropping their bowls to curse. Their hypocrisy was laid bare in the most vivid manner. Remain composed. It is not a grave matter. Take a leaf out of my book. Shen Qingtang even found the leisure to jest with them. How kind of you. Listen to the absurdities they utter. It's utterly laughable. They are merely common folk who have deluded themselves into believing they hold some significance, expecting you to toil for them. Su Lingru truly scoffed at the words of those individuals. What audacity they possessed to think they were deserving of such treatment from Shen Qingtang. No matter, she mused. The resources they regard as treasures are but trifles that I can summon with a mere flick of my hand. Let them speak as they please. Shen Qingtang harbored her own intentions, though she chose not to articulate them. Jiang Yubai felt a surge of irritation within, yet upon observing her composed demeanor, he refrained from further comment. After a considerable while, they finally encountered Su Xing, who was currently engaged in calming a throng of agitated ordinary citizens. Upon catching sight of Shen Qingtang, he was immediately taken aback. Her presence here was hardly appropriate. "What brings you here?" he inquired, refraining from uttering her name, as not everyone present was acquainted with her. "Oh, I heard that there were suspicions regarding my arrival, so I thought I would come and see for myself." Shen Qingtang's nonchalance regarding the potential exposure of her identity left Su Xing momentarily bewildered. He stammered several times before finally managing to respond, albeit somewhat sheepishly. "That is not true. Who have you heard that from?" Shen Qingtang turned her flower plate to face the others, her tone unembellished as she spoke. "I'm right here. Feel free to voice any concerns in my presence." At that moment, the ordinary individuals appeared to shrink back in trepidation. An awkward silence enveloped the air, and after a considerable pause, someone finally mustered the courage to step forward. "Lady Qingtang, it's not our intention to offend. We are merely a bit concerned. Will there truly be enough instant noodles?" The man seemed tentative, yet his words were rather ungracious. "Is this all?" The others nodded in agreement, their gazes fixed upon him. "And if I truly cannot provide, what then?" Upon hearing her words, the group exchanged glances, and a uniform response emerged from their lips. "Then you shall no longer be our guardian. We shall place our trust only in the leader and will berate you daily." Listening to their remarks, Shen Qingtang felt a flicker of amusement momentarily wash over her. She had believed these people capable, yet it seemed they were rather insipid. However, recalling how she had indeed been affected previously, her smile faded. Concealed within the crowd, Song Yu was incensed by their words, her head brimming with indignation. Unable to restrain herself, she inwardly cursed, "What a bunch of fools, merely distrusting someone and hurling insults? Shouldn't such deceivers be expelled from the base, stripped of their abilities, and forever barred from entry? Oh, and they ought to surrender all their resources as well." Yet, observing the collective sentiment, she hesitated to voice an alternative opinion, aware that doing so might easily betray her. With this thought, she instinctively retreated further into the throng. Shen Qingtang naturally witnessed everything, yet she chose not to expose the other party. Instead, she spoke in an exceedingly calm and indifferent tone. "If that is the case, let me show you what I can achieve." Chapter 168. A mountain of supplies. Upon hearing these words, the ordinary people exchanged glances, hesitating to voice their thoughts. However, they were all silently pondering how Shen Qingtang would prove herself. With a series of rustling sounds echoing, the ordinary individuals widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the scene before them. Some rubbed their eyes, fearful of having misjudged the spectacle, while others pinched their companions, gasping in pain to ascertain whether they were dreaming. Eventually, they came to accept the reality of what lay before them. Thud, thud. The sounds resonated as Shen Qingtang looked up to find all the ordinary people kneeling on the ground, expressions of gratitude etched upon their faces. Of course, Shen Qingtang understood that their reverence was not directed at her, but rather at the towering pile of instant noodles she had just conjured. Nevertheless, she remained indifferent. "Are you still concerned?" No, Lady Qingtang, we were mistaken. We should never have doubted you. We shall not dare to do so again. Please forgive us." Observing their dramatic display, Shen Qingtang felt an indescribable emotion stirred within her. She regarded them with a nonchalant glance and spoke in a level tone. This is your final opportunity. Though her words were delivered with apparent calmness, the ordinary people sensed an underlying warning in her tone. Hidden among the crowd, Song Yu was seething at the sight of the mountainous instant noodles, nearly spitting blood in her frustration. The solution she had painstakingly devised had been effortlessly resolved by Shen Qingtang, utilizing her own resources. Now, she found herself kneeling alongside these ineffectual individuals. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. Realizing she could not allow this to continue, she hastily contacted her father. "Dad, is there anyone nearby the Dark Rain base? I cannot manage this alone." Song Wang, who was currently in a meeting with the base personnel, abruptly paused upon receiving his daughter's distress call. "Why did you go to the Dark Rain base? Are you not aware that my arch-nemesis resides there?" Song Wang's tone was filled with urgency. Had he known this would transpire, he would have forbidden her from leaving, providing only a minor amount of assistance, far from sufficient. Moreover, Su Ci was astute and would undoubtedly uncover the situation. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, prompting him to speak up. Song Yu, however, was not inclined to heed his advice. She simply stated her requirement for ordinary zombies before abruptly ending the call. Frustrated by the disconnection, Song Wang sighed deeply, ultimately dispatching several ability users to the Dark Rain base. As for the ordinary zombies Song Yu mentioned, the ability users, recalling Song Yu's temper, were reluctant to comply. Yet, upon observing Song Wang's expression, they dared not voice their objections and silently withdrew. After finishing the call, Song Yu glanced around. Noticing that no one had detected her unusual behavior, she immediately feigned nonchalance and joined the others in expressing gratitude to Shen Qingtang, all the while contemplating how long it would take for her father to send help. She was convinced that relying on the base's personnel to confront Shen Qingtang was futile. These individuals were foolishly gullible, easily swayed by her influence. Shen Qingtang gazed at the ordinary people who were filled with gratitude towards her, then casually waved her hand, summoning a pile of instant noodles beside her. After completing this act, she uttered not a single word and departed with Jiang Yubai and the others, as if her sole purpose for being there today was to bestow supplies upon them. As they watched her leave, the common folk were nearly moved to tears, pondering where they might find such a benevolent soul. Despite their suspicions and the way they had treated her, she still chose to repay their grievances with kindness, providing them with such ample resources. In that moment, they silently vowed to never again believe the rumors spread by others. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I can see how much you're holding back." With her words, Suan no longer felt the need to conceal his thoughts. "Qingtang, why do you continue to give them so many supplies? I believe people like them deserve to starve." Su Lingru nodded in agreement. Shen Qingtang anticipated that they would undoubtedly pose this question. "If I were to assert that they would soon prove to be immensely valuable, would you believe me?" Suin and Su Lingru hurriedly nodded in agreement. "We trust whatever you say, Qingtang." Shen Qingtang nodded in satisfaction. This was quite agreeable. Beside her, Jiang Yubai observed his two teammates being dismissed, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, though he remained silent. He caressed the petals of Shen Qingtang's sunflower, increasingly convinced of its cleverness. As he continued to touch it, a thought crossed his mind. He turned his gaze towards Su Lingruo and Suan. "I have something to attend to." Noticing the swift exchange between them, the two shared a glance, understanding that Bai Gu intended for them not to accompany him. "Hey, where are you taking me?" Shen Qingtang gazed at Jiang Yubai, who had unexpectedly parted ways with Suan, and voiced her confusion. How could he leave so abruptly without a word? "Looking for old Su? What for? Have you encountered a dilemma that you cannot resolve? We are together every day. How could I be unaware?" Shen Qingtang launched a rapid succession of questions, yet none of her guesses proved correct. Jiang Yubai shook his head, remaining silent. Shen Qingtang was rendered speechless. This person's temperament was truly perplexing. They swiftly arrived at the residence of Elder Su, where Ziyi and Shenyang were taken aback by the unexpected appearance of Jiang Yubai. They could not help but express their astonishment, rushing forward to inquire if something had transpired. Upon discovering that he merely sought Elder Su for a matter, they felt relieved and discreetly retreated to the shadows. Master Bai, Master Qingtang, Elder Su exclaimed, hastily approaching the two upon their sudden arrival. He had heard the recent speculations regarding Shen Qingtang within the base. Despite his repeated attempts to address these individuals, they would readily agree in person, only to speak differently behind closed doors. He had exerted considerable effort to manage the situation, yet ultimately, the words of others lay beyond his control. Seeing Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yu Bai suddenly appear filled him with anxiety. He suspected they had come due to that troubling affair. He deemed the actions of those individuals as ungracious, and he could only imagine how the aggrieved party must feel. With this thought in mind, he hurriedly approached them. Master Qingtang, Master Bai, I've also heard about that matter. The people at the base have wronged you, and if you wish to address it, please voice your concerns. I shall do all within my power to assist. Observing Elder Su's expression of regret and frustration, Shen Qingtang was left utterly bewildered. She had yet to speak, so why was Elder Su behaving in such a manner? Meanwhile, Jiang Yu Bai seemed to have deduced something, shaking his head at Elder Su. Something else, he stated. Elder Su looked perplexed, his gaze shifting questioningly towards Shen Qingtang, clearly in need of clarification on Jiang Yu Bai's intentions. However, Shen Qingtang was equally baffled by Jiang Yu Bai's meaning, causing the atmosphere to grow increasingly awkward. Eventually, it remained uncertain if Jiang Yu Bai himself found his previous comments too convoluted. After much contemplation, he turned once more to Elder Su, stating, I have other matters to discuss. Although he still did not fully grasp the implications of his earlier words, he understood this statement. Very well. What is it that you wish to discuss? I'm all ears. Jiang Yu Bai paused momentarily, contemplating whether to speak in Shen Qingtang's presence or to address Elder Su privately. He felt that his approach resembled that of someone dragging another to seek help for an ailment they did not possess. As he wrestled with this dilemma, Shen Qingtang playfully prodded him with the tip of a leaf. Hey, speak up. Look how eagerly Elder Su awaits your words. Her remark was, of course, a jest, as she observed Jiang Yu Bai's prolonged silence and wondered what he was contemplating. Upon hearing her, Jiang Yu Bai glanced at Elder Su, and when he saw him standing there with a formal demeanor, he instantly realized he had been misled once more. He did not feel anger. Merely a resigned smile graced his lips as he slowly articulated his purpose for being there. After listening to his explanation, Shen Qingtang racked her brain for some time, finally piecing together his intended meaning. It was quite simple. He felt something was amiss with himself lately, exacerbated by a peculiar protrusion on his body, which caused him concern. Thus, he wished to consult Elder Su. However, he was apprehensive about overthinking, hence his internal struggle over whether to address the matter in front of her or privately. Having clarified these thoughts, Shen Qingtang felt utterly exasperated. I mean, was it really necessary for you to agonize over such a trivial matter? You could have simply asked me directly. Oh, never mind, I shall inquire myself. Jiang Yu Bai thought to himself, how foolish of me. Had I known Shen Qingtang was so forthright about her health, I wouldn't have approached it in such a stealthy manner. Elder Su, who had been quietly observing, was initially taken aback by Shen Qingtang's comments, but soon became anxious. He was astonished that Shen Qingtang could decipher Jiang Yu Bai's intentions from just a few words. Yet he grew concerned about the implications of what was being discussed. He quickly stepped forward, apologizing for his rudeness before gently taking hold of Shen Qingtang's flower, examining it closely. Eventually, he indeed discovered the inconspicuous protrusion on its stem, although it was Shen Qingtang who ultimately translated Jiang Yu Bai's words for him. After hearing her explanation, Elder Su fell into contemplation, his hand instinctively reaching out to touch the protruding area, only to be swiftly halted by Jiang Yu Bai. Momentarily taken aback by his empty palm, Elder Su quickly regained his composure. He exchanged a knowing smile with Jiang Yu Bai, remaining silent for a moment before slowly speaking again. At present, I cannot discern anything conclusive. Perhaps you might stay here for a few days? I can return to my lab to gather some tools and investigate further. As Elder Su spoke, a sudden wave of inadequacy washed over him. He had just confidently asserted that they should voice their concerns, promising he would assist, only to be faced with the reality of his limitations. Fortunately, neither Jiang Yu Bai nor Shen Qingtang seemed to care about such trivialities. Very well, let us remain. Shen Qingtang swiftly made her decision, and Jiang Yubai naturally had no objections. Consequently, old Su hurried to his laboratory to commence his work. Observing the other's speed akin to the wind, Shen Qingtang, who had words on the tip of her tongue, restrained herself, realizing there was no need to rush. When only the two of them remained, she gazed at Jiang Yubai and remarked, "I didn't realize you cared for me so much." Jiang Yubai fell silent, reflecting that the former Shen Qingtang would never have uttered such sentiments. Despite having activated his celestial vision numerous times, he could discern nothing amiss, prompting his urgent summons of old Su, only to find that even he was at a loss. "Hey, why are you silent?" Jiang Yubai. Shen Qingtang laughed, unable to contain herself upon witnessing his astonished and dazed expression. This man was rather amusing. How had she overlooked this before? Hey, respond to me. Speak quickly." Jiang Yubai was at a loss for words. The atmosphere was thick with silence, which lingered for a moment. He found himself nostalgically yearning for the previously taciturn Shen Qingtang, who, in contrast to her current loquacity, had indeed spoken very little. Just as Jiang Yubai was nearing the brink of exasperation, old Su finally made his appearance. Jiang Yubai had never wished to see old Su more fervently than at that moment. Old Su, perplexed, regarded Jiang Yubai, puzzled by the drastic change in his demeanor within such a brief span. Why did he now appear so despondent? Yet, Jiang Yubai offered no explanation. He merely looked at old Su and inquired, "Can we conduct an examination?" After a moment of contemplation, old Su tentatively asked, "Do you mean to examine Lady Qingtang now?" Jiang Yubai nodded vigorously. He feared that if this continued, he might lose his composure. Though he admitted to harboring deep affection for Shen Qingtang, he was still a rational individual. The memory of her sudden question lingered in his mind, stirring emotions he could scarcely articulate. Old Su glanced at Shen Qingtang, who appeared to be in high spirits, her laughter nearly causing her to tremble with delight. In stark contrast, Jiang Yubai's demeanor was rather grim. Chapter 170. Examination for Shen Qingtang. Although old Su was uncertain about the events that transpired during his brief absence, he dutifully addressed the situation. "Very well. I have prepared everything. However, I am not accustomed to having others present while I conduct the examination, so..." Jiang Yubai remained silent, reluctant to allow Shen Qingtang to undergo the examination alone. Given her current state, he could say nothing further, ultimately resigning himself as old Su led her into the room. His expression darkened, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on the closed door. "Cough, cough. Remain still. Let me take a look." Upon entering the room, old Su produced an unfamiliar device from seemingly nowhere and approached Shen Qingtang. Unbeknownst to her, as she pondered her thoughts, the protrusion on her torso began to react. However, old Su, who was diligently examining her condition, noticed this change. He observed for some time, waiting until the movement ceased before inquiring what Shen Qingtang had been contemplating just moments ago. Shen Qingtang felt a twinge of curiosity upon hearing his question. "How did you know I was just lost in thought?" Su Lao then proceeded to share his recent discovery with her. Shen Qingtang pondered for a moment. It was nothing significant, merely some event from long ago. "Perhaps my emotional fluctuations were the cause of this reaction." Old Master Su nodded, acknowledging that this explanation was not entirely implausible. He then continued to tinker for quite some time, circling around Shen Qingtang several times before finally illuminating a small object against her. Exhausted, he paused and turned to Shen Qingtang, speaking with a hint of uncertainty. "This is merely my conjecture." Shen Qingtang lightly tapped her floral plate, signaling him to continue. "I believe you may be on the verge of mutation," Su Lao remarked, scratching his head in puzzlement. It struck him as odd. After all, Shen Qingtang was inherently a mutation herself. How could he have arrived at such conclusion? He found himself utterly perplexed, yet there seemed to be no alternative explanation at hand. After all, the vegetables he had cultivated previously exhibited the same phenomenon. Should there be an excess or deficiency of any element, they were poised for mutation. Although Shen Qingtang is a mutated plant, she nonetheless belongs to the realm of flora, does she not? Yet, she aspires to be human. "Lord Qingtang, do you hear me?" Shen Qingtang acknowledged with a soft reply, indicating her understanding. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door, accompanied by Jiang Yubai's voice calling from outside. "Are you ready?" Shen Qingtang turned her gaze towards Elder Su. Upon observing the safety of the solitary individual and the flower within the room, Jiang Yubai finally felt a sense of relief. He then directed his attention back to Elder Su. "Are you implying that I have some inquiries?" he inquired. Without waiting for Elder Su to pose a question, Shen Qingtang took the initiative to surmise Jiang Yubai's thoughts and articulated them. After speaking, she glanced over at him. Jiang Yubai nodded, indicating that her interpretation was indeed aligned with his own thoughts. Consequently, Elder Su reiterated the remarks he had made to Shen Qingtang for Jiang Yubai's benefit. Upon absorbing his words, Jiang Yubai appeared contemplative. The notion that Shen Qingtang could undergo a transformation was something he had not previously considered. Elder Su's voice resonated once more. "This is merely my conjecture. In truth, I am not entirely certain." "Conjecture about what?" Su En's voice suddenly echoed from the doorway, leaving the inhabitants of the room in a state of astonishment. Shen Qingtang gazed curiously at the suddenly appearing Su En, pondering the purpose of his visit. Surely, he could not have come here merely because he was aware of her presence with Jiang Yubai. To her astonishment, her speculation proved accurate. Upon hearing Shen Qingtang's inquiry, Su En promptly revealed his intentions. While Ling Ruo and I were meandering outside without any particular aim, we stumbled upon something intriguing. As he spoke, he furtively glanced around, seemingly ensuring the surroundings were secure before divulging further. Shen Qingtang was truly rendered speechless by his antics. However, she ultimately chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting his words. After a brief moment, Su En seemed to ascertain the safety of their surroundings before he spoke again. "It appears that there are new, unfamiliar ability users at the base." This statement immediately heightened Shen Qingtang's vigilance. Was it not a betrayal by an ability user that had triggered the last zombie tide? Consequently, she had become particularly sensitive to such matters. At this moment, Old Su's face bore the wrinkles of distress. As the events of the previous incident were still fresh in his memory, he genuinely wished to avoid a repeat of such turmoil. What to do? What to do? Could it be that trouble has arisen once more? Observing his anxious and clumsy demeanor, Jiang Yubai interjected before Shen Qingtang could speak. "We are here." Those three succinct words instantaneously soothed Old Su's anxious heart. Indeed, how could he have forgotten? This situation differed from the last. Previously, they had been caught off guard, and the base lacked formidable individuals. However, this time was different. Both Lord Bai and Lady Qingtang were present. What was there to fear? With this realization, his trepidation began to dissipate, allowing him to contemplate other matters. He turned to Su En and inquired whether he had informed Su Xing, the leader, about this situation. Su En nodded, explaining that after sensing something amiss, he had separated from Su Lingruo. One went to find Su Xing, while he came here to seek out Jiang Yubai and the others. "We were just speculating about the possibility of Lady Qingtang undergoing a mutation." "Mutation?" Su En exclaimed. "Qingtang, you're already so formidable. Must you mutate further? Will you leave us no chance to survive? Furthermore, were you not originally a mutated plant?" His outburst reflected a sense of injustice. Watching Su En's animated reaction, Shen Qingtang felt exasperated. His enthusiasm seemed as if he himself were about to mutate. Moreover, was it not premature to discuss such possibilities? Do not get carried away. Did we not say it was merely speculation? Su En, however, was undeterred. He began to envision. "Then, Qingtang, if you were to mutate, would you not be able to annihilate a zombie tide with a mere gesture? How impressive." "No, wait, that's not right. It should be said that with a wave of your leaves, you could obliterate an entire base." Shen Qingtang averted her gaze, unwilling to engage in conversation with someone whose mind seemed unhinged. Chapter 171. Taking action and facing death. Su En, after a moment of excitement, regained his composure. This was not a time for joy, as there were still unresolved matters at hand. With this thought, he swiftly redirected the conversation, turning to Jiang Yubai and Shen Qingtang to inquire about their next course of action. Shen Qingtang, ever concerned with pressing matters, pondered briefly before suggesting, "Let's proceed to the area where ordinary people reside." Though the others were puzzled, They said nothing and followed her lead towards the dwelling of the common folk. However, halfway there, they encountered a throng of individuals rushing towards them in a disarray. Upon seeing them, those people looked as if they had found their saviors. Lorbai, Lady Qingtang, thank goodness you're here. Something terrible has happened. One individual shouted incoherently, failing to articulate the crux of the issue. Frustrated, another person beside him pushed him aside and tremulously addressed Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai. As soon as he spoke, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, cursing the sudden appearance of zombies and lamenting the inadequacies of the base's security measures. Shen Qingtang gazed at these individuals, unable to suppress a shake of her head. Truly, they appeared utterly inept. No wonder their previous circumstances had been so dire. Conversely, there were others whose eyes sparkled with hope as they looked toward Shen Qingtang and her companions, their expressions brimming with a longing for assistance. This time, however, Shen Qingtang was not inclined to be so accommodating. Observing these individuals who lamented their fate, she urged, "Pick up your weapons. They are merely powerless zombies. Can you truly not prevail against them? Must this be your perpetual state? Aside from the children who deserve protection, I implore the rest of you to stand bravely forward." Yet, her words failed to elicit even a modicum of concern from them. Shen Qingtang finally realized the magnitude of her previous misdeeds. She had once witnessed the plight of that little girl, and it had been her error not to contemplate the implications of her actions at the time. Fortunately, it was not too late now. Observing the inaction of the crowd, Shen Qingtang chose silence and expanded her form. Utilizing her leaves, she summoned her small green sprouts to shield the children and a few frail young girls within the throng. Turning her gaze towards the robust men, she spoke with an unruffled tone. "The zombies are approaching." The crowd, filled with dread, glanced behind them, where the distant sounds of growling could indeed be heard. "You, Shen Qingtang, how could you treat us this way, after we have continually hailed you as our protector and praised you as our guardian?" A voice among them cried out in desperation. Yet, Shen Qingtang remained unfazed by the outburst. She stood there with poise, even cheerfully swaying her flower head. Having observed the situation, she noted that there weren't many ordinary zombies advancing. If these individuals acted in unison, they could surely prevail. She even dispatched a fragment of her consciousness to patrol the base. Of course, if they refused to take action, then so be it. Death would merely be the consequence. She could choose to overlook it, for she had granted them numerous chances already. Moreover, her initial intention to assist them was to utilize their strength against the ordinary zombies. If they were incapable of achieving that, what purpose would they serve? "Please, Lady Qingtang, save them." A small girl approached Shen Qingtang, trembling as she implored. "Oh, it is you. How is your brother faring?" The little girl stared blankly at the sunflower before her, finally whispering, "My brother went out to fight the zombies. He expressed deep gratitude to you, Lady Qingtang. Without your assistance, we cannot fathom what our base would be like now." At this juncture, the girl faltered, aware of the disparaging remarks made about instant noodles. She had attempted to persuade many, but her words fell on deaf ears, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. "Lady Qingtang, I am sorry. I was wrong to plead for your help." "Ah, it is good that you recognize your mistake." Shen Qingtang nodded faintly, choosing not to elaborate further, while the little girl gradually retreated to her original position. She gazed at the individuals outside who were still attempting to enter and shouted loudly, "Uncle, pick up your weapons. My brother is just an ordinary person, yet he can fight zombies. You can too." This thought had suddenly occurred to her when she was questioning her brother. Despite being an ordinary person himself, he ventured out daily to combat zombies. So why couldn't these individuals do the same? However, a boisterous man, irritated by her lack of assistance, began to jeer and insult her. "You little fraud. You speak so boldly while sheltered inside. If you have the guts, come out." This man, robust in stature, chose to bicker with a child rather than confront the zombies. Shen Qingtang could not tolerate such behavior, and with a benevolent flick of her leaves, the sturdy man found himself merely a few steps away from the zombies. "Ah!" He screamed in terror at the sudden change in position and the approaching horde. Instinctively, he threw a punch at the zombie lunging towards him. The zombie, devoid of pain, merely staggered back a step before charging again. Desperate for survival, the man continued to strike wildly. Eventually, Shen Qingtang could no longer bear to watch and commanded, "Decapitate it." Without hesitation, the robust man followed her directive, landing a powerful blow to the zombie's head, which caused it to call out. At this moment, Shen Qingtang spoke up. "Look, aren't you capable of vanquishing the zombies?" The crowd fell into a profound silence. They indeed had the ability, yet they were reluctant to engage in such a thankless endeavor. In the days when Leader Zhao was still around, they received a meager supply of resources each month, and they had grown accustomed to that existence. Though they were never fully satiated, they also were not on the brink of starvation. It was only with Shen Qingtang's arrival that they realized there were easier ways to procure supplies, which slightly rekindled their motivation to act. However, the thought of confronting zombies was something they were unwilling to entertain. Just as these thoughts lingered, a few more zombies approached. The crowd's excitement was palpable as they gazed at the motionless figures before them. The roars were filled with exhilaration. If they could speak, they would surely be exclaiming about feasting upon a grand banquet. Choose to fight or to perish. It's your decision. Shen Qingtang gazed at the bewildered crowd and spoke with a cruel demeanor. Chapter 172, Observing Coldly. The crowd remained unresponsive, convinced that Shen Qingtang was merely attempting to frighten them. With so many supernatural beings among them, they could not possibly be in genuine danger of being bitten by zombies. It was not until the individual closest to the zombies suddenly let out a piercing scream that they realized the gravity of the situation, witnessing the bite firsthand. While Shen Qingtang and her companions refrained from intervening, panic ensued as they scrambled to the farthest reaches from the zombies, desperately picking up anything they could find on the ground and hurling it towards the undead with all their might. With a few individuals taking the initiative, the remaining members of the crowd soon joined in. In no time, the already dwindling number of zombies was reduced to a mere handful, still lingering in their hunger for flesh. "Look, are you not quite formidable after all?" Shen Qingtang sat aside, delivering sardonic remarks, while those around her dared not voice their indignation. After vanquishing the last few zombies, they collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. A collective thought echoed in their minds: how weary they were. Ignoring Shen Qingtang's comments, she remained unfazed and continued to speak to herself. "More zombies are on the way. You all must persevere." With that, she intended to depart with Jiang Yubai and a few others. Upon witnessing her intent to leave, the prostrate individuals struggled to rise, each lamenting their plight and pleading for her to stay and assist them. They expressed regret for their previous words against Shen Qingtang, claiming they had merely heeded the opinions of others. They rambled on, shifting the blame entirely onto others, insisting that they themselves were without fault. At this moment, Shen Qingtang had no time to waste on idle chatter. She had other matters to attend to. Relying on oneself was far more prudent than seeking assistance. Outside the base, zombies were already gathering, and among them were the more formidable mutant zombies. "Perhaps you wish to confront these enhanced foes?" Upon hearing her words, the crowd, which had been apologizing, fell into an immediate silence. They wanted to accuse Shen Qingtang of deception, yet just then, the chilling roars of the zombies reached their ears. In an instant, their courage faltered. They dared not utter a word, nor could they remain prostrate on the ground. Instead, they scrambled to their feet, clutching their weapons tightly. Shen Qingtang cast one last glance at them, instructing Suantu in order to safeguard the child, before the group made their way towards the entrance of the base. Upon their arrival, they were met with a daunting sight. The entrance was already besieged by a throng of zombies, creating an atmosphere of palpable terror. The ordinary individuals who had been on patrol had long since sought refuge within. As Shen Qingtang and her companions approached, one of them stepped forward sheepishly, saying, "My lady Qingtang, I took refuge upon encountering the mutated zombies." Shen Qingtang gently patted his head with a leaf, saying, "I understand. You may go and rest. We shall take care of things here." The young boy obediently turned and departed. Shen Qingtang observed several of her teammates beside her. "It has been quite some time since you last faced zombies. Now is your opportunity to showcase your prowess." Suan hesitated, not particularly eager to engage. Nevertheless, despite his internal reluctance, His hands moved with unwavering precision. Without a moment's pause, he conjured multiple shield walls, casting them deftly before the ability users and zombies, meticulously controlling their trajectory. The ability users, spotting a zombie with only its head exposed, were filled with exhilaration, swiftly dispatching it with precise strikes. Meanwhile, Su Lingruo hurled her grenades towards the distance, confident that Suan would handle the close-range threats while she focused on the foes further away. Shen Qingtang enlarged her form, her vision spanning numerous directions and her ears attuned to every sound. Wherever danger lurked, she unleashed her lightning blades with abandon. Occasionally, when a stray adversary approached her side, she would simply and brutally dispatch them with a single bite. The scene was exceedingly gruesome and violent. Meanwhile, Jiang Yubai observed silently, a deep sense of inadequacy washing over him. His previously acquired abilities seemed to hold little value, for these zombies, although empowered, appeared to lack significant strength. He felt utterly powerless. At that moment, however, he sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, just as Shen Qingtang drew closer to him. Jiang Yubai, I detect an ominous presence. Indeed, her words heightened Shen Qingtang's vigilance. Both of them shared a mutual intuition that whatever lay ahead would not be easily vanquished. A sudden sound sliced through the air. Shen Qingtang hurriedly turned her gaze towards the source of the sound. Wasn't this the wooden zombie from before? However, the other party offered her no time for contemplation, launching an immediate attack with hands adorned with long, dark, and menacing claws. Shen Qingtang felt that if she were human, a single swipe from the creature would surely spell her demise. Yet she was not. Just as she prepared to nimbly evade the attack, she suddenly realized that the zombie was immobilized. Without a doubt, she surmised that Jiang Yubai had intervened. Observing the ease with which the zombie had been subdued, Shen Qingtang concluded that her earlier apprehensions had been misplaced. Was this truly worthy of her ominous premonitions? The young zombie, clearly bewildered by its inability to move, remained fixated on the command in its mind to seize the flower. However, it found itself powerless. Consequently, it succumbed to frustration, its cries of distress echoing incessantly. Shen Qingtang turned to Jiang Yubai and inquired, "Is it not possible for your ability to silence others?" Jiang Yubai attempted to demonstrate and shook his head in response. Very well. Subsequently, Shen Qingtang directed her attention to the zombie before her. "I suspected you would speak. Your master is Song Yu. Isn't she? Why does she not dare to show herself?" The zombie remained silent. Fortunately, Shen Qingtang had grown accustomed to such behavior. Thus she did not feel disappointed. Release the pause. After binding the suddenly appearing zombie as tightly as a rice dumpling, she finally addressed Jiang Yubai. The moment her words left her lips, the previously paused abilities of the ability user and the zombies resumed their chaotic clash. Observing their seemingly unaffected demeanor, Shen Qingtang couldn't help but glance at the calm and composed Jiang Yubai, pondering, were they unaware of the earlier pause? This was Jiang Yubai's first experience utilizing this ability, yet judging by their behavior, it seemed they were indeed oblivious. He nodded in affirmation. Shen Qingtang felt a profound satisfaction. She believed this ability was indeed remarkable. It restricted the body but not the voice, leaving one blissfully unaware after the ordeal. This was simply an essential power for robbers. No, wait, perhaps it was more suited for home and travel? She pondered, ultimately concluding that this ability was undeniably excellent. Her praise elicited a small flicker of joy from Jiang Yubai. He then activated his celestial vision once more, sensing that the situation was surely more intricate than it appeared. At the moment his vision was unveiled, he suddenly felt an unusual presence nearby. Before he could react, Shen Qingtang enveloped him in leaves, rendering him unable to see anything. He was genuinely astonished. He had not anticipated that Shen Qingtang's leaves were so formidable, capable of obstructing his celestial vision. Chapter 173, I Am the Zombie King. Hiss. Upon observing a burn mark on the leaves, Shen Qingtang could not suppress a gasp. What's wrong? Jiang Yubai's anxious voice reached her. He had heard Shen Qingtang's cry of pain, yet he was too tightly wrapped in her leaves to escape. As she beheld the towering zombie that had suddenly appeared before her, Shen Qingtang's heart sank momentarily. She realized that the zombie she had previously subdued with such ease should have been a warning sign. This was the true source of her ominous premonition. You're not an ordinary ability-wielding zombie, are you? As Shen Qingtang spoke, she swiftly retreated, aware that the zombie could inflict harm upon her, necessitating cautious maneuvering. Initially, her words were merely a probe, yet to her astonishment, the zombie actually responded. I am the Zombie King. Shen Qingtang pondered the extraordinary nature of the zombies, never anticipating that the adversary would possess such a formidable rank. I am skeptical. What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claim? To her surprise, the Zombie King proved to be unexpectedly agreeable. He let out several roars directed at the zombies still engaged in combat with the ability users, and, astonishingly, they complied and ceased their assault. The ability users were rendered speechless by this scene, turning to observe the unfolding spectacle. Due to the considerable distance, they could not discern the exchange between Shen Qingtang and the Zombie King. Suin, filled with joy, dashed to Shen Qingtang's side, exclaiming, Qingtang, your abilities have leveled up again. You are truly remarkable. I knew you would come to our aid. Shen Qingtang cast a piercing glance at him. I sensed a lurking danger surrounding Qingtang. Upon hearing this, Su Lingrua and several others immediately gathered around, their eyes all fixed on Shen Qingtang, yet they discerned nothing amiss. Thus, they turned to Su for clarification. Recalling Shen Qingtang's earlier demeanor, Suin could not help but furrow his brow. She had been unusually fierce. This was not her typical self, and it certainly was not the first time he had inappropriately approached her for conversation. Though it was ill-timed, the group could not suppress their simultaneous exclamations. So you are aware, we all thought you were oblivious. Under normal circumstances, Suin would have countered their remarks, but the current situation was evidently inappropriate for such banter. He divulged his earlier observation. Brother Bai is missing. When have you ever seen Brother Bai leave Qingtang alone? The group pondered and realized that indeed, they had never witnessed such an occurrence. This realization cast a shadow of worry over their faces. What should they do now? At that moment, Zai spoke up. Shall I attempt to sneak over and investigate? Su Lingrua exchanged glances with the others. It seemed they had no alternative. Do you know what lies opposite Qingtang? Su Lingrua inquired, nudging Suin with her elbow. I have no idea. My attention was solely on Qingtang. I thought her ability had upgraded, enabling her to halt the zombies directly, and I was preoccupied with congratulating her. The others regarded him with incredulous expressions. Observing Zai preparing to become invisible, Su Lingrua quietly cautioned her. After all, among their group, only Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai possessed formidable strength. Should they be lost, so too would they be. Zai nodded in acknowledgement before departing. Despite having rendered herself invisible, Zai proceeded cautiously, her breath stifled, fearful of attracting any unwelcome entities. At last, she arrived safely. After a harrowing journey, she found herself beside Shen Qingtang and could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Shen Qingtang immediately sensed an unfamiliar presence beside her. She turned her gaze towards Su and the others, and upon noticing that Zai was absent, she could not help but mutter to herself in exasperation, nonsense. Ultimately, she maintained an air of nonchalance as she faced the Zombie King, inquiring, what do you intend to do? Despite their brief acquaintance, Shen Qingtang inexplicably felt that this Zombie King had no desire to harm her. Otherwise, he would not have engaged her in such idle chatter for so long. Although her leaves had been damaged by the liquid he had expelled, it was a consequence of her own actions regarding Jiang Yubai. His true target, she surmised, must be Jiang Yubai. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the Zombie King's words confirmed her suspicions. What did you say? You want me to follow you? Why would I? What makes you worthy of my allegiance? There are countless others eager to claim me. Hidden beside her, Zai also caught wind of this conversation, her breath quickening in response. A mental battle ensued within her. If Shen Qingtang chose to depart, would she, too, be compelled to follow? While she wrestled with her dilemma, a voice echoed in her ears. Only by following me will you grow. It will be highly advantageous for you. By clinging to these ineffectual humans, you will never attain true growth. I can make you the second most powerful being in the world. Shen Qingtang. Thank you, but I do not require it. And that statement sounds rather juvenile. Could it be that this zombie was once a delusional youth in its former life? My tone has grown somewhat impatient. Do not push your luck. I have granted you the position of second in the world, yet you are still unwilling. Do you aspire to claim the title of first? Shen Qingtang remained silent, feeling that allowing the zombie king to speak was indeed a mistake. I will not accompany you. Oh, I merely inquire for the sake of formality. As you humans say, first courtesy, then conflict? Upon uttering these words, his massive hand surged towards Shen Qingtang. The gust produced by his hand sent the purple leaves tumbling far away, eventually coming to a halt. She immediately glanced towards Shen Qingtang. Fortunately, she had been vigilant of the impending attack. As he struck, she transformed into her largest form. The zombie king was taken aback by the sudden expansion of the sunflower. His hand collided with the enlarged sunflower, akin to a confrontation between an ant and an elephant. Witnessing this transformation, he became even more exhilarated. Quite remarkable indeed. Chapter 174, The Battle with the Zombie King. The Zombie King repeated his praise thrice, a testament to his genuine admiration for Shen Qingtang's sunflower. Shen Qingtang did not let her guard down due to the other party's inexplicable flattery. Rather, she became more vigilant. While attentively observing the movements of the zombie king, she quietly retrieved her lightning blade. This time, unlike before when she would simply toss the blade, she meticulously rolled up her other leaves. As her leaves had not grown in size with her body, the zombie king remained oblivious to her actions. Once everything was prepared, she feigned confusion and addressed the zombie king. Were you just praising me? The zombie king nodded repeatedly, acknowledging yes. I did not expect you to be more formidable than I imagined. You've grown impressively large. This is excellent. Even if you choose not to intimidate others, you will still be effective. It was evident that the zombie king regarded the sunflower before him as already within his grasp. Just as Shen Qingtang felt it was time to strike, an unexpected noise startled her, causing her leaves to tremble and nearly drop her blades to the ground. Fortunately, she managed to steady herself at the last moment. Turning to the source of the sound, Shen Qingtang was left speechless. This person was truly foolish. Where did this shameless individual come from, daring to snatch something from her? Observing the furious figure rushing toward her, Shen Qingtang silently retracted her blades, sensing an ominous premonition that this was no longer her battlefield. As expected, the moment Song Yu appeared, she immediately commanded several supernatural beings beside her to attack the zombie king. Unsurprisingly, those supernatural beings were swiftly annihilated. Shen Qingtang could hardly bear to watch. Oh, not bad. A bit impressive, Song Yu remarked casually, glancing at the fallen supernatural beings and scolding them before extracting a small finger bone from her possession. Xiaoyi, why are you still dawdling? Eliminate this creature. Song Yu recalled her father's words, stating that Xiaoyi was exceptionally powerful, and she believed that no zombie could rival him, let alone a mere supernatural being. Given the similarities between the zombie king and humans, and with Song Yu standing at a slight distance, she mistakenly perceived the creature as a particularly formidable supernatural being. Having only caught fragmented snippets of conversation earlier, she vaguely understood that someone intended to take the sunflower, prompting her to act without restraint and contact the supernatural beings her father had dispatched for her protection. After all, she had painstakingly located the sunflower. How could she possibly survive if someone else snatched it away? That would be utterly humiliating. Initially indifferent to Shen Qingtang's words, Xiaoyi sprang into action upon hearing Song Yu's command. Understood, Mississippi. He then swiftly charged toward the zombie king, and soon the two zombies clashed in combat. Shen Qingtang stood calmly at the side, observing the commotion without uttering a word, and she even released Jiang Yubai. To her surprise, the moment he emerged, he immediately reproached her. You must not act this way again. Upon witnessing his anger manifesting in a flurry of fragmented phrases, Shen Qingtang was taken aback. Are you not resorting to the 3 character classics anymore? Jiang Yubai felt as though he might perish from exasperation. Did he truly appear so fragile? Why was it that Shen Qingtang's first instinct in a crisis was to shield herself? Could he not stand shoulder to shoulder with her in the face of adversity? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. His typically gentle demeanor began to falter. He gazed at Shen Qingtang and spoke once more. "You must not behave this way again." Shen Qingtang found his demeanor quite amusing and could not resist teasing him. "If I were to act this way again next time, wouldn't it be entirely natural for me to protect you, given that I am superior to you all?" Jiang Yubai wished to retort, believing that as a man, he should be the one safeguarding his teammates and his beloved, but the words eluded him. Instead, he simply refrained from speaking. Shen Qingtang observed his face flush with urgency, his mouth opening and closing as if searching for the right words. After a moment, she finally relented. All right, I understand. You needn't be so tangled in your thoughts." Jiang Yubai. As they conversed, the two zombies nearby were nearing the conclusion of their confrontation. Witnessing the imminent defeat of Xiao Yi, Shen Qingtang unleashed a series of lightning blades directed at the zombie king. She was well aware of whom she ought to assist. With her intervention, Xiao Yi swiftly turned the tide in his favor. The zombie king shot a glare at Shen Qingtang, observing that he could still vocally challenge her. Shen Qingtang suspected that Xiao Yi's earlier advantage had been a feigned display. Indeed, no sooner had she entertained that thought than the zombie king altered his strategy, abandoning his previous gentleness. Seeing the hand approaching his neck, Xiao Yi instinctively retreated, feeling an overwhelming pressure. "You were deliberately toying with me earlier." He gazed at his counterpart, realizing in that instant that he was no match for this fellow zombie. "How can you say such a thing? I was merely training you. You bring shame upon our kind by allowing a human to control you. With your apparent intellect, how could you possibly acquiesce to such a fate?" Initially, the zombie king had indeed been toying with Xiao Yi, but upon recognizing his sentience, he reconsidered his approach. He contemplated guiding him, and when he heard the question, he instinctively voiced his thoughts. Xiao Yi remained at a loss for words. Observing his internal struggle, the zombie king generously encouraged him. "Speak freely. If you face any difficulties, share them with me. After all, we are of the same kind." This was his first encounter with a fellow zombie possessing wisdom, and he felt reluctant to eliminate him. Xiao Yi still remained silent. Meanwhile, Shen Qingtang noticed this development. She sensed that both zombies were in a relaxed state. Consequently, she urged Jiang Yubai to employ his time-freezing ability. Previously, the zombie king had been highly vigilant, which had justified her risk-taking with Jiang Yubai, but the circumstances had shifted. Upon hearing her command, Jiang Yubai promptly activated the time pause, extending the range considerably. He felt as though his very essence was being drained from the exertion. "Eat this." Upon receiving the offered yellow pill, Jiang Yubai opened his mouth without hesitation. Shen Qingtang thought to herself, might as well give up. Yet she meticulously used the pointed tip of her leaf to deliver the pill into Jiang Yubai's mouth. Chapter 175, Deceived by the Zombie King. The moment the pill dissolved, its effects were instantly manifested, and Jiang Yubai felt his powers restored to their peak. Observing the immobilized individuals and the zombies, he turned his gaze towards Shen Qingtang, contemplating, shall we eliminate them? Shen Qingtang initially intended to investigate the secrets surrounding Xiao Yi, but given the current circumstances, she deemed it unnecessary. With this thought in mind, she found herself in agreement with Jiang Yubai. It was indeed the opportune moment to eliminate them. Resolving not to waste any more time, she swiftly made her way to the immobilized zombie king and Xiao Yi. Upon witnessing the sudden arrival of the sunflower, the zombie king expressed his confusion, inquiring, "How can you still move? Why am I unable to?" Shen Qingtang, uninterested, cast aside the lightning blade with a flick. The zombie king, witnessing the approaching blade, felt a sudden constriction in its pupils. It sensed the formidable power contained within. Should it be struck, its life would undoubtedly be forfeit. Faced with the imminent threat to its existence, the zombie king let out a furious roar. With a sudden splatter, Jiang Yubai coughed up blood, prompting Shen Qingtang to swiftly turn her gaze. Upon seeing Jiang Yubai's wretched state, she barely had time to feel triumphant over the zombie king's fear of her lightning blade. No matter, I must eliminate it first. Jiang Yubai recognized that he had suffered a backlash and regarded the zombie king with a dangerous glint in his eyes. He couldn't help but reflect on the sheer might of the zombie king. Even when momentarily halted, it still managed to inflict harm upon him. Although Shen Qingtang was deeply concerned for Jiang Yubai, she understood the gravity of the situation. Thus, she renewed her assault on the Zombie King. The previous roar had shattered her lightning blade into mere fragments, compelling her to adopt a different approach this time. She opened her flower-like maw toward the Zombie King's head, intending to bite down as she had done with the earlier zombies. However, after numerous attempts, she failed to leave even a scratch, ultimately having to retract her head in frustration. Casting a despondent glance at Jiang Yubai, she lamented, My abilities are insufficient to vanquish this Zombie King." Admitting such a truth was undeniably embarrassing for her, yet it remained an undeniable reality. Jiang Yubai was equally taken aback by the turn of events. In his eyes, Shen Qingtang was the epitome of strength, and he quickly sought to console her, saying, "It's all right." Yet, words eluded him, and the situation fell into a palpable stalemate. The zombie that even Shen Qingtang could not vanquish was certainly beyond the capability of others. After a moment of contemplation, a brilliant idea suddenly illuminated Shen Qingtang's mind. She turned her gaze toward the Zombie King. "I shall pose a question to you. Should you respond truthfully, I will grant you your freedom." The Zombie King cast her a disdainful glance before arrogantly turning his head away. He was not foolish. He had overheard their earlier conversation with perfect clarity. Currently, this sunflower was at an impasse with him, unable to act, while he too found himself in a predicament. However, he realized there remained a course of action available to him, albeit one requiring considerable effort. "Accompany me, and I shall release these individuals." Despite the sunflower's earlier disrespectful assault, he resolved to extend the grace of forgiveness. Shen Qingtang was utterly exasperated to hear that he still hadn't abandoned his ridiculous notion. She couldn't comprehend why this zombie was so obstinately insistent on having her follow it. It didn't even need her help gathering supplies. "Right now, you're the one immobilized under my control," she retorted. "Oh, is that so?" The Zombie King's mocking sent a sudden wave of foreboding through Shen Qingtang's heart. This situation was far more dire than before. Watching Jiang Yubai coughing up blood uncontrollably, Shen Qingtang grew frantic, shoving several medicinal pills into his mouth at once. Yet this time, they proved utterly ineffective. The Zombie King observed her desperation with disdain. "Just some feeble human, hardly worth such concern. Shut your mouth," she snapped. Shen Qingtang's furious shout did not silence the Zombie King. Instead, he glanced at Jiang Yubai with keen interest before slowly speaking. "You now have but two choices. Either free me from my confinement or suffer a deadly backlash." Jiang Yubai, enduring excruciating pain, remained silent. He felt he was still not formidable enough. Otherwise, how could he be so easily subjected to such a backlash? Upon hearing the words of the Zombie King, Shen Qingtang immediately urged Jiang Yubai to relinquish his powers. However, this time, the usually obedient Jiang Yubai was resolute in his refusal. Witnessing his stubbornness made Shen Qingtang's anxiety reach a fever pitch. "Jiang Yubai, I command you to release your powers. I refuse to believe that I cannot vanquish this Zombie King today." Initially, Shen Qingtang harbored little animosity towards the Zombie King. But upon seeing Jiang Yubai in such a dire state, her heart ignited with fury, compelling her to eliminate the Zombie King as swiftly as possible. Yet, she found herself unable to leave Jiang Yubai's side, as she had been continuously administering her pills to him to prevent his blood loss. "I am fine. Just eliminate him first." Jiang Yubai managed to utter a complete sentence with great effort, observing his unwavering determination. Shen Qingtang felt cornered and ultimately decided to feed him a handful of pills in one go before approaching the Zombie King. As the sunflower drew nearer, the Zombie King exhibited no signs of fear. However, it sensed a desperate resolve emanating from the flower. Thus, it cleverly bellowed several times towards the sky. Shen Qingtang immediately sensed something amiss. No longer attempting to feign strength, she transformed into her most formidable form and unleashed a powerful inhale towards the base. In an instant, a tempest arose, and soon after, every individual within the base vanished without a trace. Only Shen Qingtang, Jiang Yubai, the Zombie King, and Shao Yi remained. The Zombie King, brimming with confidence, was utterly taken aback by this spectacle. He incredulously inquired, "Where have those people gone?" Shen Qingtang wasted no words on him. She immediately transformed her lightning blade into the shape of a cleaver, and without a second thought, she swung it towards the zombie king's head. One strike, two strikes, three strikes. After relentlessly delivering countless blows, she finally left a small mark on the zombie king's neck. "Huh, with such meager damage, do you think you can bring about my demise? I just saw you tremble with fear moments ago." Shen Qingtang was perplexed. At the outset, when she wielded the lightning blade, she had distinctly observed a shift in her opponent's gaze. Why then, did he now exhibit no reaction whatsoever? That was merely an act on my part. Is it not said among humans that all is fair in war? The zombie king surmised that his previous display may have been excessively convincing, thus leading this radiant sun to entertain such unfathomable notions, believing she could vanquish him. Shen Qingtang was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that the zombie king possessed such intelligence. Chapter 176, A Successful Escape. Just as she pondered her next course of action, a sudden cloud of dust billowed in the distance, prompting her to lift her gaze. A throng of zombies surged towards her, and in that instant, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief for her swift reaction that had allowed her to gather all the members of the base within safety. "What now? Are you afraid?" The zombie king's tone was laced with arrogance, as visions of the sunflower kneeling in submission danced in his mind. How delightful, he mused himself. Shen Qingtang glanced at the zombie king, lost in a reverie, before shifting her gaze to Jiang Yubai, who had ceased to cough up blood. After a moment's contemplation, she finally spoke. "Can you still use teleportation?" Had she known they would face such a multitude of zombies ahead, she mused, she might have urged Jiang Yubai to flee from the very beginning. After all, with so many zombies, it was evident they could not defeat them all. Moreover, she had noticed that among the horde, there were dozens possessing level 10 abilities. This was an ordeal far beyond the capabilities of just a few individuals. Survival should take precedence. Jiang Yubai understood Shen Qingtang's implication, yet the memory of that instant when he first encountered the zombies surged in his mind. His body reacted swifter than his thoughts, activating teleportation. However, they remained rooted in place, leading him to realize that the ability was beyond his reach. Now, with Shen Qingtang posing her question, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Once she had spoken, it dawned on her that if Jiang Yubai could use it, he would have done so already. Since he had not, it must be that he was unable to. As the zombies approached, despair enveloped Shen Qingtang. Was she truly to risk her life in a futile battle against them? Just as she steeled herself for a desperate struggle, Jiang Yubai's uncertain voice broke through the tension. "I'll give it a try." "All right," she replied, for there seemed to be no other recourse at this juncture. Jiang Yubai immediately attempted to teleport once more, but, as before, there was no response. After a moment's reflection, he considered cancel pause, teleport. This notion had struck him. Perhaps the two abilities could not be employed simultaneously, and his own power was insufficient. "Are you suggesting that only one ability can be used at a time?" Jiang Yubai nodded. Their voices were hushed, and since the zombie king's hearing was not particularly acute, he remained oblivious to the exchange between the two. He merely observed their close proximity, which displeased him greatly, prompting another roar. Blood trickled from the corner of Jiang Yubai's mouth once more, though it was significantly less than before. Shen Qingtang meticulously wiped the corners of his mouth clean, then turned to glare furiously at the zombie king, exclaiming loudly, "I will follow you. Do not make him bleed again." The zombie king, evidently pleased, nodded in agreement and spoke with a cheerful demeanor. "If only you had done this sooner. I truly had no choice but to resort to force." "Qingtang, no." Jiang Yubai's voice was filled with regret and self-reproach. "It is an unavoidable circumstance. You must take good care of yourself from now on. Do you understand?" No, you." Jiang Yubai shook his head vigorously, his hands gripping the stem of the sunflower tightly. Shen Qingtang delicately pried open Jiang Yubai's hand with her own leaves, her lips continuously uttering words of comfort. Yet, these reassurances did little to alleviate the turmoil within Jiang Yubai's heart. He was on the verge of imploring Shen Qingtang not to depart. The zombie king observed their poignant interaction with keen interest. Ah, splendid. Such a heart-wrenching scene of attachment is truly captivating. Shen Qingtang felt an overwhelming urge to roll her eyes to the heavens. Yet, she could sense the vigilance of the zombie king gradually diminishing. Consequently, she exerted herself even more fervently. Jiang Yubai, one side apart, you must refrain from seeking out any other matters, and steer clear of that little green sprout, Suan. Jiang Yubai replied. All right. Observing Shen Qingtang, who was becoming increasingly enraptured, he hastily gestured towards her. However, she feigned indifference, leaving him to helplessly endure her nonsensical chatter. After I leave, you should find a place to hide. Do not even think about coming to find me or to rescue me. Jiang Yubai transformed into a merciless nodding automaton. Meanwhile, the zombie king watched with great interest. So this is the essence of human disparity. I will persist and thrive. After delivering her final sentiment, Shen Qingtang swiftly exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Yubai, who immediately grasped her intent. In that fleeting moment, the atmosphere underwent a subtle transformation, yet the zombie king, engrossed in their dialogue, remained oblivious to this shift. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi remained vigilant, but his insufficient abilities rendered him incapable of discerning the underlying issue. Jiang Yubai nodded at Shen Qingtang, confirming their prior agreement that a nod from him signified the activation of teleportation. Upon seeing his affirmation, Shen Qingtang promptly extracted Songyu from her own body, ensuring that the zombie king remained unaware, as Jiang Yubai had yet to succeed. She cleverly concealed Songyu behind the zombie king using leaves, and, upon sensing Jiang Yubai had successfully initiated teleportation, hurled Songyu towards the zombie king. Roar, roar, roar. The zombie king, startled by the sudden disappearance of the sunflower zombie, finally realized he had been ensnared. It dawned on him that the earlier display was a ruse orchestrated for his benefit. However, his furious roars bore no consequence, as Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai vanished before his very eyes. Only a lingering phrase remained in the air. Farewell, this is what you call deceit in warfare. Consider it a gift. Enraged by the mocking words, the zombie king stormed towards Songyu, who had been sent sprawling to the ground by his earlier blow. If it weren't for this human, I would have surely retained the sunflower. Unconscious, Songyu remained blissfully unaware of the impending turmoil. Chapter 177. The plan. As she gazed upon the familiar surroundings, Shen Qingtang's emotions were indescribable. She had not anticipated that Jiang Yubai's teleportation would bring them here. A haven of safety. Without hesitation, she released Su Lingruo and the others from her body. As for the remaining members of the base, they lay undisturbed within her, having been rendered unconscious the moment they entered. She wished to keep her affairs private. Suan wore a perplexed expression, while Su Lingruo and Zi Yi turned their attention to Shen Qingtang, utterly bewildered by the events that had transpired. Meeting their puzzled gazes, Shen Qingtang chose not to conceal the truth. Her expression serious, she addressed her teammates. You have all become too complacent. This will not do. It is time to intensify our training. The words left Su Lingruo and the others in confusion, with Suan exclaiming, Qingtang, are you dissatisfied with us? You were never like this before. Cast a speechless glance at the still showboating Su, and Su Lingru quickly tugged at his arm, urging him to silence. She then tentatively inquired, Qingtang, have you encountered some trouble? Based on Su Lingru's understanding of Shen Qingtang, she knew that if nothing significant had transpired, he would not have suddenly uttered such words. Shen Qingtang gazed at Su Lingru, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, she was the more astute one. Are you aware that the Dark Rain base has now fallen? Su Lingru and Suan exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth are you saying? Upon witnessing their incredulity, Shen Qingtang let out a rare, deep sigh. To be honest, she too was taken aback. In her previous life, she had never heard of the existence of a zombie king, yet it was undeniably a reality now. Thus, she recounted the matter of the zombie king to Su Lingru and the others, detailing the control over zombies exerted by this entity. So, the sudden halt of the zombies of the Dark Rain base was due to the zombie king? Not because your abilities had upgraded? Suan still clung to the notion of Shen Qingtang's enhanced powers or mutations. The revelation that it was the zombie king that caused the interruption left him feeling somewhat exasperated, restlessly pacing about. "Stop moving. You're making me dizzy," Su Lingru chided him, then turned her attention to Shen Qingtang. "So, Qingtang, what are your thoughts? What shall we do about those people from the Dark Rain base? We can't just let them remain within your body indefinitely." Su Lingru was particularly concerned about this issue, fully aware of Shen Qingtang as formidable prowess. Such matters should not be entrusted to too many individuals. Otherwise, the human heart, the most terrifying force in the world, could lead to unforeseen consequences. If the inhabitants of the base were to learn of Shen Qingtang's remarkable abilities, it was certain they would entertain alternative ideas. In fact, she darkly contemplated that if no solution could be found, perhaps it would be best to abandon those individuals in a desolate place. After all, they could not be allowed to linger within Shen Qingtang's corporeal form indefinitely. Ever since the incident where she saved someone, resulting in Shen Qingtang's disappearance, Su Lingru had become particularly sensitive to such matters. She would no longer permit anyone to harm Shen Qingtang. Upon hearing Su Lingru's inquiry, Shen Qingtang responded without hesitation. "Do you remember the discussions we had long ago about establishing a base?" Suin immediately nodded. This was an agreement they had made at the outset, but subsequent events had caused them to forget about it. Su Lingru also nodded, though she was somewhat puzzled by the sudden mention of this topic. Seeing that they still recalled the conversation, Shen Qingtang felt a twinge of embarrassment, as it was she who had initially proposed the idea, only to have forgotten it completely. And then, after glancing at him, Shen Qingtang continued, "From now on, the people from the Dark Rain base will settle here. This will serve as our newly established base." Suin and Su Lingru surveyed the surroundings. This was indeed the very place where they had first discussed establishing a base, and Shen Qingtang's idea was splendid. The group unanimously agreed, and Jiang Yubai softly murmured his assent. Shen Qingtang suddenly realized that she had forgotten the most crucial matter. She hurriedly moved closer to Jiang Yubai, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Upon confirming that he was unscathed, she finally felt a sense of relief. How could she have overlooked Jiang Yubai's condition? It was truly inexcusable. "How are you feeling now?" she whispered, casting a glance to ensure no one was paying attention to her. Previously, when Jiang Yubai had coughed up blood, she was the only one who witnessed it. The others remained oblivious to his injury. Shen Qingtang believed that the fewer people who were aware of such matters, the better. Jiang Yubai discerned the concern in her tone and shook his head, subsequently reminding her of the zombie king. "Damn, how could I have forgotten about this?" Shen Qingtang couldn't help but curse. After all, her primary intention had been to mention this very issue, yet she had inexplicably overlooked it. "Thank you for the reminder." Observing her reaction, Jiang Yubai felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. He then lifted Shen Qingtang and approached Su Lingru and the others, who seemed lost in their own thoughts. By God, what is going on?" Suin's question was laced with a hint of guilt. Had he inadvertently revealed his and Lingruo's private jests about Bai Ge? Was he here to settle the score? Jiang Yubai shot him a glance, but remained silent, prompting Shen Qingtang to cleverly interject. "I almost forgot to inform you all about something important. Once I release everyone from the base, we shall commence training together." Upon hearing about the training, Suin slumped in dismay. He had no desire to participate. Yet, with no zombies in sight, how would they train? Suin stubbornly expressed his reluctance. Although he spoke the truth, his words earned him disapproving glances from Su Lingruo and Zai. They silently thought he was utterly lazy. Su Lingruo turned to Shen Qingtang, eager to ask if she had devised a clever solution, and inquired about the sudden change in circumstances. "Earlier, when I fought the zombie king, I discovered that I couldn't defeat it." As soon as these words left her lips, not only Su Lingruo, but even Suin ceased his ramblings, now gazing at Shen Qingtang with utmost seriousness. "Our journey thus far has been too smooth, leading us to forget that there are many formidable beings in this world. This is also my oversight, so starting today, we must engage in training." Shen Qingtang felt no shame in admitting her own frailty. It was simply the truth. Her ability to inflict harm on the zombie king was virtually negligible. Although he could not kill her, she found this sensation deeply unsettling. Moreover, with the emergence of one zombie king, The possibility of encountering another loomed ominously. This was a source of concern for Shen Qingtang. Upon hearing her words, Su Lingruo and the others fell into a contemplative silence. Shen Qingtang's words were indeed insightful. They had become so accustomed to their ease that they had forgotten the reality of this apocalyptic world. Chapter 178, A New Abode. All right, Qingtang, you mentioned training. I shall comply without hesitation. This time, Sun exhibited an unusual demeanor. It is worth noting that in the past, upon hearing the mention of training, he would have sought a multitude of excuses, never so readily engaging in conversation. Observing the collective gaze directed at him, Sun scratched his head. Why are you all looking at me like that? Did I say something amiss? Su Lingru and the others immediately shook their heads. No, not at all. You spoke very aptly. Shen Qingtang lightly tapped her flower plate before directing her gaze towards the others, speaking in a calm and unhurried manner. There is no need to rush. Let us first ensure the arrangements for those at the Dark Rain base. Upon hearing this, Su Lingru displayed a nonchalant expression. We can simply leave them at the base, can't we? After all, did we not fortify the base beforehand? Shen Qingtang pondered carefully and realized she had completely forgotten about the matter. Eventually, she could only sheepishly admit, I don't remember. Fortunately, the others did not seem perturbed by her words and instead shifted the conversation. So, does that mean they will no longer be part of the Dark Rain base, but rather the Sunshine base? Sun posed a profound question. To be honest, he had never anticipated this day, which filled him with a sense of serendipitous convergence. He recalled that initially, their aspiration was simply to establish a base. They had even settled on a name, had it not been for the subsequent events that transpired. However, upon hearing this familiar name, both Su and Shen Qingtang experienced a sense of nostalgia. They had originally ventured to the Dark Rain base to rescue others, thereby abandoning their plans to establish a base of their own. Little did they expect that the ultimate outcome would see all the individuals from the Dark Rain base seamlessly transition into the Sunshine base. It was indeed rather extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Qingtang spoke again. Let me first release them and inquire, as renaming should involve consulting the individuals concerned. Upon hearing her words, those present exchanged glances, silently conveying a shared understanding. Surely, the people from the Dark Rain base would not be so ungrateful. After Shen Qingtang uttered those words, she expelled everyone from the Dark Rain base. The moment they emerged, they opened their eyes to a foreign environment. Some immediately sought refuge beside familiar companions, while the bolder individuals surveyed their surroundings before seeking out known faces. Lord Qingtang, may I inquire where we are? How do we come to be here? Were we not engaged in a battle against the zombies? Observed the psychic who quickly grasped the situation. Shen Qingtang spoke without hesitation. The Dark Rain base has fallen. I have brought you to a new base. What? Our base is gone. How could this be? Lord Qingtang, weren't you there? Hearing these incredulous remarks, Shen Qingtang maintained her composure. I am not omnipotent. From today onwards, you shall train diligently at this base. Suan and the others will accompany you. Suan and his companions promptly moved to Shen Qingtang's side. The members of the Dark Rain base appeared utterly despondent. They had always believed that as long as Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai were present, they would be safe. Yet the reality was starkly different. Su Lingru recognized their thoughts at a glance, and her tone turned harsh. You cannot always rely on others. Do you not understand that the ultimate threat is the Zombie King? The Zombie King? There is actually a Zombie King? Does this mean that humanity is completely devoid of hope? Su Lingru did not anticipate that her words would elicit such despair. Her intention was to make them aware of the difficulties Shen Qingtang faced, that her ability to lead them away from the clutches of the Zombie King was a remarkable feat in itself. Yet, the sight of these supernatural beings left her feeling exhausted. Look at yourselves. What a pitiful state. It is merely a Zombie King. Did not Qingtang lead you away from its grasp? Furthermore, she has brought you to such a large base. What more could you desire? Her impassioned words finally roused the spirits of the supernatural beings. Indeed, how could they have forgotten that everyone from their former base had safely arrived here? Was this not a testament to Shen Qingtang's prowess? Some individuals quickly realized this and rushed to Shen Qingtang's side. expressing their gratitude for her life-saving intervention and assuring her of their commitment to rigorous training. With one person leading the way, others soon followed suit. Enough with the frivolous talk. From now on, make this place your home. Shen Qingtang pointed towards the imposing structure behind her, drawing the attention of the ability users to the opulent edifice that loomed large. In stark contrast to their previous accommodations, it was as if they had entered an entirely different realm. One individual, with a hint of trepidation, ventured to inquire, "Are we truly to reside here? Could it be infested with zombies?" This question doused the previously exuberant ability users with a cold reality, swiftly restoring their composure. Indeed, how could they have overlooked the fact that such a grand and lavish place must have once housed many souls before the apocalypse? This implication suggested a significant presence of zombies, and they were not so naive as to believe that such a prime location would remain unclaimed by the larger strongholds if there were no underlying issues. It seemed improbable that fortune would smile upon them to find such a treasure, though there was a hint of skepticism in their words. It was commendable that they retained a sense of vigilance. Consequently, when Shen Qingtang spoke again, her tone was markedly more reassuring. "Rest assured, this place is quite safe. It is where we previously resided." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. This is indeed the residence of Lord Qingtang and Lord Jiang Yubai. Before Shen Qingtang could utter another word, a bold individual dashed inside, beckoning their companions to follow suit. Observing the enthusiasm of these individuals, Shen Qingtang merely smiled and shook her head lightly, then led Suan and the others inside as well. "Lady Qingtang, you are our saviors," Shen Qingtang remarked. "There is truly no need. It is merely a place of residence." Suan glanced at Shen Qingtang, noticing her reluctance to broach the subject. Thus, he took the initiative to step forward. The other abilities users turned their curious gazes toward him, perplexed by his intentions. A few had even begun to murmur softly amongst themselves. Suan observed them and cleared his throat. "Ahem, I have something to announce." Chapter 179. It's time to use one's brain in an instant. The attention of all the abilities users was drawn to Suan. Several individuals, including Shen Qingtang, could not help but glance over, curious about what he would articulate. Suan, meeting their gaze, spoke in a calm and unhurried manner. "Oh, I misspoke. There are two matters at hand. First, from now on, you shall no longer be part of the Onyu base, but rather the Xiangyang base. Do you have any objections? Once you are settled in, we shall commence training immediately, regardless of age or gender. Those without abilities will also need to begin their training." The ability users exchanged glances, indifferent to the name of the base, yet they were eager for the forthcoming training. However, the ordinary individuals and the elderly found themselves at a loss, feeling that this decision was beyond their control, though they longed for their ordinary family members to possess the ability to protect themselves. Suan expected that his words would elicit a wave of admiration, only to be met with silence. His brow furrowed, and his tone soured. "What? Do you have objections?" The ability users hastily shook their heads, but one bolder soul voiced their earlier concerns. Upon hearing this, Suan's expression reflected his disappointment. "Previously, you lacked opportunity, yet now it is laid before you, and you still hesitate? Here, resources are plentiful, and training is provided. What more could you desire? One cannot be excessively greedy. Must we depend on Qingtang for your protection indefinitely?" The individual who spoke felt their face flush crimson in response to his words. The ability users had not considered this. Yet those ordinary individuals they had long supported might indeed harbor such thoughts. Shen Qingtang and a few others stood quietly to the side, leaving everything to Suan to handle. Suan could easily discern the embarrassment of the speaker, who genuinely felt uncomfortable. He then directed his gaze toward the ordinary people, addressing them. "You are all aware of the events that transpired at the Dark Rain base, correct? As you have seen, when we say we will not rescue you, we mean it. You have a choice, either train diligently within the base or leave at this very moment." The ordinary people exchanged glances, ultimately looking towards their loved ones. Most of them had relatives with abilities. Otherwise, they would not have been able to live so comfortably. A familiar little girl immediately stepped forward, approaching Shen Qingtang. Upon seeing her, Shen Qingtang understood her intentions without hesitation. As expected, the girl spoke up. Lady Qingtang, I am willing. I wish to train with you to lessen my brother's burden. My brother would also be eager to follow you. Thank you, Lady Qingtang, for your constant care. In the future, when we are strong, we will protect you. At that moment, a little boy also stepped forward. Although he said nothing, Shen Qingtang could see from the determination in his eyes that he shared the same sentiment as his sister. Witnessing the two children, Shen Qingtang felt a softening in her heart. Not everyone among these people was cold-hearted. A few harbored gratitude, which made her feel that some of her actions were indeed worthwhile. Although her motives were not entirely pure, it was of little consequence. She would grant these two children a bit more leniency in the future, gently patting the heads of the two children with her leaf. Shen Qingtang spoke in a warm tone. All right, I shall remember your words. The children nodded enthusiastically, their excitement rendering them nearly speechless. Lady Qingtang had actually patted their heads. With their lead, other astute individuals quickly understood their choice and expressed their willingness to train as well. Suin, feeling a bit disgruntled, turned to Shen Qingtang. I spoke for so long, yet your mere presence has a greater impact. His words elicited laughter from the crowd, helping to alleviate the sorrow of their lost base. Upon returning to the new base, Suin immediately began bustling about with Su Lingruo and the others. The little girl and boy had initially wanted to stay by Shen Qingtang's side, but were met with her firm refusal, despite their good intentions. They were still inexperienced and would only create unnecessary complications. Unperturbed by the rejection, the two silently vowed to become stronger quickly, so they could remain by Lady Qingtang's side. Once everyone had departed, only Jiang Yubai, Shen Qingtang, and old Su remained, each lost in thought. Jiang Yubai suddenly turned to old Su and remarked, The mutation? There have been too many recent occurrences. Jiang Yubai had hardly any time to investigate the nature of Shen Qingtang's mutation. Old Su was taken aback by this unexpected inquiry, struggling to comprehend its significance. Shen Qingtang was taken aback that Jiang Yubai still harbored thoughts about this matter. She retorted with a hint of annoyance. Recalling how old Su had previously stated that Jiang was unaware, so why was he still inquiring? Jiang Yubai pinched his fingertips, his tone slightly displeased, feeling as if he was being scorned by his own flower. Nevertheless, despite the perceived disdain, he felt compelled to express himself. I fear for your safety. Remarkably, he managed to articulate 4 words without a single cough, indicating that his abilities had seemingly improved without his notice. Jiang Yubai was astonished he could convey his thoughts so succinctly. However, Shen Qingtang appeared oblivious to this development, her tone dripping with indifference. What could possibly happen to me? Rest assured, I will be fine, she declared, although she herself was uncertain where this inexplicable confidence stemmed from. Yet, inexplicably, Shen Qingtang felt a strong sense of assurance. Just as the words left her lips, she sensed something amiss. Why does it feel like my flower pot is so unbearably itchy? Is it about to sprout a brain? Shen Qingtang, rarely given to uttering a curse, unexpectedly blurted out a profane remark, even recalling an inappropriate saying that followed. Fortunately, she quickly regained her composure and moderated her tone. However, upon reflection, she deemed her behavior unsuitable and promptly summoned the small green sprout, which had been relegated to mere decoration beside Su-un to her side. Take good care of old Su. If anything were to happen to him, you might as well not exist. Shen Qingtang was far less gentle with the small green sprout. After all, this creature would not heed her unless it was firmly controlled, and it would only show kindness by not rebelling. I understand. The small green sprout replied with evident displeasure. How annoying. It's always bad news when this woman calls me. It cursed inwardly, lamenting, when will I ever become formidable? After lingering by her side for so long, without any noticeable change, it felt that something was amiss. The small green sprout recalled that it had initially stayed with her because it believed there were advantages to be gained, yet now it felt utterly cheated. Shen Qingtang was indifferent to these thoughts. After arranging for old Su, she immediately instructed Jiang Yubai to take her away. Sensing the subtle urgency in her tone, Jiang Yubai said nothing and swiftly led her out. Chapter 180. An odd appearance with great effort. She leaped from Jiang Yubai's grasp to the ground, then began to dash around the room. This unexpected behavior left Jiang Yubai momentarily stunned, perplexed by her actions. Despite his numerous inquiries, she remained silent, and ultimately, he could only stand by and wait for Shen Qingtang to tire herself out. After a considerable time, Shen Qingtang finally seemed exhausted and collapsed onto the floor. Jiang Yubai rushed forward. "Are you all right?" The rest of his words were rendered speechless by the shocking sight before him. Gazing at the object in the floral plate that bore an uncanny resemblance to a human face, Jiang Yubai thought he might be hallucinating. He quickly made his way to the window, observing the outside world for a while before mustering the courage to approach Shen Qingtang once more. Looking down, he was taken aback. Shen Qingtang had not changed at all. She remained just as she was, but the floral plate had transformed into a face. At that moment, Jiang Yubai found himself at a loss for words, his clenched fist betraying his tumultuous emotions. Soon a thought struck him, and he hurriedly secured all the doors and windows of the room. After hastily setting up a protective barrier, he felt a slight sense of relief. "Qingtang you." He exerted tremendous effort to utter those 3 words. Shen Qingtang also discerned the peculiarities in her counterpart, realizing that her perception had sharpened significantly compared to before. After the flower had circled the room, her gaze swiftly landed upon a mirror, prompting her to dash towards it, eager to behold her current visage. What she encountered was beyond words. The reflection unveiled a stunningly beautiful face adorned upon a flower-shaped plate. If one were to focus solely on that elongated visage, it could indeed captivate countless young hearts. Yet, as her gaze descended, she discovered that her body remained that of a sunflower stalk. Thus, had she truly transformed into a sunflower with a human head? Is this phenomenon genuinely existent? Shen Qingtang's current emotions are beyond the realm of verbal expression. She feels as though the heavens are playing a cruel jest upon her. The last time she transformed, it was a complete metamorphosis. Yet this time, only half of her has changed, and her appearance has altered as well. Jiang Yubai gazed at Shen Qingtang for a considerable while, noticing her dazed reflection in the mirror. Assuming she was bewildered by her current predicament, he approached her without hesitation. "You are human. There is no need to fear," he stammered, piecing together his thoughts in a disjointed manner. He surmised that a plant witnessing its own transformation would likely feel frightened, and thus, after a moment of contemplation, his comforting words flowed forth. After all, having spent so much time together, apart from the initial shock and disbelief, he harbored no fear of Shen Qingtang. Shen Qingtang turned her head upon hearing his words. "Are you not afraid? And why do you refer to me as a human?" Jiang Yubai responded without a moment's hesitation. Shen Qingtang nodded in satisfaction. After the initial shock had subsided, she had come to accept her current appearance. The peculiar occurrences that had previously bewildered her now found a rational explanation. It was simply because she was transforming into a human. However, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, Shen Qingtang found herself in a predicament, pondering whether she would have to venture out into the world in such a state. She felt it was quite unacceptable. Although she had previously possessed the ability to converse as a plant and engage in combat, that had merely been within the realm of mutated flora. What was her current appearance even considered? What was happening? Amidst her chaotic thoughts, Shen Qingtang finally spoke up. Am I to present myself to others like this? Will they perceive me as a monster? Can I even survive? While Shen Qingtang believed she was not particularly frightened, these questions loomed before her. Jiang Yubai was caught off guard by her barrage of inquiries. After a moment of contemplation, he gradually replied, "Do not be afraid." Those 3 brief words offered Shen Qingtang some solace. He then quickly added, "I will find a solution," observing his anxious yet earnest attempt to comfort her. Shen Qingtang smiled in response. "All right." She resolved to devise a plan. After contemplating for a while, she tentatively inquired, "Shall we transform entirely?" Shen Qingtang wore an utterly bewildered expression. What on earth was this? Once again, she couldn't comprehend the other party's words. Jiang Yubai seemed to realize his explanation was rather obscure, so he laboriously attempted to clarify further. "Transform. Completely." She regretted agreeing too hastily. What kind of ludicrous solution was this? If she could truly transform entirely into a human, would she even be in this predicament? Jiang Yubai glanced up and caught the exasperated look on Shen Qingtang's face. He paused, momentarily unaccustomed. Her expressions had become so vivid. When she was merely a floral plate, her emotions were indiscernible, but now, every nuance was laid bare before him. Admittedly, that particular expression wasn't exactly favorable toward him. But then again, he couldn't blame her. His earlier explanation had indeed been lacking. After a brief contemplation, he spoke again. Energy. To you. The next moment, she felt a pair of hands settle upon her torso. Before she could utter a word, an unceasing surge of power flowed through her body, converging toward her head. Shen Qingtang. Such occurrences have never transpired before. Previously, that energy resided solely within my torso. As the energy accumulated, I felt as though my head might explode, prompting me to speak hastily. No more, no more. Please cease at once. Jiang Yubai obediently halted the transmission of energy, his tone laced with concern as he inquired, "Did it hurt?" Shen Qingtang. Alas, this wretched and dreadful conversation. Chapter 181. The base is overrun with zombies. If you do not cease, my head shall surely explode. Shen Qingtang's tone was imbued with a sense of helplessness, causing Jiang Yubai's hand to tremble slightly at her words. He hastily withdrew his hand and gently placed Shen Qingtang on the ground. Following this, he cautiously inquired, "What now?" Shen Qingtang cast a disdainful glance. Too weary to engage with him, perplexed by how he could even pose such a question. Observing his demeanor, she finally found herself unable to hold back her words. She had no desire to endure another experience akin to the previous one and had a vague understanding of her current predicament. If her intuition served her well, all she needed to do now was to release her pent-up energy. However, upon surveying the tranquil base, she found herself in a quandary. There was at present nothing that necessitated her to make any grand gestures. Just as she was lost in contemplation, deliberating whether to venture outside in search of fortune, Suen suddenly burst into the room. "Brother Bai, Qingtang, something terrible has happened." Shen Qingtang swiftly concealed herself behind Jiang Yubai. Her current appearance was wholly unfit for the presence of anyone beyond him. Jiang Yubai felt a warmth in his heart at her instinctive action. It was evident that Shen Qingtang held a profound trust in him. With her shielded behind him, he turned his gaze toward Suen, his tone of voice leaving Suen somewhat perplexed. Why did he feel as though Brother Bai was in remarkably good spirits? No. It must surely be a figment of his imagination, and he shook his head to dispel the thoughts swirling in his mind. From her concealed position behind Jiang Yubai, Shen Qingtang observed the scene, utterly speechless. Suen was truly something. He had hurried over to discuss matters, yet now he stood there shaking his head and dawdling. Were it not for her current predicament, she would have. It was clear that Jiang Yubai shared her sentiments, for he suddenly spoke up. Though his tone remained unremarkable, it had evidently shifted from before. Suen, not being foolish, recognized this change, further solidifying his belief that his earlier intuition had been misguided. My memory. What I intended to discuss is rather serious," he remarked, casting furtive glances around as if to ascertain whether anyone was eavesdropping. Shen Qingtang's eyes were rolling to the heavens. Yet this served to confirm one thing. What Suen was about to reveal was likely not of grave consequence. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Suen's voice reached her from across the way. Although he had already surveyed his surroundings, his tone remained notably subdued. "Brother Bai, I just discovered something particularly alarming," he exclaimed. "I found zombies within the base." The moment his words escaped, both Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai were momentarily taken aback. This was indeed an unexpected revelation. However, judging by Suen's demeanor, it seemed the zombies he had encountered were not formidable. Just as they were lost in this contemplation, Suen spoke again, his tone now markedly grave. "These zombies are quite powerful. Su Lingruo and I cannot defeat them." Shen Qingtang exclaimed in surprise. "Then why were you lingering for so long just now? Shouldn't you have been quite anxious?" Suen glanced at Shen Qingtang, who was partially hidden behind the branches, feeling a hint of curiosity. "Qingtang, What are you hiding for? Come out. Shen Qingtang. Jiang Yubai cast a glance over. That zombie is confined. It poses no threat to us. Shen Qingtang understood, which is why he remained completely unhurried. Did the others at the base know? Shen Qingtang believed that ignorance was bliss. Otherwise, it could be rather bothersome. The knowledge was initially hers alone, later shared only with Ling Ruo and a few others. Upon hearing these words, Shen Qingtang felt a weight lift from her shoulders, her heart swelling with gratitude for her fortunate circumstances. Was it not akin to receiving a pillow when one was overcome by drowsiness? She had been troubled by the surplus of energy within her, seeking an outlet. All right, reveal the location. Jiang Yubai, and I shall investigate, she declared. Should we allow the base's abilities to witness your prowess against the zombies? Suen suggested, feeling that Shen Qingtang's remarkable skills should be showcased, a stark contrast to the perceived inadequacies of the others. With a heavy heart, Suen reluctantly acquiesced and departed the room. Once he had left, Shen Qingtang emerged from behind Jiang Yubai, articulating her previous thoughts. Very well, let us proceed. Though it was merely a pair of words, Shen Qingtang intuitively grasped the meaning behind them this time. Was it necessary to don the white cloth that obscured her vision? Such a notion seemed unwise. As he pondered various solutions, Shen Qingtang, in exasperation, spoke up. You could simply teleport me there. Isn't your ability devoid of aftereffects now? Jiang Yubai, caught off guard, lamented. How could I forget my own teleportation? Good. In the blink of an eye, they materialized at the location Suen had just mentioned. However, the positioning was slightly off. To her astonishment, Shen Qingtang couldn't help but curse under her breath, for the spot was exceptionally advantageous. Seizing the moment before the surrounding zombies could react, she swiftly enveloped Jiang Yubai within her own being, subsequently enlarging herself. The entire sequence unfolded in an instant, and by the time the zombies in the cage registered the shift, it was far too late. Shen Qingtang's lightning blades soared through the air, each one aimed directly at the heads of the zombies. The echoes of their howls and anguished cries filled the surroundings, creating a cacophony of despair. Shen Qingtang, however, maintained a demeanor of calmness, as if she were merely engaged in a rather simple task. Before long, the majority of the zombies within the cage had collapsed to the ground. The remaining few possessed a modicum of intelligence, evading her efforts or using their fellow zombies as shields against harm. With a sudden surge of extraordinary abilities released, the throbbing pain in Shen Qingtang's head finally subsided. All done. As her words fell, Jiang Yubai was also liberated from confinement. You do not behave this way. Jiang Yubai's tone was grave, tinged with frustration. He could not comprehend why Shen Qingtang consistently chose to ensconce them in times of peril, confronting danger alone like a solitary flower. No, it should be said that she faced it entirely on her own. What have I done? Shen Qingtang was perplexed. Jiang Yubai. The atmosphere gradually fell into silence. Chapter 182. The clever zombie. After a considerable pause, Shen Qingtang finally relented and spoke. All right, I understand now. I shall not behave this way again. Although she was uncertain about what this way entailed, she chose to acquiesce for the moment. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yubai's expression softened slightly. He then glanced at the zombies sprawled across the ground, as well as the few marginally intelligent ones that remained. And after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Let them stay. At first, Shen Qingtang did not comprehend the meaning behind his words, until she noticed his gaze fixated on the few remaining zombies. After a brief moment of contemplation, she realized his intention. You wish to present these zombies to the base's ability users for practice? Jiang Yubai nodded, feeling a subtle thrill of delight within. Shen Qingtang has come to understand herself more profoundly. She no longer has to guess to comprehend her own words. Shen Qingtang remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in his mind. Instead, she silently offered a prayer for the supernatural beings at the base, hoping they would face whatever truths awaited them with equanimity. However, it was evident that this was not the moment for such contemplations. The paramount concern was her own appearance. How could she transform into a human once more, or perhaps revert to her previous form? After a period of deep reflection, she finally devised a potential solution. though its feasibility remained uncertain. She turned her gaze towards Jiang Yubai. I wish to attempt to nullify my abilities and see if I can revert to my original state, she explained after a moment's thought. I reasoned that since my inability to assume human form is due to insufficient energy, then perhaps by eliminating all energy, I might restore my true self. This line of reasoning seemed to possess a semblance of logic, Jiang Yubai considered, before nodding in agreement. I shall protect you. Shen Qingtang felt a sense of satisfaction. The reason she revealed her lack of powers to Jiang Yubai was to make him aware that she was now just an ordinary sunflower, in dire need of protection. With determination, she advanced step by step towards the remaining zombies, leaving no room for them to react. The lightning blades surged forth in rapid succession, all aimed at the zombies. However, this time she moderated her strength, ensuring that the lightning blades would not kill the zombies, but merely inflict some harm. This approach conveniently facilitated the subsequent training of the base's supernatural beings, a truly win-win situation. After all, not every supernatural being possessed the prowess of Shen Qingtang, who could effortlessly dismantle zombies without sustaining a scratch. The zombies, while evading Shen Qingtang's attacks, howled and roared in desperation. After a brief moment, they realized that the sunflower before them was incapable of inflicting any substance. Shen Qingtang fell into a profound silence, realizing she had underestimated the intellect of the remaining zombies. I shall not harm you. Your next task is to serve as my sparring partners. The zombies exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend her words. However, upon hearing the phrase "not kill," they instantly erupted in excited howls. Shen Qingtang paid them no heed and launched another attack, unleashing the lightning blades that danced wildly within the confines of the cage. This time, the zombies did not shriek in terror as before. Instead, they focused intently on countering the onslaught of the lightning blades. After a considerable duration, Shen Qingtang finally sensed a shift within herself. Her supernatural abilities were nearing depletion. She quickly took out a small mirror to assess her reflection, noting that her visage was gradually fading. It appeared her earlier hypothesis was correct. She merely needed to exhaust her powers. With the realization that her strategy was effective, her resolve strengthened. The lightning blades had become so densely packed that the interior of the cage was nearly obscured from view. It was at this moment that Su made his entrance. Brother Bai, Qingtang, are you both inside? Shen Qingtang. Brother Bai, Qingtang, are you there? Finally, Shen Qingtang, pressed by circumstance, spoke up. Otherwise, she feared Su would continue to call incessantly, and she had no desire to be disturbed further. What is it? Su inquired, seemingly oblivious to the displeasure in her tone, as if eager to take credit for something. I know you and Brother Bai will undoubtedly confront the zombies. Upon reflection, it seems prudent to allow the base's ability users to witness your prowess. I wish for them to see you demonstrate your extraordinary skills. What could possibly be so remarkable about this? It was unclear whether Su had discerned her thoughts as he continued. I merely wish for those individuals to understand how foolish their initial doubts were. They believed you were incapable of providing such an abundance of instant noodles and spoke ill of you after being incited. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingtang found herself at a loss for words. After all, he was defending her against past grievances. However, this thought was fleeting, quickly suppressed, for she truly was not in a position to meet anyone at present. The matters of the past should remain in the past. There was no need for further discussion. Let those people depart. It was no longer a concern to her. How can that be? Qingtang, you are so impressive. Look at how many zombies you have slain. He insisted. They must see this. Shen Qingtang. However, before she could utter a word, Sun had already dashed out. As he ran, he mused to himself that Qingtang was indeed formidable, having nearly obliterated those zombies in such a short span. Upon his emergence, Su Lingruo and her companions immediately approached him with inquiries. All is well. Let us proceed as planned. Chapter 183. On the verge of discovery, hearing his words, Su Lingruo and Shen Yang promptly dispersed, one heading towards the base's supernatural beings and the other towards the ordinary populace. Observing that Su had entered alone, Shen Qingtang let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, he did not summon a throng of people. She was in no position to be seen at present. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Su An's excited and jubilant voice reached her ears. Qingtang, Brother Bai, please hold on a moment. Don't eliminate the zombies all at once. If you do, those who arrive later will miss witnessing your prowess. Shen Qingtang. Truly, were it not for her current predicament, she would undoubtedly give Su An, this simpleton, a sound thrashing. However, as she observed the lightning blade hurtling towards her, Su An was reduced to a state of panic. Exclaiming in disarray, Qingtang, Qingtang, do be careful. You nearly struck me. Witnessing Su An's frantic antics brought a modicum of comfort to Shen Qingtang, prompting her to hastily harness her abilities. Consequently, the zombies soon realized that the ferocity of Shen Qingtang's attacks had markedly intensified, sending them quaking in fear, convinced that she was intent on annihilating them. Fortunately, such an occurrence did not transpire. Ah, are there actually zombies here? Does this imply that this base is not secure? The voices emanating from the entrance immediately alerted Shen Qingtang to the presence of the base personnel. Observing her reflection, where her head had merely shrunk slightly, she grew anxious and sought refuge behind Jiang Yubai. Unfortunately, Su and this fool had unwittingly dashed inside, reaching out to grasp Shen Qingtang's form. Ah, Qingtang, why are you avoiding me? Su questioned, bewildered as he noted Shen Qingtang's near-exasperated state. Although she had previously been reluctant to allow him to carry her, she had never evaded him so dramatically. Had he inadvertently offended her recently? He couldn't help but ruminate over the matter, ultimately concluding that he had committed no such transgressions. Shen Qingtang found herself unable to evade any longer. Thus she chose to confront everything head-on. She turned her head, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Now you understand why I did not allow anyone else to enter, correct? Su Anqing shook his head in honest confusion. Why? Shen Qingtang pondered. Had Su An truly become increasingly foolish? Did she not find it peculiar to see her in such a form? Was she not astonished? After all, she was now merely the trunk of a plant with a human head. Even she had been taken aback initially. Qingtang, why are you silent? Su An awaited Shen Qingtang to elucidate the reason, yet the latter remained inexplicably mute, a situation that tested anyone's patience. The individuals at the base turned their gazes toward them. If they were not mistaken, Shen Qingtang's previous remark about not allowing others to enter was directed at them. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Shen Qingtang acquiesced, her tone shifting to one of calmness. You may find my current appearance somewhat unfamiliar and difficult to accept. However, with time, you shall grow accustomed to it. After all, I am still myself. The people at the base appeared utterly bewildered. It seemed they could not comprehend Shen Qingtang's words. They began to scrutinize her present form more intently. Perhaps she feared they might perceive her as fearsome, especially considering the cage was filled with zombies. Indeed, we know that Lady Qingtang is the most formidable. With her presence, there is no reason to fear the zombies. The individuals at the base promptly began to extol Shen Qingtang's virtues. This left Shen Qingtang herself in a state of confusion. She turned her gaze towards Su An, who, finding nothing amiss, reflected for a moment before speaking. Do you not perceive anything unusual about me? Su An nodded. Shen Qingtang was about to inquire why he remained so composed when she heard Su An's words. You are becoming increasingly remarkable. However, why do you choose to avoid me? Is that all? Shen Qingtang found it hard to believe. Indeed, what else could it be? Su An responded, wearing an expression of utmost certainty, as if this were the most significant matter in existence. Shen Qingtang glanced at everyone again, only to find that they displayed neither surprise nor shock. After pondering for a moment, she turned her gaze towards Su An. Do you not think there is any change in my appearance? She suddenly felt a surge of speculation. Seeing her ask with such earnestness, Su An scrutinized her closely before responding with a serious expression. Not at all. You remain as stunning as ever, the most beautiful, one-of-a-kind sunflower in the world. Shen Qingtang began to suspect that her earlier conjecture might indeed hold true. Very well, that will suffice. You may leave now, she declared. Casting Su An out, turning to address the individuals in the base, she continued, from now on, this will serve as your training ground. I have left these zombies for your practice. The ability users paused momentarily at her words before accepting the situation, while the ordinary folk displayed overt reluctance. However, having learned from past experiences, they refrained from uttering any unkind remarks, ultimately nodding in agreement. Since you are all here, let us commence at once. Upon hearing this, the crowd's gaze swiftly shifted to the one who had brought them, murmuring about the promise of witnessing Shen Qingtang's prowess. Yet to their dismay, the reality was far from what they had anticipated. Observing their accusatory stares, Su Lingruo and Shen Yang remained indifferent, promptly tossing the more powerful ability users into the cage. You shall go first, and in the process, instruct the ordinary individuals on how to deliver a fatal blow to a zombie. The ability users, caught off guard, soon found themselves confronted by the previously compliant zombies now charging towards them. Recognizing their agile forms, they understood that these were no ordinary undead. Fortunately, their frequent encounters with zombies allowed them to quickly adapt to the combat scenario. However, within moments, several ability users collapsed to the ground, one narrowly escaping a bite from a zombie, only to be rescued by Shen Qingtang, who could no longer stand idly by. Is this truly all you are capable of? The ability users, their faces flushed with shame, listened intently to Shen Qingtang's admonishment. They recognized the truth in her words and understood that she had their best interests at heart. Step out for a moment and rest. You may re-enter shortly. They trudged out, their spirits dampened. Witnessing their dejection, Shen Qingtang felt a profound sense of helplessness. Is this it? I had hoped to use them against Song Wang. What a futile endeavor. Jiang Yubai, sensing her distress, swiftly enveloped her in his embrace. Do not be upset. At the sight of Jiang Yubai, Shen Qingtang suddenly recalled her earlier speculation. Chapter 184. Scared away, she looked at Jiang Yubai, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Jiang Yubai, do you think it possible that my current appearance can be seen only by you and me? Taken aback for a moment, Jiang Yubai quickly glanced at the others in the base, who remained as expressionless as ever. Reflecting on Su In and the others' earlier behavior, he concluded that Shen Qingtang's assertion made considerable sense. Thus, he met her gaze and nodded affirmatively. Outwardly maintaining a facade of calm, he was inwardly elated. To Shen Qingtang, he must indeed be unique. Otherwise, how could he alone perceive her newfound form? Truly, she was deserving of his admiration. Jiang Yubai felt a wave of joy wash over him, and his tone softened. This is wonderful. Shen Qingtang was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the words being spoken by the individual before her. However, this was of little consequence. She felt a sense of joy, as her peculiar appearance remained unseen by others. This indicated that there was nothing for her to concern herself with. As for Jiang Yubai, observing his foolish demeanor, Shen Qingtang felt reassured. Having resolved her own issues regarding her appearance, her mood was significantly uplifted. Addressing the incapacitated abilities sprawled on the ground, her tone softened. All right, the break is over. You may proceed inside. Rest assured, this time it will not be as exhausting for you. Upon hearing her words, the first instinct of the abilities was to believe that she would assist them during this round. Thus, despite their fatigue, they summoned their strength and resolutely stepped into the enclosure. Lady Qingtang, you need not assist us excessively. A mere control over the zombies will suffice. Shen Qingtang, what on earth does this person mean? Why do I feel utterly bewildered? Are you foolish? Master Qingtang is willing to assist us, and yet you respond in such a manner. A nearby ability user, incensed, delivered a sharp slap to the head of the speaker. He could not comprehend. Was this individual lacking in intellect? Shen Qingtang had graciously offered her help, and he had the audacity to decline? The struck individual bore no resentment. Instead, he simply chuckled amiably. Subsequently, they resumed their fierce battle against the zombies. Perhaps it was due to the newfound understanding that Shen Qingtang was aiding them, but they appeared to engage the zombies with remarkable ease. Observing this from a distance, Shen Qingtang remained in a stupor for some time, eventually arriving at a rather implausible conjecture. She suspected that these individuals might have misconstrued her earlier intentions. What she had meant was that she would utilize her energy to replenish theirs, allowing their abilities to persist longer in the struggle against the zombies. Yet, gazing at the fervor with which they fought, as if invigorated by some elixir, she pondered and ultimately refrained from clarifying her intentions. Let them believe as they wish. Indeed, Master Qingtang is truly benevolent, effortlessly controlling the zombies. One ability user, after sending a zombie flying with a powerful blow, seized the opportunity to converse with a fellow ability user beside him. Yes, we must surely repay her kindness. Shen Qingtang, overhearing this, felt a twinge of embarrassment, for she had not accomplished the feats they attributed to her. To dissipate her discomfort, she generously released her abilities, revitalizing the fatigued ability users. In no time, they rendered the zombies utterly defenseless, leaving them to wail helplessly on the ground. This was a marked improvement from before. Shen Qingtang felt a modicum of satisfaction. This is how it should be. Subsequently, she directed her gaze towards the ordinary individuals. Now, it is your turn to enter. The ordinary people were momentarily at a loss for words, clearly reluctant to proceed. Shen Qingtang remained silent, observing them with a faint, inscrutable gaze. Eventually, the ordinary individuals reluctantly dragged their weary bodies inside. Upon witnessing their entry, Shen Qingtang nodded slightly. You, the ability users, need not intervene just yet. Allow the ordinary people to take action while you observe from the sidelines. However, after a moment of contemplation, Shen Qingtang realized that this approach was flawed, as the zombies had already lost their capacity for aggression. The ordinary individuals would only be able to practice their striking force and pinpoint the areas for a lethal blow. Under normal circumstances, no zombie would stand still and allow itself to be struck. After a deep reflection, her eyes suddenly sparkled with an idea. Eureka! The ordinary people in the cage and the ability users felt an inexplicable chill run down their spines, as though an ominous event were looming. Jiang Yubai also noticed the abrupt change in Shen Qingtang's expression. After pondering for a while without reaching a conclusion, he decided to relinquish his curiosity and let her pursue whatever it was she intended to do, confident in her capabilities and strength. Suen, feeling unoccupied, happened to observe the shift in Shen Qingtang's demeanor. Unlike Jiang Yubai, who remained puzzled, he was direct in his inquiry. Thus, he leaned closer to Shen Qingtang with an air of mystery. Qingtang, are you contemplating something ominous once again? Shen Qingtang cast him a silent glance, openly rolling her eyes. Now that she had taken on a human visage, she felt free to express herself in any manner she pleased, though the other party could not see her. She was indifferent to it. Suen remained oblivious, yet Jiang Yubai was fully aware. Observing Shen Qingtang's adorable demeanor, his heart softened. His flower was indeed too charming. Far from the aloofness she portrayed outwardly, these little expressions were executed with such finesse. He wondered if she had always been this way. Shen Qingtang was oblivious to the myriad thoughts that Jiang Yubai had conjured from a mere roll of her eyes. She regarded Suen, who awaited her response with bated breath, and calmly replied, "Yes." At this, Suen found himself at a loss for words. The atmosphere grew unusually silent, and just as Shen Qingtang began to believe Suen would refrain from pressing her further, he unexpectedly spoke again. "I can't guess. Do share." As he reached out to pluck a leaf from Shen Qingtang's grasp, Jiang Yubai's swift hand thwarted his attempt. "Brother Bai is becoming increasingly stingy," Suen murmured, his face alight with anticipation as he gazed at Shen Qingtang, determined not to relent until he achieved his goal. Shen Qingtang let out a long sigh. Then, with remarkable composure, she articulated her recent thoughts. Upon hearing her words, Suen shuddered slightly, cast a fleeting glance at her, and then swiftly took his leave. Shen Qingtang was perplexed. Wasn't it he who wished to hear it? Then why did he run away so swiftly after I spoke? Jiang Yubai chuckled softly, his tone gentle as he replied, "I do not know." Chapter 185. The reason behind all this. Shen Qingtang was momentarily rendered speechless, but she swiftly cast the trivial interruption aside. As Suen approached Su, Lingruo, and the others, he gazed at the abilities confined within the cage with an expression of profound sympathy. Observing his demeanor, Su Lingruo was about to inquire why he regarded others in such a manner when Shen Qingtang's calm voice reached her ears. Excellent, you have all improved significantly. I believe this training no longer suffices for you. A chill ran down the spines of the abilities upon hearing her words, and an ominous feeling enveloped them. Indeed, no sooner had Shen Qingtang finished speaking than small red ants, long unseen, emerged from the cage. The abilities shrieked, scampering within the confines of the cage to evade the ants crawling on the ground. Milady Qingtang, what is the meaning of this? One individual inquired, their tone laced with hostility. Shen Qingtang turned her gaze towards the questioner. Although his tone was rather unkind, he consistently took the lead in implementing her suggestions. Thus, she patiently elucidated her approach. Upon hearing her explanation, the ability user fell into a state of speechless disbelief. What could he possibly say? After all, she genuinely had their best interests at heart and was not acting with malice. Eventually, he could only let out a silent sigh, observing the abilities scattered within their enclosure. Calm yourselves. It's merely a few tiny red ants. Why are you so frightened? You all heard Lady Qingtang's words. Do any of you have objections? The ability users collectively thought. How could we possibly object when you yourself have none? Thus, silence enveloped the group until, after a prolonged pause, one feebly replied, no. Very well, given that, I expect you all to muster your spirits. I believe in you. Surely, you wish to avenge your loved ones? Do you not aspire to be revered heroes? Her hypnotic rhetoric left Shen Qingtang utterly astonished. Surely, any intelligent person would find such words unworthy of belief. Yet, she was soon proven wrong. Observing the fervent enthusiasm of the abilities in the cage, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, she quietly turned her head away and, with great benevolence, released another wave of her energy. This only served to further invigorate the ability users. Shen Qingtang gazed at the ordinary individuals she had summoned earlier when she released the little red ants. This place was now a training ground for those with abilities. They would wait for a moment. It was essential to let the extraordinary beings expend some of the zombies' strength and the little red ants before they entered. Do we still need to go in? Someone exclaimed in surprise, believing that Shen Qingtang had brought them out because their training was sufficient. They were ordinary people. Despite their prolonged training, they lacked the vigor of those with abilities, content merely to ensure their own safety. Given their current circumstances, they felt they could escape from regular zombies or even defeat them. As for the ability-wielding zombies, they reasoned that there were still extraordinary beings around. This was the prevailing thought among most of the ordinary individuals. However, there were exceptions. At least one little girl was eager to enter. This pleased Shen Qingtang, so she did not take offense at the speaker's words. Speaking of which, the mobile phone she possessed was a gift from Elder Su, one she had yet to find the time to use. She wondered when he had managed to convert the video from the communications room into a mobile recording. Nevertheless, that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the video within the phone. Help me, please, save me. A ragged woman cried out in desperation, observing the chaos around her as people fled for their lives. Not far away loomed a horde of zombies. Although devoid of abilities, she lacked the strength to rise and fight them off. Regrettably, none of the passers-by offered assistance, as they were all preoccupied with their own escape. Suddenly, the woman grasped a man's pant leg. Brother, help me, please. The man glanced at her, then at the approaching zombies. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a swift kick, sending the woman sprawling before the zombies, buying himself a fleeting moment. As he sprinted away, he muttered, "What bad luck, truly unfortunate." The woman's body was torn apart by the zombies, her final desperate screams echoing as her eyes remained fixed on the fleeing figures, filled with an unnameable hope. Do you still wish to avoid training? The ordinary individuals promptly shook their heads. This was their first encounter with such a scene. They were fortunate, having been sheltered by their loved ones at the onset of the apocalypse. They seldom witnessed such gruesome spectacles, which led them to contemplate laziness, unaware of the world's inherent cruelty. Even though their base had previously endured a zombie onslaught, most of it had been resolved by Shen Qingtang. Thus, she asserted, "This world is merciless. If you do not empower yourselves, it is you who shall perish." With that, she deemed her words sufficient, leaving the rest for them to ponder. After Shen Qingtang spoke these words, she departed from the scene, leaving Zai and the others behind. Suan followed Shen Qingtang as she made her way out, his praises flowing endlessly from his lips. Qingtang, you truly possess a heart of gold. In my opinion, individuals like you deserve to be celebrated, just like those in the videos. Shen Qingtang rolled her eyes once more. This Suan was truly quite foolish. Someone like him would undoubtedly be sold out by others while still counting their money. However, there was a certain charm in his naivety. Isn't it true that I've always been this way? Perhaps you simply failed to notice before. Upon hearing this, Suan genuinely began to ponder, while Shen Qingtang thought to herself, well, as long as he is happy. Jiang Yubai gazed intently at Shen Qingtang, making her feel somewhat awkward and eventually prompting her to speak up. Do you have any questions? After a considerable pause, Jiang Yubai hesitantly began, You. Is something wrong? This was the only explanation Jiang Yubai could conceive. After all, he was not as gullible as Suan, who genuinely believed Shen Qingtang possessed such altruistic intentions. While she might indeed save others due to her formidable strength, the notion of her exerting such effort to train someone else seemed rather implausible to him. Shen Qingtang pondered for quite some time before comprehending the meaning behind his inquiry. Since they were all on the same side, she decided to be forthright. Chapter 186. The emergence of Song Wang, a sense of foreboding enveloped her, as if she were destined to encounter some unforeseen circumstances. Thus, she resolved to expedite their training. Even a modicum of assistance would be valuable. What is it? Jiang Yubai's tone shifted to one of urgency. Upon hearing this question, Shen Qingtang felt at a loss for words. If she were privy to the nature of the situation, would she not simply articulate it? Nevertheless, recognizing that the other party's concerns stemmed from genuine care, she spoke kindly. I do not know. We shall find out in due time. In any case, we must be prepared. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yubai immediately began to contemplate the implications. Just as the two had concluded their conversation, they noticed old Su rushing over in a flurry. Something is amiss. This is serious. What has transpired? This was the first time Shen Qingtang had witnessed Elder Su in such a state of alarm. Upon seeing Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai, the elderly man seemed to grasp a lifeline, his anxious countenance easing slightly as he gazed at the pair. Song Wang has come knocking at our door. At these words, Shen Qingtang's body trembled imperceptibly. Though the movement was slight, Jiang Yubai noticed immediately. Swiftly, he gathered her into his arms, shielding her protectively before turning his attention back to Elder Su. Explained clearly. Elder Su, less observant, failed to notice Shen Qingtang's momentary reaction. His thoughts briefly wandered, musing on how deeply affectionate Lord Bai and Lord Qingtang appear to be. Song Wang claims his daughter has vanished. The last place she was seen was with us. Now, he demands we hand over Song Yu or else. He trailed off, uncertain how to phrase the unspoken threat. Yet even without elaboration, none present were fools. The implication was easily surmised. Is that so? Then lead us to him. Before Jiang Yubai could speak, Shen Qingtang had already uttered a word. Old Su glanced at Jiang Yubai, who nodded in acknowledgement. Old Su then led the individual and the flower toward Song Wang. Along the way, he did not forget to caution them that if they sensed anything amiss, they should flee at once. Song Wang had always been more formidable than him. What if he developed something extraordinary later? He doubted his ability to protect his companions before Song Wang. In truth, he had wrestled with his thoughts for quite some time before coming here. On one hand, he contemplated meeting Song Wang. On the other, he considered leaving directly. After all, Song Wang's demand was merely to see the two of them, so it was unlikely he would harm others in the base. Soon, the individual and the flower arrived at Song Wang's location. Upon seeing the approaching figures and the flowering plant, Song Wang's tone immediately shifted. Quickly hand over my daughter, or I shall make you regret it. Shen Qingtang was rendered speechless. Was this the person she had previously feared? It turned out to be nothing more than this. We do not know your daughter. You have mistaken the wrong person. Without any evidence, Shen Qingtang was not foolish enough to admit to anything. Moreover, given the appalling attitude of this individual, Even if Song Yu were truly in their possession, such demeanor would surely preclude any possibility of a favorable outcome. Song Wang was infuriated by these words. Impossible. My daughter possesses something I placed on her. I've seen the same item on you. She must have been with you before her disappearance. As he spoke, Song Wang's gaze was fixed intently on Jiang Yubai and Shen Qingtang. He was certain he had identified the items he had given to Yuer in their presence. Upon hearing his unwavering assertion, Shen Qingtang fell silent for a moment. She truly had no knowledge of this matter. However, it mattered not. Given this situation, you are the one seeking our assistance. Is this how one beseeches help? Shen Qingtang had completely forgotten the terrifying events of her past life. She even believed that her initial fears stemmed from her former self's frailty, which made her perceive others as formidable. Now, upon encountering someone, she found them far from intimidating. In fact, she realized that she had overestimated them. They were merely an ordinary individual. Oh, is that so? So, this is how you perceive things. It seems I have been rather too accommodating, she mused. Song Wang understood that only by subduing the two individuals before him could he elicit the truth. Thus, he refrained from further chatter and produced a whistle, blowing into it with intent. Before long, a swarm of zombies approached at an astonishing speed. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai's expressions immediately turned grave. The actions of Song Wang were entirely beyond their expectations. They never anticipated his audacity. He had summoned the undead without the slightest attempt at concealment. As Song Wang observed the retreating figures, his agitation over his daughter's disappearance slightly abated. Do you see the legion of zombies behind me? I offer you one final opportunity. Will you speak or remain silent? The zombies drew perilously close, almost upon Shen Qingtang and the others. Quickly, alert the base of an impending attack. Shen Qingtang urgently instructed before swiftly escorting Old Su away from the scene. As Old Su touched down, he hurriedly made his way towards Su Un and the others. Song Wang regarded the scene with disdain. Futile effort. You supernatural beings stand no chance against my army. Shen Qingtang was far too disinterested to engage in idle chatter. Swiftly, she transferred the remaining small red ants to the ordinary zombies, while she herself advanced towards the mutated zombies. Jiang Yubai was also occupied. His current abilities were of little use, so he resorted to combat skills he had not employed in quite some time. In no time, the two of them had felled a considerable number of zombies. Song Wang observed the scene, devoid of anger. Instead, his eyes gleamed with fervor as they fixated on the sunflower at the heart of the battle. Wherever its electric blade struck, zombies collapsed in droves, with those in close proximity being dispatched with remarkable efficiency. It was astonishing, truly astonishing. Song Wang finally understood why his daughter had been so preoccupied with the sunflower. It was worthy of admiration. Speak of Yuer's whereabouts, and I shall ensure your days are filled with abundance, he contemplated, noting the sunflower's prowess. He quickly entertained other thoughts, rather than eliminating it. Why not recruit it for his own use? Surely, it would prove far more formidable than the zombies he had painstakingly summoned. The demise of his summoned zombies did not concern him in the slightest. After all, they were merely minor minions, while the true treasures were well protected. Initially adept at slaying zombies, Shen Qingtang nearly lost control of her electric blades upon hearing his musings, almost sending them astray. Fortunately, she steadied her aim at the last moment. Turning to gaze in Song Wang's direction, she discerned a troubling similarity between him and his daughter. Is your intellect in question? She retorted just as she dispatched the zombie before her. Observing the dwindling number of zombies and the arrival of Su In and his companions, she retreated, allowing them to take over the battlefield. The base's supernatural beings were momentarily taken aback by the scene before them, only to be thrust into action by Su Un and his companions. What are you waiting for? Engage. Qingtang has already cleared a significant portion of the way. Do you intend to stand by and watch as they are all eliminated? The supernatural beings, wary of speaking out, promptly launched themselves into the fray against the zombies. Though their training had been brief, they could feel a marked improvement in their capabilities. As for the ordinary people, Suin did not spare them either, directing them to confront the ordinary zombies on the other side. The ordinary folk silently complied, having witnessed Su An's earlier treatment of the supernatural beings. To avoid similar fate, they acted with discernment. With the situation now under control, Shen Qingtang finally turned her attention to Song Wang. You are truly as foolish as Song Yu. It is no wonder you are cut from the same cloth. What makes you think I would follow you? Song Wang glanced around, noting that the zombies he had summoned were clearly at a disadvantage. Ah, impressive, impressive. It seems you possess some strength after all. Shen Qingtang regarded him with a wary gaze. I have underestimated you all, she remarked. No sooner had the words left her lips than Song Wang summoned another horde of zombies, this time of an entirely different caliber. In both appearance and ability, they resembled ordinary humans so closely that one might not realize they were, in fact, the undead. Glancing back at Su and the others, who were fiercely engaged in combat with the zombies, Shen Qingtang then turned her attention to Jiang Yubai, who remained not far from her side. A thought swiftly crossed her mind, prompting her to make a hasty retreat. Jiang Yubai, ever observant, had been keeping an eye on her. Upon noticing her departure, he immediately followed suit. With their escape, Song Wang had no reason to linger in that place. Shen Qingtang ran wildly, covering a considerable distance before finally coming to a halt. She glanced at the relentless zombie that had persistently trailed her, not having been shaken off, and let out a deep sigh. In an instant, she transformed into her most formidable form and engaged in a fierce battle with the zombies that had closely followed her. Jiang Yubai's pace was considerably slower. By the time he caught up, the conflict had already escalated into a frenzied confrontation. Shen Qingtang's abilities were nearly exhausted, yet 3 zombies remained. Observing the zombies still in their prime, Shen Qingtang helplessly collapsed to the ground. Qingtang! Jiang Yubai swiftly caught Shen Qingtang, immediately placing his hands upon her torso to begin channeling his own energy into her. Shen Qingtang resembled a parched sponge, voraciously absorbing Jiang Yubai's energy, only halting when she noticed his complexion beginning to pale. Are you foolish? Why did you allow me to transfer so much to you? Did you not realize something was amiss and withdraw? Shen Qingtang was truly furious. Had she not retained a shred of sober consciousness, Jiang Yubai would have been drained dry by her. For the first time, she realized that when her abilities were nearly exhausted, she would uncontrollably siphon others' powers. Though Jiang Yubai had initially offered his energy willingly, what followed? Never mind. Jiang Yubai shook his head with a faint smile. Helping Shen Qingtang was enough. Ah, how touching, came a mocking voice. Who knew Jiang Yubai had such a soft heart? Never seen this side of you before. Song Wang had never paid Jiang Yubai much attention, until now. But given the man's close ties to the sunflower, he couldn't help but take notice. Jiang Yubai didn't even spare him a glance, his gaze fixed on the remaining zombies, scanning for weaknesses with his clairvoyant ability. Though he had just transferred a significant amount of energy to Shen Qingtang, he could tell she was still struggling. They needed to end this quickly. Fine, ignore me then. Song Wang spat, his voice dripping with venom. With a wave of his hand, a dozen more zombies materialized before them. Shen Qingtang assessed the new threats, similar in strength to the last batch, and wasted no time. Teleport. Now. Jiang Yubai obeyed instantly, and in a blink, the two vanished from Song Wang's sight. Good, very good, Song Wang muttered through gritted teeth, his laughter brittle as he surveyed the empty space. His glare then shifted to the mindless zombies standing idly by. Useless wretches. Can't even handle one plant and a single ability user. What is the point of you? The sight of them only fueled his rage. Was this the culmination of over a decade of research? Worthless. In a fit of fury, he produced a fine powder and scattered it over the zombies. Pathetic. No use keeping you around. As he strode away, every zombie touched by the powder collapsed lifelessly. Had anyone witnessed it, they'd have been stunned. Since when were zombies so easily dispatched? But there were no onlookers to marvel at the carnage. Approaching the surviving humans, Song Wang took his time, relishing their terrified gazes and instinctive recoils. A satisfied smirk curled his lips. This was the reaction he expected, not the insolent disdain of that damned sunflower, mocking him to his face. The memory reignited his fury, darkening his expression. The base S ability users wisely huddled behind Su An and his companions, their presence offering a fragile sense of safety. Yet as time stretched on, the ones they hoped to see never appeared. Song Wong's laughter was glacial. Still waiting? They're dead. Disbelief flashed in their widened eyes. Impossible. Lady Qingtang and Lord Bai were far too powerful to fall to this unremarkable old man. Suan was the first to snap. You senile liar. Bai and Qingtang could crush you with one hand. Whether the outburst was meant to reassure himself or the others, even he wasn't sure. But Song Wong merely shrugged. Believe what you want. Their reactions told him everything. They knew nothing of Jiang Yubai or the Sunflower's whereabouts. His earlier taunt had been a test, one they failed. His thoughts turned to Song Yu, and his chest ached. If only she and failed him time and again. His gaze sharpened. Tell me where Yu is, and I'll let you live. With a flick of his wrist, another horde of zombies emerged. The survivors paled. They were exhausted from the last wave. Another fight would break them. We've never seen this you speak of, one man ventured, voice earnest. Song Wong didn't care. A gesture sent a zombie lunging at the speaker. The man froze, too stunned to react as jagged teeth aimed for his throat. He squeezed his eyes shut, vowing silently to hold his tongue in the future, but the bite never came. Cracking one eye open, he saw Suan standing protectively before him. The terrifying zombie's head had been twisted clean off by a slender green vine, one that rarely made appearances. It died without so much as a whimper. Thank you. The man stammered, scrambling into the crowd. Staying out here was suicide. Song Wong studied Suan, then the vine coiled around his wrist. New terms. Hand over that vine, and I'll spare the base. Suan glanced down. The vine nuzzled his palm, as if pleading not to be abandoned. He stroked it gently before meeting Song Wong's gaze with open contempt. Shameless old fool. Can't you get your own toys? Defiant to the end, Song Wong sneered. You might escape, but what about the rest? Suan fell silent. The bastard was right. In the past, he'd have bolted without a second thought. Survival was paramount in the apocalypse. But these people had fought alongside him, given their all without hesitation. Yet surrendering the vine that had been with him for so long. He couldn't do it. As he wavered, Song Wong struck. A small girl was yanked forward by her hair. Dichide. Now, as he uttered these words, his hand was already gripping the little girl's throat. With great effort, the child turned her gaze toward Su and Lord Su and, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. If it weren't for Lord Qingtang and all of you, we would have died long ago. This was the same little girl who had once pleaded with Shen Qingtang to help the commoners. Ever since her previous words, she had been burdened with guilt. This time, she absolutely refused to let herself be the reason Lord Su and lost his companion. Though trembling with fear, she forced out these words through chattering teeth. Watching the struggling child, Song Wong couldn't help but laugh. Oh, how unexpected. You people are quite united, aren't you? Admirable, truly. But this is the apocalypse. We have no need for people like you. Since you're volunteering to die, then so be it. As he spoke, his eyes remained fixed on Su, and while his fingers slowly tightened, the little girl's face began to flush crimson. Song Wong had already decided, if the other party truly surrendered the little green sprout, he would spare the girl. After all, he was a man of his word. Suan looked at the child, his expression tormented as he closed his eyes briefly. Just as Song Wong assumed he had chosen to abandon her, and that he would need another hostage, Su An's hoarse voice cut through the silence. Chapter 189. Surrender, let her go. I'll give it to you. With a heavy heart, he peeled the little green sprout from where it clung to his wrist. I'm sorry. I failed to protect you. His voice was thick with sorrow. He swore then that he would train harder, no more complacency. If only he had been stronger, none of this would have happened. Song Wong smirked in satisfaction before roughly tossing the girl aside. Take her. Suan hurriedly steadied the child, examining her anxiously until he confirmed she was unharmed. Then, reluctantly, he unwound the sprout from his wrist. It resisted, clinging stubbornly. Were it not for the lives of everyone in the base, Suan might have reconsidered. But in the end, reason prevailed over emotion. The expressions on the faces of Shen Yang and Su Lingruo were exceedingly grim. Yet, they found themselves powerless, unable to protect the members of the base. The idea of exchanging the small green sprout for the lives of everyone at the base, though distressing, was a consideration. The small green sprout, incensed, was on the verge of speech. It had never encountered such cowardice, willing to sacrifice itself. observing Su's resolute demeanor. The small green sprout furiously struck him before making its way to Song Wong. "Well done. I admire your spirit," Song Wong praised as he watched the small green sprout approach, promptly seizing control of it. After executing these actions, he began assessing the people of the base. Sun could not bear to witness this. "You promised that once you obtained the small green sprout, you would spare the people of the base. I trust that the esteemed Song Wong would not wish for others to perceive him as untrustworthy." Song Wong's previously eager heart was momentarily subdued by these words, and he regarded Sun with newfound appreciation. "You're quite impressive, daring to threaten me." Sun felt a twinge of anxiety at this remark, sensing that the old man was concocting something sinister. Just as he was consumed by concern, Song Wong, who had been conversing with him moments ago, vanished without a trace. The swiftness of his departure left the onlookers in stunned silence. Su Lao was astounded. In merely a few years, Song Wong had become so formidable. The members of the base exchanged bewildered glances, their minds blank, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Ultimately, it was Sun who broke the silence, urging, "Stop dawdling. Seize the opportunity to eliminate the remaining zombies." Upon hearing this, the people of the base sprang into action, fully aware of the gravity of the situation they had witnessed. Sun had sacrificed so much for their sake. They were not so ungrateful as to disregard this. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been unwilling to make such a sacrifice, considering their weapons as precious as their own lives. Furthermore, given the formidable nature of their weapons, it was unlikely anyone would willingly relinquish them to save a stranger. They understood very well that if Sun and his companions wished to escape the clutches of Song Wong's subordinates, they could have done so. Their choice to remain was solely for the sake of the base. Thus, they were now entirely convinced of Sun and his companions, their doubts dissipating. Sun remained oblivious to the shifts in their hearts. Even if he were aware, it would matter little to him. His thoughts were consumed by concerns for Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai, pondering what had transpired between them. Although Song Wong had vanished in an instant, Sun had noticed the drastic change in his expression before departing, a clear indication that something significant had occurred. As he mulled over these matters, his hands grew increasingly swift. The shield wall efficiently isolated the zombies, creating individual enclosures for each. The ordinary zombies, effectively incapacitated by this separation, were swiftly dispatched by the base's personnel. The ability users dealt with the more formidable zombie counterparts, collaborating seamlessly until all remaining zombies had been eliminated. Gazing at the multitude of fallen zombies, the emotions of the base members were indescribably complex. Sun addressed the crowd, prompting them to look up, their expressions betraying their hesitance. Ultimately, witnessing their grim countenances, they chose silence and turned their gazes toward the base. Once only Su Lingruo and a few others remained. Sun felt as deflated as a punctured balloon. "Lingruo, what do we do? Where could Bai Gu and Qingtang possibly be?" His demeanor had transformed dramatically from moments prior. Observing him, Su Lingruo felt a pang of sympathy. "I don't know either." Zai and Shenyang mirrored their confusion. This was their first separation from Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai. Previously, at least one of them had always been present. Now, with both gone, it was a devastating blow. Suddenly, the previously silent Su Lao spoke up. "Why are you still here?" Su and his companions turned to him, having assumed he had entered the base with the others. The question rendered Su Lao momentarily speechless, nearly causing him to lose track of his thoughts. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure. "That is not important. What matters is what I have to say." The group's attention instantly focused on him, their expressions filled with anticipation. Eager to hear good news. Chapter 190. A peculiar situation. Su Lao, observing the eager gazes, found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Just as Su and the others prepared to urge him, he finally spoke. "I can sense that Lord Qingtang and Lord Bai are safe. Beyond that, I cannot say." "How can you perceive this while we cannot?" Sun asked, glancing at Su Lingruo and the others, who simultaneously shook their heads. He then returned his gaze to Su Lao, perplexed. They had been alongside Jiang Yubai and Shen Qingtang for so long. Why could they not sense it while Su Lao could? Su Lao, anticipating this outcome, replied, "I'm unsure how to explain it. I speculate it may be connected to my previous research on the solar sphere, where I utilized many items provided by Lord Qingtang. His statement was sincere, a connection he had pondered for quite some time. Suan and the others fell into contemplation upon hearing this, eventually nodding in reluctant acceptance of his reasoning. Can you sense where they are now? Suan quickly inquired. Su Lao shook his head. Had he known, he would have stated it earlier, rather than waiting for Su and to ask. Seeing him shake his head, the fleeting hope that had risen within Su En and the others plummeted once more. However, they quickly reassured themselves. At least they knew their safety, right? All right, we understand. Thank you, Su Lao. You should rest now. We'll think of a plan. Su Lao regarded the group, realizing his presence would not be of any assistance, and ultimately departed. Once he was gone, Su Lingrua turned to Su En, Shen Yang, and Zai. The questioned individuals fell into deep thought. This truly is a difficult choice. At last, Su En broke the silence. He paused for a considerable time before continuing. Su Lingrua and the others nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the validity of Su En's words. All right, let us remain here and focus on training the people of the base. While we may not transform them into exceptional fighters, we cannot allow a repetition of this situation. Although their previous performance had been commendable, there was much room for improvement. However, Su Lingru still felt that had they been sufficiently powerful, Qingtang and Brother Bai would never have allowed Song Wang to depart because of them, ultimately leading to their disappearance. Her sentiments were echoed by Su En and the others. Early the next morning, they summoned everyone to train at the site where they had previously encountered the zombies. This time, the absence of Shen Qingtang made the zombies exceedingly formidable. Fortunately, Su En and his companion stood guard, while Su Lao occasionally sprinkled medicinal powder, enabling the base personnel to train in an orderly fashion. During the training, Su En and the others persistently inquired about Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yu Bai with Su Lao. Su Lao, if you sense anything amiss with Qingtang and Brother Bai, please be sure to inform us. Su En's earnest demeanor instantly intensified Su Lao's pressure, prompting him to wipe the sudden beads of sweat from his forehead. He assured Su En and the others, rest assured, if I detect the slightest anomaly, I will notify you immediately. With this assurance, Su En and his companions felt a modicum of comfort and trained even more diligently. Meanwhile, Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yu Bai, who had been on their minds, found themselves utterly bewildered. They had no idea where they currently were. Jiang Yu Bai, what have you brought me? Shen Qingtang's voice quivered as she surveyed the strange surroundings, which appeared to be anything but inviting, shrouded in darkness. Jiang Yu Bai remained silent, equally perplexed. In his haste to lead Shen Qingtang to safety, he had no inkling of their location. Well, let's south explore this place, he finally suggested. Upon saying this, she activated her luminescent mode, forgetting that her current flower-like appearance resembled a human head in Jiang Yu Bai's eyes. Suddenly, a glowing head materialized before him, sending a jolt of fear through his heart. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure and, feigning nonchalance, replied, that's fine. Shen Qingtang keenly sensed a hint of unease in his voice, yet her mind was solely occupied with unraveling the mystery of their current whereabouts, compelling her to suppress her thoughts for the moment. Never mind, let us focus on understanding our present situation. As she contemplated this internally, she proceeded forward. However, before she could take more than a few steps, Jiang Yu Bai lifted her up effortlessly. I can walk on my own. Jiang Yu Bai remained silent, guiding her onward. They traversed an indeterminate distance until, at long last, the pair caught sight of a glimmer of light ahead. Yet, upon reaching this moment, Shen Qingtang hesitated. Surely, there couldn't be anything sinister lurking in that light, could there? Shen Qingtang fixed her gaze upon the radiant light ahead, her mind a tumult of thoughts. Jiang Yu Bai observed her silent contemplation, standing still, awaiting her words. Chapter 191. The mushrooms in the cave. Let us proceed and take a closer look. Shen Qing stated with unwavering determination. Jiang Yu Bai responded with a subtle acknowledgement and began to advance towards the luminous source. Before long, the pair arrived at the glowing spectacle, rendered momentarily speechless by the sight before them. Faced with the resplendent cluster of mushrooms, Shen Qingtang found herself at a loss for words. Was this the matter she had been so troubled about? Glancing at the harmless, luminescent fungi, she spoke without hesitation. Let us not concern ourselves with this. We should move on. This time, Jiang Yubai remained still, yet his voice broke the silence. Something feels amiss. As Shen Qingtang pondered the peculiarities of the situation, she suddenly witnessed the mushrooms expand dramatically, unleashing a torrent of mist directed at her and Jiang Yubai. Though the nature of this phenomenon eluded her, she swiftly retrieved a yellow pill, unhesitatingly thrusting it into Jiang Yubai's mouth. Only after executing this action did she take the opportunity to scrutinize the mushrooms, which continued to emit their noxious vapor. After a prolonged examination, she arrived at a conclusion. These were futile entities, merely capable of dispersing toxic vapors. It was as if the mushrooms comprehended her judgment. They abruptly ceased their mist-spraying antics and began to radiate a blinding luminescence, nearly overwhelming Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai's vision. Ah, now this is rather intriguing. Shen Qingtang gazed thoughtfully at the transformed mushroom as she spoke. Hearing her words, the mushroom instantly became animated, its glow intensifying brilliantly, as if in eager agreement. This reaction allowed Shen Qingtang to fully discern their surroundings. A vast cavern, its expanse entirely carpeted with such luminous fungi. Clusters upon clusters thrived with unsettling vitality, both mesmerizing and eerie. As comprehension dawned, an inexplicable notion flickered through her mind. Without a word, she swiftly acted, sweeping every last mushroom into the depths of her being before they could even react. Once the deed was done, she turned to Jiang Yubai, her tone effortlessly casual, as though nothing of note had occurred. Shall we proceed? Jiang Yubai. At last, he could no longer restrain himself. The mushrooms. Shen Qingtang pondered his meaning for a moment. I believe this item will undoubtedly prove useful to us in the future. We shall keep it for now. Jiang Yubai found himself at a loss for words. Were it not for the limitations imposed on his teleportation, he would have whisked Shen Qingtang away long ago. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of melancholy washed over him. However, this sentiment did not linger for long, as he was astonished to discover that his teleportation had inexplicably returned to him. Could it be due to the mushroom? After all, he had previously ingested the pills Shen Qingtang had given him without encountering such an occurrence. Yet, it was evidently not the time for such musings. He looked at Shen Qingtang and spoke with a calm demeanor. Let us teleport. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, Shen Qingtang discerned the deeply concealed cheerfulness in his voice. She refrained from exposing him, merely smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. In an instant, the pair, one person and one flower, vanished from their location. However, as they once again plunged into darkness, a silence enveloped them. Ultimately, it was Shen Qingtang who tentatively broke the quiet, asking, "Have we veered off course from our intended destination?" Shen Qingtang fell into silence once more, pondering the current predicament. Just as she struggled to grasp the situation, she was unexpectedly jostled. "Oh dear, why has something suddenly appeared here, nearly causing me to stumble?" As she uttered these words, the individual forcefully kicked towards her direction. Fortunately, she deftly evaded the blow. However, it was precisely due to this person that Shen Qingtang became convinced of Jiang Yubai's assertion. Their destination had not deviated, and this place was indeed their stronghold. Suen. Shen Qingtang's tone was notably serious, a deliberate attempt to intimidate Suen. However, Suen remained unresponsive for an extended period, which left her feeling quite awkward. Just as she was about to say something more, she heard Suen muttering to himself. Had she misheard again? It seemed her auditory hallucinations were worsening. Yesterday, she had heard Brother Bai's voice, and today, she was actually hearing Qingtang's voice. This revelation left Shen Qingtang momentarily stunned. Fortunately, she quickly regained her composure and made her mind shine once more, illuminating the space before them. Before Shen Qingtang could react, she was excitedly pushed into Jiang Yubai's embrace by Suen. "Get away from me." A weak and frail voice emerged from within the embrace. Suen glanced down and swiftly released his hold on Jiang Yubai, then turned to Shen Qingtang, fervently apologizing and explaining that he was merely overwhelmed with excitement. At that moment, Jiang Yubai, whose fists had been clenched tightly, finally relaxed his grip. Shen Qingtang gazed at Su and in silence. Perceiving him as nothing short of a child, she found herself at a loss for words. "I nearly suffocated," he exclaimed. "I truly did not intend to. I was simply overwhelmed with excitement. You cannot fathom the multitude of events that have transpired recently. We are on the brink of exhaustion." As he spoke, his voice quivered with emotion. Shen Qingtang. He felt that this was indeed the first time he faced so many matters alone. Previously, he always had Bai Gafan by his side to navigate through challenges. Later, with Shen Qingtang's involvement, their lives could be described as flourishing. Thus, the situation unfolded. With a steadfast anchor, he quickly composed himself and recounted to Shen Qingtang the events following their disappearance. Upon hearing that he had organized the base members for training, Shen Qingtang's expression clearly reflected disbelief. However, she refrained from interrupting him. Instead, she listened intently with a serious demeanor. Observing her in this manner, Sun experienced an inexplicable sense of calm. Chapter 192, Events Following the Disappearance. "So, you mean to say that the entire world has entered a perpetual night mode?" After listening to Su-En's words, Shen Qingtang could only draw this conclusion. Su-En was momentarily taken aback by the question. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Perhaps so, but this time there were no insects emerging, so I am not entirely certain. It was merely that the entire world fell into darkness, obscuring the sun. And subsequently, people's extraordinary abilities began to gradually wane." As he spoke, Su-En's heart trembled once more. It had been quite some time since Shen Qingtang mentioned the eternal night, although she had indeed stated that the eternal night would slowly descend. So much time had elapsed since then. They had not heard any alarming news regarding the onset of a particularly profound darkness, and thus, everyone had gradually forgotten about the matter. Little did they expect that the eternal night would arrive so abruptly. "I see." Shen Qingtang nodded thoughtfully, her expression deep in contemplation. Observing her demeanor, neither Su-En nor Jiang Yubai dared to speak, fearing they might disrupt her train of thought. After a while, she finally spoke in a subdued tone. Su-En quickly nodded. In truth, he had not mentioned that his excursion had been purely fortuitous, and he had not anticipated encountering such a situation. Having unburdened himself of his pent-up thoughts, Su-En finally felt at ease to discuss other matters. Hearing his inquiry, Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai exchanged glances. Clearly having overlooked this detail, and judging by Su-En's implication, it seemed they had vanished for a considerable time. "Haven't we only been gone for a few days?" Shen Qingtang inquired with curiosity. Su-En gazed at her in utter astonishment, unable to comprehend how she could harbor such thoughts. If it were merely a matter of a few days, why would he resort to metaphysics in hopes of a favorable turn of fate? Su-En's demeanor made Shen Qingtang realize that the situation was certainly not as she had imagined. Indeed, just as she pondered this, Su-En spoke, revealing something that left her equally astounded. "You have been missing for nearly a month. Were it not for old Su's daily assurances of your safety, we would have long since lost hope." Remained silent, while Jiang Yubai paused momentarily. Evidently both were unaware of their prolonged absence. To them, it felt as though only a few days had passed. However, Su-En would not deceive them. This could only imply one thing. The passage of time within that cavern was anomalous. "What's the matter? Did I say something amiss?" "No, I'm merely contemplating." After dismissing Su-En with a casual remark, Shen Qingtang began to ponder over the mushrooms she had collected. The journey was devoid of conversation, and soon the two arrived at the base, which was evidently more favorable than the outside world. At the very least, it was not shrouded in perpetual darkness, albeit still far from its former glory. Su-En proceeded to elucidate further. When night fell, old Su decisively deployed all the solar spheres he had previously researched into the skies above the base, which allowed the inhabitants to resume a semblance of normalcy in their lives. Shen Qingtang raised her gaze to the sky, noting that the atmosphere within the base was indeed distinct from that of other places. Indeed, he had performed admirably. No sooner had she uttered these words than the individual she praised appeared before them. "Lady Qingtang, Lord Bai." Su Lao's voice trembled with excitement, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. This left Shen Qingtang feeling quite awkward, as she perceived her absence to be merely a matter of days. Yet, their reaction suggested she had been gone for an eternity. The ambience grew decidedly solemn. Suen must have already informed you of the recent events, I presume. Shen Qingtang gently tapped the floral plate. Old Su continued, well, I wonder what your thoughts are. He was aware of the matter regarding the eternal night that Shen Qingtang had mentioned before. Initially, he had been quite anxious about it, but as time passed without any significant incidents, he managed to put it out of his mind. Moreover, he recalled how they had previously alerted other bases about the impending eternal night. Presumably, those individuals had also dismissed the matter later on. A myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind, but it was ultimately Shen Qingtang's words that brought an end to the turmoil. I do have an idea, but I'm unsure if it will work. What is it? Old Su inquired, his excitement evident as he posed the question without hesitation. Unlike Song Wang, he still harbored hope for humanity's survival. Let's discuss this inside. Shen Qingtang had keenly noticed that many people were gradually gathering around. Although she was aware that the inhabitants of the base would not pose any threat to them, she preferred to keep this matter discreet. After all, she herself was uncertain about the outcome. It was merely an experiment. Old Su also surveyed the surroundings and nodded. Subsequently, he led them towards his residence. Suen was tasked with notifying Su Lingruo and the others to join them. Once everyone had assembled, Shen Qingtang boldly conjured a mushroom before the crowd. Prior to this, she had administered a yellow pill to each individual, placing them in a state of invulnerability. There was no need to fear the toxic mist emitted by the mushroom. As Suen gazed at the large purple fungus on the ground, he felt an impulsive urge to reach out and touch it. However, before he could act, the purple mushroom suddenly expanded several-fold and unleashed a torrent of toxic mist in his direction. Cough, cough, cough. What on earth is happening? Suen could not contain his exclamation, prompting the bystanders to stifle their laughter. It had been a long time since they had experienced such levity. Ever since Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai had vanished, the smiles had faded from their faces. Thus, no one intervened to stop Su An's impulsive action, and they were now in the mood to jest at his expense. After sharing a hearty laugh, they finally turned their attention to the matter at hand. Qingtang, what is this? Old Su inquired, having pondered for quite some time without grasping the purpose of this peculiar creation. Zombies were unaffected by toxic mist. Surely it could not be intended for combating them. Shen Qingtang gazed at the violet mushroom and spoke without reservation. Is this all you can do? Her words provoked the mushroom, causing it to swell to several times its original size and cease emitting toxic mist. Instead, it began to emit a brilliant light, illuminating a significant portion of the base. A luminescent mushroom? Where did you acquire this? With this, we need not fear the darkness. Chapter 193. The situation at other bases meeting their gaze. Shen Qingtang's tone was remarkably composed. It can spray toxic mist. Your safety is due to the yellow pill I provided, which essentially neutralizes poisons. She paused, aware that if she intended to use this violet mushroom for illumination, she would inevitably have to share it with others at different bases. After all, as fellow humans, mutual assistance was imperative. However, she was reluctant to sacrifice too many of her petals to create yellow pills. Thus, if the violet mushroom were to be distributed, it would require a method to render it non-toxic. Yet if it truly came to that, Old Su quickly interjected, "Leave it to me. I will find a solution. I am certain of it." With his declaration, Shen Qingtang felt no need to elaborate further. Her thoughts aligned with his. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Very well, I shall entrust it to you." With that, she extended the violet mushroom towards Old Su. However, the once docile mushroom transformed drastically upon reaching him. It ceased to glow and instead began to unleash toxic mist toward Old Su, obscuring his vision and hindering any potential research. It was at this moment that Shen Qingtang realized this mushroom was, in fact, a timid creature that feared the strong. In order to facilitate Su Lao's research on it, she took action. Shen Qingtang directly slapped a leaf onto the mushroom, producing a sound akin to a flatulence. The group observed as the previously vibrant mushroom instantaneously wilted. Mr. Su seized this opportunity to conduct his observations. After quite some time, he finally shook his head. I am unable to resolve the issue of its toxic mist. As he uttered these words, his aged face flushed with embarrassment, utterly devoid of the earlier confidence he had displayed. Shen Qingtang found herself momentarily speechless. She had always believed that old Su's intervention was infallible, but it now appeared that her assumptions were misguided. What should they do now? Suan observed the silence that enveloped the group after they had listened to old Su's words. For a moment, no one spoke. Instead, they all instinctively turned their gaze towards Shen Qingtang, clearly awaiting her decision. After contemplating the mushrooms on the ground for a considerable time, Shen Qingtang finally spoke, suggesting, "Shall we initiate a video call to inform the other bases of our situation?" Upon hearing this, the others nodded eagerly in agreement, expressing their support. Shen Qingtang swiftly retrieved her phone and sent a video to several nearby bases simultaneously. The recipients were taken aback upon receiving the video. "Old Su," came a voice filled with confusion and surprise from the other end. Shortly thereafter, another voice chimed in. "Old Su, have you devised a solution?" Reluctantly, Old Su stepped forward, for it was evident that Shen Qingtang was not in a position to be present here. The only individuals aware of the situation were Su Xing and himself, and Su Xing was currently absent. Shen Qingtang gently shook the flower plate, prompting Su Lao to comprehend the situation. He gazed at the video with a tone of deep concern, inquiring, "How are things on your end? Are there significant casualties?" The leaders of several bases simultaneously shook their heads, only to nod shortly thereafter. This peculiar behavior left Su Lao and Shen Qingtang perplexed, as they could not fathom the meaning behind the contradictory gestures. Before Su Lao could pose a question, one of the individuals on the other side volunteered an explanation. "Although there have been no major casualties, nearly half of everyone's abilities have vanished. If we encounter zombies, it would be dire." The speaker left the latter part unspoken, yet the gathered individuals understood the implication. Su Lao fell into silence, uncertain of how to respond. He could not claim that their abilities had not diminished. If he did, what would he say if asked for the reason? The atmosphere grew awkward and heavy with silence. After a considerable pause, the person on the video spoke again. "Su Lao, can you devise a solution to the current predicament? Aside from Elder Song, you are our last hope." Torn between the desire to offer a solution and the fear of not living up to expectations, Su Lao hesitated. Just as uncertainty enveloped him, he felt a sudden tap on his arm. A fleeting thought illuminated his mind, and he quickly grasped the unspoken message. After rapidly articulating a few words, he sprinted to Shen Qingtang's side and whispered, "My lady, do you have a solution?" Observing his fervent demeanor, Shen Qingtang sighed deeply, assuring him that she needed a bit of time. This statement served as a comforting promise for Su Lao, who hastened back to the video. He relayed Shen Qingtang's words, albeit without absolute certainty, merely suggesting that she might have a potential solution, though it required time. Upon hearing this, the leaders on the other side erupted in excitement, their voices tinged with disbelief. "Is that true? Su Lao, did you just say you have a solution? I must not be hearing things." Some even questioned the reliability of their own hearing. In truth, when they initially sought Su Lao's input, they harbored little hope, given that numerous esteemed scientists had failed to resolve the issue. While Su Lao was indeed remarkable, there's a saying, 3 cobblers with their wits combined can rival Zhuge Liang, and they had already consulted more than one cobbler. "Well, I merely suggested we could try. It may not necessarily succeed," Su Lao quickly reiterated, fearing they might misconstrue his words as a definitive solution. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, the individuals on the other side expressed their heartfelt gratitude and declared that should he truly resolve this crisis, they would steadfastly support Su Lao's base in the future. "Oh, by the way, do you need to discuss this matter with Leader Su Xing?" Someone on the opposite end suddenly inquired. Recalling that the leader of the Onyu base was indeed Su Xing, Su Lao glanced at the true authority beside him and shook his head resolutely. "No need. I can handle this." The others, satisfied with this response, reiterated their thanks and reaffirmed their unwavering support before concluding the video call. After the call ended, Su Lao turned his gaze toward Shen Qingtang, awaiting her instructions. Chapter 194. The mushrooms surrender. Shen Qingtang remained silent, rummaging through her own being for an extended period, ultimately unearthing a mushroom that appeared significantly smaller than the others. Her keen eyes observed the subtle tremor of the remaining mushrooms upon the extraction of the diminutive one. This observation led her to believe that her conjecture might indeed be correct, though she chose not to reveal her thoughts for the time being. After extracting the small mushroom, she toyed with it in her hand for a while. Shen Qingtang then directed her gaze towards the ever-patient Elder Su, speaking in a tone devoid of embellishment. Since we cannot discern the issue, let us dissect this small specimen into fragments for a thorough examination. We shall proceed meticulously, without haste. A solution will inevitably present itself. How did I not consider this approach? I was indeed too hasty earlier, hastily reaching a conclusion after merely a glance. It is your brilliance, Lady Qingtang, that shines through, Elder Su exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Shen Qingtang, with a sense of resignation, handed over the mushroom. As she extended her leaf, she keenly noticed that the small mushroom had surreptitiously brushed against her leaf. Pretending to remain oblivious, she observed as the little mushroom, unable to contain itself any longer, swiftly darted from her leaf and leaped behind the larger mushroom on the ground. The individuals within the room were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the little mushroom possessed such remarkable speed. Shen Qingtang displayed an expression of knowing certainty, then addressed the two mushrooms nestled together. You have two choices. First, obediently ascend to the heavens and serve as a beacon for mankind, becoming a sun. Second, await the resolution of your toxic mist by Old Su, only to be compelled skyward to serve as the sun. If one mushroom fails to find solution, we shall continue to slice you, for you have plenty, and we possess ample time. Upon hearing this, the two mushrooms humanely shook their bodies. Suan observed in astonishment. Qingtang, how did you know they could comprehend human speech? Why did you not say this earlier? The others clearly shared his curiosity, turning their gazes toward Shen Qingtang. Had it been only Suan inquiring, she might have dismissed him. However, faced with collective interest, she reluctantly offered an explanation. It was a guess. Do you see that small mushroom? If my conjecture is correct, it is their leader, which is why the larger mushroom appeared so anxious. Had I chosen a different mushroom, the response might have been negligible. Suan was evidently skeptical. Do mushrooms have leaders like humans? Thus, upon hearing Shen Qingtang's words, he swiftly directed his actions toward the small mushroom. A thud echoed as he fell to the ground. The others turned to behold Suan covered in dirt, while the large mushroom triumphantly shook its head, having just used its crown to knock him away. In that moment, the occupants of the room were instantaneously convinced of Shen Qingtang's assertions. After all, the previous mushrooms had not demonstrated such combat prowess, merely releasing toxic mist and emitting light. Qingtang, you truly possess extraordinary insight. You seem to know everything. Suan rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his attire, complimenting her before cleverly taking refuge beside her. He then glared fiercely at the now humbled large mushroom. What are you so proud of? If you have the capability, direct your actions toward Qingtang. The mushroom visibly deflated, much to Suan's delight. Shen Qingtang was rendered speechless. Have you all made your decision? The mushroom glared inwardly at the sunflower, who had gently posed the question, cursing under its breath. What choice is there? The mushroom seethed at the thought that the sunflower, being a plant like itself, would assist humanity. Zizizizi, beep beep beep, la 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 la, the mushroom emitted peculiar sounds. The people in the room could not comprehend a word, and could only turn their heads in unison towards Shen Qingtang. Although Shen Qingtang did not comprehend the words uttered by the mushroom, she inferred from its gestures that it was likely expressing some form of disdain. It was perhaps praising their beauty and kindness. Once this thought crossed her mind, she observed the mushroom fall silent, standing there in a state of bewilderment. This sight brought a smile to Shen Qingtang's face. The mushroom was rather amusing, and she wondered why she had not noticed this before. Were it not for the necessity of their illumination, she might have considered keeping these little creatures around indefinitely. Yet, that was merely a fleeting thought. The others, although finding the situation peculiar, chose to trust Shen Qingtang. After a while, She ceased her playful banter with them and guided them to a vast, open area, releasing the majority of the mushrooms nestled within her form. Instantly, the ground was carpeted with purple mushrooms. The newly emerged fungi, oblivious to their surroundings, prepared to enlarge and unleash toxic spores towards Shen Qingtang and her companions, only to be halted by a voice that only mushrooms could comprehend. Hence, Su In and the others witnessed yet another grand spectacle of unintelligible utterances. Despite their lack of understanding, they could surmise the essence of the exchange. As expected, after a moment of quietude, the mushrooms synchronously expanded and began to emit a gentle glow. Observing their compliance, Shen Qingtang nodded in satisfaction. Swiftly, she reached out and gathered the small mushrooms around her. The mushroom assembly erupted in excitement, yet they remained still, hesitant to move. Shen Qingtang felt no fear whatsoever. She gently caressed the little mushroom's cap with a leaf and spoke in a leisurely manner. Do not be alarmed. I merely seek a reassurance. After all, you shall be traversing to various places, and what if you were to suddenly release a toxic mist? The mushrooms, in a flurry of indignation, vehemently asserted that they were not of such nature. Shen Qingtang ignored the others and continued to speak to herself. I shall not treat the little mushrooms poorly. After all, I'm a good person. Oh no, I'm a beautiful flower. You must believe me. The mushrooms yearned to rise up in defiance. Shen Qingtang, undaunted, gently pinched the head of a small mushroom. In an instant, the mushrooms wilted. They bowed their heads in submission, acknowledging their fate. The sight of all the mushrooms with their heads drooping was somewhat eerie. Fortunately, those present were individuals of considerable fortitude, exhibiting none of the naive astonishment that might have been expected. Thus, the matter was settled. Once the sunlight in the world returned to its normal state, they could come to find me, and I would personally return the small mushrooms to them. Upon hearing this, the mushrooms felt a surge of defiance once more, yet ultimately succumbed to their despondency. Shen Qingtang disregarded their thoughts, simply instructing old Su to release the news in a few days. As for the issue of the disappearance of abilities, she needed to ponder it further. Chapter 195. Exchange. After hearing Shen Qingtang's words, old Su swiftly sought a way to disseminate the information without hesitation. Thus, within a few days, several groups of individuals arrived outside the base, all having received word that the Xiangyang base possessed a solution to the eternal night dilemma. They rushed over, anxious not to miss the opportunity. Observing the leaders from other bases, Shen Qingtang was quite accommodating. She summoned Su Xing and old Su, instructing them to inform the base personnel that while purple mushrooms were available, they could not be obtained for free. An exchange of resources was required. Old Su and Su Xing nodded eagerly, expressing their admiration for her cleverness. Shen Qingtang had become adept at accepting their compliments with an impassive expression. After a moment, she spoke again. Is it true? Have you already devised a solution? Su Xing, overwhelmed with excitement, found himself at a loss for words. He had not been present during the previous video call with the other bases, relying on old Su to relay the events of that day. Therefore, he was genuinely astonished by how quickly Shen Qingtang had come up with a remedy. Meeting their incredulous gazes, Shen Qingtang calmly nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, instead dismissing the two men. Despite their overflowing curiosity, they obediently exited. Upon reaching the entrance of the base, they were greeted by the eagerly awaiting leaders from other bases. Leader Su, you have finally emerged. Though the words were spoken, there was no trace of discontent in the speaker's tone. Rather, it was a sigh of relief. They had feared that Su Xing and old Su might refuse to appear, given how often such last-minute changes occurred. Apologies for keeping you waiting. We encountered a slight issue. Old Su explained. No worries. We have only just arrived, replied the others in an unexpectedly harmonious manner, nodding in support. With their consensus, Su Xing and old Su felt no need to dwell on the matter. Very well, let us all proceed inside, Su Xing declared. Thus, a grand procession entered the base. Once inside, the visitors were astounded by the sight before them. The base was as bright as day, and while the abilities of the practitioners were not ostentatious, they were at least impeccably clean. Furthermore, they noticed numerous ordinary citizens, all equally tidy, This alone was sufficient to demonstrate the formidable strength of the Dark Rain base. Reflecting on this, the gazes of several leaders shifted towards Su Xing and Old Su, their expressions transforming. One individual cautiously inquired, "Leader Su, may I ask how you have managed to develop the Dark Rain base to such an extent?" Though the question was tentative, it stemmed from genuine curiosity. After all, who would not wish for the well-being of their own base's populace? Simultaneously, Su Xing and Old Su turned to observe the children playing within the base. Their eyes filled with nostalgia. They had never anticipated living such a prosperous life. This was all due to their encounters with Jiang Yubai and Shen Qingtang. However, they knew better than to divulge this information, understanding that both Shen Qingtang and Jiang Yubai preferred to remain low profile. After a moment's contemplation, Su Xing finally responded, "Well, one could say we have simply been fortunate." He fell silent thereafter. The others, discerning the reluctance to share more, understood and, while feeling slighted, acknowledged the rationale behind their reticence, recognizing that such knowledge was akin to a safeguard for their well-being. The mere act of sharing the purple mushrooms was a generous gesture. Just as they were mulling this over, Old Su seemed to recall something important. "Ah, my apologies, I forgot to mention a crucial detail." Upon hearing this, the leaders' hearts raced with trepidation, wondering if there had been a change in circumstances. As they awaited his words in suspense, Old Su finally clarified, "The purple mushrooms will require resources for exchange." His statement was not unreasonable. Initially, they had assumed it would be complimentary, which was why they had rushed over. A few leaders from other bases had not believed Old Su's earlier claims and had opted not to come, thinking it would be free and therefore worth the risk of coming for nothing. Now, hearing Old Su's announcement, the leaders exchanged glances, none willing to voice their dissatisfaction. Ultimately, it was Old Su who noted their sudden silence and took the initiative to inquire, "Is there something you wish to express?" Meeting his gaze, even if they had grievances, they could only suppress them, for their need was evident. However, one leader cautiously interjected, "Old Su, you see you did not mention this beforehand, and we are not fully prepared. May I ask how much of this resource you require?" The inquirer thought strategically. If the demand was excessive, he would turn and leave. But if it was reasonable, he might consider proceeding. Old Su regarded the group of leaders, feigning contemplation before reluctantly stating, "We are not the type to impose exorbitant demands. How about this? 1 mushroom in exchange for a pack of instant noodles, or 20 loaves of bread, 10 sausages, or 10 cans of food." After delivering this proposal, he observed their reactions and, upon noticing their lack of immediate response, added, "However, I will allow each of you to sample 1 mushroom. As you're the first group to arrive, the resource exchange has been discounted for you. Future transactions will not enjoy this price." At his words, those who had been hesitant suddenly found their reservations dissipating. "I will exchange." With the first declaration, others quickly followed suit, eager to partake in the exchange. Observing their enthusiasm, Old Su beamed with delight. "Excellent. Allow me to show you the results." In truth, even without his guidance, they would have believed, as anyone with discerning eyes could see the stark contrast between the Dark Rain base and others. However, since the offer to demonstrate the mushroom's effects was extended, they were more than willing to comply. Thus, the group hurriedly moved towards another location. Concealed in the shadows, Jiang Yubai and Shen Qingtang's entourage followed closely behind. "Here we are. This is the place," Old Su announced as they arrived at the area that Shen Qingtang had previously designated for use. Chapter 196. Instant noodles for exchange. The scene that greeted them left the group utterly astonished. Before their eyes lay a dense cluster of glowing purple mushrooms. "Are all of these?" One individual could not help but inquire, only to be met with exasperated glances from others. "Is that not self-evident?" The individual seemed to realize that his question was rather pointless and fell silent. Su Xing and Old Su paid him no mind as they observed the leaders of the various bases. "Rest assured, as long as the supplies are sufficiently abundant, there will be no shortage of purple mushrooms." Suddenly, someone cried out in fear, "What is happening? What is going on?" Su Xing spoke calmly. "We promised to show you the results. I trust you are satisfied now." The leaders of the bases were left speechless. After a prolonged silence, they finally spoke in unison. "We believe you. Please illuminate them. Su Xing obediently waved his hand, and the mushrooms instantly glowed, illuminating the area as brightly as day. At this sight, the other leaders were thoroughly convinced. Su Xing felt a surge of pride, as if he had the power to command the elements. However, he quickly regained his composure, recognizing that this was merely a temporary benefit granted by Qingtang to instill belief in these people. Once it was over, it would vanish. Recollecting his thoughts, Su Xing reminded the leaders once more. After hearing his words, several leaders fell into contemplation. Eventually, one inquired, "What is the illumination range of one mushroom?" Su Xing thought, "That question is rather tricky. I had forgotten to prepare for such inquiries." "Approximately a few dozen square meters," he replied. The questioner fell silent, realizing that was rather limited. However, considering their current predicament, he reluctantly decided to request 3 mushrooms, reasoning that even the smallest portion was better than none. "Never mind, let us go with 10, he concluded. With that prompt, the others did not hesitate to state their desired quantities. Fortunately, they had brought along spatial ability users, so the necessary supplies could still be procured. However, Su Xing and Old Su exchanged glances at the mountain of instant noodles that appeared before them, momentarily speechless. They had not anticipated that all these individuals would opt to exchange for instant noodles. Nevertheless, having already made their requests, Su Xing and Old Su remained silent, merely counting the quantities to ensure accuracy before distributing the mushrooms. The few leaders who received the small items felt a mix of emotions, reflecting on how such a trivial quantity cost them so many resources. In an instant, the leaders' gazes shifted towards Su Xing. "Simply state illuminate when you need light, and turn off the light when you do not require it." It was undeniably straightforward and easy to understand. Some remained skeptical, looking at the mushrooms in doubt. "Can you comprehend what was just said?" Su Xing replied with a hint of exasperation. "Just repeat what I instructed you to say." The individual awkwardly scratched his head and complied, "Turn off the light." Since the mushroom was glowing in his hand, he could only call for it to turn off. The moment he uttered those words, the mushroom ceased to emit light. "Goodness, it's real," he exclaimed. "Illuminate. Turn off the light. Illuminate." As the individual began to experiment with the commands, Su Xing quickly interjected, "Just try it out, don't overdo it, or I won't be responsible for any after-sales issues." This was, of course, a slight deception, as the mushrooms were not that fragile. However, should he continue to toy with it, there was a chance the mushroom might suddenly refuse to cooperate, which would not bode well for them. Feeling embarrassed after Su Xing's remark, the individual's face flushed. He felt he had lost face as a leader. But upon glancing at the envious expressions of the other base leaders, he found solace in the fact that at least he had the opportunity to play with it. While they had not experienced anything at all, suddenly struck by an idea, he took out his phone and initiated a video call. The other bases, upon receiving his call, wore expressions of confusion, unsure of his intentions. When they saw several base leaders alongside their mushrooms, their bewilderment only deepened. One leader could no longer contain himself and began to boast. At that moment, Su Xing spoke up. "I forgot to mention that our base is no longer called Dark Rain Base. We have renamed it to Sunshine Base." The leaders exchanged glances, puzzled as to why the sudden name change, but it held little significance for them. They brushed it off and continued to boast about their advantageous exchanges for illuminating mushrooms. Upon hearing this, the leaders on the other end of the video call felt a stir of interest. However, they initially remained in a state of observation, unwilling to alter their perspectives based on a few words from others. The comments began to take on a more dubious tone. Su Xing and Old Su exchanged a glance, yet they refrained from saying anything. The individual continued speaking for a few moments before exiting the video call, prompting the remaining base leaders to follow suit and hang up. A group of ungrateful individuals. One exclaimed in anger, with several nodding in agreement, while others remained silent. Su Xing and Old Su were indifferent to their reactions, as they had never anticipated that a single video would convince everyone. The reason for the call had merely been to assist fellow humans, and whether or not they chose to believe was of no concern to them. Su Xing had many more thoughts unexpressed, but Chapter 197, Seeking Song Wang. Upon seeing that old Su and the others had ended the video call, the individuals from the other bases immediately spoke up. Suxing nodded in acknowledgement. Without further ado, the leaders departed. Once they had all left, Su Xing and old Su promptly sought out Shen Qingtang and the others to discuss matters. Lord Qingtang, how should we go about exchanging for illuminating mushrooms next time? Susinin Kuayeth. Old Su's earlier comments were not mere fabrications. They truly intended to pursue this plan. With a calm demeanor, she responded, "You may handle it as you see fit." After a brief pause, she added, "I, along with Jiang Yubai and the others, will be leaving shortly. From now on, you will manage the affairs of the base. The mushrooms will still be there." Upon hearing this, Su Xing and old Su exchanged a glance. Finally, old Su spoke up. "Why the sudden departure? Has something happened?" Shen Qingtang fell into a brief silence, uncertain whether to speak. After a considerable pause, just as Elder Su had begun to believe he would receive no answer, she finally decided to respond. Shen Qingtang spoke up. "There is a matter concerning Song Wang that requires your presence. You should consider accompanying us." This statement emerged from Shen Qing's careful deliberation. Sulao momentarily hesitative. "Very well. I shall join you." He believed that when someone needed assistance, he should unwaveringly offer his support. Initially, Shen Qingtang contemplated that if Su Lao were unwilling, she would not press the issue. However, since he had consented, they would proceed as planned. "All right, let's depart now." "Su Lao, did you not just say to wait a moment? Why the sudden urgency?" Observing his puzzled expression, Shen Qingtang patiently clarified, "I believe now is the optimal time to seek him out." With her assertion, the others, despite their insatiable curiosity, remained silent. Thus, the group hastily exited the base, unprepared. In an instant, the once bustling base was left with only Su Xing watching the direction in which Shen Qingtang and the others had departed. Su Xing silently vowed to take excellent care of the base. With this resolve, he promptly turned towards the area where the extraordinary individuals and ordinary residents resided. From this moment forth, these individuals could no longer afford to rest. They must engage in relentless training. The departing Shen Qingtang and her companions were entirely unaware of the events that unfolded in their absence. Shen Qingtang was now holding her breath, deeply attuned to the guidance within her mind. She could not fathom why, but a line had suddenly appeared in her thoughts, marking the location of Song Wang. A powerful instinct surged within her, compelling her to locate Song Wang swiftly, lest something dire occur. Though she remained unaware of the nature of this impending calamity, she resolutely decided to hasten towards Song Wang's whereabouts, accompanied by Jiang Yubai and the others. As they journeyed, Sun could not help but speak up. "Qingtang, why the sudden urgency? It's merely Song Wang after all. You never seemed frightened before." Shen Qingtang was at a loss for words. She too was uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. Ultimately, she could only express her feelings, albeit in a manner that left others perplexed. Nevertheless, everyone unanimously resolved to trust her without further inquiry. After an arduous journey that spanned day and night, they finally heard Shen Qingtang's words. "We have arrived. This is the place." Gazing at the boundless expanse of the plain, Suin and the others found their emotions to be quite complex. In the end, they all turned their eyes towards Shen Qingtang. Shen Qingtang did not wait for others to speak before she began to organize the situation. Sun deployed the shield wall, urging it to rise as high as possible, extending its range to the utmost limit of his capabilities. Although Suin was quite perplexed, he complied without hesitation. Shen Qingtang then turned her gaze towards Su Lingrua. "Lingrua, did you see that hole? Throw all your grenades in that direction." Su Lingrua nodded, her heart filled with confusion. Yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. She proceeded to hurl several grenades into the fray. Instantly, dust swirled in the air, and the sound of explosions echoed continuously. Shen Qingtang also released the remaining small red ants and the mushrooms she had kept earlier. Seeing this, Su Lingrua and the others instantly became vigilant, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. No sooner had these thoughts crossed their minds than a thunderous roar erupted from the spot where Su Lingrua had thrown the grenade. Shen Qingtang swiftly enlarged herself, elevating Su Lingrua and the others on her leaves. Once she confirmed their safety, she turned her attention towards the source of the noise. Goodness, are we intruding upon a den of zombies? Suen voiced the words that Su Lingrua had not had the chance to complete. Upon hearing their remarks, Shen Qingtang's expression grew serious. She had not anticipated the situation had escalated to such an extent. There were numerous zombie kings, not to mention the myriad of ordinary and enhanced zombies. She found herself perplexed by the sudden emergence of a connection in her mind. At that moment, an additional voice echoed within her thoughts. Song Wong had lost his sanity. He sought to annihilate the world, and these zombies were his creations. Shen Qingtang was momentarily taken aback, but soon she spoke slowly. I have known about this for quite some time. The origin of the zombies was indeed his doing. The voice continued. This time, however, Song Wong has unleashed a multitude of zombie kings, and humanity is utterly incapable of withstanding them. Shen Qingtang gazed at the leading zombie kings in silence. The voice, perceiving her disbelief, chose to remain mute and instead projected vivid imagery into her mind. What unfolded before her was a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. The air was filled with the anguished cries and pleas of humanity, far more harrowing than during the initial outbreak of the zombies. She struggled to comprehend this reality. If you do not intervene against Song Wong this time, this is the grim future you shall confront. Shen Qingtang fell into silence once more. The voice, filled with urgency, urged, "You must swiftly resolve the matter with Song Wong. Only then will humanity find peace. Do you believe I am capable of resolving it now? I could scarcely defeat a mere zombie king last time," she replied. The voice fell momentarily silent, as if taken aback by this revelation. After a considerable pause, it hesitantly spoke again. "I apologize for my oversight. However, fret not. I shall assist you." As Shen Qingtang was about to inquire further, she suddenly felt a darkness envelop her, causing her to faint instantly. Chapter 198, the grand finale. When she regained consciousness, the scene before her had undergone a complete transformation. The zombies that had once been ubiquitous were nowhere to be seen, and even Song Wong had vanished without a trace. Just as confusion filled her mind, a voice echoed within her consciousness once more. "You have now entered another realm. Shen Qingtang, what is this?" "What do you mean?" The voice hesitated before speaking again. "I just utilized your body for a moment, and in doing so, I unleashed all the energy within, reducing both the zombies and Song Wong to mere ashes." Shen Qingtang remained silent for a considerable time, feeling perplexed and unable to comprehend how events had escalated to such a point. Noticing her silence, the voice hastily continued. "However, rest assured, in light of your significant contribution this time, we have decided to transform you into a human. You're no longer a sunflower. Soon, I shall release you, and you will revert to your human form." Shen Qingtang. After a considerable period of silence, she seemed to awaken from a dream and began to speak. Upon hearing her insistence on questioning, the voice let out a long sigh. "I am the will of this world. It is due to my foreknowledge of certain events that your rebirth has come to pass." Listening to these words, Shen Qingtang found her emotions beyond description. She could hardly articulate her current feelings. It was akin to a distasteful sensation. Was her belief in rebirth merely a fabrication of others? The atmosphere fell into silence once more. Ultimately, it seemed as though Shen Qingtang had come to terms with reality, prompting her to inquire about others. "What of Jiang Yubai and the others?" "Rest assured, they are alive and well. Only the zombies and Song Wong have vanished." "Are you implying that this world is now devoid of zombies? Has the zombie apocalypse truly come to an end?" "One could certainly say so." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingtang's emotions became exceedingly complex. She had not anticipated the extraordinary potency of the energy within her. A single outburst could resolve all matters. Had she known? "Very well, then let me go." At the instant those words left her lips, Shen Qingtang materialized before Jiang Yubai and the others. "Get lost!" Jiang Yubai bellowed in fury, crushing the final leaf of the sunflower beneath his foot. Shen Qingtang gazed at the person who was weeping uncontrollably and let out a long sigh. "It is I." This familiar voice caused Jiang Yubai and the others to turn their attention instantly. Suen was particularly ecstatic as he exclaimed, "Qingtang, is it truly you?" Shen Qingtang smiled without uttering a word. Jiang Yubai swiftly ran over and embraced her tightly, incessantly murmuring. Shen Qingtang was nearly breathless from his tight embrace. Initially intending to request his release, upon seeing his distraught countenance, she ultimately settled for gently patting his back in silent consolation. After what seemed an eternity, Jiang Yubai finally regained his composure. Shen Qingtang recounted the events surrounding her disappearance, albeit in a rather succinct manner. Ultimately, she revealed to them that the apocalypse had come to an end. Observing their expressions of disbelief and astonishment, a sense of equilibrium washed over Shen Qingtang's heart. Is it truly so? Su Lingru and the others inquired, incredulously. Shen Qingtang nodded affirmatively. Soon after, they received a video call from the base, leaving all the leaders utterly astonished. What had transpired? Why had the sky suddenly brightened, and it appeared as though the zombies had vanished? This time, Su Lingru and the others were completely convinced. Well, it seemed the apocalypse had come to an end, and they could now embark on a journey towards a brighter future. Suin disregarded the leaders on the video call, promptly disconnecting it, and turned his gaze towards Jiang Yubai and the others, expressing his sentiments. Jiang Yubai's gaze swiftly shifted to Shen Qingtang. Gazing upon her serene and beautiful countenance, he made a resolute decision within his heart. Indeed, the future would only grow brighter. Shen Qingtang nodded in agreement, and the group proceeded toward an uncertain destination.